This young man was not born ordinary. His parents are the youngest Marquis couple in all of Greta, and it is not just famous in their country. Even neighboring lands know their name well. On top of that, Lelua is insanely gifted and learns super fast. He might even outshine his legendary parents. But cultivators start with just one innate trait in their body. If they reach the Marquis realm, they can awaken a second trait, and if they make it to the Frost King realm, they unlock a third. Right now, Lelua is only at the 10th seal of the early Kai stage, that is just after opening the first trait. But inside him, not one, but 3 traits. The problem? None of these traits have any actual power or potential. All 3 are basically useless. Isn't that worse than being a total nobody? And it gets worse. 3 years ago, Lelua's parents vanished on the King Marquis battlefield, presumed dead. Since then, the Luyan estate lost its prestige. Everyone says the family has split, and Lelua's position as heir is shaky at best. To top it off, there is Kwang Kingya at the academy, a girl with a rare radiant brightness trait and crazy talent who's been turning heads all over Greta. She has only been at Nanfang for 2 years, did not even have to take the transfer exam, and was personally recruited by Shengshuan Academy. She has been the top of the Heavenly Academy in the district for a century and wields major influence now. Straight up, Kwang Kingya is Lelua's fiancé. The hilarious part, their futures clash hard. Lelu lives with the stigma of uselessness for having no innate trait power and faces jealousy from his peers because of his engagement to Kingya until he turns 17. Then Lelu gets a treasure left behind by his parents. But no matter how hard he tries, he can't open it or guess what is inside. While fiddling with it, he ends up cutting his hand. A drop of his blood touches the orb, which flashes a bright blue light and floats up, projecting a magical screen where Lelua sees his parents' images. Incredibly vivid, his eyes sting without meaning to. His parents look just like when they left. It has been too long since he last saw them. Haha. Little Luo, when you see our memories, maybe it is because you have turned 17. Maybe we are no longer by your side now. La Taihuang's voice comes from the image first. Then Trim De Lam joins in. Little Luo, maybe you have grown taller and handsomer. Got any girls chasing after you at school? Your mom's boy is just handsome but useless. No one's chasing you, right? Lelu wipes his tears and replies, but of course. His parents in the image can hear him, yet they keep talking, like they can predict what he is going to say. Right now, you are probably blaming yourself, feeling useless because you have no innate trait power, right? Lelu is shocked that his parents know this. Actually, before his traits appeared, they used secret methods to check him out, including the fact that he has 3 traits. They knew all along. Hearing this, Lelu is even more amazed. He did not expect his parents to realize his body's uniqueness years ago. Is their disappearance related to this? And where are they? Anyway, little Luo, first I want you to know that having no innate trait power is not useless. On the contrary, it is the strongest constitution in the world. You should be proud of it. La Taiwang says this, but Li Luo just feels like his dad's trying to comfort him. What he does not mention is that Li Luo's trait can absorb the refined energy of heavenly thoughts. That is the root of the problem and a real headache. But it is not impossible to fix. The solution is to fill in what his innate trait lacks on his own. Hearing his parents, it sounds easy. But Lelu can't help feeling discouraged. He thought innate traits were gifts from heaven and earth, something you are born with, wanting to use future effort to make up for that flaw. You really have not heard of that before. Plus, you have tried it before. But unfortunately, every time ended in failure. The usual methods just won't work. In the vision, Chimsley Lam continued speaking. They truly read their son's thoughts like an open book. Even thoughts from the future. After discovering their son's innate lack of a general attribute, they never stopped trying every possible way, and patience paid off. Because they finally found a solution. They sifted through countless ancient texts and discovered a method called the Little No General Divine Regiment technique. Lelesi has a body born without a general attribute, but that does not necessarily mean it is bad, because innate attributes are highly random, and attributes developed through training can be changed by will. Normally, a person's innate attribute has only one element, but attributes gained through training hide 2 properties, one primary and one secondary. If you choose fire as the primary, then lightning becomes the secondary attribute. Fire and lightning together boost the destructive power of the General S strength. Hearing this, Lai Lucy felt saved and could not help but give a thumbs up, excitedly saying, awesome, amazing, thumbs up for my parents. This moment, Love I Hone spoke again. Although attributes from training can be born, nothing in this world is perfect. The original grade of the attribute 1T surpassed the 4th rank. Compared to Heaven's darlings like Kong Thang and Enga, who have 5th rank luminous generals, there is definitely a big difference in power. Of course, Dunash, even if training-born attributes start a bit low, with the right method, they can still improve. This world has many treasures to upgrade the rank of attributes. Hearing this, Lilusi immediately thought of the spirit water radiance his general master crafted, which could raise the rank of attributes though only by 1 or 2 levels at most. Just then, he heard his father's familiar laugh. Haha. Little Lus, You are worried about the limits of using treasures to boost your attribute rank. Honestly, this conversation feels like they are reading my mind, because my parents guess everything I think. But just as Lothai Hu knew was speaking, Chimsley Lamb sharply cut him off. Don't get ahead of yourself like that. You are done talking. What else can I say to little Lex? Honey, I was wrong. From now on, I will shut up so you can talk to him. This vision is so real. Lai Lezichi truly feels like he is standing right in front of them. Only now does he realize Kazengdan Enga's personality really is just like Chimli Lamb's. If those two really get married, I am afraid you will end up living like your dad, completely henpecked. Back to the main point. Chimlai Lam expressed regret about using treasures to raise attribute rank. For most people, that is true. There is a limit, raising only 1 or 2 ranks at most, but your innate no general physique is not bound by that. No general means none, and also infinite, able to absorb all things. That is why they said being no general is the strongest general attribute in the world. To prepare your first attribute, before leaving, they took a strand of your soul and your essence blood, forged it into a crystal orb. The so-called little no general divine regiment technique is contained inside. But merging this attribute into your body is not simple at all. When merging, it drains a huge amount of your essence blood. That is why they sealed it tightly and told Kangthan Thanega to only give it to you at 57, when your body can handle the blood loss. And that is not all. After merging this artificial attribute, the only loss you will suffer is not just essence blood, but also lifespan. Unless within 5 years you can break into the second evolution stage of the Marquis realm, or else your life will end in 5 years. Little less. If you choose to stay as you are now, you will live a peaceful, easy life with no worries, or choose to fuse the general's traits that your parents, Lion Than, cultivated, and start a battle against fate, stepping into a dangerous path. If you pick the first option, sealing the crystal ball will cause everything inside to self-destruct. If you choose the second, put your hand here. The decision is yours. Whatever you pick, your parents will always support you. That is where the footage ends. After hearing these words, Lalexa felt a heavy weight on his heart. Was he really going to live the life of a weakling, or someone doomed from the start? It was a tough choice. 5 years to become a Marquis was seriously difficult. In 5 years, he would only be 22, and in Zi Ace history, there has never been such a young Marquis. With the Lucknow mansion his parents left behind, he could live a comfortable, carefree life without worries. But if he chose to fuse the General S traits his parents worked so hard to cultivate, he would have to seize every second, fight against fate, and grab his chance to live. It was a tough question, but Lalek thought fast. At first, he thought catching up to Kudan the Enega was harder than reaching the heavens. Now, it seemed there was a glimmer of hope, and this hope was something his parents had worked so hard to uncover for him. So how could he be a coward and just let this chance slip away? With that thought, Lalesh jumped up. Excited, honestly. He would always had a secret ambition, one that might seem ridiculous or overconfident to others. He wanted to catch up to Kejing Than Ega, surpass her, and even outdo his own parents. Don't worry, both of you. I won't let you down. It is just 5 years to become a Marquis, right? I accept this challenge. Saying that, he reached out and touched the crystal ball. The ball instantly shone brightly and then vanished, turning into something that could change his fate. The fused traits crafted by Lao Thai Huan and Trigim Li Lam, combined with the little martial general S divine technique. Seeming to sense his choice, his parents could not help but sigh. Little Lux, it looks like you have made your decision. As your father, though this choice pains me a little, from a man's perspective, it makes me proud and inspired. Your road ahead will be full of hardships and dangers, but you are my son. Lawath Ihu and son, how could you be scared of that? Trumlai Lam wiped her tears and began explaining the postnatal traits they painstakingly forged. It is a 4th rank level, with water as the primary trait and light as a secondary trait. Lalezesa could not believe what he was hearing. Water as the primary trait. Lothai Hyun suddenly laughed. Lus, do you think water feels weak? Not what you expected. Once again, your parents seem to read your mind. Lothai Huan explained that water is often underestimated because its attack power is weaker compared to other elemental traits. But it is enduring and persistent. It wins in longer battles against all other traits. Plus, water has a special trait. When the Leza fuses the traits, even if his body is severely injured, he will feel much more comfortable than with other traits, like fire, and the combination of water and light might produce results beyond anyone's expectations. Another reason they chose water and light is that his parents hope he can become a unique general master. Other general masters only have water or light traits, but you have both. If you do not become a general master, that'd be a waste. They did this so that if Luxingham Mansion ever falls because of you, at least you will have your own status and lose out wherever you go. Lothai Huan said this, flying up with a smug look, feeling like a genius at work. Crystal Ball only contained the first trait and 1 divine technique, but Lalez actually has 3 traits. The second and third traits are much deeper and more complex. Lawath Ihu N and Trem Li Lam suggested their son enter the General Master realm himself, and then seek out and cultivate the second trait on his own. As for the divine technique for the third trait, They left it in Vidzang, then Less just has to wait for the right moment and go get it. Speaking of which, the shadow of Lu began to fade, signaling it was about to end. Before disappearing completely, Lothai Hu and Trimzi Lam gave their child one last piece of advice. Nothing will happen to them before meeting Wall Lux. And you, before reaching the Marquis level, absolutely do not seek out your parents. After saying this, the shadow of Lotu completely vanished. Lawa Azifsi's eyes stung with tears as he silently thanked his parents for everything they would done. Knowing his parents were still alive gave him some peace of mind, and he vowed to make them proud and surprised. From now on, he officially became a person with a destined fate. A soft knock echoed through the quiet night, and the Lux blinked awake. Outside the door, the Ivy called out anxiously, "Young master, are you alright?" Seeing the scene before him, Lelef thought. Hearing that voice, it must be Than Ega's assistant. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel so weak and powerless? Getting no reply, the Vi outside grew restless, like someone at a checkout who forgot their wallet. She was panicking inside, thinking, what if something's wrong with Li Loves? What should I do? Worried, she spoke up again. "Young master, why does your voice sound so weak?" "It is Thandega, who told me inform you the heads of the Leklam mansion have arrived." Lelek struggled to respond. "Got it." Hearing this, the Ivy breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight lifted, then quickly replied, "All right, I will take my leave." His mind was swirling with thoughts about his fragile state right now. Sure enough, the post-heaven tree fate had drained more than half of his 17 years of vital energy, even turning his hair completely gray. Looking in the mirror, he could not help but feel melancholy. He looked like a frail old man now. Does that mean I only have 5 years left to live? It really feels suffocating, but somehow, I look even more handsome. It feels like a new strength and vitality are flowing through me. So the post-heaven tri-fate has successfully merged. My impossible problem is finally solved. The fate that once deceived me now reveals its unique and miraculous powers. He opened the door gently, letting the morning sunlight flood into the room. With arms wide open, he welcomed the new day, telling himself, Lualus, a new life is just beginning. At the old Leklam mansion, the grand hall was divided into 2 sides, with 2 seats in the center. 1 seat was vacant. On one side were those opposing Thaniga, while the other 2 remained neutral. This clearly showed just how chaotic Leklam mansion had become. 3 heads, swayed by Ho, sat on one side, while 4 heads supported Thaniga on the other. At the round table, Bai Ho wore a cocky expression and casually asked, "Young master, everyone's been waiting here a long time. Why have not you come out yet?" No one answered, so he rambled on. "Although we call him the young master, everyone here risks everything for Leklam mansion. Even when master and mistress were still around, these meetings always started on time, showing how much they valued us." Thanga could not stay quiet and shot back. "Back when master and mistress were here, why did not you show this kind of backbone?" Bio tried to control his anger. "Like you said, young master, people have to look forward eventually. If the young master refuses to show himself, let us just get started. After all, everyone already knows how he is doing. If no one objects, then let us begin." Before anyone could respond, Alex spoke up, cutting off Bai Hio's endless chatter. "Haven't he seen you in years? Bai Ho, senior brother, you seem more arrogant than before. If my parents knew you were this successful now, they would probably be happy." When they saw him appear so handsome and confident, everyone bowed respectfully, greeting their young master. Bai Heiho, caught off guard, had to pull back and could only grit his teeth in frustration. As for Bai Ho, forced to retract his tail, he could only grit his teeth in frustration. Looking at Alessi's nude card, then Naga marveled. He was totally normal just yesterday, so why is his hair white now? Lelef still stood proudly, teasing Bai Ho, "Haven't he seen you in years? Senior brother Bai, you do not seem like your old self anymore. Long time no see." Taiyu Les has definitely grown a lot, but why does his face look so pale? And his hair's gone silver too. Is he dying or something? Hearing that sarcastic jab from the guy, the people around could not help but think he must be part of Red Bull. Kungiga's eyes flashed with sharp intent, ready to mark him off the list, her voice low as she called his name. Bai Hao, he pretended to be an innocent sweet guy, covering his mouth. Sorry. My mouth just slips sometimes. Don't he blame me?" Xiao Lu. Lu just smiled calmly. "But Hao's true nature's out in the open. What is there to blame? And even if I did, what could I do now?" But Hao just smirked quietly, saying nothing. But behind that calm mask, he was actually feeling pretty smug, thinking, yeah, Lakham Mansion is not what it used to be without those 2 pressure mountains. Inside Lakham Mansion, I fear no one. If it were not for King Inga, I would probably control the whole place by now. He lifted the tent flap, urging, "The young mansion lord has arrived, so let us get this meeting started. Don't let me take the upper hand." Kunga cut in sharply. "Then Hyan, you go first. Among the 3 departments you manage, why has not some of this year's big gold been moved into the vault yet?" Bahao's face darkened, Little Miss Shine probably heard one of the department's warehouses caught fire unexpectedly. They have not found the culprit yet, so no gold's been deposited this year. Kung did not let him off easy. Just asking. By how? Is that your reason? Hyan, he scoffed. If you want a reason, I can come up with one. Some things do not need to be explained in detail. Forget it, we are this far in. So I owe Little Miss Xiang and the young mansion lord an answer. The 3 departments 1T just skipped payments this year, they 1T pay it all from now on. Lei Zhang and the department heads followed King Inga. No longer able to stay silent, they loudly confronted. By how? Are you trying to wreck Lacknam Mansion? Baho grinned wickedly. I do not want Lackham Mansion to collapse. Actually, I am okay with paying gold if only the young mansion lord agrees to one condition first. Lalu was not worried. What condition does the department head want? By how? For a moment, his eyes flashed venomously like a deadly snake. He shamelessly ogled King Inga's curves and boldly said, I hope the young mansion lord will break off the engagement with Little Miss. Sighing. Hearing that disgusting demand, a murderous gleam lit Lilua's eyes. Before he could say a word, King Inga beside him was so furious she unleashed her energy. She grabbed back her king's sword and dashed forward at lightning speed. Baho sneered coldly. Ready to fight, their 2 energies clashed, causing a huge explosion. King Inga was determined to confront this shameless man. Has your rank as a golden general really climbed to 7th grade? You have already swallowed so much of Lacknam Mansion's money. By how? Clueless and self-absorbed, replied an ex-bright general. No wonder Little Miss Xiang is a land assassin general in training, barely behind my own post-training land assassin general. Kuniga snapped back. By how? If you do not want to die, swallow those words back. This is our business, you have no right to interfere. Seeing he could not reason with King Iga, Bahao turned to Lilu. Lilu, I think you know what it means to carry a cursed jade. To you, Lacknam Mansion is a treasure house, and Little Miss Shine is untouchable. You really do not have it easy. Lilu raised an eyebrow. So according to you, I'm supposed to abandon both Lacknam Mansion and Miss King Inga. Aren't you worried about the day my parents come back? Bahao smirked. Lilu, stop dreaming. According to the info I have, he gave a twisted smile and added, your master and mistress probably 1T be coming back. Bahao loudly asserted. Right now, you have no future. You are worse off than in the past, you have nothing left. Lei Zhang ignored Baiha's empty talk but secretly admired Leluo. Though the young mansion lord was a born tactician, his mindset was pretty decent. Leluo ignored the insult and asked what was really bothering him. Honestly, I find it strange. My parents owe you a great debt, so why do you hate them so much? Bahao fell silent for a moment after hearing the question. His face darkened as he replied, they know I want to become their true disciple, not just a namesake. I have not reached that goal yet. I have put in so much effort for Lacknam Mansion, but they still 1T speak up. Do you know how many hopes of mine have turned to disappointment? Lilu shrugged in agreement. My parents were right. Because of your treacherous nature, giving you the status of an official disciple only made your resentment grow. He sneered mockingly, telling the young lord to take care of himself. Greed will come with a price, and right now, he has no right to this. Alef shot him a cold glare and said, Bye hey-ho. That is exactly what I am telling you. Bio squinted and grinned slyly. Then fine. From now on, whether we follow the orders from the mansion depends on my mood. Everyone around clearly showed disapproval on their faces. Baiho looked around and taunted, What? Want to mess with me? Besides little matron, none of you here stand a chance. Lo Chang did not want to admit it, but Baiho is now a late-stage earth-killing general. Everyone else here except me, who is mid-stage, are early stage, definitely no match for him. He chuckled while searching inside his reversed jacket pocket. Everyone, I am doing all this just to keep Lusenham Mansion standing strong during these tough times. If little matron agrees to join forces with me, we will reach a whole new level. For now, just blame the young lord for being too greedy. Saying that, he flashed a command token with a smirk and said, But I 1T hold back. Lo Chang's eyes widened in shock. Thinking, is that the command token of the head elder? Besides the 9 family heads in Luffenham Mansion, there are 3 elders, all top-tier general spirits, but they only intervene when the mansion faces external threats. Elders should stay neutral, yet the command token ended up in Bai Heo's hands. Bai Ho U Dung recounted that their master once said if someone gains support from 2 elders and 4 family heads, they have the right to compete for mansion lord. So do not worry about me splitting Luffenham Mansion, I want it whole and strong. Everyone shouted in outrage, scolding him harshly. Bai Heiho, you are so reckless. You should repay kindness with loyalty. He turned his back, waved dismissively, and said, Luelus, treasure this last year you have by the mansion's downfall. Lusenham Mansion won't mean much anymore, and that is when you will truly lose everything. Lovolessa silently ignored him. Sometimes silence is the greatest contempt. After Baiho left, everyone felt downhearted, but Kang then Ega stayed calm. After discussing some matters with the 6 family heads, everyone went home. Alec sat alone in the main seat, His eyebrows knitted as he replayed the day's events in his mind. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared in his line of sight. Danga stood quietly nearby like a companion, the scene carrying a hint of romance. She spoke first, calm on the outside but burning inside. Lelek smiled indulgently. Why get so worked up? Danga blinked and replied, I am holding it together, alright, I've not lost face yet. Lelek shared his thoughts. Honestly, if I would kill him right then. Danwell wants to protect his parents. Danga settled onto the armrest and gently advised. No one's life goes smoothly all the time. Patience at the right moment is not shameful. Alec laughed. After today, I realize Leffingham Mansion's got a lot of trouble. It has made things hard on you. Then Iga. She closed her eyes and said, Don't take Baiho's words too seriously. I will deal with him. Just need a little time. We made a promise I will hand over a whole, intact Luckham Mansion to you. Right now, you should focus on next month's competition. If you do not get into Then High in Spirit Academy, all our plans fall apart. But honestly, that is unlikely. Tell me now if you are worried. After she finished, Lilith reached out, looking at her with deep affection. Give me your hand. She stayed silent but gently complied, their hands quietly clasping. Suddenly, a spark of spiritual energy passed through, and then Ego was surprised, dotting her own senses. She asked suspiciously, You are the water general. You already have a general, and master and mistress took care of it for you. Lelouch just smiled and nodded instead of answering. Then Inga breathed a sigh of relief. This was excellent news. Then Lutzi asked her opinion, wondering how much she believed what he said about his parents. Then Inga thought for a moment before replying. Maybe they're just temporarily dazzled and shaken up, but safe and sound. I do not know where that info came from, but how could he know the power of master and mistress? Hearing that, Lelef felt reassured. You feel the same way. Danga smiled softly. I will head back to Viganthen tomorrow, so Lala, be sure to see me off on time. He watched her silhouette disappear, then said, Uncle Lee, please help me take a week off from the academy. I want to stay home and rest for a while. Uncle Lee respectfully replied, Yes, young master. Then he turned to Tyvi and said, Sister Tai, please help me buy some 4th grade Spirit Water Radiance. Tyvi had lots of questions in her mind. Lilac seemed like a natural without form. Why would he need that? Still, she carefully asked, Young master, how many portions do you need? Lilac smiled cheerfully like a little kitten and said, Start by buying 50 portions. Hearing that number, Tyvi could not help but worry and asked again, Young master wants 50 portions of 4th grade Spirit Water Radiance. He nodded vigorously. Exactly. Tyvi fell silent, thoughts swirling. Spirit Water Radiance is not cheap, and 4th grade is even pricier. Market price per portion is about 1,000 heavenly gold coins. 50 portions means 50,000 gold coins. The Lacknam Mansion's guild makes about 300,000 gold coins a year. But things are getting worse. Its uses to refine elemental affinity, but impurities build up over time, causing the affinity to seal, capping its growth. Lilac is buying 50 portions this time. How many years will that last? But Thandiga said she came to cooperate with the young master, and finally sighed. Fine. Hearing the desired answer, Lilac smiled and said, Then, Sister Tai. With that, he turned and left. Watching Lilac's figure disappear, Tyvi still felt uneasy. Right now was a life or death moment for Lackham Mansion. This young master seemed a bit unusual. Looks like times 1 TB easy in Shinshu County. Lilac quickly arrived at the old Lacknam Mansion house. He looked excited, thinking, let us see if today I can find a suitable guidance technique to train with. The secret archives contain many guidance techniques. Most Lacknam Mansionist techniques were moved to headquarters in Wong City, but the old house still kept quite a few. Just as he took a few more steps, someone spotted him. The man, probably the archive manager, respectfully greeted him. Young master, it has been a while since you visited the archives. What are you looking for today? Young master. The young master smiled and said, Find all the energy guidance techniques suitable for 4th grade formations for me to see. The man nodded. Understood. Young master. Actually, he was a bit surprised by Lilac's request. The young master rarely came to the archives, only to study formations. Why suddenly interested in energy guidance techniques today? But out of respect for his superior, the humble manager dared not question and politely welcomed him inside. The two quickly entered the archives. After fulfilling Lilac's request, the man reported, Young master, all the energy guidance techniques suitable for 4th grade formation training are here. Following his hand, you could see piles of materials. The manager even carefully cataloged the data. There are 28 beginner-level energy guidance techniques and 6 formation-level energy guidance techniques. Lilac was so happy he almost cried, silently thanking his parents. Looks like today, he found the right guidance technique. Energy guidance techniques are divided into beginner, formation, Marquis, and King levels, each corresponding to training stages. Beginner-level energy guidance techniques are common everywhere. Only those with intermediate physical strength can use matching level techniques. As for King level guidance techniques, If one appears, top powers fight over it like crazy. Lacknam Mansion currently only has 2 Marquis-level guidance techniques, left by his parents. The higher the energy guidance technique level, the higher the requirements for the practitioner's formation affinity. First, preserve and find all guidance techniques qualified for training. Good. Next, let us see which ones fit my water radiance formation. When the sky turned golden, he finally sighed. After a quick look, he would choose one from these 3 energy guidance techniques. 1. 9-segment Earth Devouring Technique, matching low grade. 2. Changlan Bright Dream Path, matching mid-grade. 3. Spirit Transformation Formula, matching mid-grade. Faced with so many choices, people usually hesitate. Lilac was no different, struggling to decide which to pick. Finally, he looked at the second one and said firmly, "It is decided Changlan Bright Dream Path. Training it will make the general's traits like Min Manhwa as vast as the ocean, combined with the Water Light General. If I find something better later, I will switch." Beneath the study in the Luoyan Mansion, there is a secret training chamber created by my parents. Before, only they and Kong Dan Niga trained here. Standing in front of the secret chamber's door, I hesitated a bit. It is my first time here. I gently reached out and touched the stone pillar by the door. Suddenly, a golden light flashed along the carved lines from top to bottom on the door. Seeing this, I was a bit surprised and let out a small The huge door slowly opened, and the dazzling golden light spread throughout the room. I stepped inside, quietly amazed. This training chamber was built by my parents with over 100,000 heavenly gold coins, made entirely of heavenly gold. Heavenly gold is not just currency, it has got a powerful property that attracts earth energy. It really is a golden house so grand. Just standing here, I can feel the mighty energy of heaven and earth. Training here has probably already achieved half the success. After saying goodbye to Daiva, I appeared in a secret place. I thought to myself, only my parents and Dangaga have trained here before. I won't let down everything they have done for me. While thinking this, I practiced various techniques. 6 or 3 inches. 9 turns 4 layers, the sound of the sea flowing. The fierce energy of the ocean surged as I sat right in the middle of the sea current. I let the waves crash over me. The heavenly energy around began to flow, slowly absorbed through every pore into my body. The water element energy is the strongest, mixed with some light energy. Gentle fire absorbed from the water energy. Purity from the light energy. 2 streams of energy circulated in my body, finally converging into a blue light, transforming into my general force. Looking at the general force in my hand, I felt happy. My power probably reached the 3rd seal level. Time passed without me noticing until a sharp pain hit my body. That meant today's training hit its limit. I had to stop training. Sitting in the secret training room, I started planning next month as the academy exam, and I need to raise my general's quality. My goal is to enter the Blue Mystic Academy. Even though I am sure I will reach the 5th seal level in a week, it is still not enough. That is enough training for today. Suddenly someone reported in. "Young master, the steward asked me to remind you that the things you told her to prepare have been brought to your room." I replied, "Got it. Thanks." I silently admired Thyvi's efficiency. He is really Than Egus' right-hand man. I thought this would come at least by tomorrow morning. Looking at the newly delivered item, I thought this must be the Spirit Water Luminous Light. It is essential for training water and light generals, like a vital supplement throughout a general master's lifetime cultivation. Spirit Water Luminous Light, 4th grade quality. Cultivation power 58%. The purer the Spirit Water Luminous Light, the higher the cultivation power and the better the effect. Higher quality means fewer impurities, but using too much in a short time causes impurities to build up in the general's energy field. The energy blockage seals the general's field. Since I was born without a general, I can use the Spirit Water Luminous Light without worry. First, let us try absorbing all 50 bottles of 4th grade Spirit Water Luminous Light and see how much it boosts cultivation. The sky darkened. Finally, I finished absorbing them. Sighing silently, half the Spirit Water Luminous Light is still unused. The effect was great. Even my general force grew stronger, but at this pace, reaching 5th grade might require over 100 bottles of 4th grade Spirit Water Luminous Light. By calculation, upgrading from 4th to 5th grade would cost 200,000 heavenly gold coins. 5th to 6th grade even more, nearly 1,000,000 heavenly gold coins to go from 6th to 7th grade. Thinking about it made me sweat. My yearly income from Luoyan Mansion is only a few million heavenly gold coins. This postnatal genius general is like a bottomless pit. I do not think Luoyan Mansion can support a prodigal like me anymore. Over the next 2 days, I trained the Fierce Ocean Mine technique for 3 days, then practiced general arts for 2 hours, and then used the Spirit Water Luminous Light to refine my general's quality. My general force level rose to 4th seal, and my 4th grade Water Light General grew purer until I used up all the Spirit Water Luminous Light. At the old mansion, everyone gathered in the main hall. The Taiva orders loudly. Head Steward, Suhai. Present. She holds a stack of documents and asks, "This year's revenue from the Luckenham Mansion in Thethis district seems to have dropped a lot." The head steward clasps his hands and replies, "Lusham Mansion in Thethatsi district has 9 trade guilds and 18 mineral and liquor shops. Because of internal conflicts and 3 families in Thethats district encroaching on our business." Tavi frowns thoughtfully, then looks up at the stewards and says, If those guilds can turn things around, temporarily shut them down until the mansion stabilizes. At that point, whatever those three families took must be fully returned. Everyone agrees. Understood. Just then, there is a knock at the door and Lilac arrives. Tivy tells the stewards, "Please step aside for now." They reply, "Yes, madam," and quickly leave the room for the two to talk alone. Tivy, "Young master, is there something you need?" Lilac looks a bit awkward. "Actually, I have a favor to ask you." Tivy, seeing your expression just now, Tivy curiously asks, "What is it?" Lilac smiles brightly. "It is about the rare spiritual elixir, K Kwangtem. We used up 50 doses earlier, so I want to ask you to buy 100 more." The room instantly freezes. It feels like a crow just flew overhead, heavy and ominous. Tavy's face darkens as she asks, "Buy 100 more doses of that premium spiritual elixir." She suddenly slams the table and stands up, making Lilac jump in surprise, almost losing his composure. Tivy shouts angrily, "Lilac, are you trying to stop me from working?" Lilac hurriedly tries to explain. "Tivy, why would I say that? Everyone knows your talent. Why would not I want you to keep working?" Tivy bites back her anger, trying to hold it in. Finally, she sighs in resignation. "Young master, please do not blame me. I just got a little worked up earlier." Her gaze sharpens as she looks at Lilac. "Could someone be tricking you to get their hands on the spiritual elixir?" She states clearly, "Buying 100 doses of Ki Kwang is not a small matter." Lilac, still a bit nervous, replies, "Tivy, do not jump to conclusions. I really need it myself." She skeptically asks, "Young master, why do you need so much spiritual elixir?" Lilac calms down and answers, "It is okay to tell you. It is a secret technique my parents left behind. I was born with a special constitution, and this elixir is essential. The Anika sister knows about it too." Tivy is surprised. "So it is the secret technique left by the two mansion heads. If that is the case, I will buy it for you." Lilac recalls the earlier moment and nervously asks, "Did I make things hard for you?" Tivy smiles. "It is a bit tough, but not impossible. Sacrificing my entire career here in the Nthesi district is worth it if it helps you awaken your true potential." She playfully winks. "Don't worry. Young master, I have got this. Don't underestimate my skills." Lilac sincerely thanks her. "Thank you so much, Tivy." She politely bows and sees him off. Tivy watches Lilac walk away, then falls into deep thought. If the secret technique from the two mansion heads can fix his congenital flaws, he deserves to be with Thaniga. But he still has many heavy responsibilities ahead. After a few days off, Lilac dedicates all his time to training, working to improve his general's power and boost his rank. On the last day of rest, Lilac's general power finally improves, truly stepping into the level of a master general. And after using the last dose of the spiritual elixir K Kwang, Lilac's water general skill levels up for the first time to rank 5. A few days later, at Namfeng Academy, rumors spread like wildfire among the students. Everyone's buzzing about how Lilac showed up at the academy, even though it is the last month before exams and he still dared to ask for time off. What is with his hair? Missy, I heard Lilac might quit school soon, maybe even skip the academy exams. Lilac just shakes his head and dismisses the scary rumors. Seeing someone at the gate, he looks a bit surprised, then Lilac cheerfully asks, from the past, Senna Evrix looks grim and says, "You even came back." Lilac, I know not having a general's power weighs heavily on you, but you should not give up now. Lilac shrugged, confused. I am not giving up. Hearing this, Senna's face darkens even more. It is a huge deal, yet you still dare to ask for a week off, while others are grinding hard. You are just asking to rest at home. Lilac looked completely stunned, like he would been called out at a memorial for bad grades. He nervously replied, "Sorry, teacher. I won't let it happen again." Senna Nissi did not make things difficult for him anymore and reminded, "Come on, get in there. Class is about to start." Truhu caught, noticing Liletzi's wild hairstyle, blurted out in surprise, "What is up with your hair?" Lilek struck a cool pose like a rock star and grinned. "Just dyed it silver gray. Think it is trendy." Senna Entif saw everyone was settled and spoke up, "Everyone, the academy exams are coming. Hope you all give it your all until the very end. Also, let us give a shout out to Truhu Kot and Vian. The both of them have reached the 6th seal level." Trukot forced a smile at the praise, while Vian struck a cool pose with his hand raised. At lunch, everyone waited until the moment the teacher said, "All right, that is it for the tactical studies." Trood eagerly ran over to Lilech and asked, "Little Lus, could you help me review those 3 tactical moves from earlier?" Lilef replied casually, "If I did not help, why would you call me Little Lux?" Suddenly, Lilef looked closely at Truhu Goat's face and asked curiously, "What is with your face?" Truhu Hot frowned, a bit annoyed. "It is that Bihen guy from First Academy getting angrier," he said loudly. "The last few days he has been losing it, picking fights with people from our academy. I finally snapped and fought him a few rounds. He hit hard, but I did not back down. I almost gave him a black eye." Everyone in class murmured in frustration, "Yeah, That Bai-En guy is a real pain. We did not bother him, but he keeps causing trouble. Lucky we have Trido-Cot to keep him in check. Otherwise no one could handle him. Tri-Coat turned to Leluxa and asked, "You have not been messing with Bai-En recently, right? Seems like he is targeting you." Lelux felt uneasy and said, "The Academy's legal code did mention him before. Could it be that idiot is waiting for me to invite him for a meal?" Then he looked at Tri-Coat with regret. "Maybe that is what it was. Looks like you have covered for me a few times." Tri-Coat responded generously, But when you go to the Academy for afternoon tactical class, he will come for you. When that happens, I will step in. Maybe you will even break through to the 7th seal." Aleph pondered. "We will see when that time comes." Deep down, he was still puzzled by Bai-En. Letting friends handle your problems is not really my style. Amid a lush green forest, an epic scene unfolded. In the afternoon tactical training north of Namfeng Academy, there was a spacious forest with a giant flourishing tree at its center. What made it special was that each premium leaf was assigned to a VIP spot for a student. Each leaf was about 2 meters long. Quite big, almost like a platform. Each student could train their tactical power only half a day. When the bell atop the tree rang, that was the opening signal, and everyone eagerly awaited this moment. The tactical leaves were ranked by level: gold, silver, and bronze. 60% bronze, 30% silver, and only 10% gold. The gold leaves, fewer than 10 total, were split between 2 academies, mostly held by First Academy. As the bell rang, students eagerly climbed the big tree. Lelux stared at the sky thoughtfully, sighing with regret. "I really should have realized earlier that I did not have a tactical leaf. I gave up my gold leaf and walked away. Guess I will settle for silver for now." Then, Fa Tun suddenly stared at him intently. Her eyes filled with sadness as she thought about his current situation. Lo Les had been missing for a week since arriving at the academy. Maybe he was avoiding Bloody End's trouble this way. Nearby, and Ho eavesdropped, commenting, "What a shame. He is so handsome too." Then she recalled an old story about Chugunam from before. "I remember when the Lutz was at First Academy. She was a big fan of his." Fa Tun chimed in. "I told you, she is not like you girls. But now's not really the time to admire anyone." Then she muttered angrily, "They are all just shallow fangirls." Back near Luff, someone stepped onto his leaf and smirked, poking him. "Hey, Luolus." The man before him was from a wealthy and influential family, a big shot in the Namfeng city elite. It was Bai-En, who now looked at him with disdain. "I thought you would not be allowed back into the academy. You expect me to wait all day for you to clear things up. How do you want to handle this?" Seeing that, Lilac is no joke, his comeback was fierce. "Don't you dump your stupidity on others, okay? How smart do you think you are to believe I would come to Thanfeng Tower with 10 people?" Baion's face darkened after hearing that. Blood boiling, he ordered, "Lilac, apologize to me right now. I won't hold back if you do not." No more words. He just threw out one sharp, commanding word, "Scram." Then he clenched his teeth and challenged with a tough tone, "You are all talk. You dare to fight me or not?" Lilac did not even flinch, just replied bluntly, "Not interested." Seeing that, Baion clicked his tongue softly. He laughed out loud, like he would lost his mind. Mocking, "Are the people from the Second Institute really that cowardly?" Just as he spoke, the atmosphere fell silent, stunned by his words. Baion kept taunting, "Lilac, do not drag the Second Institute into trouble just because of you." Right then, Truquat could not take it anymore. He stepped up and bluntly said, "Give me that fool." He aggressively demanded a one-on-one fight, saying if he wanted to fight, he should challenge you directly. Immediately, Baion recognized the voice and sneered, "You again? Looks like beating you last time was not enough." Seeing that, Lilac stepped forward with a teasing tone to calm things down. Why worry about a mutt like him? Then his eyes turned cold as he gave a commander-like order, "Remember all these names for me? Later, I will teach them what it means to live in peace with classmates." Without letting Baion respond, Lilac fired off a barrage of questions that left him speechless. "Big brother, is this really necessary? We are just kids bickering at the academy. Are you going to send people home to beat us up?" Hearing that, he frowned and asked, "Lilac, do not you care about your reputation? Playing dirty like this?" Then Lilac smiled mischievously and challenged, "If you are not convinced, bring your top fighter out here and fight me." Baihan broke out in cold sweat, thinking, using the top fighter. No way they will just invite him without hesitation. Even if they do, touching Lilac, I am afraid he won't just break a leg. His head spun wildly like a washing machine on spin cycle. At that moment, a well-known figure spoke up, Namfeng Academy's principal. Wei Sat, Niho, eyed the situation carefully. "That kid from Lakanam Academy." "Interesting," said Lamfeng right beside him, jumping in like a pro commentator. "The top master of Namfeng Academy." Lamfeng added, "Avoid conflicts between students. If you need to use family power to settle this. How did such a troublemaker even get born in Lakanam Academy?" Instantly, Sunak fired back, "Lamfeng, that is harsh." Baion clearly knows Lilac Kong Toon, but still stirred up trouble. Isn't he that even worse? Not backing down. Lam Feng shared his view. Avoiding fights between students helps their competition and promotion. Seizing the moment, Lam Feng made a bold proposal to the principal about the upcoming academy contest. The golden leaf cards at the First Institute are not enough. I would like the principal to give 5 more golden leaf cards to the First Institute. What do you think? Hearing that, the principal disagreed sharply. Lam Feng, you want to take 5 from the Second Institute. I do not agree. Opposed? Lam Feng quickly justified his decision. Sun Nak, the top student at the First Institute, is definitely better than others in Namfeng Academy. Putting training resources in their hands will yield better results. Still insistent, the principal teased. Why not teach a few more students the Saint Mysterious Crystal technique yourself? Then I could go there and teach too. Hearing that, Sun Nak got really angry. Sun Feng, do not twist my words. With tensions rising, Wei Sat finally stepped in as the powerful referee. Enough fighting. If both want golden leaves, then let the students compete for them. Here's the deal. In the 6th Seal realm, find 3 students. If the First Institute wins, the Second Institute gives 5 golden leaves. If they lose, give 10 golden leaves. Deal. After thinking it over, Lam Feng reluctantly agreed. Fine. Consider it giving the Second Institute a chance. Meanwhile, Sun Nak expressed concern about their strength. Principal, the Second Institute used to have 6 in the 6th Seal realm. Now only 2 remain. To ease worries, Wei Sat assured. Little son, do not worry. Even if you lose, we will make it up to the Second Institute next year. There is still a month before the academy contest. Hearing this, he resigned himself. Alright, it is normal. The old principal does not favor the First Institute's pet, so he has to look out for the Second Institute. After the negotiation ended, the guard gave them orders. Alright, you two go back and get ready. They both responded respectfully in unison. Yes, Director. Meanwhile, on the distant Silver Leaf platform, Senna Edzix took charge of organizing the teams at the Ear Institute, then reported the situation, summoning the students from the Ear Institute. He briefly explained the match against the First Institute. As soon as he spoke, everyone grew furious. Hearing the news, every student was outraged and felt it was unfair. The First Institute was way too much. They would already taken 40 silver leaves and still were not satisfied. Now they wanted to steal from us. This match is totally unwinnable. Another male student nervously muttered. Our Ear Institute only has 2 people left at the 6th seal level. Nearby, a female student anxiously suggested, maybe we should just admit defeat. Seeing everyone debating, Senash pondered the huge skill gap. The strength difference was crystal clear even with the 6th seal restriction. The Ear Institute was still the underdog. After some hesitation, he finally made his decision. The match would be led by Triducat. He would be the one to fight. When Triducat heard his name called, he declared boldly, Don't worry. Master, I won't let the Ear Institute down. I will show them we are not to be messed with. Seeing the two ready, a female student asked with curiosity, Master, what about the third person? Senaf fell silent, his gaze drifting forward as if searching for a glimmer in the darkness. The other students exchanged uneasy glances, trying to avoid eye contact. Seeing that, Senai sighed quietly after a heavy pause, his eyes fixed on one student, and he spoke with meaning. Lualus, you are up. Don't you feel pressured? It is okay if you lose. You will go first. Try to drain some of the opponent's energy, so the next fighter has a better shot at winning. Hearing this, Lelef covered his face and frowned, thinking to himself that the secret plan was supposed to be low-key, but now it seemed the heavens had other ideas. With his eyes shining brightly, Lelef felt pumped to blind the whole world. Man, he has no idea who he picked. Today, my eyes shine even brighter than the sun. Senan noticed Luck zoning out and stepped forward, slapping him on the back to energize him. What is with that stare? Don't tell me you are scared. On the massive ancient tree, hot news just dropped, stirring up a huge buzz. The First and Ear Institutes were battling over 5 pieces of golden butterfly fragments. Almost instantly, word spread like wildfire, and the Great Hall was packed with people. Students from all the Southern Wind Academy's institutes rushed over to join the excitement. Though almost no one believed the Ear Institute could beat the First Institute. On the right, the First Institute stood firm like gods. Rumor had it they had a 6th seal level fighter that is huge within the First Institute. Even their top 10 were not ranked yet, which meant their real heavy hitters had not even stepped up. In contrast, the Ear Institute was tense as a drawn bowstring. Even breathing felt stressful, a stark difference from the calm confidence of the First Institute. The atmosphere among the Ear Institute was charged with frustration and nervous energy. Maybe even they doubted their chances of winning. At this moment, atop the yellow leaf platform, Fop Tian stared down below with a blank expression and sighed in boredom. So boring. What is the point of matches like this? Just then Ahai stepped up and offered some comfort. Well, at least it is a way to pass the time. Seeing her, Fup Ten tagged along like a little shadow. Then Hai, you usually hate these noisy gatherings, right? Then Hai replied softly, I just came over casually to see what is going on. Both looked down at the silver leaf platform, she asked. Who do you think the Ear Institute will send as their 3 fighters? Fup squinted. Guessing. Right now, the Ear Institute only has Triocot and someone named Veen E at 6th seal level. Then she asked the big question. Who is the 3rd person? Just then, a young man stepped forward from behind, confidently stating, more than half say it is Luluff. The guy speaking was Tinking Ven Fong. He added with confidence that although he was not a fighter, his cultivation and tactical skills were top-notch, good enough to spar with someone at the 5th seal level. Fup Toon immediately covered her mouth to chuckle softly. Ven Fong, you came here just to stir up excitement. You really have a knack for making a scene. Everyone around laughed along, enjoying the lively moment amid the laughter. The atmosphere quieted. Ven Fong smiled, watching Then Nai, who knew but pretended not to notice. Seeing the tension, Fup Tun forced a smile and said, if that is the case, big brother, you are not joking around. Then she threw in a sarcastic remark, if the 2nd Institute really sent Lilac to the arena, they are just setting themselves up for shame. After all, our 1st Institute has 3 guys in the 6 seals rank ready to fight, of course. They are all standouts in the 6 seals. Hearing that, he showed clear disdain. Did he really think the 2nd Institute could win? It is just a warm-up match anyway. Fap Tine awkwardly agreed, true, but then Nai slowly tucked her hair back and offered a different opinion. I am not so sure. Van Fong frowned and replied with a hint of meaning. Then Ni. Now is not like before. She stayed silent, refusing to argue. Seeing this, he quietly glanced downward. In his eye, he silently cursed the name Lilac. Van Fong gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered, that bastard's clearly lost his edge. So why won't he just disappear already? Just then, beneath a tree, a few groups stood frozen, some figures materializing before their eyes. On the left, Truquat stared straight ahead and warned anxiously. Latka, be careful. If you can handle it, do not hesitate to surrender and leave the arena. Even though you are so handsome, getting hurt would be a big loss. Hearing this, Lilac grinned happily. Thanks, Hugh and D. Good eye. On the right, Lu Dong asked sharply. Lilac, what is your plan this time? Gonna keep bullying like before? At the start of the match, Lilac held the baseball bat in his hand, puffing out his chest. He boldly declared, cut the chatter. Who is going first? Seeing that, Boyan furrowed his brow and ordered, Lu Dong, you go against him. Then Lu Duong winked and commented with disdain. No fun if we just beat him senseless. Boyan thought hard and decided to end Lilac quickly. Wouldn't it be better to fight the next guy? If we can beat 3 of them. Then, Lu Duong agreed right away. Yeah? Makes sense. Now, he pulled out a golden bat like a magic staff at center stage. Only 2 figures remained with the soft rustle of wind. Lu Duong channeled his power, then arrogantly warned, Lilac, do not hold back. Immediately, the crowd started guessing. Letting Lilac fight first means the 2nd Institute is admitting defeat, Longfeng loudly announced. Prepare yourselves. Both sides. Once again, Sunak signaled. Get ready. The green light flickered on. Both gave the signal, and the match began. In just seconds, Lilac shot forward like a rocket. Lu Duong was not far behind, moving fast like a ninja. Meanwhile, Lu Duong ran with a sneer. Your speed's a joke. Huh. He watched Lilac's figure rushing toward him. Suddenly, Lilac vanished right before his eyes. That left him stunned and speechless. While still dazed, Lilac reappeared in front of Lu Duong and smoothly spun his bat, without giving Lu Duong a chance to react. Lilac smashed the bat straight into his stomach. Lu Duong was hit so hard he spat out saliva. Then he was thrown dozens of meters back toward a massive tree. Lilac landed coolly, striking a badass pose like a freshly debuted idol. Then I watched the slick move in admiration. Nearby, Van Fong was frozen in place for 5 seconds. Everyone else held their breath, stunned. At that moment, a confused spectator asked, did something just fly by? Another student shouted as Lu Duong was knocked away hard. Someone else angrily argued. It was Lilac. While everyone debated fiercely, Lilac rested the bat on his shoulder, shot Lu Duong a look, and dropped a line that hit home. You were asking about my speed earlier. Standing firm, Lilac left the onlookers doubting their eyes and speaking up one after another. Lu Duong, a 6 seals rank, was defeated by just 1 strike from Lilac's bat. How could this be? Wasn't he Lu Duong supposed to take money and throw the match? Fat Tin on the side was also puzzled, wondering what Lu Duong was doing. This was way too obvious. Van Fong chimed in mockingly. He seriously underestimated his opponent, did not even get to use his full strength. Next time, he wouldn't be so lucky. Then Ni, who had been watching carefully, softly said, next time. Hey, he is still winning. In fact, he won the next 2 matches too. Van Fong felt annoyed hearing that. The crowd started buzzing. No way. You treat him like that. Does she have a thing for Lilus, or what? Losing his patience, Van Fong shouted, who is talking nonsense? Step up here right now. His words silenced those who had been chattering just moments before. He turned and said, Then hi. He can't win. She heard him but stayed silent, quietly watching how things unfolded. Someone nearby cheered excitedly. Lualus, you are killing it. Lolong clutched his chest in pain and muttered, I am scared to death. No way to dodge this. Blaine stood aside, annoyed. Latsithai, you are up. Be careful not to tip the boat over. Lasathai nodded in agreement. Someone commented, Lola's SE General Tech technique is pretty solid and profound if his force reaches the Earth Seal level. That should be enough to challenge most Earth Seal opponents. Lung Feng replied, if he can to use it. He has still been lucky so far. The announcer shouted. Big Lake. Second round begins. Lasathai summoned his force. The sword in his hand glowed with an intense orange aura. He used a rare 5th grade fire general technique. The commentator followed every move closely. Right from the start, Lasathai unleashed his force, giving Lilac no chance. He charged forward lightning fast. He swung his sword, sending beams of light straight toward Alal Love. Lasathai shouted fiercely, Lualus, no matter what you dodge, as long as I crush you with my sealed force, you are done for. Lalus was stunned, eyes wide in surprise. Lasathai's attack was lightning quick. Lalesh could not react in time and barely dodged the strike. Lasathai smirked. You dodged. Without force. You can't even handle my general technique. He launched another move, this time a mid-level general technique fire rain sword. The beam shot forward like arrows. They charged directly at Lalus. Surrounding him, Laluf calmed down after his earlier panic. He grabbed a stick covered by a flowing, pure blue water aura. A thick mist suddenly spread around, and the arena seemed to sink into a fluffy cloud. Lasathai whispered, where's all this mist coming from? My vision's getting blocked. Suddenly, Lales's water staff appeared right in front of Lasathai, surrounded by raging water spirits. It all happened so fast. Lasathai was shocked and could only stare. He finally snapped out of it and quickly raised his sword, ready to fight back. As he moved, he wondered how Aluchi managed to block his last attack. Lales's staff clashed with Thali's sword, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Lasathai tried to hold his ground but lost his balance and was pushed backward. The outer guard suddenly noticed something on the arena floor. Lasathai sat stunned. What just happened? Why is my force being suppressed so much? Lalek stepped up, pointing his staff at Lasathai's face and said proudly, Step down. You have lost. The match result was clear. Spectators began to buzz. Aluf won again. How is that possible? This time, Lasathai did not underestimate him at all. Still, he lost a lot. Lasathai's general force at Earth Seal was not holding up. The guards nodded in satisfaction. Everyone knows Lalek was not born with generals, so it is hard for him to train his force. But look now. He is no longer without a general. He has got a water general now. Then I smiled quietly, feeling reassured. Just as expected, Van Feng sneaked a glance at her expression from beside her. Her eyes sparkled, joy shining through that she could not hide. Namfeng Academy just got way more interesting. Lilac, can you come back? Van Feng heard that, and could not help but feel jealous. The match had stopped for a while, but the crowd around only got bigger, maybe even more packed. Longfeng stood to the side, wondering what was going on. Why does Lilac suddenly have a water general? Isn't he that against the rules? Sunhack stood nearby, hearing others criticize and snapped back sharply. Hey, what are you talking about? Lilac was not a general before. Is he supposed to be one forever? Waysat laughed loudly. Postnatal strategic generals are rare, but not impossible. I have heard some legendary geniuses have appeared with rare treasures. With this divine title, Lilac's parents might have left him a rare treasure, which explains why he has a water general now. After this match, just ask Lilac. We are only instructors here. The academy has no right to question that. Another person stepped into the arena, facing him and shouting, Lilac, I did not expect you to hide your skills this well. It was Boy Hump, who spoke with disgust. You want to prove yourself with today's 3-match duel. I want to let you get away with that. Lilac heard the taunt. Unfazed, calmly replied, why the weak insult? Aren't you the one showing off? Wahungrangrir, shouting, big mouth, let us see how long you can brag. He launched the fierce mountain tiger general move, a long spear appearing with blinding streams of light beneath it. The audience watched tensely but kept commenting. Boyan's only a 6th-ranked general, one of the top in the 6th seal. Lilac's in trouble this time, like a spear flying forward, light as a breeze. Boyan swung his spear hard at Lilac. As he attacked, he bragged loudly. Just a local 6th seal general. Thought you were special. Turns out, that is all you got. Both shot up from the arena, dashing straight at each other. Everyone watched in shock as Lilac blocked Boyan's burst of power. He is only a 6th seal general after all, and Lilac's power kept growing. What? That is a high-level general move. The Smooth Jade Shield. Even in Nichin Academy, only a few students master this skill. Lilac's executing it smoothly now. No wonder he is one of the top prodigies at Namfeng Academy. If Boyhan does not break the pattern, he will lose. Boyan was getting tense, thinking, what is going on? Lilac's general power feels so pure. This can keep going. His pulse racing. He seemed to be channeling a powerful general technique. Clearly confident, from above, he charged at Lilac with his spear, shouting, "Lilac, prepare to die." Suddenly, Lilac's staff radiated a dazzling light. Boyan, attacking, had to pause, shouting in surprise, "Where's that intense light coming from?" Still, Boyan pressed on, swinging his spear hard toward Lilac, growing more tense. He thought, what the heck? This spear should pierce Lilac's shoulder easily. His heart pounded wildly like a warning bell, paralyzing him mentally. Only one thought remained. While he was distracted, Lilac swung his staff hard, striking Boyan's face. The hit sent him crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Only Lilac remained standing on the arena. Thick smoke rose from where Boyan fell, hiding him completely. The audience could not believe their eyes, all wide-eyed and gasping in shock. One person, after figuring out what happened, shouted, "Did you see that? He is back already." 3 SEAL students from the first academy all taken down by Lilac alone, leaving others stunned. No one underestimated Lilac anymore. Could this fallen hero be rising again? Fap Tun doubted his eyes. Wasn't he born without general power? How does he have it now? Then Nian replied calmly, with a hint of pride. Postnatal strategic generals are rare, but not impossible. Some special genius Earth treasures can also develop postnatal strategic talent. Lelou's parents are both elites, so it is not impossible he has got the skills. Fucking... Still confused, asked, "Is he really that unpredictable?" Yunfang, standing nearby, replied, "It is not that easy. Lelou's general is probably a water type, around rank 5 or 6, and the general level is Han Dynasty level, which is the 5th SEAL tier. It is rare to see a 5th SEAL general at rank 5 or 6. Fucking agreed. Makes sense. He has had less than a month at the academy. There is no way Lelouo caught up that fast. Just knowing that is enough." Lelou left the arena and walked over to a group standing nearby. "Greeting, Director." The person Lelou called Director asked, "So your general issue is settled?" Lelou quickly replied, "Yes, a 5th rank water general." The speaker, Lin Feng, acted like a senior giving advice. "Lelou, a water general at middle rank is decent, but if you push harder, you will achieve more." Lelou politely answered, "No need to worry. Master Lin Feng, rank is important, but in this world, there is no such thing as a 5th rank Feng Hao or Frost King general." Lin Feng laughed sarcastically. "You really believe in some 5th rank Feng Hao or Frost King general nonsense?" A guard nearby signaled Lin Feng to be quiet, then cheerfully said, "Confidence is good, but with less than a month before the academy exams, if you want to catch up, you will need to work harder." Lelou bowed obediently. "Understood." The guard then changed his expression, speaking sternly, "Good, but since there are many people here, I am announcing something. In 2 weeks, the academy will hold a trial exam. The basic requirement for this year, Saint Mystic Academy, is generals no lower than the 7th SEAL tier." Everyone around immediately started buzzing. 7th SEAL. Only the top students from the 1st division have that. Easier said than done. 7th SEAL is just the basic cutoff. There will definitely be fierce competition. Lelou fell silent, thinking, if I want to be sure, I will have to level up my water light general. The sky was clear. The evening breeze gently swayed the trees, and the playful leaves floated with the wind. Lelou was alone when a gentle voice suddenly spoke behind him. "Congratulations, young academy head." He turned and scratched his head awkwardly, stammering a few words. Hello?" Kunai calmly asked. "Not running away anymore," he nervously replied. "I know." Kunai looked at him seriously and said, "Lelou, you are currently the top student at the South Wind Academy. If you want to regain that spot, you have to beat the current top. I did not say this before to protect your sensitive mindset, but if you are still a man, you should fight to get back what you lost." Lelou blushed slightly and said, "I will do my best." Kunai turned to leave but called back, "The top is waiting for you. Also, just so you know, your actions these past years have seriously lowered their respect for you." What she said next was unclear, but Lelou stood silently, staring after her. He sighed to himself. Looks like I really pissed off Kunai this time. Girls really have a sharp eye for grudges. In the upper floors of the building behind them, a figure had been silently watching them the whole time. Lelou noticed and wondered. Yunfeng, why is he staring at me like that? And noticed Lelou looking his way and mouthed sternly, emphasizing each word. Lelou, do not cause trouble. Stay away from King He. Lelou could not hear what Han said clearly, and thought to himself, what is this idiot doing? If you want to say something, just say it straight. Whispering around the academy is like mixing grain. Nobody knows what is being said. At Southwind Academy, the students gathered, gossiping. No one expected Lelouo to have flipped the script with a postnatal general talent nobody had heard of before. Not bad, but it is just a 5th rank water general, and he has only had a month at the academy. Is he really planning to sprint past the top students with a sudden burst? Despite being the one everyone was gossiping about, Lilac just sat there lost in thought. Today's fight against the Soul Spirit would take longer if he did not borrow the radiant power of the Water General. But leveling the Water General from 5th to 6th rank is not easy. First, he needed to discuss it with Sister Thai back at the building where Theva stayed. After wrestling with a pile of paperwork, she finally sighed and put down her pen. The work pressure was unbearable, her shoulders really ached. In the quiet room, Theva slowly set the speakers on the desk. A moment later, soothing music began to play, and around her, it felt like flowers were blooming, and the breeze was stirring, only missing a director's note saying this scene was staged. Right then, Lilac opened the door and came in cheerfully, calling out to Sister Thai. His sharp, almost spiritual eyes locked onto his target, making his face flush and heart race. Thai was caught off guard, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. She got annoyed, unsure whether to knock first, while Lilac seemed oblivious and chuckled delightfully. After laughing, he got serious and said, "Sister Thai, next time, I will be more careful." Thai, losing patience, asked, "Young master, what is so important you need to tell me?" Lilac put on a cute face and said, "I want to show you a treasure," without realizing when Thai had walked to the window, holding a crossbow authoritatively, and replied, "Young master, I do have the strength of a general." Seeing the crossbow pointed at him, Lilac got a bit worried and asked, "Sister Thai, what are you doing?" Thai gave him a cold glare and said, "What treasure are you talking about?" Lilac looked a bit down and conjured a stream of water, saying, "I just wanted you to see this, that is all." After watching Lilac's little show, Thai squinted and replied, I will do my best to satisfy you." Lilac paused and asked, "Huh?" Calmly, she explained her thoughts, "Wondering why I did not refuse you. You are the young master of Lacknam Mansion. The entire Lacknam Mansion's empire belongs to you and Thaniga. Plus, you already have a general. Your influence here outweighs even the value of the radiant spirit waters." Understanding her point, Lilac happily rubbed his hands together. "Sister Thai really knows people's hearts. Can you get me a few dozen bottles of 5th rank radiant spirit water first?" Thai agreed gladly. "Sure, but this time we will need a lot more. Our reserves are not enough. I am thinking of selling some assets and the Lacknam Mansion's trade guild in Thianthuk district." Confidently, he said, "Leave everything to you. Sister Thai, no matter what, I support you." Thai replied, "Thank you for your trust." Young master, taking advantage of the moment, Lilac asked Thai to show him where they refine the radiant spirit water at Lacknam Mansion. "I am a water general, so I should know more about my general alchemist," she said happily. "All right, I will take you there tomorrow." At Namfong Academy, Sunak was making an announcement. "Students from First Institute handed over some gold leaves to our Second Institute today, so from now on, we will have extra gold leaves for our alchemy practice." These gold leaves came solely from Lilac's victory yesterday. "Everyone, please thank him." Everyone cheered excitedly. "Awesome, I will treat Lacbro to a meal." Seeing everyone so happy, Lilac could not help but smile. After class, Sunak stayed behind to talk with Lilac and asked, "Skipping class again?" He answered softly, "Yes, sir." Sunak did not press further. Just said, "The next exam is coming up. You have already postponed it once. You need to catch up fast. If you do not do well, do not expect to get into St. Xuan Academy." Lilac obediently nodded. That afternoon, Lilac eagerly went to eat lunch, happily calling out to Sister Thai. Thai was elegantly sipping tea and smiled. "You are here. I am just preparing dinner for you." The Kaduong estate brings considerable profit to Lacknam Mansion every year. That is why Baiho is currently scheming hard to seize control, trying every trick to dominate. Lilac nodded approvingly while eating. Thai went on. Baiho bribed a vice president of the guild to grab this section, seriously impacting Kaduong estate's profits this year. Hearing this, Lilac jumped up angrily, silently cursing, "That bastard Baiho! What a despicable scoundrel! Really? It is ruining the appetite." But looking at the overflowing plate, it did not seem so bad after all. A convoy rushed into Namfong City, finally stopping at a place in the northern district. Thai professionally introduced, "This is Kaduong Estate, selling radiant spirit water belonging to Lacknam Mansion, located in Thianthuk district." From afar, two people came to greet, but they were not welcome from a distance. Thai told Lilac that those two over there are the managers of this branch. On the left is Nan Lin Kan, a talent under General Hein Tin of the Holy Institute, also a close confidant of Thande. She is currently a lion rank officer and the new reinforcements for Thaniga. On the right is Trang Yi, the deputy director under Bai Ho. Trang Yi smiled and said, "Young master, chief steward, it is an honor to come to Kaduong residence with you this time." Thai did not let him have a good expression and replied, "Deputy director, you flatter us. Kaduong residence belongs to the young master. It is our own place. What is so honorable about that?" Hen turned his back and said, "If I was wrong, I apologize. I want to stay to ruin your mood. Farewell." Changing his attitude, Lilac thought quietly that Tranga clearly had fully sided with Bai Ho. Lin Kan curiously asked, "Davies, what brings you here today?" They've walked over and linked arms with Lin Kan, saying, "Of course. to bring the young master to take a look. Little Lilac looked at the two young ladies in front of him, or rather, at their chests and sighed. No wonder they say comparisons are painful. Lin Kan seemed to hear him and gave him a deadly glare, as if to say, "What the hell are you comparing?" Lilac scrambled to cover himself, saying, "It is rare to see two beauties this stunning standing together, each one a knockout on her own." Had to take a closer look. Lin Kan did not want to argue and just coldly said, "Flattery won tea work. Davy, let us. We will leave lead sister to check things out." She led the way while explaining the situation. Right now in the Huiki Duong building, there are two fourth-rank spirit tacticians. She thought Davy must already know this, and was probably trying to clue us in. This quiet, cold lead sister then Enga actually has a good heart. The three of them arrived at another room. Lin Kan said, "This is where I work. Davy, you are not just here to look around, right?" Davy replied, "Since the young master is not around, he wants to study spirit tacticians." Lilac, standing behind, could not help but marvel. "This room is amazing." Lin Kan hesitated and said, "I do not think the young master is." Davy cut her off, knowing what she meant, and reminded Lilac, "Your performance is starting. Show us what a top student can do." Lilac quickly showed off his skills. Lin Kan gasped, "Is that a water tactician? You actually have a water tactician?" Lilac, "It is a 5th rank water tactician. That is why I want to learn some spirit tactician skills and become one myself." Lin Kan asked skeptically, "Should not you be focusing all your energy on getting into the Spirit Academy? There are plenty of great teachers there." Lilac shrugged it off, saying, "I get, but I just want to understand this one thing." Davy gently advised, "It is rare for the young master to care about improving as a top student. Teach him." Lin Kan could only sigh and agree. "Fine." Then Lin Kan turned to Lilac and asked, "You already know some basic spirit tactician stuff, right?" Lilac nodded confidently. She pointed to a thick stack of books on the table and said, "Read through all of these." Seeing Lilac obediently sit down to read, she thought quietly, "This kid actually listens." She quickly got to work herself, reminding Davy, "You should sit too." "I still have unfinished work," Davy replied. "Leave be. You focus, I am just resting my eyes for a bit." Meanwhile, in another room of the High Kaduong building, Trang Yi sat cross-legged and asked his subordinate, "What are the young master and the head steward doing?" The subordinate reported, "They are just wandering around, visiting the vice president's office." The old man grinned slyly and ordered, "Watch them closely. Record everyone they meet. This period is crucial. Let me take over as branch president. Then the Huiki Duong building will be under our control. Get rid of Lin Kan. Retreat now." The subordinate bowed respectfully and left. Alone in his room, Trang Yi started laughing maniacally. His eyes gleamed with cruelty as he muttered to himself, "Haha, those fools think finding a top student will put them above me. In Hokkaido, Trang Yi is the real king." As the sky turned golden, Lilac rubbed his forehead, thinking. Finally done watching everything, Lin Kan approached with a proud smile and said, "Not bad. Still very patient. Follow me." She led him to the alchemy room and gave him some basic knowledge on refining spirit water radiance, following the formula to perfectly blend all the ingredients. Each ingredient has unique properties, and after breaking down, impurities form, finally producing the spirit water radiance. While explaining, she brought out a flower and introduced it. This is the 3-leaf water flower. When refining, you need to channel your water or light tactician energy to merge with the ingredients and enhance their properties. Refining a spirit water radiance requires combining many different ingredients to fuse them. You need a special power. This power is called primal energy, or primal light. It is the concentrated essence of a tactician's core, gathering their spirit and strength into one source. Drop by drop it falls, then condenses into a vial of spirit water. Lin handed it over and said, "This is a first-grade spirit water radiance vial. Refining can be faked. The quality of primal energy can boost the refining strength of the spirit water radiance. It determines the rank and nature of the tactician who refines it. For example, Vaniga, when she refines spirit water radiance, her refining power surpasses others. Even among tacticians of the same rank, primal energy differs, carrying unique traits and personal will. If the original essence or primal light of different cultivators clashes, it causes conflict and the refining fails." Lilef stared at the spirit water bottle, pondering, "I was born without a general's mark, though I later cultivated the water light mark. But no, my no mark still holds something. My original essence and primal light condensed into it, maybe has a tolerance for all things, and can provide for other general smarks to use." Seeing him so focused, Lacan said, "If you want to become a general smark master, come by when you have time. I will teach you the basics. When you refine a first-grade spirit water with prime light, you will be a first-grade general smark master." Lilef sincerely replied, "Thanks so much, Sister Locan." After that, Ales became very disciplined, practicing on his own at Nam Phong Academy. He trained at the Moen Kim residence for a while, then practiced general smark techniques. During this time, he studied under Lin Kan to become a fitting general smark master. Time flew by, And the Luttif felt himself getting stronger every day until the day before the Namphong Academy exam. Level SAC General Power level finally reached the Continental Seal. Just as he would hoped, Namphong Academy was more lively than usual today. All because the exam was about to start. The exam means choosing from within the academy. In the end, 20 students would be selected, and those 20 would represent Namphong Academy in the larger academy competition. Truocoat looked around in awe, saying, "Well, it is really lively." Aleph responded, "This is the last chance for students to show their skills and luck, but it is all about your general spurth looking at you. You probably won't survive more than a few rounds." Truocoat teased Lola. "Damn it, I curse you for meeting then Nai in the first match." Lola shot back playfully. They quickly exchanged playful insults, neither willing to back down, going back and forth with witty comebacks. Just then, they arrived at the exam site. The headmaster of Namphong Academy was giving a speech. "Students, the exam officially begins today. Give it your all and show your strongest selves. This ranking will affect your future. The exam lasts 3 days. The first day's matchups are posted on stone tablets around the square, so everyone can watch. No more delays. I now declare the exam started." No sooner had he spoken than the crowd buzzed. Eyes on the matchups board. Truocoat checked the board excitedly. "Great. Looks like neither of our opponents will make it past the prelims. We are set today." Lelouch nodded beside him. "Same here. Both my opponents are top students, but they do not seem as strong as BIN." After a few words, Truocoat said goodbye. "It is almost my turn. I am heading in. You do your best. Okay?" Lolef waved farewell. Lolef's match ended surprisingly fast. The fight was decided in minutes, and his second opponent did not even bother to fight, conceding immediately. After the match, he felt a bit happy, thinking, "Not bad, but it is still early. Gotta get back to Luncan to learn general smart techniques." Suddenly, he froze. Eyes wide in shock, a girl appeared in his line of sight. It was then Nai, surrounded by a halo of admiration, truly stunning and captivating. Laleshi took the initiative and asked, "How did your match go today? Not too tough, right?" Then Hai replied politely, "Your powers increased again. I want to ask, how far do you plan to go in this exam?" Hearing this, Laluk lowered his head slightly and said, "Top 20 should be enough to get the list for the main exam." Then Hai looked him straight in the eyes and advised, "With your strength, you should aim for top 10. Lualus, I feel you do not need to hide anymore. It is time to show yourself. That is the only way to silence the doubters." Lolesi thought to himself, though then Nai meant well. He was not ready to reveal his true strength yet. Still, he answered, "I know, I will do my best." After that, he did not linger but quickly said goodbye. He had other things to do. Then Hai watched him leave, feeling a little lost, thinking to herself, "That guy." From afar, an announcement rang out. First Institute. Zonfeng wins. Venfeng's expression soared. His eyes darkened. His teeth clenched, his heart burning with jealousy toward Loles. "I warned you, you are provoking me on purpose. Are not you?" At Kyodring residence, Lolef held a test tube. Amused, thinking that the more he studied lately, the more excited he felt about becoming a general smart master. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the door with a sly smile. Zhang spoke up. "The young master has been impressively active at Kaduong residence lately. I heard he awakened a 5th grade water general." Lalu nodded in response. "I have been learning general tactics from Sister Lin Kan." Zhang Yai laughed and said, "As vice president, he is a top talent from the Holy Mystic Academy. Skilled, but still green. If the young master wants to learn, I may be unworthy, but I can still offer some suggestions." Lalu politely declined. "I think Sister Lin Kan is excellent. If I need anything later, I will come to the vice president. It would be a shame if he just pretends to leave." "Did you just remember something?" "Oh right. Vice president, in Sister Lin Kan's forging room, materials are missing. I heard you are in charge of buying supplies. Can you restock them in time?" Zhang Yai awkwardly denied. "Young master, this is not my fault. There have been some snags with material purchases. Shortages happen. Of course. Young master pointed it out, so I will be more careful next time." Lalu just silently sized him up, then quietly turned and left. Zhang Yai's subordinate finally spoke. Vice President did not expect the young master to suddenly awaken a 5th grade general. And the biggest surprise is it is probably a genius treasure left by the 2 residents' heads. Such a treasure, he is gritting his teeth just to say what he really thinks. Letting him use it is a real waste. But in the end, it is just 5th grade. Nothing too special. So if the young master wants to rise up, it won't be easy. Pass this info on to young master Baihao. Also, the 1st grade forging rites should be pushed forward a bit. Lin Kan is getting more and more impatient. The subordinate respectfully added, "Yes, in the 1st grade forging room." Loud orders kept echoing. "Forge with power level 4. Proceed. At this level, your reputation at Kiduong residence will spread." Lalu just arrived and timidly complained. "Lin is seriously directing? Before forging, you had 4 size shots. The fire monkey's white leaf fruit is not enough. The moon essence is too sticky. The silent water is too thin. And finally, when balancing, your water general's power does not meet the firestorm requirements. She angrily adjusted her glasses and ordered, "Forge it again." The subordinate reluctantly agreed and left. Lin Kan watched after him. Feeling uneasy, though she had Dan Ha's order to control the second-grade forging room, Zhang Yai's reputation in this branch was definitely stronger. Recently, Zhang Yai has not been sitting still. He started targeting the first-grade forging room. His reason? He is training a disciple whose forging of spirit water radiance has reached 5 to 6 stars. Zhang Yai used that as an excuse to spread rumors that our leadership is not good, shaking the confidence of some general instructors at Kaduong residence. If this drama drags on, Zhang Yai will definitely take over the first-grade forging room. That would seriously hurt forging spirit water radiance, causing losses for Lakham residents. And Ho noticed Lalu and came to greet him. "Young master's here. Are you worried?" Vice President seems upset. She shyly replied, "Everyone's been scolded all morning." Then Ho briefly recounted the whole story. Lalu understood, so it is all about the first-grade forging room. This is serious. If Zhang Yai succeeds, it will be a huge blow to Lin Kan's reputation, and her influence at Kidong residence will shrink. Right now, we need a lot of money. If something happens here, it will hit us hard. But thinking about it won't help. Let us just focus on today's training. 2 hours passed quickly, and Lalu's forging skills became more and more skilled. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Startling everyone, Lin Kan turned around in surprise, seeing who it was. Everyone murmured, "It was Zhang Yi. What is he doing here?" Lin Kan stepped forward to greet him. "Vice President Zhang Yi, do not you know the rules?" He smirked. "Vice President, lately the output of spirit water radiance forging has dropped sharply, seriously affecting Kaduong residents' performance." She shot back. "Aren't you the one who knows best why production dropped? If you were not limiting material supplies, how could this happen?" But he shirked responsibility, tossing it back to her. "Materials have always been scarce. What else can I do?" "Vice President, we are all general instructors. Everything depends on results." She managed to train a first-rate alchemist and forged a first-rate spirit water, but the training strength only reached 50%, which upset many alchemists. He even bragged that his own disciple, Dach Van, had stable training and forged a 56% pure spirit water. "I suggest you hand over the first-rate forging room. What do you all think? Does that sound fair?" Dach Van sneered and mocked, suggesting it would be better if he took charge of the first-rate forging room. That way, you can focus on leading the second-rate forging room, which is also a key production area of our Kiduong residence. Lin Kan's face instantly darkened. But at that moment a bright light cut through their conversation. A cheerful voice rang out, "It is forged already." Lilac lifted a glass bottle and said, "Training strength is 60%. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. The pure blue spirit water forged by the young master's alchemist hit 60% training strength. How is that even possible? Lin Kan stepped forward first, moving aside to inspect the glass bottle. "Let me take a look." Nearby, Trang Ai also tensed up, the measuring stick glowing brighter than before. Lin Kan was stunned but confirmed. "This blue spirit water is incredibly pure. Definitely 60% training strength." She smiled and turned back to Vice President Trang Ni. "Don't hand over the first-rate forging room just yet. I want to release it for now. Didn't expect this?" "Huh?" He glared resentfully. "Vice President, are you up to something?" Lin Kan shot back boldly. "What? Want the young master to show you again?" Trang Ai had no choice but to give up and walked away. "I won tea. All right. We will step back now." The tension in the room immediately eased. Lin Kan praised without holding back. "Can't he believe this is your first time forging spirit water with such training strength? You really might have a gift for alchemy." Lilac scratched his head sheepishly. Maybe just lucky. She could not hide her happiness. "This time it was thanks to you. But I do not want to say thanks. After all, this Kiduong residence is supposed to earn money for you. But I am in a good mood, so I will treat you to a meal later." Lilac cheered. "Whoa, that sounds awesome." The bright moon outside seemed to celebrate their victorious moment, too. Lilac and Lin Kan clinked glasses. "Drink up. You did great today. Let me get a little mad now." She seemed really excited. Lilac laughed awkwardly. "Isn't it like you said? In the end, it is all about making money for my young master." She blushed fiercely, biting her lip. "That Trang Ningai's background annoys me a lot. I have had it out for him for a while. But forget it. You still have a long way to go to catch up with Dan Enga." Lilac was not upset. It was only natural. But she would keep trying. Tran Lang Kan pointed at him curiously and asked, "Tell me, what do you think of Dan Niga?" Lilac answered calmly. "Denga is a fierce competitor. No need for me to say much. If I said I do not think about her, even you would say I am being modest." Lin Kan raised her eyebrows teasingly. "Seriously, you are still in Namfeng City now. But just wait until you enter the St. Huang Star Academy. You will see how scary your rivals are." He felt proud. "But I am Dan Iga's fiancé. If anyone messes with me, she will protect me." She burst out laughing. "You are pretty bold. You two drank until late. Lilac awkwardly tried to wake Lin Can up. Lin Can, wake up, seeing her so tipsy. He thought she could hold her drink, but just a few cups and she passed out like this. They left with the waiter's farewell. Take care. Dunash. Lin Can was out cold. No response. Lilac carried her without her reacting. He took Lin Can to the car and said, take the vice president home. Then Lilac left, thinking he needed to work harder. Time to head back. Unexpectedly, Lin Can woke up in the car. Good. No issues. He planned to tell Than Inga. This little fiancé might not be strong, but he is recognized by her. The day passed like that. The next day at Lac Dong Mansion, Lilac was exhausted after the drinking party. My head hurt so much. Devi shook her head helplessly. I am going to drink with Lin Can. Lin Can really is something. You are just a kid, Lilac shyly said. Devi sis is only a few years older than me. You have not teased her yet, and you are already talking seriously. A sister's still a sister. Lately I have sold some Incense Guild assets and useless property from Lac Nam Mansion in Thien Thuc district. So our funds have grown a bit, Lilac happily praised. Devi sis is really good. Not like Lin Can, she can hold her liquor, but keeps drinking. Devi asked in surprise. She can hold her liquor, Lilac explained. I got her drunk once and had to send her home myself. She laughed and squinted. Young master really is silly. Lin Can drink 10 times your amount and still not get red-faced. Didn't you take care of her then? Otherwise, she would never say anything good about you in front of King Yinga. Lilac was shocked and finally understood. Sisters really think deeply. I guess I am still just a kid. When Lilac arrived at the academy today, he noticed it was different from yesterday, much weaker overall. Most students did not do well in yesterday's matches. Chiugot immediately came over and started chatting. Lac bro, you are here. Out of your 2 matches today, one was pretty sloppy, the most careless in the whole academy. Remember, Lilac paused to remember. Sloppy? This guy was well known in the academy. Ranked top 10 in strength, said to have a 6th grade warrior style. Famous for his speed, Chiugot reminded him. That guy's already got the 7th seal. Even stronger than Boyhan. Lilac stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 7th seal, but probably still manageable. He patted his shoulder. Don't worry. I am confident. Another classmate called out. Lac bro, someone's outside looking for you. When he stepped outside, he saw someone waiting. You came looking for me? It was Sloppy. Catching his breath. Lilac, long time no see. You have made a comeback, not bad for the former champion of Nam Phong Academy. Lilac rolled his eyes. Can you speak properly for once? You sound like you are about to die. Sloppy squinted and said, this afternoon you will face me. Then Van Phong will challenge me too. They even offered me a fat price to make sure I go all out to injure you. Lilac showed no surprise. The visitor's a secret agent. Huh. Planning to play both sides. He crossed his arms and smiled. Sloppy's all about style but tight-lipped. Guess he learned from my old teacher. Consider it paying back a favor. I am just here to warn you. This afternoon, if you are not my match, get off the ring fast. Then he shrugged and left. Of course. If you have hidden tricks, I will team up. I want to avoid heavy injuries to keep my bonus from Van Phong. That price they offered is not small, right? There is another tactic I do not think you will use. I am not the guy who can be tripped and fall like before anymore. Lilac could not help but groan. You are really annoying. I will report you to the teacher. Sloppy got angry. Lilac, are you a dog or what? I do not earn money easily. If you do not pay, how would you know how hard we work? Lilac waved him off. Alright. Get lost. Your intel was not that valuable, but thanks anyway. Lilac kicked him out, saying, alright. Get lost. Your intel is not that valuable, but thanks anyway. Gulang sulked and scolded. Damn it. Take care of yourself. As Lilac returned, he was deep in thought. Song Van Phong's influence was growing, mostly because of Van Ni, but also due to the feud between Song Da and Lac Nam Mansion. I am usually so discreet, why would they dare mess with me? The morning duel quickly ended without a hitch. Everything went smoothly. Nothing more to say. In the afternoon, it is no surprise that Lilu runs into Enyi Lang. In Lang points and shouts, Lilu, you are in for some bad luck running into me. Lilu is sweating nervously, thinking, seriously, can I just not fight this idiot? The referee shouts, start. In Lang attacks first. In Lang charges aggressively. His fist clashes with Lilu's guard. Without pausing, he throws an uppercut. The fight gets intense. In Lang's movements blur like after images, slicing through the air. He is pressing hard, but Lilu stays fully defensive, protecting his weak spots non-stop. The crowd gasps. Lilu is pulling off advanced techniques, holding strong, but Eng Lang's power is overwhelming. It is tough to defend against someone like him. Lilu's really under pressure. In Lang focuses his strength into a lightning-fast finger strike. Lilu reacts just as fast, gathering energy for his water flow technique. Ing Lang's finger glows sharp like a blade as they both strike simultaneously. Their clash sends a shockwave rippling through the arena with a loud boom. The crowd below is shocked. Lilu just nullified Ing Lang's strongest attack. Amazing! A mid-level technique from Li Lu counters Eng Lang's top-tier finger strike. This is why Li Luo is the top fighter at Namfeng Academy. No doubt. In Lang grins from the platform. Clearly impressed. This guy's a freak, but in a good way. Li Luo fighting like this, that is what makes it interesting. He is quick and eager. Suddenly, In Lang feels dizzy. He spins around. Surprised what is going on? When did my legs go numb? Li Lu smirks as In Lang stumbles. His low-level water snake technique has caught In Lang completely off guard. Li Lu joke, you do not trip over your pants, but the water snake's gonna drag you down. In Lang yelling, Li Lu, that is cheating. But Li Lu just knocks him away with a single punch. In Lang can't hold back the blood in his mouth. It spins twice before splattering. Li Lu is shocked. Mouth agape, blood spraying like that seems over the top. Like something out of a drama. That is enough to scare even Van Feng. And he is out, standing in the middle of the excited cheers. People shout, Li Lu's awesome. Li Lu, meanwhile, Van Feng and Fuqing are still mingling, laughing and chatting with everyone. Van Feng smirks with that arrogant look on his face. Li Lu gazes quietly, deep in thought. Suddenly, someone runs up to him. Li Lu, it is Chu, who claps him on the shoulder. Grinning and chatting happily, the two head over to the huge board filled with names. Seeing the results clearly, Chukot looks a bit surprised, while Li Lu stays casually upbeat. Chukot nervously glances at his friend, then chuckles softly. This time, we are screwed. From now on, no weaklings, everyone could face him. The board clearly shows Li Lu, Van Feng, and Chukot all advancing. Chukot tries to reassure. No worries. Even if you lose tomorrow, you will still make the top 20. Van Feng smirks confidently at that moment. Fuqing finds his attitude confusing. Her expression darkens. What is going on with him now? He looks ahead with interest and replies, I am excited to face my opponent tomorrow. That is something to look forward to. Hearing this, she widens her eyes. Meeting Li Luo is not a big deal. Both of them have undefeated records. Van Feng still flaunts his confidence, saying, facing him is definitely tough. Fa King's eyes darken with deeper thoughts. In the whole Namfeng Academy, only King can match Van Feng. Li Lu knows Van Feng likes King Nai and still pushes her so hard. Remember, a man burning with jealousy loses a lot of reason. Tomorrow's fight, who knows how it will turn out. The clear blue sky stretches over the wooden cart flowing along the stream. Inside the car, Lilac carefully thought it through. It is true, Van Feng is no joke. He is not just a rank 8 general with massive strength. He also has a 7th grade tactical command skill, which is rare and powerful. From 7th to 9th grade is top tier. Reaching 7th grade already means he is a seasoned commander with serious training. His spiritual energy is overflowing. Whether it is his sheer power or the level of his tactical skills, I am outmatched. I might not be able to hold my ground in this battle. You lower your gaze, wondering if you should just admit defeat. In the vast mansion, the morning mist still lingers. Lilac looks exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, his face showing clear mental strain. Seeing this, Davy grows a bit worried. What is wrong? Didn't you sleep well? She asks. He responds listlessly. I have been stressed lately from joining the study group. Suddenly remembering something, she asks again. Oh right. Last night Lin Kang asked about you. Said you did not come to Kaduong residence. Lilac replies softly. After the exam's over, I will focus on Kaduong residence. But if Lin Kang wants, she can come anytime. Davy lazily holds a lollipop, teasingly eyes him. Why did not you say that in front of her? Lilac does not linger. He raises his hand to say goodbye to Thai, obviously afraid she might hit him. I am done eating. I am heading out. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Lilac. He immediately turns his head. The caller is Than Hai, emotionless as she faces him. I heard you met Song Van Feng today. He nods slowly in response. Than Hai, curious, asks, what is your plan? Lilac shrugs, scratching his face helplessly. Maybe I will just admit defeat straight up. Her expression suddenly brightens as she leans in closer to reassure him. That is a smart choice. You do not need to fight him head on right now. With your gift for tactics, you can close the gap between you and him much faster. He closes his eyes and agrees. I feel the same. But then Than Hai's face darkens. This matter might also involve me a bit. Sorry about that. Lilac waves it off, squinting as he tries to explain. Actually, you are just a small piece in this. The real conflict is between the Song family and Lac Lam residents. But I also feel there is something else. Van Feng is scared. Her surprise is clear. Scared? Lilac confirms her thought again. Yeah, his brow furrows. Serious now. He is afraid I will get back to how I was before. He can only exist in my shadow. If that is true, all his hard work over the years would be a joke. Then Ahai seems to catch the deeper meaning in his words. So he wants to strike while I have not fully risen yet. To crush me and strengthen his own heart. That is basically what he is trying to say. Then Ai's face now fills with worry and thought. If that is the case, it won't be easy for you to just give up today. Lilac does not seem too bothered. He stretches and walks off. Well, there is nothing else I can do. Left behind. Then Ai is full of questions. Thinking, it does not seem like you have no options. Could there be another way? Maybe a way to avoid facing Van Feng directly? Then, Lilac's first duel ends smoothly. The second duel, set as the final match of the preliminaries, is like the grand finale. Some people standing on the high platform near the main gate are excited, did not expect Lilac to face Van Fong. Do you think this match can be won? Someone else asks. Director, what is so interesting about this kind of duel? Loi Chang's face shows discontent. This kind of duel does not need to be taken seriously. Just admit defeat directly. No need to fight. That way, no one loses face. But another person is more optimistic. Lilac's already in the top 20. His speed is impressive. If he gets a bit more time, catching up to Van Fong is not a big deal. However, the skeptic disagrees. The only thing Lilac has over Van Fong is his tactical genius. But Van Fong's 7th grade general rank is an advantage Lilac just can't T-catch. So catching up won't be that easy. Finally, the man everyone's talking about, Van Fong, appears in the late afternoon light. Everyone is super excited to see him. Van Fong. Van Fong. So handsome. At this moment, Lilac just bites his lip, stepping out with a very serious look. The crowd's reaction seems even more hyped. So handsome. Even more handsome than Van Fong. Lilu, keep it up. Suddenly, he slowly raised his hand. Van Fong's face showed no sign of friendliness. It looked like he was ready to admit defeat right then and there. You do not seem to care either. Next, are you going to try insulting me to provoke me? His eyes were sharp and fierce, and the faint smile on his lips was nothing but mockery. Then no. It is just that having a son like you must be so embarrassing for your parents. Lilu lowered his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Things had already reached this point. Then he looked up, his whole body burning with the fire of determination. Come on, bring it on. I will give you a chance. But whether you can land a hit depends on your skill. On Danaya's side, her face was full of tension and worry. She could not believe someone would be bold enough to attack Lilac's parents, who were at the Marquis level. Lilac could brush off others' mockery, but insulting his parents was absolutely unforgivable. Triucote, watching from below, could not help but get furious. This scumbag Van Fong was really crossing the line. Now the host raised his hand. Fight. The announcer's voice everyone had been waiting for finally came. Begin. No sooner had the host spoken than someone lost their cool and unleashed a whirlwind of power. With a phoenix figure blazing behind him, the 7th rank Red General. The spectators were stunned. Mouths agape. Van Fong was not holding back at all, showing off every ounce of 8 seals of general power. With such a gap, how on earth was Lilac supposed to fight? Lilac's eyes stayed serious as he slowly countered, his spiritual energy flowing calmly around him like gentle waves. The ninefold blue reflection. Someone blinked in surprise, commenting on his move. The ninefold blue reflection gains strength the longer it is active, but against Van Fong it will be totally suppressed, probably useless. Van Fong's gaze was full of pure contempt. The Hengai charged forward with the Phoenix Sphere spirit, thinking this could turn the tide and send Lilac down. Their energies clashed, exploding in a dazzling burst of light. Lilac was pushed back to the Satsi stage. Someone shouted, just one hit and Lilac's already on the ropes. He gripped his hand tightly, marked with battle scars. Despite the talk, his stance was full of determination and grit. The gap between them was huge, but he was not backing down. Van Fong surged forward again, ready to unleash a full-force punch. Van Fong was like a relentless beast, determined to give Lilac no chance to breathe. Everyone was shocked. Lilac seemed to have activated a high-level general technique, the water mirror technique. Yet Dan Naihe's face was still filled with worry. Just one water mirror technique was not enough to counter Van Fong's fierce, sharp attack. The guy named Van Fong attacked with furious rage. An explosion of blinding light tore through the air like it was being ripped apart and was pushed back amid the suffocating smoke and fire. That scene really shocked Triucote. Van Fong actually got pushed back. Was Lilac's water mirror technique that strong? Van Fong's whole body radiated a look of frustration and resentment and clenched his jaw, thinking that the reflected power looked like it reached 70% of the strength he would unleashed. This was beyond what a normal water mirror technique could do. Lilac's victorious smile caught Han's eye. The water mirror technique was seriously freaky. Boy An and Fap Tin seemed unable to believe their eyes. What a nightmare. The crowd below was equally stunned. How could Lilac block a full power strike from Van Fong at that moment? Then finally relaxed. He was right. Lilac really did have a way to handle Van Fong. The vast arena echoed with cheers, all eyes on Lilac's confident stance on the stage. No wonder he is the best at general techniques in the Southern Wind Academy. But some still doubted. How could Lilac do this? Beat Van Fong? Is that even possible? Lilac smiled proudly. Looks like the experiment was a success. He combined radiant general power with a mid-level light general technique, called the reflection technique. This fusion technique, he called the water light demon mirror. If both powers keep merging perfectly, he might even be able to seal his enemies completely. Van Fong fumed in anger, acting all fake and dramatic. You think you can change anything today? He shouted until his veins popped. He lunged like he wanted to crush Lilac, but Lilac calmly raised a hand to block the attack. How can you still smirk at him like that? Yunfang was pushed back, recoiling sharply. Yet Lilu stood firm, as if nothing had happened. like a tripod holding steady. Yunfang's mouth formed in a shape in shock. Every time they clashed, it felt like he was fighting himself. Is this really the water mirror technique? Weisa watched in amazement. Li Luo's water mirror technique seemed anything but ordinary. Everyone else was buzzing too. The way he bounced back like that felt a bit like the mysterious water scene of the mutual energy technique. Could a Sixth Seal Realm warrior like Lai Lu really pull off the mutual energy technique? Shen Yu shared his opinion. It is just a water mirror technique, but maybe Li Luo tweaked it a bit. Everyone admired that changing your technique like that is not something someone at his level can do. No wonder he is the son of those two legends. Longfeng was a bit unbelieving, thinking, how come this situation is nothing like I expected on the battlefield? Yunfang grit his teeth and taunted, Lai Lu, do you even dare to fight the Emperor? Li Lu replied coolly, I do not dare. Come at me then. Hearing this, Yunfang got even more furious. It was like he was a dog whose bone had just been snatched away. Suddenly, he had an idea. The water mirror technique is a high-level general technique that drains a lot of energy. If I can force him to keep using it, Li Lu will run out of energy fast. Then without the water mirror technique, Li Lu is just a toothless wolf, not scary at all. Seeing what he planned, Li Lu smirked, thinking, you want to drain my energy? Clever, but do you really think I am scared of that? Then the two charged at each other. Each with their own plan. A huge explosion erupted from their clash. Yunfang's plan was not working, and he was getting anxious. Damn it, even after suppressing my energy, I still can't hold back Li Lu. Then he shouted, Lai Lu, let us see how many more times you can use the water mirror technique with your 6 seal energy left. Li Lu just smiled and kept using the technique. The familiar scene repeated, both pushed back again, and everyone stared dumbfounded as the cycle went on. Now it was a test of how long Li Luo's energy could last. This back and forth kept going until Lai Lu used the water mirror technique for the 13th time. By then, Li Lu was clearly exhausted, his breath heavier. Yunfang smugly said, looks like your strategy failed. Lai Lu, you probably do not have enough energy left for another water mirror technique. Gathering his energy, Yunfang shouted excitedly, let us see what you can do now. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. Yunfang struggled but could not move. Furious, he yelled, what are you doing? The match referee stepped in. This duel is over. Friend, Li Lu rubbed his wrist and taunted, over already, fool, or did you want more time? Li Lu repeated without annoyance, fool. Time's up. You want extra time or what? The crowd was shocked. Whispering, Yunfang tried to drain Li Luo's energy, but it did not work as expected. The bandaged Ngulang added, Li Lu was stalling for time too. Yunfang thought, he is out of energy now. Next, I am definitely winning. Just give me one more second, just one. Li Lu said nothing, just smiled like a winner. The referee spoke up, rules are rules. The clock's run out. If there is no winner, it is a draw. Yunfang yelled even louder, but the referee ignored his madness and declared, this match is over. Final result. The crowd erupted with cheers. Luos the best. Ngulang was happy inside, thinking, is this weirdo really about to rise up? Even Yunfang got beaten. Ngulang thought happily to himself, is this pervert really about to make a move? Even Van Feng is getting hit hard. Then he smiled softly, I knew it. Lai Lu, you will rise again. The real dazzling moment will be when you do. Li Luo's silhouette suddenly grew much taller. Then Hai left too, carrying her thoughts about Li Lu. He is not there yet. I want to see him reach the top, then defeat him. From afar, two shadows moved closer. Li Luo patted the other's shoulder as he approached. I already gave you a chance, but you did not take it. Van Feng, you really are useless. You missed this chance, and maybe there won't be another. Suddenly, he spoke coldly. After you smeared my parents' name. This time we have to be careful. Van Feng still refused to back down. Fine, I am waiting for you. Then they passed by each other, crossing paths, just to hurt one another. Visat smiled, pleased as he stroked his decades-old beard, praising, Lelouch never really planned to win from the start. His goal was just to drag it out until the fire phase. Lung Feng nodded, sharing his view. Lelouch's performance today was not bad at all, but the exam has a time limit. Using tricks to seize opportunities later won't be helpful. Senai quickly jumped to the edge. Lelouch might still improve by then. Visat waved it off. It does not matter how Lelouch performs, then that is his problem. But for this district exam, Namfeng Academy must hold on to the top spot at the county's #1 academy. His expression turned grim, hinting, if anything goes wrong then, the nearby teachers bowed respectfully. Lumfeng wiped sweat nervously and said, Headmaster, rest assured, our first Institute of Strength is solid. We will definitely uphold the Academy's honor. Hearing their eager reply, he nodded and left, warning once more. Good. Move to another building then, Senik said. But Dongyun Academy still has full backing from the governor's office. Even now, their leader is the governor's son. They call his Keg. His talents on par with Dan Nyas. This year's academy exam will be no joke. Lumfeng turned to leave, replying, If Namfeng Academy wants to snatch that spot, we will have to see if the First Institute agrees. Sened shook his head, disapproving. They are getting cocky. When they lose, I want to see how they handle it. After Alukat and Tingvan and Fong reached the fire phase, their ranking solidly stayed in the top 20. Usually, those in the top 20 have to fight for exact placements. When Seneti asked if he wanted to fight for a higher rank, he flat out refused. I would rather use this time to train my Waterlight General to 6th rank before the big exam. The ranking battles within the top 20 ended the next day. The Second Institute had 2 top scorers, Lalek and Sister Kaut. After the exam, Namfeng Academy got a break for over a week. Students could either go home or keep training at the academy. Lalesh did not hesitate, he chose to go home. Back at his place, he seized the chance to absorb more spirit water to boost his power. When he opened his eyes again, he could not help but sigh. This is the last vial from this batch. The Ivy had helped him buy 5th rank spirit water worth over 400,000 heavenly selection gems. If it were not for the Ivy selling some of their family's property in Dinthasi district, he really could not have kept going. He felt a little down at this pace. Reaching 6th rank might still need one more batch. In the past few days, Ivy had not even eaten breakfast at the old place. When the Lutze asked her about it, she immediately denied it, probably because he just asked for dozens more vials of spirit water again. Laleshi totally understood being a gem card holder means controlling resources like that. Since arriving in Thithits, they had no choice but to keep selling family property to keep things running. That was the biggest stain on his career path. Even now, Vive had not given up. Aleph felt her heart was as vast as an ocean. Just thinking that made him happy, and he promised himself to visit Devadrung residence. A little while later, Laluk arrived at Kidung residence. He hid behind the bookshelf. Watching ahead, the Vi and Lin Kan had already spotted him. Vi spoke first. Young master, Laluk quickly stepped forward and asked how things were going. What are you talking about? Ivy answered. We are discussing this year's income for Kampukathrong residence. Aleph frowned a bit and asked, the income is not good. Lin Kan quickly replied, in the Chinshu district market, there are 2 competitors for first-grade spirit water crystals. One is the Kingby spirit water from Arxiang House, and the other is the sunlight crystals produced by the Pine Seed House under the Song family. The quality of the spirit water crystals from both houses is about equal, together taking up nearly 80% of the first-grade market. Recently, the quality of the sunlight crystals from the Pine Seed House has improved, and their average refining power nearly matches the highest quality of Arxiang House. For Xiang House, this is a huge loss. Most importantly, if this continues, we will completely lose the first-grade spirit water crystal market to the Song family. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Vivi broke the tension, saying, Siang House annual production in Shinshu district is 150 vials. First-grade spirit water crystals sell for about 50,000 gold coins each, earning roughly 30 million gold coins in profit. Their yearly income from these crystals is around 90 million gold coins. Speaking of all the capital involved, Lalek said, explaining knowledge clearly. No wonder Thavai is so thorough. But why has the Pine Seed House S crystal quality improved? Lin Kan answered his question. 3 factors affect the quality of spirit water crystals: the formula, experience, and skill, along with the quality of the original energy source. After analyzing, I think the Song family probably hired a master craftsman to enhance their production. The Ivy was cut off abruptly. Recently, that counselor kept using this excuse to attack Lin Kan, claiming she was responsible for this outcome, wanting her gone from Siang House. Lin Kan glared angrily at Thai Vice loudspeaker, confused about why. She grabbed Thai Vice's hand. Thai, caught off guard, did not understand at first, but then Lin Kan let go of her crossed arms. Suddenly, the Ivy seemed enlightened, her mind clearing, and both of them stared daggers at Lales, making him break out in a cold sweat, pretending to be serious. He warned, when we are talking seriously, stop the little gestures. You are grown up now. Next time, I will throw both of you out. That counselor is still causing trouble. Hearing the name, Lin Kan showed clear anger. That troublemaker causes problems all day long. He has stirred up so much conflict inside Siang House. This year's drop in product quality is also connected to him. Aluk nodded. Right now, we need a big sum of money. No mistakes allowed. This looks like a disaster. We have to figure out how to deal with it. The Ivy sighed helplessly. Siang House is like a dragon with many heads now. Lin Kan's reputation is not strong enough yet. Forcing that counselor out might cause unrest. Plus he is backed by Bai Heo. Lalef frowned deeply. They really want to cut off my roots. Luck Lam Manor's been taken. So how do I patch up this bottomless hole in my destiny now? He spoke. But Bai Ho has already become powerful and cautious. It is hard to find any weaknesses. For now, we can only quietly avoid him behind Thananga's back and grow stronger. At that moment, someone came to announce. Young Master, Chief Steward, and Deputy Guild Leader. The Deputy Guild Leader suddenly took over all management of Xiang House. saying there was something to discuss, and invited the three to meet. As the clattering footsteps approached, everyone exchanged wary looks, sensing trouble was coming from that family. Then they moved toward the designated meeting place, Axiang House Council Hall. As the three entered, many people were already waiting. The Ivy and Lin Kan were both surprised to see who was there. This elder was called Xian Yubin, a senior elder of the Xiang headquarters. His status in Xiang House was very high. He was a veteran from when the two house heads first founded Xiang House. But this old man was notoriously strict and conservative, a tough, stubborn obstacle. He usually stayed at the headquarters in Wang City. His sudden appearance here meant over half of those present probably did not have good intentions. And Yubin stepped forward and greeted, "Greetings, young master." Lelef replied politely, "Elder Ying is very courteous." Lin Kan asked, "When did Elder Dang arrive at Namfeng City?" Dang Bin got straight to the point. "This year, the income of the Hiyangka branch in Thian Thuk district is very poor. The headquarters sent me to check it out and deal with the branch leader here." Suddenly, he grew serious. "Deputy leader, I have reviewed some reports. The first grade refining room under your management has been performing terribly lately, even damaging Hiyankai's reputation in Thian Thuk district. What do you have to say about that?" Lin Kan just replied coldly. "Why is that? You might want to ask Deputy Leader Trang Yi. He probably knows better," Trang Yi said casually. "Deputy Leader, if you can handle it yourself, do not blame others." Hearing his sarcasm, Lin Kan gritted her teeth and said, "If you had not secretly blocked the refining materials, making it impossible for some guilds to function, would we be in this mess?" He nodded knowingly, his tone laced with mockery. "The situation with Lac Lam Mansion in Thian Thuk district has never been good. But those three families have been holding us back a lot, and the third-grade refining room earns the most in Hiangkia. Yet the materials have to pass through those three families first. Should they get priority?" Hearing this, Lin Kan lost her cool and slammed the table in anger. Before she could say more, a loud voice cut in. "Quiet," Dan said. "You all have your reasons, but I am not interested. I only care about Hiyangkiai's income. Whoever harms Hiyangkai or its reputation won't be spared by me." Everyone fell silent and bowed their heads, probably intimidated by his presence. At that moment, Lulu suddenly asked, "Elder Dang, who do you think should be the branch leader?" Dang Ben replied, "According to Hiyankai's usual rules, the person in charge of the refining room with the best results is promoted to branch leader." The sly Trang Yi sneered without surprise. Dang Ben ignored him and continued, "That was the old rule. But if the mansion's young master has other suggestions, speak up. I hope he does not blame me. Everything I do is for Hiyangkai and Lac Lam Mansion." Lulu thought quietly, "Looks like Elder Dang is not against us after all. At least he does not seem like Boyha's side." He asked again, "Whoever's refining room performs best next can become branch leader?" Dang Bun answered briefly, "Yes." Hearing the answer he wanted, Lulu smiled. "This is not bad. Let us do it that way." Everyone was shocked by Li Lua's decision. Trang Ai laughed. "The young master really understands the big picture, right? If Yankee improves, that means more money for the young master." Dang Bin frowned and asked again, as if giving Li Lu a chance to reconsider. "Young master, are you sure about this?" Li Lu just nodded and turned to leave. "If that is the case, Thai manager, deputy leader, we will take our leave." As they left the meeting room, Lin Kan could not hold back and questioned loudly, "Lai Lu, what are you doing? That rule really works against me. Why would I accept it? If you do not want me here, just say the word. I will head straight back to the capital." Ivy hesitated. Uneasy, the young master probably is not reckless, but his actions today were truly baffling. Lelef just laughed and said, "Both of you, I am don't you see? This is a perfect chance to secure the main supply line and push Sister Lin Kan up to guild leader." Ivy snapped awake, the truth shining through her heart. Could it be that he has a way to help Lin Kan turn things around? Lin Kan still did not trust Lala. If you say he has a way, what could it possibly be? He has barely been around me long enough to learn spirit arts. Aleph calmly explained. Right now, the Quining sect's azure spirit water is being suppressed by the sunlight radiance from the Pine sect. This directly cuts down the consumption of azure spirit water. At this rate, the first-class refining room S situation will only get worse. Forget about turning the tide. So the urgent task is to stabilize both the reputation and use of our first-class product here at the Quining sect. Lin Kan saw him dreaming and shot back. "I have already said it before. The factors affecting spirit water and radiance come down to three things. How we refine azure spirit water depends on my skill. It is hard to change that, so the only option left is to boost the strength and experience of our spirit masters, which is not practical in such a short time." Ivy asked, "But has not the young master already refined the azure spirit water to 60% strength?" Lin Kan pushed up her glasses and said, "No matter how much he produces, even if we use him like a workhorse, he won't squeeze out much." Lilith was speechless. "That is a weird comparison." Lin Kan continued. "Original radiance depends on the innate talent of the spirit master, Not on some rare primal radiance techniques, but those primal radiance secrets are top-level state secrets from major powers. Our Kwang sect simply does not have them. Lelek smiled and said, that we do not even need those. He pulled a leather pouch from his side. Want to try this? Lin Kan did not even glance at it and declared, like I said, Primal Radiance 1T help. Before she finished, Lelek popped the jar open, and a soft blue glow poured out. Lin Kan's eyes went wide in shock as she stared at it. She could not believe what she was seeing. This was, in the sunlit room, Lin Kan held the azure spirit water. Thrilled, it contained no impurities or confusing attributes. This was a primal secret technique, pure and refined, reaching the level of a water spirit grade. She could not believe her eyes and placed a hand on his shoulder, asking curiously, how do you even have a primal secret technique of such high quality? Seeing this, Lelek forced a smile to calm her down. Sister Lin Kan, do not get too excited. Can this primal secret technique even be used? Lin Kan struck a confident pose and replied, of course it works. A pure primal secret like this can definitely keep refining strength stable at 60%. That is enough to crush the sunlight radiance from the Pine sect. He started calculating, sketching out a plan to get rich. If I deliver this once every 3 days, could the first-class refining room become the top producer in the Kwang sect? She switched to analyst mode. If we get enough of these primal secrets, doubling the first-class refining room's output 1T be that hard? Lelek slammed the table and decided, alright, let us do it. Glancing ahead, she guessed, more than half these primal secrets must be the ones left to Lelesi by the last 2 sect leaders. Ivy stood nearby and softly commented, looks like the young master really is a blessing to our Lek Lam sect. Once everything was settled, she was eager to get back to work. Alright, time to get back to it. Over the next few days, keep producing the enhanced azure spirit water. You two go ahead, do not bother me. Before she left, he suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly stopped her. Wait, Sister Thiva, do not rush off yet, I still need 1 batch of 5th grade spirit water radiance. Hearing this, she sighed like an exhausted mom. Young master, if you keep this up, I really can't keep supporting you. This is the last batch of 5th grade spirit water radiance. He pleaded with clasped hands. Lelef was sincere. She raised an eyebrow but relented. Fine. Then I guess I will have to sell off 2 more businesses. Just as I was about to back out, Ivy pondered deeply. With my skills, have I ever had to rely on selling our family assets to get by? When things went smoothly, Lelek's eyes sparkled like shooting stars. Now he was grateful and casually handed things over to Ivy. Time flew by quickly, and the scene shifted to the school courtyard. Here, Leles was training hard like a craftsman, grinding away at his work day after day. Over the next few days, half his time was spent cultivating, the other half practicing alchemy, steadily producing 1 bottle of top-grade blue crystal spirit water every day while waiting for the Waterlight General to advance. He was surprised to find his general power had leveled up earlier than expected, reaching the 7th seal stage. In the old building ahead, the Kai Dung chamber, inside a room, neatly stacked bottles of blue crystal spirit water were stored. Lin Kan was excitedly taking inventory. Usually, the young master's workshop could only produce 5 bottles daily. Now it had doubled to 10, and the refining power was stable around 6 bars. Definitely top quality in first-grade spirit water. Left still worried about profits. Compared to the 210,000 gold from 3rd-grade alchemy, there was still some gap. Hearing this, the Ivy confidently declared, leave this to me. I got it covered. Curious? He asked, what is your plan? She calmly explained, Kim Long Bo Hong has recently wanted to buy top-grade blue crystal spirit water at prices above market value. Then, the Ivy narrowed her eyes and pointed out the key to the partnership. Kim Long Bo Hong's reputation is huge, and their choice matters most. Whoever wins their favor will be recognized as having the highest quality, first-grade blue crystal spirit water in the Enthesi district. This reputation is priceless. He nodded in agreement. No objections here. I will follow whatever you two decide. The Ivy added some background. Kim Long Bo Hong has always been a hotspot in Namfong City, bustling and lively. At that moment, a few figures stood outside the schoolyard. A quick-witted staff member appeared, explaining they were escorting guests for the guild leader, who was currently busy, so they would need to wait a bit and invited them in. Then I stepped out like a heroine from an idol drama, softly calling, Young Master. She looked at him with a flushed face and asked, Young Master of Kwang Long Bo Hong, what brings you here? Lelef replied calmly, here to talk with the guild leader about some matters. Hearing this, she frowned in confusion. First-grade blue crystal spirit water. Why would that trouble the young master? Inside, Aleph felt a pang of sadness. It is fine. But she did not understand the hardship of a young master past his prime. Breaking the awkward silence, Vivi exclaimed admiringly, this little lady is truly beautiful. Surely she has many admirers at Namfong Academy. I wonder if there is a young master here. Hearing that, Lelus was startled, almost choking. Without hesitation, then I turned and enthusiastically said, let me take you to meet my second uncle. He's currently entertaining people from Tingda probably about buying first-grade blue crystal spirit water. Curious? He tilted his head. Wouldn't it be rude to interrupt their negotiation now? She smiled knowingly. We have not sealed the deal yet. I will bring you in. But if they want to change their mind, it will still depend on the quality of the blue crystal bottles from your dying chamber. Lalef felt reassured and replied eagerly. Of course. I always handle things fairly, never relying on connections or backdoor deals. Smiling softly. Then Hai chatted as they walked, but suddenly they spotted a figure leaning against a wall. He exclaimed in surprise, Ven Feng, what is he doing here? Ven Feng frowned upon seeing them and demanded, Then Hai, why did you bring him here? Calmly, then I explained. Lalef has an appointment with my second uncle. Once he arrives, I will take him in right now. In his mind, Lalef thought, beautiful women lying are the hardest to tell apart. Still, she is really pretty. Ven Feng stared him down and coldly challenged. Lualus, do not waste your effort. The Dukan chamber can compete with our Ting to chamber. Hearing that insult, Lalef ignored it and walked straight ahead. It is not guaranteed. Though, did you ever think I would settle for a tie with you? Ven Feng's voice dropped low. You. As soon as Than Nai stepped into the living room, she was about to announce. Second uncle, people from Lac Lam Mansion have arrived. Hearing this, the guild leader froze like he would been caught off guard. Hey, if they are really here, then, please, have a seat. Seeing the visitor, the Tong family head sat down and asked in a serious tone. Guild leader, what is going on here? The guild leader wiped his sweating brow nervously and explained. Tong family head, do not overthink it. Kim Longbahang trusts us to provide the Fang He Kishin K. The first-class spiritual water crystals level is a bit low. If it is for Kim Longbahang, it has to be top quality. We will prioritize choosing that first. After hearing this, Tong family head frowned in dissatisfaction. In this Qin district, there is not a first-class spiritual water crystal that can beat the grade of our Tongzi 7. The guild leader felt Kiduong 7 was a solid choice and frankly said, our Tongzi 7 will just back out then. Seeing the tension, he quickly tried to ease it. Tong family head, do not be angry. The sunlight crystal from Tongzi 7 is top-notch quality. If it really turns out to be the best, I will make up for it with you personally. Then he added, but we still have to give others a chance to prove themselves. Unexpectedly, Devi fired a sharp question. Guild leader, the sunlight crystal from Tongzi 7 only reaches about 50-60% refinement power. Right? Tong family head scoffed. Well, the guard speaks boldly. Devi said no more. Placed a wooden box on the table, opened it with flair, revealing the King Bee spiritual water from Gaduong 7. Previously about 52% refinement. Guild leader, let me introduce. This is our Kaduong 7's brand new product, the enhanced King by spiritual water. Its refinement power is 60%. The whole room gasped. Tong family head's face showed shock. 60%. Doubting, he widened his eyes and questioned. This batch of King by spiritual water comes from a third-rank refiner, starting at low grade. I am afraid it won't guarantee supply in the future. Seeing this, Lilac smiled confidently. Don't worry. Our Lac Lam Mansion's family business is big. If guild leader chooses King by spiritual water, I guarantee Kaduong 7 will provide steady supply long-term, and the refinement power 1T drop below 60%. The guild leader exhaled lightly, admiring. Young Mansion Lord, you really are talented. Tong family head, looks like we 1T be working together this time. Hearing this, Tong family head's face stayed calm, but inside he was quietly furious. Guild leader, what are you saying? There will be chances later. After Tong family head left, he exclaimed excitedly, Young Mansion Lord, let us sign the contract for the King by spiritual water first. After some time discussing, the three of them left the villa. Then quickly congratulated. Congrats, Young Mansion Lord. On landing that big order, Lilac modestly replied, thanks to you. Otherwise, things might have gotten more complicated, especially. She reminded, but you should still focus your energy on the upcoming university entrance exam. If you do not get into Than Hoyan Tin Academy, that will be the biggest loss. When you have time, we can review together and double-check. He waved her off. No need, you are so awesome. I do not want to be your punching bag. Hearing that, then I felt a bit sad but said, all right. Over there, inside the old carriage, Van Feng was holding back anger, anxiously asking, Father, can Kiduong 7 really maintain producing King by spiritual water with 60% refinement power? Sister invited a Grand Master refiner to tweak the sunlight crystal to reach 50-60%. Tong family head seems calm like he has it all planned. Let us wait and see. He paused, then revealed a secret. Sister has already sent word. She will return to Namfeng City soon. When she takes over Tongzi 7, she will definitely crush Kaduong 7. Finally, Tong family head added an important note. In 2 days, I will visit the General Governor's mansion. The Governor's son is not the head of Dong Ian Academy, so maybe you can network with him more. Inside the room, at the meeting hall, talents gathered around the table. Just as the mood got serious, someone entered and greeted. Sorry to be late, Trang explained the absence. The Benta refining room has been ramping up production of top-grade, spiritual water crystals lately. The schedule's been really tight. Hope the young mansion lord understands. Seeing the newcomer, Lalef glanced over and sighed deeply. This really is tough. After the old man finished his report, he calmly chose a spot to sit. With everyone gathered, he got straight to the point. Today's meeting is about the chairperson position of the Cussy Dean clan. After hearing that, the crowd started buzzing with drama. Was not this already settled? Judging by the track record of the crafting room leader, it seems the vice chairman here has not been doing so well. No more beating around the bush. Lalef raised his hand and declared bluntly, "Alright, here's the deal. The results are in." Tranga perked up and asked excitedly, "Could it be that the missing clan lord wants to declare me the winner?" Without waiting for an answer, he added sarcastically, "Or maybe the vice chairman just admitted defeat." Hearing that, Lin Kan snapped back angrily. Admit defeat? Dream on. At that moment, the Ivy placed a stack of documents on the table and explained, "Our Kadetan clan and Kim Long Bo Hun have jointly placed a long-term order for enhanced King Bai Ling Shu." Holding the papers, he unbun repeated in shock, "Enhanced King Bai Ling Shui at level 6 refining power." Disbelieving his eyes, he gawked, stammering, "Cut it out. How could Kadetan clan supply enhanced King Bai Ling Shui at level 6 refining power?" Trang Nin felt like he would been slapped and thought, "I have not even done anything yet, and the lush is already dead sure of himself." Immediately, he slammed his hand on the table and challenged, "Missing clan lord, do not you get it? Even the head steward should know enhanced King Bai Ling Shu at level 6 refining power." Standing up, Trang Yen pointed out the problem. Are they planning to sabotage the crafting room's products? Do they want to destroy Kadetan clan? Calm as a final boss. Aleph responded, "Vice Chairman Trang Yin, do not worry. This contract won't affect any of our existing veteran products." Bai immediately jumped in. Skeptical, "Missing clan lord, our Kadetan clan's crafting room is not capable of this." Without further explanation, Lalesh placed a golden yang token on the table. He flipped it open, and a magical glow burst out like in an ad. He confidently said, "That was just the old stuff." Holding a thermometer, he proudly introduced, "This is the enhanced King Biling Shui that our Kadetan clan will produce in the future." Even more impressively, Alek emphasized the advantage. The refining power can reliably reach level 6. We have already delivered 40 bottles to Kim Long Blow Hun, and there are still about 10 left. Like a financial analyst, the Ivy predicted confidently. Plus, the output of enhanced King Biling Shui will only increase from here. Overall, the crafting room's top-grade products will surpass the third-grade ones. Everyone was stunned and started buzzing with excitement. Trang Yin still could not believe it and loudly objected, "Enhanced King Bai Ling Shui. Our Kadetan clan's top-grade crafting room can possibly refine level 6 power King Bai Ling Shu. This is impossible." Lalek signaled to start the Magic Soul show. "Vi, pull the curtain over there so everyone can see." She gently pulled the curtain aside, inviting everyone to check it out themselves. "Everyone, through this curtain, you can see the workshop of our top-grade crafting room. Feel free to verify it with your own eyes." Outside the window, bathed in sunlight, was the bustling scene inside. Many top-grade mages were busy at work. At the same time, someone was collecting the recently refined King Bai Ling Shui to bring to the meeting hall. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, the truth was right in front of them. Finally, Zhang Bun happily made the call. "Alright then, I hereby declare Lin Kan's family as the new chairperson of Kadetan clan in Quanthen." Lin Kan and Thai Vi jumped up excitedly, high-fiving each other, while Alessa happily lit a cigarette. Trang Yan's eyes widened in shock. Trembling, "No way! No way!" Under the starry night and full moon, a joyful toast rang out. "Cheers!" Under the starry night sky and full moon, cheerful voices rang out. "Cheers!" She closed her eyes and drained her beer. She clearly showed her excitement, slammed the glass down, and said, "Lilac, if you can boost the support for the primal secret techniques, I will definitely use the spirit water miracle light from Giduang Mansion to create the strongest district, Qinshu." Lilac nervously stared at the nearly spilling beer. "Alright, I will do my best to provide it." Then cheers erupted outside the castle. "Well then, congratulations in advance to Giduang Mansion's rising Qinshu. This entire beautiful, vast garden and the grand castles here over the next few days." Lilac's time at Kaiyang 7 would lessen a bit, since with exams approaching, he had to start focusing on the Imperial Academy entrance test. Meanwhile, at Nanfang City, inside the governor's mansion, only 2 people sat at a large table. Although Su King spoke politely, his expression showed no goodwill. "Brother Song, I have been wanting to have 10 men come over to the governor's mansion for a visit for some time now." Song Ladi forced a smile. "Governor, your work is so hard. How could you be like us idle folks?" He then changed the subject. Recently, the activity around the Song family has not been small. Su King's deep eyes were filled with probing thoughts. Surely, he would already taken quite a bite out of the Lac Lam Mansion's interests. He could only respond cautiously. "Thankfully, The governor has given some guidance. The sunlit room grew tense as the governor kept bringing up Laklam Mansion. Laklam Mansion is truly unfortunate. If those two had not disappeared, maybe all 5 great mansions of Daxia would be led by it. Suking narrowed his eyes. Those two were way too outstanding. Otherwise, in the end, he just gave a reminder. Now Laklam Mansion is hard to hold on to by itself. Song, you have to seize this opportunity. Song Ladi replied politely. Thank you, Governor, for the reminder. I will surely keep this favor in mind. Outside the castle, sunlight still poured in, casting the tall, solitary figure standing by the lake. Beneath the water, fish swam up eagerly to eat the food being dropped in. The handsome young man smiling as he fed the fish was the governor's son. Sukong, another figure appeared behind him, though Sukong did not turn around. He knew it was Yunfeng, the Imperial Academy exam candidate this year. I told you, I am definitely going to snatch first place in the Sangsu District Academy from Dongyuan Academy. Yunfeng eagerly chimed in, with your skills, Sukong brother, you definitely have a great shot. But his smile slowly twisted into something strange. The students from Nanfeng Academy are not ordinary. If it comes to a showdown, it will be a fierce battle. He turned around, his face still smiling but his tone much colder. Although I say I am not afraid of her, when it comes to work, I do not like uncertain factors, so maybe the Imperial Academy exam will need some cooperation after all. He hesitated, half scared, half cautious, and asked, Brother Sukong, are you asking me to betray the South Wind Academy? Sukong, standing by the pond, replied in a polite tone. Yungayan, that sounds a bit harsh. He smiled and explained to Van Fong, South Wind Academy is just a stepping stone on our cultivation path. Besides, that is my father's plan. He has a bit of history with the old academy head. Sukong closed his eyes, still smiling gently. Don't worry. I won't let things get too obvious. He silently stared, and finally Van Fong gave in to Sukong's wishes. Closing his eyes, sunlight filtered through the trees, shining on both of them. He changed the subject. Right, I heard Lai already has a bodyguard. He even managed to draw against someone before. Van Fong frowned and answered with a resigned tone. Just a bit of a struggle. If it is at the grand exam, he won't have a chance to draw. Sukong closed his eyes again, savoring the atmosphere and light. That is really a shame. Still want to meet that young academy lord at the grand exam. And Guyan says the number of beasts has dropped a lot too. I will handle him myself. The sunlight grew brighter, turning their backs into glowing silhouettes. Though calm-faced, his words were sharp. Good. I have not met him many times, but I really dislike him. Van Fong glanced sideways at Sukong. A little orange-winged bug crawled under his shoe as the conversation continued. Back then, my dad wanted me to marry that Kingya girl from Laklam Academy. But of course, the young lord refused directly. Sukong's expression darkened, eyes full of bitterness. Too bad we do not know if their useless son. He raised his foot, ready to stomp on the orange-winged bug. A flash of black covered the bug. Will its beautiful wings survive? Back to Laklam Academy. With massive lecture halls stretching on, a magic sphere formed by golden, blue, and white energies. Then Lilac sent the sphere flying straight into a glass window. From outside, a dazzling, powerful light burst inside. He shielded his face with his hand, then peeked out one eye. Grinning. It worked. The shimmering light trails looked like a starry sky mixed together, adding radiant power to the water bullet technique, making it faster than ever. Plus, it can unleash a blinding flash to distract enemies. This enhanced water bullet technique is now called the water light bullet. He studied hard, searching for info, preparing for the upcoming Grand Academy exam. Besides his cultivation, the water light bullet is one of Lilac's successfully mastered skills. Lilac slumped in his chair, hands behind his head, thinking, my spiritual water radiance grade 5 is almost used up. The upgrade speed is fast, but this stuff costs a fortune. In his mind, a bright golden magic circle appeared. To upgrade to grade 7, he would need 6 million gold. That is a whole year's income for Laklam Academy. But once he reaches the general master level, he can train a second general skill, though not top tier. He is one enough to make group fights doable. Lilac held a red scroll tied with a golden string. Now he could start training this new energy guidance skill, the mysterious violent breathing technique. High grade, requiring a grade 6 general. His whole body was enveloped in strange magical energy. For the next 2 days, all his energy went into training this breathing technique. Outside the familiar castle scenery, until the last day of the break, a figure appeared outside, calling to Lilac, young academy lord. Chief Steward Tay asked me to remind everyone. The general skill we asked to create earlier has been successfully completed. He kept his eyes closed but responded. Got it. Outside the castle, sunlight and cool breeze filled the air as Lilac said, Taiwei, I heard the general skill is finished. Devai immediately reached out to the box on the table and handed it to him. Earlier, when we arrived, many people informed him go check it out quickly. Inside the box were 2 straight swords, one blue and one yellow, both engraved with incredibly intricate designs. The sword fittings were also finely crafted. Normally, these are common sword fittings. But among common fittings, some are called treasure fittings. which are much rarer and more powerful. Plus, each treasure fitting is pricey way beyond typical fittings. This set is just a matching pair, not yet at the treasure fitting level. Luo of the Sea immediately grabbed the two swords and swung them lightly through the air to test their balance. He was very pleased. This is already impressive enough. The blue one can be called the water pattern sword, and the other one, the sun pattern sword. I asked with concern, your academy's big exam must be coming up soon, right? Feeling confident, he reassured her confidently. Don't worry, Sister Thaiva. I have my reasons I won't lose. The scene shifted elsewhere. After the second round ended, Loa Lefet and Tragingkot were called aside by Senasi to meet the dean. During their talk, Lalef learned that Tragingkot had also reached the Seal Realm, showing how much effort he would put in. Many people were gathered there when a voice rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. Looks like everyone's here. The Academy's big exam starts in 3 days. VSA Jamem Dung announced that the 20 of them would represent Namphong Academy in the competition. Have only one demand: protect Namphong Academy's top honor as the best school in the district. He calmly explained the contest rules. This time, the district's admission list was released, 50 spots total. As usual, the top 10 from the big exam are guaranteed admission. The other 40 spots will be distributed based on ranking among academies. Then VSETS said something that caused a stir. The top-ranked school gets 15 spots. Whispering and chatter erupted. That is a lot. I heard second place only gets 6 spots. This is way too generous. An elder from Namphong Academy standing beside him spoke up. Then hi. Whether Namphong holds onto the top honor this time depends on your fight for first place. She obediently bowed her head and replied, I will do my best to fight for it. VSET's expression turned serious as he mentioned a rival, but be careful of the Seal Realm master from vying an academy that once incredibly strong and might be your toughest rival. Then hi, catching his tone, became alert. Understood, he continued advising them. Starting tomorrow, you won't come to the academy anymore. Instead, you will stay at Butch Lin Garden. That is where the district's academy teams gather. In 3 days, you will enter Butch Lin Mountain. From there, the venue for this big exam. Visat proudly said, Namphong Academy has been under Lufu's care for over a decade. To him, its glory means more than life itself. He bowed slightly and said, so I hope you all give it your all in this exam to protect what matters most for Lo Fu. Fat Tunin and Yuleng led the response with firm voices. We will. Butch Lin Garden was always bustling, and the next day, Lala's group, guided by their leader, arrived there. People along the road crowded to watch and eagerly talked about Namphong Academy. Is this the top 20 for Namphong this time? Someone mentioned Than Ni. That long-haired girl must be Than Nai. I heard she is the best at Namphong Academy. In a corner of a tall building, 3 figures stood quietly by the window. The red-haired youth was Eng Leong, the top student at Thunhai Academy. Eng Laoding shielded his eyes from the sun and squinted to observe. That is Than Nai. Looks like a strong rival. The cold-faced purple-haired youth was Tang Ben, the top student at Trung Ding Academy. He appraised her and said, from her presence, I sense a hint of danger. The blonde girl in the blue dress was Tri Tu, the top student at Touch Kwang Academy. She had a sharp glare. The best from Namphong Academy. Things have never been easy. Luckily, we are not in the same class as Than Nai, otherwise we would be outmatched for sure. The 3 of them kept standing by the window, looking down below. Their chatter continued, and everyone got the message from the master. Right? He wants to meet us tonight. Looks like he is planning to team up against Namphong Academy. Honestly, Namphong has held the top spot way too long. Yanbun City bathed in morning sunlight, bustling with people. The scene looked like a fairy tale painting as the door opened and 2 figures stepped inside, one after the other, feeling a bit impressed. The place was not bad at all. Suddenly, someone leaned casually against the door with a carefree vibe. Klung showed up in full glory, his shirt packed with books. Cheerfully, he called out, "Want to buy some stuff?" Lalef raised an eyebrow and asked, "You, Lun, since when did you start selling these shoddy books?" Feeling awkward, but his vibe definitely screamed sketchy. Inglung grinned proudly. "What do you know? These are my primary sources, my top 10 masters I predicted before the big exam." Lovalesi flipped through a page casually and replied, "The first thing that hits you is some indescribable nonsense. Lualus, Namphong Academy's young master of the Lefik Lam faction, was once a lost cause. Now he's a genius rising fast, ranked as a 5th rank water general. Features: super handsome, though being good looking does not earn extra exam points. His chances of cracking the top 10 are super slim." Feeling something's off, Inglung bolted immediately, shouting, "I am just protecting your secrets. Do not blame me." Laluf did not bother chasing him and actually sat down to study the book carefully. He judged the book fairly. Inglung had really put effort into this one. It was not some half-baked scribble. As he scanned the info in the book, he started piecing things together. After reading, he yawned and stretched his shoulders. It turns out making it into the top 10 is no joke. After all, He was not that ninja who could just bulldoze everyone with her legendary light general status. No one else had the guts to face her in battle. After a while, Lovalessis slumped back in his chair and groaned. Man, I am starving. Thinking about it, he called out to Triducat. What do you want to eat? I will bring it to you. But he felt even more down. Why had not Triducat come back yet? Did she want him to starve and then hog the dorm room all to herself? Just then, Inglung ran over yelling. Something's happened. Something's happened. Lulus. Your friend Tribucat just got blocked on the road. Lalef frowned. What did you say? Klung explained. Apparently, that family has a conflict with people from Trung Ding Academy. The rival leader is Ting Bean. You probably saw him in my exam materials. Aluk wondered. So what do the Trung Dang folks want? Ing Lung guessed nervously. Since even Ting Bean showed up. If it was just to mess with Triducat, I do not think so. They probably want to test her. Hearing this, Lalef could not stay calm anymore. He told Inglung, if they are coming after me, no way I am backing down. Does not matter who they are. Cut to outside. A large crowd had gathered, buzzing with gossip. What is going on? I heard Namfong people are teasing a kid from Trung Dang Academy. That is just reckless. Everyone could clearly see a group surrounding Triducat. He looked worried, and his face was not looking good. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Triducat turned cautiously. Tung Ben smiled and said, Brother, this is not over yet. Today, someone from Namfong Academy who can actually talk needs to come out and explain. Triducat shot back. You want to trick me? Tung Ben smirked. If Namfong does not have anyone to step up, we will have to handle this ourselves and get justice for our little junior. Triducat nervously defended his pride. She is tougher than me. I was just teasing her. Someone pushed through the crowd. Make some room. Make some room. Spotting the target, Tung Bine thought happily. Looks like they have arrived. Lalef pointed at the purple-haired kid and shouted, Supervisor, this family's students broke the rules and fought catch him and strip his right to participate in the big exam. Tung Bine never expected Lalef to play this card. He was utterly shocked. He quickly pleaded, Supervisor, we did not fight, just a little joke. Triducat could not hold it in. You clearly tried to hit me. The supervisor looked over at the muscular girl. Evaluating the situation, he spoke up. If you want to throw a tantrum, you better find someone better. The punishment is standing for 3 hours. If you are even a minute short, the dean will come get you. Lalu faced Zongbin and asked, Why are you so curious about me? Zongbin replied, Others say the deputy prefect is nothing special, but I think he is the biggest wild card in this big exam. He keeps hiding, and one team make a move, it is clear. He is really covering something up. Lalu walked away calmly, smiling. We will see each other at the big exam. Then you will understand. Zongbin's mind drifted, filled with resentment. Damn, punished to stand. How can I make it to Master Kong's evening gathering? He probably thinks I won't turn on him or lose face. That night, at Master Kong's gathering, Heng Liang asked, Where is Zongbin? Why is not he here yet? Don't tell me he is too proud to show up. Just then, someone whispered into Master Kong's ear to report. After hearing it, he laughed and said, Looks like Zongbin can make it tonight. He went to scout Lilu, but got reported to the supervisor and was punished to stand for 3 hours. Even though Zongbin can join us as planned, we can let this ruin our goal. We are all aiming for the same thing. That is, to drag Namfeng Academy down from being the top school in Shinshu Prefecture. His eyes lit up like headlights as he added, Plus, once we deal with King Namfeng Academy will lose its grip on the top spot. Then all you have to do is show up where, and when I arrange it, I am sure we will work well together. In the next 2 days, no one dared cause trouble for Lilu anymore. But whenever he went out, the looks people gave him were weird and suspicious. But would Liluo even notice? Obviously not. Zuko and Liluo were already downstairs at Bailing Courtyard. Fengsan Tower. Lilu spoke first. There are too many people here. How about we eat somewhere else? Suddenly, his gaze paused for a moment at the upper floor. He thought to himself, Is that Lukina? Seeing her is like spotting a delicious meal today. Let us grab a bite. Inside Fengsan Tower, the place was packed with diners. Kunger said, If you do not mind, sit here. There is still space at this table. Lilu naturally sat down next to Kinger. Being classmates made it easier to get help when needed. Yunfeng snarked sarcastically. Lai Lu, I heard you caused trouble again. Could you stop embarrassing Namfeng Academy? You are making us students at Namfeng look bad. Inside, he was burning with jealousy. This damn Lai Lu actually dares to flirt with Kinger right in front of me. Lilu laughed and said, If what I do embarrasses you, then I suggest you drop out quickly. Kinger silently covered her mouth to hold back a laugh. Yunfeng shouted, I am the one who decides if I drop out. Got it. Suddenly, a new guest entered, and his presence made the crowd automatically clear a path. It was Dong Yuan from the academy. Master Kong, son of the Qianshu Prefecture Governor. Sima Kang, he stood in front of the table where Liluo, Kunger, Zuko, and Yunfeng were seated. He smiled politely and asked, May I join you? Quinger replied. Sorry, we are full. Leloup acted like he did not care and kept eating happily. Master Kong gave up and accepted his cornered fate. Quinger, your dad and Lu's uncle are acquaintances. No need to be so cold. Quinger quietly wiped her mouth. She looked him straight in the eye and said, we are rivals. No need to pretend to be close. Isn't he that exhausting? Master Kong still had a smile, but his aura dimmed a bit. By the time we enter Swansing Academy, we will all be classmates. No need to be so distant. Yunfeng, you are right. Yunfeng could only stiffly nod. Leloup ignored whatever Master Kong was barking about and turned to King Air. Finished eating. Want to go for a walk to digest? She nodded in agreement. Sure, seeing they really ignored him. Master Kong narrowed his eyes coldly. Leloup and King Air really stood up and left right away. The master suddenly grabbed a few pieces of food. He flicked them away with force. And look. Sensing it, turned around, unexpectedly. Another force knocked the piece away before it could reach Leloup. That new blue energy successfully stopped the surprise attack. The one protecting Leloup was none other than King Ni. The crowd watching could not help but gossip. Looks like King Ni and the master are about to fight. Could it be that the top two contenders for this year's Academy tournament are starting their clash right here? Kunnu warned, Master, do not cause trouble. The master laughed and said, just a slip. Young lord, do not get mad. Leloup snapped back sharply. Not mad. Just hate seeing food wasted. It is a shame. Your family's manners are not great. Huh. Doesn't the governor usually teach you better? If you are short on chopsticks, I can lend you two. The master looked sheepish. You are right. Young lord, I will be more careful next time. Leloup nodded approvingly. Good. Admitting your mistake is what makes a good kid. After that, he and King Ni walked away. The master's face darkened as he thought. Leloup, is he hiding his strength or just really that weak? I will keep testing. Well, a useless young lord probably is not much of a threat, but this family's fire. It really pisses people off. Maybe I should arrange for him to get knocked out early. On the day of the tournament, the crowd grew denser. The whole Qinshu district had people coming to watch. Nearby stood some fancy buildings prepared for the big names arriving from all over. Governor Su King of Qinshu district and head guard elder appeared. Drawing lots of attention, Su King greeted warmly. Elder head, your spirit still looks strong. The guard smiled but with a teasing tone. I heard Governor Su is not happy that Nanfeng Academy is the top school in Qinshu district. Su King remained polite but his words carried a challenge. Of course. That is just a rumor. The top school in Qinshu is earned by strength alone. No one can change that unless Nanfeng Academy gets beaten by another. The guard stroked his beard. Since Nanfeng rose up, Governor Su seems to have been nowhere to be found. Su King's face darkened, thinking, that old man never praises me, making it hard to get promoted. If this continues, I might get transferred. But he still smiled and said, Elder head is right. In another building, a pair of luscious pink lips appeared, full of charm. Tai Wei, eating a banana, asked, do you think the young lord can make the top 10 this time? Lin Kan angrily slammed the table. You fox spirit, can you chill out a bit? Tai Wei casually held a pomelo and smiled. No outsiders here. I am just eating a bit to stay nourished. Lin Kan got even more irritated. Stop it. Tai Wei, are you seriously going to keep this up? If you keep pushing, we will have a real problem. Tai Wei quickly apologized. Don't be upset. My bad. My bad. Finally serious, Lin Kan said. Leloup might be a first-class general with a top-tier mark. Making top 10 1T be easy. Tai Wei nodded. I think it 1T be hard for the young lord to get into the top 10. Just my gut feeling. But our young lady is definitely more than she seems. Lin Kan glanced at the bustling scene below. Looks like the teams from all the academies are entering the arena. Down in the arena, and Lai introduced, students of Qinshu district. I am Lai, your guide for the tournament today. We will rank everyone by points. The scorecards you receive will track your tournament points. And Lai paused to listen, then looked at the scorecard in his hand. He continued. When the tournament begins, all students will enter 2 evaluation gates. Through these gates, you will earn your basic accumulated points. No fighting is allowed inside. After that, it is free for all. Academies will compete to snatch scorecards from others. Ahead lies an empty ancient city there. Students will learn the final rules. And Lai waved his hand and announced loudly. Right now, I declare the Academy tournament officially started. Lilac told Chu Kuat, let us get going too. The heads of the institutes came to encourage. Sang and Light has worked hard in terms of strength and status, and Light ranks below the governor and institute heads. But for now, he is the supervisor assigned by the Holy Mystic Academy, so he has to be here. Plus, even though he guides Silver Hue, he has the potential to upgrade and guide Gold Hue. So in the Great Ha Kingdom, he is already a notable figure. In the Holy Mystic Academy, guides have 3 ranks: Silver Hue, Gold Hue, and Purple Hue. To be a Silver Hue guide, you need strength at the Earth Assassin General level. Gold Hue requires the Heaven Guard General level, and Liat told the 2 heads that the highest Purple Hue guide needs to reach Marquis level. But even gold hue guides in the academy are extremely rare. Heavenly Realm County, Hidden Tiger and Crouching Dragon. This year's big test will be intense. Let us wait and see. You too. At the same time, the ranking scores of all the students are displayed and updated continuously. At this moment, Lilac's group passes through the forest and reaches a gigantic wooden door. After they pass through it, the door slams shut. Lilac looks around and asks, "Is this the first gate? What is the challenge like?" Crew replies, "No idea. But listen, sounds are coming from above. There are two creepy holes at the base of the door." Suddenly, tons of vicious flyers crawl out from those holes. Everyone panics. It is a swarm of four-winged flyers. This trial probably means dealing with attacks from these flyers. We can let them hit us, or we will lose points. Chiuquet anxiously shouts, "Latka, we can hold them off anymore." Lilac studies the flyers thoughtfully. Suddenly, he tells Chiuquet, "Follow me. Do not break my tactical focus." Chiuquet is surprised. That is mid-level general technique. Water shadow technique. Latka, you have got plenty of this. These beasts are done for. Chiuquet closes his eyes, bracing for death. Teeth clenched. Weird dude. After a moment of silence, he looks back. He sees the flyers attacking others, as if they do not even notice them. Chiuquet gasps, "What is this? You can do that. Latka, your water shadow technique is kind of twisted like the legendary invisibility art." Lilac humbly explains, "It is just that I use water reflected light to hide us under the moonlight." Pretty powerful, right? I have never seen anyone master water shadow technique like this before. Lilac feels quietly pleased. Combining water and light makes hiding super effective. Chiuquet tells Lilac, "No need to fight anymore. Just wait here and see what happens." Latka, you are not just handsome, you are smart too. The Holy Mystic Academy really messed up by not picking you. What a blind spot. Lilac replies, "Well, this is our school now. No use blaming them too harshly." Suddenly Chiuquet spots something. "Latka, that fire over there looks familiar." Ahead, Ngolang runs headfirst, panting hard, shouting, "Help, someone save me." Chiuquet is shocked. That woman's charging right at us. Could she know we are hiding here? Lilac stays calm. "Ignore her. Pretend we do not see her." Ngolang refuses to give up and charges like a bull. Latka, save your brother." Lilac stays silent, about to ignore him. Ngolang shouts even louder. No response coming. "If you want to save me, I will lead a swarm of flyers your way and knock you all out." Lilac feels both angry and helpless. He grabs Ngolang roughly, ready to scold this brainless bull. "Damn it, Ngolang. Acting like this won't get you far, you will get clubbed to death eventually." Ngolang laughed. Satisfied he got his point across, all the students fight with everything they have got, but with so many attackers, many get hurt, and the red energy above keeps flashing. Chiuquet says proudly, "Latka, I think we are basically flawless now. If our base score here is not the highest, I would be shocked. If points were based on not getting hit, no one here could beat them." While the three were watching the play, Du suddenly turned and flew back. Clearly, this challenge was already over. At that moment, a net of light quickly swept over everyone with eyes. Everyone started chatting. "I got 44 points. I got unlucky me only 20, but the three of them, especially Lai, were in a very confused state about this. One by all three showed a solid 0 score. Le complained angrily, "How is this possible? We clearly dodged the four-winged bat's attack perfectly. I want to protest." Inglong shared his guess. "The light beam just now did not seem to scan us. Could it be that the water light technique blocked it completely?" Le looked disappointed and said, "Fine, no points then. Base points are just for others to fight over anyway. Besides, is not there another evaluation for the next level? Let us move on and keep going." Others scoffed at them. What is wrong with these three? No points, and they are just making a joke of themselves. At the foot of White Spirit Mountain, as usual, the young disciples and the martial monks all scored the highest. The other three on the rankings were also dazzlingly impressive. The Ivi asked in disbelief, "Hey, that 0 score, could that really be the young master?" Lincoln confidently replied, "Who else but him? What on earth is he up to?" The Ivy sighed heavily. "This young master really is a handful." Martial monk seized the moment to jab. "The academy headmaster of the South Wind Academy is pretty extraordinary too." Huh. Visada did not bother replying. Just thought, what is up with these three? Do they really think the headmaster can handle a sword anymore? After the three left the main hall, they entered a dark, dense forest. The trees stood tall, blocking out the sky, giving off a gloomy vibe. While walking, Le noticed something, a stone tablet over there. He took a closer look and said, "It has clearly been put up recently." He told everyone, "This stage is about collecting demon masks. The demon mask vine tree is extremely vicious and kills anything that comes close. To get the base points for this stage, you have to snatch at least one demon mask fruit." Looking at the fierce-looking cursed tree, Le could not help but sigh. This demon mask vine tree is not easy to handle. Even a single combat against it is tough, and those with a rank of 8 seals find it hard to get a demon mask fruit from the tree. The group stopped in front of the eerie stone tablet. Inlong was the first to speak up. "How about this? The three of us team up to get the demon mask fruit. Sound good, Lai teased. I think someone just wanted to go solo. Come on. Ying Lung quickly backtracked. No way. We have been through life and death together. The three companions headed deeper into the forest, walking for over 10 minutes. Suddenly Lai became alert, sensing some movement in the distance. The three cautiously crept behind a bush. Li was shocked to see a large black tree standing straight in the middle of a swamp, with a fierce face faintly visible on its trunk. Black vines slithered around it like snakes. It was the demon mask vine tree. Already, 6 or 7 people were teaming up to capture it, but getting whipped by the vines, wailing in pain. Chu judged, what a disaster. These guys are all around 6 seals in strength, yet they are getting crushed by the demon vines. Lai suggested, You Lun, you go try first. In Long grumbled, why do I have to go? Li looked at him and said, You are the wind general, fastest of us all. If you do not lead, who else will? Seeing the logic, In Long dashed forward to investigate. As Inku Lung quickly approached the demon mask vine tree, the vines whipped at his back like giant whips. As he got closer, the vines tightened, shrinking his safe space. Eventually, he chose to dodge and escape the vine's attack range. Ying Lung reported back to Li. No way, we can get close. Forget grabbing the demon mask fruit. Lai stayed calm and commanded. Next, we attack together. Chugut acts as bait up front. I will help him avoid the demon vine's direct strikes. Then we find a chance to strike from the side and snatch the demon mask fruit. Most of the risk will fall on Chugut though. Chugut confidently pounded his chest and said, Relax, I have got this meat secured tight. Lil also trusted this meat shield completely. Good. Later In Lung will act on my signal. With this, snatching the demon mask should not be too hard. Standing in the forest, the three of them said, Let us, and charged forward. The demon tree saw the 3 pieces of delicious meat right in front of it, and excitedly opened its mouth. The 3 pulled out their weapons and attacked it. Within seconds, Chukud already felt the pressure. This demon tree's assault was relentless, and it seemed like he might not be able to keep up. Suddenly, something popped up from the ground. Aleph shouted, Chukut. But Chukut could not dodge in time and got hit. Attack made Chukut cough up blood, but he stayed tough. Keep moving forward. As they got closer, the demon tree grew angrier, thrashing wildly like it was going mad, attacking Chu's body. But Chukut did not scream or complain. He gritted his teeth and kept moving forward step by step. Aleph called out, You Lun, it is your turn. Ying Lung grinned and said, Alright. Got it. Using his speed advantage, Ying Lung quickly dashed toward the target. He reached out, trying to grab the ugly demon fruit screaming on the branch. At the same time, another person rushed over, both reaching for that strange fruit. Ying Lung got mad when he saw someone trying to steal their prize and shouted, Who do you think you are, barging in like that? Lowell let's assess the situation and yelled, You Lun, close your eyes. Then a blinding flash of light burst out nearby. Ying Lung closed those just in time, but the opportunist was not fast enough to react. While he was still dazed, Ying Lung swiftly grabbed the ugly fruit. He turned around and demanded, Who the hell are you? The man smirked. A quick reflexes, but you still could not snatch it. Then the two of them attacked each other at the same time. Meanwhile, Lalef had brought Chukut over. Ying Lung recognized the newcomer and told the others. He is Lim Trung from Vogan Academy, the 2nd-rank student there, a 6th-rank Earth General with solid power. Lim Trung sneered, Lualus, I really underestimated you, so you have already set your sights on me. Huh, he chuckled. The boss ordered us to give you a little fun. You too. Back off from Olaluk, or you will just bring trouble on yourselves. Chuut shouted loudly, That is bullshit. Laluk and I are blood brothers. You want me to leave him? No way. Before Chuut could finish, Ying Lung cut it, like he said, Laluk and I are blood brothers. You want me to leave him? No chance. And you are gonna pay extra for that. Lim Trung looked at the 3 like they were idiots and threatened. You are clueless fools. Fine, do as you please. After this round, when the qualifiers start, I will come looking for you. Then the 3 found 2 more demon mask demon tree hands and kept pushing forward, with 2 demon mask fruits in hand. Lo Lef and Inkulung's base points hit 100. At the foot of Lin Sen Mountain, the crowd went wild. Look, the scoreboard's full at 100 points. Who cares about the scoreboard? Check out the live feed on the crystal screen. That is the top student of Nam Fong Academy. She defeated a demon tree all on her own with her strength. Vovine Academy's not far behind. Look at that master over there. They also beat a demon tree and grabbed a demon mask fruit using their own power. I will bet the top spot in this exam will definitely go to one of those 2. No doubt about it. On Bechlin Mountain, the 3 Lao Luk and company stood on high ground watching. Lalek said, Once we cross this stream, it is the qualifier arena. All 3 said together, Let us, and dashed forward. Lalek asked Trite and Inku Long, So what is the plan from here? Tricot replied, I feel like sticking with you for a while. Laluf guessed it was because of Lim Treng's threat. Tridocott scratched his head and laughed. Of course. I know you are not scared of him. but at least I can help a bit. And besides, following Lepro makes scoring points faster. Right? Leluk nodded in agreement, then turned to ask Ingyu Lung, what about you? In Long answered, you know my skills. Lung smiled slyly. If you are willing to pay me a high price to protect you, maybe out of our friendship, I will give you a discount 1,000 gold coins. The other two just turned and walked away. Inglong panicked and shouted after them, wait, 500 gold coins. Five-fingered Luffy pays the price. 5 needles. You Lun, happy like he just sold a batch of rotten fish. Hurriedly says, it is a deal. Then he turns all smug, you really think 5 needles can mock me? How naive. Lelouch is speechless. You are seriously unstable. Minglong no. Chukot will go solo up front. Then the Lelouch will use water shadow technique to sneak behind. Alec agrees. One net to catch all the Fire Clan trying to take advantage. Saves me the trouble of hunting. Chukot thumbs up to show approval. You want to catch fish? This is perfect. After the plan, the 3 split up. Chukot takes the stage as the lone king. Lelouch and Ingwu watch from afar. Impressed. This guy's acting is seriously on point. Suddenly Alec signals. Sha. Look, someone just fell right into the trap. But Sengze is cautious. Chukot calls out. Who is there? 2 guys run up. Brothers, we have been tailing you half a day. You are the Chukot from Namfong Academy. Right? Chukot replies. Yeah, I am from Namfong Academy. Try touching me if you dare. The guy beside him threatens. Cut the crap. Hand over your accumulated points now. Chuot skulls. Looking serious. Then shouts. You want to take my points? Dream on. Brothers, the goods are here. Suddenly, Leluthan Lung appear. Surrounding the 2 guys, they are furious. Swearing. Damn it. They are not done yet. With a loud explosion, the 2 enemies finally meet their end. Lolesa holds the card happily. Not a bad haul. Wonder who the next unlucky guy will be. Outside, the leaderboard updates again. Eva laughs. The young Academy Lord's not bad. His points keep rising steadily. Link adds, he probably has not faced any real threats yet. That is when we will see his true skill. Vivi replies, I believe in the young lord. After all, beauty is justice. Lin Kan glances disdainfully. Clearly unimpressed, they spot some tasty targets already taken out by Lelefstis' crew. The 3 discuss. Our accumulated points are at 1,500, but it feels harder and harder to catch anything. Suddenly, a white mist drifts toward where they stand. Look, something's off, he tells the others. Step back. The white smoke's blocking my vision. I can find anyone. Chiku caught. You Lun. Seeing no response, thinks to himself, we are separated now. He stops being scared and calmly moves forward, pausing before a cluster of mushrooms releasing smoke. Lelefu recognizes them as hallucinogenic mushrooms. What a mess. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Ko and Ingyu in the hay, they see a figure appear. Cho probes. Lefriska, the newcomer, is Liam Trun. He says, no waiting for old luck, but I found these 2 little tails first. Seeing Livering, both Inkulong and Chu Kukut briefly panic. Chu Kut yells, then splits off running in separate directions. Unfortunately, Chu Kut runs into some blockers. Inkulong faces the same situation. Chu Kut yells to Ingyu Long, risk it with them. Inkulong raises both hands. Surrender. Surrender. We give up. Lim Tren casually asks, people from Namfong Academy, and this is how you act? All scared. Chu Kut can believe it. You Lun. What are you doing? Lung explains. Chiku caught. They are after a low luck. Not really a Chu caught angrily curses. Cowards. Didn't you say before that your bond with Lathasi is life or death? Mung laughs. Come on. That was just polite talk. Despite Chu caught's yelling, Inklong tells Liam Trun, if you spare us, I can help you find a Lelux. Inglong generously reports to Liam Trun. I have heard about this guy. He is all about the money and won't hesitate to cheat to get it. Mung laughs. Actually, I already hinted at you before. Lim Treng asks. Hinted what? Inglong flashes a charming smile. I told you to bring more money. Speaking of money, that guy lights up. Just add cash. And I can help you out. Ingulung is really generous with serious reports. If you are willing to spare me, I can help you find a Lelux. Ingulung is truly generous when it comes to serious reports. If you can really help this person, I will spare your life. Inlung happily agrees. No problem. He even said that Trigu Kot has a good relationship with Ola Luffy. We could use him as a hostage. Trigu Kot roars with anger. Ingyu Li Lang, I want to spare you. Alex suddenly adds, when you catch him, make sure to hit him in the face. I have hated that ugly mug of his for ages. Liam Trinan Jidding says, I hate those white-faced guys who just live off their looks. You might lose a fight, but traitors must die. Meanwhile, Lalek suddenly coughs, looking like he has got too many people chasing him. Liam Trung holds a knife to Ingo Lungingus' neck, threatening, Bring Let out here now. Lelux smiles faintly and steps back. We agreed on a special signal method when meeting with Lelux. In the lung shows a horn. When it is not convenient to send voice signals, we can use this horn sound. When Les hears it, he will definitely come. Tricode hears this and growls in fury. Ingyu Lang. You are crazy. Engyulung ignores him and starts blowing the horn. The sound immediately echoes everywhere. Tricot snarls in rage. You traitor. I swear I will take your life someday. From behind, Aleph smiles quietly, thinking, these guys really lack backbone, but that is fine. We need people like this for now. Hun steps forward, urging, come on, move forward slowly. Somewhere in the mist, a shadow appears. Hearing the horn's sound, Alessa kneels on the ground, listening closely. 5 people, probably Livim Trung's men. He frowns in thought. Why are these guys so pathetic? Aleph glances over and mutters. Liam Trun, standing calmly. He shouts, I already let you escape once. You really think you can catch anyone? Ahead lies a huge mountain shrouded in fog. Lim Trungus group quickly advances and impatiently glances at Ingyu Long. Why no reaction yet? Hurry up. Do not waste our time. Inwu Long puffs his cheeks and inhales. Alright, I am going ahead, blowing the horn nonstop. Suddenly, a shadow appears behind them, tailing the group. After walking some distance, a hand suddenly shoots out forward. Lelux strikes the person at the very back. The guy is muffled, struggling to make a sound, but then Alex knocks him out cold. Another guard at the front turns around and shouts, someone is sneaking an attack. Flashes fly nonstop in the chaos. Tridocott quickly runs away. The others shout, where did his eyes suddenly get so bright? That Tricot just ran off in the confusion. Lim Trung angrily stabs down with his knife, yelling, how dare you trick us? Lung spins around, dodging, and laughs. Tricking in Jiju. You are the one getting played. Lim Trung angrily throws his knife at him, shouting, stop right there. Suddenly, a knife flies out from the mist and blocks it. Lim Trung is shocked as his thrown knife falls to the ground. From the mist, Lelef coldly says huff. Stepping forward, In the Lung crosses his arms, looking back and laughs. Brother Ihan, I am not lying, I really got more money from him. The 3 of them stand still, watching Lim Trungus group closely. His eyes blaze with anger. Alright, you dared to trick me. Ingyu Lung looks over at Lelef. Hey, these guys are mad stubborn like bulls. Let us retreat. The fog seems to be clearing. Lulus, unfazed, asks, why retreat? We barely caught such a big fish, I am not letting him go. Aleph looks ahead and assigns, you 2 handle those 3. Got it. Chukut immediately clasped his hands and agreed. Fine, I want to take care of these bastards too. Then he and Niving turned and left, but not before reminding, we are going ahead, be careful out there. If you can handle it, send a signal, we will find a chance to retreat. With that, they scattered and moved toward the target, while the others clenched their teeth in frustration. Then he activated the 6th rank Earth General power, his entire body glowing bright red, raising his sword high. He taunted, Lai Lux, do not think, just because you are the young governor's son I won't dare touch you. Lim Trengsi's feet leapt off the ground instantly. He raised his sword over his head and shouted, let me smash that arrogant face of yours. Lim Treng lifted his sword high, his whole body glowing golden as he charged forward. Leluxi immediately gathered blue light around his blade. He pushed up his sword to block Liam Trung's strike. The 2 blades clashed, flashing with dazzling light. Liam Trung was stunned, shouting, no way, he only has 7th rank power. Suddenly a smoke bomb appeared, and both of them retreated simultaneously. Lai Lux, covered in blue light, calmly said, the 8 seals do not seem to mean much after all. Lim Trung gritted his teeth, deciding, the 9th seal bitch Lang I can let him keep powering up, or this one end well. Then he unleashed his high-ranked general technique, swinging his sword fiercely forward. Lelex saw the sword energy rushing at him and smoothly dodged to the side. Then he jumped up, raising his broken blade to attack. He swung down hard with all his strength. Looking over, he let out a cold snort. Even a Magdai is tough. Livim Treng hid behind a rock and shouted, Lai Lux, you are seriously powerful. 7th rank strength and still pushing me to this pathetic edge. He peeked out confidently, declaring, but if you want to beat me, no way it is happening. Lelex smirked. Senior brother, are you trying to save face? Losing and then hiding behind a Meadea. Weren't you just so cocky? Liam Tring laughed bitterly from behind the rocks. Then come and fight me. Lelefu raised an eyebrow. You have got some seriously twisted demands. Then Lelek lifted his sword and declared, alright, I will grant you that. Liam Trung, still behind cover, thought to himself, high-ranked general technique. Water shield. He glanced at the blue light swirling around the shield and said, water shield technique is usually nothing special. Probably not your Maidega. Suddenly Lilesi's gaze sharpened, adding, but my water shield technique. He raised the shield and charged forward shouting, "It is not normal at all." A flash of light sparked as the blade struck the protective shell. Lelux stared forward seriously, while Limtron gritted his teeth. Staring back, Lelux lightly sidestepped, leaving Limtron falling to the ground. The fog slowly cleared, and Lilux stood his ground. On the cliff face, a spot suddenly glowed blue. At the base of White Spirit Mountain, watching on screen, an unknown voice asked, "Is that the young governor's son?" Lun Can, holding some fruit, walked over and replied, "Yes, that is right." She looked up at the screen, muttering, "Lilux, why are you picking a fight with such a tough opponent?" Ivy stepped back and asked, "Who is he fighting?" Lun Can's voice answered, "He is fighting the second-ranked guy of Dongyan Academy. Liam Trun, 6th rank Earth General, 7th rank Power." Ivy got excited when Li Lutzi won, shouting, "The young governor's son is amazing." Lin Can gasped and muttered, "He won." She looked up thoughtfully. "This time, I really believe he can break into the top 10. Visat closed his eyes calmly, saying, "The second-ranked guy at Dongyan Academy just got beaten by Lelex, who is ranked 15th at Namfeng Academy." Interesting. Master Kine was amazed too. No wonder he is the young governor's son of Lekadlam Mansion. Truly surprising. And Liat looked at the screen and asked, "Is this Lulu, the young master of Luolam Mansion? He is engaged to Thaninga." The guard immediately replied, "Yes, that is right." Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Even though Li Luo has not officially entered the Saint Mystic Academy, his name is already well known there." Master Qin closed his eyes and said, "Defeating one opponent is not enough to get into the Saint Mystic Academy." The guard glanced at him and said, "Then just watch and see." Chu Kuat went up against Niu Lang, even though it was 2 against 3. They dominated so hard the others could not even lift their heads. Chu Kuat raised an eyebrow and warned, "Hey Niu Lang, looks like the back is showing some movement." Niu Lang saw a shadow dragging someone away and shouted, "Don't you tell me Lucas already down for the count." Lulu slammed Lim Trong hard onto the ground and laughed. "You still want to fight?" The group behind panicked and shouted, "We can win, run." Then a blue light shot toward the group flying through the air. The group was tied up together, while the 3 of Leluo started dividing their accumulated points. Definitely big fish here. Nilang crossed his arms and said, "Lime Trunk's points. Lai Lu, you take them. Chiu Kuet and I will split the points from these 4. Chiu Kuet laughed and added, "Luca, Lime Trong was defeated by you alone. We can just claim those points. Besides, you are strong enough to break into the top 10. No need to argue over these small things with us." Lulu grabbed the token and smiled. "The big brothers from Dongyan Academy are cautious. I wonder if there is more coming." The 3 quickly moved forward. A golden sound urged them on. "Let us, we are not far from Batch Lin Ixu." After dealing with the Dongyan Academy group led by Liam Trong, the 3 of Lai Luo kept moving toward the final showdown of this academy's grand exam. The 3 stood still, staring at Batch Ling Xiu ahead. He looked up and said, "We have arrived." Lulu looked up at the standing stone and began reading. "Let us check the rules at the end of this round on the city wall. When only 10 people remain in Batch Lin Ixu, the grand exam ends, and ranking is based on accumulated points." He projected the token onto the stone, showing the leaderboard of accumulated points. Lulu started reading the info. Lu Than Nai is first with 9,500 points. As expected, number 2 is Su with 8,300 points. I am currently ranked 17th, and those 2 are around the 30s. Chuko laughed and shouted, "Luca, if you face strong enemies, run first. The 2 of us will give it our all to buy you some time." Ngolu immediately raised his hand, yelling, "I want to run with Luca too." Chuko angrily cut him off. "Get lost. Don't he drag Luca into this nonsense." Lelua looked to the side, thinking, "I just need to break into the top 10 to qualify for enrollment." Behind him, Chuko and Ngolu kept arguing nonstop. Don't even know who is the real troublemaker here. "Enough chatter. Time to deal with you," Lelu shouted. "Let us get inside Batchling Shu and find a place to hide first." In the distance, a group gathered. Someone said, "Boss, Lime Trunk's name is not on the leaderboard." "Something's wrong," Master Kong responded. "He has probably been taken out by Li Lu." Hearing this, the group was shocked and whispered, "Huh, Li Lu only has the power of the 7th seal. How could he take down Lime Trong? You really think Li Lu is useless? Then why bother resisting? Right now, our main target is Than Ni. Li Lu does not have the right to change our plans." Master Kong closed his eyes and smirked. "Once we deal with Than Ni, he is just a little pest, not worth fearing." He led the group shouting, "Let us regroup with the others on schedule." A symbol was drawn on a tree trunk. Inside a house, a voice said, "Master Kong, you really lost some points to Than Hai." A leader asked, "Tell us, when do we strike?" Master Kong replied, "For now, just lead. No need to rush." He smiled faintly. "We need to locate Than Nai first, then we can plan perfectly. This might mean calling in Van Foam." Yun Feng calmly called out, I ready. Hang Liang sneered mockingly upon hearing that. So True sharing the benefits but fencing off the real prize. Inside the house, a voice rang out. Then it really is thanks to Yun Feng. If this plan succeeds, he will be the biggest hero. At Bailing, various sounds emerged. Lilac looked up and sighed. Whoa, the eliminations are happening fast. Zuku next to him added, over 100 down to just 60, this is brutal. Then a blue light appeared. Lilac landed and asked, what is going on? Standing still, Lilac replied, it is chaos out here. Fighting everywhere. He heard from others that he spotted Su Kong's figure, and next to him were 3 Hang Liang members. Z2, Song Bin. Lilac guessed, could it be they have joined forces? Yugula added, I suspect they have teamed up against Than Hai. He said, Su Kong is cunning. If Than really gets trapped by them, it will be dangerous. Yugulak asked, you want to go? Lilac nodded. Nothing must happen to Than Ni. If they take her out, our Nanfeng or Hu Mansion people might all be wiped out by Su Kong. Lilac turned back and told them, you two stay here for now. I will go alone, it will be easier. Zuku watched him leave, then called out, alright, be careful on the way. Running fast. Lilac thought, then I can get hurt. If she does, we are all doomed. Elsewhere, Then Hai sat on a tall rock, calmly brushing her hair as she relaxed in place. Suddenly, Then Hai paused briefly and slipped to one side. On the other side of the rock, a figure was approaching. She looked excitedly at her and said, Then Hai, you really made us girls proud. So many guys, and you dominated them all alone. Then Hai closed her eyes and shot back. It is not over yet. The girl laughed. This big test at the academy. Dongyan Academy really underestimated their opponent. That guy. Sicko. You made everyone worried. She nodded in agreement. Yeah, he is definitely a tough one. She smiled. That is why I left a sign for Vinfeng. When he sees it, he will come to help. Then I glanced toward the girl. You said you left a sign for Vinfeng nearby. The girl turned to look back and asked, what is up? If he can come to help, then what is there to fear from Ceci Kong? Then I heard that and waved goodbye. I am heading off first. Dunny, follow me. Then she quickly slipped through the rocks. Thinking silently. Asterisk, hope I am just overthinking this. Suddenly, a bush burst out from beneath the ground, and then Hai jumped back in surprise. She frowned, staring intently at it, and then a vine shot straight toward her. She quickly retreated, then raised her hand and struck out. In the blink of an eye, the vine froze solid. Someone high above clapped, and Kong smiled brightly. Looking down, Then Hai immediately looked up and saw him standing on a tall rock. She scanned around and realized she was surrounded, eyes sharp and alert. As Kong looked down and shouted, Then Hai, got you now. Then I stayed calm, looking at the crowd closing in on her. She glanced around and clicked her tongue. At the foot of White Spirit Mountain, the crowd watching this scene on the screen erupted into loud chatter. Is Nam Feng Orfu being resisted now? These guys have some nerve, surrounding such a pretty young lady like that. Ivy touched his face and asked, what could possibly happen to Than Hai? Lin Kan beside him said, this is an act of defiance against Nam Feng Orfu. She gasped. Oh no? That little lady Than Hai once helped Kubed Zung defeat someone. She is not to be underestimated. Inside the main hall, 2 figures stood still. The bodyguards radiated a deadly aura. Gripping the railing tightly, Nian Jian called out, Generals, I see you have put a lot of effort into this capture. Sis Kine laughed and shook his head, denying, Nam Feng Orfu has held the top spot for too long. With things like this happening, it just shows how fickle people's hearts are. The bodyguard glanced over and said, General Essa coming to this district is like a worm spoiling the pot. As Kaimer looked toward VFP Trur, it is all because of Director Te. The bodyguard closed his eyes. Confident. Don't worry. Judging by this year's achievements, I am still rating you low. By then, General C might have to step down. Tang chuckled. If Nam Feng Orfu loses the top spot, its rating means nothing. Nearby, and Light silently listened to their conversation. He looked up at the screen and muttered, this is quite the siege. That little lady named Lu Then Nai is probably doomed. Inside, Then Nai calmly watched the crowd SD Kong's men surrounding her. She looked straight ahead with a smirk. For this scene alone, Sen has already wasted a lot of effort. Tang smiled and replied, that is the highest form of respect for Than Hai. Then Nai's gloved hands started to be covered in frost and snow. She raised her hand forward, sending waves of icy light streaking toward her opponents. The crowd around, hot-headed like cream, charged all at once. She tilted her body and unleashed a blast of ice and snow in return. Then Nahai soared into the air, a surge of ice and snow rising behind her. The crowd shouted excitedly, as expected of a former hidden powerhouse, an ice general to admire. Even the 3 of us combined can gain the upper hand. Englog immediately swung out a phantom hand. Trukha also struck out a wave of purple light. Tongban raised his sword, unleashing a blast of blue light. Then I stood still, watching each beam of light head straight for her. Blue light glowed over her body, accompanied by ancient runes. Then I unleashed a wave of icy energy, sweeping everything away. The crowd outside watched the scene on the screen, shouting excitedly and fiercely. The three of them were overwhelming their opponents. The beautiful young lady from Namfeng Academy sure has some skills. Seeing this, Hanglong urged on. S-Kung still had not made a move. Suddenly, S-Kung appeared behind Dan-Nai, his whole body enveloped in purple energy. Reacting instinctively, she glanced back over her shoulder. At the same time, Dan-Nai unleashed her skill. She raised her hand, forming a shield of blue light to block the purple energy flying at her. Dust immediately kicked up. Dan-Nai clutched her chest, crying out, a top-tier Thunder General truly unstoppable. S-Kung smiled in response. Dan-Nai's top-tier Ice General skill is not simple either, but today's outcome, she won to escape this time. She replied without a hint of hesitation. If you want to play, then I will play with you all the way. Then, she dropped her hand from the shield. Hanglong gasped in shock. This is... That hand. A blue seal appeared on her arm. Seeing this, S-Kung grew serious and said, using this card at last. Dan-Nai gently squeezed her wrist and glanced at the others. As Kung warned sternly, be careful, this is Dan-Nai's secret technique. Ice Jade. Hanglong and his group shuddered as his voice echoed in their ears. The power of this technique rivals the strength of a general level skill. Compared to the 10 Seal realm, general level techniques are on a whole different level. Those top-tier general skills rely on raw power that normal ones can T-match. But Dan-Nai's secret technique right now is unleashing power on par with a 10 Seal realm general level skill. Dan-Nai stared seriously ahead. She channeled icy energy and sped forward. Seeing this, S-Kung frowned and asked in doubt, planning to deal with me first? He quickly gathered his power and leapt back to dodge. I want to let you get through. The Thunder General speed is just as fast as a Wind General's. Furious, Dan-Nai shouted, hey, you are fast too. Then her gaze shifted to the person beside her. Hanglong blinked, confused. Next, Dan-Nai gathered a ball of ice and hurled it at him. Hanglong gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block. Her hand pulsed with energy and shattered the sword. Dan-Nai quickly darted past as an explosion erupted behind her. Her sharp gaze swept toward the remaining opponents. Chai-Tu and Tong Ban cursed under their breath. Damn, one strike and Hanglong's out. Then they quickly ran off shouting, what are we even fighting for? Let us get out of here. Suddenly Tong Ban dashed backward and saw Dan-He chasing after them. She quickly moved forward, leaving the ice statue behind. Finally, Dan-Nai looked at her hand, thinking quietly, am I reaching my limit? She raised her hand high, pondering. After taking down 3 people, faint frost marks appeared on her skin. She was starting to wear down. Behind her, someone clapped quickly. When Dan-Na turned, she saw him walking over with a sword, praising, Ice Jade hand is really something. Then I immediately charged towards Kong. She was startled and puzzled, thinking, this time he actually dodged? Could it be? He smiled coldly and let out a low, mocking huh. Purple electric sparks flashed around him. Lightning bolts struck Sito, forming a raging thunderstorm around him. He smiled at her and said, Dan-Hai, if your Ice Jade gauntlet was fully charged, you could still break through my Thunderstrike Fury. But right now, it is not enough. Dan-Hai realized then that Kong targeted the 3 rankers to drain her Ice Jade gauntlet's power. The frost cloud barrier has already been lifted. Her hand's blue glow faded, and she thought quietly her Ice Jade gauntlet's power was totally drained. As Kong let out a low chuckle in that direction, gathering lightning sparks, he swiftly charged forward. Kong slammed his fist hard into Than-Nie's stomach. Her eyes widened in pain. He held his stance, watching her collapse to the ground. Then I fell, fresh blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. He stared coldly at her without a word. Then Kong reached out toward her. Suddenly, a few streaks of blue energy flew out of nowhere. The light dazzled him, forcing him to shield his eyes. As Kong narrowed his eyes and shouted ahead, who is there? He spotted a figure catching Dan-Hai and shouted loudly, Lulus. As Kong raised his hand and yelled, stop right there. Don't move. He watched the figure vanish and shouted after him, hey, staring into empty space. Kong cursed, damn you, Lulus. Messing up my plans again. The rankers quickly disappeared afterward. The freed rankers groaned, their bodies trembling. Man, it is freezing cold. Has Dan-Hai been taken care of yet? Kong growled through clenched teeth. Love already rescued Dan-Ni. Our mission is not over yet. Quickly find Dan-Hai and bring her here. She has already been injured by me. His voice echoed across the sky as he gave orders. Once we find her, taking her out will be easy. Spread the news that Dan-Hai is badly hurt. I bet plenty of daring fools will try something. Outside, though Ivy touched his chin, asking about rescuing Dan. Seems like the young master is missing. Lulus, the hero who saves the beauty, is pretty skilled. Hawk who really sees the perfect moment. Who could resist a girl like this? She is just too charming. Could Dan-Nai be about to get another rival in love? Lin Kan smiled and added, if that is true, then this is going to be an exciting drama to watch. Inside the pavilion, 2 figures stood silently, deep in thought. Kun gave a slight smile. He pondered quietly. Dan-Nai is badly injured, her fighting strength severely weakened. Taking down Skeen will be extremely difficult. As Kai's mind started calculating, the people from Lek Lam Mansion still caused trouble like before, but it is okay. As long as I keep controlling Thin Thessi district, I will find a way to slowly dismantle Leffy Lam Mansion's empire here, in the hollow of a big tree in Butch Lineage. Love whispered to Than Nai. This place should be pretty safe now. She opened her eyes. Confused. Where am I? Then Hai blushed and exclaimed, You. He smiled brightly and said, Even though a hero saving a beauty like this is a huge emotional hit for you, I hope you can control yourself. Then Hai puffed her cheeks and looked away as Luff gently pressed her down. He anxiously asked, How's your injury? Then Hai lowered her head, blaming herself. Pretty bad. I am afraid my fighting strength will drop next time. I really underestimated it. Lelek said, That is a problem. The XD-Con group will probably go crazy trying to find us now. Sooner or later, they will catch up. She turned to him and apologized. Sorry. I could not be number one. I have let everyone down. Lilac laughed and shot back. What does this have to do with you? Every position I have earned is on my own merit. Are you saying I got knocked out or what? Then Hai, seeing your anger. You are the one who got knocked out. Then he held out a blue orb and said, Right? I almost forgot though you are hurt. I am water elemental. So I can help heal you. Then Hai bowed her head and exclaimed, My wounds won't heal completely in such a short time. Lilac immediately placed his hand on hers, saying, Let us heal as much as we can. Okay? Then Nai's face flushed red as she yanked her hand back and shouted, Scoundrel, what are you doing? Calmly? He replied, Using my water power to heal you. She blushed and hesitated. Well, then do not hold my hand either. Lilac reached out to touch her head, explaining, My water power is weak, and it will get even weaker the more we use it. How about you turn away, and I will just lift your clothes a bit. Then Hai blushed deeply and yelled, You. Lilac crossed his arms angrily, saying no more healing. This is too embarrassing. We are all waiting here to get eliminated anyway. Her face reddened even more as tears welled up. Then Nai clutched her chest, embarrassed, saying, I was wrong. Please keep healing me. Lilac raised his hand and said, Put your hand out. Then he grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Her face flushed as she turned her back to Lilac, thinking, It is all because of training with the Ice Jade gauntlets. When I do not channel power, my hands get super sensitive. Then Nahai's face reddened further as she thought, Normally I wear silk gloves and do not let others touch me, so it has never been a problem. A bailing void. Sukong stood on the cliff, sword in hand. Looking down, he squinted and said below, I do not know what to do, but I feel uneasy. Van Fong stepped out from the mist behind and said, Maybe I can help force Lilac out here. He pulled along Truong Guat and said, This guy, Truong Guat, is Lilac's good friend at the academy. Lilac will just see if he is willing to show up and save him or not. Although no one can be seriously harmed in this exam, we can still hang this guy up as a joke. Truong Guat was startled and looked at him in shock. Sukong turned and said behind him, Van Fong, you really are full of tricks. Then his voice rang out with orders. Pen Truong Guat somewhere visible. I really want to see what happens. Is Lilac trying to save his brother or Than Hai? Is it going too far? Sukong objected. If Lilac did not meddle, none of this would have happened. It is all his fault. She fell silent after hearing that. Outside, mist swirled around, revealing the surrounding scene. Inside the mountain cave, Lilac rushed to Than Nai and asked, Are you okay? She widened her eyes and snapped, Is that enough already? Then I started gathering energy and gasped, My wounds are almost 80% healed now. Lilac, you are amazing. He smiled encouragingly. You better use this time to recover some strength. Then I immediately tilted her head and smiled in agreement. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed down from above shouting loudly, Lulus, I know you can see this place. Lulef was startled and quickly looked over, poking his head out to check as Kung sat on a tree branch, glaring threateningly. I won't waste more words with you. Hand over then I will let your friend go. If you do not show up, do not blame me if your friend ends up face down on the ground. Lulus got angry and shouted, You jerk. Then a loud scolding voice echoed, Go. You bastard. Inglung flew out from behind, saying, Don't let yourself fall into Tiura's hands. Otherwise, Tiura will bury you alive immediately. Trigon caught. I am here to save you. Ven Feng was shocked when he saw him. He was Njui Lung. En Long wiped quickly and said, I am here to save you. Ven Feng raised his hand, gathered energy, and shouted, Dante, let him get away. The golden light dodged the incoming orange beams. En Lung smiled and charged forward, swinging hard at the crystal on Chu Got's body. The crystal shattered instantly. Then Ingilung crushed his own crystal with force, laughing loudly. Taiyu rise out of crystals now. Taiyu rise done for. Come and fight me. Ven Feng shouted. Ing Vilang, you are smart. He grinned brightly and replied, You are flattering me. He asked, Ing Vilang, you guys had a chance to break into the top 10. Do you really think this is worth it? Lung smiled and said, This big head of mine just one T get it. Lelek stood above, hearing him shout, Ing Vilang, I may love money, but I have got some skills. He stayed focused, Watching the scene below, In-lung shouted loudly, "I want to betray my own school to save another." Sicko. But Kang cut him off. "Fine, let us keep searching bit by bit." His eyes peeked from behind the trees. Looking this way, the sky grew windy. Dry leaves were sucked away, and glowing blue spots appeared near the tree's base. Inside the Hidyat, then I closed her eyes, trying to heal her wounds. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked toward the door. Lilith walked in from outside, asking, "How's your recovery going?" Then I smiled slightly. "It is okay for now." Lilith asked seriously, "With your current state, can you still beat Siku?" She shook her head in denial. "No way. As Kung's strength is not any weaker than mine. Plus my injuries have not fully healed yet." Then Hai raised her eyebrows, looked closely at Lilith, and said, "What is wrong with you? You do not seem in a good mood." Lilith told her about Sukong's move to capture Chu caught in the office, his voice ringing out, "Just now." Then I got furious and shouted, "That is outrageous. I will help you." Lilith looked at her and assigned, "Sicko. I will handle him. You go deal with the 3 in lawn." "True. And Tun?" she asked worriedly. "You are going after Si Kung. Don't push yourself too hard. Okay? Can I trust you on this?" Then I said seriously, "With your current strength, the gap with Kung is still pretty big." Lilith closed his eyes, smiled, and held up 3 fingers. "That is why I am planning to break through to the 8th level." Then he showed 2 fingers and said, 2. Then 1 finger, 1. Blue light instantly surrounded Lilith as he broke through to the 8th level. He smiled brightly and said, "I'm..." She widened her eyes in shock. "Wait." Inside the Hidyat, Lilith laughed loudly. "Just kidding." Then I glanced at him suspiciously. "But your training speed does seem a bit fast," he said. "I think 8th level generals are just like that." Actually, before the big exam, I was already close to breaking through, using the Spirit Water's special light to boost my rank a bit. Inside the cave, 2 people were chatting, but even if he managed to get the 8th seal, his chances of winning were not high. Let us see what happens. Suddenly, a shadow approached from outside. Someone shouted loudly at the cave entrance as he stepped closer. But then a white figure appeared and knocked him away. The crowd around gasped in shock. It was Dan Hai flying out from inside. Raising her hand to gather ice energy, the group immediately erupted in anger and noise. "It is then I is okay. We are under attack by Si Kung's forces." Her eyes cold, she shouted, "Get lost." Then I told the crowd, "Our target is kick." Suddenly, a group slowly advanced from behind as Kung smiled brightly and asked, "Then Hai, has your usual condition cleared up?" Then I glared toward Van Fong and shouted, "Van Fong, you really are contemptible." He immediately raised his hands in defense. "Then Hai, I have my own troubles too." She immediately turned away, ignoring him completely, replacing Van Fong. She gritted her teeth, silently cursing, "What a fate. Let us see how cocky you can be after she is eliminated this time." He glided toward Alexei with a sneer. "Lualus, are you some lazy watchdog? Always meddling." Lilith looked up at Van Fong and asked, "So you are the one who backstabbed the drunk and careless guy?" As Kung laughed loudly behind and said, "Lualus, what happens here is not your concern. I am giving you a chance to leave. Maybe then you can still make it into the top 10. How about that?" Lualus's face twisted with anger as he declared, "But right now, I'm furious. And you, the backstabber Van Fong, I won't let you get into the top 10 either." His eyes flashed purple as he asked, "So angry you have lost your mind?" Then as Kang got serious and ordered, "Play with her for a bit. Once I am done here, I will come help you." The group nodded in unison. "Thanks." Outside, everyone was silently staring at the screen. Diva crossed his arms quietly, watching closely. People gawked at the screen and whispered nonstop, "Lek Lam's missing his mansion lord. Is he really planning to face Ezzy Kong and Van Fong alone? Why is he so brave? But that kid's pretty handsome. Maybe he really has skills. Or maybe it is just a show." Lin Kan looked worried. What is this little ancestor trying to pull off? Can he really take on Si Kung and Van Fong? Bill Ivy looked up at the screen and replied, "I do not know either." On the high platform, Kong could not help but praise. That missing mansion lord really is brave. But he is not Than Iga. The assassin muttered, "Namfong Academy already has a Thanga. If there is now a Luluchi too, then Namfong Academy's reputation will rise across the great Xia kingdom." Lothai Hun, "Thumb my lamb, your son might just pull off a late miracle." Back inside the void spirit, Lelek quietly looked toward the crowd. He tilted his head and asked, "What is the next move?" Van Fong was furious, putting on a show of confidence. "I can handle you alone. Doesn't matter if you really have skills or are just pretending. No need to give you any chance." As Kung frowned and ordered, "All together now, move fast and take him down." 2 figures charged forward, making Lelek furious. "Hey, you are not playing in order." He quickly swung his hand, releasing a burst of spiritual energy and counterattack. As Kung clenched his teeth, Eyes closed. Again with this move. Close your eyes. Both covered their eyes. Furious? Damn it. He got away again. Watching Alefa run far away. A bright sound rang out. It was where Than Nai Hai and Heng Long were fighting. Venfeng frowned angrily. Zhou Lysen, this fire move is really sneaky. Siskong glowed purple and chased quickly. He is gone to help Than Nai. I will stop him. He chased close behind Olus, shouting, trying to run. Then Siskong threw a spear forward with full force and shouted, I want to let you succeed. Spear pierced through instantly, and the illusion vanished immediately. As Kong was startled, oh no, he fell for it. This asterisk is asterisk Li Lysen. His target was Venfeng behind Venfeng. He glanced around and wondered, where did he run off to? Suddenly, a golden sound rang out by his side. You really think I am a pushover? A slash of sword energy sliced through instantly. Venfeng raised his sword to block and said, Lilac, today I will show you how much you had in that last draw. He gritted his teeth and stared hard at him. The moment their swords clashed with a clang, a surge of electricity blasted both back. Venfeng slammed into a nearby rock. He was injured internally, coughing up a stream of bright red blood. Eyes wide as he muttered under his breath. Lucky. After a while, the smoke cleared, leaving a white haze. Lilac stood firm, looking Venfeng straight in the eye. He raised his eyes with a faint smile and asked, What did you just say? Venfeng eyed him suspiciously, stammering, You are already rank 8. How's that possible? He looked frustrated, grinding his teeth with a fierce glare. But that pure, soft feeling really was like the top-tier water general. Lilac calmly added some details. Actually, this goes back 16 years, when I was just weaned, and on that very day, he suddenly stopped as the 6th pulse guard made Venfeng freeze. Lips pressed tight in caution. Lilac did not hesitate and punched him in the cheek, causing more bright red blood to spurt out. Venfeng narrowed his eyes and snapped angrily. You tricked me. Lilac laughed, his tone a little teasing. Smart? Huh. But you still got caught. Less than a second later, chaos erupted as Venfeng's body ignited with raging flames. Like he wanted to burn everything down. He screamed hoarsely, blazing with hatred, like a man ready to die. He grabbed his spear and pointed its sharp tip straight at Lilac. Wang Rong stood still, gently raising his hand to his mouth and shouted a spell. Great reversal bullet technique. Venfeng immediately sensed danger. His eyebrows furrowed tighter as he eyed the spear. Something was off. Lilac chuckled, eyes narrowed with a knowing tone. Gotcha. In a blink, a blue flash zipped by, blocking sight, but a frustrated shout rang out. Damn it! Lilac swiftly slashed at Venfeng's neck, blood spraying out. Ma turned his head quickly to check the situation. Then an orange flash came barreling in, a figure rushing forward, screaming wildly. Lilac! Sukong suddenly jumped into the fight, shouting loudly, Stop! In an instant, Venfeng took another blow from Sukong's staff. Blood kept spurting from his mouth. His eyes now rolled back white. The battle ended with Venfeng's crushing defeat. Lilac then turned slightly and asked, Heading back to eat now? Sukong shut his eyes tight, biting his lip nervously. Clearly scared, Venfeng's limp body hung suspended on a rock, pinned there by the staff Sukong just threw. As for Sukong, his face showed pure bluntness. Lilac, everyone seriously underestimated you. He admitted it but still kept his pride. But do not get cocky, you can change anything anyway. Lilac did not care, a smug smile playing on his lips. Right now, I have only got one plan. Like Ningguang said, I am gonna flip you two and throw you into the pit. Without another word, Sukong drew his weapon, voice sharp. Show me what you have got. Lilac, if not today, I will make sure the young master of Lac Lam Mansion loses all his face. Lilac immediately got into battle stance, despite Sukong leaping down to attack from above. Lilac held his ground below. As Sukong lunged down, spear aimed straight for the ground. A powerful shockwave erupted. Lilac was a bit surprised by the opponent's overwhelming power, eyes wide as he bit his lip repeatedly. Less than a second later, he stared ahead, face full of confusion. Sukong unleashed some unknown technique, darkening the area as eerie purple light scattered wildly in the shadows. After attacking, he paused for a moment, then formed the force seal. But why was his force so pure? Even my lightning general intelligence could not infiltrate his body to sabotage it. Lilac took a hit, but it was not too bad. He spat out the blood swirling in his throat. Then he grinned a bit wildly, formed the force seal again, savoring the lightning general. Finally, he concluded, That is pretty shocking. Huh. Lilac did not look scared. He smiled softly and said to Sukong, Alright then, after all these years of this slow dance, it is time to turn it up big this time. The once peaceful forest now endured a series of loud explosions. Smoke and flashes of light mixed into a chaotic blur. A sharp flash streaked across for a moment. Sukong kept his eyes closed, sending out fierce but strangely innocent energy. Lilac gritted his teeth and braced himself to fight. Unexpectedly, these two fought so fiercely, yet Sukong managed to overpower Lilac. Sukong looked very pleased with himself. Henta narrowed his eyes, surveying the situation silently thinking, This mess is really uncomfortable. Time to end it. After deciding, Hente immediately unleashed a powerful technique, a towering general skill, the Thunder Bright Art. Facing hand, Lilac refused to back down and countered with the Water Light Mirror technique. A direct clash between one technique and one demon, the poor forest again suffered a huge explosion. After a moment, the smoke began to clear. Sukong steadied himself to maintain balance. Hente no longer dared to be arrogant like before. His eyes narrowed suspiciously. Is this the weird water mirror technique that the person from Yufeng used to fight a draw? Lilac, a bit excited, confirmed Sukong's suspicion. Right? You can call it the Great Balance Technique, the Fempus Tornado. Hente frowned in frustration, his face still tense, voice gritting through his teeth. You are trying to mess with me. Huh. Then Hente shot straight up and unleashed his rising anger with a roar. Let us see how long you can keep that mouth shut. Great Balance Technique. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Bachlin, someone was watching the battle between Lilac and Sukong through an ancient crystal. They shouted in amazement. No way! Lilac has actually managed to hold his own against Sukong this long. Davy covered her mouth, hiding her shocked expression, mixing surprise with joy. When did the young master start using the Force Seal? Lin Kan watched intently and praised. No wonder he is the son of those two. Those nearby whispered curiously. Hey, did not you say this young master of Lac Lam Mansion was unremarkable just a month ago? Maybe the intel was wrong, unaware that someone was closely monitoring every moment. Lilac and Sukong kept pouring all their inner strength and power into defeating each other. Lilac calmly unleashed a faint swirling vortex, the Great Balance Technique. Suddenly, Sukong breathed out, a mocking smile spreading across his face. At that moment, Lilac suddenly felt uneasy. He broke out in a cold sweat. What is going on? His force core was suddenly being absorbed. Moments later, a powerful beam of light charged straight at Lilac. Sukong seized the upper hand. Lilac immediately thought, this is not good. Once again, he was tricked. His body was attacked so fast and violently that he coughed up blood. Filled with fury, Lilac stared at Sukong. Their eyes locked in tense confrontation. Sukong smirked cruelly, thinking, did you really think this would make me give up? As he spoke, another whirlwind of light appeared. His overwhelming force completely dominated the space. Lilac tracked every move without blinking. He realized Sukong was using a technique, the Mad Thunder Awakening. According to Danhe, this was Sukong's killer move, boosting both defense and attack power, making it tough to counter. While Lilac was reviewing this info, Sukong rushed at him with lightning speed. He thrust his sharp spear tip past Lilac, who luckily dodged just in time. Seeing this, Sukong seized the chance to intimidate. You really thought I was not ready? Wanna run? Then I will cut off your escape. The spear darted straight toward Lilac like a bullet. He tensed up again and jumped backward, but this time, it was not so easy to escape. One slash grazed his ear. Another cut across his slender arm. Everyone above fell silent, captivated by the intense battle unfolding. Davy looked worried, her eyes flickering with unease, and she called out anxiously. Young master, seeing the cruel, arrogant face of the Void Master now, many silently thought, it seems the grand exam of Thien Thuk District, Kim Tu Chao Baidai, the top academy of Nam Fong, might be in danger. Lilac was gasping, eyes never leaving his opponent, wondering how he would deal with this cunning, ruthless Void Master. The image of Lilac, battered but still determined, flashed on the display board. Meanwhile, the watchers began whispering among themselves. Many did not have much hope for Lilac's victory. They murmured that with the current situation, it would not be long before he was knocked out. A somewhat worried young man commented, despite Lilac's quick, fierce start, facing a Void Master like this is a whole different level. As he spoke, he watched Lilac struggle, two swords in hand, battered and tense, thinking, still not quite enough. Such a shame. At that moment, the battle grew even more intense. The confident Void Master taunted him, and Lilac prepared for a burst of power. Then, the Void Master unleashed a dazzling strike that seemed to tear the sky apart. Clearly showing Lilac's power was not enough yet. The Void Master's attack pushed Lilac back quite a distance. Before he could react, the Void Master lunged, spear in hand, right in front of him. Then he swung sharply, the spear pointing skyward like a final, powerful blow. Lilac took the hit and started coughing up blood. The Void Master smirked coldly, smiling faintly while sweeping his spear repeatedly. One strike hit Lilac directly, sending him flying back into a rock with a dull thud. The Void Master stood on a high rock, spear in hand, watching calmly, still confident, his voice laced with sarcasm. If you want to save face for Lac Lam Academy and yourself, just admit defeat now. Meanwhile, Lilac crashed hard into a big rock, leaving a deep dent. Still unconscious, after taking blow after blow, his face darkened as he began to think this really is a tough enemy. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes, a calm smile forming. Maybe the fire before him was perfectly timed. A strange wind blew out of nowhere, making everything feel surreal. The Void Master suddenly grew uneasy, his eyebrows furrowed, wondering, what is this strange feeling of dread? Holding the upper hand, he quickly launched a finishing move, shouting, End this. A purple beam of energy shot straight at the rock where Lilac had been sitting. But Lilac was one step ahead and dodged it. The Void Master sensed something, thinking to himself, "This is on the other side." Lilac focused his power and pulled out a weapon, a bow. Outside, the Watchers grew curious at this sudden change. Pulling out a big bow, what was he planning? The guards did not comment, just silently observed. Lilac concentrated his strength in his hands, ready to strike back. Lilac's power extended into a long spear-like form. The Void Master frowned, eyes half closed in irritation. At this point, and you still want to pretend? Lilac kept his calm face, eyes full of determination, thinking to himself, this move really drains a lot of energy. He reflected quietly. Combining the high-level water general technique and the brilliant light technique, he would call this move a strike he unleashed called Radiant Flow Meditation. The Void Master sensed the power behind it and started to fear. What is this? Facing such a powerful threat felt more intense than even facing Dan Nai. He immediately turned around. Seeing the glowing final strike from Lilac ready to launch, the Void Master decided to retreat first. An arrow shot out with a piercing force. The sharp arrow, packed with immense power, flew straight toward the Void Master as back. He ran while glancing back, shouting as he pulled the spear. Two mighty forces prepared and clashed head-on. Lilac sneered, lightning may be fast, but can it outrun light itself? That arrow of light overcame the Void attack. Furious, he yelled, I am just a low-level cultist, but I am not afraid of anyone. Then, immediately, the Void also raised his spear to directly counter the attack. He glared fiercely. Bring it on. The two spears clashed, neither side showing any sign of backing down. But quickly, the answer came. Lilac's spear pierced right through the Void's spear. It drove straight into the Void, who could not defend in time and took the hit. Blood splattered across his face, but he still refused to give up. Suddenly, a deafening shout rang out, catching Lilac's attention. As he glanced over, the Void stared at Lilac holding his bow, standing firm on the rock, unwilling to accept defeat. How can this be? The tide turned now. The Void was beaten. Collapsing onto the ground, the Void was furious, eyes rolling white, mouth agape with rage. Lilac watched seriously, deep in thought, calculating his next move. From above, someone's panicked shout echoed on the screen. Someone asked, what is going on here? Another loud shout reverberated outside. I am not seeing things. Right? Davy, watching the fight all along, suddenly gasped, unable to believe her eyes. The Void was defeated by Lilac. Lin Cam beside her emphasized, looks like Lilac really did beat the Void. Davy admired him, eyes sparkling, saying, so the young master's been hiding his skills all along. Seems like his personality's nothing like his parents. Lin Can felt a bit annoyed hearing that Vi praised Lilac so much. Hey, looks like you are totally on the young master's side. Davy confidently replied, of course. A handsome young master like that is not easy to come by. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, loud voices echoed throughout the castle. Waysat ran his hand through his beard, praising Gan. No wonder he is the son of that Hyoen. Daylam, a tiger does not raise a cowardly cub. See that? That is the killer move of our Namfong Academy. Sukin, hearing Kan's praise, grew even angrier. Flames blazing. Warning, can you be quiet for a moment? Waysat grinned, taunting back. Quiet, you old witch from Mingaya? Who are you to tell me what to do? Sukun lost his cool, shouting, you damn immortal. Lilac must be cheated. Elsewhere in the castle, and Light spoke up. Warning, you two, this is still an official exam. If you disrupt it, next year the St. Hyoen Spirit Academy might cut down the number of admissions from Thien Thuk District, so watch yourselves. Meanwhile, someone was running inside the Silver Spirit Pavilion. It was Dan Ni. Rushing urgently, she thought to herself, why on earth did I agree to let him face the Void? Lilac, you absolutely have to hold on. Arriving at the battle site, she stopped. A guy dazzled by the distance sneered at her. Whoa, you run fast. Exhausting. Anyway, that kid's probably long lost to the Void. Then Nice eyes widened in surprise. On the opposite side, someone was pinned against a rock. It was Van Fong. Tung Ban stood next to her, like he would seen something terrifying. Hey, look over there. There. The Void knelt on the ground, clutching his neck in pain. A loud call rang out. Void. Then he saw Lilac sitting atop a tall rock, while everyone around kept whispering. Lilac actually defeated both the Void and Van Fong. That can be real. That handsome face was now bruised and battered. Seeing her, Lilac smiled softly. Finally, you are here. Lilac's gaze was full of deep thought as he looked at her. Then Hai looked worried, asking, Lilac, are you okay? Lilac rubbed his head shyly. Quick, help me down, I am out of energy. Can he jump anymore? Then Hai was speechless at his words, wondering, so he has been stuck up there half a day just because he ran out of energy. The collapsed slabs piled up, sliding all the way down to the ground. Looking at those kneeling in the mess, it seems like everyone's done for. Su wiped the blood off his face with his hand, gritting his teeth. Liu. You are really good at hiding. Liu proudly showed off his achievements. Why are you guys pushing me around? I was just trying to make the top 10. Hearing that, he got so angry he coughed up blood. Liu shoved his hands in his pockets, standing in front of the two kneeling guys, holding the tablet. Don't get ahead of yourself with 12 people left. It is still looking good, he sneered mockingly. Still good. Keep dreaming. You know what I am gonna do next? Right? Su clenched his teeth in anger. Liu, you are ruthless. Van Feng stepped up to defend Su. Liu, you can do that. This is the official arena, and we are all under the governor's authority. Liu held the tablet as the points reset to 0. Dongyan Academy. Points reset to 0. Eliminated. Another team got their points reset. Nanfeng Academy. Van Feng. Points reset to 0. Eliminated. Liu was full of enthusiasm, going on nonstop. Let us all congratulate Su. Van Feng also snagged 11th and 12th place here. Suddenly, he turned to the three kneeling guys, full of admiration. Truly, respect to the three family fire clans. Tong Bin immediately looked pitiful. Liu, we were just forced into this. Just wait for the King Xuan Star Academy. That is when our boss will show up. Liu closed his eyes, clearly annoyed, and ordered, couldn't I erase their points too? I can just stand looking at them. Suddenly, Kuna smiled sweetly but refused to obey. She replied, Dunty. Her words surprised Liu. What? Tong Bin quickly caught on to what King Nai meant and explained. Liu, she is saying if she takes their points, her score would surpass the current leader and make her number 1 in the finals. Everyone's eyes lit up like they would found a savior. Each had their own thoughts. Tong Bin felt like he would found a lifeline. Silently grateful. There is a reason the rightful champion stands so tall. She is willing to stand behind Liu. Or his sister Su, wondering what kind of relationship this is. What is going on here? More admiration from the sponsors. Liu, you are so cool. Definitely got a spot secured. I have discovered a new continent, this says it all. Liu feverishly tried to convince her. Couldn't I? Hurry up. People are kinda scared of the top spot right now. But King Yi just sat on a rock, hands on her face, smiling gently. You will get used to it. He got really angry. Couldn't I? Do not be so harsh. Hurry. Hurry. I do not want to be number 1. I am begging you. Couldn't I kept her sweet, admiring smile as the final bell rang to signal the end. Girl cheered loudly. The finals are over. We made top 10. I can get in King Xuan Star Academy now. Meanwhile, Su's face darkened, full of anger. Finally, Liu was left speechless. Unlucky not to get his wish, including the top spot. The leaderboard displayed the rankings. Number 1, Nanfeng Academy's Liu. Number 2, Nanfeng Academy's King Ni. Liu's appearance at the top shocked everyone. Who would have thought the top spot would not be King Nai or Su, but Liu, who had kept his strength hidden all along? Someone continued the commentary. That kid does not have the sharp aura of Kunga, but he feels deep and unfathomable. Like no one will ever know what cards he is really holding. Dang Bing clenched his fist proudly for Liu. Did you see that? Liu is number 1. Long Feng looked stunned, eyes wide as if refusing to accept the truth. He sighed. Number 1 in the finals, and yet not a student from our first academy. Nanfeng Academy has never seen anything like this. Our glory's gone for good this time. Dang Bing laughed heartily, patted Long Feng on the shoulder, and said, Long Feng, you are still a worthy senior brother. I won't go against you anymore. Long Feng pulled away, acting like he was fine, but tears streamed down inside. His trembling voice said, They are all our brothers. Please, do not make a fuss. Tai Wei sighed deeply in relief after seeing the results. Truly a surprising outcome no one expected. Lin Kan was a bit surprised, but the result was definitely something to celebrate. Love really kept it well hidden. Thanega's gonna be shocked too. Ivy looked up at the sky in gratitude and replied to Lin Kan, saying the young lord entering the sacred mysterious academy might ease some of the pressure on Than Inja. As she spoke, she gazed at the endless mountain ridges far away, as if placing her hopes on a distant future. If Lolesi can keep improving, even just a little, the people's hearts will stop drifting, and then Lek Lam Mansion will gradually stabilize again. The noisy chatter of those nearby broke out. Quick, look, Lola then higher heading out. Cheers and praise kept coming. Luxke is so cool. Someone nearby clinked glasses with a Lelex and praised. Lefrishka, you are amazing. Lelex wondered aloud. Where's that firecracker Hakod and Gulong? The person clinked glasses while pointing to a corner, where a guy and a girl were standing. Where else could he be? Definitely flirting with that little scholar over there. Over there. He Lung confidently bragged nonsense, earning admiring looks from the girl. I worked hard to mess with Ceci Kung's mind before, so Lala could snatch the top spot. Maybe half the credit's mine, but it's fine, we are sworn brothers. We do not care about fame. Alesh turned pale, speechless. Such shamelessness. Then I finally spoke. Lualus, They said today's a good day, so tonight there'll be a little celebration. Wanna join? A nearby girl chimed in, begging. Lefriska, come on. Please come. He rubbed his chin, clearly torn, battling his own thoughts. It is just everyone coming to praise me a bit, and getting teased by the scholars. Finally, standing in front of a huge tavern, he made up his mind. Fine, I will reluctantly go. The sky had turned a blazing sunset red, and the tavern's lights were shining bright. Inside, beer glasses clinked nonstop as everyone got lost in the party's joy. Groups gathered everywhere, laughing and chatting loudly. Over here, Lilith thanked everyone. Thanks, Vanhai, for treating us at Danfeng Pavilion. I am sure everyone will have a great time. She rested her hand on the table and responded with a sweet, "Aho." The guy held up his drink, toasting cheerfully to the perfect pair before him, still the unbeatable Lechika, now teamed up with Dan T. This will definitely become a legendary story in our academy. Lil Lese's expression darkened, worry flashing across his face along with a polite smile. Good thing we are in Namfeng City now. If this were Reihe Vinning City, I would definitely get beaten up at home. Nearby, then I happily clinked glasses with the guy from before. Then someone else shouted angrily, seriously? The An Che W Van Fong, obviously from our academy, helping to sabotage. Than that is just messed up. Fut Tun nervously held her drink and stepped closer to Than Hai, shyly apologizing. Sorry about what happened earlier. She explained if she had not left a signal, she would be been ambushed too. Than Hai lightly tapped her glass, replying, it is all in the past. When the Luluk saw her, his face changed instantly. He silently thought, being friends with an idiot is really exhausting. Fut Tun glanced at him, showing sincerity. Lulus, I have always opposed you before, but please do not hold grudges. Her next words made Than Nai's face flush, and she just nodded slightly, thinking, with people like you around, cousin Hatati is definitely lucky. Levelesev simply nodded and waved his hand like he wanted to leave quickly. Suddenly, he noticed something and looked at her, puzzled. Vanhai, what is wrong? You do not look quite right. Then I did not meet his eyes, instead staring at the glass in her hand. Nothing. Her eyes seemed full of unspoken feelings. She lowered her gaze and gave an unclear answer. It is just, idiots really wear you out. Her words left him silent and confused. Up on the second floor of the pavilion, Aleph started asking for more info. Wait, Venfeng did not make the top 10. So does not that mean they are competing with us for the spot? That explains everything clearly in theory. That is how it is, but our headmaster is notoriously grumpy. Upstairs in a corner, 3 shadowy figures stand watching below. I feel like he won T let Van Fong have things his way. A girl suddenly speaks up, shouting. That girl was Than Haiyan, the tech prodigy from the Tong Van Fong family. Tongva? Than Hoyan, the tech prodigy from the Mak Lang family, and Than Haiyan, the tech prodigy and older brother of Diafap Tin. Diafap King Min. Lin raised an eyebrow with some disdain, did not expect the top-ranked candidate of the Heavenly Training District to be a so-called useless young master. The View explained that Mun was wrong. This young master is not useless anymore. Winning first place in the big exam proves he has got some real skill. Mak Lang smirked, partly agreeing but also disagreeing. Still, the Heavenly Training District can't keep up. He heard that other districts already have candidates at the 10 Seal realm in this exam. The Vu's expression immediately darkened, her voice calm but accusatory. Mak Lang, I know your district has powerful backing. Don't mock our Heavenly Training District anymore. Mak Lang stepped forward, waving off the insult. No mockery intended. Heavenly Training District has that ega that alone demands respect. Han chuckled, teasing. Looks like Thu Vu's a bit annoyed with those little brats. Should I go say hello? Still stuck in that mood. Huh, your eyebrows are all scrunched up. Forget it. Just a bunch of little nobodies. Mak Lang did not linger, waving goodbye to Thu Vu. As our senior student, should not we get them familiar with the style of the Than Haiyan Academy? Even as Han walked away, the Vu called after him, don't he go too far, just scare them a little. That is enough. Han smiled with a hint of contempt. Thoughts steering. A long bitter night ahead. Looks like this drama might be pretty good. The gap between 10 Seal and General Master Realm is something to watch. The Vu kept watching Mak Lang's retreating figure, quietly calculating that this would be the most exciting lesson for the little nobles before they enter Than Haiyan Academy. The night grew late. The moon climbed high. The party was winding down, and the chatter was not as lively as before. Lilac announced loudly, everyone, it is getting late. The big exam just ended today, and we have all been exhausted. It is time to head back and rest. Shadow, you are drawn to the chaos up ahead. Someone shouted loudly. Hey, watch where you are going. Lilac wondered silently. Are they looking for trouble? Mak Lang was in the middle of the chaos, cursing under his breath. Bad luck, and raised one hand, the other in his pocket, speaking with a mocking tone. Sorry for the trouble. Everyone, Just came to congratulate you. This little noble was not paying attention and stepped on my foot. Just a small punishment. Do not take it personally. Then stepped forward from behind Lilac. Voice stern. So you were saying you hit someone. Her arrival left the young man there stunned, with an intense aura and commanding presence. She drew many curious glances, making everyone stop and think, a total knockout. With that kind of vibe, even in then Hoenn Academy, she would be top tier for sure. Mac Lang adjusted his jacket, confident and cheeky. Sorry. Just a quick move. You are students from Nam Phong Academy, right? I am from Than Hoenn Academy. Future senior student to you all. The crowd whispered among themselves. Even if we wanted to fight, we could not beat someone from Than Hoenn Academy. Lilac lowered his voice, commenting to Than beside him, looks like that one's got bad intentions. She closed her eyes indifferently, as if she would known all along. Actually, she just wants to test herself against the top-ranked candidate. Mac Lang's face twisted with arrogance, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I heard she is the #1 from this heavenly training district exam. Lilac frowned, serious as ever. Staying silent, as he passed Lilac, Mac Lang muttered, she is at General Master realm but only managed first place. Something's off with this heavenly training district. Strength. Get mad. Everyone. This little noble needs a lesson. We will smash his head in. But Nu Lang quickly stopped them. Hey, do not get worked up. We can win this fight. Over here. Than's face hardened, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. Lilac stayed calm, reminding them, listen, we do not even know each other. No need to cause trouble like this. Mac Lang never saw what was coming and was still in a chill mood. What did you say? I am just the student council president asking a question. Suddenly, his face filled with panic, eyes wide open, mouth yelling. What did you say? You want to kill me? He had not figured out what was going on. Kill? Then Hai was full of confusion hearing that. Everyone around was surprised by the loud noise. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the room. Protect the young master. From the left, a stranger suddenly jumped in through the window. Not just the left, even from the right. Armed people were jumping in. They all focused on one target. Mac Lang. In unison, they shouted, assassins. Mac Lang was so scared he broke out in sweat, eyes wide, yelling, I did not do anything. I am just here to say hi. Mac Lang got punched and flew back by a bodyguard. The bodyguard clasped his hands, apologizing to Lu. We failed to protect you and let the young master get scared. Ngulang shrugged, unfazed, patting shoulders. I told you, do not you want a one-on-one with Lai Lu. Only if you meet certain conditions first. Suddenly, a shout rang out. What are you all doing? The Vu angrily said. Lai Lu. Young master, you have way too much power. You call bodyguards to beat people at the slightest thing. Lilu finally ordered. Stop, but Mac Lang was already beaten up with a swollen, pig-like head. Then I told Lilu about her identity. That was Thu Vu, the sister of that office, and also a legal official. Looks like she is here to stir trouble, mostly because of the Vu. Hearing that, he understood a bit. Are you guys working with her? She just tried to kill me. So you sent her? The Vu sneered. What a joke. Just met and already causing trouble. What killing? Stop spitting nonsense. Mac Lang, scared and beaten, shouted. You jerk. Do you even have any martial ethics? When did I ever say I wanted to kill anyone? Lalua looked embarrassed. I heard you say you wanted to, he angrily repeated. I said I am the student council president just asking a question. He smiled brightly, like the misunderstanding was cleared up. I see. Looks like I heard wrong. In that case, you guys owe me for wasting your time today. The Vu grinned. You think I am just here for your money? He laughed teasingly. So what can you really do? Chu remained silent, raising an eyebrow. He planned to have Mac Lang annoy Lu a bit, make him throw a punch, then teach him a lesson, but this young man was not arrogant, especially in front of such a pretty lady. Forget it. Even causing a big scene would not mean anything. In the end, the group had no choice but to leave quietly. Although the Vu and her group had left, the atmosphere here was gone. Everyone lost interest and started leaving one by one. That evening at Thanfeng Tower, Then Wai chatted with Lai Lu. Recently, the quality of Qidong's group had improved a lot, nearly suffocating the Tung Tu group. Lu Vu had been training at the Than Tin Academy's command residence. This time she came back, probably aiming for Qidong's group. Lu understood her meaning. Was it because of next month's Lun, the Ikakwang festival in Thien Thuc district? Every year in Thien Thuc district, there is a grand festival for Lin Doi Kakwang. All groups compete to win attention and dominate the market. Night's moon was bright despite the clouds. Lu was lost in thought. So far, a steady flow of silver had been pumped into Kadong's group to buy 6th grade Lin, They Kakwang. How could the Vu possibly mess things up now? Yelling came from the mansion. Damn it! Lai Lu, the Vu is treating Mac Lang's wounds. At that moment, Master Tong came over to ask, what happened to Mac Lang? He looked so gentle. What is with those wounds on him? The Vu explained. Earlier at Thanfeng Tower, He wanted to ask other students a question, but Lelou's bodyguards beat him up. Tong sounded annoyed. Again with Lelou, Mac Lang gritted his teeth. If this was in the capital, I would not let him get away with this, Master Tong advised. Enough, let us not rush to talk about this now. Recently, the Keduong faction under Leilac's leadership suddenly exploded in power. It is probably thanks to some ancient secret technique that Dai Han and Dai Lam left behind for him. Mac Lang pondered deeply. The single-celled concoctions from the Tung Tu faction are definitely stronger than Keduong's, but now they are being suppressed in refining power. Only a primal secret technique could do that. The Tong family head grew uneasy hearing this. If things keep going like this, our Tung Tu faction in Thien Thuc district might be crushed. No chance to turn things around? Mac Lang smiled confidently and said, our Mac Thoi faction's single-cell concoctions are not just a step above Keduong's, they are leagues ahead. Tong family can definitely take down Keduong. The Tong family head still was not fully convinced, especially since some terms in the deal with Mac Thoi faction were not fully settled. Mac Lang brushed that off, saying as long as Mac Thoi faction's Spirit Water and Radiant Light dominate the Thien Thuc market, it is a win-win for us all. He happily accepted the flattery. Alright then, we will provide the pure data. The Tong family will definitely help Mac Thoi faction hold strong in Thien Thuc district. Seeing nothing else to discuss, Mac Lang waved goodbye. I will take my leave now. Is when Thu Vu spoke up. Master, Sen brought him to Thanfeng Tower today. It actually helped a bit. If it were not for Leilac, Mac Lang probably would not have opened up so easily. We should even thank Leilac for this. The Tong family head sighed warily. From now on, it looks like our Tong family will be blocked by his Mac Thai faction. His expression grew more and more gloomy. Then he started explaining, although they will share some ways to brew Spirit Water Radiant Light, those recipes do not really matter. The two primal secret techniques of Black Cauldron Water and White Man Light are the real game changers. Thu Vu, realizing this, angrily cursed. Damn Lac Lam Mansion? Damn luck. So frustrating, but no matter how bad it is, it can get worse than this. If we do not find stronger allies, it will only hurt the Keduong faction even more. The Tong family head asked again. This time, are we confident about the duel with Lin Can? She smirked smugly. Lin Can? Old rival, but this time, she is definitely going to lose. The Tong family head seemed reassured and asked, House Van Fong? The Vu replied, the injuries are not too bad, but the shock was huge this time. He might get into the Holy Mystic Academy. He worried and thought deeply. Van Fong really went too far this time, but the Nam Fong Academy has an extra spot for recruitment. Hope that inspector does not get too strict. The next morning at Lac Mansion, Lilac was training alone, taking a deep breath to prepare himself. Lilac dashed forward in a flash, lightly pushing off with his foot to gain momentum and leap up. His opponent was alert and ready, raising his sword to block Lilac's strike. Lilac was blocked, clicking his tongue in frustration. His opponent seized the moment, putting all his strength into swinging his heavy sword, knocking Lilac back. Lilac steadied himself and said, let us call it there. The opponent clasped his hands. I yield. Young master of the mansion, he praised enthusiastically. Young master really is amazing. Even though you are just at the initiation level, you still make me feel the pressure. Lilac folded his arms and turned away. Alright, but I still can beat that guy. Can I? Still, after that performance, there was something new in everyone's eyes when they looked at Lilac. It was a kind of respect and admiration. The young master of Lac Lam Mansion was slowly starting to shine. Someone was waiting for Lilac outside. He greeted, they've a sister. What are you doing here? She laughed teasingly. Young master, you are really working hard, got first place in the grand exam, and still training hard every day. Later, Lilac followed her. Where are we going? Levi replied. Lin Can has arrived. Probably some business. Lilac smiled. Alright, let us go then. They arrived at the room and found Lin Can. Young masters, you are both here. She held a report. First, a quick update. Keduong faction's recent targets have increased rapidly. This year's profits might reach 10,000 Qian Liu gold. Lilac was pleased. Not bad at all. Then Lin Can explained. Actually, the Vu returned this time probably to secure first place at the Lenthoi Radiant Light ceremony, setting the stage for the Tung Tu faction. Lilac immediately asked, Lin Can's sister is our ace. Can she beat their ace? Lin Can confidently replied, of course. I won't disappoint. I will give it my all during this time. Then Lin Can hurriedly left. The Ivy pulled out a jade bottle from his shirt. Based on your recent requests, I managed to get you 3 bottles of 6th grade spirit water. It is a bit little, but it will do for now. She placed the jade bottle on the table. Lo Lef was super excited to grab it 6th grade spirit water. If I was not worried about Thai vs sister getting mad, I would totally hug her right now. She crossed her arms. Smug. Enough. Let us. Then Thai left. To me. His sister. Those sweet words. Do not hold a candle to your cute little face. Feeling praised. Lo Lese's confidence shot up. Damn. This killer good looks even Thai Vi's sister can resist it. As he walked, Lo Lucky muttered. Damn master. Dan Fong. And Than Hatushi is clearly number 1. Bad luck. Then I overheard that Man, you really do not understand people, she teased with a smile. You are supposed to be number one. Yet you keep trash talking behind my back. Caught off guard, Lelef laughed awkwardly. The two walked side by side like that. Other students saw them and called out, "Hey La, hi Than." Then Lelef noticed a crowd gathering. That bunch. Those losers. How dare they still show their faces at Nam Phong Academy? Lelex's eyes quickly caught Vien Phong. Someone spotted them and whispered, "Lefrishka." Danti, they finally came. Ven Feng's getting way too cocky. He sold out Nam Phong Academy and still dares to come back. Just now, Inku Lung was messing with him, but Vien Feng slapped Ing Lung so hard he bled and fell down. That was way too much. Lil Leathers was startled and asked, "You Lun?" Only then did they see Ing Lung lying on the ground, rolling around and throwing a tantrum. "Dia, Dia. Murder, murder, somebody save me, somebody save me." Ven Feng angrily explained, "You are full of crap. I never hit him, just told him to leave me alone and pushed him a bit. No real force used." But then someone shouted louder, "What the hell do you think you are doing?" It was the security guard. "Who dares beat up students at Nam Phong Academy? Are you crazy?" He walked over and saw Eng Lung on the ground. Fuming, "You insolent brat. That is way too much. You think I am dead, or what? You are ignoring the rules of Nam Phong Academy. Starting now, your student status is revoked. You are expelled." Ven Feng immediately protested, "I do not accept this. You can kick me out, I did not break any rules." The guard folded his hands and said sternly, "If you do not accept it, appeal to St. Mystic Star Academy. Wait for their order to overturn my expulsion. Until then, it is not too late for you to join St. Mystic Star Academy." Lelethard looked back worriedly, eyeing Inku Long, who looked ready to pass out on the ground. Leles whispered, "That act is way too fake." Then Ahai looked really happy. If Ven Feng made the top 10, then even our headmaster could not steal his spot. But too bad. He got kicked out of the top 10. That old headmaster of ours is pretty ruthless. The security guard declared seriously, "I can accept students who do not fight for glory at Nam Phong Academy. But I won't tolerate traitors like this, trying to harm their fellow students." Today at Nam Phong Academy, we held the graduation ceremony. Graduates will train at other top academies in the Great Saya. From now on, you will all be separated, might be hard to meet again. After the ceremony, the headmaster called Le Lux and his group to his office. The security guard spoke as he paced. "At this exam, the four of you protected the academy's #1 candidate. Honestly, I have to thank you." Lo Alessis group smiled wryly. "Headmaster, if you just wanted to thank us, you did not have to go through all this trouble." The headmaster calmly asked, "Do you kids really think I am that stingy?" In Lung shouted, "Headmaster, you are the one we all respect. I won't let anyone say otherwise. I suggest you drop that stingy word." He quickly got a scolding from the headmaster and was metaphorically cut down for life. The guard stroked his beard and reminded them, 2 months from now, you will go to St. Mystic Star Academy. Your results are good, but do not get cocky. When you get there, you will realize just how deep the tiger's den really is. Of course, if you could be like Thanga, then forget I said anything." He pulled out a jade vial. "This is the bitter lotus pill. When your general power hits the 10th seal, you can refine it to speed up condensing the general seed. It boosts condensation success, rates a little bonus gift for you all during this grand exam. This bitter lotus pill supposedly requires the essence of the general power tree as a catalyst, so normally only top academies can produce it. For new scholars hitting the 10th seal realm, bitter lotus pill is the best spiritual elixir around. After all, many fail multiple times condensing the general seed, and this pill is a rare item that reduces that failure rate." Wulang was the most excited headmaster. "Who dare call you stingy after this? I am the first to go all in with him." Waysat chased them off with disdain. "Well, it is a bit annoying, but I admit, no academy in the entire lower territory compares to Holy Mysterious Star." Stayed silent, not turning around as they left. Only then did Waysat smile softly, proud inside. "Lalu, you rotten kid. Do not embarrass your parents. Fly high now, little fire prodigy." After graduating from Nam Phong Academy, Lalu returned to his old training pace. Over these 2 months, Lalu set a goal, to reach the 10th seal realm by any means. The death sentence countdown had already started, 5 years left. Also, in training his spirit water radiance, Lalu had already reached 2nd grade mastery by now. One morning in Laklam Mansion, Lalu absorbed the power rod. It shone with dazzling golden light. Sighing while holding the rod, he muttered, "Not easy at all. To forge a postnatal general, I need tons of materials and have to test how they all work together. If it were not for the money my parents left me, I would not know what to do. The most important thing is, they suggested I choose the Eye General as my second postnatal general. The Eye General's power helps detoxify and heal, paired with my previous Water Radiance General. Maybe my Foundation 1T be so lacking, but the Eye General is mostly for control. First restrain the enemy, then shoot them full of arrows like a beehive. Sounds kinda twisted? Huh. Oh well. Whatever, being twisted does not ruin my good looks." Finally, after hesitating, he tossed the power rod aside. Decision made. I General it is. 86 stones on the left, 42 on the right. Total 128. This is the tiny no general spirit lion star. Luckily my parents left me a manual. If the main attribute is I, what should the secondary attribute be? Lulu buried himself in research all day. He scribbled notes all over the page. Decision made. I Earth General. I is primary. Earth is supplementary. Lulu's face now showed real confidence. Earth General is the best support for I General. I and Earth powers complement each other, whether it is survival or control. Things get a bit stronger the next day. After deciding, Lulu went to Taewei and laid out all his requests. 2 hours later, the first batch of materials was delivered straight to Lilu's room. He was now studying a spiritual flower, a rare bloom packed with energy of the I attribute. Lilu breathed out a flame in his palm that was the tiny no general fire. This flame is the core essence for forging tiny no generals. Only materials refined from this fire can be used to make postnatal generals. But the general power is so fragile that only a tiny bit can be extracted at a time. The refining process is not easy. After burning through several materials, Lulu finally sensed a little progress. At last, he successfully forged a sprig of rare grass infused with earth energy. Lua looked at the item in his hand. Relieved. Didn't expect forging to be this tough. He waved his hand, dropping it into the tiny no general wheel to test it out. The small flame merged smoothly into place, pushed all the way in. A spark lit up, stretching down to the next empty slot. Looks like it is ready for the next one. Lulu was thrilled by this discovery. Seems forging is not so hard after all. After this initial success, Lilu immediately started forging the next one, but the result was not what he expected. Why no reaction this time? The little void general's divine wheel showed cracks, freaking him out. After the rejection reaction, Lilu kept trying different conflicting materials, and only after a whole night did he finally patch up the holes. Lilu studied until dawn. This clearly took a lot of time, but a one-of-a-kind Earth General like this is definitely worth the wait. Meanwhile, a month after finishing the Academy's big exam, Chanshu County is buzzing again with another major event grabbing attention. It is the Spirit Water Festival. The streets are packed and lively. Taewei looks around. The festival's been going for 3 days now, but the real fun's about to start today. Lilu can't help but be amazed at the hype. How's Lin Can preparing? They pass through a street as Taewei leads him to Lin Can's place. I do not want to bother her right now, but she got here early. Go ask her yourself. Lin Can's already by the window. Like she knew they would come. You two are here already. Lilu, are you confident? Lin Can, I heard you can bring a market assistant before it starts. Let me be your assistant. Lin Can replies confidently. Don't you trust me? I do not mind losing to others, but I will never lose to that vengeful woman. But if you want to be the assistant, it is your call. You are the young master. I can control you. Lilu shrugged. Her proud attitude is kinda cute. I will head in first. You go check out the inner courtyard. Taewei teases Lin Can. Our young master sure knows how to appreciate beauty. She just rolls her eyes. Kids and their nonsense. A second-rank general alchemist like you. What can you really do for me? Meanwhile, Lilu studies various Spirit Water Festival products in the square, seeing where they are made and noting the decent haul. Suddenly, he spots a familiar figure. It is King. He does not know when she arrived, but King Ni's graceful aura is definitely turning heads. But next to King Ni, there is a pesky guy buzzing around like a fly, making everyone uncomfortable. Liu feels sorry for her, constantly followed by this clingy guy. He is clearly a flirt, showing interest in the Vu but still hitting on other women shamelessly. King Ni's expression now, probably super annoyed inside. Liu calls out to her, fly swatter for sale, 5,000 gold each. King Ni turns and smiles, calling his name. Lai Lu, she pouts. Your fly swatter's way too expensive. Trying to kill me. Huh. Liu jokes loud enough for others to hear. No choice. The flies near you are huge. I am pretty sure they are perverts. That definitely pissed off Massey Long. Lai Lu, always stirring up trouble. Huh. Liu is not scared and fires back. I am just talking to a classmate. What has it got to do with you? Messalong angrily warns. Fine. Consider it talking to your senior. Perverts like you do not belong in the Saint Mystic Academy. They should just give up. Liu smirked. Then I will just bring some bodyguards with me. That reminder of old grudges makes Long furious. But he can't do anything, so he storms off. Go ahead. Just wait till the day's over. The Spirit Water Festival of Mepisu, that will rule Chanshu County. Your shabby King family shop will be shut down soon. Kunai worries about Lilu. Mess though that, and the Tintung family are teaming up. With today's festival, they are likely to make a move. He reassures her. Don't worry. I have got my limits. They walk and chat. I am at the 10th seal now. Kuni confirms. Yeah. I might break through to the first stage of General Alchemist before entering Saint Mystic Academy. Back at Mevrethu vs mansion, he helplessly asks, who pissed that guy off? Messalong grumbles. That damn Lilu again. Damn it. Has the poison prepared? The Va confidently replies, with the secret medicine from Matzafi Raz people. I will definitely beat her this time. I really want to see how ugly she will look after I win. Suddenly the Vi flinches as Mephalung touches him. What are you doing? If my dad sees this and you are not engaged yet, you won't be leaving Shinshu County anytime soon. Scoffs. I am not rushing the engagement. I am afraid she won't agree. Stalling for time. Waiting for a good day. Later. In the Vavya's private room. Gazing thoughtfully through the glass. Fools usually only think half as much as others. Thought my little one did not see the troublemaker just now. Now I have to borrow the Messithi mansion to face off against Kai Godin Doug mansion. I can only hold back for now. Later. When there is a better target, I will cut off that leech for good. Cannons blasted across the sky. Inside the hall. Suddenly a voice echoed, "The ultimate duel has finally arrived." And crowds were everywhere. Lin Kan appeared within everyone's sight and asked, "In Luck Lam Mansion's recruitment, do you only pick those with good looks?" Then I sighed. Caught off guard by Thivi's enchanting charm, and then by the cold elegance of the Ke de Dang Mansion leader. Luck awkwardly scratched his face. Both Thivi and Lin Kan's beauty and aura were undeniable. If Than Ega had not arranged this visit, I would really start thinking our mansion's leader is a bit wild and reckless. Then I asked, "I am heading to second uncle's place first. Want to come along?" Alesh declined. "I need to go upstairs. You just go to the high platform over there." Then Hai looked puzzled. "You want to duel me with your tactics?" He awkwardly explained, "I am just helping Lin Kan with her match and expanding my own experience. After all, I am a Tides too." She waved her hand and winked. "Alright, I will cheer for you." Left climbed up to the high platform. "Lin Kan." Lin Kan teased him. "You really run into your female classmate everywhere you go. I think she has got a crush on you." He quickly denied it. "Nonsense. I won't let her insult our pure friendship." Lin Kan smirked. "This has nothing to do with me. That little troublemaker actually has some skill. But I wonder if she can handle the main consort." Lalek sulked. "That is going too far." "Main consort? The Emperor. She just pushed me aside. Anyway, this is the method for refining spiritual water. Take a look." He flipped through the book. Startled. "This is how you refine 4th grade spiritual water. It looks seriously tough." The book showed a really complicated formula. Lin Kan looked pleased with his focus. "Not bad. You are taking this seriously." The final match began, and with Thu Vi from Ting Ti Mansion appearing, the two women's eyes locked, silently sparking fierce rivalry. Aleph curiously asked, "Why do I get the feeling she really hates her?" Lin Kan annoyedly explained, "I brought her into my master's refining group before. She once messed up during a match and caused us to lose. And we later found out she was actually a spy from another refining group." Lales was speechless. Another white-eyed wolf. The observing leader of the Liu Mansion muttered, "This all Alessi is everywhere." Then I said without paying much attention, "He is a Tidingasis too. Just here to learn some experience." Suddenly he looked worried. "You and Alessi have been pretty close lately. Remember, Lalesh is already engaged." And Hai thought for a bit. Then replied, "That engagement is probably just in name only. Second uncle." "Enough already. I do not like Loleki either." He sighed helplessly. "Who knows how that will turn out?" She frowned. "He has helped me and even saved me once, so we are close. But some people just can't be forced to connect." The Low Mansion leader waved it off. "But it is better you do not like him. When you join Ving then later, your mom will be there. So try not to mention the Lux in front of her." Then I hesitated. "Why's that?" He explained. "It is some old grudge from a past life. Don't ask anymore. Just do not bring up a Lek around your mom." Then Hai was not fully convinced but did not press further. She just agreed and let it go. Meanwhile, amid cheers, the grand duel officially began on the arena. Lin Kan started. "2. Half a branch. Bun Sen Ling. 3 branches. Then Kathi. Standard dose 3 parts." The air was thick with tension. Lin Kan held the flowing water in her hand, her eyes narrowing seriously. Lalech watched the whole process intently. Lin Kan gently dropped a single drop of water. That drop fell precisely into the liquid inside the glass bottle. Lin Kan asked Lalak to hand over the items, and Thean Diet agreed. She poured the glowing liquid into the vial in her hand. Suddenly, Lin Kan noticed something different. She felt the flow was incredibly smooth. This caught her attention. It felt like this fusion was much easier, as if something was pushing it along, saving a lot of effort. "Let us study this after the match." Lalak breathed, hiding her actions. Gradually, announcements echoed across the arena. 6 Light 7. Triufeng successfully forged a 4th grade 6 Water Kai Light, refining the strength of man to man. White Tooth 7. Bronze Tongue. Successfully forged a 4th grade White Tooth Spirit Water, refining the strength of man to man. White Tooth 7. Bronze Tongue. Successfully forged a 4th grade White Tooth Spirit Water, refining the strength of man to man. So, after everyone's attention focused on one group, it was unbelievable. The market's logic was clear. The Vu raised the vial high. Tongue 27. The Vu forged a 5th grade Spirit Dragon Kai Water. Success. Below, Kunho threw in, refining the strength of man to be. Even Lailak's group was stunned at the 5th grade Spirit Water. Mac Lang's side proudly said, "This time we are sure to win." Let us see what tricks you have got left. Deva watched anxiously, thinking Lin Kan was really in trouble this time. The crowd kept gasping 5th grade spirit water. Almost everyone here was 4th grade forging masters. Isn't this a total game changer? Lin Kan slammed her hand on the table. How is this possible? How could she forge 5th grade spirit water? Her face showed disappointment. Everything she would done suddenly felt meaningless. A heavy atmosphere fell over the two gloomy figures. In Lilac's eyes was pure worry. This was the first time she would seen Lin Kan look so vulnerable. Clenching her hands tightly, Lin Kan, hearing her name, Lin Kan looked up softly. Lilac, her tone was a bit flustered. Well, then, let us give it a try. Lilac immediately encouraged her fiercely. Your strength is definitely greater than Thu Vu's. If she can do it, you can too? Then Lin Kan lowered her face in frustration. I have never successfully forged it before. Lilac stayed firm. Worst case, it is just a test. What is the harm in trying once? Lin Kan, I just believe you are that kind of talented person. You can lose to her, she carefully asked. Lin Kan, what type of 5th grade spirit water are you most familiar with? Lin Kan replied slowly. Sacred turtle spirit water. But she had not succeeded even once yet. Lilac was not too concerned with the details and decided, I will prepare the materials first. At that moment, the Vu appeared with a scornful look. Lin Kan, you still want to compete? You can turn this around. Ignoring her, Lilac kept encouraging Lin Kan. Forget her. Let us get started. This move made they sigh and relax a bit. Finally, some fighting spirit returned. The crafting tools lay scattered on the table. By now, the other forging masters in the hall had finished. So many finished products had been made. Glass elixirs. 10 drops, all from spirit fruit. But one vial was still surrounded by magical energy. The page was still open, and Lin Kan's eyes shone with determination. Meanwhile, Mak Lang could not hide his excitement. Sure, this would cause a huge shock, and that Duong that his army would be utterly crushed. The guild leader closed his eyes slightly. Worried. Looks like trouble's brewing for Duong that. Then Hai was confused. Why? On the Tong family's side, their head frowned and clenched his fists. And yet, they still want to give up. Could Lin Kan be risking everything to forge a 5th grade spirit water? Through the glass door, he spotted a figure blending into the ethereal mist. Mak Lang firmly argued. No way. If the Vu had not had Makx's secret elixir, he could not have succeeded. Wait till the Vu takes the top forging master spot in Thien Thuc County. A confident smirk played on his lips. Then we will have the perfect chance to claim Mak Thai that is product. Meanwhile, the guild leader continued carefully explaining to Than Nahai, Tongda and Mak Thai that have teamed up. Earlier, a huge secret shipment of Mak Thai that is original cultivation techniques arrived, probably waiting for today's explosive move to take down Kiduong. That her expression now was full of unease. She looked down nervously at Lilac below. The clock's tips kept slipping steadily through the gap. At the arena table, Lin Kan was super busy, pulling out the 3rd level spiritual herbs she would prepared from the enemy's side. Ingredients were scattered everywhere, and her face showed 100 worries. Lilac stared at the table full of materials. All the components for refining the 5th grade spiritual water gem had been painstakingly prepared. The usual confident look of Thu Vu faded as memories came back. Lin Kan. All this effort might be for nothing. It might not save her head, but Lin Kan stayed determined, holding the glowing miraculous material tightly in her hands. Next up, getting ready to stop the primal refining. Suddenly, a large hand rested on hers. Lilac hesitated, looking at her stunned expression. Sister Lin Kan, let us go together. Hearing that, she bit her lips softly. Then, a burst of light and fury ripped through the space like a tear. He squinted one eye, pressing his lips tight. Sister Lin Kan, start your performance. Drops from the spiritual artifact seemed to ripple the still water's surface. Lights intertwined, converging on it, creating a dazzling and mystical scene. The magical energy began to move. Lin Kan's eyes widened in shock. What is going on? She stared deep into the swirling magic currents. Then tears filled Lin Kan's eyes as she looked at Lilac's changing expression behind her. Was it because of him? Everyone watching the grand final could not help but be stunned by the shooting light. This was not the level of 4th grade spiritual water gem could reach. This was definitely 5th grade spiritual water. Even though Vu was so shocked she was speechless. Verifier carefully examined the newly created 5th grade gem. He shouted in astonishment. The next words left Lin Kan in disbelief. Kadoong that Lin Kan successfully refined the 5th grade heavenly spirit spiritual water. My appraisal. August. Year 5. Her sparkling eyes filled with joy. This grand event was won by Kaduong, that is Lin Kan. The announcement startled her. She hurried to grab Lilac. We won. Then suddenly froze for a moment. In a flash, Lin Kan rushed over to glare at him. Pervert. What does this have to do with you? Her confrontational attitude made him shout back. Hey, what does this have to do with me? Mak Lang was so furious he ground his teeth. Impossible. Impossible. There is definitely something fishy. The Tong family head beside him was frozen in shock. The guild leader looked confused too. Hey, how on earth did Lin Kan manage to refine a 5th grade spiritual water gem? Then Aya's face showed only happiness. Who knows? But Kadong that did win, she said thanks to Iga. Maybe Lilac could be a little happy too. Her attitude left the guild leader silently glancing sideways. Over at Lilac's side, he was genuinely joyful. Congrats, sis. You are the top alchemist in Heaven's territory. Lin Kan was not too thrilled by these words. The title top alchemist in Heaven's territory did not mean much to her. She smiled faintly, her eyes like a wind scanning the person before her. Besides, how did I win? You know the answer. But I am not the curious type. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. No way. I refuse to accept this. The Vu stood before the host, expressing her refusal loudly. I do not believe she could refine a 5th grade spiritual water gem. At that moment, Lin Kan slowly stepped behind the host, adding, neither do I. She firmly said with a sharp gaze. Why do not we run some checks? See if any special techniques were used. Hearing this, the Vu's face darkened. Her thoughts were full of worry. Even though Mac Lang said no one would detect anything, it was better not to stir up trouble. Then she angrily shouted, you think you have won? Dream on. She turned and decisively told everyone. Starting today, Tong and Mac Thoy that will cooperate to release the newest spiritual water gems. 1st grade refined spiritual water, forging power 6 times 2. 2nd grade refined moonlight water, forging power 6 times 1. 3rd grade refined liquid radiance, forging power 6 times. That declaration left everyone super confused. Song Ra's new product already beat Kidong that, so Song Ra's big move today was just waiting here all along. Amid Ling Gan's shock, Lilac laughed, and the Vu crossed his arms, calling it weird. What is so funny? Is he losing his mind, even though he won the contest? Unfortunately, Song Ra already defeated Kaduong that. His expression stayed totally calm. Everyone, Kaduong that here has a big announcement. Starting today, those words made everyone even more freaked out. What? 1st and 2nd grade spiritual water 6x4. At this level, even the whole Daha could be top 10. Ling Gan looked at him in disbelief. Hey, are you kidding me? Mac Lang shouted angrily. Kid, that is pure bragging. Even I, from Shui that, find it hard to reach that level. The Vu chimed in. What spiritual water are you talking about? Water that pure? Even the Duong that headquarters can T reach that level. And you a tiny branch dare say that? You guys at Kaduong that can T even reach this level. And you, a small branch, have the nerve to say stuff like that. At that moment, a subordinate placed a box of spiritual water under his gaze. Young master, Lilac casually pulled out a testing device and, in front of so many eyes, examined the spiritual water radiance in the box. Everyone was stunned to see the forging power of that spiritual water really reach 6x4, and his expression was incredibly composed. At this point, the outcome was set. Song Ra's team planned to take down Ux, but the opponent effortlessly turned the tables. Then came a sharp counterattack. As a shadow slowly slipped away, the guild leader Hai Long nodded. Let us, Act 2 is over. Though I have no proof, after years of sharp business instincts, I feel this young master is not ordinary. Even if he lacks the sharp aura of his parents and Thaniga, I think in the future, he might even surpass Thanga. Then he smiled softly. I think so too. The wooden carriage rolled down the wide, a quiet road. Meanwhile, Lilac faced the gazes of Daivai and Ling Kan. He playfully twirled his finger. I know my charm dazzles, but I hope you two can hold yourselves together a little. If you really can tea, I suggest you talk it over with Thaniga first. Those words instantly sparked scornful looks from the two. Devi's expression turned serious. Right now, you better snap back to reality. She stared at him, puzzled. How are we supposed to keep this 6x4 quality if we are from Dongdat in the future? Ling Kan glanced at him too. He gave a confident wink and crossed his arms. Isn't it that easy? I just boost the original secret technique a bit, make it pure, so the natural quality of the forged product gets a little better too. Only now did Dive relax her face. Songra really went through a lot to find a helper, and in the end, your simple explanation of enhancing the original technique. I kinda agree with Thu Vu now. Dreamy vibe settled over the whole outside space. Inside the carriage, Ling Kan suddenly remembered something and asked, right? You are probably about to enter the Saint Origin Spirit Academy, right? What will you do with this original secret technique then? Lilac answered calmly. From now on, every month I will send a batch of original secret techniques to the Heavenly District, ensuring the quality of Duong that is products. After hearing that, Devi softly said, but young master, if you go to Wong City, maybe Ling Gan and I will go with you. Ling Gan, half asleep, also spoke up. When you enter the Saint Origin Spirit Academy, she tilted her head with a light smile. You will have to call me senior sister, Lilac happily replied. Then it is settled. I am hoping senior sister Ling can watch out for me too. The sound of tongue clicking echoed outside. Then she touched her chin, thinking, that means I will finally meet Thaniga. The treasure, I really miss her. Devi, beside her, smiled too. Lalu was daydreaming again, hugging herself and swaying her waist. I also miss. I really want to give her a tight hug. Ling Kan half closed one eye playfully, but with a teasing look. If you really did that at the Sacred Arcane Academy, I think you would get beaten to death. You are not happy and throw your cup hard. Even hugging my fiancé might be illegal. Are the people at the Sacred Arcane Academy really that brutal? Time flies, and the playful mood gradually turns serious as the red light floods the carriage. After the grand ceremony, the reputation of the Qiyang Manor steadily grew, unsurprisingly taking over most of the spiritual water and rare light market in Qinshu County. This directly pushed Qinshu County's income this year to its highest level ever. A figure was quietly cultivating inside the room. With only half a month left of the festival, Lelou's cultivation finally saw a long-awaited breakthrough. He happily stepped into the 10th Seal realm, which also meant it was time to leave Qinshu County and head toward Daxia City, where a vast manor basked in sunlight. In the east gate of Feng City, someone carefully carried a large yang dish. Young master, the carriage and horses are ready. When do we depart? Liu seemed thoughtful, standing quietly and reflecting for a while. Finally, he shrugged, turned around, raised his middle finger to the deep blue sky, and said, "Let us." A voice rang out along the long road where only a few carriages followed each other. Taivi, how's the situation with the Luolan Manor right now? Hearing this, Tavi's expression grew serious. It is basically surrounded by a pack of wolves. I think if it were not for Luolan Manor still holding some power, someone would be already stepped in to deal with them. She glanced at the person sitting opposite her. If a real powerhouse with strength equal to Qinshu County's was interested, this little standoff would not hold. Silence fell over the mountain scenery. She continued, "So what do you think?" Lelou's face darkened. "It is what my parents predicted. They worry if I push too far. One day they might suddenly come back. Then what would we do with the mess left behind?" Taiva lightly closed her eyes. Young master is very thoughtful, yet his expression remained unchanged. This kind of expectation would weaken over time, and in the end, all he could do was sigh. Calm but steady words echoed outside the carriage. "So far, Inda, how do the top powers view Luolan Manor?" Tavi recalled some noble family symbols. In terms of power, the Daxia royal court was the strongest, followed by the distant great noble families and the 5 great manors. At that moment, only 2 noble family symbols remained in her mind within the 5 great manors. The pair of Trach mansions. The Jian Manor was the most hostile toward Luolan Manor. Later, when the young master reaches Daxia City, there will likely be quite a few troubles. Lelou stayed quiet. "I understand." The carriage rolled on, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Now he sighed again with a sad look. Those unreliable old parents of mine. It seemed their shadows flickered on the horizon amid his thoughts, truly leaving him stuck in a big swamp. The sun climbed high, shining through layers of clouds. Buildings gradually appeared behind the mountain. And finally, the fluttering flag atop the tall wall came into view. Lelou's eyes sparkled as he looked at the bright red flag bearing the image of the fierce lion warrior. He felt moved by the beautiful scene bathed in sunlight. This was the Sacred Arcane Academy star, home to the Luolan Manor headquarters in Wang City. Daxia, a few people and horses stood together, admiring the fortress in the distance. Ling Can glanced toward Lai Lu, who looked completely relaxed. This journey went smoother than I expected. Tavi suddenly noticed something ahead. "Look over there. It seems like flags are being raised." Indeed, among the rolling hills, several flags fluttered in the wind. The emblem on the flag was quickly recognized. It was the Jiaxi Manor. Lu's eyes showed surprise. He would expected some forces to block them, but the first to appear was Jiaxi Manor, which had a decent relationship with Luolan Manor. Someone respectfully bowed to him. "Miss from our house invites young master of Luolan Manor to meet on the mountain." Tai Vai then looked at him and asked, "Probably that Harris of Jiaxi Manor." "Vu Din. But you two likely have not met yet, right?" Lelu hurriedly mounted his horse, thinking it was useless to overthink. "We will see when we meet." Seeing that, Davy felt a bit worried. "No need to escort me back." He straightened up on his horse, lightly raised his arm and shook it. "No need. Black Lamb Mansion still has some strength left. No one is foolish enough to make a move against me outside the royal city." The vast mountain scene grew quiet and tense. A rider arrived at a place set up with a tea table. Sitting there was Kim Tuk Mansion's The Din. He lifted his leg and asked casually, "Vu Din?" She replied, "Lilac." She carefully commented on his looks, saying he perfectly inherited the charm of the 2 mansion heads. He just smirked, another way of saying he was a bit lacking in other areas. But Thu Den calmly raised her teacup to deny that. "I did not say that. After all, he is the top name in Thien Thuk district." Lilac did not really care about those words. His eyes subtly scanned her. "Maybe this young lady did not come here just to greet me. I do not think I'm that lucky." Her face reflected in the shimmering tea. "Actually, some troublemakers were expected at Day Academy today. Or rather, some tough people. Behind them were the Trach Mansion and Baek Hien Mansion stirring things up." He placed his hand down, confused. "Seems like I have not done anything to him at all." The Dun closed her eyes indifferently. The Trach Mansion and Lak Lak Mansion have held grudges for years. He would not dare pick a fight with Than Iga's sister, so of course, he will just find someone else. She opened her eyes wide and asked, "Do you even know how things are going with Lak Lak Mansion right now?" He frowned in annoyance. "Just say what you mean. Don't beat around the bush. You are not that old. Talk straight like an adult." But she kept her eyes serious to a scary degree. I want to ask you, do you want to keep Lack Lack Mansion or not? He answered honestly, of course I want to, but with enemies all around, it won't be easy. The Den continued calmly, I have a way to help you keep Lack Lack Mansion. If Lack Lack Mansion and Kim Tuk Mansion join forces, working together, they can definitely wipe out all threats. Her words stunned him for a moment. Then he sighed helplessly. Sorry, I am already engaged. I can marry you. Unexpectedly, the Din blushed, pointed, and shouted, I am not talking about me, and you mean my big brother, and Thaniga's sister. Lilac was still completely innocent. Then even less chance for me. Her shout echoed everywhere. Lilac, if you want to keep Lack Lack Mansion, then you will have to pay the price. If Thaniga's sister marries my big brother, then Kim Tuk Mansion and Lack Lack Mansion become one family. No matter what, they will protect Lack Lack Mansion. The Din firmly grabbed his hand and asked, don't you want to keep Lack Lack Mansion anymore? Lilac refused to give in, smiling with pursed lips. Of course I want to keep Lack Lack Mansion, but I want you too. She slowly remarked, you are too greedy. Kim Tuk Mansion's alliance won't tolerate greed. He shut his eyes reluctantly and said, Miss, you are really childish. Among the powers, there is only one thing that matters. Interests. His eyes snapped open with determination. This is not about Kim Tuk Mansion's alliance. As for the reason, if you do not understand, go ask your parents. Lack Lack Mansion may be shaky, but it can share its burden with Kim Tuk Mansion. His words made the Din slam the table angrily. Lilac, you are being outrageous. But he did not waver, his face still calm. I never thought Lack Lack Mansion would rely on outsiders, because I know it can so no matter who tries to mess with Lack Lack Mansion, they have to ask me first, of course. The Dun did not back down either, so mad she was grinding her teeth. Maybe they should ask Thaniga's sister instead. That line made him smirk and scratch his chin. Exactly. And also ask my fiancée if she agrees. The Din sneered loudly. Don't be arrogant. Without Thaniga's sister, Lack Lack Mansion would have been taken by others long ago. He rolled his eyes proudly. See, having a trustworthy fiancé makes things a lot easier. That attitude made the Din so mad she nearly exploded. How can someone be so shameless in this world? Suddenly, he noticed something. Lilac's gaze turned toward the fierce group on the hilltop. It was Thanga, boldly riding a horse with a deep blue flag behind her. Her whole aura radiated strength. The moment Lilac said, like hanging by a thread, look, my fiancé has come to pick me up. Everyone around got even more awake. Finally, the Din had no choice but to speak up. If you do not agree with my proposal, then just pretend I never said anything. At that moment, the rider approached them with a teasing tone. Little brat, you have a crush on my master. Huh? Thangaga looked down from her horse, even coming forward to greet him. The Den touched her face, nervously avoiding the other's gaze. I just came to check out the top-ranked student from Dae Kaio district. Hearing this, Thanga immediately tilted her head and confirmed. Lilac, is that true? The Dun unknowingly spilled the beans, making her freeze. This young lady actually came over to get me to break off my engagement, then tried to set up her big brother with my sister. Then she glanced at Thudin with pity as she held back her irritation. Little miss, you are still green. Why do not you ask the Namfong Academy and see what I am best at? Lilac, that is as a high official. Then Ega's face turned sharp. So bold, interfering in my business. The Dun panicked and tried to escape. Thanga said, listen to me explain. Then Ega said nothing and just went straight for it. The Din's soft backside felt like a pin cushion, making her cry out in pain, so she knelt down, rubbing her sore bottom and begging for mercy. Thanga said, I was wrong. Please stop. She looked up with teary, pitiful eyes at her. Thanga said, my big brother's really not bad. Even the instructors at St. Xuan Star Academy say he deserves a place among the elites. Then Ega's expression darkened, her smile turning cold. Elites? Huh, that is just a narrow view. The Din shouted in frustration. My big brother can compare to you. Thanga said, but he is still better than him. Then Ega casually closed her eyes and shot back. Maybe not. Lilac was drowned in all the flattering words and felt a little out of place. 2 months ago, he was still just a nobody. Given more time, he might become the top new student at the St. Xuan Star Academy. But Thudun did not buy any of it. Thanga said, you gotta know your limits when you talk nonsense. The girl just named was not interested in dropping gossip. Go easy on her. Hurry back. Do not make your big brother worry. Before leaving, the Din gave Lilac a sly wink and stuck out her tongue, leaving him helpless. Birds flew off into the distant horizon. Now the two were riding side by side. Lilac spoke up, says, you are way too fierce. You came here bringing me so much hate. I suspect you are trying to sabotage me, but I do not have proof. Then Ega slightly tilted her beautiful face. At that, Lilac could not help but feel charmed by her cute expression. Then he kept chatting. Honestly, I was forced to take the top spot. Just so you know, she replied coolly with a hum, which annoyed him. Why did not you ask? It is frustrating when you cut me off. The mountain scenery echoed with vibrant life. Let us meet the Yivai in Linkan. After catching up, The three girls got ready to head back to Wong City together. Someone in the carriage asked the rider curiously, "Lilac, are not you getting in? I want to hear how you did in the big exam." He answered nonchalantly, "Nothing special." But the other quickly gave up. "Fine then," though he hesitated, wanting to hold on. "If you really want to hear, I can tell you a little," he thought, secretly grateful. "Then Iga, you are seriously clingy." Finally, he got into the carriage and calmly recounted everything that happened during the big exam. "I just wanted to make the top 10, but these people kept pushing me." Then Iga listened, then placed her hand over his. "Sounds like you really caught her interest." Huh, he was a bit speechless and confused. "Hey, why's her focus so weird?" Lilac seriously explained, "We are just classmates in the same system, that is all." And then Nenga's eyes curved like that. "No big deal. It just shows her charm is not small." That expression made him thoughtful. Lilac could tell she probably did not really care that much. He looked up, and the person opposite him still wore a calm, relaxed face. She kept that calm, unconcerned vibe. But strangely, it made Lilac feel a bit uneasy inside. Then Nenga's feelings for Lilac were more like a big sister's indulgent love for her little brother. He sighed softly, feeling down. Attacking Dan Inga was a huge mission, way out of reach. Suddenly, she spoke up. And even more surprising was that he would cause Lac Lam Mansion's income in Thean District to hit an all-time high. With eyes full of thought, he looked at her. No choice. The innate talent his parents left him needed a huge amount of spirit water crystals to improve. After hearing this, she asked how many spirit water crystals he would need to advance now. At that moment, Lilac returned to his usual playful, calculating self. He would need 200 bottles of grade 6 crystals. So then, please take care of it. Then God did the math in her head. 200 bottles times 30,000 gold equals 6 million gold. Then she flat out refused, saying, "Forget it, I can afford that. I will have someone take you back to Nam Phong City instead." Lilac shouted angrily. Then Iga, Lac Lam Mansion is such a big business. Has not it all been secretly spent? Just 6 million gold is nothing. Why can't you get that? Then Enga leaned on the table, sighing, "What big business? This mansion of yours is leaking everywhere. I am busy patching holes. It is not easy at all." All she could think about now was the cunning face of Bai Hao, sly and sneak, who controlled the 3 departments and finances. He held all the personnel in his grip. His departments would not send a single coin upstairs. So you can see why Lac Lam Mansion is struggling now. Then she smiled brightly, clenching her fist. "But I plan to have you join the Qdong 7 headquarters and make it one of the top 10 spirit water crystal producers in Deha. Just 200 little bottles of spirit water crystals." "No problem." Hearing that, Lilac smiled on the outside and silently smiled inside. "Thanks for considering it," says Then Iga. The Dark Force commander, the mountain scene slowly losing sunlight, gently touched his hand. "Lilac," Then Iga sincerely said, "Welcome to Daha City." She showed a shy, beautiful smile. "Besides, I am really glad you could come here." His eyes widened in surprise as his voice echoed outside the carriage. "Tell me, Then Iga, who do you want to take down?" Sunset had fallen over the royal city, and the Dingai Inga mansion was bathed in the orange glow of twilight. Someone angrily pushed the door open, making those inside exclaim, "You are back." The speaker calmly held a cup of tea. "Have you met that young mansion lord yet? He is Kim Thu, the hair and Thit Men's cousin." The den exploded with anger. "Met him? He is just a little punk with no real skill. All talk. He is like a kid. And Danga is way too biased. She even hit me once." Thit Men sighed. "I think you are the childish one. What is your relationship with Lilac? Wanting to compete with him? That is just asking for trouble." She was not worried about those words and got even more upset. "I am not competing with him. It is with Big Brother Hein. Don't you get it?" Even some top students at the academy said Hein had huge potential to become a powerful marquis and one of Dahe's strongest. He is a bit helpless. "Do you really think becoming a marquis will get Dan Iga's attention?" The men thought of Dan Iga's proud look and said, "Thu Din, I told you long ago they are already engaged. As long as Dan Iga does not want it, no one can touch that engagement." He continued, "Besides, I like Thanid, but I am not forcing an outcome." The Din kept encouraging, "Big Brother Han has to believe in his talent. Han and Thandenga make the perfect pair." The men gave in. "Fine. Can you stop hunting them down to cause trouble from now on?" Finally, she calmly crossed her arms. "I am not interested in causing trouble with them, but if do track back Hien tries anything next time, I won't help him anymore." The men suddenly placed his hand on the reins, deep in thought. He said, "It seems the prefecture nearby has been stirring up trouble lately. Could it be aimed at Lac Lam Prefecture?" From the Lac Lam headquarters, Then M's calm voice echoed, "I have already informed all the heads of Lac Lam's branches in Daha City. As the young prefect arrives in Daha City, he needs to familiarize himself with the core powers of Lac Lam Prefecture." Inside the carriage, Denga closed her eyes briefly and sighed. The income of Lac Lam Prefecture, counting all branches outside Dahao, only comes from 6 towns, and 4 of those rely heavily on industries in Dahao itself. Lilac listened and marveled. No wonder Dahao is the center. As she walked, she continued, when I first took over Lac Lam Prefecture, Bahao's interference in the industries was severe, but after several years of restructuring, the area around the city has stabilized. He softly added from behind, then Iga, you have really worked hard. Lilac stopped, taking in the whole scene ahead. If this place had fallen to Baiho, then Lac Lam's headquarters would have been nothing but a name. Luckily, Daniga's timing was perfect, or things would have been way worse now. Suddenly, a big excited figure dashed over. It was our young prefect. He hugged Lilac so tight it was almost suffocating. Finally, you have arrived in Daha City. This old fisherman's really missed you. Li saw how calm Danga remained and thought, Bill Thuck's about to get squeezed to death. Bill looked miserable, face pale and blue. Only then did he let go, straightening up with a big smile. Young prefect, I am Ngobo. Don't you remember me? When you were a kid, I used to cook for you. Danga added quietly. Bill Thuck is the most senior member of Lac Lam Prefecture and currently heads the culinary department at headquarters. Lilac's eyes lit up. I remember. Thuck is Bill Thuck. He looks fierce. But honestly, even the chickens do not dare to challenge him. Bill winked one eye and said with feeling, Young prefect, your memory's amazing. You still remember old stuff like that. You are too kind. Bill Thuck, you will have to keep taking care of me from now on, he said with a big grin. Don't worry. I will make sure you get healthy. Young prefect, you look too fragile. I am making a super tonic for you right now. The mansion suddenly fell quiet. Lilac looked thoughtful and said softly, Bill Thuck still as impatient as ever. Daniga added, I originally wanted Bill Thuck to manage some other industries of Lac Lam, but he refused. He just wants to stay in the kitchen, and so he wandered off happily. If he is happy, no need to force it. Danga urged gently beside him, let us. After dinner, those in charge should have arrived. Today might be a bit tiring. Black disagreed. What is tiring about this? Then Enga has been handling this for years. It is probably even harder for her. She tilted her head, a small smile playing on her lips. You get better and better at talking. I bet you have said plenty of this stuff in front of your cute school crush. Huh. Immediately he covered his mouth, laughing hard. Jealous? Then Enga burst out laughing. She teased. Jealous? I do not even know what that feels like. Try harder. I want to see if you can make me feel it. Lilac's face suddenly darkened. Then Iga, do not push it. I am not 30 yet. The mood's off. Let us drop it. A curious voice piped up. What is for dinner tonight? On the table, countless delicious dishes steamed invitingly. Young prefect, this is the honey mushroom soup, made from 9 kinds of lingji mushrooms, plus honey from the red spirit bear, a perfect tonic. And this steamed ling fruit rice is made from a mix of ling fruits, pressed for juice. And there is this too, of course. Lilac's mouth watered. Well, this is way too nourishing. Then Iga smiled politely. Thank you. Bu Thuck. Let us eat. Bubu's face beamed with pride. Young prefect, you are at the age to eat plenty of tonics. Nothing wrong with that. The plates were soon spotless. Lilac sighed with satisfaction. Bu Thuck really knows his stuff. He chuckled, showing his teeth. Young prefect, you flatter me. Then Bu waved goodbye and turned away. From now on, I will prepare your tonics daily and keep you in top shape. Then Bu waved goodbye, turned around, and left. From now on, I will prepare for you every day, helping you recover well. Lilac's expression turned serious. Uncle Bu keeps saying I am weak and need to recover, but I have not told Daninga about my blood essence deficiency. Thought after thought floated before Bu's figure. Could it be that Uncle already knows something? Lilac looked at Daninga curiously, asking about Uncle Bu's strength. She honestly replied that sometimes she has seen him use his power, but only at the rank of a general instructor. Then her voice echoed down the hallway. No need to overthink it. Uncle Bu is trustworthy. And that is enough. Lilac nodded as if he understood. Outside, the sky over Vongdan had darkened. Let us go meet the others in charge. Everyone needs to know the young master is back at Lac Lam Mansion. The two arrived at the tea table where a few people were already seated. Denga wore a serious expression and asked, Are you all ready to pay respects to the young master? After a moment of silence, they finally spoke up. Yes, we will pay respects to the young master. One by. She introduced them. This is the leader of the Thunder chapter. You might have met him before. This one is the guild master of the weapon workshop, Vian Kim. And here's in Hong Han, the alchemy guild master. He could not help but wonder, where's the head of the Kiduong branch? Then Ega's eyes darkened as she asked, where is Han Thuk, the president of the Kiduong branch? Lo Truong ran his hand through his hair. Miss, we sent someone to deliver the message earlier. By rights, if Han Thuk got the news, he should be come immediately. Hearing that, she concluded, Then it sounds like something has gone wrong. Lilac looked sharply. Is that Henthuk guy with Bai Hang? She shook her head. Has always been unpredictable and clever. There is no way he would just not show up here. Then his eyes narrowed, realizing maybe Henthuk found a third party even more valuable than Bai and Bai Ho. Suddenly, someone rushed in. Young master, miss. Bad news. Dang Bun gripped his hands in panic. That bastard Henthuk just declared he is joining the great Tretch house of the Tretch mansion. His face was grim, and before he left, he took the Gaduong branch as commander with him. Worst of all, that traitor burned down the entire research room for the branch's production methods. The shocking news sent everyone into a frenzy. What? Lilac frowned deeply. He was not late or anything, but if he is leaving now, that is basically defying the young master. That is just cold-hearted. Vanna frowned. The Tretch house must be paid a high price. Otherwise, Henthuk would not have done something so ruthless. Lilac bit his lip, thinking hard, choosing this moment to expose Henthuk's betrayal. It is clearly to ruin my reputation here at Lac Lam. This is just the power struggle between the great mansions, brutal, leaving no loose ends. Lo looked angry, grinding his teeth. Those Tretch houses have gone way too far using such dirty tactics. A flash of fury sparked in Thaniga's eyes. The enemy won't hold back now. That is naive thinking. We will hold this grudge for sure. There will be a chance to settle it later. Dangbin spoke again. Thean Tri's people are causing trouble too. If Henthuk's really gone, they should pick a new president, she calmly explained. Because Thean Tri is loyal to Bai Ho, Henthuk stayed neutral before, so Thean Tri gained a lot of influence in the Kiduong branch. Hearing this, Lilac's eyes narrowed. Calculating. Both sides are useless. No wonder our parents could not do much. Even at the start, when Lac Lam Mansion was built, the inside politics were already shallow. Then Nega gave an order. Party leader Lo, go to the Duong branch headquarters and sort things out. Tomorrow, the young master and I will handle this personally. Dang Bun bowed and left the hall with the others. Lilac looked worried. By the day after tomorrow, this will spread all over Greater Ha City. Who knows how many problems that will cause. The mansion was swallowed by darkness. Those Tretch houses really were disgusting. Inside the main building of the Lac Lam Mansion, Tavi was reporting the situation. Then Ega's earlier support helped keep Thean Tri in check. But with Henthuk gone, no one can control him now. She urgently asked about their next move. We have to stabilize things and resume production quickly, or the losses will just keep mounting. Then Nanga worriedly calculated. Given Thean Tri's power and reputation, no one can match Henthuk. Even the allied factions will side with him. Her eyes flickered with hope. But actually, it was not like there were no options at all. Then she made a proposal. And our young master seemed to fit perfectly. He called her name. Lilac responded skeptically. I may be a military strategist, but only second rank. I do not think this will work. Devi agreed, adding encouragement. True, your skills are not top-notch, but you have got the status and you have contributed to the Heavenly District. Seeing that, he looked thoughtful, like he was planning his next move. Actually, it is not impossible, but considering the current situation at Kayang 7, some changes are needed. If so, let us head to the Kayang 7 headquarters now. As soon as they stepped into the grand white building ahead the Kayang 7 AQ, he looked up and commented, the Kayang 7 HQ definitely has way more prestige than the Namphing City branch. Otherwise, if someone else takes over, none of us would agree. Then someone else whispered suspiciously, like they were digging up a conspiracy, saying the young master's arrival is why the Hanshi chief fled Kayang 7. There must be some connection otherwise. It is just too coincidental. At that moment, someone standing in the center shouted angrily, that Hanshi is heartless betraying Kayang like this, even in the research department. I think he should not have been made chief in the first place. He should have been deputy. Everyone nearby grew uneasy. The young master just arrived, and now this chaos. Suddenly, Denping got furious, raising his voice defending his idol. The young master's arrival will stabilize the city. Do you short-sighted people here not get it? Who is stirring up trouble? Have you been eating tiger liver and bear gall? Immediately, a man chuckled and calmed everyone down. Elder Trine, no need to get angry. The old man acted calm and explained everything. Actually, no one blames the missing governor. It is just chaos right now, so some criticism is unavoidable. When the idol appeared, the students cheered excitedly, saying the vice president had arrived. Only he can be acting president of the Qiangxi faction on that day. Otherwise, if someone else took over, none of us would agree. Dang Bun clenched his teeth. Shocked inside, Henthuk wants to use this chance to rise, and no one can compare in strength or power. Could he really become the faction leader? Suddenly, a confident man raised his hand and said, I think I should try for the chief position. Everyone turned to look, and a man in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, who dares talk like that? When he turned, his eyes went wide and mouth dropped open seeing two people in front of him. Nervously, he stammered, You are the young master and the miss. Then Deng Ping looked respectfully and hesitantly said, Young master, you said you want to be Kaiyang Seven's chief. Though it breaks tradition, but since you are the young master. Before he finished, Tianqi interrupted, raising his voice. Young master, why do you need to personally take on a position like chief? Wouldn't that be unfair to those who've worked hard for Kaiyang 7 all these years? Lilac smirked inwardly, thinking, already acting like a veteran just by opening his mouth. Then he calmly and firmly replied, I think what a chief must do is not just about refining the spirit water crystal. It is about whether he can make Kaiyang 7 stronger. A girl gasped, I heard the Heavenly District's profits were about 100,000 gold coins. And under the young master's management, profits have already doubled to 200,000 gold coins this year. But the AQ's profits are only around 1 million gold coins. Tian Tri looked thoughtful, recalling Hai Hong's words. I have made countless contributions to Kaiyang 7. Everyone can see that now that Henxie has betrayed us, it proves the previous 2 masters made the wrong choice. So why can't the young master fix that mistake? Seeing this, Lilac countered. The deputy chief back then poured his heart into Kaiyang 7. But what about now? Is it for Baihao? The old man fired back. Everything I have done is for Kaiyang 7's betterment. Up till now, Kaiyang 7 has lost a 5th-ranked military strategist with deep experience. Tian Chai Hung threw down a bold challenge. If the young master really wants to ignore the rules, Kaduong that might lose a lot more loyal generals. Dang Bin, furious, could not hold back Tian Chi. You are being outrageous. While the 2 elders argued, Lilac calmly asked everyone, do you know why I have boosted the profits of Thian Thuok district to this level? A shocked girl from the crowd replied, well, the young master is just a low-rank loyal general. Saying he could change part of the branch's success is a bit of a stretch. Lilac smirked and dropped a bombshell. Actually, it is simple. I have mastered an original secret technique. If this keeps up, Kaduong that could easily become one of the top 10 Ling Shui Qi Kuang. Another guy's eyes lit up in surprise. The young master's original secret technique actually includes a primitive refining method that is worth a fortune. Seeing this, Tianqi frowned and shot back. Even if it is original, you have to consider the purity level. Common original techniques can hold a candle to what the young master claims. Lilac stayed stubborn inside, thinking, you want to argue? Fine, I specialize in this. Next, I will invite everyone to see for themselves. Lilac casually handed a bottle of Than Bichling Shui to a random person. Then the second bottle went to Dang Bin. The first person opened it and was stunned into silence. This original secret technique. The purity level is at least top grade. This kind of quality, only a top 10 Ling Shui Ka Kuang could match this. If I have this original secret technique, I might be already advanced to the next level. Tianqi was left dumbfounded, like he lost Wi-Fi. What? Lilac caught that and shot a challenging look at the vice president. Anything else to say? Now, do I qualify as the head of Kiduong that or not? Silence fell over the courtyard, like someone hit pause on the whole world. The once arrogant loyal generals were now quiet, clearly accepting the reality. Sensing the tension, Dang Bin happily agreed. I have no objections, and I am sure no one else here objects either. Though Tianqi was backed into a corner, he stubbornly thought, this Kaduong that headquarters, I have nearly destroyed it. Don't think one young master can change anything. With no one objecting, Lilac smiled confidently and accepted the position. Then from now on, I hope everyone supports me. They say a new leader lights 3 fires. Let me ignite the first one. He turned and hinted with a smile. Vice President Bang is old and tired. Take a year off and get some rest. Bang closed his eyes and sneered inside. Knave, you really think letting me rest will cut off my power in Kiduong that? At that moment, Lilac pulled out a scroll and cryptically said, I know some of you have sided with Bai House faction, but you have seriously underestimated the intelligence of Lac Lam Mansion. He unrolled the scroll and boldly declared, here's the list of those bribed by President Bang. The entire hall froze, eyes wide. For 5 seconds, Dang Bin frowned, uneasy inside. If this is not handled carefully, Kaduong that could face a devastating internal clash. Then Lilac lit a torch and burned the paper, fiercely declaring, I have not even looked at this list yet. Staring at everyone with a knowing look, he reassured them. Everyone, you have surely heard about the storms Lac Lam Mansion has weathered these past years. If you are still here now, it means you still have some loyalty to Kaduong that, as long as you are willing to keep working for us, you are part of Kaduong that. Finally, he dropped a surprise decision that made everyone burst with joy. Kaduong that would take 20% of its profits to reward its loyal generals. Hearing this, everyone cheered wildly. Looking at Lilac with admiration, 20% profit share. That is no small amount. This really puts Kiduong that his benefits on par with the top 10 Ling Shui Qi Kuang. Many loyal generals here now looked at Lilac with burning passion in their eyes. As for Thiter, he silently turned and walked away. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that the missing prefect from before seemed useless. But his wrist was actually way tougher than expected. Inside the hall, After Lelux lit all 3 flames of his new official rank, the opposition in everyone's eyes completely vanished. Instead, there was a kind of respectful awe, and he showed everyone the promising future of Kaitwa Ding sect. After Thintra left, Ales handled some minor tasks, and then people slowly started to leave. At that moment, he sighed with relief, feeling a weight lifted finally. It was all settled. Curious, Lelexi turned and asked, "How did it go?" Then Iga smiled brightly and replied, "Not bad." She looked at him as if they were the only two there. He actually did better than she expected. Just then, Lin jumped in teasingly. "Looks like that primal secret technique really is something special. Huh. Just not sure if the missing prefect can handle it." Lelek jumped, his heart skipping a beat. "Yeah, that is the real issue. We are only at the 10 seal stage right now." Inside, he was screaming, "With demands this big, it will drain me dry. Only breaking through to the General Master stage can even barely hold it off." The Ivy looked at him affectionately, teasing, "Your mouth is barely open, and you have already promised us double the profit." Then she mock scolded him, "Don't you feel bad for your sister? Every time she buys you spirit water and brilliant light, she struggles so much." Leluka awkwardly explained, "Visis, let us not dwell on the past. We need to keep everyone's spirits up first if we want Kuchizi Nditzing sect to keep getting better." Ivy covered her mouth, laughing like she would uncovered a secret. "Looks like the missing prefect just gave you a lecture." At that moment, Vaniga spoke up, "Though I've just teasing. We trust your skills. Kechi Ding sect will definitely become a top 10 spirit water and brilliant light sect in ZAA." Lelek crossed his arms, feeling powerless inside. "You guys really do not give me any face," he said softly, "but I hope so." Then Lufik and Elder Tronbun spent the whole day digging into Key Duffing sect at situation before heading back to the library. After learning the truth, Aleph turned away and sincerely said, "Thangus, you have really worked hard all these years." Thanga stretched out after days of exhaustion. Without any politeness, she blinked playfully. "If you really care about me, then go handle Keting sect properly. I do not want distractions here anymore." Seeing that, he awkwardly replied, "Kuning sect's problems are seriously overwhelming. Is there still time for a new appointment?" Aluk analyzed seriously. "Right now, Kug sect has 3 major issues. First, the loss of a general master. Second, the lack of a senior general master. And third, no way to craft high-grade products. If things keep going like this, there is no way we will rank in the top 10 spirit water and brilliant light sects." Then he turned and called out, "Elder Tron." "He in bone." They responded promptly. Lelef gave orders firmly. "The recruitment of general masters has to happen quickly." They replied respectfully, "Understood." But then Xianbun awkwardly asked in a low voice, "Missing prefect. Any idea when that primal secret technique can be supplied to headquarters?" He fell into thought, sighing inwardly. "I am just a kid at the 10 seal stage. How can I support so many hungry general masters?" After a month of thinking, Aluf finally decided, "Let me prepare first. Maybe soon we can send a batch to headquarters." He nodded without doubt. The next day, Lolese and Thanga greeted each other and headed to the Kim Long security headquarters. Upon entering the main hall, he was dazzled by the grandeur of the building, not surprising for the Kim Long security AAQ of ZAF. Lolefi looked around quietly, thinking that although everything here was high quality, he sized up the displayed products carefully, but the materials he wanted were still not up to the level he needed. Just then, a gentle voice caught his attention. "Hello?" The female receptionist smiled brightly and kindly asked, "How can I assist you today?" Honored guest, he recalled others and felt pleased inside, thinking, "A little talented guy like me, why let others go first?" Lelek quickly gathered the info, then let out a sigh. Then he seriously pointed out that we need earth energy materials, and the receptionist perked up like a fish in water, asking excitedly, "How much do you need?" After a moment of thought, Lalua hesitated but then went with his gut, saying, "Let us try 1,000 units first." The receptionist happily agreed and immediately invited him along. "All right then. Follow me." While walking, she sneakily glanced at him 7,749 times and silently judged. These earth energy materials cost thousands of gold. Definitely a young rich guy like him. Watching the elegant, graceful figure of the girl in front of him, Lalu smirked and thought to himself, a little demon like her, Taiwei, could take on 10 of her alone. At the same time, someone upstairs was watching the two of them closely. At that moment, then Hai leaned against the railing, and her eyes caught sight of them below. Her eyes lit up like headlights as she excitedly exclaimed, "Lai Lu!" Then he froze, her heart fluttering nervously. Why was he here? Before she could process it, a familiar voice called her warmly and affectionately, "Then Hai." Then Nai turned toward the voice and replied, "Brother Ning Chiyu," held a glass of wine, his gaze full of affection like in a romance drama, saying, "She asked me to take good care of you and show you around the capital. That is why I invited some friends today. But it seems you do not like too much noise, my bad." Ning Chiyu stepped closer, looking surprised mixed with admiration. I remember a few years ago when I met you, you were just a little girl. And now, you are stunning. Ning Chiu's father is the president of the great capital Jinlongbaohang, and Than Hai's mother is Hong Giu. To avoid awkwardness, Then quickly made an excuse. I have friends downstairs. I am just gonna meet them. Ning Chiu thought to himself. Girls really do change completely as they grow up. This little girl has changed so much. He smiled softly, thinking about the happiness he just saw on her face. Then his gaze dropped downstairs, and looking at Li Luo strolling along, he questioned himself. Friends? Huh. Going inside, he saw a long table displaying various products. The receptionist, bright as a flower, asked politely, Sir, here we have 1,000 units of earth and wood attribute materials. Please take a look. Lulu stroked one and admired. No wonder it is Jinlongbang, pulling out this much at once. Then he randomly picked up a small orb and held it, pondering for a while. Seeing he seemed unsure, she quickly asked, Sir, is it not to your liking? Watching Lulu frown slightly, the receptionist admired inwardly. Even a frown can move someone. Definitely my lady boss's type. He turned around, hesitated, then asked tentatively, do you have 10,000 units of materials? Hearing that, she was stunned, her face blushing deeply, thinking, well, a rich young guy too. Just then, another girl spoke up. Leave this customer to me. The receptionist frowned and turned, her eyes burning with fury. Who dares steal from my lady boss? It was then she smiled in a way that made the receptionist stammer. Lel lady, like a slap to the face. The receptionist was embarrassed. Why are you here? Without beating around the bush. Then I calmly introduced. This is my friend. Let me serve him. Lulu greeted her warmly. Then hi. And she replied softly but happily. Thanks. Then the receptionist had no choice but to leave, glancing back regretfully as she went. With only the two of them left, Dana smiled mischievously. You just got here at Jinlongbaohang, and already our maids are completely enchanted. A few more visits like this, would we be out of business? Lulu replied with a straight face and a grin. Sorry, but this face was gifted by my parents. I can to help it. She continued the conversation. I arrived in the capital a bit earlier than you, and I have heard about your incident at the Kuch Dudring mansion. Then Hai looked concerned and asked, Are you okay? Lulu answered coldly, changing the subject with a curious look. Just got stabbed by someone, that is all. Normally, you just said you want me to serve you, right? What kind of service are you talking about? Tell me. Hearing that, she let out a soft laugh, then she flashed a charming smile, ready to give him a serious scolding that made him break out in a cold sweat. What can I get you? Black caught the slip and fired back instantly. Look at her attitude. Hurry up and bring out the 10,000 grade ingredients. Stick to your craft. Then I felt a bit annoyed and explained. The 10,000 grade ingredients are all kept in the auction room. I can show you. No time to waste, Lilac said decisively. Enough talk. Let us outside. Then I pretended to be annoyed. But when she turned away, a slight smile played on her lips. Upstairs in the Yuaniga building, Ningxiao stood high, deep in thought. That silver-haired youth, what is his deal? Just then, a young man laughed scornfully and replied, That is the young master of Lac Lam Mansion. The arrogant young man was the young master of Dutrach Mansion, Bang said coldly. His name is Lilac. Curious? He asked. Young Master Bakhian, you seem to know a lot about Han. Huh? Hence eyes lit up as he explained. We Dutrach Mansion folks keep a close eye on every move Lac Lam Mansion makes. After all, we are rivals, Ningxiao calmly asked. I heard you guys dragged Kegan Duan's guild master away. And then Lilac used his ear for strategy to become the new guild master. Bakhian grinned slyly. Just a bluff. Even Hen can just hand the guild master spot over to buy house people. By the way, Ningxia, guess what Han's here to buy? Ningxiao closed his eyes, thinking, this does not align with our Golden Dragon securities rules. But Bakhian did not stop and went on. I heard in the Southern Wind Academy, then Hai and Lilac got pretty close. At the Academy's grand exam in Thianthuk County, Lilac even saved her. Those words darkened Ningxia's face. But Bakhian saw his reaction and could not hide his smile. After achieving his goal, Han left. Outside, the sunlight bathed the huge building. Lilac walked with Thanni and asked, Your general power has grown a lot. Have you broken into the general realm? Then Hai leaned in and said, I broke through a few days ago. The Than Hoyantin Academy exam is about to start. The competition's gonna be fierce. As they talked, a figure suddenly dashed by. Lilac sensed it, turned around. Wang Thung, signal quiet, help me sneak away a bit. Lilac glanced toward the boy who just ran. There are some soldiers over there. You guys check across the way if anything goes wrong. We are not responsible. He waved his hand. Kid, move to that side. But Wang Thong stubbornly insisted and offered 3,000 gold coins. Lilac smirked and thought, do I look like a fool? Make it 5,000. Wang Thong did not hesitate to hand over the money. Deal made. As Lilac touched the boy's shoulder, Wang Thong finally moved away. The boy exclaimed in surprise, that is amazing. The soldiers still looked around, No one here. Check somewhere else. Cheng Nai thought. This must be some rich young master. As long as it is Golden Dragon security, no problems will happen. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on her. Meanwhile, at Golden Dragon Security's grand auction, Lilac, Cheng Nai, and Wang Thong exchanged silent looks. Finally, Lilac could not hold back. Why are you following me? You are not here to steal money, right? You are too young, and your timing's all off. Wang Thong got angry and wanted to respond, but suddenly his face darkened and he coughed up blood. Lilac worried, thinking, what is wrong? He looks weaker than me. Is he here to spy on me? Still, he asked, if you are feeling bad, take this. Lilac handed over a vial of medicine. Wang Thong cautiously asked what it was but took it anyway. I can't just drink something from a stranger. Think I am dumb? Still, can't just toss it? Better keep it. Lilac got a bit annoyed. This kid really doubts me. Fine, do as you want. Meanwhile, elsewhere at the auction, Ning Zhao and Dutrach Bakhian found seats. Bakhian teased, why is this young master buying water and wood attribute ingredients? Ning Zhao looked annoyed and answered, don't he know? Bakhian's eyes suddenly darkened. He would been blocked earlier. He gave a wicked smile. Today here, at least I can have some fun. Outside, warm sunlight poured over the entire building. Inside the auction, item hash, Fengling Stone, 10,000 weight grade treasure. Starting price 1.6. Someone bid 1.7. Sold. Next, item hash 3. Rare materials displayed in boxes. 1,000 year grade. 10,000 weight treasure. Starting price 1.5. Dragon Claw Crystal. Starting price 1.5. Lilac raised his paddle, bidding 20,000 outright to buy it. This time, no one else dared to compete. Lilac turned around. This was the legendary kind of challenge you expect at the star auction. Let us see who this clueless challenger is. Seeing Bakhian smiling at him, he asked the person next to him, who is that? Kyungai explained. He is the young master of Dutrach Mansion. Probably trying to drive up the price to mess with you. Lilac sneered. In looks, the young master of Laklam Mansion already outshines Dutrach's young master. Looks like he has already lost before the fight even started. He kept bidding 26,000, but Bakhian was not backing down. Shouting 30,000, people nearby whispered, who is Dutrach's Bakhian trying to outbid? That is Laklam Mansion's young master Ha. He has got a worthy opponent. The whispers continued. I heard Dutrach Mansion already bought the auction master of Kidoang Mansion, directly taking down a key player for this young master. These two clashed inevitably, and both kept raising their bids to 37,000. Bakhian smocked 40,000. Lilac gave a thumbs up. Nice, Zhang Ning smugly said. Looks like Lilac won't T-bid anymore. Bakhian smiled faintly. Lilac is pretty smart, he was confident. A bit tricky to deal with, but no big deal. Bakhian looked up. Spending tens of thousands here might get me some flack. But how could a young master just starting out like him compete with me? Meanwhile, Wang Sheng excitedly raised his paddle. 40,000. 3. Lilac looked at him and asked, which rich kid are you from? Wang Sheng snapped back. You are the spoiled rich kid. Bakhian looked at him. Who is this kid? Ning Zhao answered. No idea. Are you trying to find a kid to play with? His face twisted. Lilac, you do have some nerve. Then Bakhian shouted. 40,000. 5. Wang Sheng, overhearing it, asked, hey, what are they talking about? Lilac blanked out for a moment. His expression quickly turned sly as he said, spoiled brat, go home and drink your milk. That really pissed off Wang Sheng. 50,000. In the end, Dutrach's Bakhian withdrew, and the boy successfully bought 4 lots of materials. After that, the rest of the auction lost its momentum. What started strong ended weakly. As Lilac's group was leaving, someone called out, Lilac, finally found you. He smiled, but there was a hint of disdain. Hello? Heard your dad got beaten by mine 18 times. Uncle Heen laughed scornfully. 18 times is not nothing, but people at the Holy Mystic Academy have to go through 10 times that amount. He questioned Lolux, who is pretty sharp, and not wanting a bad reputation, came up with the idea to find a kid to take the fall. Uncle Hein calmly continued, but you still have to pay. Just then, an old man suddenly stepped forward, addressing the young guest. Please settle the payment. Vadi Ing looked at him, holding only 20,000 on him. The old man seemed worried. Is this kid messing with me? Seeing this, Uncle Heen teased. Lulus, playing like this is not classy at all. Hurry up and pay up. Then Hai pushed through, saying according to auction rules, anyone under 10 can T-bid. Isn't this an auction mistake? He struggled to keep quiet, but Uncle Heen snapped, you are so annoying. Then Hai, you are clearly favoring them too much. Nitra Yu Trauma Lingu warned. Then Hai, this breaks the rules. Then I sharply replied, the rules were broken because of the auction's own mistake. He silently reached toward Luluf. Ninthem sneered. Looks like if there is no result today, you are not leaving. Then she quickly grabbed Uncle Heen's arm. Then Hai warned. We are talking here. No need for rough stuff. Didn't the mansion lord teach you any manners? He widened his eyes in shock, thinking this move was at least heavenly guard level. Even I can hire a heavenly guard to protect me. What kind of background does this kid have? The old man stepped forward boldly. If you bought it from my place, you naturally have to pay. Lelucky rubbed his hands. Scheming. Oh man, I think I have seen this guy before. So if I use the water shadow technique, he will know it too. That is awkward. Tathin placed his hand on his chest and said respectfully, Honored guests, sorry to trouble you. The old man smiled warmly and bowed. The guildmaster said no need to charge for these materials. Please enjoy yourselves. Bong Thing sneered. Bored? Uncle Hain was reluctant but spoke up. I told you, do not take other people's stuff. That belongs to them. You worriedly asked. Then hi. What should we do about this? Kobam replied calmly. My mother already said no charge. Laluk awkwardly said. Well then. Forget it. I do not like taking things for free either. Then Hai reluctantly agreed. Then let us go with the lowest price from before. You immediately agreed. Fine. The two whispered to each other quietly. Uncle Hin, eyes gleaming slyly, said, Lualus, there will be plenty more chances at the Holy Mystic Academy. Hope you will be just as lucky next time. The left side. Bored? Thinking. They want to pick a fight with me again. Those who caused trouble last time do not even know if they will be allowed into the Holy Mystic Academy now. Meanwhile, upstairs in the castle, two figures stood chatting side by side. Guildmaster Kim Long from the Great Xia Kingdom spoke fondly. That chaos really made the princess laugh. Princess Vin from the Great Xia Kingdom smiled softly. That little brother of mine really went wild, causing more trouble for Guildmaster In. Kadujiang Zhen. The king is at that playful age, being a little wild is normal, she said lightly. It is getting late. I will take my leave now. Hongxi replied. Princess, please take your time. Downstairs in the hall, Lilac was chatting happily with Dan Nai. She lowered her head, eyes full of slyness, muttering, this kid is way too much like that damn Lai Tai Hoyan. At the back gate of Kim Long Baohan, the carriage moved toward its destination. Lonvu sat inside, worried. Now that he is the emperor of Daha, he is still so reckless. What if something happens? The young king felt sorry. Says, I know I was wrong, she asked curiously. What happened today? The little emperor quickly recounted everything that had happened earlier. The boy grinned with eyes squeezed shut. Lilac is interesting. She provoked me against the North City Guard, but I pretended to fall for it, waiting to mess with him. Lonvu thought calmly. The North City Guard is just like his father, vengeful. Lilac really surprised me this time. The king scolded angrily. That damn Daho is so annoying, tricking me out of 5,000 gold. Suddenly, veins popped on the boy's face like tree branches while he was talking. The king clutched his chest in pain. Panting heavily, she widened her eyes in shock. Oh no, it looks like the old illness is flaring up again. Lonvu hurriedly opened the cabinet to find medicine. But unfortunately, only empty bottles remained. Panicked, she scolded. The medicine is all gone. I already told you to prepare some emergency pills. How can the servants be so useless? Hurry back to the palace. The carriage sped up. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, crying out in pain. Says, I feel awful. Lonvu tried to calm him down. Hold on a little longer. We are almost home. Suddenly, the king pulled out a strange vial and gulped it down. She looked confused and asked, What is that? How can you drink some random unknown stuff? The boy breathed a sigh of relief, his face slowly returning to normal. Lonvu stared wide-eyed, thinking, the illness has flared up badly. The king's eyes lit up with joy. Yet somehow, you are still holding on. She frowned suspiciously. What is this? Who gave it to you? The boy looked away nervously and explained. Lilac just gave it to me because she saw I was not feeling well. She handed me this bottle. Says, I did not want to take it, but I felt so terrible just now. I had no choice. Lonvu reminded gently. Anyway, do not ever take unknown stuff again. From now on, it is just you and me in this garden palace. We have to keep each other safe. Rest now. That evening at Lac Lam Mansion, Thaniga stood outside the guest room, lost in thought. Lilac approached from behind. Complimenting. Your pajamas are kinda cute, she replied shyly. Of course. My master made them for me, he quickly joked. My mom's skills really are not that great, Thaniga scolded. Don't padbemouth the master. Lilac puckered up, a look full of affection. He asked calmly. Thaniga said, What is the Marquis of the battlefield? She lowered her eyes and answered calmly. You will find out when you join the Than Hoyan Academy. No need to explain now, Lilac said worriedly. My parents. Maybe they are alright. Thanga nodded firmly. They will definitely be fine. He smiled faintly. I think so too. The two stood under the full moon, chatting together. She tried her best to sound mature and reassuring. Lilac, do not worry. Even if master and mistress are not here, I won't let anyone bully you. Lilac teased with a laugh. Says, are you treating me like a kid? Then Niga ruffled his hair. smiling warmly. Maybe you are not such a kid anymore. Then they moved on to the main topic. Lilac was a bit reluctant as Dan Ega stroked his hair, and he told her about what happened today at Kim Long Bao Han. She glanced up calmly and said, "According to what you said, even the young lord of the 5 great mansions does not qualify for the day. You froze at the Anigas assertion throughout Great City. There is only one person who fits what you described." Lilac's eyes widened in shock as she revealed it was none other than that young emperor of the royal court. Daniga calmly explained that years ago, the old emperor Bangha passed, and the new emperor was still very young. The national affairs were handled by the chief prince, along with the eldest princess. The eldest princess is named Kung Lon Vu, and she is also a student at the 4th Institute of the St. Huang Star Academy, considered one of its strongest students. You smiled lightly and asked, "What about compared to me?" Daniga answered seriously, "I am at the 3rd Star Institute this year, which is still one level below the eldest princess. As for strength, she is definitely a step ahead now, but by the end of this year, who knows?" She added with a serious tone, "Oh right, in less than 10 days, the St. Huang Star Academy will start its new term. For new students like you, the most important thing after enrolling is probably the Master Selection exam. At St. Huang Star Academy, Masters have 3 ranks. Purple Guide is the strongest, followed by Gold Guide, and then Silver Guide." Eniga glanced over and sincerely warned, "This time, there will be 5 Purple Guides, and one of them do not even approach him, let alone choose him as your mentor." Lilac's eyes widened in surprise. Ooh. A shadowy figure of a man appeared in her mind. She said seriously, "That Purple Guide is named Shen Jinxiu. Why do you ask?" Danga glared and said sharply, "He has secretly shown some interest in me. I am a former bright general from Changxing, and I know his deep schemes best to steer clear of him." Lilac could not help but think in amazement. Usually love rivals are fellow students. So why did I end up becoming a Purple Guide? Our White Swan clan is seriously scary. Outside on the balcony, after finishing the conversation with Than Inga, the two returned to their rooms. But Lilac did not rest immediately. That night he had something very important to do. He stared at the item in front of him, silently pleased it was complete. His eyes lit up with excitement. The little god wheel was now fully perfected. Shining dazzlingly, Lilac bit his finger to draw blood and stared intently at the item. This was the final step. He pressed his bleeding fingertip onto the little god wheel. Inside the room, swirling energies began to appear when the red aura spread everywhere. Lilac gritted his teeth, thinking, fresh blood is quickly draining from my body. Deep inside his head, it felt like his soul was being torn apart. He closed his eyes, trying to stay calm. This really feels like a bottomless pit, as if I am about to be completely drained. His hand slipped off the item, and Lilac muttered with difficulty, I am about to lose my strength. Suddenly, where his finger touched, a bright blue light erupted, shining everywhere. At the center of the god wheel, a blue beam flickered, and deep within the blue, a golden light was moving. Lelou's eyes widened in excitement as he said, this is my second postnatal martial sign, an Earth General. But just seconds later, the little divine wheel suddenly cracked and shattered. He blinked in shock, exclaiming, what? Lelou pursed his lips, thinking seriously, looks like this little divine wheel can only be used once for training. Earlier, the hologram of his parents said the third method of divine severing technique was kept at the Kim Long Bao headquarters in Wang City. Although time was ticking away, he stayed in his room deep in thought. That is right, first time I refined the postnatal sign. It drained my lifespan and vitality. Maybe the second time won't be as bad. In the following days, at the familiar spot, Lelou stayed in the Lac Lam Mansion headquarters, training hard, sitting still and focusing his energy. After several failures, 3 days before his breakthrough, he finally succeeded in refining the general sign and broke through to the first rank of the General Master stage. Opening the initial rank, he opened his eyes and smiled quietly. That was not so hard after all. The first rank of General Master is called the initial rank, which splits into 2 phases. The first phase is White General, the second is Flower General, and each phase is further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Lelou's eyes sparkled with joy as he looked at the powerful general energy in his hands, muttering, the intensity of this general energy is way stronger than the 10 seal stage. Lelou raised an eyebrow, staring at the item formed during his training, frowning thoughtfully. If that is the case, it is time to fill out the second postnatal martial sign. He bit his lip, hesitating. The first time, it drained my lifespan till only 2 years remained. This time, it probably won't be fatal, right? Gritting his teeth, Lelou tried to reassure himself. Whether it is finding my parents or protecting the Lac Nam Mansion's legacy and King E, I need to be strong enough. Holding the item in his hands, he thought, if I do not take risks, how can I? Then, he swallowed it all in one go, his body trembling as if shocked by something. Lelou's eyes blazed like they were about to explode. He gritted his teeth and released the energy. Inside, his body absorbed an overwhelming power, and the internal general energy suddenly erupted like it wanted to expel an Earth General. Lelou clenched his jaw to stay calm, But an Earth general was still raging wildly inside him. His eyelids slowly drooped as he worried. Damn, please do not tell me this is the end. Soon after, Lulu slipped into unconsciousness. The next morning, Kungi sat waiting on a chair. She leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly, Lulu sat up, and Kingi gasped. You are awake. She stood up, worried, asking, You passed out last night during training. Did something go wrong? He pursed his lips and mumbled. Lulu pondered quietly, feeling the energy inside him. My lifespan feels untouched, but there is some unknown resistance. Maybe I lost something, but it seems I successfully refined the second postnatal Marshall sign. That means with the general type done, my training speed should be way faster than others. Kungi raised an eyebrow, confused. What are you smiling about? Lulu took her hand, smiling softly as he placed his palm on hers to show his power. Kungi's eyes widened in surprise. Is that a general power? What is going on? Isn't it supposed to be water general? Lulu smiled and replied, Guess so. Calmly, she asked. So this breakthrough opened your second martial skill path, right? He nodded slowly. Let us say it did. Kina smiled proudly and said, Lai Lu, I knew you were not ordinary. No one will see you as a loser anymore. Lulu beamed with happiness. Kung-e, you really move me, she teased coldly. Don't get too emotional or I will have to hit you. Biu came in carrying a bowl of soup, smiling brightly. Young master, you are awake. The old fisherman made this nourishing soup just for you. He set the bowl down on the table and advised sincerely. Young master, your body is still weak. You passed out from training this time. So Biu took Lulu's hand to check him over, saying, Let Uncle Biu take a look and see what is going on with you. You gave an awkward smile to reassure them, saying it is not a big deal. He pressed his lips coldly and called out. Young master, Biu's body was covered in dark bruises, warning that this was no small matter. Luluk anxiously asked again, Uncle Biu, what are you talking about? Biu looked him straight in the eye and said, You have been hurt inside, your foundation is damaged. Lulek's eyes widened in shock, a flicker of panic flashing through them. He went on. The current state of your body makes it really tough for you to break through the next level. Lulefa clenched his teeth, thinking, Right now, every second counts in training. If my foundation gets blocked even a little, the consequences will be terrible. Daniga stayed calm and asked, Uncle Biu, is there any way to fix it? Biu scratched his head and laughed. Others might not have a solution, but I just might. I know a method to strengthen the foundation called Heaven Scatter Earth Supplement Divine Boost. It is made by refining a bunch of ingredients. It can restore a damaged foundation, but only works if you are below the breakthrough stage. Danga nodded and asked quietly, When can we start making it? He replied, I will start gathering ingredients right now. Then Biu shook his head awkwardly, but one key ingredient might be impossible to find. Alef froze. What? Biu explained slowly. The Liu Xiang only appears where the energy is superabundant in the heavenly realm. Used in this medicine, it is as precious as an 8th grade spiritual water. I heard even making a 7th grade spiritual water needs it. Lulux felt discouraged with our abilities. I do not think we can get it. Biu laughed brightly. Young master and miss, you might have a chance to get it. Then Danga filled Alexid in. The Sacred Mystic Academy sometimes produces Liu Xiang. We might be able to get some. The Academy's auxiliary soldier tree produces Liu Xiang at certain times. For important contests or missions, the Academy rewards some leads. I will help you compete for some to use in making the divine boost. Lovalathos was thrilled and clasped his hands gratefully, tears welling up. Sister Thaneg, you are so good to me. I want to repay you, but we are already engaged. Thanega playfully smacked him to stop the act, cut the cheesy lines. Then the two sat side by side, waiting for Biu to prepare the medicine under the fading sunlight. While waiting, Lalesh chatted with Thanega and said, Uncle Biu really knows a lot. Thanga thought deeply and said, This might be a move left by our master at Lekat Lam Academy, but he rarely asks about the Academy's affairs. Don't focus too much on Uncle Biu's matters. Just work on improving yourself. Relying on others can never beat relying on yourself. Get some rest now. In a few days, the breakthrough day will come. Laluk asked, After I enter the school, will I face any unfair treatment? Then Iga smiled brightly. You are engaged to me, so you will definitely have more protection. Don't worry. If anyone bullies you, I will take them down. Laluk's heart danced with joy. Sister Thaneg, how could I stand it otherwise? While still weak over the next 2 days, Lalef focused his energy on studying formation techniques. Formation masters often deal with many formations, but true mastery only comes after breaking through to the formation expert level. Formations are divided into heaven and earth, and inner and outer classifications. The inner classification ranks formation masters and their techniques at the Pui Tower. Watching Biu brew a special ginseng tea, Alush could not help but sigh. As for the power of peak formations, that is a benchmark for royal level masters. For now, he did not need to think about that. After that, Lilac seriously started studying formation techniques. He thought, merging the dragon and tiger formation styles would still need to be done step by step, but if he could use tiger techniques as the base and add a beginner formation as a supplement, that would work. Just before the breakthrough day, Lilesh received news sent by Than Nai. He focused his energy again on studying formations. The message said a group of ruffians had arrived at the main city, summoning him for a meeting. When Lilac arrived, Triquat cheerfully called out, "Lac bro." Lilac was a bit surprised to see the group sitting there. Tong Ban, Chai Du, Henglong, what are you guys doing here? Tong Ban politely said, "Lac bro, since you are at St. Huang Academy now, please take good care of us." And I also chimed in. Everyone here is from the same district, so we are basically hometown friends. Tong Ban quickly flattered, and of course, Big Sister Than Nai is so generous. At that moment, Golang smiled like a pro and said, "Everyone, during my time at Great Summer City, I have managed to gather quite a few achievements." Lilac looked at him skeptically and asked, "So what exactly did you do over there?" And Golang pulled out a book and showed it off. "Check this out. The info inside might be pretty useful for you guys." Then Hai was shocked. "You have been spying on the new students at St. Hume. How did you get all their info? Isn't that info supposed to be confidential?" Proudly, and Golang explained how he compiled the data. "I even snapped a pic with one of the school supervisors when he went out on a date. He told me I was not supposed to do that, so I said I would tell his sister-in-law. Then he handed me some freshman info." The whole group was shocked, and they all cawed like crows, saying exactly what they were thinking. They only caught a gentle scolding. "Ningolang, you are such a sneaky jerk," but Ningolang ignored it and urged, "Come on, check out this notebook first." Lilac flipped to the first pages, with everyone crowding around to see. The first character shown had an incredible physique, strong and ripped, with an 8-pack bigger than a durian. The book listed details. The new Zulu, from the Western District of the Western District Academy, clearly a great summer general. The new Zen King, this guy has top-tier general rank, a gold tiger warrior, almost reaching the second level of the General Master realm. The Western District Army guards the Great Summer's borderlands, constantly at war. The new Zolu grew up in the military, hardened by battles, shaping a fierce, bloodthirsty personality like a raging beast. Lilac it. He has got the highest rank and strength after Sister Than Niga, truly fierce. Ningolang added, "Word is, all he cares about is fighting." His catchphrase, "Women only slow down my sword." Ningolang teased, "Doesn't that sound a little weirdly obsessed?" Lilac warned, "You better watch out or he might set his sights on you." Lilac angrily asked, "What about me?" Ningolang ignored that and continued, "The second freshman, Wang Hak, has a first-class poison general rank, like a Kaizong level. The third freshman, Bai Da, has a lower-tier wind general rank, also Kaizong level. The fourth freshman, Dutrak Bahin, carries a lower-tier orchid general rank, also Kaizong level. The seventh freshman, Han Fu, from the Dark Sea District's Dark Academy, has a mid-tier shadow general rank, Kaizong level." Lilac looked at his portrait, quietly noting that the shadow general rank is really rare. After finishing the book, Lilac rarely complimented Ningolang. "This book of yours is not bad at all. You should really sign your name on it." Ningolang mysteriously said, "You think this is my only work? What do you all think is the most interesting freshman?" Henglong guessed, "Isn't it the strongest one?" Ningolang held up his hand, signaling no. Too obvious. Then he pulled out a bigger, thicker book and showed it like a prized possession. "Come on, do not you want to take a peek? Which girl freshman is the prettiest? This is my latest work." Someone with no future quickly said, "Let me see first. I will help rate it." Others also gathered, eager to check it out. Again someone urged, "This is the real deal. Open up now." They saw a young girl with a perfect figure, clear curves, and a lively charm. Someone read aloud, "The top-ranked beauty, Bayman, with a delicate ice-like aura. She is Bai Dada's little sister." Triquat commended, "Number one yet not Than Nai. But this delicate look is not bad either." Then it gave off a cold vibe. Smiling sharply, "Ningolang, what makes you think she is prettier than me?" Triquat smiled brightly. "I think Man is very pretty, but she is still just a bit behind Sister Than Hai." Foolishly looking as guilty as a mouse caught raiding the rice jar, he stammered an explanation, "Sister Than Hai is elegant. You know, that kind of charm that makes people feel pity and really moves the heart." Then I turned sharply to the shop owner and said, "The guest is treating us today. Everything in the shop is on him." Fool quickly tried to fix it. "Wait, I did not think it through. The top beauty of this new generation has to be Sister Than Hai." Then he smiled modestly. "I do not really care about all that. Whether it changes or not does not matter at all." Hearing this, Fool asked cautiously, "No change then?" Than Hai called again, "Boss." Fool caught on and shouted, "I was wrong. Sister Than Hai. I get what you mean now." Fool grumbled inside, thinking how hard it is to publish something that really fits his own heart. After the meal ended, only Lilac cheerfully said, "Eating till full means no mistakes." Behind him, Fool's eyes welled up with hurt. Suddenly Lilac looked ahead in surprise, spotting his lady, Curious, he called out, "Sister Thanega, what are you doing here?" Thanega smiled. "I had some business nearby and saw your carriage, so I figured I would wait and go home together." She also noticed Thanai standing next to Lilac, and for a moment, tension filled the air. Thanega amber eyes radiated an intimidating aura. She spoke first, "Sister Thanai, fancy seeing you again." Thanhai replied politely, "Sister Kong, still as elegant as ever." Thanega laughed. "Lilac already told me about the big exam at the academy. I have to thank everyone. Otherwise, he might not have gotten first place." Thanai kept her manners, speaking sharply. "Honestly, with his skills, getting first place is easy. He just does not want to compete for it." Those around, though a bit confused, realized this Sister Kyung had a powerful presence only Thanai could stand up to her. Then Thanega turned to leave, saying, "It is getting late. I will take Lilac home first." She even grabbed Lilac's hand, as if staking her claim. Thanai's face went cold and silent, clearly itching with annoyance inside. She turned away and said, "I will head home too. We will meet up again at the academy later." Chugot and Fool exchanged glances, sensing there was some unspoken tension among Lilac, Thanega, and Thanhai. After gathering, Lilac dived back into intense battle magic training, and soon the opening day of the academy arrived. During that time, Lilac practiced refining the spirit water's radiance, upgrading an Earth General to the 4th rank. This pushed both his general skills and cultivation speed beyond his supplier's limits. At this moment, the carriage from Lac Lam Mansion was heading toward the academy outside Wong City. Back home, Thanega, Lilac, and Lincan sat down to talk. Thanega said, "The academy is located southwest of Daha City, built along the ancient Desun vein. More than half the spirit beasts in Daha live in the ancient Desun vein, including royal-level spirit beasts deep inside. But today, the most important thing for you is the Spirit Master competition. It is some kind of ritual. Being a student Spirit Master is not any less important than being the young master of Lac Lam Mansion. That means you have a powerful Marquis-level protector backing you. Many want to kill me early because they know my power, but they do not dare because of it. Even the academy fears me greatly." Lilac said seriously. "Don't worry. I will give the Spirit Master competition my all." Luncan, listening quietly, sighed. "Thanega, your long speech is rare to hear." She turned to Lilac with a smile. "Lilac, if you want to improve your general skills later, come to me. I can recommend you at the General Institute." Lilac gratefully replied, "Thank you so much, Sister Luncan." Thanega added, "When we get to the academy, Luncan will help you with the registration." Lilac asked curiously, "Aren't you coming with me?" Thanega replied with a sly smile, "Do you really want to choose a hellish start? If not for that, I would not mind coming." Lilac got the hint and replied gloomily, "Fine, I will wait until I am a bit stronger before setting off." Just then, Thanega reminded him, "Ahead is the main gate of the St. Huang Star Academy." Lilac looked out the carriage window. The scene before them was grand and solemn, with surrounding mountains standing like a solid city wall protecting the academy. Standing before the gate, Lincan explained, "Lilac, the line above the gate was written by a royal-level powerhouse. Those 5 characters seem to carry life force, even just as writing. They radiate a spirit energy full of vitality." Lilac said stubbornly, "It is hard to imagine how much power the writer put into this." After arriving outside the academy, Thanega got off first and entered amid a chorus of greetings. Lilac sighed, "That reputation is way too high." Lincan calmly added, "That is nothing. Later on, you will gradually understand just how powerful your fiancé is at St. Huang Star Academy." Once inside, Lilac was even more amazed. This was the formidable force of St. Huang Star Academy. You look at that massive tree with its leaves lazily drifting in the middle of the field, and can't help but be impressed. Even from this distance, you can feel the powerful energy radiating from it. No wonder even a rare talent like Emperor Liu General could be born here. Lincan took Alex to the new student registration area, did some quick paperwork, and got him a new student Jade tag. At the registration spot, someone who seemed to know Lutzik approached. "Wait a minute, this student here." A stranger. Lincan suddenly pulled him away. "Come on. Hurry up. Do not get noticed." Just then, a seductive, slightly wicked voice called out, "Are you a Lilith?" and Lincan stopped in their tracks upon hearing that the girl was Yu Trech Mansion's eldest daughter. The Hu Trechung Lin, seeing no response, she asked again, "Are you really Liluk?" Sensing something off, Lincan frowned and asked, "The Hu Trechung Lin, what are you up to?" Liluk also caught the hostility in Heng Lian's tone and silently judged, "Someone from Hu Trech Mansion, definitely here with bad intentions." A deadly gleam flashed in Heng Lian's eyes as she replied coldly, "Luncan, I am just here to check on Thanega's fiancé. Why are you so protective?" The academy buzzed like a hive of angry bees. "He is Thanega's fiancé. Damn. What kind of virtue does this brat have to snatch Kujing S senior?" Lincan snapped angrily. "Hu Trechung Lin, you are just stirring trouble, are not you? You are always being pushed around by Thanega. No need to take it out on Lelia left. Hung Lin kept her dark expression and said, I am just stating facts. Or maybe this little genius does not have the guts to admit it. Lin Kan was about to retort, but before she could say a word, Lilac stopped her. Lin Kan, do not say anything more. Then he turned to Hung Lin and called out, Ahu Trechung Lin. She sneered, her face fierce. You have not even answered my question yet. Of course. Lilac put on a pitiful face and said loudly, Ahu Trechung Lin, stop pushing me. I already told you. He flashed a sad look, eyes glistening with fake tears. Even if you like me, it just can't happen between us, and even if you did agree, then they would not ever approve. Just leave me alone. Everyone there was stunned by his performance. Speechless, they quickly recovered and started gossiping. They Trey Chumlin likes Li Lus, and she is even willing to be second fiddle to him. Could it be she only cares about his looks? Someone next to Hung Lian angrily said, that pale-faced hair is damn annoying. Hun Hong fell silent, scared by the fiery tension nearby. Nen Jiang whispered, Lu Lus, you are asking for death? At that moment, Hung Lian exploded like a raging bull seeing red, lunging to attack Lakes, screaming, I am going to kill you. Lin Kan sharply retorted, Ahu Trechung Lin, you dare. The energies of Lin Kan and Hung Lin clashed violently, but it seemed Hung Lian's pressure was stronger, overpowering Lin Kan's attack. Lin Kan could not hold her ground and was pushed back, causing La Lucy to panic. Lin Kan, Hung Lin pressed on, warning sharply. Lin Kan, back off. You can protect him. Today, I am going to tear him apart. Just as things got critical, a flash of light streaked down from above. A spear of peach wood shot straight down, blocking Hung Lin and forcing her to dodge to save herself. Seeing who arrived, Hung Lin's heart sank with a sharp gasp. Out came Daniga, dazzling and breathtaking, her words unconsciously intimidating everyone. If she can protect him, what about me? Then Enga looked down like she was staring at an ant and arrogantly said, Ahu Trechung Lin, you have lost to me so many times, starting to blame your parents now. If you really want to fight, then meet me in the arena. Hung Lian grit her teeth. You are scared? The academy erupted again, buzzing with chatter. They are about to fight. Isn't the fight all about Lux? Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone, make way. The discipline squad is here. Leading the squad was Thin Men, who announced, Vaniga, Ahu Trechung Lin, today is the new students' enrollment day. If you two fight here, it will give everyone a bad impression of our academy's sacred atmosphere. Then Ega sighed regretfully. The discipline squad's here. Looks like we can fight after all. When it was his turn to perform, Lilac eagerly got into character. Ong Lian, if you insist on chasing me like this, I am willing to take the blame for you. Ong Lian's veins bulged with frustration. She wished she could scream fire. But instead, she bit her tongue. If she had her way, she would tear him apart right now. Thean Men quickly stepped into mediate. Alright, let us call it quits here. If you keep causing trouble, the academy might punish you. Lilac, learn to know when to stop. Ong Lian refused to back down, turning away but still warning, you rotten brat. If you keep pushing me, I want to let you off. The Holy Mystic Academy quieted back to its usual calm, seeing the situation settled. Then Niga gently warned, if you keep messing around like this, next time it won't just be a hellish opening act. Lilac protested. I swear, this time I was forced into it. Lin Kan laughed heartily, gave him a thumbs up, and said, Lilac, you are ruthless this afternoon. She must be furious. Lin Kan ran over teasingly. Vaniga, do you want to make Dutrach Hong Lian your servant? Vaniga calmly replied, Dutrach Hong Lian can be, but you can't. With only Lilac left, Thin Men timidly approached and said, Lilac, listen carefully. You just arrived at the Holy Mystic Academy and already caused trouble. Dutrach Hong Lian has quite a few admirers. You are going to bring yourself a lot of headaches. Lilac hurried over to Thanga confidently. I am not afraid. I have got backup. Thean Men looked like he would eaten something awful. Probably never met someone so shameless. He muttered, the young master of Lackland Mansion really is something special. Thanga seemed approving and said, using that as an excuse to act out that is clever of Lilac. Seeing that Thanga's answer fit the typical love-struck logic, Thean Men gave up and left. Alright, Lilac, hurry over to the new student area. The senior spirit master exam is about to start. Thanga asked, have you finished the registration? Lilac replied briefly, got my jade token. Thanga reassured him. Then let us go straight to the new student zone. Want to come together? Let us. You have already caused trouble anyway. And a little payback between you two might be a good thing. Lilac curiously asked, what is up with that Dutrach Hong Lian? Thanga answered, she is just bitter from losing. If she could not beat me, she would cause trouble for you instead. Lilac complained, that is so unfair. I am still just a kid. Thanga smirked. A kid? Rumor has it that she and I are fighting over the same guy. Looks like this won't end anytime soon. Lilac grumbled. I can only say blah blah blah. Thanga. knowing better, replied, "That is way more annoying to her than actually fighting her." Nearby, pink hair fluttered in the wind and a sweet voice spoke up, "Is that Thaniga? She is so beautiful." The girl with the beautiful hair was Mang Mang, who exclaimed, "Lilac, that is the young master engaged to Than Enga. Right? He is seriously handsome." The girl beside her warned, "Keep that old flame away from me." Mang Mang casually replied, "I am not interested in him. My dream is to research the miracle elixir." The one warning her was Bach Dada, who also had short hair. She said, "Lilac looks shady from the start. Best not to get involved with him." Suddenly, someone behind them asked, "Is this classmate Mang Mang?" The slender guy smiled politely and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Glang. Mind if I be friends with you?" Mang Mang quickly hid behind Dada, who snapped, "Scram." Gulang still smiled. "I just want to get to know her a bit. Just making friends." Dada eyes flashed dangerously, threatening, "You have 3 seconds to disappear from my sight, or I will make sure you can't even join the Spirit Master exam." Startled, Ngulang vanished as fast as a cat slipping away. Dada said disdainfully, "Such a coward. Yet he dares to try making friends with my girl right in front of me." Dada gently advised, "Cowards like that. My parents have told me over and over. I hope my sister can change that phrase. It is annoying hearing a girl say it all day." Dada lazily replied, "They are all the same." Earlier, Lilac was strolling with Thaniga on campus and asked, "Is the Spirit Master exam starting here?" "Thaniga, are you ready? This is just the teleport zone. From here, you will be teleported to a special area. Your position will be shown on the Jade token." Lilacian carefully observes, "Third row from the north, 57th column, 36th seat up ahead." Suddenly, he notices something and stops to take a closer look. Someone ahead is radiating a powerful aura. Tran Han is standing on the tile marked with Lilac's number. He is stunned and mutters in awe, such intense battle energy. Could this really be the top rookie? Thinking that, he speaks up, "Sorry, you are standing in my spot." Trucklock scolds fiercely, "You want to challenge me?" Lilac glares at Trucklock's rude tone. He calmly explains, "I am not challenging you. If you do not believe me, check the rookie Jade token. Look, yours is 76th row, 58th column. Just find that spot." Trucklock silently checks his token, then quietly puts it away. A scary look. Trucklock asks again, "You want to challenge me?" Lilac is speechless, screaming inside, "Who the heck is challenging you? Is your spot with the General's mansion or the Forest tribe?" After a pause, he probes, "It can be yours. You can find your position. Right?" Trucklock stays silent, but his slumped shoulders confirm Lilac's guess. Kind-heartedly, Lilac says, "Give me your rookie Jade token. I will find it for you. You go that way. I will find your spot myself." After Lilac leaves, Trucklock's gaze lingers on him, thoughtful and a bit changed. As time passes, more and more rookies fill the arena, voices echoing everywhere. Excited rookies whisper, "That is Vice Director to Tam from the Holy Yellow Star Academy. A top powerhouse in the Fenghao realm." Out steps a beautiful woman, exuding charm mixed with the solemnity of a senior. She is the respected Vice Director of the Holy Yellow Star Academy. Lilac blinks in surprise. This Vice Director feels vast and calm, like a deep ocean under a gentle surface. Then the chatter grows louder, talk of the current king and the Chief Princess. The Chief Princess now leads the 4 Stars Academy of the Holy Yellow Star Academy, and she also commands the law enforcement squad. So do not cause trouble in the academy, or no one will save you. Seeing them walk out together shocks Lilac even more. Well, turns out the kid he met at the Golden Dragon Escort was actually the current king. This Chief Princess is pretty strong, finally someone who can match Tai Vi Ti. While thinking this, he suddenly spots another tall figure. He guesses this is probably the most powerful man in the Great Xia Kingdom, the king of the Great Xia Dynasty, Yan. Lilac keeps marveling at the overwhelming aura, deep and unfathomable, giving off a mysterious vibe that even surpasses Vice Director to Tam's presence. At that moment, Tam steps forward and says, "Rookies, on behalf of the Holy Yellow Star Academy, I welcome you to this ancient academy." Lilac once again speechless. Just her words calm everyone down. That is the profound power of Vice Director to Tam. Tam continues, "Soon the teleportation circle beneath you will send you to the trial region. There are various spirit beasts here with different ranks, each marked with different talismans that guide to silver cores or gold cores. Plus, the 4 core guides have matching talismans because they will observe your performance in the trial and personally grant your qualifications. The spirit trial starts in 10 minutes. Prepare yourselves well." Someone steps forward to ask, "Vice Director Tam, I heard there are 5 4-core guides this time." She replies, "I am not sure which rookies they will be watching. Since it is the General's mansion, I bet those 5 4-core guides will be competing for the top rookies. Any high-ranking generals can easily snatch rookies right from any enrollment. Let us keep it going." Compared to the students, it is really the Academy's ability that has everyone amazed. Even those at the Fenghao level are willing to stay and train here is seriously impressive. Tam smiled and replied, "The power of the Great Xia King's faction can't be underestimated. especially since the reigning king is already quite formidable. Suddenly, a drumbeat echoed through the old hall, and light shone up from the floor of the main hall. Each ray of light enveloped the students. The alchemist competition was officially starting. Every light in the forest marked a student's position. Lilac was placed in a spot somewhere in the forest as well. He thought to himself, so this forest is where the alchemist contest takes place. Huh. Looks like everyone is scattered to different spots. First, he searched around, then used his energy to explore. Occasionally, he ran into other students, but they would just nod and quickly go their separate ways. No chatting. Suddenly, Lilac stopped as he vaguely spotted an animal. It was a D-level spirit beast, a fierce tiger beast. Its power matched the 10th rank, with a silver talisman hanging on its chest. That means defeating this beast would let him choose a silver guidance. Mid-level spirit beasts are about first-rank emperor-level power, probably corresponding to the gold guidance. So the purple guidance must require defeating a high-level spirit beast, which matches second or third rank general-level power. Silver guidance is not my target. No point wasting time here. Outside, many images of the students were being broadcast for everyone to watch. Linkan worriedly said, I wonder if Lilac can catch the eye of the purple guidance this time. Then Daga confidently replied, with his skills, he definitely will. She frowned deep in thought. Lilac's pair of generals are not much weaker than my own adjudicator generals. But that Judge Kim Tu is also one of the 5 purple guidance instructors for this batch. I can sense the hostility in his gaze directed at me. If he tries to sabotage Lilac now, it won't be easy to deal with. That fire home clearly knows my weak point is Lilac. Explosions suddenly rang out all over the forest. Lilac was holding a weapon, facing off against a huge monster. He gripped his weapon tight, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. The monster, wounded in one eye, roared angrily. It swung its big, long tail toward Lilac, quick to react. He shouted, Water Chamber Demon Realm. His powerful eye technique seemed to successfully block the monster's attack. It screamed in pain and spat out a mouthful of red blood. Realizing it was outmatched, it curled its tail and ran away. Seeing that, Lilac shouted, Not so? And unleashed another water chamber strike. The monster could not escape in time and got hit. Its roar died down suddenly. Finally, the monster collapsed at Lilac's feet. He happily stepped closer, pondering, a gold and silver talisman in hand. This is way more reassuring. At least now I can pick a gold guidance. Now I just need to figure out how to catch the eye of the purple guidance. Not far off, a figure seemed to have been standing there for a while. Lilac was a bit surprised, but he quickly regained his composure and observed a purple robe. This must be the purple guidance. The figure smiled coldly, saying, Lilac, I have been waiting for you for half a day. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 5 purple guidance instructors. This time, call me Shen Kim Tu. I even wanted to take on Thanga as a student before. Not sure if she ever mentioned me to you. Lilac asked seriously. Teacher Shen, what are you waiting for me here for? Kim Tu said arrogantly. Lilac, I admire you a lot, so I intend to take you as my disciple. Then he pulled out a purple object engraved with calligraphy and handed it to Lilac, saying, Lilac, take this. Lilac replied awkwardly. Teacher Shen, is not this kind of against the rules? He laughed and said, I know your strength well, so you can skip those other tests naturally. Lilu silently backed away in fear and replied politely, Master Shen wants to face the toughest trial, and has made the decision that I will go through the whole round first, then come back to find you. Kim Xiao released a powerful imposing aura upon hearing this. Lilu panicked, unable to move as if trapped by an invisible layer. He asked, Master Shen, you are not letting me leave. Kim Xiao smirked wickedly. Why would not I accept this kind offer from myself? This time, only 5 Zuyu guides are in the exam zone. If you reject me, the other 4 guides won't be so eager to deal with you. Lilu frowned, confused. Is Master Shen threatening me? Why are the Tsuya so stubborn against me? Kim Xiao coldly reminded, Lilu, hold on to this last chance. Lilu replied seriously, Master Shen, you are rushing this? I do not know what you are after, but nothing in this world comes free. Kim Xiao's face darkened at that. He said, Lilu, you have lost your last chance. Before you reach the end, you won't realize how hard it is to break this Tsuyu mark I gave you. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the exam zone. Tsuyu mission assigned. Capture Lilu. Whoever defeats him gets a Tsuyu mark. At that moment, a Tsuyu mark was forcibly attached to Lilu before he could react. Kim Xiao calmly said, The light shield will last for a while. I am giving the others in this area a chance to find him. Don't they all want to earn respect from the Tsuyas? Here's their shot. I am really looking forward to their performance. With that, he vanished like a breeze. Lilu clenched his fists angrily. Kim Xiao, you bastard. I won't forget this. He stared at the Tsuyu mark on his head, realizing it was made by a powerful Fengao realm expert, not something a small-tier tactician like him could undo. He hid behind thick bushes, hoping not too many strong enemies would come hunting him. Wang Sheng, who had been watching Lilu's situation, could not help but comment, Being hunted like this, how could he survive? Is this really the trial assigned by that Zuyu guide to the freshmen? He was shocked. This is so unfair. Isn't this test basically setting them up against each other? Batone sighed. There is no absolute fairness in this world. But this test feels a bit too harsh. Zun agreed. It is a little rule-breaking. But for freshmen, it is definitely not the kind of chance to showcase themselves. He was suspicious but hopeful. Is there really a weird Zuyu mission like this? Well, whatever. As long as I get that mark, Ling King angrily muttered. Kim Xiao is really too much. She turned and saw King Ye carving the words Shen Kim Xiao. Ling King asked confusedly. What are you doing? King Ye's expression was grim. Getting acquainted a bit, then I will carve a tombstone for him. After all, he once taught me giving a tombstone is not too much. Right? Inside the exam area. The new students were excitedly talking. Did you hear? Defeat Lilu and you get a Tsuyu mark. I have checked the newbie info. It is just the top tier district. This really is a Tsuyu mark handed right to your door. Then the two dashed off who pass up a tasty treat served right at their doorstep. Uncle Hein grinned slyly. Lualus, you are something else. To get this unlucky, I have to deal with you. Now's my chance. Doubtful but hopeful. Could there really be a strange T-High mission? Whatever. As long as I get the T-High talisman. Thinking that, she turned and went after Lula. Elsewhere, Trislok sat on a pile of loot, muttering to himself. Catch him. Lualis's got to be caught. Lai Lu, I am not after you. Just returning the favor for taking your spot before. Beating high-level beasts beyond my rank is way more fun. Hope this place lets me fully enjoy it. Deep in the forest, Lelua frantically looked for a hiding spot. He figured if he could outlast the light shield, the mark's effect would fade. His best bet was to dive deeper into the woods and find beasts to help break the mark. Suddenly, he froze in panic. No way! It is already here that fast. Up ahead, I see three figures tearing through the wind. They look surprised too. Like they did not expect anyone in front of them. This Lilac guy's luck just ran out. Check out the person with the glowing pillar on their head. The three suddenly stop and look around. Lilac takes the chance to hide in the bushes and shouts. You guys go left, I will go right. Donnie let him escape. One of the three hesitantly asks, are you looking for the guy with the glowing pillar too? Another vaguely replies, but he has a pillar on his head. Then the three fall silent, staring at each other. After a moment, their brains kick back in and they shout, damn it, that is Lilac, chase him down. Kill him. How dare he play us like that? Not long after, a few beams of light shoot right at them. The three suspiciously ask, where did those glowing bullets come from? My eyes are about to go blind. The lights seem to have a mind of their own, attacking their legs. They all yell, our legs, Lilac. Still running, hears their screams like echoes from hell. That Lilac is shameless. Sneaking around like that, but Lilac ignores it. His only thought is to get deep into the forest before they catch him. Hopefully, he is fast enough. Seeing the purple glow of the pillar, Ningolang speaks up, Lilac's got trouble. I am thinking of going to help him. Others warn quickly. At this level of chase, even if we go, it is just a death sentence. Ningolang calmly replies, this guide selection contest is not just about defeating beasts. Our performance can decide the final outcome too. Everyone's after Lilac. Even if we go, we want to show anything. Maybe we can just dig a hole here. Handling the crowd chasing Lilac might even create some unique opportunities to show off. The others fall silent for a moment after hearing that. Chugat is the first to raise his hand in agreement. Purple hair adds, I can help too. But you guys have to tell Lilac. Honestly, I am more eager to cling to Kuong's big bro than anything. Ngolang lap. Of course. Next, we just need to call on our star performer to take the stage. That guy sighs with envy and frustration. Damn, talents like these. How can the Namfong Academy have two prodigies this young at the same time? Elsewhere, sparks and clashes of fire are happening non-stop. Turns out Lilac is fighting two new enemies. Red gel hair guy arrogantly says, Lilac, do not, you can escape. You might as well just give up and let us finish you off. Lilac replies with confidence. Brothers, no need to be so harsh. Be cool. Look at this handsome face. Let us sit down and talk it out. The two sneer. Disgusting. Cut him down. And all three jump into the fight. Black Dragon Blue laughs proudly, taking on two at once. Lilac, you are dreaming if you think you can win. Lilac launches an attack. Water Light Demon Mirror. The other guy does not have time to react and gets blasted away. His companion stares in shock. Mouth agape. Lilac does not give him a moment to recover before attacking with enhanced soul technique. The guy quickly flies off with his teammate. How is this possible? After flexing his muscles, Lilac calmly says, see, I told you, better to sit down and talk. The two who just got beaten watch Lilac leave. Grudgingly admitting, how is Lilac this strong? Baekhyun arrives just in time. Hearing them mention Lilac, he asks, you were just fighting Lilac here. Looks like you lost him. Which way did he go? Seeing Baekhyun, one guy coughs blood and nervously names a place. To Trach Baekhyun, another quickly reports, he ran that way. but his strength is too strong. Doesn't it seem like he just entered the white insect realm? Backhand does not waste time and leaves but sneers. It is not that he is strong. You are just weak. Black Gale hair angrily snaps. So arrogant. Luckily, we gave him a proper beating. Elsewhere, then I probes. Is the direction he went the one chasing Lilac? Akio laughs. Taking down Lilac could get us the purple charm seal. Of course. It is worth going after him. Hearing this, then I immediately wants to stop them. If that is the case, we can let him get away. Q calmly said. Classmate then I? You are not my match. No need to make a big deal out of it. Then I was a bit lazy with him. Speaking briefly, buying a little more time would be better. Though she seemed calm on the outside, she was still a bit worried inside. If Akio stepped in, it would definitely put more pressure on Lilac. All she could do was yell and try to stop him. Akio just sneered and said, if classmate then I is willing to go on a date with me for a bit, then today I might just agree. Then I quickly gathered her energy, and the two took their battle stances. Akio smiled arrogantly. If that is the case, I will have to teach you a lesson about the gap between us. Elsewhere, a young man named Mei Feng stepped onto the scene. He was a student with strength at the lower white insect level. Although many were after Li, a person always has dreams. What if he succeeded? Then he would become a disciple of the guide master, and maybe even earn the respect of the top students. With that big dream, he set out to find Lilac. On the way, someone spotted him and called out loudly. Classmate, it was Triucoat, who greeted him warmly. Classmate, please stop for a moment. Mei Feng sized him up. This guy seemed pretty straightforward. He carefully asked. Classmate, what is up? Triucoat calmly explained. You are here for Lilac too. We have a few people like that, why not form a team? Our chances will be better together. Mei Feng cautiously asked. Can I meet them? Triucoat nodded. Of course. No problem. Follow me. By the way, what is the story with classmate Song Ho? Then he led Mei Feng to his group. These are our teammates. This is Mei Feng. Everyone, get to know him, Ngulang happily said. With Mei Feng joining us, we will definitely take down Li and get the reward. The whole group got excited. Never thought someone this skilled would join us. This time, we are definitely escaping this mess. With the guide master's recognition, brother Mei Feng was not just powerful, his path was legit. Mei Feng's chest puffed up with pride. Thinking, these guys really know talent. He thought they would need to hang out more, waving his hand. He said, alright, I think we have enough people. Let us move out. Suddenly, Ningguo Lang appeared behind him, grinning wickedly. Brother Feng, why do you have a nose on your head? Let me chase it away for you. When Mei Feng turned around, his eyes went wide in shock, and a loud thud echoed. His vision blurred, and someone stood before him saying, this brother's pretty honest. If you get the chance later, really try to get close to him. Then everything faded to black. After who knows how long, the victims of Ningguo Lang's group had grown significantly. The gang proudly said, we have done so much, might as well count it as weakening Lilac. Another job done. Time to collect our rewards. Ningguo Lang happily said, Triucoat, let us do business again. After a while, Triucoat finally spotted someone passing by and was excited. They are here. Triucoat once again took on the role. Classmate, please stop. But this person was not some fat tough guy. He was a fierce white bean, a top new student on the Tam Phone leaderboard. Triucoat panicked, thinking, wait, dang it, Bean, I have caught a shark. Bean coldly glanced at him and asked, what is the matter? Triucoat replied, our group is gathering some people to go into the mountain and capture Lilac. If you have a beast companion, we can team up. Bean thought it over. The forest was huge, and searching alone would take time. She agreed and led the way. Triucoat obediently followed but felt uneasy. This shark was way too fierce. If we let her loose in the forest with Lac, she would be a huge threat. Even if we can catch her, we have to stall her a bit. And Golang appeared smiling. Triucoat, who is this? It is Ngolang's face turned pale. This is big trouble. Ngolang worriedly said, damn it, that dumb Triucoat actually brought this shark here. Dada was furious and examined closely. There were a few people in the forest with weak breathing, probably unconscious. They were not here to confront Lilac but to sabotage others. Ngulang nervously warned, White sister, do not throw accusations around. Zoku has already retreated behind the sticks, probably planning a sneak attack. Dada quickly unleashed a powerful aura that scared Zoku back. Ngulang shouted orders. Fools. Da sneered. Cha-Cha's got the upper hand. The clash echoed through the forest, purple light revealing Lilac's hidden position. Lilac was panting heavily, sitting down to catch his breath on a rock. Silently calculating, Lilac thought if he had not unleashed the Twin General Bao and added the Supreme Water General, which could last a bit longer, he might not survive this continuous battle. Just as his general's energy was about to recover, Sensing someone approaching, he suddenly turned his head. Backhand appeared with a cryptic smile, calling out, "Lilac!" He stood just a few steps away, calmly watching him. Backhand laughed. "How's it feel hiding like a coward?" Lilac's face darkened, a flicker of panic flashing through his eyes. He quickly steadied himself and retorted sharply, "Backhand of Dutrach, I will never be your fiancé." Then Engo would never agree. Backhand snarled, "We will see. When I step on your head, you want to be so cocky." Lilac pretended to whine, "Don't push me. I just want to study quietly at the academy." Backhand got angrier, "Trying to stall to recover your strength. Then you are no match for me." Lilac bargained, "How about this? If you can wait half an hour, I will respect you as a real man." Backhand ready his move but pretended to agree. "Fine, you say when." Lilac sighed, realizing the young master of Dutrach Few was not as dumb as he thought. Backhand's lower grade general, Supreme Heavy Flower class, seemed strong enough to suppress him, but appearances can be deceiving. Who would guess he had two generals inside him? For this general competition, I have to get a confident guide. It is simple, just show my true power. Backhand of Dutrach is the best pawn right now. If I can outplay him, I will just blind their eyes. Outside, everyone watching Lilac's fight judged it was near the end. Backhand was wielding a lower grade Landgong general. That was way out of Lilac's league, but his endurance was surprising. Onglin grinned with arms crossed, loving the show. That bastard. His mouth got him into trouble. Let us see how little brother handles him this time. Then Iga. Just watch, your little fiancé is about to get crushed by Backhand. Liancan worriedly said, "That Honglin keeps staring this way. She is so annoying. But Backhand is not easy to deal with." Then Iga watched Lilac without blinking. "I trust it," Liancan said. "You are being too optimistic. Lower grade generals are not to be taken lightly." Then Iga replied confidently, "But Lilac's twin generals are not a joke either." Wang Sheng asked, watching the scene. "Titty, do you think Lilac can win?" Longvu smiled gently at the boy. "Judging by current strength, Lilac has no chance." Wang Sheng looked disappointed. But Backhand is so annoying." Longvu looked serious. "Sometimes, victory is not just about raw power. Lilac and Enga have totally different personalities. Then Enga's like the midday sun, shining everywhere, while Lilac's like a bottomless pit, seemingly normal, but actually way smarter inside. Of course, that is just a woman's intuition. Hopefully, she won. TB2 disappointed. Gleaming silver spear appeared, adorned with two blue gems matching Backhand's hair color. He gripped the spear with determination, a giant ice dragon looming behind him, radiating oppressive force. Watching from afar, Lilac thought quietly, a lower grade general indeed carries impressive power. Lost in thought, he quickly moved straight toward Backhand's position. Backhand was a bit surprised and said, "You actually dare to come forward and sacrifice yourself?" Lilac moved in closer to him, but Backhand saw it and struck first with his spear. He attacked fiercely, shouting, "Get lost!" Lilac quickly jumped back to dodge the blow. They rushed toward Backhand, who blocked with his spear and shouted loudly, "Don't underestimate my strength." Now he switched tactics, summoning magical energy in his hand as he yelled, "Divar!" A storm of power surged toward Lilac like a violent gale, but Lilac stood firm on the ground, unwavering and steady. This confused Backhand. He wondered silently why he could not drain his power. When that did not work, he tried another move, Tiger General technique. Reckless charge. Seeing this, Lilac countered with his own skill. Waterlight shield. Backhand's attack was blocked by Lilac's magical shield. Backhand was still full of energy, pouring even more power into his attack. Suddenly, the magical shield shattered into pieces. Backhand smirked arrogantly. "Mockin, aren't you a bit too cocky? Today, I will put you in your place and see what you are really made of." Just as he was charging up, Backhand suddenly tripped. He growled, "This ground is way too soft." Taking advantage of his distraction, Lilac launched an attack, kicked Backhand square in the face, leaving it smeared with thick mud and dirt. Backhand clutched his face and staggered back a few steps. His eyes burned with fierce determination as he growled. Lilac, a torrent of power burst from Backhand, surrounding him like a massive blue flame, hovering in midair. He roared, "Today, I am going to crush you." But then he calmed down. Sensing something, Backhand landed and stopped showing off his power. Questioning aloud, "Are you using water energy to merge with the ground, turning this place into mud?" "No way. Water energy can't do that much." Hearing this, Lilac replied defiantly, "What does that have to do with you?" Backhand grit his teeth and growled, "Lilac, you human." He launched another attack, this time Tiger General technique. Flesh strengthened, his body suddenly growing huge. His torn shirt revealed bulging muscles, and his eyes blazed bright red with rage. He snarled, "I am really itching for a fight now." Elsewhere, a powerful figure stood on a cliff holding a staff that made everyone around stare in awe. Tongban looked up and exclaimed, "Too strong? There is no way to beat her." The person on the cliff was Daldaw, who said, "With this little power, you want to mess with me?" overestimating yourself. Then she turned and walked away, calling back. Get lost. No time to play with you. If you keep messing around, Lilac might get taken out by someone else. Suddenly, a stranger dashed up behind her. Dada noticed him and glanced over. She quickly swung her staff in a swift, when-like slash, striking the man and spraying blood everywhere. The stranger crashed into the cliff behind, blood pouring from his mouth. Then he strangely smiled with a mysterious grin. It was Nugolang, holding up a jade pendant proudly, saying, "This pendant must be important. I have seen you wearing one too." Dada shouted angrily, "When did you sneak in? Give it back." Ngolang was not down for long. He jumped up and flew off, laughing. He called back, "If you want it, chase me. If you catch me, I will hand it over." Dada lost her patience, burning with fury. "You jerk. You are asking for death?" She chased after Ngolang, yelling, "Stop right there." Chuko had been watching all this and tears welled up in his eyes. Moved, Ngolang really was a hero. His silhouette carried a tragic aura. Hopefully, Dada would not beat him to death. The noisy scene just moments ago suddenly fell eerily silent. Back to the chaotic fight between Lilac and Bakhian. Bakhian had just used Tiger General technique. Flesh strengthened, making his body tougher and stronger. He swung his spear behind him, legs wide, ready to strike. Bakhian roared and charged forward. Lilac's eyes suddenly widened in shock, but right after, he went on the defensive, a bow appearing in his hands. Hudhine quickly wiped his face and shouted, "A few flashy moves won't do any good." He pulled the bowstring tight, preparing a powerful arrow shot, but before the arrow could fly, Bakhian was faster. He lunged with his spear straight at Lilux, who dodged just in time thanks to his quick reflexes. While dodging, Lilesi thought to himself, "I am completely cornered. I underestimated how ruthless he really is." Bakhian did not stop. He kept pressing the attack. This time, Lilesh jumped onto a tree branch to avoid the strike. He aimed his bow at Bakhian, releasing an arrow that sliced swiftly through the air toward him. Bakhian's eyes widened, thinking, "Too fast." He quickly spun his spear, turning it into a shield to protect himself. The arrow hit Bakhian's spear shield, causing a loud impact. That hit pushed Bakhian hard backward. He thought in surprise, "Just one arrow knocked me back. That is some serious skill. Wait, I can feel some lingering force behind it." On the other side, Lilef raised his bow again, thinking, "One arrow won't break Bakhian's defense." So he shot two, then three arrows rained down as Bakhian skillfully blocked them all with his spear. Suddenly, Lilek smirked mysteriously, spotting the back of Bakhian's pants. A plan formed in his mind. There is a weak spot. Bakhian seemed to catch on, his face turning pale and showing a flicker of fear. He understood, but it was too late. The whole thing happened in a flash. An arrow sliced across the inside of Bakhian's thigh. Lilef taunted cheerfully, "You okay? Want me to heal you a bit? I am a water general great at healing." It made Bakhian furious, and he screamed wildly, "Lualus, I will kill you." He roared like a beast, then launched an attack called Silent Triple Spear Strike. Alush could not react in time, wincing in pain as he got hit. Bakhian charged forward wildly, smashing the branch Lilech was standing on. Seeing this, Lala jumped off and unleashed his water light trap skill midair. Water began to rise, and Lala leapt off a high rock into the water to evade Bashan's crazy chase. The water acted like a ramp, letting him glide quickly. He raised his bow again, decisively pulling the string tight. Arrows shot swiftly toward Bakhian, who spun his spear into a shield and taunted, "Come on, let us see how many shots you can fire." Lilef rode the current to speed across the water, keeping his distance. Bakhian chased after him, dodging and retaliating as they battled. Their fight shook the whole area, strikes and clashes happening one after another, throwing everything into chaos. Someone had been watching from a cliff this whole time. Quietly thinking, "Loalesi's endurance is way better than I expected." It was Kim Tae-yu. He seriously observed the fight, guessing, but he is just a mid-level trainee, nothing for the elite instructors to worry about. Kim Tae-yu smirked slyly and said, "They will soon realize how hard it is to master that high talisman I gave them, especially once Luo Lux falls into my hands. I will find a way to deal with him. Make Thanga surrender to me. Then Iga, you won't escape me." Elsewhere in the chaos, massive ice chunks lay scattered, toxic air swirling. Then He was struggling to catch her breath. Clearly exhausted, her body showed signs of poison, and she thought to herself, "The toxin's starting to eat away at my strength." Across from her was Hefi Kiyu, who sneered, "Why bother? Then me. Your ice seal might slow me down a bit, but my poison's wearing you down. You are definitely losing here." Even though her cold seal could slow me down a bit, my poison is corroding her. She is clearly at a disadvantage. One of my arms is frozen stiff by Than Yi, unable to move. She heard that and replied, "Limiting your time is enough. I have not given up," and said, "Is it worth it? Sure, the academy will help you break the poison, but during that time, you will suffer a lot." She showed no emotion and calmly answered, "I like it that way." Akiyu blushed slightly, feeling a bit tense. Still, He tried to persuade her. Classmate Annie, I am suddenly even more interested in you now. She really did not consider getting close to me, even a little bit, no matter her skills or talent. I am still stronger than Lulu by a good margin. Kunai stayed silent, saying nothing, just scanning me with her eyes. After a moment, she turned back and casually said, but the guy's not as handsome as Li Lu. Hakao sniffed again when he heard that, only catching a few words in his head so shallow. Nearby, a fight was breaking out between two squads. One person was slammed against a cliff behind, while the other held a spear and shouted, "Don't you dare mess with me." Wu Lang's face was bruised and swollen as he yelled, "Not backing down if you are so tough, then try killing me." Dudu's irritation only grew worse. She raised her fist and shouted, "How can there be people like you?" Before she could land a hit, Wu Lang clutched his head and cried out, "Help! Someone!" Dudu completely lost her temper, grinding her teeth in frustration. Pushed by anger and reason, she snapped and hit Wu Lang harshly. He was knocked numb by her strike, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Dudu thought to herself, "Yeah, I was a bit rough, but it did not have to come to this." She stepped closer to Wu Lang, reached out to check his nose, and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Suddenly, his eyes snapped open wide, staring at her, seizing the moment while she was off guard. Wu Lang lunged and grabbed her like a koala hugging a tree. Dudu's face flushed bright red in surprise, but she quickly regained control and pushed him hard, sending Wu Lang flying. He slammed into the cliff behind, his head hitting so hard he spat blood. Dudu emphasized each word, "I am going to kill you." Dudu grabbed her staff and lunged straight at the spot where Ingulong had fallen. Seeing this, he mustered all his strength and shouted, "Go ahead. Kill me, even though my 80-year-old mother and 10 little brats are waiting at home. I am not afraid to die." Just as the staff got close to him, it suddenly stopped. Dudu seemed skeptical and sneered. An 80-year-old mother having that many kids. That is pretty impressive. She swung the staff at the hand holding Ingyu longest jade pendant. Snatching back the pendant, Dudu turned to threaten him. "I am warning you. If you dare mess with my little brats, I will chop you up for the dogs." After saying that, she turned to leave, but suddenly Ing Lung grabbed her ankle. Dudu spun around in surprise. Ing Lung lay on the ground struggling to hold her ankle, and said in a dangerous tone, "Hey, who said you could leave?" Dudu saw this and thought quietly, covered in wounds. "Still trying to hold me back. That kind of stubbornness is honestly surprising." She turned her back and asked, "What is your name?" He stubbornly held her ankle and replied, "Yu Lun." Hearing this, she said, "Yu Lun, you are doing all this for Luluf, the young master of the Lucca family. If you see me as a friend, I probably just see you as someone who is either here or not. It does not really matter." He coughed a few times and quickly replied, "What do you understand? Back then, my parents spent everything to get me into the Namfeng Academy. When I first got there, I did not understand anything and could not learn a thing. It was Al-Lusi who patiently taught me to become the top Dao general, giving me the courage to stay at the academy. I remember that kindness. I accept friends like him. What he thinks, that is none of my business." Dudu went silent after hearing this. At this point, Ing Lung let go of her ankle. She sat down by a nearby tree and said, "Fine, let us go now. There is not much left to do. Lales was already captured by someone else long ago." Yu Lun, supporting himself with his hand, shivered and said, "That is not certain. Anyway, I have done my best to protect the third-place newcomer like you." Dudu turned her face away and clicked her tongue, thinking, if it were someone else, they would be dead multiple times by now. Suddenly, the space fell silent, so quiet you could hear the wind rustle the leaves. Feeling uneasy, Dudu glanced over and thought, why is not Ha talking anymore? Ing Lung was leaning against a rock nearby, breathing steadily and sleeping soundly. Dudu saw this and thought quietly, that bastard has no clue how big the world is. The chaotic battle between Leluk and Bat Feehin was still going on. Lo Alessa kept shooting arrows, while Bai Hiven dodged them. He suddenly realized something and thought, not good. Why is N defending for so long? Is he plotting something? Suddenly, Behind smiled mysteriously. Hunna's strength surged. The look on his face was fierce, eyes wide open radiating deadly intent. Seeing this, Lolesi tensed up and thought. As expected, he just unleashed something powerful, but it did not discourage him. Lelef raised his bow and shot another arrow. The arrow flashed and flew straight toward Ba's heaven. Hun dodged with lightning speed, as if no one had been there at all. Lolef was surprised and thought, how did he dodge that? Suddenly, from another direction, something tore through the air heading straight for him. Biff Hun's silver spear suddenly came at Elevency from behind. Lelek quickly realized this and glanced back, but there was no time to react. He could only defend barehanded. The blow was so strong it made Lelek cough up blood. He wondered, has his strength, speed, and defense all increased? But Hun did not stop. He advanced, moved right, then forward again. Like a lightning strike closing in on Lelek's, he smashed and destroyed the trees around, cutting them down to clear his view. Bah-Hein paused and stared toward the person fighting, leaning against a distant rock. Smugly, Bien said, Luolus, you have been pretending all this time. Isn't it time to end this? Thought my integrity was higher than yours. My general level strength stronger. What exactly do you have to stand against me? At this moment, Lulu was slowly stepping toward him, responding to his earlier words. You would think someone walking in like that, spouting those lines, would feel pretty intimidating. Lulu was completely unscathed, as if no fight had even happened. He spoke up again. With all this time, I could have already finished crafting a whole arsenal for you. Back Hien charged wildly, spear aimed straight at Lulu, full of aggression. At this point, why even bother showing off? Lu remained calm and steady, refusing to budge an inch. Suddenly, vines sprouted out of nowhere, moving like living creatures. The vines reached out and grabbed back Hien as spear. No matter how hard he tried, the spear would not move an inch. Struggling to pull his spear free from the vines, Back Hien asked suspiciously, some kind of wall technique? Who is interfering in our fight? Lulu replied calmly. Besides us, who else is here? Back Hien did not believe him and snapped back. Are you trying to tell me you caused this wall technique? What nonsense are you spouting? You are clearly a water general. Lulu raised his hands, creating a small glow between his palms, and said, Don't you want to know what I am relying on to fight you? Now, I will show you a powerful treasure. A shimmering orb appeared in his hands, blending water with a green leaf like light. With a confident smile, he added, I am the Twin Talents Palace. From Legend, their battle played out on the big screen, and the crowd watching started buzzing with excitement. So it really is the Twin Talents. Huh, how rare is that? It is no less impressive than the former radiant talent of King Ya. Only those who've faced powerhouses at the Marquis level can tap into the Twin Talents' strength. This will give Luo an unprecedented boost. Hung looked tense and asked aloud. The K-Tone. Mitsasi Tun. And now Song Tun? Does Luck Lam Mansion really have that kind of destiny? Lin Kan turned to her neighbor, amazed and curious. Song Tun Kung is incredible. Did you already know about this? Then Nega's eyes lit up with pride. He is the bloodline of Master Sun Non. There is no way he could be ordinary. Tatem could not help but sigh in admiration. Song Tun Kung is truly rare. Lone V, standing nearby, heard this and congratulated the deputy dean. Looks like the academy might have another genius on the rise. Tatem humbly replied, Song Tun Kung is rare, but it still depends on his personality and fate. Still, he is a talent worth cultivating. Then Huda Tin Academy will definitely pay attention. Lone V thought to himself, with Deputy Dean Tatem's words. Maybe we can avoid some unnecessary trouble and interference in the future. Though Leklam Mansion has lost 2 Marquis-level powerhouses, the bloodline and hairs they left behind are slowly starting to shine. Imagine if one day, they really revive Leklam Mansion, and it shines brighter than ever before. Back at the chaotic battle, the tree roots kept grabbing hold of Ba Haiyan's spear. Hearing Loyal Luffy's confession, he thought quietly, Song Tun, if I can suppress Lil Lakes, outsiders will realize his parents are powerful. But that is their business alone. I am the heir of Truch Mansion, enough to completely overpower the heir of Lefik Lam Mansion. Bashan jerked the spear free and yelled, I do not believe it. Like a wild beast, he crazily charged at Luluka and thrust the spear straight at him, calm and unafraid. Lolef stood his ground and unleashed the Tiger General technique Ven the Chibi. Loleta flicked his eyes toward Bikahin. Then he quickly made his move. The vine branches rushed in to surround Ba Sien. Undeterred, Bashan swung his spear, chopping the branches in half. He smirked with amusement. You really think you can trap me with this? You are way too naive. Lalek smiled faintly, calculating in his mind. Earth Marquis tier techniques are tough to break. But this is just the beginning. More vine branches closed in on him, this time wrapped in water. A thick vine branch charged at Beak Hun, pushing him backward. Slightly confused, he thought, why is this vine so solid and heavy? This must be the water Marquis technique. Distracted, he did not notice a huge vine sneaking up from behind. It slammed hard into Behin's arm from behind. He winced, staring at the hit spot. The vine branches did not stop, they fell from above, forming a wall encasing Bifian. While Behin fought the vines, Lola still strategizing from afar. With this vine assault, it is nearly impossible for anyone to find a weakness. He gathered small branches nearby and sharpened their tips, thinking, these twig arrows won Tika's damage, but the humiliation will be strong. He drew his bow and fired straight at Bakahan. The vine arrows rained down on Bihun. Once satisfied, Lalef thought quietly, that is enough to mess with him. The water Marquis technique combined with relentless vine attacks. Let us see how long he can hold out. Behind was now covered in vine arrows, surrounded on all sides. He roared in anger. Lualus, you little rat. If you are so tough, fight me head on. Realizing the situation, Behind thought fast their stamina was draining quickly, and the Lalesi kept harassing him. The odds were clearly against him. Suddenly, a water-coated vine wrapped tightly around one of Bihian's arms. Gradually, other vines came in, wrapping his other arm and both legs. They moved so fast that he could not move or fight back anymore. yelling out, "You bastard!" Baek Heen's whole body was wrapped up by tree branches. He lost his cool and kept shouting, "If you have got guts, stop dodging. You are such a coward." Suddenly, a branch blocked his mouth. Baek Heen stubbornly tried to sing, but no words came out. Lilac stepped closer and said, "I told you I am here already," he teased. "Come on, let us have a fair fight." Baek Heen got even angrier but could not say a word. Seeing this, Lilac pretended to be regretful. What a shame. The first duel between the two young masters ends, because Baek Heen's side chickened out. Baek Heen was still trying to curse through the gag before finally passing out. Lilac's face turned pale as he panted. "Finally over. If it dragged on any longer, I would not have made it." He plopped down, relieved, when suddenly he noticed the space around him shift. The golden token appeared out of nowhere, staring at him in a stern voice. Han Ying observed, "Lilac, I did not expect you to hide a pair of talents. I really underestimated you." Lilac stayed calm, replying, "In the Teeth Lake, how could I not keep some secrets? Now it is my turn." He stood up, branches swirling the air around him. "Four guides. Do I still have to bow down to you now?" From afar came a voice, and four beams of light flashed as four jade talismans shot forward. Stopping right in front of him, stirring a fierce storm, cheers erupted from the observation deck. The four guides really put their all into this. Vong Thong did not hold back praise. Lilac's got some serious skills. Vu smiled, satisfied. "Didn't expect such a twist. I wonder which guide jade talisman he will pick." Tam spoke slowly. "How would I know? But Lilac's personality is definitely unique." Lone Vu rubbed his chin, thinking. He dodges, then shoots the opponent like a porcupine. Lilac and Nanga really are complete opposites. No need for the opponent to admit defeat, just make them furious enough to die. She pondered and sighed. Truly strange. Back with Lilac, he called out to the person beside him. "Master, looks like I still have some value." Lilac's Kim T heard this and fell silent. Clearly annoyed, Lilac thought again. "Four guides. With things as they are. Which one should I choose?" "Which one?" Suddenly, a gentle voice said, "I am Hythe." That voice came from one of the talismans. She gently reminded, "All four guide jade talismans here are good choices, but my advantage is, I want to hold a grudge against Kim Tiu." Lilac was surprised. "This guide has some history with Kim Tiu," Hythian explained. "Before you revealed your talents, I was already watching you. Honestly, if you lost to that Baek Heen guy, I would not pick you, not to spite Kim Tiu, but because you would not deserve it." Lilac fell silent, then exhaled and made his decision. He clasped hands toward the other three. "Thank you all for valuing me." The three jade talismans immediately vanished. He then respectfully addressed the remaining one. "Student Lilac, reports to Master." Hythian saw his acceptance and dismissed the others. "Kim Tiu, if you have no other business, you may leave." Kim Tiu laughed mockingly, then decisively left with Baek Heen. Only Lilac remained, thoughtfully staring at the talisman in his hand. What about Hythian? One guy jade talisman suddenly felt much more solid. "Senza will have to take good care of this master from now on." Wonder what has happened with Than Nai, Ngu Lang, and Chu Ko. Looking over at Than Nai's checkup area, she was clutching her wounds, gasping. Hakiyu was still in good shape. Teasing her classmate Than Nai, "Senza, this is your limit, but you did manage to buy some time." Than Hai was suffering, poison spreading through her body, and her mind starting to fade. At that moment, the death mark emblem appeared before both of them. Than Hai immediately felt the change. The poison in her body was cleared. That is the power of the death mark emblem. Hakiyu also received the emblem and smiled, saying, "Thanks for the guidance." Than Hai was still stunned, thinking the death mark guy chose her. But in this battle, she was not a match for Hakiyu. "Well, at least I got the death mark emblem. Did we just get the gold emblem? That means our previous performance already earned the supervisor guide's recognition. This round was really worth it." Far away in the woods, Dudu was also chosen. "Thanks, Master." She read the name on the emblem and wondered what guide it was. "This is exactly the guide I wanted. The other side is a wind general, so my strength should grow fast." Suddenly, she noticed below the careless one, there was still another purple emblem. What? Could it be the fire emblem? That is insane. The careless guy, hurt and defeated, opened his eyes and was shocked to see the purple emblem in front of him. He quickly grabbed it. "I got it. This is mine. Don't let anyone else take it." He even glared at Dudu. "I got this one." She just stared at him speechless. It was meant to find someone. No need to fight over it. The careless guy was stunned, could not believe it. "For me, I got the death mark guide too. There is a G on top." "Who is this G guide?" Dudu was terrified. "What? You are also a G guide?" The careless guy caught the hint in her words. "You too. So we have the same guide. Our emblems are identical." She felt like the sky was falling. Does that mean for the next few years, even up to the 4th Star Institute, I have to be classmates with this fire guy? Is it too late to back out now? The careless guy laughed excitedly. "They say the death mark guide only picks 3 students. Please take good care of me. I wonder if Man has a chance." Let me introduce her. Dudu gave him a scary look and added, I might have to kill you. The careless guy quickly backed away from her. Dudu was utterly despairing. This jerk is so annoying. Is he really one of my teammates? This is such a curse. Now, the Spirit Master exam time has come, and the students basically have their results. Inside the inner space, tremors appeared one after another, and groups of students vanished. The square echoed with the voice of the overseer. She announced that the Spirit Master exam was officially over. First, congratulations to all of you. From now on, you are official students of the Holy Huang Star Academy. Her voice echoed everywhere. Here, you will grow stronger and learn many truths about the world. Students who earn silver and gold emblems, please come see your guide to report. Also here, congratulations to the student recognized by the Deathmark Guide. Next, I will announce the Deathmark Student Awards. On the bulletin board appeared the names: Guide Theothan, Truck Lock, Van Hai, Don Nagayat, Guide Q, Hakyu, Bak Hien, Latu, Guide Hythian, Lilac, Tanfu, Man, Guy, Duda, Kalak, Ngolem, Gaitsu, Lapsa, Thean Dep, Vu Din. Lilac looked at the name behind Guide Hythuan. He was surprised Man is with the same guide as me, and Tanfu must be the 7th ranked Shadow General. Speaking of that fire guy, Ningolang, he is quite something. He even earned the Death Mark Guide's favor. Meanwhile, Ningolang scratched his head in frustration. That nasty Lilac, why do I have to be on the same team as Man? Then, Man was used to Lilac's looks. I am afraid I do not stand a chance. Then Wai was also upset, meaning she is not with the same guide as Lilac. Man is a huge threat to the guys. The two girls, Then Wai and Don Gayet, were sweating bullets. This team setup looks rough. Am I being targeted here? The Din also assessed. In the Spirit Master exam, Lilac actually pulled this off and got chosen by Guide Hythian. Everyone's talking out of these 5 small groups. The one led by Kim Tu is still the strongest overall. All top-ranked village students. The group led by C is also really strong. No issues there. But who is that Olung? I have never heard of him before. Up on the platform, 2 people are watching. Loleses has already been picked by the guide Hythoin. Then Iga smiled quietly, thinking Hythun is the best choice among the 5 to high guides, because his top general is also a water general, and he has a bit of history with Kim Tu. Later on, Kim Tu won't be able to threaten Lelux as much. Right then, Tatemnan's announcement echoed through the square, addressing the students for the upcoming semester. If you can show your true potential, these Titin guides might even open up extra spots for you at Than Hein Star Academy. No jade pearls will be missed. The future's long and full of surprises. This is just the beginning. The future's some to really look forward to. The new mage contest officially ends here, and your lives at Than Hein Star Academy will officially begin. Then Atem returned to those nearby, saying thanks to the 3 of you who made it here for this new mage contest. Lone Vi laughed shyly. Vice Dean, you are too kind. I am just another student here. Vang Thing got all excited, stamping his feet and clapping his hands. Than Hein Star Academy sounds amazing. Can I train here someday? Tatem leaned down and said to the boy, at Than Hein Star Academy, there is no status, only ability matters. The academy stores will open wide, but by then, you might have to keep your identity under wraps. Vug Vuthi in. Suddenly, a sigh escaped from the group. Lone V sadly rubbed the boy's head. Vung the Inyi has been sickly since he was little and needs constant medicine. Over the years, many healers from Ziahe have been called, but it is still tough to cure him. Tatimim said thoughtfully. Vung the Ingi's illness is probably congenital. Only a strong Marquis with either the water eye or radiant powers can treat it. Finding one general like that is hard enough, but someone with both, that is nearly impossible. Even if found, it is no guarantee they can fix Vita of the NGS innate deficiency. It might even require the combined effort of 3 Marquis level experts. Lone V felt hopeless. This really seems impossible to find. Ungine reassured them. Don't rush. We will find a way. Vita Thing asked. Curious? What about Olaf? Doesn't he have a second general? If so, once he becomes a Marquis, would not that give him some chance? Tatem replied. Theoretically, yes. But who knows how long it will take for him to become a Marquis? Besides, generals are random, no guarantee he will have a radiant one. Lone Vi thought seriously for a moment. Still, it is a possibility worth watching. Kung Ayin warned them. We can only keep an eye on it. Don't get your hopes up too high so you won't be too disappointed later. The group chatted a bit more and then got ready to leave. Kine slowly followed behind Lone Vi and the others. Before leaving, he glanced back. His main focus was level lesser down in the square. Then he disappeared into the crowd. At that moment, 2 Then Enga students came to meet him. Congratulations. Lualus. Lin Can cheered happily. You really surprised everyone this time. You embarrassed yourself and forced me into the woods, man. That was ruthless. Lin Can was speechless. Just stay strong. Okay? Then Iga smiled warmly. Not bad. Becoming a student under Guide Hython is a great result, but do not get careless later. Things probably won't stop here. Lales understood well Kim Tu is at a high guide, a powerful Marquis. Being targeted by him is never good, luckily. At Thanhain Star Academy, even Marquis level experts must follow the rules. As long as he stays cautious and sticks close to Guide Hython, he should be fine. Suddenly the crowd got noisy again. A girl asked, "Who are these people?" "Are they students?" An older student explained for her. "These students. I guess you do not know about them. They are all top students from the T-Tin Institute, and the guy standing up front is the son of the current top official king. He is a young man who really stands out, Shen Jun." The senior said that Han is also one of the 7-star pillars of our Azure Mystic Academy, and even among them, Shen Jun could be considered a powerhouse. In some ways, Hem might actually be the strongest student at the academy right now. At that moment, they all turned their attention toward the direction Shen Jun was heading. Lulu was stunned. "He is coming this way. I do not even know Han. So there's only one possibility," Lin Kan whispered. "Lai Lu, your guess is right. Your biggest rival has just shown up." Shen Jun approached King Yinga to chat. Kwang Sumai said he was busy training today and missed the highlights of the Spirit Master competition. "But I heard Lai Lu did an outstanding job and was chosen by the Hythaian mentors." "Lai Lu, today you really surprised everyone." "Congrats," he replied politely. "Headmaster Kung, you are too kind. It was just luck and the guidance of the Hythaian mentors." Kunga stayed calm and indifferent, saying, "It is just a Spirit Master contest." "Headmaster Kung, no need to flatter." Shen Jun ignored her cold attitude. "Kwang's standards are way too high, not everyone's like her. Born with the makings of a top general. Back then a few mentors even fought over her." Lulu observed him carefully. "This headmaster really has an extraordinary aura and great composure." Suddenly a sarcastic voice rang out. "Headmaster Kung, do not underestimate Kwang's Fianyi. His rare talents are not any less impressive than a top general's." Kungai did not back down. "Ong Lion, I remember beating you at the Spirit Master contest when you just started." Ong Lion gritted her teeth in frustration. "Hey, woman," Shen Jun cut her off. "Ong Lion, it is the new student's first day. For my sake, do not fight here." Her attitude immediately softened and she became embarrassed. "If Headmaster Kung says so, I will let it go today." After some small talk, Kunga led Lulu and Lin Kan away, while Hong Lion, still annoyed, dragged Bai Tehin out of the Spirit Master contest. Once everyone left, Shen Jun silently watched Lelouis retreating back. He was deep in thought. This kid Lelu, the young head of the lacking mansion, is definitely not as ordinary as the second disciple said. His follower advised him, "Your Highness, your obsession with King Inga might be a bit much, given your talents. You are already a perfect match for her. Maybe your tactics are why Lua wants to break the engagement." He smiled meaningfully. "You are looking at this too narrowly. King Inga is not someone who can be tied down by an engagement. What I want is her heart, and with her kind of personality, rushing one work, move too fast, and you will lose your chance forever." After a pause, he continued, "As for Lo, if possible, I would rather win him over first. Getting close to Lulu is actually the best way to reach King Inga, though I admit it is a bit uncomfortable. The real winner is always the one who plays it smart." On the other side, Lin Kan assessed, "This Shen Jun guy is a bit of a headache. His standing is pretty high. Kid, you really are not his match." Lelu did not feel it was that serious, but he admitted, "His level is just high. His finish line is actually my starting point." Lin Kan rolled her eyes. "You are great at comforting yourself." Lelu had no comeback. "What else can I do? That guy is seriously top tier." Kunga reassured him. "Don't be so down on yourself. So what if he is from a royal family? You have twin generals by your side. Give yourself a few years, you might just surpass him." Lai Lu, you are not weaker than anyone." Those words hit straight to his heart. Lin Kan pouted. "So bitter. You are being way too nice to Lulu." Lulu asked confused. "So King, what does she want from this contest?" Kuniga smiled. "Remember the promise you made to me before? You have cleared the first step, now for the second." Kunya smiled and said, "Remember the promise you made to me before? You have completed the first step, now for the second. I want you to become the strongest freshman at the Azure Mystical Academy." Lulu felt uneasy. "Strongest freshman? That is a bit much." She smiled mysteriously. "If you complete this step, there is a reward waiting for you." Hearing this, he could not help but get excited. "What kind of reward?" She paused thoughtfully, then she winked at you and said, "I will reward you by pretending I never saw you." And then Hai sneak a look at each other. Lalus bit her tongue hard hearing that. Then Iga, "Do not think, just because you are pretty you can slander others." After setting a small goal for Loluf, then Iga led Lin Kan away, leaving Loluf to protest fiercely, but it was all useless. And she was left fuming alone. Left all alone, so weak and powerless, so bossy. Fine then. Time to meet my future guide with the big feet. You followed the path to the training spot and saw someone. Judging by the figure, this must be the timid classmate. Right? Lolef greeted warmly. Timid classmate. She jumped and quickly turned around, her pretty face shyly saying, Hello? Lilith could not help but think, she is so cute, definitely my type. You asked curiously. Is this the place where the guide lives? Why are not you going in? She shyly replied. The guide said, once there is enough people, we will go in together. Lilith looked around. Is there another classmate? Called Tendiv. Is this classmate bad with time? Man pointed to the side. He is over there. Actually, he has been here for a while. We are waiting for him. Over there stood a boy wearing a hooded robe. His sharp eyes glanced at Lilith. He nervously apologized. Sorry. I really kept you waiting. My bad. A voice echoed from inside the building. Come on it. They urged each other. Let us. Maybe the guide is calling us. The three of them entered together. Where someone was already waiting. It was a woman covering her face. Only her beautiful eyes visible. She was the guide of the T10 Sacred Mystical Academy. Hythoan. The three bowed politely. Greetings. Master. Hythoan crossed her legs and observed them. From today on, you three are my students. According to the rules of the Sacred Mystical Academy, I will guide your cultivation. The three quickly replied. Thank you, Master. She showed no attitude and said, no need to thank me. The more outstanding you are, the bigger my reward from the Academy. Otherwise, why do you think guides at the Marquis rank teach you for free? As for any unfair opposition you face, I will help you block it. Lilith understood quietly she must mean the golden token. Hythoan spoke slowly. You three all have your own strengths. Lilith is a dual general. Tenefi is a rare influence. Man, though the weakest among you, has a unique water butterfly general. She might not be as strong as you, but she is a genius at researching how to combine spiritual water and mystical light. Man blushed and shyly said, that is not true. Suddenly she noticed someone staring at her. Turning around, she saw a look of looking at her like a boss sizing up a servant. Man got chills and wanted to back away. This classmate might be handsome, but he seemed kinda scary. Hythoan reminded them, next, I will share some important info. Before that, each of you can ask me one question. Lilith did not hesitate and asked first, Master, what is the Marquis battlefield? Those words made all three freeze. The room's atmosphere turned tense after a long pause. Hythoan finally spoke. Because of your parents. You nodded. Yeah. Hythoan's eyes sparked with fire. Actually, this question is the core of some info I want to share about the world's truth. First, I want to educate you about this world where the Great Summer is, called Dang VC Divine Continent, filled with countless powers like stars in the sky. Besides Mung VC Continent, there is also the Old Divine Continent and the 10 Great Divine Continents, which are the foundation of humanity. In the three major nations of Zu VC Divine Continent, there are also sacred academies. Do you know the purpose of these academies? That question made the three of them look puzzled. He answered for them, saying that because of the existence of the Academy Alliance, it is one of the biggest powers in the world. Its members are top academies scattered across the 10 great divine continents, and the Saint Mystical Star Academy is one of them. Lilac was shocked, thinking, if Saint Mystical Star Academy is just one member of the Alliance and is already this powerful, how terrifying must the Academy Alliance really be? Hythoan frowned seriously and said the reason for the Academy Alliance, its existence is... Hythoan gave the answer, it is because of the existence of monsters. Legend says that countless years ago, human civilization reached its peak, but this development triggered a change in the rules of the heavens that led to a terrifying mutation. Our world got a shadow world, a parallel dark realm called the Shadow World. That Shadow World gathers the last evils of humanity, and from those evils, monsters are born like plagues and poisons, causing endless death and chaos. After countless years of fighting, some powerful humans managed to sever the link between our world and the Shadow World, but not completely. The so-called Warlord battlefield is actually the connection point between our world and the Shadow World. The brutality of the Warlord battlefield goes beyond imagination every time a Warlord-level powerhouse enters. Less than 1 in 10 survives to walk out. Lilac could not understand why his parents had to go there. Hythoan closed his eyes and explained that the last humans discovered that if no Warlord powerhouses entered, the monsters would explode in numbers. The Warlord battlefield controls how much the monsters can rampage. When monsters surge, the only solution is to send in a new group of Warlord powerhouses, mainly Warlord-level fighters. Mayman asked, why does it feel like the monsters are forcing humanity to keep sending Warlord powerhouses into the battlefield, like fuel for an endless fire? Hythoan replied that in the end, every region uses a lottery to pick who will enter the Warlord battlefield next. This lottery is called the Life and Death Draw. With white and black lots, white means life, black means death. Last time, your parents drew black lots, so they had to go to the Warlord battlefield. They did not want to leave you, but they had no choice. Hearing this, Lilac could only fall silent. Hythoan Nivim told him that under the Life and Death Draw, no one can resist. Anyone who resists 1T have a place in the 10 great divine continents. Lilac felt a chill down his spine. He would never heard such a cruel truth before. News like this would surely cause chaos and fear. Hythoan stood up to calm them down, saying the Warlord battlefield also holds great opportunity. More powerhouses break through to the Warlord level there than outside. So many brave souls enter to strengthen themselves, but whether by choice or by force, they are all heroes. Hearing that, he just felt helpless heroes, maybe more like people with no other options. Hythean continued. Although monsters actively enter the Warlord battlefield, they are not the only threat. Monsters keep opening other paths too. These paths are called mutation nests. Once a mutation nest appears, all academies in the area must destroy it immediately. Nations and normal forces constantly fight over these. Even among academies there is conflict, but when facing monsters, all factions must put aside differences and unite. But you do not need to worry too much though monsters threaten humanity. You do not need to stress over your small family. No matter what happens, there is always a safe place. The atmosphere calmed, and the three students fell silent. Lilac adjusted his emotions, thinking that no matter how worried he was about his parents now, he just could not enter that place. First, I need to level up my own strength. No matter how scary those mutants are, nothing's worse than having less than 5 years to live. After I finish explaining, Hythean will arrange things for you. From now on, stay in the small building next door at the academy. It has got 3 floors, each of you gets one. Train daily, and I will personally guide you. I will also try to get you some training resources. Lilac immediately asked, can we get any spirit water or Kai Light? Around grade 6 is fine. You do not need much, like 10 bottles a month. Mayman saw you did not hesitate to ask and was unimpressed. Is this what they call social bullying in Legends? Thean rolled her eyes unhappily. You think the Sacred Mystic Academy is a charity? 10 bottles a month of grade 6 spirit water and Kai Light. Who can afford that? Lilac begged. Then just 5 bottles. Please. Hythean did not budge, not a single bottle free. The Sacred Mystic Academy does not hand out resources like spirit water and Kai Light for free. Our commander will try to help a bit. She added, maybe get you a 10% discount at best. You sighed, so we have to pay. I thought it might be free. That is disappointing. Then you raised your hand again. Master, can I ask you something? Mayman panicked. Is this some kind of social terrorist? Hythean nodded calmly. She senses danger. Lilac does not seem like a docile type. You asked your question. Is there a way to get Imperial Essence? Hythean looked surprised. Imperial Essence. You really do not settle for ordinary treasures. If you contribute to the Academy, we will reward you with top-tier resources like that. You are not shy to ask. How does this contribution system work? Hythean explained. There is competition between the sacred academies, but no one is sending tutors or heads to fight it out. It all depends on your strength as students. If you make your academy the strongest in Eastern Divine Continent, the Academy Alliance will grant huge resources. If you can win prestige for your academy, whatever amount of Imperial Essence you want, the Academy will provide. Lilac could not hide his inner thoughts. This process feels way too familiar. So even the Sacred Mystic Academy is so shallow. Hythean added. Also, if your Academy points reach 5,000, you can exchange them for a share of Imperial Essence. Academy points come from your achievements or tasks completed. You can exchange many things, training materials like the ones Sacred Mystic Academy provides. Even low-level energy guidance techniques. But points must be earned, not traded. Please respect the rules and do not cheat. Lilac, trying to stay out of it, reminded his 2 classmates. You two must remember the tutor's advice. Don't embarrass our group. Hythean did not forget to remind them. Also, you would better pick a team leader to avoid disputes when acting together in the future. Lilac seriously pondered. Team leader has no perks but has to look out for everyone. If trouble comes, they get blamed first. Only a fool would want that. His uncle noticed the new student was hesitant to raise his hand. Late bloomer finally raised his hand. Young people just can't wait. Unexpectedly, he stammered. I will pass on the leadership. Mayman was just as awkward. Me too, Hythean declared decisively. If both of you pass, then Lilac will be the team leader. You screamed silently in panic. I am still observing, and you two just gave up the leadership. That is way too open. Meanwhile, in another small building, the tutor said bluntly, you know what needs to be done, so just train hard. He was the tutor of the Divine Academy. Denis? Anything else? Galak hinted toward Nugo Lang and asked, Master, why do we have such a weak teammate? A grade 6 commander with hidden strength will only bring trouble. Obviously, the team agreed, while Nugo Lang smiled calmly. Dai Hai laughed and asked, why look down on your teammates? That guy was only a 6th-ranked general when I entered the Marquis realm. Galu quickly tried to reason, but not all 6th-ranked generals achieve what he has. Dai ignored him, turning her back and walking away. Trust me, Wu Lang may not be as talented as you, but he will make a good teammate. Kalu glared at Wu Lang with disgust and contempt. Taking a position that is not yours by force only leads to frustration in the end. After saying this, he left abruptly, ignoring the 2 behind him. Being spoken to like that made Wu Lang really uncomfortable. Dudu comforted Wu Lang. Don't mind their mocking words. If you believe in yourself, just try to surpass them. His tone and expression showed determination. Their insults are just motivation to push me harder. Kao Lu. Hearing this, she nodded quietly, thinking, He looks rough but actually has a lot of passion. Yet Wu Lang stubbornly got annoyed and wanted to tattle to Lilu, saying, I need to find good brothers. Lilu, after beating him up, Dudu was so pissed she huffed. How naive was I to trust him, like Wu Lang. She turned and left, confused about why that kid was chosen. Wu Lang stopped looking clueless and glared silently after Dudu. He thought, the students under guide Zihawi are not so easy to handle after all. Outside the White Castle, bright sunlight shone down. A cup of sparkling wine was offered with an invitation. Would you like some wine? The man smiling widely, chewing on a blade of grass while offering drinks, was the guide to the Ziyu sect. Cao Shang, he laughed heartily as he handed the wine bowl to the two girls. While back behind the door, Zuliu trembled and muttered, You are all facing off against me. Kunai looked around nervously, and the person beside her whispered quietly, Are we the only sane ones here? Cao Shang suddenly changed the subject, scratching his neck awkwardly. Kunai, how's your mother doing? She gasped, eyes wide. Master, you know my mother. The person next to her was stunned by how quickly the topic shifted. Cao Shang sighed with regret, an old acquaintance. Seeing you reminds me of your mother. Kunai gave him a skeptical look, thinking, it can be for this reason the guide chose me. Right? Cao Shang quickly dismissed that thought. That is not it. Kunai, your potential to become a Ziyu disciple is enough. Don't read too much into it. She did not believe him, still looking at him with confusion. Kunai wondered silently why the guide looked so uneasy. She needed to ask her mother. Just who exactly is this guide Cao Shang? At another small building, Jin Xiao stood on the top step, hands clasped behind his back, surveying his three students below. I have only one demand, become the strongest rookie squad. Han Yu looked down at the students. Boksan, in the master trial, you lost to Lilu. I hope next time you face him, you can wipe that shame away. Called out by name, Boksan replied firmly. Master, do not worry. I will train harder and clear this shame for sure. But Jin Xiao closed his eyes, his words dripping with doubt. If you still lose then, I will have to send a Clio to reclaim your honor. Haka spoke up. Lai Lu, he was daydreaming about King Nai with sly thoughts. I like things that are flawless. Kung Nai's elegant beauty was unforgettable at a glance. If she could beat Li Lu, maybe she would think about me a little. Haka smiled deviously. If I could hold those delicate hands of King Nai, that'd be the greatest achievement of my life. He turned to Boksan. Boksan, if you need anything, just say the word. Boksan did not reply, but his furrowed brows clearly showed he was not happy. Early the next morning, at Lilu's squad dorm, sunlight flooded the large wooden house. The girls laughed and played in the yard. This was life at King Swanstar's Fuso Academy. Lilu stood by the window happily watching everything so vibrant, full of hope. I am hungry. Let us go downstairs and see what we can eat. The dining hall appeared again. As he stepped down the stairs, he greeted Tenfu, who was sitting and drawing. Good morning, he said, but she stayed silent without replying. But Lilac had his own thoughts. This classmate was really quiet, so quiet you might miss him if you were not paying attention. As team captain, he needed to watch out for his teammates more. Lilac stepped closer, gently rubbing Tanfu's hand and praising, the little chick you drew really has spirit. He watched her hand holding the brush flow over the paper. She mouthed a correction. It is a phoenix I am drawing. That stopped him cold. He was shocked by her words. Looking at the awkward phoenix sketch that looked like a kid's doodle, Lilac was confused. You say this is a phoenix? Your phoenix looks like it is starving, trying to save face. She said, are you new to drawing? It is actually pretty fun, but that only stabbed him deeper. Tanfu's tone darkened. I have been drawing for 10 years. Lilac was stunned into silence. Utterly exhausted. 10 years of practice. And it looks like this. Even if I drew with my feet, I would do better than you. He decided to give up trying to befriend her. Fine. This weird teammate can do whatever he wants. Let us just eat first. Lack went down the stairs and glanced over. The wooden table was piled high with beautifully arranged dishes. Man happily added steaming food to the spread. She blushed slightly when she saw him. Captain, you are up already. Man smiled brightly as she placed a steaming pot in front of him. I have finished making breakfast. No need to eat at the school cafeteria anymore. Lilac could not help but smile back, his heart fluttering like flowers blooming. Thankfully, even though that other teammate was so odd, there was still someone normal here. He grabbed a pastry and took a huge bite. Alright, I won't be polite anymore. Suddenly, a terrifying feeling hit him. Lilac's face turned ashen, eyes wide like he was being tortured. He covered his mouth to stop himself from puking. It was awful. He looked at the golden, round pastries on the plate. They looked fancy, but tasted like pig slop. Now, that plate of pastries looked like a pile of poison to Lilac. He could not even imagine how they were made. He was so horrified he lost all color. Man noticed his weird reaction and cautiously asked, Captain, what is wrong? Is it not good? He forced a thumbs up, trying to lie. It is not bad. She fully believed him and smiled brightly. Great, that means I did well. They loudly called out to Tanfu. Hey, Tanfu? Come on. Man has breakfast ready. He nervously took the plate with both hands. The thank you. Man urged him quickly. Eat up. He took one bite and his soul shook. He was stunned, even with his pale face. He insisted. Captain, this is Man's heartfelt effort. We have to finish it all. Lilac was sweating bullets. Oh man, this is brave. Man was excited to the max. He had no choice but to follow along. Okay. She stabbed a fork into a piece and ate it happily. Lilac was pretty shocked watching Man enjoy it, like it was a gourmet feast. He was completely baffled. Did she really think it was delicious? Wasn't it supposed to be bad? How is this food so awful? Suddenly, the door opened and the bell above it jingled. They all turned to look at the newcomer. It was Instructor Hythoyan. Hythoyan entered with a book in one arm and the other free. No need to stand up. Today you will start your first lesson. After breakfast, come with me down to the classroom in the basement. Lilac raised his hand to ask permission. Instructor, when can we start training with the Green Tree General? She closed her eyes and replied, I knew you would ask that. Hythoyan explained about the Green Tree General. It is a sacred tree in the Alchemy Academy that gathers massive energy from heaven and earth. She said, you can only go up once every 3 days. If you can handle it, you will suffer. So you have to wait until tomorrow before you can go. Man and then Few looked amazed. But only Lilac was disappointed by the strange reason, too fragile to handle it. What a lame excuse. After breakfast, the three of them, with anticipation, followed Instructor Hythoyan down to the training room in the basement. The basement had only one big window. The four of them stood in a circle. She reached out her hand toward him. Lilac, you go first. I want to check the status of the twin generals in your body and give you precise guidance. Give me your hand. Lilac nervously widened his eyes, thinking, if this goes on, my third concubine general get exposed? What if she does? I am afraid Luck Lam Mansion's enemies won't let me advance any further. Maybe even the guide from the underworld won't protect me. You placed your hand on Hythoyan's palm. But since the third general's power has not awakened yet, the opponent probably won't suspect anything. It will be hard to detect. A brilliant light flashed, like thousands of fireflies coming alive. She gasped, eyes wide in surprise. Lilac quietly stared at Hythoyan. She raised a hand to her chin and said at length, your water general feels like around 6th rank. But spiritually, it matches a 7th rank water general, a much weaker one, only 4th rank, but it has a very strange spiritual vibe. Did you use some special heavenly treasure? You hesitated before answering. Maybe. I do not quite remember. Outside, the wind blew leaves everywhere. Hythoyan was still pondering about Lilac. You have twin generals. That is your biggest advantage. Normally, this kind of power only starts to show at the Marquis realm. Even just a little twin general power gives you a unique edge. Now, focus on channeling both types of your general forces. 2 sources of power appeared around your body, one ocean blue, one leaf green. Swirling together, Man asked cautiously, is this the twin general power? But Hythoyan bluntly pointed out a flaw. Your general forces can only be called 2 types, not true twin general power, because you've infused them into one. She smiled slyly and asked, want to see what real twin general power looks like? Lilac immediately said, yes. A glowing blue energy orb appeared in her palm, radiating light everywhere. From the orb, countless powerful energy waves spread through the air, creating a mystical spectacle. Hythoyan lifted the magical orb high. And suddenly, a fierce tiger appeared above and behind her. The 3 of you gaped in awe. You had to shout, its presence is insane. This blue water tiger Sara feels alive. Hythoyan asked another question. My first general, you probably recognized already, is a water general. Do you know what my second general is? Left guessed seriously. That blue water tiger is some kind of beast general. She smiled, pleased with the answer. Correct. My second general is a beast general, the Jade Tiger General, upper 7th rank. But inside, Lilac silently thought, so it is a tigress. Huh. Hythoyan continued explaining, this blue water tiger is formed by my twin general power. It contains the endurance of a water general and the fierce, deadly spirit of the Jade Tiger General. The tiger's eyes wide in the sky. Its combat power is insanely strong. A regular heavenly guard probably could not withstand a single strike. You inwardly marveled. So this is the twin general power of a Marquis level powerhouse. 2 clearly distinct powers inside me. At best just 2 types of general force. Compared to true twin general power, mine is nothing. Her teaching echoed. Like the 3 yin yang flames of the 3rd realm, twin general power has 3 stages of cultivation. First stage, small harmony. Second, fusion. Third, spiritual unity. Usually, breaking into the Marquis realm means you will naturally reach the 3rd stage. She patiently explained, but if you can just reach the 1st stage, you can temporarily use twin general power. This gives a huge advantage when fighting general masters. Hythoyan shared her plan. From now on, Every day I will forcefully help you merge your two general forces. You need to slowly grasp the nature of both powers, and then try to connect them. Aleph happily bowed. Thank you, Master. Sunlight outside cast shadows of 4 people standing close together. Hythoan asked about something else. Also, you are studying self-general arts, right? I have had some exposure to self-general arts. Mayman is basically a self-general food spirit. I also hold a position at the Self-General Institute. If you do not understand anything about self-general arts later, just after hearing this, Lalef got super excited. Whoa, a self-general food spirit guide. Is there still room for a big shot like me in Great Summer Kingdom? This is already top-tier status. Any spirit beast wanting to break into the top 10 must have a self-general food spirit guiding their foundation. Outside the castle, the sky gradually turned a blazing orange. Instructor Hythoan guided Luch once more, adding a bit more detail, then switched to a new talisman. Time slipped by unnoticed. Half a day had passed. She told the 4 of them that today's session would end here, and from now on, classes would basically follow this format. At the end of each month, their DB ranking battles. The squads with the best results could earn talisman points. Hythoan warned them that if their squad got beaten by the Kim Kwai squad 3 times in a row, the weakest member would be kicked out. The 3 of them grew serious at that. He worried even more about Nu Lun. Yeah, Ngu Lung might really be in danger. He hoped he would still try his best. Early the next morning, a new day began. Gentle sunlight filtered through the trees outside the castle, and a hearty, flavorful breakfast was laid out on the table. My man, looking adorably excited, urged Lalep. Captain, why are not you eating? If you do not eat, you will pass out. He stammered, trying to resist. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The bell above the door jingled. Lalesh peeked outside and smiled happily when he saw who was there. Sister Thanega, what are you doing here? Thanega stood at the door, holding out a bag of pastries. These are the most famous sweets from the Kingshuan Academy cafeteria. Best breakfast ever. Lulus, both happy and flustered, pointed behind the door. You saved me. If you would come any later, I would have suffered even more. That breakfast man made. I can't even put it into words. Thanega teased him. You are just faking it to get attention, he protested. No way. You would know if you tried it once. The trees outside stretched their branches, framing the sky and making the scene more romantic. She took the lead. Come walk with me. Alek agreed. I will just let the others know. Thanega. What did she say? A student whispered. Is that Thanega's fiancé? He clicked his tongue. Jealous? Going for a walk? Huh? So lucky. Her expression turned serious. It is about the Duke battlefield. Your instructor probably already told you. Laluk nodded slightly. No wonder Thanga had not told him before. Thanga closed her eyes. She knew this knowledge would weigh heavily on him. You do not have to carry that burden, he replied helplessly. Honestly, maybe there is no other way. She encouraged him. You are not the only one with no other options. Same here. But do not get discouraged. Having a goal is not a bad thing. Aluk blurted out his thoughts. I wonder how my parents are doing now. Danica glanced at him gently. In her eye, there was also worry and thoughtfulness. They will be fine. Instead of worrying about their safety on the Duke battlefield, maybe we should be the ones more careful. Lalefa caught the hint in her words and narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? She asked seriously. Do you know how the list for the Duke battlefield selection is made? Lolek quickly answered. Death lottery. Thanga did not say it outright but gave a clue. There are 10 powerful Dukes of Dasha, and their mentors all drew black slips. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Laleksh's eyes widened in shock. You mean they were set up? Thanga shut her eyes tightly. Helpless. I do not have proof. It is just my guess and gut feeling, he asked curiously. But who is skilled enough to pull this off? 3 emblems appeared before him. Dasha's power is split 3 ways. Kingshuan Academy, the Dasha Royal Court, and the Golden Dragon Security. He frowned, confused. Those are the top powers in Dasha. But what is their motive? Is it really necessary? Bamboo trees framed their shadows against the sky as she warned worriedly. You have already caught the attention of those powers, so you have to hear me out whether I am overthinking or not. Trungkwai still needs to be careful, Lalekshi muttered irritably. Honestly, it just comes down to not being strong enough. Suddenly, someone cut into their conversation. Kuzung Sr., I recognized your silhouette earlier and had to come check. It really is you. A young man with brown hair appeared. It was Dipthu Yin, a second-year student from the Star Academy. He blinked and said, I used to train here. Never thought it would be such a coincidence. Lalak sized him up, thinking, wearing heavy training gear and still looking so chill. Definitely not weak. Thanga asked Udin. Everything okay? He laughed awkwardly. Just finished training and saw Senior Kuong. Thought I would stop by to say hi. Hope I am not bothering you too, she replied kindly. I just brought breakfast for Lilac. You are just here snacking on some buns. Udin realized he was the odd one out and smiled sheepishly. It was the first time he would seen Senior Kuong buy breakfast for someone else. Lilac was really lucky. As he left, he whispered goodbye. I won't bother you anymore. Senior Calm, if you ever need me, just call. I will give it my all. Lilac clicked his tongue annoyed, then turned back to ask her. Vanga had to dodge as he jumped in. Tell me, what is going on? You are a fierce lion, a top worry, and a little troublemaker all at once. Lilac's tone got more irritated. And those three are not even the same type. Vaniga, do you actually want a family rule to boss you around? She laughed, then threatened. Don't forget this is our home. If you want to break family rules, what is your excuse? Want a trip to the training room? He shrugged. I am seriously trying to reason with you. Why do you have to be so ruthless with me? You really brought home a bad one. Sunlight filtered through the trees as she explained to Lilac. Thu Din is just a rookie guide from before the mission. Seeing his decent strength, she reluctantly took him along. Lilac thought to himself, I guess I get a glimpse of that unstoppable charm from Ling Kan-ti. A gentle breeze blew through Thaniga's hair as she seriously stated her goal. My only mission now is to reach Feng Hao level. That way, I can protect you in Lac Lam Mansion and investigate Master and Mistress affairs. Thaniga brushed her wind-swept hair back, beautiful but ruthless as she added, as for those boring people in matters, if they could just disappear from this world, that'd be perfect. Lilac stood frozen as if shocked by her words. Senior Thended, even though you speak so deeply, can I take it that you mean they could all just go away? Then Thaniga smiled sweetly and petted his head. Lilac was both embarrassed and scared of his big sister. She was terrifying. He grabbed her arm. Senior Thended, pulling her hand down. Lilac put on a stern, handsome face to assert himself. If you showed even a bit of embarrassment right now, I think the mood would be better. Thaniga grinned teasingly. Embarrassed? As much as I want to satisfy you. Sorry. Before you can beat me, that is not happening. He sighed inwardly. So this is the pain of having such a high ceiling above you. On the other side of the lake, the Din chatted with a few others. Someone loudly asked, is he Thaniga's fiancé? He nodded. That is Lilac. The group showed obvious jealousy. But it was just because they got here first. They all planned to take down Lilac and Thu Din. In every way, they were stronger than Lilac. They had to seize this chance. Someone as amazing as Senior Kwon was not easy to meet. He urged everyone. Enough talk. Hurry up and train, or we will get scolded later. Everyone left, leaving only the Din standing alone. His expression changed as he looked toward the opposite side of the moonlit grove. The Din was watching Thanga and Lilac walking side by side. His eyes were full of cunning and cruelty. After saying goodbye to Thaniga, Lilac returned to the small tower, his cheerful voice echoing inside. My man, wearing an apron and holding a plate of buns, eagerly asked, Captain, want some breakfast? The newbie behind her nervously shoved food into his mouth. He was overwhelmed by the awful smell. Lilac politely declined. No thanks. When someone specially brings me breakfast, I just can't say no. She smiled, understanding immediately. That is Senior Kyung. I just saw her figure. She is really beautiful. The doorbell rang again, seeing someone enter. He greeted. Good morning, Guide Hythoyan told them. After breakfast, I will take you to the troop training grounds. She handed out 4 wooden tokens inlaid with purple gems. These are your tokens. Each one is marked with the serial number of the Purple Leaf Jade Tower distributing them. Only Purple Leaf Jade Tower students have the right to use them. Hythian closed her eyes and continued, saying that if you have talent or good luck, it might even lead to Xiangsa. Lilac looked confused at the other two, while Xiangsa showed obvious worry. She talked about a tree that humans can absorb energy from. Coming to such a majestic place for the first time, you might resonate with the natural energy, which then forms a kind of spiritual energy body, a reward for new students. Hythoyan mentioned Thaniga, saying the strength of Xiangsa varies depending on the person. Over the past 100 years, the only one who could bring out Xiangsa's brilliance has been Thaniga. Now even you are starting to worry. A glowing orb lit up the sky, shining everywhere as she touched the power tree. She recalled when she first visited the tree, Xiangsa's light radiated out, and people in the city could feel the glow from there. Man sighed, saying that with Sister Kyung, there is a legend everywhere she goes. He glanced sideways. Lilac felt a pang of sorrow. Those few years the white seed left behind hardly had any legends, but never lacked Xiangsa's path. The beautiful scene was drowned out by his inner pain. Having a fiancé who loves beasts like that must be a huge pressure. The familiar big tree appeared again. After breakfast, the three of them eagerly followed Hythoyan's lead out of the small building, heading straight to the power tree. The closer they got, the more massive the tree looked. Lilac and the others seemed like tiny ants beneath it. He looked up in awe. He would never climbed the tree before, but just feeling the natural energy it emitted made him feel filled with vitality. This was truly a blessed place. Lilac suddenly noticed something. Nungo Lang was fiercely pushing people aside to come this way. He called out, Ninggo Lang. Lilac raised his hand to greet him. It would been a while. But Ninggo Lang heartlessly shoved him away and headed straight toward Man Man. Lilac stepped aside, and classmate Batch Man Man greeted him. She blushed and stammered nervously. Behind, Dudu radiated a threatening aura at Ninggo Lang, asking, "What do you want?" He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Ninggo Lang immediately put on an innocent act and hugged Lilac's shoulder. In her and Man Man's eyes, it was obvious he would come to see his good brother. Lilac was speechless at this guy. Lilac glanced over and asked, "How's the food at the Holy Mystic Academy mess hall?" He did not get it. "It is Aren't you going to eat?" Lilac boasted. Man Man's been making breakfast the past 2 days, so I have not eaten there once." Ninggo Lang wailed and whined endlessly. "That is so unfair. Why can't I eat Man Man's love-cooked meals and instead have to take Dudu's daily beatings?" But Dudu asked brightly, "Wait, you said Man Man makes breakfast. Do you guys finish it all?" They said nothing. Struggled to answer. "Well, it is her effort. So how could we not finish it?" Then Lilac looked over and asked, "But what is wrong with her?" At that moment, Dudu revealed the truth. Man Man lost her sense of taste as a child due to poisoning. Ninggo Lang heard Lian Hung scolding and said, "You guys really do not get it. If Man Man cooks for me, even if it is bad, I would still eat 3 big bowls." Hearing that gave her goosebumps. Lian threatened, "Can you shut up? If you say one more word to my Mimi, I will mess you up." Ninggo Lang turned pale and complained, "Lilac, have you ever experienced the tragedy of someone ruining your innocence? Why does such a terrible thing happen to people?" Ninggo Lang looked tearfully ahead, expressing his pain. Lilac just chuckled, thinking to himself that the person who could actually ruin innocence was still far off, maybe never in a lifetime. Then he closed his eyes and suggested, "I think Dudu might suit you better." Hearing that, Ninggo Lang got angry and passionately argued, "No way, no way, I would rather die than give up. I swear, if there is a second woman in this world, I will never be with Dudu." Right away, Lilac asked back, "Do you still think Dudu is the top genius, the best of the best? Are you still gonna let him off so easily with all this chaos?" But Gu Lang was stubborn and argued, "No way. I still think the sweet, pure image of Man Man suits me better." After a few minutes of joking around, he got serious and changed the subject. "By the way, do you know what is up with Dan Nai?" Lilac blinked, a bit confused. "What about her? I have been swamped lately. Have not really gone out much." Gu Lang worriedly said, "That a Q keeps clinging to her." He went on, upset. "Back during the Seer contest, Than Nai stuck around to help me hold off a Kyu, and took a lot of hits for it. And that guy might have feelings for Than Nai Hai now, but it has turned into possessiveness. This drama's been spreading all over the freshmen." Hearing this, Lilac made a mental note. "I knew about Than Hia's situation before. I want to forget this grudge. If a Q dares mess with her, he has gone down the wrong path." Just then, a stern announcer's voice ordered, "All students, please get on the trees now. Remember to check your leaf tag numbers, do not get on the wrong spot." Lilac put everything aside and quietly urged, It is not the best time to look for Than Nai now. We can wait a bit." Lilac's group followed the crowd up, their feet stepping on wooden ladders that did not go all the way up. Branches with strength energy stretched out along the steps. On the branches, flashes of silver and gold energy sparkled brilliantly. Seeing this, Lilac quietly admired, truly a wonder. All the students stood together on a huge tree branch. Lost in thought, Lilac marveled. A sight like this really shows the depth of the King Swan Academy. Then the allied academies after this must be even more unfathomable. At the same moment, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. Lilac blinked in surprise. Then she was muttering to herself, "So many leaf tags? Looks like the purple jade leaf tag needs to level up a bit more." He stepped closer and teased, "Isn't this the golden flower from our Namfeng Academy?" Seeing him, Then I immediately turned away, pouting, "You still remember me?" "Young master, I thought you had forgotten all your old classmates and made new friends." Lilac quickly denied, "Don't be silly. Our bond as classmates can be compared to new friends." She froze for a moment after hearing that, then blushing. Then I asked, "What bond do we even have?" Lilac, clueless about romance, laughed and explained with a hint of a proposal. "It is a brotherhood between us, no less than neighbors. Come on, I even have a suggestion. The 4 of us form the Namfeng 4 Heroes. Then no one would dare mess with us." Annoyed, then I turned and walked away. "My leaf tag is ahead. I am going first." She left. She muttered, "Lilac, you are such a blockhead. 4 heroes. You 3 should just be the Namfeng 3 fools." Seeing her mood, Lilac frowned, confused. What is wrong with my Namfeng 4 heroes idea? Maybe she is just not feeling well today. I will bring it up again when there is a better chance. A few minutes later, Lilac spotted the direction matching the number on his leaf tag near a tree path. There was a leaf tag wrapped in purple energy about a short distance away. It radiated a dark glow, looking like a flame made of death energy from afar. He took a deep breath, amazed by the power. This energy from heaven and earth is so dense. I have been waiting to experience this. Just then, he saw a familiar figure. Wait, who is that? Lilac watched as Chulok turned his back and walked away, folding his arms. He pretended to understand. I do not know why you are standing here, but my best guess is you could not find your own purple jade leaf tag. Suddenly, he pulled out a token. This time, I am not trading again, okay? Lilac looked at the token, then guided him. Go up this path past 8 gates. Then take the 3rd branch on the right, then turn left. You should see your leaf tag there. Chulok answered without hesitation, making Lilac so mad he almost spat. Lead the way. Then he hurriedly got ready. Come on, do not waste any more time. As soon as he arrived, Aleph pointed ahead and signaled. There, this is the spot. Chesluk saw this, his eyes gleaming as he challenged him. Thanks, your twin generals are pretty unique. Let us have a match sometime. Hearing that, Lilac looked surprised. Your way of saying thanks is to fight me. That is a bit weird. Without hesitation, Chesluk replied openly. I am genuinely thanking you. He said goodbye and headed to the leaf platform to train. No more chit-chat. I have got to train too. At this moment, Aleph settled in. Excited by the immense energy just sitting there already felt so good. His general power started ramping up fast. He could not wait to see the results of his training. On every leaf platform, the earth and sky energy quickly gathered, forming swirling vortexes of all sizes. Everyone was deeply immersed in their training. At the same time, a group of people stood on the observation platform. Kim Tae-yu held a tablet, sneering as he mocked. Guide Aethie, how do you like Lao Luxi's general? Satisfied with her teaching, Aethoan ignored him completely, focused only on what was happening below. Seeing this, Kim Tae-yu got braver. Level FAC 2nd grade general's attack power is only about 4th or 5th rank. His earlier win against Blexi Heen was pure luck. Without missing a beat, she glanced over and retorted sarcastically, like a dog chasing mice, just busywork. Kim Tae-yu, do not act all moral when you do not do any good. Hearing this, Tudo Than, who was drinking water, could not help but spit it out. Kim Tae-yu pretended to care, worriedly saying, I am just thinking for Guide Aethoan here. Her power has dropped a lot. When the Heavenly Realm Tower opens, she might miss this chance. After that, she smirked arrogantly. If Kim Tae-yu can keep a student like Than Ega, this Heavenly Realm Tower will definitely have a place for you. Hearing this, his expression darkened. Speechless, seeing the tension, Tuo then lightly cleared his throat to break the ice. These newbies are training for the first time at the general power level, who will shine the brightest. Meanwhile, a group stood among the ancient tree branches. The first to speak said, Guide to High? Sufti, calmly pointed out it is probably Tres Lux. He carries a top-grade general, straightforward and battle-minded, with unlimited potential. Tudo then listened and then analyzed seriously. But shining at general power is not just about rank or quality. It also depends on cultivation of spiritual energy and mindset, which could be just as important. He looked toward the glowing purple leaf ahead. Amazed, someone's already shining. Looking at the glowing figure, he praised nonstop. It is definitely Tracy X. Tudo then smiled proudly. Not bad. This kind of spiritual resonance is rare in the past 2 years. Shortly after Trusotse's spark, other top students noticed and soon more spiritual auras started to emerge one by one. Everyone on the branches began to resonate. Even the Luzik felt the surge of power. He concentrated seriously with indescribable excitement as the heavenly energy inside him grew stronger. He sensed 2 beams of light with interest. 2 general power seeds began to vibrate. These were seeds naturally resonating with the outside heavenly energy. Lalek slowly opened his eyes, wondering, is this really the spiritual resonance? At another Jade Leaf platform, Wulang sighed in disappointment. The general still has not appeared. Maybe a 6th-ranked general is just too weak after all. He furrowed his brows and decided, the only option now is to unleash his secret move. Wulang closed his eyes and muttered, I am Wulang. I have the destiny of a general, and I will become the fastest man on earth. He clenched his teeth and repeated in his mind again, I am Wulang. I have the destiny of a general, and I will become the fastest man on earth. In a flash, he opened his eyes wide. I am Inlo. I have a top-grade general. Suddenly, Lung exploded with intense spiritual resonance. I will become the fastest man in the world. He felt a blinding light like the sun right before his eyes. Surprised, he could hardly believe it. This Tijing Hai was Inku Lung. Yet he was not any weaker than those from Box Heen or Iesh Ziu. Sufta thought deeply. Analyzing, I remembering Lung is probably just a 6th-ranked general. I actually thought he would be the only one unable to summon Ting Hai high among the Thai students. Looking at Inku Long's strength and passion, his gaze seemed to pierce through. But this Tang Hai felt a bit hollow. It showed he relied on some kind of faith to summon it. His usual wealth was lacking, but his determination was not bad at all. Just then, a dazzling blue light caught Hai Thuan's attention. She gasped in surprise, thinking, Liles, it really is Tu Tiki. Seeing that, everyone was amazed and impressed. This was truly a rare spectacle. Kim Tiu Chen and M May judged that although there were 2 Tiki Hai, compared to Chessis, they were still a bit dimmer. Not to mention compared to Thaninga before, calmly, He commented. No surprise. It is about the same as a lower grade Teijin High. The Tongue High appeared for about 10 minutes at that moment, and Sai smiled with satisfaction. This is so refreshing. This Tundra High really boosted my Tentring Lose a ton, enough to make up for a whole month of hard training. Then, she suddenly glanced ahead in shock, seeing the distant leaf cluster. Zai could not believe it. This fire spirit actually summoned Teijing High too. Seems stronger than expected. Ing Lung slowly opened his eyes from deep within his mind, proud and excited. He boasted. Hell yeah. I hit level 10. Just need a little more accumulation, and I can make the old general scene explode. More and more Ting High began to fade, until only one persistent Ting High remained strong. Someone exclaimed in surprise. It has already been 18 minutes. Then a voice full of shock rang out. For such a long time. It is almost about to beat the Nengas record. The crowd buzzed louder. Hey, it is already 20 minutes. I remember Thenigas record was also 20 minutes. Shocked, someone blurted out. Lilek's duration just surpassed Thunga. Thunga was a former high-grade light spirit. Buffhead nearly choked on his blood hearing this. The Dana said in disbelief. Lilesh can really keep it up that long. Thuneji watched from afar, smiling with sympathy. Maybe because he is not a general. He has come a long way down, though I know it is no fault of his. Looking at his silhouette, she sincerely thought, feeling a little heart-ache. I know you are no less than anyone else, even Thenga. Thunji blushed proudly, looking at him. If you love beasts that much, you should become a center everyone looks up to. Still stubborn as ever. Englung got super pumped. Damn. Left Kie's stubbornness has ZV questioning life. How can someone be so dumb? He had a bold idea. When I get back, I am gonna make those poor souls carry the longest-lasting manly spirit outside my front door. Many newcomers started chatting, but up on the podium where the male to high guide stood, he said nothing, just stared intently at Li Luff. They wanted to see how long Li Luff could hold out. Haithoan stayed silent, quietly observing. Even Kim Tae-yu frowned, staring hard. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lai Lexi's Tenghai still had not stopped. But after those 10 minutes, the last Tenghai finally began to fade. By then, the Tongue High had lasted 40 minutes. As soon as it ended, everyone erupted like they would just won a battle. It is over 40 minutes, twice the Nega's time. This is officially the new record for the Than Haiyan 10 Academy, and it left the second place far behind. No one knew if this record would ever be beaten. Haithoan guessed. Looks like Li Luxi's dual spirits are something special. Kim Tae-yu showed obvious irritation, grinding his teeth. Zena also asked in confusion, is that the special trait of dual spirits? But even dual spirits do not usually go that far. Meanwhile, Lilek stretched, feeling pure joy and comfort flooding through him. He could clearly feel changes in his body, as if he had been forged from some kind of legendary treasure. On the two General Force seats, vibrant traces of General Force appeared. It is the Flower Bug realm. Nice. Directly stepping into the Flower Bug realm. Even though the match ended, the students had to use this time to stabilize their cultivation. Before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. Suddenly, a group of people from afar caught his attention. Lalua focused and saw two figures, a man and a woman. His eyes sharpened, and he recognized them as King Ni and a Kiao. Seeing this, Lalu felt annoyed. This little pest dares to openly bother my friend. How dare he? Akao was persistent, making King Ni uncomfortable. This troublemaker would stop at nothing to get her attention. Just by chance running into her, she sighed inwardly. Utterly bored, Akao grinned sweetly like a spoiled daddy. Classmate King Ni, let us just pretend we do not know each other. I went a bit too far before. Ever since then, I have had restless nights. I just wanted to apologize. Hearing this, she stood up with a rejecting attitude. No need to apologize. We are competitors in the Battle Master Tournament. Since you did not do anything wrong, no need to use that as a reason to come find me. Akao raised his hand to stop her, then helplessly pleaded. Classmate Kini, there is no need for this. Akao spread his arms and spoke sadly. I have no other intentions. I just want to get to know you. Right then, Blue Arrow suddenly shot forward. Lalu sensed it and quickly glanced back. Akao immediately used his magical treasure to deflect the arrows. Lalu stepped forward, bluntly judging his morals. Classmate, your character has some serious issues. He stood protectively in front of King Nai and sarcastically lectured. Chasing girls by just relying on your looks. Then how come there are still single people in the world? King Nai brightened seeing him. Lai Lu, Akao looked at him suspiciously. You are Lalu? Lalu smiled confidently. You might think I am pretending, but among the freshmen, you probably won't find anyone else with this kind of coolness. Seeing this, Akao warned annoyed. Lai Lu, do not cause trouble for no reason. We have no grudges. So why pick a fight? Lalu declared. Though I respect Li Shan, since you have already hurt her during the Battle Master Tournament, there is some bad blood between us. Protected by Lu, Kungnai blushed and smiled. The crowd eager for drama immediately gathered around, whispering, are they about to fight? These two top students duking it out will be something to see. At that moment, Lalu firmly demanded, I hope you stop messing with my friend. You are making people really uncomfortable. Akao ignored him stubbornly and shot back. I have my own way of doing things. Lai Lu, are you trying to tell me how to act? Lilu calmly teased. The poisonous bird, just one tea listened to its own flock. Hearing that, Akao angrily clenched his fan and snapped. What are you insulting? Lu shrugged and said casually. I was trying to talk reasonably with you, but you just had to make me yell. Isn't he that asking for it? The two lunged at each other, creating a powerful explosion of force. Seeing this, Akao sneered. Flower bug realm. Huh, you think only you get the benefits. At that moment, he stomped and released a massive surge of energy. Everyone gasped in awe. Hakuo just broke through to the second stage of the General Master realm, literally legendary. No wonder he is ranked second. He covered his mouth, acting all experienced. Then warned, one more thing when fighting a poison master. Looking at Li Lua's hand already tainted with his energy, Hakuo warned, don't make contact with your body so easily. Seeing the weak poison, Li Lua smirked and replied, this little bit of venom. He flicked his hand, dissolving the poison. Then teased, even a chicken would not die from this. Hakuo got furious and snapped, shut your mouth. Just then, someone confidently stepped forward. Hakuo, I have got this. Let me handle him. Sensing the situation turning against them, Kunnu warned, what is this? Are you guys trying to gang up on me? As she was channeling her energy, two tendrils suddenly rose from the ground and wrapped around her legs. Kunnu panicked. Who is there? The caster was a girl with a refined tone. A student from the T-High Academy who likes La Ti. Bahun got ready. Un raised his voice challengingly. Lualus, I slipped up in the Sorceress trial. This time, I will fight you again. Suddenly, a lightning bolt shot through the air. It struck Rook, forcing Hun to step back. The one who cast that spell was a newbie sorcerer. At the same time, Denhai was rescued by someone. The grasping tendrils clinging to her legs slowly dissolved. Then looked away and saw a familiar girl. She was surprised and stunned. The tense atmosphere turned icy cold. Everyone was silent except for the wind. Seeing the two factions face off, everyone buzzed with excitement. Could the two high teams really be battling here? This was the real showdown. At that moment, Engelong loudly cursed, "S, you shameless jerk, ugly and thick-skinned, clinging like a leech." The other students started shouting, who said that he really is a talent. Hearing the insults, a C challenged the other side. Who dares to say that to my face? Step up if you have got guts. Just then, a spear slammed straight into the ground. Asai frowned angrily. Who dares bully my little sister? Seeing the stranger step in, Hun immediately questioned, what do you mean your little sister? What does this have to do with you? Asisi ignored him, firmly stating, anyone who messes with my little sister is messing with me. Suddenly, Hun felt an overwhelming pressure, a crushing sense of dominance. Hesi clenched his teeth and turned around. Hu Enhan was stunned as he looked up at the figure above. Cheseluxus gave Un a cold glare. F was scared, and Hen felt uneasy. Why was even Cheseluxus showing up now? Lelek smirked confidently, boasting about his own charm. See, this is my personal magnetism. We come here to train. If we become hated by heaven and man, does not that just prove we have failed? Hess was warned, but Hen gritted his teeth and argued back. Lelek said, stop whining. I hope we do not meet in the end of month rankings. You might be second here, but I want to give up. More importantly, Hef looked around and warned, also, if you are engaged, stay out of other people's business. Otherwise, if you offend the guild leader or Kim Long Bo Hun, you won't get any favors. In the end, the heated battle ended abruptly and awkwardly. Everyone felt a bit disappointed they missed out on a spectacular duel between the high students. Lelef watched Chesa Lefis' figure disappear into the distance, praising, that captain really looks out for his teammates. Then Hai raised her eyebrows and replied, then you are underestimating him. Yesterday, he was guiding Luan Ningai, but when she got a bit too close, he just jumped out the window and ran off, leaving Luan Guide almost in tears. Lelek forced a worried expression. Ches Lutz scared of girls that much. I am seriously worried about the future of the general's mansion. Then I sighed and said, the missing mansion leader is really hopeless today. Hearing that, he chimed in, things everyone knows do not need to be said. She twirled her hair nervously and asked, so what do you think about what Hephaestus just said about the missing mansion leader? Luck answered straight, that guy's got issues. Whatever he thinks is never normal, but our friendship can withstand any test. Then he hesitated and asked again, making the Nai a bit annoyed, your mom's not gonna beat me over this, right? That DB petty. How else could you lead the great Kim Long Bo Hun mansion? Hearing her mom's name, she instantly got serious. Don't he talk trash about my mom? He crossed his arms, sighed, and said, if you think our friendship affects your reputation, maybe I will hold back a bit. Then I quickly denied, I do. Lelef wiped away tears with a cloth, pretending to be upset, but her question showed she doubted their friendship. Looks like I overestimated it. After hearing that, she quickly explained, Hurry. I really do not have it in the end. Then I had to admit her mistake. Alright, I was wrong. I should not have asked. Seeing she admitted her fault, Lilac generously said, since you know your mistake, I want to hold it against you. Tonight, everyone will eat together. I will give you a chance. 10 guests. But after giving her the chance, he quickly slipped away. Warning, if your mom really wants to fight me later, you have to stop her. After the conversation ended, then Hai complained. So frustrating. Something feels off no matter how I think about it. That annoying Lilac tricked me again. After completing the first stage of general power cultivation, Lilac's training routine at the dormitory finally began to fall into a steady rhythm. Inside the training room, Hythian ordered, Lilac, put out your hands and activate your 2 types of general power. She helped him adjust both energy types. Hythian specifically guided him. I will help you temporarily merge your 2 general powers. Focus carefully and watch. She made the 2 energies gradually neutralize each other. The scene before him left him shocked and stunned. She continued, we are doing our best to resolve the conflict between the 2 powers. Once merged, they will unleash a single unstoppable general power. In the space around, the combined energy started to shine brilliantly. Hythian paused and challenged, now I will stop guiding you, try to maintain it on your own. Hearing that, Lilac was startled and jumped in surprise. Before he could steady himself, the power threw him backward several meters. Realizing how tough it was, he commented, this double general power is seriously hard to master. The control needed is insane. Hythian reassured him, don't get discouraged. If this power was easy, you would already be a top-tier Marquis. Lilac cautiously asked, teacher, is there any treasure in this academy that can speed up cultivation? Hythian looked at him and replied, how fast are you aiming for? Lilac lowered his voice, like, reaching Marquis rank in 5 years or something. Hythian smiled knowingly. Even with her face covered, the smile could not be hidden. After training today, go rest and sleep. In your dreams, do not just think about 5 years to Marquis, even 5 years to king rank, or even supreme king. Is possible. Lilac was speechless at her attitude. Thinking, is my master trying to chase me away? Hythian became serious and said, 5 years to Marquis. Do you really think you could be that arrogant carrying dual generals inside you? Lilac adjusted and asked, then, teacher, based on my talent and strength, how long do you think until I reach Marquis? Hythian thought for a moment and answered, with your talent, probably about 10 years. Lilac silently cried inside, 10 years to Marquis? So in 5 years, I might as well just give up on the body and go for the soul rank. Though she said that, Hythian actually thought differently deep inside given the current situation at Lac Lam Mansion, with enemies everywhere and all sides watching closely. Although Hythian said one thing, deep down she thought differently. With enemies both inside and outside Lac Lam Mansion, all factions are watching closely. Plus, Lilac's worried about her parents locked up on the Marquis' battlefield. So she wants to strengthen her power fast. It is totally understandable. Seeing him silent, she went on, but there are plenty of ways to speed up cultivation. I think the guiding energy used by cultivators is not usually from a low-level guiding art. Right? Lac immediately replied, guiding energy. Most guiding energy arts at the low level are 7th grade generals. I am stuck at level 6. Does the academy have an energy guidance technique suitable for me? Hythian Dimdam said that in the Sacred Mystic Star Academy, the master cultivates a level 7 energy guidance technique, called the 12-segment brocade, which perfectly fits the endurance stat of a level 6 general. Besides switching to a higher grade energy guidance technique, it is great for training another skill, speeding up cultivation significantly. Without injuring himself, Lilac was surprised by this info and shouted, what? Seeing his reaction, Hythian quickly added, energy conduction. My man, who had been silent, chimed in. Energy conduction? That sounds like such a normal name. Hythian responded quickly, do not underestimate it. Energy conduction is a specialty of the Sacred Mystic Star Academy. It is made by refining the essence of general power. Lilac suddenly got it and asked directly, how do I get these 2 items? The guide and the other. Hythian replied gently, simple 3,000 academy points for the 12-segment brocade. Lilu gave a flattering smile and then asked bluntly, master, can I borrow points from the Sacred Mysterious Brocade School? Hythian smiled warmly and said, feel free to ask. Knowing he could not beg any further, Lilu turned to challenge Hythian. Master, if that is the case, then it feels like you are not really saying anything. She softly answered, at least it gives you a goal. Besides, if it is school points, is not there a ranking competition at the end? If someone performs well, they will naturally earn points. The school's final competition is quite different from what you have experienced because it is organized by squads. That means you 3 need to prepare to work as a team. Only then can you maximize the squad's strength. Lilu had only been paying attention to one thing while Hythian talked about the competition. He immediately asked, how many points can you earn in the ranking competition? Seeing his curiosity, Hythian explained, typically, Defeating a purple tier squad gives each member 500 points. Defeating a gold tier squad grants 100 points. And beating a silver tier squad gives 20 points. Lelouch's determination grew as he asked, "Why is the ranking competition based on squads?" Hythian turned serious and said, "The future school competition will be squad-based. So you need to get familiar with your teammates first. This process is mandatory. More importantly, if you ever face mutants in the future, squad teamwork is far more reliable than going solo." Lelouch thought deeply about what Hythian said. Mutants, though we have not encountered them yet. Meeting them is inevitable. Preparing early is definitely necessary. Outside, the mood was calm and peaceful. The sky gently tossed playful leaves around. Hythian said, "About the monthly ranking battles, I do not have high demands, but if you want to rack up more points, you will have to take it more seriously." Lost in thought, Lelouch realized that although he was rushing to improve his own strength, his two teammates were too gentle. This won't he do? He needs to figure out a plan. Suddenly, he spoke loudly and firmly, "We are your students. If our results are too bad, it will be a huge embarrassment for you. Don't worry. Instructor, if anyone slacks off in the ranking battles, it is like disrespecting you." Mayman and then Few, who had been silent until now, were suddenly dragged into the conversation, their minds filled with question marks. Both turned slightly pale, as if they had a million things they wanted to discuss with Lelouch privately, but he did not even notice them and pretended to be moved. Truly a model student for the instructor, fully supporting her efforts. Hythian understood what he meant and thought, "That is true. But if it can motivate my man and then Few, that is not bad at all." After a moment of silence, she said, "From now on, to improve your squad's coordination and closeness, I will start specialized training for you. 3 hours of training daily." Hythian cast a spell, summoning a beast of spirit energy that roared fiercely at the three of them. Standing aside, Hythian added, "Defeat it and you get to eat. Can't he beat it? Then you will starve." 3 days later, the beast's piercing roar echoed across the quiet sky. The spirit beast still radiated fierce energy, always ready to fight at a moment's notice. Lelouch was panting heavily with a tense expression, and Mayman next to him looked just as bad. Then Fu was gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Still, they kept pushing forward with determination, shouting in unison once more. The beast lunged at them with its mouth wide open. It attacked as fast as the wind, too quick for the three of them to dodge. All three were sent flying backward, landing perfectly on their butts. Lelouch grumbled in frustration without a word, while Mayman sighed and said, "Honestly, there is no way we will win." She could not hold back tears and said softly, "This old tiger's way too strong. Maybe it is a level 2 general spirit beast. Their power is a step above mine. Plus they have crazy instincts and an aggressive fighting style." Hythian's still here, casually sipping tea while watching the students train. Lelouch laughed, glanced at her seriously, and said it was just her letting them stop training whenever they wanted. If the enemy had not lacked killing intent, we would have died countless times by now. Silently calculated in his head, realizing just how insanely strong a Fengo-level warrior really is, Hythian snapped out of her relaxed mood and looked at the students, softly asking, "So this is it? We are done. We have not even won yet. Keep eating the buns," she said, tossing 3 buns to them. Alex sadly nibbled on the bun, thinking, "I have been eating these baked buns for 3 days straight." Mayman leaned over and whispered to Lelouch, "Captain, wait until Hythian leaves. Then I will make some food for you too." Lelouch replied seriously, "My man, the path of a strong fighter is walking step by step on your own. This is a test of our willpower." Tanafi stood quietly on the side and nodded in agreement without saying a word. Mayman felt a bit shy for speaking up. "Captain, you are right. Looks like it is my own weak willpower causing the problem." Lelouch tried to reassure her, but eating buns every day is not great either. The urgent thing now is to deal with this mess first. After 3 days of constant contact, I have noticed that once I get within half a zhang of the blue shadow light tiger, my speed slows down. This must be its core water light aura. Tenfa walked up to them and said, "Once I attacked its body, but my attack could not penetrate. It is covered by a strong water defense layer." My man added, "Captain, I noticed it always blocks off a spot on its front left side. Could that be its weak point?" Aluk nodded seriously. "I have noticed that too. Whether it is true or not, we have to try." Ulus, Teen Fico, and Mayman lowered their voices to discuss quietly. After a brief strategy session, they finalized their plan. Filled with determination, Lelouch said, "One more time. If we pull this off, dinner's on me tonight." Mayman joked, "And I will cook for everyone too." Hearing that, Lelouch gave a helpless sigh. "Now's not the time to kill the mood. Classmate, my man." The three got into fighting stance and rushed forward like lightning. Lelouch's voice was full of resolve. "Let us." The beast roared and raised its claws high, ready to clash. Tenra closed, and when the beast slashed fiercely, he quickly activated his move, Waterlight Demon Realm, creating a shield that protected him from the claws. Before the beast could react, He struck again with a mirage assault. Powerful attacks kept raining down, piercing through the outer energy layer straight into the beast's flesh. The beast sensed danger and clawed wildly, but it barely made a dent. While the beast was distracted, Lelouch drew his bow, launching arrows that sliced through the air straight at the beast. Lelouch shouted loudly, Man. Hearing his call, she quickly cast her spell, the powder support technique. Each arrow was now enveloped in Man's power, making them even stronger. The weak spot on the beast's front left started to become visible. They cheered excitedly. It is working. Hythoan watched from the side, a mysterious smile spreading across her face. The arrows hit the front left spot but could not penetrate through. The outer power layer created by Man was cracking under pressure and looked like it could not hold much longer. Lelouch saw this clearly but showed no fear. He smiled confidently, thinking, just as expected, good thing we prepared for this. The power layer shattered, but inside there was still a dark black layer protecting the arrow tip. Even with her face covered, Hythoan's interest was obvious now. The shattered light suddenly released a burst of dark energy that shot straight into the weak spot on the beast's front left side. The beast let out a huge roar and slowly began to dissolve. Man got excited. It is done. It worked. Lilac sighed in relief. It is finally over. Tanfu did not say much but could not hide the smile on his face. Hythoan approached the three of them and said, after 3 days of training, we are only just starting to get some simple coordination. Feels like I am teaching 3 pigs. But luckily, it is not that bad. Hythoan looked at Lilac and said straight, as the captain, you should at least know your team's basic strengths. Knowing your teammates' traits lets you coordinate perfectly during battles. Then she evaluated each one. Lilac has water and ice stats, so his attack methods are versatile and powerful. Tanfu has Shadow Generals. He can quietly look for openings in the dark and deliver critical hits to enemies. Deity's Water Spell Butterfly General. Man has some debuff effects and can induce deep sleep, acting as crowd control with useful effects. Together, among the 3 of you, Lilac is the main attacker. Tanfu hides in the shadows waiting for the right moment. Man supports from behind, monitoring the situation, ready to warn or help at the location. La Kwangsu saw someone approaching and asked the point guard, classmate, want to trade something? Denga quickly replied, the 12-segment brocade. Linkan behind asked curiously, why are you trading that? Unlike the curious tone over there, La Kwangsu calmly answered, classmate, please wait a moment while I check with La Fu. Then Ega turned to the questioner and said, it is for Lilac. He is currently level 6. The 12-segment brocade is a level 7 energy guidance technique that does not require a level 7 general. Linkan quickly understood. No wonder she got that mission days ago. If you do not see the person, it means you are farming points. Denga did not hide the truth. No choice. Lilac just joined the academy and has no way to do missions yet. He has to grind 3,000 points, which wastes a lot of time. Really? Lilac did not hide the truth. No choice. Lilac just joined the academy and can't do missions yet. He has to grind 3,000 points, wasting a lot of time. Linkan said sarcastically, you are already treating him too well. Daniga laughed, eyes sparkling. Isn't he just being nice to him? Linkan replied immediately, not all. La Kwangsu came back, glanced at a list, and said, classmate H'un, the 12-segment brocade has already been traded by someone else. Let me check who borrowed it. Looking at him, surprised, means Kim Tiu traded, saying he wanted to study it. The log does not mention anything else but says if anyone wants it, they can find him to negotiate. Then Ega's face darkened when she heard that name. Her eyes filled with extreme annoyance. Linkan saw her leave and called out, where are you going? You are not seriously going to look for Kim Tiu, are you? Denga did not look back. She kept walking while replying, looking for him. How's that even possible? I am going to find Deputy Director Tatemem and report him at the Sacred Mystical Academy. Kim Zien. A loud voice echoed from inside the room. T-Truvers. That bastard Kim Tiu is getting more outrageous by the minute. If you can handle him, leave it to me, I will crush him. The speaker was then Aegis Guide. T-Truvers. Sensing Hayat's firm tone, tensed up and said, Guide Hadad, do not get too angry. Let us wait for Guide Kim Tiu to arrive before jumping to conclusions. Denga politely addressed T-Tam, sorry to bother you. Deputy Director. Suddenly, the door swung open and someone entered calmly. Kim Tiu spoke up. Deputy Director. Tatam saw him come in and skipped the small talk. Going straight to the point, he probably already knew the whole story. Denga accused him, immoral, unjust, deliberately obstructing students' cultivation. Despite all these charges, Kim Tiu did not even flinch. Calmly, he replied, that is quite the heavy accusation. But since when could an ordinary student at the Sacred Mystical Academy directly accuse a guide like this, unable to hold back? Ha raised her voice. Kim Tiu, You are still as evasive as ever. Then Ega is now a reserve member of the Academy's 7-star pillar. He seemed surprised but quickly regained his usual calm. Student Thanga really is a genius. Across all of TAM 10 and V, she is the only one who could claim a spot on the 7-star pillar, but the reasons she is accusing you, honestly, I can make sense of them. Then Ega responded, everything Guide Kim Tu did to Leluxi during the Trackixi competition was a form of sabotage, and to take the 12 armor bullets now, that is just blatant cheating. Kim Tu calmly explained, the competition was meant to push Lelevek's limits. Nothing more. Then he added with a hint of sarcasm, as for the 12 armor bullets, that is just a coincidence, and I made sure to warn everyone about it. If any student needs them, they can come talk to me directly. It was visibly furious, shouting, Kim Tu, do you really think no one knows what you are thinking? Didn't Tu hold a grudge because then Anga cut ties with you at the start? Room fell completely silent. No one dared to say a word. Kim Tu's calm facade vanished, his brows tightened, and his eyes flashed with a sharp, threatening glare. After a moment of silence, Tatum spoke up, Guide Ku, the 12 armor bullets do not hold much research value for us now. I suggest you step back for now. It won't take long. He quickly agreed but still looked annoyed. The first competition for new students was approaching. I plan to offer a special prize for this first win. It is coming straight out of my own pocket. Tatum frowned, thinking, words won't solve this. It grew even more intense. Stepping closer. Kim Tu, do not push people too far. Seeing her like this, Tatum grew worried. This was not just Anjanger, was Harei about to lose it. Thanga understood the situation and said, if that is how it is, let us leave it for now. Thanks. Deputy Director. Guide, let us. The two left, leaving Kim Tu and the Tame alone. The room fell silent again. Tatum spoke bluntly. Guide Ku, our sacred mystical academy does not tolerate worldly distractions. If you truly like Thanga, then pursue her openly and honestly. Sneaky behavior like this just makes you look bad. Kim Tu stood silently, not responding. After a moment, he laughed and said, if the Deputy Director has nothing else, I will be going now. He left quickly, leaving Tatum alone in the room. She watched his retreating figure quietly. Deep down, she was troubled by one question. Kim Tu, so stubborn about Thanga, what exactly is he planning? As the warm sunlight wrapped around, Lilac looked into the mirror and muttered to himself, just looks. No real talent at all. Though Earth General could already reach 5th rank, the Water Light General was still a long way off from 7th rank. He would already used up all the Spirit Water Light Kai earlier, and had not practiced it for 2 days now. Just hold on a little longer, he said as he strode out of the room. On the 2nd basement level, in the 7th refining room, he spotted something as he descended the stairs. It was Hythian and someone else. Not wanting to interrupt, he quietly thought, Hythoyan must be teaching Man some general techniques. Then suddenly, his attention zeroed in on the magic potion tube in Man's hand. Seeing her so seriously focused, Lilac was surprised. Those experiments looked terrifying. The whiteboard was covered with dense research data. Is this really Man? He quietly stepped closer to Hythian and whispered, I did not expect this side of her. Hythian did not look his way and replied, to be honest, this is Man in a dream state. Lilac frowned in confusion. Dream state. Noticing his puzzled look, Hythian explained, this is Man's special ability. Her water shadow general power is mystical. She does not even know how she does it. But by channeling this energy through her meridians in this dream state, she gains incredible research abilities. Lilac grew more confused. You can actually do research while sleepwalking like that? Calmly, Hythian continued. Over the years, Man has developed no less than 10 methods to refine spirit water light. Though all are below 4th rank, her best method even reached 4-star level. Lilac's jaw dropped in shock. He thought, 4-star level. The Kidoang 7th Division does not even have a single full 4-star refining method right now. If she sold these methods, she would easily make thousands, maybe millions. Her value alone could rival the entire Kidoang 7th. If we could keep her, not only would she bring new inventions, but combined with Han's original secrets, we would skyrocket. And with Hythian's guidance, Kidoang 7th could easily break into the top 10 for spirit water light refinement. Lilac was so excited he could not hide it, waving his hands around eagerly. Hythian sighed in resignation and said, I do not know what you are thinking, but if you do not calm down, I will replace you. Lilac ignored her warning and casually replied, fine. Hythian sighed again, don't you get any ideas? That older sister of hers has tough skin, she is not someone you can mess with. Lilac smirked, your words are clearly underestimating me. Caring for teammates is just part of my job. Seeing he would not listen, Hythoyan changed the subject. By the way, there is something else you should know. There is a special reward for winning this time. You know what it is? Lilac stopped joking and asked seriously. Oh yeah? What is it? Hythoyan answered briefly. The 12-stage brocade. Lilac was so moved he trembled. eyes wide and tears welling up. Guide, I never expected you to go this far for me. I am really touched. Hytheon's tone turned serious. This was not me, it is Kim Tae-yu who set it up. The points for the 12-stage brocade are from his own pocket as the special prize for this month's competition. Hearing that name, Lilac rolled his eyes and spoke disrespectfully. Kim Tae-yu, has he lost his mind? Hytheon replied seriously. He is definitely not crazy. But you are not wrong either. He is just buying time for you to get the 12-stage brocade, apparently. Then Engo went to the relic site yesterday to exchange for this technique. But she was too late. Kim Tae-yu got it first and left a note that anyone needing it can look for him. Lilac's face darkened in annoyance. That dog Kim Tae-yu must have planned this, forcing the Nega to chase after him and then using it as leverage. Hytheon added. Denga even reported Kim Tae-yu to Deputy Director to Tam, but he claimed it was a legitimate reward in the end. His goal was achieved, he just wanted to buy more time for you to get the technique. Lilac's irritation deepened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and exhaled, calming himself down, clenching his fists with determination. He said, starting today, I will make incense. Then, on the day we guide Kim Tae-yu to his death, I will personally place a big incense stick at his grave. Hytheon, hearing his firm words, took him seriously and said, consider him a strong Fengo warrior you have lost to. The son of Lao Aihu, born under the Blue Falcon's sign, really has guts beyond the ordinary. Lilac quickly lost his earlier confident smile and forced a laugh. Saying it was just talk, he still had to cling tightly to his master and pray for protection. Hytheon placed a hand on the Lefek's shoulder to comfort him, but her voice was firm. Don't worry, because I want to place incense on Kim Tae-yu's grave too. Seeing her attitude made him break out in a sweat. Master, it seems my choice in the Stone Master contest was spot on. Hytheon turned back to Man and said regretfully, but until you are strong enough, I advise you to hold back that killer instinct of yours. That is right. I think if you get the chance, you should try a little. If you really manage to take it, not only will you save points, Kim Tae-yu will be seriously embarrassed. Lilac caught her meaning and stammered. I will try my best, helpless. He muttered to himself quietly. Carrying these 2 clumps of earth, I wonder if I will really get the chance. Fell silent as the room returned to the quiet stillness it had at the start. Hytheon noticed the change in Man and spoke again. She is about to wake from the dream state. Man kept her eyes tightly shut, still lost in her own world. Slowly, her eyes opened, slightly cloudy like a pink sapphire freshly unearthed from centuries-old stone. Fully awake now, Man turned around, surprised, and looked at Lolix. He was shocked by her expression and could not stop asking, you can still play like this? Are you two playing split roles? Cosplaying? Kind of exciting. Hytheon was no longer beside him. As she left, she called back. Those who need to practice Commander Arts, step forward yourselves. If you have nothing else to do, you can practice a bit of Commander Arts together. Hearing this, Lalesh's heart exploded with excitement. Even though he did not like Kim Tae-yu's attitude, he was glad to have a chance to interact and create alongside Man. Master, how could I not love this? Even so, his words were surprisingly dignified. Man, you have been researching for so long. You must be tired. Hytheon had left, and now only the 2 of them remained in the room. Lalech brought a glass of water to Man and asked with concern, want some warm water? Man, sensing something off, hesitated and whispered, Captain, your smile is way too cheesy. Lalech angrily fired back. Man, you really break my heart. I care about you a little, and you attack me like that. Embarrassed, Man lowered her head and apologized sincerely. Sorry, Captain, I did not mean to attack you. I just did not have time to react, so I blurted out what I really thought. Hearing her, Lalese had only one thought. So that is what she really thinks. But he said firmly, emphasizing every word, drink it all. Man obediently took the glass, and he watched her closely. Silently planning, talking gently and kindly with this little man is useless. It is easier to just force her a bit. Lalech cleared his throat and got serious again, avoiding direct eye contact. He said, according to Hytheon, Man has developed quite a few formulas with Ling Shui Qi Guang over the years. She did not catch his meaning and replied modestly, actually, it is nothing. The methods I have developed are all just under 4th grade Ling Shui Qi Guang. Lalech quickly said, that is still impressive. How old are you anyway? There is plenty of room to improve, and in the future, you will definitely develop high-grade formulas. Man smiled so brightly her eyes nearly closed. Thank you, Captain. Avoiding her gaze and a bit shy, he asked, what formulas have you developed so far? Man is not cheap at all when it comes to revealing the truth. Most of those methods have already been sold to other Spirit Water Kai crystal sects. Our Bay family does not have any legacy or advancements in Spirit Water I crystal cultivation. Captain, do you also have a preference for Spirit Water Kai crystal methods? Lalef gave a casual answer when she asked. Just a question. But inside he was quietly thinking makes sense. Even if Man does not understand the value of those methods, She is backed by the Bai family. Originally, he wanted to break through Man to get a higher level method for killing they. But if he is using his connection with Man to snatch the opponent at Spirit Water Kai Crystal method, that is just bullying. Still, can he handle high level methods? In the end, he still has nothing valuable to show. Thinking that, Lola's earlier enthusiasm faded a bit, and he went back to practicing the basic Spirit Water Kai Crystal techniques. He tested and thought it through, but failed again. Maybe it is because the 12 golden pills and the Spirit Water method do not quite feel right. Today is not a good day for training in Senza. Lola looked back at Man and spoke up. Man, I will stop training here today. I am heading back. She shyly offered. Captain, let me help you pack up the training platform a bit. Nonchalantly ignored her feelings and casually replied, that would be a bother for you then. As he left, he thought, she is such a well-behaved little girl. If Ngulang knew, he would probably admire her like a little bunny. Man got his approval and quickly started tidying up the area. Suddenly, the magic potion bottle Lilac had brewed released an indescribable fragrance. The scent drifted right to Man's nose. And the moment she smelled it, she perked up instantly. Man spotted the bottle, grabbed it quickly, and stared at it intensely. Like she would just hatched a bold idea. She lifted the bottle to her lips, tilting her head back, ready to drink. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Man's eyes widened in shock. The bottle slipped from her hands and shattered, and the bright liquid inside darkened right before her eyes. Lilac had not left the room yet. As he walked, he heard the loud noise and turned around in surprise. Meanwhile, Man had already taken a sip, with a bit of liquid still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Lilac tensed up, thinking, is this girl an idiot? How can she dare drink a failed alchemical elixir like that? He thought it was poison or something, but despite his thoughts, he gently stepped closer and asked, are you okay? Wipe it off quickly. Then suddenly, she started picking up the glass shards with her hands. Lilac saw this and rushed over to stop her, grabbing both her hands firmly to keep her from struggling. What are you doing? He yelled. She must be crazy, even with gloves on. Her hands were getting scratched. Man, who had not said a word until now, suddenly whispered, bitter. Then she looked up straight at Lilac and added, bitter. He was puzzled hearing her say that. Bitter. Man continued, bitter. This taste, even after all these years, I still remember it. Lilac grew more confused, unable to say a word. Just thinking, wasn't T-Man supposed to have lost her sense of taste? So how does she know this bitterness? Or maybe this random impurity in the potion somehow triggered her taste buds again. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lilac quickly said, I will grab some fruit. You try. He came back with an apple, handed it to her, and she bit into it with a big crunch. But then Man deflated no flavor at all. Lilac noticed no change and said, looks like her taste loss is not cured yet, so this won't help. But Man immediately spoke up. Captain, this is still useful. There is definitely something in here that can stimulate my taste buds. If we can figure it out, there is still a chance it could cure me. She stepped closer and pleaded, Captain, please, I beg, help me. Lilac hesitated, caught off guard, and stammered. Well, before he could finish, the door suddenly swung open. Tanfu, either having been there all along or just passing by, was surprised by the scene before him. He froze like a statue, and Lilac and Man on the side were no better. The moment happened so fast no one moved a muscle. The room felt frozen in time. No one moved or said a word. Tanfu was the first to regain composure and hurriedly said, sorry, I just heard a noise and came to check, but I did not see anything. You guys carry on. Then he bolted out like the wind, but did not forget to shout back, you guys carry on. Even after escaping, he was still dazed, thinking, they would not want to kill me, right? The captain's amazing, already conquered Man in no time. But does Kongshu know about this? Or is this something she approved? So impressive, she is truly a role model for us. Only the two of them remained in the room, once again swallowed by silence. Lilac spoke first. Did this guy get the wrong idea? Man ignored what just happened and continued. Captain, I am begging you. Seeing her so determined, Lilac replied, it is not that I do not want to help, but I honestly do not know how this was brewed. How could I possibly cure you? Man stayed firm, even if it is by chance. There must be signs this can work. Captain, if you help me solve the taste loss problem, I will personally give you 4 years. Lilac was so shocked she lost focus and instinctively went into a defensive stance. Man realized how serious her words sounded and immediately got embarrassed. That is not what I meant. What I meant is, whatever breakthroughs I make in researching the Spirit Water Light in the next 4 years, I will share them all with you. Lilac saw she was calming down and quickly said, you are my genius. Do you think I do not know your true value? Man immediately spoke up. I know that well, but I really want to understand what it feels like to taste the bitter and the sweet. Captain, you have never lost your taste buds, so you do not really get what it means to have a clear, bitter taste in your mouth that is hard to swallow. I am not willing to accept it. I crave it like crazy. Lilac struggled to hold back her thoughts, realizing she knew everything after all. But just like she said, no one who has not experienced this can truly understand her longing. He hardened his expression and said seriously, Man, I do need a top-tier remedy, but you do not have to give it to me yourself. If I do manage to restore your taste buds, I only hope to get priority access to that remedy. But Leklam Mansion can pay that much all at once. So I will compensate you with a profit share. How does that sound? Man happily accepted Lilac's offer and quickly replied, Really? Captain, you are actually willing to help me. Seeing her like that, Lilac gave up, thinking she probably did not even notice the conditions he laid out. Man beamed like a flower blooming in spring and happily said, All right, I will follow whatever the captain says. Lilac saw her like that and had no choice but to change the subject. All right then, let us analyze this low-grade item together and try to figure out its ingredients and how it affects taste. Two of them gathered closely and started researching bit by bit. Before they knew it, hours had passed, but in the end, they only identified part of the ingredients and still could not figure out why it triggered the taste buds. Lilac sighed in frustration and said, Let us call it a day for now. We will continue the research tomorrow. Man, drained of energy, replied, Yeah, thanks for your hard work, Captain. Suddenly, the door opened again, but this time the person did not run away like before. Instead, she peeked inside and said, You too. It was Hythean, who sounded a bit annoyed and sarcastically asked if they planned to stay here overnight. She smirked slyly and added with a teasing tone, The door's locked tight too. What are you trying to do here? Man could not take the teasing and turned bright red like a tomato. Hythoyan had successfully embarrassed her. Flustered, Man bolted straight out, stammering as she ran. I am going ahead, Lilac nervously explained. Locked door. That is definitely the work of that Leklam Mansion. Master, we are innocent, but Hythean's really pushing it. This time her words hit even harder. Lilac, are you seriously using the handsome man tactic? I really underestimated you. Lilac could not take it anymore and shouted, I am really early next morning. Soft sunlight and fluttering leaves standing behind. Lilac glared at the mansion drawing and cursed silently. Good grief, looks like a mess but is actually evil, and they dare to lock my door. That is humiliating. Only then did he see the painting the mansion was working on. It showed them close together from the night before. Standing side by side in an intimate pose, Lilac was speechless, only able to think one thing. What the? The mansion noticed him and spoke first. Captain, what do you think of my painting? This is my inspiration from yesterday, when you and Man were in the alchemy room. I call it the Sprott. Lilac grew even angrier, fuming silently but saying nothing aloud. Are you done yet? Yesterday you locked my door, and now you want to turn it into a painting. More importantly, how bad is your painting skill? A few strokes make a human shape? You expect me to believe that is me and Man? Lilac stepped closer, put a hand on the mansion's shoulder, and tried to soothe him. Classmate Mansion, looks like when we switch places later, I will have to get a little closer to you. Tanfu quickly replied, sensing something was off. The captain wants us to get close. How could I refuse? But people tend to say foolish things right after getting hit. I am afraid he will run off to find Dada and spill about you and Man staying overnight in the training room yesterday. Lilac could not stand Tanfu's loose tongue anymore. His mind was racing, but luckily his mouth held back just in time. Outwardly, he sounded gentler. Your usual quiet guy seems invisible, but turns out he is pretty fierce when riled up. Looks like I need to make Man responsible for 3 meals a day from now on. Seeing Lilac's sly smile, Tanfu panicked and shouted, That is cruel. Immediately, Tanfu dropped to his knees, clasped his hands, signaling surrender. All right, Captain, you win. I will erase that drawing as soon as I get back. Lilac's mood seemed to lighten as he replied, No rush. Let us eat first. The two left the room and headed toward a more spacious area. Man seemed to be waiting. As soon as Lilac and Tanfu arrived, she brought out breakfast. She cheerfully said, You guys are here. Breakfast is all ready. Lilac noticed something odd and thought, This does not feel like Man made it. Man's voice dropped a bit. I just got these from the academy cafeteria. The stuff I make is not great. I do not even know how it tastes. So I guess you guys do not like it. Lilac quickly replied, Man, we love the breakfast you make. And Tanfu enthusiastically nodded in agreement behind him. Hearing that, Man smiled brightly and asked, Really? If you guys like it, I have already prepared some for you. As she spoke, she laid out 2 plates of food that looked really appetizing. But when Lilac and Tanfu saw the dishes, their faces instantly fell. Both shared the same thought. This hellish life was almost over, only to be dragged back by one sentence. They silently asked each other, Is this convenient? I know life's tough, but I did not expect it to be this brutal. Suddenly, a knock sounded. Gulang walked in, calling out, Lilac startled, turned around, and asked, "Who are you guys?" Then I extended her hand with a smile. "I am then." She took Man's hand and explained, "We are both classmates of Lilac. We came to visit him," she said with a friendly smile. "Hello?" Then I's gaze lingered on Man. Thinking silently, Man is just so pure and adorable. Even I feel moved. For most guys, she is seriously heart-stealing. Then Ngulang also reached out to greet. "Good morning. I am Ngulang, Lilac's sworn brother and close friend." She looked up at him and mumbled, "I know you. My sister warned me not to get close or I will catch the crazy disease." Hearing this, Ngulang was furious inside. Cursing silently. "Dada, how dare she badmouth me like that?" Suddenly, a voice called out from inside the house. "Bring it in here." He looked startled and pointed, asking, "Wait, are those dishes on the table not made by Man?" Lilac and Tanfu both bowed their heads and admitted. Ngulang immediately grabbed a bun and bit into it hard, saying, "I want to try Man's breakfast too." After biting, his eyes went wide and blank. Ngulang smiled sheepishly and explained, "Almost forgot. I already ate breakfast before coming." Lilac quickly replied, "It is eating more 1 tea kill you. But if you spat out that bite, Dada would make you eat both poop and pee." Hearing this, Ngulang could only close his eyes and sigh. Ngulang chuckled and added, "Too bad. Then I even specially bought you breakfast. And here you are eating again." Then I held a small bag, pouted, and said, "It is after all, this is the breakfast Man put her heart into. The one I brought from the cafeteria. If no one eats it," she forced a smile, "I will just toss it in the pond for the fish later." Lilac leaned on his hands, startled, feeling something off about that comment. He laughed. "No worries. I have got a big stomach, give it all to me. I will finish it." Then I immediately smiled brightly and asked, "Really?" Tenfi next to her teased, "Captain's really lucky. Huh. Someone brings him breakfast every day." Lalesh heard that and clenched his teeth, silently cursing. "Little brother, why are you making trouble for me? Are you trying to start a rebellion?" Then I kept her cheerful smile and asked, "Is there anyone else who brings Lulus breakfast?" Tenfi calmly replied, "It is Kaite, the senior student." She responded coldly. Given Kang's relationship with Lux, it is not weird for her to bring him breakfast. Tenfi is a gifted classmate. Maybe quite a few girls bring him breakfast too. Right? Tenf was startled and thought anxiously. Damn it! Since coming here, besides Men, she is the second female classmate who has actually talked to me. Is Than counterattacking for the captain? My earlier hint did not cause a stir. Instead, she is setting herself on fire. He stared intently at the smiling Than Hai, analyzing. Normally, the one with the headache should be the captain. She is helping him fight back against me. Lex smirked, glancing at Teen Fee mockingly. This sneaky little troublemaker keeps trying to mess with my captain. This time, she is gonna lose. He looked happy, grinning and giving a thumbs up. Then Nai did not even glance at Lales and turned her head away with a cold hug. He was startled and puzzled, thinking, what now? I really do not get girls' moods. Gung sat down and said immediately, right, Instructor D Anin and Instructor Hai Thoyan seem to have planned a practice match between our two teams today. Hearing that, Aleph repeated, our two teams. He turned to Gulung and suggested, then I will fight you, and Gulung immediately refused. First round, Men laughed and added, Captain, you should still fight my senior sister. Tenfi quietly added, Diz Captain, and you are Captain too. You would leave your teammates to fight alone. Lalef frowned but reluctantly agreed. Well, okay, but what is DD's actual strength now? Gulung quickly explained, she has reached the second stage of General Master. Life Pattern, probably the top in that category. His voice started describing, Life Pattern stage means the seed of general power in the general pool has begun to take shape. The thick general power manifests as a general pattern on the seed S surface. Life Pattern stage has 5 levels, each level forming a general pattern on the general power seed. That is why it is also called the 5 pattern realm. Aluk nodded seriously. So she is really at the second stage. Senra will have to go all out to defend. After breakfast, Level Lesif took Thanhai and Inga Lux to tour their living quarters. Level Lefis stood still and said, there is nothing to see here. Let us. Ingluk looked around, startled. Wait, what is this? He saw a painting of Lelo Lucca and Men on the test crane table. What is this about? Ingluk angrily turned around and shouted, Lualus, you bastard. What are you and Men doing? Then Aya's face darkened as she questioned, a boy and a girl sharing a room, and you keep a painting of it as a memento. Captain, are not you being a little too romantic? Aleph frowned and loudly explained, this is just 10 fees random doodle. What can you really see in it? Inklev got even angrier. They just need to add your names on it. Of course. You can tell what it is. Tenefi quickly chimed in. Captain, if one person doubts you, maybe it is their problem. But if everyone doubts you, Maybe you should reevaluate yourself. Aleph got angry and silently cursed. Why do you show up everywhere? Frustrated, he thought. You are messing with my mood. Then he shot a glare at the troublemaker, felt a bit doubtful himself, and finally led the two others to finish touring the building. Since Than Nai needed to return to training, she left a little sadly. In front of Than Hai was the melancholy autumn lake. She reached out and plucked leaves from the branches. Than Nai silently let the leaves in her hand drift away. Suddenly, she was startled and looked ahead thoughtfully. That was. Than Hai looked at Than Inga in front of her and thought, the senior. Than Hai and Than Iga quietly stared at each other. She led the way and called out, Senior. Lin Kan smiled slightly, letting out a soft, puzzled sound. She looked thoughtfully at Than Nai. This Than Hai is really something, daring to take the initiative to ask Than Iga. Not to mention how strong Than Iga's backing is. Lin Kan's eyes shifted toward Than Inga, thinking silently. Than Inga and Lex still have that engagement, so logically Than Nai should be scared, but she actually responded directly. She pushed her glasses up and smiled slightly, whispering, this is gonna be good. Then Go looked at her and asked, Than Hai, are you going to meet Lo Lux? Than Nai closed her eyes and replied softly, I am just gonna see Lo Lux and his team for a bit. Hearing this, Than Ge smiled slightly and said, but it seems like you are in a bad mood because Aolesi is being difficult, right? Why do not you just say it straight? Otherwise, he wanted to realize you have feelings for him. Than Hai was startled by that comment. Lin Kan next to her was also shocked. She just showed her hand way too early. She looked at Than Nai's calm face and thought, not bad. Not easily scared. This Than Nai can definitely hold her own against Than Niga. She stared seriously at Than Inga and asked, what do you want to say? Than Ga immediately smiled slyly and asked back, what exactly do you want to say to me? Than Hai coldly denied with a furrowed brow, I have nothing to say. If you want to use your engagement with Ole Luxif to trap me, then sorry. I want to agree to that. Lin Kan beside her was thrilled inside, thinking, well, she actually dared to fight back directly. Than Ga sneered and asked, why? Than Hai looked at her seriously and replied, because this engagement has no emotional ties. How much gratitude does this engagement really have for Lalolesi's parents? Maybe only she truly understood. Calmly, she explained, she treats him like family and would do anything for him, but liking Aleph, not really, at least not right now. Lin Kan adjusted her glasses and praised. Impressive? Her eyes fixed on Than Ge, analyzing and pointing out her biggest weakness, something Than Ge probably never considered. Than Iga's lips curled coldly as she asked, so what? Then I immediately got fired up. So if you really care about Le Lux, I think you should take the initiative to cancel this engagement with him. Than Iga sneered, your plan is pretty, huh? So you would be free and clear after that. Then I explained hastily, for Allah, that would actually be the best outcome. Than Ge smirked slightly and admitted, what you say actually makes some sense. Hearing this, her face could not hide her pleasure. Suddenly, Than Iga's tone dropped, bluntly refusing, but canceling the engagement is impossible. Than Iga said seriously, this engagement was decided by the matriarch. No matter what, it will never change. Then I immediately shouted, you are selfish. You do not even consider Loleka's feelings. She flushed red, stumbling over her words. What if he likes someone else? Would you really cause him heartache just for yourself? Then Iga laughed and asked, surely you are talking about yourself. That confident? Then Hai blushed deeply and asked back, why not? She crossed her arms and smiled brightly. It is not like I can tea. Lek Lam's estate is huge. Having one more person one tea matter to me. Then Ai's face turned bright red. Shocked by what she just said, Lin Kan was so stunned she almost stepped aside reverently, silently yelling, come Than Ge, are you crazy? Then Hai panicked, stammering, what exactly are you saying? Then Nigga remained calm. No need to spell it out. If you really have that ability, I would not care at all. She shook her head, eyes clouded with thought, but I do care. Then Hai felt embarrassed, dizzy, and overwhelmed, thinking, she just ruined all my plans. How am I supposed to respond now? Then Iga stayed frozen, staring stubbornly in place. Lin Kan sighed as she watched Than Nai rush away. Scared off by the threat, she muttered, she is way too aggressive like this. Then Iga stayed put, clenching her teeth but said nothing. Lin Kan glanced at her and said, Then Iga, what you just said, it can be true, right? Then Iga calmly asked back, what do you mean? Lin Kan stared at her and replied, I do not know. But if you really think like that, I can only say. Then Iga's voice grew excited. You too. You are as good as dead. Lin Kan glanced her way and warned. Then Iga, you did not sound like a fiancé toward her fiancé just now. You sounded more like a matchmaker picking a bride for someone else. I know your feelings for Lelo are complicated, but acting like that, I think you will regret it someday. After that, Lin Kan changed the subject and asked, are you still going to find Leleziv to eat? Then Ega crushed the handle of her fan with force. Her hand instantly relaxed as she said, no more eating. Then Ega's face darkened as she looked down and said, I am afraid if I see him now, my head will be just like this rock at the training ground. Luelus, Ziuzu, and the others stood in the middle of the arena, while two instructors sat outside, observing the match. Dinah looked toward the arena and asked, Instructor Hythian, how far has Azaleka's dual power training progressed? Hythoan answered coldly, still has not grasped it yet. He then looked at her and said, if that is the case, none of you can stop Ziu. Hythoan looked thoughtfully at Ziuzu in the arena. Ziuzu is already a first-level life segment, while Kailesi is at the upper heavy bug realm, and Nugalung is a bit lower, just reaching the lower white bug realm. Then she glanced at Lelekti's group and analyzed. Overall, their chances of winning are not great. Immediately after, Hythoan proudly declared, then I look forward to seeing how your third generation stands. Asaishi spoke up to remind, Luelus, you have to protect my little sister carefully. He replied, then just do not hit her. Her voice refused. That is not allowed. If it is a match, there is no room for mercy. Man heard that and teased her big sister. The sound of the match starting immediately echoed across the arena. Begin the fight. Seeing the group of Lolek rushing in, someone analyzed. Lolus is the core attacker. Tenfi is stealthy, watching their moves. Men supports from behind while keeping a full view. As Hive gripped her weapon tight and ordered, knock out Lolek first. They 1T get another chance. She noticed a flash of purple light behind Lolufus and shouted a warning. Watch out. That is Men's illusion technique. It causes hallucinations. That purple light flashed by as three figures suddenly charged forward. Asai's eyes glowed red. Streams of blue light shot towards her from a distance. Asai's AZ scanned the three dark shadows and realized they were all fake. Then she quickly turned and hurled her spear hard behind her. Gulung panicked when he saw it flying towards him and shouted in fear. He tilted his head and dodged the incoming spear. Lelef raised his two swords. Looking over, thinking, I have been spotted again, Gulung immediately turned. Furious, yelling, Luelus, you are something else. I am risking it all with you, or not you gonna go easy on me. All three suddenly spun around and charged at Lelex. His eyes flashed purple as he shouted with all his strength, Tiger General Technique. Lelex wielded his jade whip, and tentacles sprouted from the ground, attacking the three. Asai lunged forward with her spear. Startled and amazed, she furrowed her brow, thinking, this wooden whip is insanely strong. Asashie felt the energy inside the tentacle's wood element power flowing through. This jade whip is definitely no ordinary weapon. She dodged back quickly as the tentacles swung toward her, using the Tiger General technique. She shouted, huh, to catch a thief, you have got to catch the king first. Then she unleashed a blast of blue energy toward Lelux. He stood still, staring ahead, when suddenly Teen Feek appeared behind his Wuthi. Weapon in hand, she immediately spun around and struck him away with her spear. Leluffy muttered to himself, looks like even if I get a hit, I can take him down. Not even Teen Fee is working out. Then he rushed toward Dudzie, shouting, let me test how strong this life energy really is. She responded with a cold huh. Clearly liking the challenge, their powers clashed like two roaring winds, blades and spears smashing together with the ringing sound of metal. Sai smiled at Alukek and said, don't hold back, you can beat me. He furrowed his brow, thinking, it is not easy to gather such power, but is already breaking apart. Asai is seriously fierce. Lobolesi's expression turned serious and thoughtful. Kutchu Elixi might have escaped their earlier assault and was coming with reinforcements. Thinking about Ingyu Lung, he realized he would been circling the area. All this time something felt off. Seeing two others charging, he thought, here they come again. I do not have time to deal with this fire butler anymore. He glanced towards Lu Ziyu and Kugulas, noting the dangerous energy radiating from both. Zulzhu and Kenkos, flanking left and right, looked like battle-hardened knights, their spirit and strength at peak levels. Luffy immediately realized this was a formation, but it had a flaw. He shouted, you Lun. T-Rex, stop and Lun now? Zulzhu yelled back. No time to wait for Inkalung. Kigulas, initiate. She and Kulev raised their weapons, aiming right at Lelux. Zulzhu and Leki lifted their spears, targeting Luffy directly. Men immediately shouted a warning. Captain, watch out. Tenfi raised his sword to block Nugalon, saying, we want to let you succeed. Alex stood firm, calmly watching the two. He closed his eyes, feeling two streams of blue light inside his body. Deep in thought, a memory flashed of his earlier training. The two energies inside him, when guided properly, could merge their strengths. Leluc's eyes snapped open as he surged upward with power. He unleashed a blast of blue energy, confronting Huzulu and Jugulus head-on. Men and Haithuan watched in shock at the powerful explosion. As the dust settled, Aleph fell back, retreating a good distance. Opposite them, Doida and Kalak both fell back. Man glanced at the two and shouted, "Lilac! Captain, are you okay?" She ran over to Lilac, concerned. "Captain, you are bleeding a lot. Are you alright?" Galak stood, clasping his hands, chuckling softly. We did it in Lilac's mind. The explosion replayed at that moment. It worked. Galak stood up and looked at Lilac, startled. That is, the power of dual generals. He turned to Doida, asking, could it be he really mastered it? She wrapped her arms around her stomach, shaking her head. No way. It is just luck. Doida looked over at Ngulang lying on the ground and asked, "You are still alive, right?" He gasped, sticking out his tongue. Hiss, almost died there. Galak asked, "What is with this fire thing?" Doida calmly explained. It is a unique technique from the Hainai Guide wind gathering style. This technique requires continuously channeling wind power. It causes extreme pain to the body. The guide once asked the three of us, and only Gulang chose to use wind gathering style. Lilac glanced over, thinking to himself, Gulang wanting to match up with geniuses like Doida and Kalak by using wind gathering style really fits him. Although Gulang looks sly on the outside, his true character deep down is not any less than anyone else's. Gulang reached out to Lilac and called out, "What are you telling Lilac? I am still not used to wind gathering style," he confidently declared. "Next time, you will see my real power." Kalak crossed his arms, annoyed. "I do not know what you are so cocky about. Given your condition, wouldn't it be easier if you chose a different team? Staying here tires you out, and us too." Lilac got angry hearing that. That is a bit harsh. He sharply fired back. "What is wrong with what I said? If he had not embarrassed us today, you would have lost for sure." Kalak calmly countered, "Don't you think, just because he is on your team that my words are unfair? He is not on your team, so you do not have to take responsibility for his weaknesses." Lilac frowned and replied, "I just think we should not hate him over a temporary gap. What if he surpasses you later? Then you will be the obstacle." He closed his eyes, turning away. "I do not think that'll happen, so your example means nothing." Gu Lang beside him whispered, "Forget it. I really messed up." A slight smile appeared as he added, "My strength in the 2 high team is really weak." Gulang happily patted his chest. "I have to seize this chance. Stay here and improve myself. I won't miss any opportunity given by the 2 high trainees." Kalak was startled. Lilac dashed over and replied, "Alright," thinking to himself, "This is the wild, unpredictable guy I know." Dada angrily cut in, "Enough, you guys zip it." She walked toward Nu Gulang, praising, even though Gulang is not strong right now, he has really been trying. Whether he stays or leaves is up to Guide Jai, no need for extra words. Gulang smiled happily hearing Dada's advice. Gulang is the weakest in your team, that is true, but I hope he takes it as a challenge and catches up fast. Lilac looked at Nu Lang and thought, didn't expect this porcupine Gulang to be so completely dominated by Dada that he lost all spirit. This is definitely a classic case of one weakness meeting another. Outside the training ground, Hythian calmly said, Senra reluctantly calls it a draw. Huh. Dennis smiled brightly. Lilac is pretty impressive. Once he masters controlling dual general power, he will definitely stand out in the competition. She continued, and you are not bad either, mastering the wind gathering style so quickly. But the biggest surprise is not Dodo, it is Ingu Lang. He suddenly exclaimed. That is right. Dai asked curiously. I heard the Dark Tome will open soon. Hythian calmly replied. Yeah. His face turned serious as he asked. The Dark Tome opening early this time, what does that mean? Her voice echoed with an explanation. It meant the director's aura was shattered first, which is not a good sign at all. Before he knew it, fresh recruits like Lai Lu had been at the Sacred Mystic Academy for nearly a month. And with the end of the month approaching, the monthly ranking battle was just around the corner. The ranking battle was the highlight of the Sacred Mystic Academy, a fierce competition for trainees to push themselves and improve non-stop. Plus, there were plenty of points and rewards on the line. Sitting around eating, Lalu saw King Ni walk in and immediately called out, Kunai? Over here. Face flushed bright red. He noticed and quietly wondered why she seemed a bit scared to face him these past few days. Kunai stammered in denial. And no, that is not true. Lalu turned to her and asked, Then what is it? Her face turned even redder, and she stayed silent without answering. Sitting down, Kunai thought about Kuninga deeply. Why would she say such things? It was downright scary. Maybe she really had gone crazy. Lalu looked at her worriedly and asked, Kunai, are you feeling sick or something? Kunai let out a breath and shook her head. I am. Just then, Chiuquat stepped forward and asked, Lu, do you still remember Shi Kong calmly? He explained, maybe you do not know, but under the Zia High squad, competition with the Kim High squad is insanely fierce. I heard the Kim Hoi squad is the strongest. They basically dominate the rankings with a branch of the Zia High team. Chiuquat thought about those guys and said, that Kim Hoi squad is called the Governor S squad. He explained quietly, They got that name because their fathers are all governors of districts in Daha. Lulu asked, is Shikong part of that branch? Chiuquata's face darkened immediately. Yeah. Their captain, Shenjia, was ranked 10th in the Wuling strength rankings. Getting picked for the Zia High squad is a huge deal, but he was not chosen. The other two in the Governor S squad were basically top 20. Lulu hesitated and asked, wait, are you saying they are targeting me? Chiuqua nodded. Yeah. Lulu frowned and asked, so they think our team's a pushover? No way. We still have the Wuling backup. Wuling angrily snapped, don't talk nonsense. You really think you can compare your captain's strength to ours? Chiuqua looked serious. They are probably picking your team because of Shikong, but they have also teamed up with another Kimho squad led by Ding Chen. Lulu was shocked. Chiuqua continued, they chose your team because of Shikong, and with their numbers, our branch might not stand a chance. But that is not the main issue today, Lulu exclaimed. There is more. He raised his eyebrows and added, we have had some clashes with the branch allied with the Governor S squad, so we could secretly team up with another squad to take them down. Lulu immediately felt suspicious. This sounded like stirring up trouble. He burst out laughing. Agreeing, that is a great idea, I am in. Chiuqua rubbed his chin seriously but said, there is still one problem. Even if we team up, we can beat Ding Chen's Kim Hoi squad. Hearing this, Lulu got angry. Then what are you still talking about? Chiuqua asked. Lu, can you send some reinforcements our way? Lulu thought it over. If we are borrowing help, it has to be from the new academy, which means Man-Man, and I have to hold off the Governor S squad a bit longer. After a moment, he agreed quietly. Maybe. Chiuqua got excited. I knew you would say yes. We even came up with a name for this plan. Lulu asked with curiosity. What is the name? Chiuqua shouted excitedly. A Protect Lu. Our shield. After confirming the plan details with Chiuqua's group, everyone dispersed. Lulu and Kinni quietly stepped outside, ready to head home. Lulu stood still watching the group walk away, then suddenly made a puzzled sound. He sensed Shikong behind him. Shikong. Shenlang stepped forward with a sly smile. Classmate Lulu, it is an honor. Lulu looked at him, a bit suspicious. Shenlang. He smiled brightly and said, it is such an honor that fellow student Lai Lu knows my name. Looks like our plan has already been discovered. You heard that, right? He winked teasingly. Young and ambitious. A little ruthless can be a good thing, Shenlang said with interest. Then thanks for the encouragement. Fellow student Li Lu, we will fight hard to defeat you all and bring you down. Lu quickly slipped past him and left, but did not forget to shout encouragement. Good luck, but do not mess it up and ruin everything, or it will be pretty funny. Shikong silently watched him walk away, his eyes flashing red immediately. Shenlang beside him advised, forget it. He is no longer the incompetent young master he used to be. He is a genius newcomer who can even beat the best in Zuozi Pavilion. But causing some trouble for a genius newcomer like that is still kind of fun. Shenlang led three others and continued inside a refined hall. Haki smiled watching them enter. Finally, they are here, the man from Zuozi Pavilion angrily shouted. Actually, you do not need to join in the ranking battle. If nothing goes wrong, we can just wipe out Li Lu's group directly. Shenlang laughed and asked, but did not a slip-up already happen once? If it happens again, what is so strange about that? His eyes blazed as he shouted. Shenlang, your so-called strongest Golden Emblem squad, do you think I am blind? Haki just raised his fan and said calmly, hey, keep it civil. No need to get so intense. Shenlang continued. If we accept this mission, we will give it our all. But I want to know, will our efforts actually pay off? Next year, will the Golden Emblem instructors pick new elite students from our group? Haki closed his fan, put it to his lips, winked, and said, about that, better not ask. Even if you do, we want to admit we said anything. Got it, Shenlang hurriedly responded. Okay. Got it. Long live Lai Lu's squad dorm. In the hallway, Lu leaned against the wall and recapped. That is the whole story. My Manx heard this and worriedly said, Captain, do you think we can hold them off? That squad's leader is really strong. Calmly, he replied. Don't worry. I have got it all planned. She suddenly remembered and said, right? The guide said we should give our squads names. My sister's squad is called the Wind Knights, the Deer Squad is the Blue Moon Squad, and the Crane Callers are the Golden Gate Squad named after the Golden Blade's disciples. Hearing this, Lelou's face flushed as he thought, Deer Squad sounds so uncool, and the Crane Caller's name is way too cheesy. He confidently placed a hand on the table and declared, I have already come up with our squad's name. Lelu grinned. From now on, we will be the Justice Squad. Tenfi was immediately shocked and embarrassed. He stepped forward threateningly. If anyone objects, it just means they are not confident in their own skills. Men praised. Captain, I think that is a perfect name. Lelu complimented her back. Men really has great taste. Then he asked everyone to reach out for a quick group cheer. But Tenfi immediately protested. Kids these days, Lulu threatened. Men, can you whip up 2 extra servings for Teen and Fee? Please. The monthly ranked battle, something every student at the Holy Mystic Academy looked forward to, finally began with electric energy. The battle took place in the western part of the academy, where thousands of new students were divided into different gates and awaited the start of the matches. Each squad captain wore a special medal. If their medal was taken away, that squad was automatically eliminated. Each medal also stored the squad's accumulated academy points. His eyes sparkled and he drooled hearing the next rule. Squads that defeated opponents could directly take part of their loot, a real score boost. Man whispered nervously. Captain, could you please stop drooling while staring at others like that? Suddenly, a cold sounded behind Lu. He spun around suspiciously. Are you that stone general who tried to sabotage me in the alchemist contest? What was your name again? Jiaho replied angrily. Remember my name, Jiahoa. I will definitely become a purple badge student someday. Everyone's attention snapped forward as a voice announced. All students, prepare. This ranking battle will end at sunset. During this time, fight with everything you have got. As long as your medal is not taken, keep battling non-stop. Someone reminded. When the drum sounds, the silver squad enters first, followed by the gold squad after 10 minutes, and the purple squad enters last after the gold squad entered. Only Lilua's group remained in this area. The noisy crowd quickly fell silent. The battle horn blared and Lilu glowed with excitement. You feel it. Draw your swords and look around, no one can beat us. Men quickly stopped him. Captain, cut the drama. Without hesitation, he signaled. Let us go. Captain leads the charge for a killing spree. A group ran over as someone joked. Running is pretty effective. Huh. Suddenly, Lilu stopped and called out suspiciously. It is you, Stonehead. Jiaho growled fiercely. Who are you calling Stonehead? Lilu, today I am definitely taking you down. Tenfi glanced at Lilu nervously. Captain, that is not quite right. There is a lot of people in this forest. Lilu pointed at Jiahoa. Stonehead, didn't expect you to look so decent, but be such a jerk. Trying to mess with the big players? I seriously underestimated you. Jiahoa looked frustrated. If the ambush failed, then it is time to go all out. Instantly, the area fell into silence. Jiahoa smiled smugly. Instead of letting the purple squad handle the gold squad, we might as well team up from the start and take down the strongest first. My man nervously asked, Captain, what do we do now? Lilu dashed off, looking back and urging, Run, what else can we do? Then those 3 vanished. Jiaho's face instantly darkened, his arrogance showing those are the pride of your elite squad. Lus heard that, turned around sarcastically, and said, Arrogance. Can arrogance earn you any extra points? He led the group chasing after them, urging, Hurry up, chase them down. The group chasing Loluxi kept shouting, Don't let them get away. Keep up the chase. He glanced back angrily. This is ridiculous. No way we are letting those elites lose face. Tenfi spoke up. Captain, did not you say you would lead us to capture and kill them? Mayman replied. You can blame the captain here. They have got too many people, and there might be reinforcements nearby. Retreating is the smartest move. Then she turned around with a smile and asked, Captain, I'm right. Lelus was startled. My man, you are not wrong at all. He rushed forward, calming down as he explained. As captain, I have to stay one step ahead. Mayman immediately said, Captain, you are amazing. Tenfi asked doubtfully. So we are just going to keep getting chased like this? Lelek smiled brightly. Well, not exactly. Teen Fico, cloak yourself and scout ahead. If you spot open fields or water, report back immediately. Then he ordered. My man, create a decoy of Teenafiv so they do not notice anyone's missing. Let us slow down a bit to make them think they can catch us. Meanwhile, the 5 elite squad leaders outside were also watching the fight closely. Kathan observed and chuckled softly. Lola always runs away during battles. Huh, Suft. I nodded and added, you can blame him. Jiaho's just a skilled and ambitious guy with real potential. Haithoan glanced at Kwanging Yim them and sighed. They are just unlucky. She looked at Kim Tiyu, who was closing his eyes, wondering, is Jiaho just watching a show? Haithoan thought. Lualus, you better keep it up. I am still waiting to laugh at Kim Tiyu. If you disappoint me, you will regret it. On the other side, 10 squads of Kim Hai were relentlessly chasing. Finally, they spotted Loluk and his group entering a forest. One shouted, Jiaho! What now? Jiaho immediately ordered, Don't he give up? If Lolulek's group escapes, we are all doomed. He clenched his fist and instructed, each Kim Hai squad forms a group and stays close to support one another. If they make a move, we will encircle them. Over 10 Kim Hai squads spread out to surround them. Pushing forward quickly, they spotted dark figures ahead and gave chase. Determined to catch Loluk, Jiaho shouted, Attack now! Hit them from every direction simultaneously. Staring at the big pit ahead, he froze and wondered aloud. Where are they? Suddenly, a voice sounded nearby. Jia turned and shouted, "They are right beside us." Someone recognized the fading purple shadows. "Those are decoys." Jia angrily cursed. "Damn it! They are draining our energy." Jia quickly told the others, "It is our ambush failed. Fall back. Fast." Somewhere in the mountains, Lelouch and his two companions gathered. Lelouch calmly cracked his knuckles and said, "They have scattered. Now it is our turn to perform." Two Kim High squads hurriedly retreated. One shouted, pointing, "Move. Lelouch is everywhere, just illusions. We can catch him." Then he ordered, "Get out of the mountains quickly. Don't let Lelouch set up an ambush." Suddenly, he stopped and stared at the three people in front of him. Sounding puzzled, he frowned and complained, "Lelouch is such a pain. We have run into these illusions 4 or 5 times already." Someone nearby chimed in, "Yeah, it is like we are chasing ghosts." Another added, "Forget it, let us just get out of this forest and deal with it later." Lelouch, seeing this, got angry, thinking, "Just walking away in front of us like that, is this an insult?" Then he raised his hand and threw a wooden orb to the ground. Lelouch commanded his tentacles to wrap around the approaching group, and with a signal, he moved to take them down. The group was shocked and whispered, "What is going on? They are for real." The new recruit's general power swept through, knocking down a large group of gold badge students. Man quickly unleashed her own power, throwing their opponents into chaos. In less than 2 minutes, 2 gold badge squads were completely wiped out. Lelouch grabbed the badge from the fallen group. He clenched it tightly, quietly pleased. 200 points just added to his account. Lelouch looked at the people ahead and said, "Congrats, you are out. Losing your yellow badge means you are banned from moving around." One of them angrily snapped, "Lilac, you are such a pain." Lelouch fired back, "What pain? You all just acted like I was not even there, walking right past me. I was about to say you are seriously underestimating me." They immediately started crying. The person before kept tricking us with illusions. Who knows if this time it is real or not? Over the next stretch, Lilac and his two companions started wiping out more gold badge squads. In just 20 minutes, 9 squads were eliminated, costing them 900 points. Meanwhile, Jiaho's group stood still. He furrowed his brow, thinking, Lilac's group is counterattacking already. Didn't expect Lilac to be this sneaky. Just a few illusions and he is messing up my formation. Jiahua turned and ordered, "Enough, let us get out of here." His group quickly retreated, but he suddenly froze in place. A figure was already waiting. Lilac's eyes flashed purple as he said, "Already leaving?" Lilac smiled softly and added, "Stonehead, I really did underestimate you." This time, Sunu was ambushed by someone. Jiahua's face flushed as he retorted, "Don't he give me nicknames? Call me Jiahua, not Stoneheaded." Lilac laughed and asked, "What is your next move?" He furrowed his brow and said, "We lost, so there is nothing left to say, but do not expect us to hand over the badges easily." Lilac laughed, "Stealing badges is not like taking your lives." Stonehead, don't he want to get eliminated? Huh? Jiahua looked shocked. "What do you mean?" Lilac grinned widely. "I can spare you. Even hand over some of your gold badges." Lilac smiled brightly and said, "But after that, I will have a job for you. You will have to do it properly." Understood. Jiahua asked, "Can I know what it is?" Lilac answered right away, "Nothing too bad, worst case. You will be more cautious than you are now." Jiahua bargained, "So can you give me 4 gold badges?" Lilac raised his staff and said, "Stonehead, if your head's harder than mine, I will give you those 4 badges." "How's that?" Jiahua finally left with 2 gold badges, storming off fiercely. Lilac held up the badges and laughed. 700 points each. Not a bad start. Man beamed happily. "Awesome." Lilac stayed humble. "Actually, Man did most of the work. Without her illusions, we could not have thrown them into chaos so easily." She smiled and said, "Thanks, Lilac. Let us. The ranking battle's just begun. Plenty more to fight for." On the high platform outside the exam area, someone called out, "Guiding Hythian." "Kaothang," I asked, "How's the current ranking in points?" Hythian calmly replied, "The top points go to Das Fonka squad, 1,700 points. Second place is Trucklockstan Gayat squad with 1,600 points. Third is Hakko's Kim Mon squad with 1,500 points. Fourth is Lilac's Chinea squad with 1,480 points. Fifth is Ylap Sesnahat Diet the squad with 1,400 points. Kaothang on Tumbao commended, "Fonka squad has 3 win generals, so they are fast and efficient. Their high points are not a surprise." Kim Tiu next to him added, "Hold on, this is just the big fish eating little fish stage. Wait until the big fish start clashing, that is when it gets really exciting." Hythian closed his eyes and added, "This time, Guide Kim Tiu even chipped in from his own pocket to add a 12th level bonus of 3,000 points. If it is not exciting, is not that wasting his effort?" And smiled brightly. "Anything to hype up these freshmen. He is spending his own money to boost their points." I was still willing. She smiled gently toward Kim Tiu, but by the time the match ended, The guide was not so willing anymore, and did not back down either, and replied that guide Hai Thine wanted to say that if Lel Lutta took first place. How could I not be willing? Not to that extent. If Hen could win, I would be genuinely happy for him. Kim Tiu's voice paused, but Hen whispered softly, I am just worried Lelechi can live up to guide Hai Thine's expectations. Hai Thine quickly fired back. Well then, we will just have to see how it ends. Right after, the mountaintop fell completely silent. Leleziv looked at the three, beaming like he would just won the lottery. Awesome. Clenching the medal, he said to them, for this medal, you all ran away as soon as we caught up after 10 minutes. Seriously, no shame at all. And cried out, if we did not run from you three killers, would we just stick around to be used as fertilizer? Leluf walked over to Men, smiling as he announced, all fixed, we now have a total of 680 points. He held up his fingers, starting to count. 12 segments, 3,000 points for Seam, 5,000 points for Elju. Seems like we are still missing a lot. This is tough. Suddenly, Lawal Zaci's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the bushes where a sound came from. From afar, three figures slowly approached. He muttered in surprise. That is Team 1. Deptho Squad, Captain Elisa and two others are coming. Lalef silently thought, though Dainan and the other two must be Elisa and then Dipi. Didn't they expect the first squad to meet would be theirs? The two groups stood still, staring at each other. Then Olalek stepped forward and joked. 3 classmates. What a coincidence. Silently, he signaled Men and Tenafa with his hand, then quickly left. Elisa immediately smiled brightly and said, never thought I would run into classmate Lilulas here. What a coincidence. Lalef laughed and replied, yeah, totally. Then, the space between the two groups fell into silence. He laughed and asked, what if I said we were really just passing through? Would you believe it? Laluk laughed and answered, got it. Then let us say goodbye here for now. Elisa said softly, that is best. Then quietly sighed with relief. Right now, it is time to scout Team Kim Hai for points. The team to High War has not started yet. Then they led their teammates away as the mountain began to sink into dusk. Elsewhere, Elisa whispered in awe. That was intense. We almost started fighting here. Then Dipe spoke up. Honestly, facing them is not such a big deal. I am curious how strong Lus really is. He smiled faintly and explained, once you meet them, you won't stop. The points you want will just be a momentary thrill. The Dun watched carefully, ignoring their chatter, thinking points were the priority. She stared ahead, thinking, didn't expect the captain to be so cautious about Ella Lefsi's squad. Even if the timing is not right, it shows his strength. The Denai recalled their conversation, amazed that the young leader from small Namfong City could gather so many stars at St. Hugh Nurtin Academy and survive. She turned to Alyssa. Thoughtful. Back then Ega said Lalech could become the top rookie. So now we just have to see how he performs in this ranking battle. He immediately urged, let us. Udina. After peaceably leaving with Elisa's squad, Lo Lussi's 3 continued to take on 2 Kim High squads and 3 Ingen High squads. Lolek suddenly stopped, looking toward the mark on a tree and called out, check if it is the prearranged signal with the Tran Inji Kaat group. Then followed the sign. He urged them to speed up through the dense forest. A squad captain from the others asked, I tried to Enyi Kaat. Level SS squad, is it true you really want to help us? He asked again. You say you are close, are you just bragging? The girl next to him chimed in. Yeah. Why have not they arrived yet? The other squad captain snapped. And you rich kids say something. He glanced their way, wondering, among these 4, Traneng Hot is probably the weakest. I really do not get why they chose him as captain. Trot Enkot smiled brightly. Just wait a bit. Maybe they got delayed. Once they spot the signal, they will switch over. Tongban chimed in from the side. That is right. We need to hurry. From all the squad captains from each unit said, can we really not rush? Right now, following the Commander S squad, if we suddenly get exposed, it will be tough to escape. Right after, Lalu slowly walked over. He had a tough time, running into several squads along the way, which delayed him before he finally got rid of them. Then Lalu went up and clapped Zhang Kuo on the shoulder, teasing, your seal looks awful. The squad captains from each unit saw this and said to Shen, only Zhao Ku can really get to Li Lu. Lalu's voice rang out, apologizing. Sorry, I am. He immediately smiled and greeted. Hey Lu, it is not really late. The timing is just right. Brother Zhao has everything well organized. Lalu heard that and seriously asked, what is going on now? The squad captains from each unit thought for a moment and told Shen Lang. And now, the Commander S squad and the Tiandao squad joined forces. In the Commander S squad, Captain Shen Lang is a high-level Huachong, and the other 3 are mid-level Huachong. The 4 from the Tiandao squad are all mid-level Huachong as well. Among all the Jinhoi squads, these 2 branches are basically number 1 and 2. Their power can be underestimated. Lalua frowned and muttered. These 2 Jinhoi branches are stronger than when we last met. If they strike suddenly, It is really a serious threat. The squad captains from each unit nodded and said, "Later, our 2 squads will face the Tian Dao squad. But they are stronger than us. We will need backup from your strong forces." Brother Luo, Lu closed his eyes, smiled, and agreed. "No problem." Zhang Ku looked at him worriedly and said, "If the new squad comes to help, then you and Man will have to face the Commander-S squad alone." Lu calmly promised. "Don't worry, I have my limits." Donnie shouted so loud. Everything's already set. A blue light radiated from Lu as he quietly declared, "Let us make the move." Somewhere in the forest, Shen Lang was sitting and biting into an apple. Suddenly, a group approached and urged, "Shen Lang, rest over. Time to move." Liao Xuqing said grimly, "We found Li Luo's group early. Let us wipe them out." Shen Lang laughed and said, "What you said sounds like killing a pig raised at home." The Jin Hai squad captain, Liao Xuqing, sneered coldly. "Others fear the Jin Hai squad, but we Qin Dao squad, we are not scared." Henta chuckled. "All right, that is the spirit." Both squads pushed forward with full force, not saying a word, advancing for over 10 minutes. Shen Lang suddenly stopped and said, "Wait, something's not right." Hentai immediately asked, "Liao Xuqing, are you okay?" Liao Xuqing stopped abruptly. Silent, Shen Lang dropped his hand and sent a burst of spiritual energy backward. That energy shattered the illusory images of the group. Henta saw this and thought to himself, "Illusions. Maybe that is Man's ability." Taking the first strike when weak, Shen Lang raised his eyebrows. "Lai Lu, you are a two-way student after all. Do not tell me you are afraid to show yourself." Lu smiled slightly. "Though my encouragement skills suck." He stood on a branch looking down, muttering, "But it is really easy to use." Liao Xuqing asked, "Has your Qin Dao squad been scattered?" Shen Lang smiled brightly. "If people take us seriously, that is a sign of our strength, but right now, only Man is here." The new squad went to back up Zhao Kuo's group. Lu was startled and silent. He immediately asked, "Is it strange that I know your plan?" Calmly he asked again, "Did you arrange to join forces with Zhao Kuo's group?" Shen Lang laughed and teased, "Captain Lu, your instincts are sharp. Do you still think Zhao Kuo's squad and the new squad can come back?" At that moment, a huge explosion happened. Everyone lit up with different auras and quickly attacked. Zoku turned and shouted back, "Captain, do not hold back. Go all out." Captain Zije's squad instantly responded, "Got it. No more holding back." Then he gathered energy, clenched his fist, and charged towards Zhao Kuo with a loud roar. Triyu Kuat looked at the squad leader from the fallen squad and said, "Tukak, what are you doing?" Lu Ide immediately laughed, "And you still can't see. This is a trap. You are the bait." The group quickly surrounded Tan Fu. A sound rang out. Tan Fu had saved him, but now his cover was blown. He laughed loudly and charged forward. "What about Trainee Too High? Aren't they just getting beaten by us in turns?" Tan Fu frowned and said, "We have been played for fools." Them Lang looked toward Lilac in the tree and asked, "Lilac, do you really think you two can take on the full Kim Hai squad?" Calmly, he replied, "It is not impossible." He closed his eyes and added, "I have already thought it through." Them Lang smiled slightly. "That is why, out of respect for you, I prepared 3 more Kim Hai squads hidden in this forest." Then he raised his hand to signal an attack. And immediately, the fuse exploded. Them Lang glanced back at him. "Lilac, tell me, how are you going to break this trap?" Lilac began analyzing. "Adding 3 more Kim Hai squads is definitely complicated. I am afraid Feng Dan's response was deliberate so the Truck Kuat squad would catch on. They are coordinating with Truck Kuat, setting trap after trap like this. It is honestly impressive." His face darkened as he said slowly, "Looks like you really put all your effort into this trap." Them Lang laughed. "If you want to deal with someone, you have to take them seriously. Now, wait for the 3 Kim Hai squads I have set up here to arrive." He looked at Lilac in the tree. "You will see what it really means when they say wings can always help you fly." Them Lang smirked proudly. "Lilac, your first defeat in the St. Huang Star Academy will be delivered by me." Meanwhile, a powerful explosion rocked the area. Tan Fu quickly dodged the group's attack. The pursuer shouted, "Trainee Too High is not anything to be scared of." Liet swung his blade fiercely. "Aren't they just like monkeys jumping around?" Tan Fu stepped back and thought coldly. Such a cheap way to provoke. Elsewhere, the fight was still raging. Trut squad member Nigia Jiang realized, "We have been tricked. Lilac must be in danger." He raised his weapon and shouted, "Tukak, I remember you now." Squad leader Tukak thought, "We are at this point now. No regrets." Then he ordered, "Increase the attack power. Finish them off." The group charged forward. Kim Hai squad immediately powered up, pushing back the 4 Truckquat members. Different bursts of energy surged toward the group. A strong explosion threw the group back. Squad leader Tukak shouted in shock, "Who is there?" Truckquat stood firm, staring at the group, then asked softly, "Who are you?" He scratched his face. "May I ask?" Are you the fierce fighters that were called here? The group inside the forest began to gather. They ran fast, still whispering among themselves. Them Lang signaled, "Let us go capture Lilac quickly." Everyone got excited. This time, if we defeat a Kim High squad, we will be famous. Awesome. Suddenly, blue flashes shot forward. The group fell back to dodge. One shouted in surprise, "Who is that?" He looked up and questioned. "We are from the Water River faction. We do not want trouble. Why come after us?" A young man stepped forward and asked, "You are here to deal with Lilac's group, right?" The other clenched his teeth without answering. The young man laughed and explained, "Sorry, we have been paid too. All we need to do is slow you down and earn some points." His voice rang out, "Just wait here a bit longer." Then explosions erupted, along with calls to don't advance any further. Meanwhile, Them Lang waited calmly. Lilac's face was peaceful. Suddenly, he realized with alarm, "Wait, where are the 3 reinforcements? Why have not they arrived?" Them Lang slid back and thought, "It is past time already." Lilac smiled and asked, "Have you realized the reinforcements are not coming on time yet?" The hand's gaze instantly sharpened, questioning, "Are you the one who did this?" He raised his sword and replied, "I have never underestimated you. It is just that you seem to have seriously underestimated me." Lulu glanced downward. "You really think I am just all looks and no substance?" Shen Lang clenched his teeth in anger. The hand looked up, eyes burning cold. He did not expect much from them anyway. "You two really think you can beat our fully staffed team?" Shen Lang's whole body glowed bright yellow as he declared, "Lai Lu, today I am going to..." Different waves of energy surged toward Lulu as the hand shouted, "This time, we have definitely got you." Lulu stood perfectly still. The energy flashed by, and the illusions slowly faded away. Shen Lang snarled in frustration, "Illusions." Shen Lang sighed. "What a pain." The hand quickly warned, "Careful, do not get distracted." Suddenly, a flash of blue light blazed. Shen Lang raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light. The hand forced his eyes open wide. Right then, Lulu's figure appeared, sword raised, swinging toward Shen Lang. The hand quickly lifted his sword to block, yelling, "Take this." Just as Shen Lang swung down, the illusion vanished. The hand gritted his teeth, thinking, "More illusions." That dazzling light forced everyone to shield their eyes. The group standing nearby watched as Lilua's illusions kept appearing nonstop. One person gasped in disbelief, "No way! How can fragile illusions be this powerful?" Si Kong looked toward one side and shouted, "That is..." The hen pointed a nearby glass. Lilu's water mirror. Si Kong shielded his eyes and explained, "The hen hung water mirrors everywhere, reflecting the illusions created by Man. This place has been set up as a formation." The hen looked at Lilu's figure across from him and realized, the real one is definitely inside the formation. The 3 unleashed all their power, trying their hardest to break every Lilu illusion alive. But the illusions scattered and kept reappearing. Meanwhile, the ground beneath them slowly began to soak up water. Shen Lang shouted, "Watch your step." Trapped inside, the hen groaned. The ground's turning into a swamp. Si Kong bit his lip, wondering, Lilu must be using water energy to soften the ground. But how is it happening so fast? The 3 sank with a creaking sound. Suddenly, someone was dragged down by a tentacle, struggling desperately. "Help!" Shen Lang shouted urgently. "Fall back from this area, now." One by they were covered in different colored lights and quickly flew away. Lulu smiled slightly and said, "Too late." The power waves kept spreading, showing no sign of stopping. Someone screamed in pain as Lilu clenched his sword, taking down each one. He smiled faintly, thinking, "Counterattack. It is about to begin." Lilu's face was calm and collected. One of the enemies he struck spat out fresh blood. Wounded. Suddenly, from behind Lilu, a figure quickly approached. Si Kong gripped his spear tightly and charged forward. Lilu immediately summoned a tentacle to block Si Kong's attack. The tentacle whipped out, knocking Si Kong flying backward. The hen gritted his teeth, thinking, "I only lost to him once before, but now, Hen has completely cornered me." Si Kong saw Lilu raise his blade and thought, "Hen's planning to take me out while I am distracted." The hen raised his spear, deep in thought. "If I only Shen Lang will be left." Si Kong glanced at the butterflies fluttering nearby. The hand's eyes widened. "Butterflies." Si Kong's eyes went wide, shouting, "No way!" The hand looked surprised at Man in front of him. White Man. Lilu clenched his fist and charged. "Stop staring. She is the weak link on your team. You guys only have that lame foot guy left." He landed his punch, creating a shockwave with his opponent. Lilu crossed his arms and declared firmly, "I lost again this time. But no worries, I will give it my all next time." You just stood there silently. Lilu glanced at the M Lang nearby and challenged him. "The M Lang? Now it is just you left." Hun Tao was startled by what he heard and said, "I heard your favorite tactic is overwhelming the weaker side with numbers." Alec smiled brightly and said, That is true. I do like that." The M Lang clenched his teeth thoughtfully, surprised that in just 10 minutes, our whole squad ended up like this. Hun Tao gritted his teeth. "Lulus, you really are something else." The M Lang stared straight ahead and shouted, But if you want me to truly respect you, then come and defeat me on your own. Lelouch looked at them Lang and shot back. Why should I care if you respect me? Unless you already do. Wanna give me some credit? Hunta unleashed his metal general power, his whole body shining intensely. What are you joking about? Lelech's body also glowed with a blue aura. Seems like he was not willing. He thought, the metal general brings back some memories. Then, the two quickly charged at each other with the clash of their massive energies. Everything started exploding as they kept exchanging blows. The Lang cursed. Damn it! My strength should be far above N's. But I can feel an advantage at all. Hun clenched his teeth. If this keeps up, I will be drained. Taking a risk with N is dangerous. Then the Lang raised his sword and used the Lake General technique, Chaotic Wind and Gold Storm Unleashed. Lelouch also lifted his blade. Using the Lake General technique, then the Fish Dragon escape move. That bright golden light rushed toward the blue glow Alas created. Seeing this, the Lang gritted his teeth. I can break through Hun's water wall at all. Hun only used Water General and already had me nearly exhausted. This Lelouch is seriously strong. Lelouch laughed and said, no time to get distracted now, so do not blame me. Hun thought quickly. Using the 36 stratagems is the best move. I'm drained. Need to retreat fast. Suddenly, Hun's face changed as the Lang's sword arm loosened. Hun was shocked. What? The sword fell, and the Lang groaned in pain. Hun did not hesitate and ran off quickly. Damn it! Lelouch turned with a smirk. Trying to run, the Lang stared at the butterflies fluttering around him. Confused. What is this? Hun's eyes widened as he shouted. Suddenly, a sword pointed straight at the Lang's neck. Hun startled and stared ahead. Man pointed his sword at the Lang and asked, if he... Then what? We just go after him. The Lang immediately sat down cross-legged. Lelouch rushed over teasingly. Are you done? Looks like you are out of energy. Hun snapped back angrily. You are the abnormal one. Your strength is clearly lower than mine. Yet you are stronger than me. Lelouch smirked and thought, of course. I am the top general after all. In his head, he pondered. But if we clash head-on with those guys, the Tendir Crane calls. Be in group, it will get tough. One of Les's lieutenants, the Lang, spoke up. Should we wait for that Heavenly Blade squad to show up? The Lang closed his eyes and asked back. No way. Even if we get taken out. Seeing them struggle a bit makes me feel better. Suddenly, a crowd came running from behind. Hunta immediately turned, smiling widely as he called out, Lefriska. Lelouch laughed and teased. How's that? Feeling better now? The Lang bowed his head, sighed, and said, looks like all my plans got wrecked. Lualus, did you guys wrap things up on your side? He got a quick yeah in response. Chokut was shocked and exclaimed, that is insane. You two could take out their whole squad. Lelouch chuckled. Looks like you have finished your side too. He looked sad and said, sorry. This time it is my fault. I almost got you into serious trouble. Lelouch went over and patted Shu Kultat's shoulder to comfort him. You are good brothers. Don't he say that? If it were not for you guys, I might have been taken down by them. He turned and glanced back. By the way, where's Stitch? EU? Jaiho stepped out coldly to refuse. No way. Call me Stonehead. Lelouch laughed and said, thanks this time, Stonehead. I just wanted to be cautious. But it ended up helping big time. Jaiho pointed to the people behind him and said, save your breath. Pay up. I have already promised them each team can get a gold medal. Lelouch's face went stiff instantly. Cursing silently. This Stonehead is stubborn. I told him to find the broker, but his bargaining is brutal. He was fuming, hoping the guy would not get angry. He just tossed the medals toward them and said, here, take these. Right after, the group quickly left, not forgetting to say, next time there is a good deal like this, do not forget to come find us. Jaiho saw Lelouch clutching his chest and staring at himself. Worried, thinking maybe he is going to rob me, he immediately dashed off, saying he had nothing else to do and was leaving. Lelouch smiled brightly, saying thanks. If you need anything later, you can come find me. But remember, I will charge a fee. Jaiho still did not turn back and refused. No invite. No invite. Lelouch looked at the medals collected from the Lang's squad in his hand. He sighed, muttering angrily. Unbelievable. We even lost a bit. The nearby market leader said, we got over 400 points. Let me chip in a bit for you. Lelouch shut his eyes to refuse. No thanks. You guys worked hard for those points. The Lang laughed and said, looks like the points here are not nearly as many as the people who put in the effort. Lelouch's face darkened as he replied, that is not how we count things when dealing with you. It is just that later it will be easier to handle that Crane squad, as long as we deal with Kim Men's squad, who is worried about points. The Lang was not backing down either, saying, in the end, who beats who? That is still up in the air. Then Alessi turned and left, not forgetting to tease. But none of this concerns you. You guys are done here. He is way too pissed off. Alex smiled to himself happily, finally done dealing with the trash squads. He adjusted his collar and laughed, saying, time to dig into the main course. As the ranking phase was about to end, suddenly 5 purple light pillars shot straight into the sky. The purple pillars are the banner of Dudu-S squad. The green ones belong to Crane's squad from Kim Men. The yellowish pillars represent Elisa's 1-kill squad, and the reddish ones are King Yu squad from Zulu. Lastly, the blue pillars belong to Justice squad from the Mountain People. A voice exclaimed. Act 2 is finally starting. Kasheng looked at the beams and said, those 2 gold squads are so close together. Next to him, Hythian quickly explained, that is Zulu-S squad and Elisa-S squad. Looks like these 2 gold squads will face off. Hearing this, Sutur sighed. Elisa-S team is in trouble. Kasheng added, they are too modest. Zulu's team mainly relies on him alone, while Elisa's 3 are evenly matched and tough to beat. The other squads are far apart, but Justice and Kim Men will definitely clash at some point. Kim Tiu from behind spoke up, can I borrow some support? Kasheng immediately held out a flask. She smiled, took it, and said thanks. Act 2 with support. That is perfect. Hythoan laughed and asked, you are pulling this many tricks now. What if you can T-stop later? Suddenly, fireworks exploded, revealing a line of text. Kasheng laughed. Looks like the top star of the 3-star academy is King Niga squad from Danga. He smiled and added, I heard this year that Enga will challenge the 7-star pillar. Kim Tiu turned and walked away, leaving the voices behind. If she succeeds, she will break the previous record. That means she is the earliest student to get the 7-star pillar, a first-class light general. Truly living up to the name. Kim Tiu's eyes glowed red as she looked down, thinking, this liquor seems like it is losing its effect. He gazed silently up at the sky. Kim Tiu stared down deep in thought, hoping they can keep this last bit of wine. Though the sky stretches endlessly and fate is cruel. A beam of radiant light shot straight into the sky as the 2 girls faced each other, discussing their options. Right now, we have 2 choices. One is to go find the I squad. The other choice is to go wipe out the other Kim Hai squads. The other girl quietly responded, actually, to be safe, taking care of the Kim Hai squads now is not a bad idea. Then I tilted her head slightly and asked, Captain, what do you think? Cheslov clenched his teeth darkly. Fighting the Kim Hai squads. That is no fun at all. Roy Engite looked a bit confused. We just need to rack up points. As long as we get enough, whether it is fun or not does not matter. Right? Ludzik stubbornly insisted. No way. I can let them off. They are challenging me. Then Hai looked a bit annoyed and challenged directly. When exactly did they challenge us? Cheslag was firm, convinced he was right. They are that close to me. If that is not a challenge, then what is? The mood grew a bit awkward. Alright. The forest is vast and deep green. Engelon casually scanned the surroundings. Looks like no one dares to mess with the Phone K squad. How boring. He turned to Huzu and suggested, Captain, let us team up with the Lelulus crew and take care of that poisonous bird. She just closed her eyes indifferently. 2 against 1. What is the point? Engelung looked a bit troubled. Honestly, I am worried man might get hurt by the Hefta CQ group. Ziu's gaze was unreadable. If she gets hurt, we will settle it with them later. Right now, Leluf 1 want us involved. He sighed quietly inside. If she leaves, he might actually throw a party. Still, he asked out loud, what should we do? Amid the beams of golden light surging with spiritual power, her steady voice said, we can only go find the Kim Hai squad and earn points. Someone could also channel their strength into the light dome, forming glowing characters in the sky. Why do not you give it a try? Engelung looked both confused and worried. Do you really need me for this? Zuluzu was serious. Ko Luk and I are not good at this. The person just mentioned nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Engelung was filled with confident and dangerous energy. Then I guess I will have to show you a little of what I am capable of. He raised his hand high and unleashed his power. Watch closely. Ziu stared in amazement. Woo, this? It is like a steel roar. I might be regretting this already. The light dome was fueled by a massive surge of power. Incredibly fierce. 2 light domes, representing the Leluk and Hefq squads, quickly moved. As expected, they approached and clashed. Both sides stood firm with the beams of golden light towering above them. Hesq sneered. This place is not bad. Taste your first defeat here. Maybe you will feel a bit better inside. Lelusha did not flinch and mock back. Usually, when the villain says that, it means the tables are about to turn. That only made Hexeq more contemptuous. Do you really think Alexei is just a background character without a boss backing him? Man innocently jumped in. At least judging by looks, the captain could be considered a contender. Hesky hated that. Are all you girls really that shallow? What good is a handsome guy? Basian behind him had already activated his spiritual power for battle. Cut the nonsense. Lualus, it is time to pay up in this Spirit Master contest. He noticed something and asked with surprise. Spirit disruption, a dangerous smile curled at his lips. Lualus. We have 2 spirit disruptions for a perfect strike. You are just gonna get wrecked. Before Aluk stood bodies wrapped in power, along with a not-so-sincere suggestion. Just hand over the medals directly to me. Save everyone's time. He tensed, gritting his teeth. Man. Fall back. She obeyed and moved back as instructed. He went deep in thought. Quietly calculating, the teen Fee can only wait silently for the right moment. Man can be exposed up front, so I have to stay in front of them. Suddenly, Chuck shouted, Captain, watch out. Lalek charged straight at the opponent with full spirit power. Let us. Hasikiyu still wore a sneer. And you are the one making the first move. Seriously overestimating yourself? Then he was hit by a series of rapid attacks from them and pushed back. Jiang was so focused on the scene in front of him that Lalefi felt completely cornered. At this moment, Hasikiyu and Behane were still chasing him relentlessly, making sure Lao Luxid did not get a chance to look at anyone. He struggled to fend off the close-range attacks from those two through the thick haze and dust. While El Lutz was fighting desperately, Hasikiyu suddenly appeared from behind, just as Aluvit turned in surprise. A weapon was already aimed straight at him. There was an opening. The 10, carrying dark energy, was right behind Entei, ready to strike. Hunna quickly turned to block the attack, while El Lutz and BXEN were still gearing up to fight. Then the Tien Fee vanished like a thin mist, slowly fading away. Hasikiyu clenched his teeth, glaring back. What a pain. Hunta frowned in frustration. This Tunfa kept blocking their attacks, but without hesitation. Hunta and Beheen charged at Lux again. Forget it. Let us just deal with him first. Lida stood watching, a chill running down her spine. Drawing on strong spiritual power, she gave a faint smile. Then Elieta bent down and touched the ground to cast a spell, making vines quickly spread out. But before the vines could spread far, they were stopped by a barrier, leaving her wide-eyed in surprise. Mang stayed calm and said, "The pressure on the captain is already huge. Do not add to his troubles." Amidst a dazzling display of fairy power and shimmering tiger spirits, Light sniffed deeply. "You want to stop me? With your strength, you can win." Mang responded gently. "It is you attacked me first. When we get back, my sister will fight you." Her face was icy cold. "If that is the case, then let us see." She pulled the vines back fiercely toward Mang. She managed to vanish into a shadow just before the vines wrapped around her. Let tensed, gritting her teeth. It was an illusion. Now surrounded by a circle of beautiful tiger spirit energy, Mang's voice echoed softly. Though she might not defeat her opponent, just holding her in place was enough to complete the mission. Les sneered. "Then let us see who lasts longer, me or Lalas," Mang said firmly. The captain once said his advantage is endurance. For some reason, Loitia's face flushed with embarrassment as she shouted, "Then hold a Luffy down hard." Her attitude left Mang completely puzzled. Meanwhile, the intense battle on the other side raged on. Lales reached out, activating his power, a watery light shield. Hasikiyu stayed unfazed, snorting coldly, then swung his powerful fan forward, sending a sharp gust. Unta attacked boldly, shattering the ground with flying debris, and the Luff could only dodge quickly, growing more tense. The Luff gritted his teeth. Damn it! All he could do was barely hold his ground. Luckily, I have the Water General and Wood General powers. He pictured the 3 sources of power, ready to counter each other once injured. Their healing abilities would quickly restore the wounds. Without that, it would be impossible to endure against these two. Right now, Hasikiyu was feeling confident. Hunta was giving his all. But Beheen remained serious. Let us keep pressing the attack. Both lunged at Ales with full force, aiming to take down Henenta. Laluf let the 2 overwhelming forces swirl around his body. Then he exploded with power like a tornado, directly attacking the 2 rushing at him. Water General Technique. 10,000 Trees Branch. Water General Technique. Choose Water Technique. Bashan gritted his teeth. This was Leolas's Fuse General Technique. Hasikiyu smiled and praised. No wonder they are a duo of generals. Just their fuse technique alone can handle this. Their spiritual power combined was incredibly strong. But do they really think we are unprepared? Water General Technique. Piercing Storm Gale. Water General Technique. Silent Arrow. That terrifying power shot straight at Lelas. He furrowed his brow in disbelief. They actually combined 2 types of general techniques. Tyrix, can you help me block this a little? The one called is now right in front of him, able to block only once. After that, no more help. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Lilac seriously nodded. Yeah, Tanfu replied. Got it. His body burst with massive dark energy, filling the surrounding space. Tanfu's breath caught shadows, graves. The 2 forces clashed fiercely, venomous sonic waves spreading and colliding with the creeping dark grave energy. The low, tearing sounds of power echoing in the darkness. Chadhak Q exhaled some kind of energy, and Tanfu clenched his teeth tensely. Fragments appeared as the dark screen suddenly cracked and broke open. Then demonic energy exploded, sending him flying back. Tanfu slammed hard onto the rocky ground but quickly sat up and called out, "Captain," despite the injuries covering his face. Tanfu smiled with hope. Now, It is your turn to show us what you have got. He brought with him a cloud of dust and explosions as Lilaca's squad and Hakq's team dove into the fierce battle. In the distance, a tall wall flickered with watching figures in that dense forest. Floating surveillance screens drew the attention of countless people, all watching eagerly. They were the most experienced and powerful students from the Sacred Mysterious Academy. Smirking, they commented on the flashy scenes playing out. Suddenly, slow footsteps approached. A student noticed the stir. Then Nanga appeared with grace, making the student excited. Kyuong, Senior Kong then Iga, but she quietly listened to someone calling from behind. Senior Kong, Lonvu softly sighed. She finished the lineup early this time. Truly eye-opening. The two women stood side by side before the dazzling screen. Nanga modestly replied, just lucky this time. Did not face the two top elite squads, ended early by chance. Lonvu narrowed her eyes. I thought Senior Kyuong was rushing to watch the Romantic Academy battle. Nanga did not deny it. Glancing upward, I wanted to check on Lilac's situation. Lonvu's voice grew a bit teasing. Looks like Senior Kyuong really cares about Lilac. Huh. Then Iga stayed calm. So what if I do? The other asked eagerly. Senior Kyuong, are you taking the 7 Traits Challenge this year? She quickly confirmed. Yes. Lonvu's gaze turned sharp. That is a big deal, a record breaker. But Senior Kyuong would not choose me. Right? Then Iga calmly looked at Lonvu. Of course. You would pick the softer option. Your Highness. No matter what, not that type. Huh. She mischievously winked. Good, I can finally relax. But then Egg's eyes suddenly turned cold as a crowd nearby cheered loudly. The Divine General's looking at then Egga. Wait. Then Egga's looking at him, to eye contact. Here he comes. He nodded slightly, smiling softly like a greeting. Then the Divine General walked toward the distant bright screen. Watching this, Lonvu teased, my royal brother really cares about Senior Kyuong. Then Egga looked serious. He knows what he can do, but if it is beyond his limits, then no. Lonvu bit her lip thoughtfully. Then asked, Senior Kyuong, what do you think of Lilac's results so far? He has already lost one teammate, does not look good. Then Iga replied confidently. Your Highness, do not underestimate Lilac. As long as the match is not over, any miracle from him would not be surprising. Lonvu was a bit surprised. Still a little hopeful. Huh, she looked up too. I see. In Lonvu's eyes, Lilac remained unpredictable. I really want to see. She looked full of anticipation. What miracle will happen today? The blue sky stretched over the lush treetops. At the rocky peak, dust still lingered. Tanfu had no strength left and slumped forward. Hakiyu arrogantly challenged him. Lilac, your team's already down a member. Let us see how you turn this around. He smiled confidently. You know, making a comeback from despair is one of the leads, built-in traits. Those words only fueled his mockery. Still dreaming big. This is the Sacred Mysterious Academy, not your old Laklam Academy. Lilac looked indifferent and closed his eyes. Looks like you do not believe me yet. Right there. Your eyes flashed with danger. Let me tell you the second defining trait of the main character, relentless in battle. Ready to break through limits, spiritual energy swirled and began gathering around Lulu. He stood firm amid the fierce spiritual waters, life and death hanging in the balance, surpassing the flower seed realm. Now, you believe it, right? A sneered. You have got guts? But are not you scared your own spirit power might explode? Lulu calmly replied, well, has not it not exploded yet? Focusing his spiritual power for battle, he slowly gathered energy, his whole body glowing with a mystical blue-green flame. When the two swords clashed, a flash of white light burst out. Lulu's sword had just leveled up to a whole new stage. His eyes brimmed with confidence as a sharp mark appeared in the air. Lulu was the one who drew that razor-sharp sword line. Boxayan gasped in shock, mouths wide open. Han hesitated. The intensity of that spirit power just now, it is a bit beyond first realm. Boxayan gritted his teeth. That was dual spirit power. But Han might not be able to do it twice. They did not have time to argue, because Lai Lu charged forward like a fierce beast. He shouted through clenched teeth, you really have a sharp tongue. Then both shouted together. Amidst the majestic mountains, streams of colorful spiritual energy surged wildly. Just a bit from Lelua was enough to make Boxayan hesitate, and angrily said, and yet you suppressed the two of us. Why is dual spirit power so hard to control? Han can T do it a third time? Teacher Han started to stumble, and has shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense. Fall back. Wait for Han to recover, then he won T have the strength to fight back. Boxayan agreed with the plan. Alright, let us. They dashed away as fast as rabbits, but before they went far, they had to stop suddenly. They were surrounded by dark purple energy. Boxayan panicked. Danger! It is a new spell. He struggled and said, Captain, I really have no strength left. Boxayan glanced around, realized what was happening, and panicked. Damn it! It is a new spell. A thorny vine silently moved quickly and wrapped tightly around Han's leg. Just as it calmed Boxayan down, Han suddenly panicked and shouted, it is a thorn trap. But that thorny vine had already tightly wrapped Boxayan's body, tossing him around like a toy. He yelled orders. Retreat. turn around. But they faced a dark purple space that swallowed them whole and asked in surprise, "What is this?" After a moment, has suddenly remembered. It is Man's illusion. She wants to hold us back. Just then, another figure appeared behind Han. Green light slowly spread everywhere. A gigantic tree appeared before them, and in the center was a familiar silhouette. A turned pale, realizing something terrifying. Han turned to look at the tree, a dreadful thought creeping into his mind. This is the tree spirit technique, rapid growth pill. How is it growing so fast? He wondered. What does Han intend to do? Suddenly, the center of the tree emitted a dazzling flash of light. Han gasped. This is dual spirit power. The branches began sprouting leaves, all focusing toward the center. The light from the tree glowed ever brighter. Lulu smiled, ready to catch the arrow. He thought to himself, with this, my dual spirit power will finally stabilize. But this power was overwhelming right now. The bow could not handle it. Has Senza just been upgraded too quickly? As the Lu grew stronger, Han Boxian froze in place. Han murmured, to be pushed this far, there is no other way. We are out of options. Then He shouted, use the card we prepared earlier. Otherwise, we really have no chance left. Lulu nodded. Got it. Then a crude cannon appeared. He jumped on it, continuously channeling energy into the cannon. Lulu could not watch anymore and shouted urgently, stop pumping more energy in. I can take it. Q stubbornly kept pushing, determined to hold on a bit longer. Baekhyun was also pouring all his energy into his hands. Then Han unleashed that massive energy straight into the Great North Cannon. The Lone Warrior Cannon fired, his eyes blazing with excitement. This combo move was seriously creative. Without hesitation, he smoothly drew his bow, and the arrow shot out, quickly clashing with Baekhyun's Lone Warrior Cannon. In an instant, Lilac's arrow powerfully overpowered the Lone Warrior Cannon and flew straight through. Latu was shocked. How could this be? Baekhyun's mouth dropped open. Was the combo move already broken? Then Fai stepped in front of Hakyua's group, causing a massive shockwave. The three were both scared and impressed. This double general power is seriously next level. Lilac seemed exhausted now, sinking down onto a rock. He could feel it. His energy was completely drained. Meanwhile, the others were still coughing and struggling through the dust. Hakyu seized the moment and loudly ordered, he is drained now. Let us move out first. Lilac just scoffed. Even if me and Tanfu are out of fighting strength, have you guys forgotten? Our team's got 3 people, he said as a swarm of butterflies flew out, taking on Hakyu's trio. My man, shyly teasing like a little sister, said, you guys better bring your medals and swords here yourselves. If I hit someone by accident, I might hesitate and mess up the kill. The group, scared, handed over their medals, and she took them happily, replying, thanks. When the battle results showed, some Star Academy students present could not help but be stunned and silent. The double general power Lilac showed was honestly jaw-dropping. Onvu whispered admiringly, Kuong Hao, this combo move really makes you keep marveling. For double general power at the senior level, this is the first time I have seen anything like it. Daniga calmly replied, Lilac is the bloodline of Master Su Nyong after all. With those two being so outstanding, how could Lilac be anything less? Lonvu stroked her chin thoughtfully. So Lilac is the water general and the wood general. Huh. Then she revealed a deep secret. Kong Hak Mue might want to know that the king has a congenital defect, and some experts suggested maybe we could try generals like water general, light soldier, or wood general to treat him. Hearing this, Danga understood and quickly asked, Your Highness wants Lilac to treat the king? Lonvu hesitated, then firmly said, It sounds crazy, but I do not want to lose any hope. We have to try. After a moment, she gently rubbed her hands and reassured, Kuong Hao, do not worry. Whether it works or not, the king won't blame you. Lonvu was desperate and nervous, saying, just think of this as a last-ditch effort from an older sister with no other way. At the princess's request, then Naga gladly agreed, but your highness then spoke up, we will give it our all to help, but do not get your hopes up. Lilac is still just a general-level strategist. Seeing their agreement, she sincerely thanked them. Then I thank Kuong Hak Mui and Lilac in advance. Right then, the general excitedly said, Congrats, Kuong Hao. Not only did you finish the ranking battle early, Lilac also took down a tough enemy. He curiously asked, Lonvu, what did you just say to Kuong Hak Mui with that smile? Lonvu turned to explain with a subtle meaning. Nothing much. Just inviting Lilac to try treating the king a bit. The general was a bit surprised and froze for a moment. He nodded, smiling. I see. Trying a little is fine. The general kindly said goodbye and left. Kuong Hao, I heard the Dark Tum opens this year. If there's a chance, we should team up more. I will let you know ahead. Seeing the time was late, Daniga softly promised, Your Highness, I will head out now. I will talk with Lilac about the king's situation. If all goes well, we will find a time to leave. Lonvu warmly waved goodbye. Kuong Hao, take care. Watching Danega's fading figure, she worried silently. If the general really takes her away, the future's gonna be complicated. Lilac, you have got to hold onto your fiancé tight. As Lilac's battle ended, The remaining fight was also slowly coming to a close. Meanwhile, Then Hai was struggling in her battle. Breathing heavily, the moment the chains wrapped around her broke. Then I smiled confidently and claimed victory. Classmate the Dean. Looks like this time, I am one step ahead of you. Udina, trapped in ice, shouted fiercely. If this were at night, I would not lose to you. Then I glanced back, admitted her opponent was strong but her confidence did not waver. Tresluck may have the advantage, but with Elisa and Din Dip teaming up, he is not guaranteed to win. She looked up anxiously, wondering how Trace Letza was holding up. Treslide then stormed out fiercely, holding a bag of items in his hand. He shouted, tossing the bag of magical items toward Then Hai. Metal. Catch it. Then, Trace Letza excitedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Standing in the forest, he let out a joyful shout, feeling refreshed, scaring the birds perched nearby into frantic flight. At another battlefield, 3 people were moving using magic power. Ngulung complained bitterly. This group is ridiculous. Why so many people? Do they even have talent? The others quickly caught up, excitedly chanting, beat du, beat du, beat du. She suddenly widened her eyes, as if seeing something, then slammed on the brakes and stopped abruptly, seeing a cliff ahead. Asai hid his sight in despair. No way forward. Krulek saw this and suggested, how about we just hand him over? They probably can't actually kill him. At most, just give him a beating. Nagun was angry and protested. Do you have any humanity? Don't you care about your reputation? Watching the two argue, she snapped, enough noise. Get ready to fire the cannons. Everyone's tense bodies slowly relaxed. Gu Lungan and Lek both let out relieved breaths, while Aye looked regretful. When it was over, Guling happily invited everyone. The ranking match is done. You guys are not used to not fighting, so let us grab some drinks together. He cheerfully draped his arms around 2 students and praised them. You guys are amazing. Sticking close to the T-High squad all over the mountain. You are destined for great things. One of them asked curiously. The T-High squad must be pretty scary. By the way, what is your name? Hearing the question, Gulung grinned and replied, call me. The sun had set completely, and the first ranking match was finally over. From the high platform outside the arena, the 5 T-High instructors gazed over the vast forest, each memorable battle etched into their eyes. You watch from afar, expressionless, neither happy nor sad. Even the fine wine in his hand had lost its flavor. Haithoin stood beside him, glancing sideways with a serious look. Moments later, she humbly spoke up, on behalf of Lula. I want to thank instructor Kim Tu for the support. Hearing this, he accepted with regret. Losing to the strength of twin generals is not unjust, but Enyu was intrigued, thinking, Le Lefisher is interesting. His twin general power is unstable. Normally, he could not have beaten the combined forces of the 3 FCCQ, but his solo ability to bear the brunt was truly unexpected. Jiang praised continuously, saying, using the water general to boost the wood general's growth speed to create a general like tree soldier. This kind of general technique, like a tree soldier, surprisingly works very well. He thoughtfully compared, level S's power might be top 1 or 2 among the rookies. Not sure who is stronger compared to Chess Lex. Though, Sufta laughed loudly and said, not counting the battle with Jia Hao, normal people really could not handle him. Then he pointed out a weakness. Leleka's core, though powerful, might not seriously threaten Chessie less. His ranking is not low either. While the instructors chatted, outside the rookie arena's entrance, teams gathered one after another. Under everyone's gaze, Instructor Hythian stepped forward and announced seriously, I declare the first rookie ranking match officially over. No matter the results, you all gave your best until the very end. Your efforts deserve respect. Everyone smiled happily. Hythian's powerful presence formed a bright screen in the air, displaying hundreds of team names with their points and rankings. The students stared at the scoreboard, all with wide eyes and open mouths. She announced each achievement one by one, then revealed the top 5. First, Annihilation Squad with 2,200 points in 5th place. Jimin Squad, 2,300 points in 4th. Fengquad, 3,900 points in 3rd. 2nd place, Kunju Squad with 5,200 points. And finally, Hythuan shouted out the name of the top team. Justice Squad, 5,300 points. Ranked 1st, Manmeng, overwhelmed, shouted for the team captain Wansu. Wansu, Chulo saw the results and was speechless. Stunned, he was silent for a moment, then whispered quietly, Lai Lu, this is, unconsciously, Chulo blurted out something confusing, startling Then Nai. So impressive. Then, seeing her getting angry, he quickly explained, wait, what I meant is the Han duo is really special. I want to have a match with Han. Then Hai puffed her cheeks in mock anger, silently complaining, dealing with that big duck was exhausting enough, and now you want to stir up more trouble. I have got plenty of ways to knock some sense into that clueless deer of yours. Meanwhile, the sky lit up with dazzling fireworks, but she still felt a warning echoing in her mind. Better find someone to paint a 100-flower scroll starring a human, then hang it all over the St. Mystic Academy. Seeing the spectacular scene before her, Mamang sighed. So beautiful. I bet the whole academy knows about Justice Squad now. Standing beside her, Lulu calmly analyzed. Doing this does not really accomplish much. It is just to satisfy the squad's vanity a bit, no real practical effect. Overrated? Tanfeng nodded in agreement. The captain's right. I am not a fan of showing off like this either. Moments later, he yawned and muttered something that made Tanfeng nearly choke. The fireworks are way too small no matter how you look at it. The big city over there should be able to see them. Right? Catching his judging gaze, Lulu asked, What? Why were you staring at me like that? But Tanfeng could only helplessly think. Captain, I was praising you too much. You are still as clueless as ever. At this moment, fireworks exploded from the direction of the Second Star Academy's arena, clearly marking the Fire Immortal Squad as their top team this time. No doubt about it, the Third Star Academy's representative was the Hating Ninga Squad from Thanenga, while the Fourth Star Academy did not participate in this student competition. Finally, when Thean pulled out a scroll, she announced an enticing reward. The results are in. The first place team will receive a level 12 zither and a guiding energy magic worth 3,000 academy points. Seeing the prize, Lulu's eyes sparkled like stars, and Mamang quietly reminded him, Captain, watch your drool. Lulu coughed a few times, then snapped back to seriousness. Hythian handed over the prize and reminded, it is just a guiding energy spell, nothing too fancy. So in your squad, only one person can choose this spell, while the other two will get an extra 3,000 points. After hearing this, he bowed respectfully and said, Thank you for the guidance. Then Lulu chuckled and thanked her. Honestly, I only got this reward today because of Captain Them. Before he could finish, a wave of pressure stopped him mid-sentence. Lulu looked up in surprise, silently thinking, he is in a hurry. Though Guide Ziai's identity gave Kim Tiu many reasons to confront Li Lu, it also limited his tricks. Now, Kim Tiu could only glare a warning at him. And sensing the tension, Hythian glanced sideways. She sternly scolded Guide Kim Tiu. You have no authority to stop students from speaking their minds. Lulu caught a few times to clear his throat again. Then he calmly said loudly, Actually, there is nothing more to add. Next, Lulu happily went all out, sincerely expressing his gratitude. First, I have to thank Captain Kim Tiu for personally digging into his own pockets to support the freshmen. So I want to sincerely say one thing to Captain Kim Tiu. He turned and led the students in a chant. Keep pushing forward. Dun T stop. 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 Then, shamelessly, he launched into a long praise. Captain Kim Tiu's greatness is deeply appreciated. I hope he keeps encouraging us like this. Encouragement is not about how many points you get. It is about the meaning behind it. We have even come up with a name for this encouragement, so just call it that. You hesitate a bit, then boldly shout out, the Kim Tiu plan. Lalesh continues with a hint of mystery, wondering if guiding Kim Tiu can satisfy some of our confused trainees' requests. Kim Tiu hears this and can only swallow his frustration. Huntron pauses for a few seconds, then admits defeat, saying your definition is good, but this is not a small matter. Let me go back and negotiate with the head of the academy. Then I will get back to you. Before Hun leaves, Lalek quickly teases him with a sly grin, telling Kim Tiu to take it easy. Later, I will try to sneak a peek at how your Kim Tiu plan is coming along. Night falls completely, and the excitement of the ranking battle slowly fades away under the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The bright round moon shining down. You look up at the sky, then quietly gaze at the moon. Another Mid-Autumn Festival together. This is the day families reunite. Just then, a gentle female voice calls out, Lualus. Danhai approaches, and Sister Hyo suggests, since you guys won first place, and it is the Mid-Autumn Festival, how about going to celebrate a bit? Hearing that, Lalek strokes his chin thoughtfully. Mid-Autumn Festival. Huh. Fair enough. He happily slings an arm around Tenefi and calls out, bringing in the rest of the fools and Churdra Kop. Let us give the champions a chance to treat us to dinner. He excitedly looks up at the full moon. Lalex fondly thinks of his loved ones and makes a solemn promise. Dad, I have a mom now, and I will definitely reach the Fengo realm soon. Then I will come find you both in the quiet darkness. A building rises through the mist, the Lam Fa headquarters. A mysterious man calmly steps inside. Hun sees the soldiers using camouflage spells. Standing before him is a guard, a black-clad assassin. Then, Hun casually walks past like nothing's happening as he walks. Hun smirks, thinking, with Hun and Li Lam gone, Lam Fa really is powerless now. At Lam Fi headquarters, Bill finishes preparing dinner and steps out of the kitchen. Bill sighs in boredom as he steps outside. He grumbles helplessly. Though Hun and Li Lam, those two jerks, he rubs his shiny bald head, then sulks like a tired dad left home alone to babysit. Seriously, do you guys really think I am the babysitter? Ever since I met you, I have just been unlucky. Suddenly, Bill senses a sharp aura. He reaches for his sword but groans in frustration. Babysitting and guarding the place? I am not a Then he sighs deeply as the assassin slowly approaches the light ahead. Just then, the assassin suddenly stops when he sees him. The assassin notices this and smirks. So it is true. Lam Fi still hides someone. In an instant, Bill shifts into battle stance. He loudly warned, I have told you street rats. You have been sneaking around Lam Fu during the Mid-Autumn Festival for years. You still dare to come in here. Not giving him a chance to answer, Bill continues sarcastically, you sneaky little rats. Tiptoeing around, not even daring to make a sound like mice stealing food in the kitchen. The assassin curiously asks, you have been hiding in Lam Fi headquarters for years, but never showed yourself in a crisis. I am really curious why. Bill calmly replies, Lam Fi was always a training ground for those two little brats. Win or lose, it does not matter. Then Bill narrows his eyes and asks seriously, but I want to know, what do you want staring so intently at Lam Fa? Immediately, the gatekeeper assassin retorts, why pretend to be clueless? The secrets of Thai Hein and Zi Lam are still here. Who would not want to know? He smiles sweetly and persuades, you are guarding Lam Fa without any real power. Why not join us? The future's bright. Way better than now. Hearing this, Bill coolly sets a condition. Joining you is fine. But first tell me, who exactly are you guys in this big world? The assassin does not hesitate and quickly suggests, if you are willing to spill the secrets of Thai Hein and Zi Lam, I will personally lead you in. Bill bursts out swearing, if that is the case, I can only say good luck. You immortal. Seeing no deal could be made, the assassin prepares to strike. He summoned a dark purple energy and decided to make his move. Let us see what he has got. The assassin held back his strike, sneering, let us see how tough the Lam family's guards really are. After hearing that, Bill stayed composed but puzzled, since when did this happen? He straightened up sternly. A mere third-rank guard dares to talk big to me. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over him, and he gasped, what is this? The assassin stared wide-eyed at the three glowing eyes before him. What appeared was the shadow of a giant kneeling beast. In an instant, a streak of red light shot through like a blazing sword. Bill moved past him like the wind, cleaving his soul in two. The assassin froze, his body splitting apart. Thinking, this pain is real. Overwhelmed by the fierce power, his body exploded into pieces. The assassin's last words came with frustrated defiance. So annoying. This kind of fierce pain. It has been 100 years since something like this appeared. How could Tai Xuan and Day Lam let such a vicious monster slip through? As he turned to smoke, he could not help but wonder with growing curiosity about the secrets they would left behind. Bill, you can hold back. After it was all over, Bill let out a soft sigh. He gazed at the moon and muttered to himself, the formation you set up at Lam Mansion 1T work. Not even dogs or cats can get through. What a headache. Bill had an idea. Maybe it is time to have a little chat with those two fire families. Inside Lai study, Kunya and Nay sat face to face sipping tea. Lingen smiled calmly, enjoying the drama like she was watching a show. She was surprised to see King Nai here. She did not expect to meet this little troublemaker again, especially after her last defeat, when she thought she would run away. Even more surprising was witnessing the fiery showdown between these two, and that King Nai still had the nerve to greet King Ya at a time like this. Lingen grinned wide. Seriously, this is entertaining. Just then, Man came over to pour tea. She kindly invited, everyone, take a break and have some tea. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Man felt uneasy. Something about this vibe did not feel right. At that moment, Lilac stepped down from the bridge, looking confused. Why is everyone here? Seeing the three suddenly appear, Lilac excitedly said, having you all here really makes our dorm even more honored. Hearing about the victory, Kunya happily added, congrats, you took the top spot for the new students. Lilac humbly replied, it was not just me. Man put in a lot of effort too. Behind the door, Tanfu stared sulkily. You totally skipped me. Huh. Seeing that, she encouraged him, keep at it. Once you beat $10, you will be the real top new student. Lilac pondered. This time I might actually beat those Crane guys. Honestly, I gave it my all. Against $10, I am afraid I can only win 3 to 7 me 3. $10-7. Ingen chimed in with a secret. Lilac, keep it up. Kunya said if you take the top new student spot, there will be a reward. Joking around, she tossed Lingan a melon slice. Eat your melon. Kunai proposed a plan. After the competition, there will be a short break. I want to find you and head back to Deha City together. Lilac agreed, but with conditions to consider. Okay, but before that, I have one more thing to do. Kunai, can you wait for me? Curious? Kunai asked immediately. What is that? He explained eagerly. I finally hit 5,000 points. Maybe it is time to trade for something I really need. At the item exchange shop, Lilac confidently requested with a mountain of points. Hello? I would like to exchange for 1 Imperial Soul Essence. Recognizing him, People around whispered excitedly this was the top-ranked player from this season's Academy rankings. Lilac, not sure he could really get 5,000 points. And next to him was Kingya. Rumor had it she and Lilac were engaged. This family harmony was truly something to admire. The keeper took the points and pulled out a magical treasure. He opened the box lid to reveal a full bottle of elixir. Seeing the item, Lilac fidgeted nervously, thinking he would reach out to take it. That much should be enough to use, right? Noticing the strange move, the keeper suspiciously grabbed the box back. What are you doing? You stopped thinking I would get the whole box. Aren't you supposed to give it to me? Hearing that, the keeper smugly explained the item's value. He said the entire elixir bottle alone, even sold with rare blue gems, would not come cheap. Then, he used a dropper to take a little elixir from the bottle. Next, the keeper carefully transferred it into a small jar. He split the tiny jar and handed it to Lilac, making his eyebrows furrow in frustration. Getting just one drop, Lilac felt cheated. He shouted angrily, I worked hard for 5,000 points, and this is all I get. Are you scamming me? Seeing his reaction, the keeper laughed dryly and warned him to control his emotions. No one's ever stolen from the sanctum of holy mystics before. With no choice, Lilac sighed and accepted reality. Fine. I will wait until I earn enough points and come back for more. Then, feeling down, he turned to leave. Then let us just then. Then Niga spoke up clearly. I will exchange some points too. Seeing her do this for him, Lilac blushed and called out. Then he awkwardly explained. Since this is a ranking event, the points I earned only cover part of it. You do not have to rush. We will take it slow with the elixir. You still have time. Besides, then Niga placed something in his hand. This will be really useful for you. She smiled at him for a long moment. Then Nanga waved off the thanks, confidently saying she had a better way to earn points and not to worry about her. Without waiting for his reply, she urged, all right, no more chit-chat. Let us. Seeing him stunned, Linkan teased, feeling touched now. Lilac laughed and grabbed her. If you want to repay me with your body. No way. She heard this and yelled. Keep dreaming. Linkan glanced around nervously. Come on, let us. Done to you. See, everyone around is itching to tear you apart. Hearing this, Lilac panicked. They want to lose control and hurt me. Right? Let us get out of here. Outside the academy, someone was waiting by the carriage. Vi respectfully greeted. Young master, how is the new spider creature? Lilac replied with a humble look. I wanted to train quietly, but no choice, I had to fight for first squad in the competition. She smiled happily. Congratulations. Young master, Vi eagerly asked. Since you are so happy, have you quickly mastered the original secret technique? He held his sore waist and hurriedly answered. Not yet. I need some rest first. Vi teased. Young master, you are at the prime of your youth. Do not be so weak. Embarrassed, he denied. I am not weak at all. Seeing tension rise, then Niga stepped in gently. Vi, do not tease him anymore. She glanced meaningfully at him. Then Enga's got your back. Vi noticed him looking around and curiously said. Young master, Then is looking for you. She reported, she has been waiting here for you, but the golden dragon left to pick her up. Hearing this, Lilac replied without hesitation, then let us go. As they walked away, a luxurious carriage with golden dragon patterns arrived behind them. The lady in red narrowed her eyes and glanced sharply at the young woman ahead. Anki asked sharply, Then hi, you are not seriously into that brat Lilac, are you? Embarrassed, then I quickly explained, Mother, what are you saying? Lilac and I are just acquaintances. He helped me once at Namfeng Academy. Anka warned seriously. Look around at the women flocking to that Lilac. They are all wolves in disguise. You would better keep your distance. Although a bit annoyed, Denhai retorted, if that is true, then does not that make me one of those beauties around Lilac too? Then I firmly insisted that this had nothing to do with Ella Lus. They were all classmates of Kuden's senior sister, and also helping out Eleklik Lam Manor. They would simply be by Lelux's side. Nothing unusual about that. Heng Kaze did not care. She grumbled unhappily. Who knows? The Ai Hun's no good, and his son's even worse. Looking into her mother's ruby-red eyes, full of curiosity, Denhai asked quietly, Did you ever like Thai Heian back then? Hung Kai raised an eyebrow dismissively. So what if I did? That guy from ZIA, how many girls have crushed on him and ended up heartbroken? Denhai was a bit confused. She hesitated. In the end, everyone lost to Zilam. Eng is so beautiful, did she lose too? Hearing this, Hung Ka glared fiercely at her daughter. You dare mock me? Isn't he that right? Isn't it? She admitted to herself. At first, I was just attracted to Thai Heian. There was no reason to regret it. Besides, if I would met Thai Heian earlier, Zilam would not even have a chance. Then I was surprised and asked, Then what is this about Thai Gai Heian's sacred ship guidance at the academy? Inzu? Maybe you already know I was his student. Right? Hung frowned. then commented, "He was just some loser who admired Nang back then. He looks generous, but he can't handle any criticism like a spoiled kid." Hearing that, Denhai was stunned and repeated softly, "A kid?" Yet Hunka went on, "But he does have some insight. You know you were his student for a reason." Denhai realized and exclaimed, "If it were not for the sacred ship guidance, this 7th grade general would not have become a student of Hai at all." Hunka smiled and corrected her rank. "Not 7th grade. Over the years, Nang never treated you unfairly with your spiritual water and miracle light. By my calculations, by your birthday in a few days, you will be promoted to 6th grade with the Ice General rank." Hearing this, then I excitedly exclaimed, "Really?" Hunkai nodded warmly. "Consider it a birthday gift." Then I happily hugged her mother. "Thank you, Enzu." And then I sissy. Clear eyes. A flicker of regret appeared, because deep down, she still wanted to ask Enki about her father. Then Hai only had faint memories of her father from childhood. After that, he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Hunka had accepted he was dead and avoided the topic. Whenever Thanai brought up her father, Hunka would get agitated. So in the end, Thanai kept these questions buried deep in her heart. A few seconds later, she shyly asked in a low voice, "Enzu, can I invite some classmates to my birthday?" Seeing this, Hung Kiev suspected the guest list probably included Lalex. Then Hai defended her friend against prejudice. "Lalex really helped me a lot before. People should not judge him based on past grudges." With no choice, Hung Kai sighed and said, "It is up to you." Then I smiled brightly. "Thank you, Enzu." Thinking about their tangled fate, Hung Kaya silently thought, "Though Hein broke my heart back then. But could it be that my daughter will fall for his son too?" On the carriage heading back to Zaa City with Alessi's group, lovely laughter filled the air. The 3 women all wore matching beautiful smiles, full of springtime joy. At that moment, Vaivai reported their massive income, thanks to the secret method the young master provided. The Kiajeng 7 headquarters earned 300,000 than lei, a gold this past month. Daniga gasped. "That much?" Lalefa calmly explained the growth was expected since the Kishe D7 already had this type of enhancement from the Chi army. Dive aside, but because the young master's spiritual water miracle light is so costly, we are still 20,000 short overall. Hearing this, Linkan teased, "Isn't this just spending more than you make? This hole you dug is pretty deep," Alex said quietly, while Thiva joked, "Sister, I think you are picking on me." Daniga replied calmly, "Making money is meant to be spent. Once he masters his dual generals in the future, when we gain a powerful lord for Lek Lam Manor, it won't be a loss." Hearing this, he was moved to tears without tears still. Ziaga truly cared about him. Then this guy came up with an idea. "Sister Thiva, maybe the income of the Kiduong that headquarters still has room to grow." Devi was silent for a moment, then reminded him, "That is true. But do not forget," she explained thoroughly, "the Kiduong that headquarters is not in its prime anymore." Instead, Lilac angrily cursed that turtle-faced, white-eyed wolf bile, saying, "If you are gonna leave, then just go, but taking so many of my soldiers, your attacks are just too cruel." Devi continued sadly, "The soldiers are still being recruited with decent offers, but the results are not as good as expected." Hearing this, Daniga suddenly asked, shocked, "We are under attack. By who?" Miss Kiku revealed who is behind it. Who else could it be? Of course. It is the great Tretch that from the paired mansions. They would not have caused us such heavy harm so easily otherwise. How could they just sit back and watch Kaduong that slowly recover? They are determined to mess with us by recruiting even more soldiers, stopping us from regaining our strength. Seeing the tension, Lilac frowned and analyzed silently, thinking if it were not for me and Thanangaga now joining the King Swan Alchemy Bureau, those paired mansions would be probably taken us both away by force. Devi spoke seriously, saying that in Daha City, almost every soldier who has come into contact with Kaduong that has been approached by Great Ki that with even better offers. Miss Bugbo commented that Great Tretch that is relying on their strong internal power to pressure Kaduong that. After hearing this, then Ega calmly thought it over and gently reassured, "Soldiers, just take it slow. As long as Kaduong that stabilizes, there will be a chance to expand." Suddenly, Devi remembered, "Right, there is one more thing. Pretty urgent." Miss Komei reported that many soldiers from Gidong that is branch in Tailana district have come to Daha City. But when interacting with them, something felt off. Lilac quietly added, "The branch of Gidong that in Tailana district." Then she explained clearly that aside from the main AQ in Daha City, Kaduong that has 2 branches, one in Thithasij of Namfong City, and another in Thailand district. But the Tai Lumen branch has long been controlled by Bai Hao, and does not follow the HQ's orders anymore. Immediately, then Enga decisively ordered to notify all leaders to keep an eye on those suspicious people during this period. Lilac asked if they could try to find Bai Hao, feeling that this might be a chance to come to Daha City. Surprised, he asked, "But Hao is here already?" She confidently confirmed, I have a feeling he is here. Lilac clenched his teeth and boldly suggested, if he is in Dea City, maybe we can find a chance to deal with him. After thinking carefully, Vaniga shared. Actually, Bahao is not the one I am worried about. She expressed concern about who is backing him, saying, what I fear is the power behind Bahao. Hearing this, Lilac hesitated, guessing that without a backer, Bahao would not dare betray after our parents disappeared. The real question is who is supporting him. He pondered possible suspects, the paired mansions, maybe the CCVM mansion, or perhaps some other forces. At night, Lilac quietly sighed, thinking Senzaki's absence this time won't bring anyone peace. Back at the Leklam AQ, Bill laid out some delicious dishes on the table. When he saw Lilac, he nervously teased with a bit of concern. Young master, it has been a month since we last met. You look much better. But you still can't skip your tonic soup drink up. Lilac responded eagerly, full of anticipation. It has been a month since I saw Uncle Bill. I really missed this tonic soup. Sitting down with Thanga, he curiously asked, Uncle Bill, you are so skilled at making tonics. How much Dai Lutong do you usually use? Bill was a bit surprised, then asked, Young master, have you managed to get some Di Lutong already? Impressive. Lilac hurriedly showed him 2 small handfuls. Uncle, do you think this is enough? He took it and examined carefully, then seriously gave a dizzying number. With this amount, young master would need about 20 more jars of horse ointment to barely make it. Hearing that, Lilac felt itchy in his head. 20 more jars. Thanga roughly estimated it, and although she expected it was not enough, she did not realize it was that short. Lilac forced a smile, a bit sulked. Uncle Bill, are you trying to make things hard for me? Seeing that, he patiently explained in detail. Young master, your missing piece is your potential and inner strength. If you swapped it with someone else, you would be powerless to recover. This is a basic technique to boost inner strength. Even in the Great Sia Kingdom, it is rare to find. The old fisherman just happened to know a way. You have already worked hard. Hearing this, he fell silent, lost in deep thought. Training a second Dao General, though it grants immense power, also comes with huge risks. If outsiders learn about the difficulties of this Dao General rank, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Seeing everyone looking confused, Thanga confidently encouraged, do not worry. Although the conditions to upgrade the Dao General are high, we still have a bit of time. Anyway, Lulu still has some distance to go before reaching Dao General. If we push our hardest now to earn points, there is still a chance to catch up. Lulu was surprised and asked anxiously, Vaniga, but is not this Dao General upgrade a rare resource for you too? She said nothing, just turned and nodded with a slight smile. Seeing that, he widened his eyes, as if suddenly understanding something. Lulu bit his lip and promised himself to give it his all. Looks like I have to push myself to earn points and not hold back, no matter what, so I do not mess up Thanga's cultivation progress. But was serious and stressed the importance of life. I know the pressure of this Dao General upgrade is huge, but you are not kids anymore. Without pressure, how can you grow? That left them both speechless and stunned. A hint of meaning flashed in his eyes. And then Nega seemed to catch the vibe. She realized something. He went on to explain that these things were originally planned to be told only after they reached the Heavenly General rank. But the current situation is worse than his data, so he had no choice but to reveal it now. Seeing this, he immediately guessed that Bu's stay at the Laklam headquarters had a reason after all. Suddenly, Bill revealed a serious matter. Last night, a powerful Fenghao expert secretly infiltrated Laklam headquarters. Unbelievable, Lulu exclaimed in shock. A Fenghao powerhouse snuck into Laklam headquarters in the middle of the night. Thanga was puzzled. Something this big did not cause any commotion. I have not received any reports at all. Bill calmly recounted, it was just a clone, which I cut down immediately. Lulu excitedly said, I knew it. You are the legendary recluse master. I wonder if you would like my knees. I will dedicate them to you. Bill laughed at his words. Legendary recluse. I am just a useless guy who can leave Laklam headquarters. He began telling them. Actually, for years, a powerful dark force has been lurking around Laklam headquarters. Before, they only lurked, but last night, they actually broke into the headquarters. Time to get serious. Then Enga and Lulu exchanged thoughtful looks in silence. Lulu cautiously asked, what exactly are they after at Laklam headquarters? Bill slammed the table and revealed the truth to them. They are after what your parents left behind, or rather, to confirm if your parents are still alive. She gasped, eyes wide. What, master? Senior sister, did not they already enter the Marquis battlefield? Why would they want to come to our Laklam headquarters? Even Lulu was shocked and surprised. Bill winked one eye and replied, that is the strength of the 2 fire clans. You really think they left no backup plans? Outside, night had fallen. Only a huge bright moon hung above as he ordered Thaniga and Leluo to follow him. In the Laklam kitchen, Bill stood by the wall with Li Lu and Thanga facing him. He raised his hand, summoning a glowing magical circle right before them. Both Lilu and Aniga stared in amazement and curiosity. What is this? The magic array turned into a deep black whirlpool, surrounded by countless diamond-like streaks of light. With the brightest glow at the center, Bilbil proudly reached toward it. My key to unlocking this is my general power. He smiled and explained. Of course. Both your general powers can work too. I just did not tell you before. Lilu and Aniga looked at each other and nodded quietly. The three of them stepped forward together into the mysterious gateway. Let us, just as their figures disappeared. The gate closed behind them, leaving only a faint glow lingering. Inside was a swirling vortex like a tornado, with countless beams of light cascading down. Bilbil led the way, stepping out of the magic gate with the other two, then descended the floating steps in the air. He looked up in awe. The three of them stood in a place surrounded by a tall ring glowing with gentle blue light, with magical runes floating continuously around them. Inside this underground chamber, countless shimmering light runes stretched endlessly. These runes were arranged in perfect order, forming some kind of mysterious formation. A massive spell circle hovered beneath their feet. Lilac, Kungi's gaze fixed on those runes, finally resting on the convergence point. At the peak of the dragon phoenix carving, there was a bamboo flame missing a segment. He noticed two flames in front of him, one green, one orange, two bamboo flames, one glowing bright crimson, the other emitting a faint sound. Lilac, a bit suspicious, said, I feel like I can sense the breath of some kind of linked bloodline. Kungi anxiously called out, Uncle Bill, what is this? Bilbil closed his eyes and explained honestly. These two bamboo flames are the life flames of Taixuan and Dai Lam. The mystical green flame is faint but full of power. It represents their life force. The strong, vibrant orange flame shows that their life flames are still thriving, proving their lives are not in danger. Three of them stood on the spell circle as Bilbil explained. These two bamboo flames are the life flames of Taixuan and Dai Lam. Lilac clenched his fists and let out a relieved breath. These represent the life status of the two of them. The thriving flames prove they are not in mortal danger. Kungi spoke softly. That is such a relief. She gently placed a hand on her chest and smiled with pure joy and peace, her whole face glowing with warmth. Seeing her relax made him happy too. Kungi, all these years, your worry has not been any less than mine. Lilac asked curiously. Uncle Bill, why did not you tell us this sooner? He seriously told them the truth. Because there are others who care more about your parents' survival in this underground realm than you two do. Lilac and Kingi were both shocked by that answer. Bilbil turned to face them, the mystical space behind him shimmering. Did you really think this underground palace only holds their life flames? The magical runes floated and connected in the air. Countless complex symbols, so mystical they are beyond our understanding. Kun looked at Lilac worriedly, but he just broke out in a cold sweat staring straight ahead. Bilbil lowered his head, half his face swallowed by shadow, his voice growing heavier. Actually, over the years, the life flames of Taixuan and Dai Lam have been attacked more than once. At their worst, the flames were so weak they nearly went out. After all, the Marquis battlefield is one of the deadliest places in the world. Lilac could not hide his anxious expression at Bilbil's words. Even the powerful war Marquises there only had limited strength to protect themselves. Bilbil closed his eyes and chuckled. In the end, they survived thanks to this underground palace. You have to admit, these two life flames are truly miraculous. More runes gathered around the three of them, casting floating lights that combined with the spell circle beneath their feet, making everything even more enchanting. Bill continued. Those two dragon phoenix stones are the core powers of Taixuan and Dai Lam. When they face mortal danger, these stones can temporarily transfer power to them, buying time to recover strength. He laughed proudly. You guys might not realize how amazing this trick is. Even Marquis-level experts would struggle to transfer power like this. Lilac grinned and gave a thumbs up. So our parents really do have a fighting chance. But Kingi's expression turned serious. Her sharp golden eyes filled with countless thoughts. The war Marquis experts had infiltrated Laklam Mansion. Their exact goal was to break into this place, target the Master's life flames, and determine their fate. Even Bilbil answered grimly. It is not just about assessing. If they manage to enter and snuff out those life flames, Taixuan and Dai Lam will be severely wounded. The Marquis battlefield is a wasteland, drowned under a blood-red sky filled with death. In a deadly place like the Marquis battlefield, sudden serious injuries like these could mean losing the last chance to survive. But then his attitude shifted, and Bilbil smiled, raising his hand toward them. Behind him, a complex, mystical formation was spinning, but do not worry too much. The landmark is split into two parts, and the rest forms a protective formation on its own. This formation covers the entire Laklam Mansion headquarters. Unknown powerful Marquis-level warriors can't enter, or their strength will be heavily suppressed. She looked up, asking immediately, why have I never heard of this formation before? Smiled with a hint of pride and said, because it does not affect the lower Marquis too much, so it is naturally hard to detect. Bilbil stared sharply at them and added, also, do you know where the power protecting this formation actually comes from? Both Thanga and Leluk looked at him but stayed silent. Bilbil tapped his finger and explained, This is the part that amazes people about the two fire clans. The source of this formation's power is not some divine energy, but the entire Grand Luck Lam Mansion appeared in his words. Yes, the Luck Lam Mansion itself. Thenga and Lulef gaped in shock. Left Lam Mansion. How could such a place hold this kind of power? Bill rubbed his eye thoughtfully. To precise, it comes from the very essence of Left Lam Mansion. The three of them were surrounded by floating lights, streaks of glowing beams above. Bill clasped his hands behind his back and stood straight to explain. Sounds mystical, right? But within Luck Lam Mansion's architecture, this formation actually nurtures the connected life force of you two. According to Bill, Luck Lam Mansion is divided into two halls, one half bathed in sunlight, shining with radiance. Meaning, the stronger Luck Lam Mansion grows, the stronger this power becomes, providing even greater protection for the headquarters. The other half is drowned in dark, eerie purple-blue gloom, full of evil spirits. The worse the mansion's situation, the weaker this protective power becomes. He folded his arms seriously and said to them, "This is the main reason I am being honest with you. This protective formation needs more strength. And clearly, only you two can make that happen." They looked at each other, and the Lek said, "Unbelievable. Stabilizing and strengthening Luck Lam Mansion is exactly what we have been working toward." He closed his eyes, relief and satisfaction showing, "We can actually do something for our parents here. That is better than sitting around waiting for news." Lalek opened his eyes, his face glowing with energy. "Right? Uncle Bill, can you monitor the powerful Marquis-level warriors infiltrating Leffy Lam Mansion? Then you must be a top Marquis yourself. If you could show your true power, many of Luck Lam Mansion's problems would be solved." Bill stood among the glowing lights, eyes closed, modestly saying, "You two flatter this old fisherman too much." He did not explain further, but his tone and attitude showed discomfort. There were many old issues involved, best left unsaid. "Just know this, I can leave Luck Lam Mansion's headquarters, unless absolutely necessary. I want to intervene." Then Iga stayed silent, while he widened his eyes, suddenly realizing, makes sense. If Uncle Bill could act freely, Luck Lam Mansion would not be in this mess. Lalek narrowed his eyes, asking fiercely, "One more thing, who did those powerful Marquis warriors belong to last night? And regarding our parents escaping death together, was it a trap?" Hearing the questions, Bill chuckled. "Who the Marquis warriors belonged to, I do not know. It is easy for them to hide their identity. As for the death escape, I have no answer either. But I can confirm there is a mysterious enemy opposing Luck Lam Mansion these past years. For example, 2 months ago, Bai Ho's betrayal of Luck Lam Mansion was definitely orchestrated by someone." A green beam of light shone straight down from above. Frustrated by the lack of answers, Lalex frowned and said, "This mysterious enemy is really a pain." She finally spoke up, asking the question that had been weighing on her mind. Kuniga's expression tensed, anxious. "I have another important question. Why would this mysterious assassin go to such lengths to sabotage the life flame, preventing our master and senior sister from returning?" He glanced at them. "This is something I need to tell you. Tai Hoyan and Dai Lam are not from Daha. They come from outside Da." Both were shocked. She instinctively repeated what Bill said. "Outside Da? You mean another country?" He did not answer their questions and just chuckled instead. Bill left them behind and walked off, speaking as he went. As for why that mysterious assassin is eyeing Luck Lam Mansion, placed his hand on the rock wall, and a blazing flame erupted, engulfing Bill's entire arm. A beam of light shone straight up from below, illuminating the whole area. A diamond-shaped demon stone appeared, cool blue but radiating intense magic. The mysterious runes floating in the air came from it. Bill's eyes locked on it as a halo of light shone down on his face. "This is the core of this land's palace. The source of power for Tai Hoyan and Day Lamet is this very stone." Lalak stayed silent, standing behind, watching Bill a solid back. He shared his thoughts. "I think that mysterious assassin is targeting them, and maybe it is because of this. Countless people with greedy hands are reaching out, trying to touch the glowing diamond-shaped demon stone. This is the sacred spirit material. Powerful Fenghe warriors are willing to pay any price for it, because only this legendary material can give them such power." Bill's face sank into shadow, his narrowed eyes filled with danger and seriousness. The secret of the Yang King. The three stood still within the formation. Lilac and Kinga kept going from one shock to another, muttering, "The secret of the Yang King." He started to panic, thinking silently, "My parents are not just from outside Daha, they carry rare treasures like this. This situation is way more complicated than I thought." She caught on to Bill's deeper intention. Bill is telling us this secret now for a very specific reason." He closed his eyes in agreement. Kuniga, quick and sharp, warned that this protective formation has probably already been exposed to that mysterious assassin. Outside, the sky was pitch black. Even the big moon was hidden behind dark clouds. But Bill's calm voice kept echoing, "Because Luck Lam Mansion's situation has been unstable for years. In half a year the formation will weaken to its lowest point. At that moment, the assassin can directly invade the base, extinguished Taehon and Daylam's life flames, and seized the hidden spirit material. He bowed his head, helpless because his power had reached its limit. Honestly, once it gets to that point, I am afraid we won't be able to hold them off. Kunga stared at him tensely while Lilac was dumbfounded. Thinking, only half a year left, Bill spoke with the urgency of a senior. I hope you two can use this time to stabilize or even strengthen Lac Lam Mansion. That way, when the time comes, it will be easier for us to handle things. They both nervously glanced at each other. Lilac sighed in resignation. This time really is urgent, makes it hard to even catch your breath. Kunga smiled to reassure him. Bill, uncle, do not worry too much. They won't dare make any big moves. They are afraid other powerful forces will notice. Of course, making Lac Lam Mansion stronger is what we need to do right now. Behind her, the diamond-shaped demon stone was glowing brightly. He smiled broadly. Feeling lighter after sharing this secret with the two of them, she looked up and gently said to Bill, Bill, uncle, you should be told us about this sooner. He crossed his arms, smirking sarcastically as he asked Lilac if the young mansion lord knew earlier. Could he have done anything about it? He fidgeted awkwardly and replied, not a thing. Bill, uncle, please do not stare at me like that. Bill turned serious again. Young mansion lord, although Lac Lam Mansion's situation is urgent, your life-threatening problem also needs attention. Lilac was startled his secret was out, and Kinga was equally shaken. She quickly asked the main question. What life-threatening problem? He scratched his head awkwardly. Don't you know? He never told you. Lilac nervously clasped his hands behind his back, pleading with Bill. Uncle, please keep it quiet. Then Ega angrily turned around and shouted an order. Lualus, you better explain this to me clearly. Reluctantly, Lilith revealed the truth. There was not really anything. The problem could not be solved without a price. The cost was a curse. Lasting 5 years, she sank. Stunned, Thandenga felt like she would fallen into an endless abyss. Her eyes turning hollow and lifeless at the terrible news. Her golden pupils, usually bright and sharp, turned cold and empty. 5 years cursed. He quickly reassured her confidently. No rush. It is just temporary. As long as I can reach Marquis level within 5 years, the curse can be lifted. Eniga was speechless. 5 years to reach Marquis level. She lowered her eyes sadly. At just over 20. Wanting to reach Marquis level was unheard of in this place. Lilith kept trying to convince her. Don't worry. 5 years is enough. There is no other way. To fix this curse, we have to pay the price. Then Ega said nothing and just ordered him to turn away. Though Lilac forced a smile to ease the mood, inside he was terrified. She was really angry now. He silently cursed Bill. Bill, we are not enemies. So why betray me like this? Bill just scratched his head and laughed awkwardly at the mess. Outside, the moon reappeared, breaking through the dark clouds once again. The three returned to the dark hallway. Bill carefully reminded them once more. Today's secret, keep it between you two. How you stabilize things and develop Lac Lam Mansion is your responsibility. As he left, he waved goodbye to Lilac and Ega. Stay strong. Only then did he dare to turn to her and say, Ega, do not be mad anymore. But she just ordered him to turn away and commanded, come with me to the training room. Lilac broke out in a cold sweat but had no choice but to agree. Scene shifted to the training room. Ega held the blue sword gloomily. Her sharp gaze locked onto him as if ready to cut him to pieces. Lilith sighed inwardly. Looks like she is about to beat me up to cool off. He grinned foolishly, sword in hand, but both he and the sword trembled like jelly. He told himself, if taking a beating helps calm her down, then it is worth it. In the blink of an eye, she lunged forward with a strike as fast as a blade. He gritted his teeth and peered through his fingers. That fast. Lawal Lessie decided to close his eyes and brace for the hit could not block it, so he would just take the blow. But all he saw was a flash of white and thousands of falling petals. Ega bit her lip, holding back. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see the sword resting gently on his shoulder. Seeing she did not strike but lowered her head quietly, he softly called out, Ega. She responded with eyes full of pain and deep worry. He straightened up, meeting that gaze. In the quiet room filled with falling petals, only their shadows and Lilax's apology remained, making her even more anxious. Then Ega's hair fluttered lightly in the breeze, moonlight casting their shadows close together in the night. Her hand gripped his arm tightly. She closed her eyes, resting her head on his forehead, softly pleading, Lualus, promise me you have to make it happen. Lilith comforted her right away. Don't worry. I will. Outside, beautiful flowers bloomed at Lac Lam Mansion. Shining under his promise, this was his vow to her. The next day, the sun rose bright over Lac Lam Mansion again. A knock at the door urged him. Lilac went to open it. Come in. The door slowly opened, revealing bright light outside. Ega appeared in the dazzling light, beautiful as ever. Holding a box, she smiled confidently. This is the spirit water crystal that Sister Thai Vi bought for you earlier. I have brought it all for you. He was so stunned by her beauty he almost froze, his face flushing uncontrollably. Aleph happily reached out to take the box, just in time. Thank you. Ega. She smiled brightly as she handed it over. She reminded him, "Don't forget to thank Sister Thyvi. She worked hard to get the money to buy these spirit water crystals." Lilac smiled awkwardly, thinking, Sister Thyvi probably never imagined she would have to live so frugally. The two walked side by side down the hallway, Venga hesitating as she considered the lifespan, estimating only about 4.5 years left. "I guess that by the end of the year, your strength has to reach the second stage of the transformation phase." He tensed, thinking, transformation phase? Second stage. Right now, I am only at the first stage of the upper heavy flower seed, about to enter the birth pattern phase, which has all 5 ranks. Thinking of the levels I have to reach made Lilac feel like grabbing something far beyond reach. From what I know, students at this stage usually just barely hit the 2nd or 3rd rank of the birth pattern phase, let alone break into the transformation phase and reach the 2nd stage. He sighed deeply, feeling the pressure. She shifted into a serious tone, reminding him that when she first entered the Saint Mysterious Academy, she was already at the 2nd stage of the transformation phase. By the end of her 2nd year, she had stepped into the earth-killing phase, all because of lifespan limits. Venga's sharp eyes kept going on and on. There was absolutely no way he could slow down. She grew firmer and more threatening. "If you can't even finish the first step, then forget about any future opportunities. Later on, if you want any resources, I will be the one helping you out." Lilac Duan nervously smiled and tried to charm her, but worriedly said, "Sister Thaneg, can you convert the points into energy for me? How could you possibly go compete for the 7th Star Lord at the end of the year?" Thanega brushed off his worries. "I have the ancient grade light talisman. No need to worry about me." He stubbornly resisted her plan, thinking the ancient grade light talisman is not unbeatable. Even if she is amazing, do not treat the 7th Star Lord like some easy target. I am curious, are not you at the transformation phase? By year, I want to see you break through. She closed her eyes and ordered strictly, "There is no extra time. By year, I am giving you 2 months to reach the 4th rank of the birth pattern phase. If you can make it, then do it my way." Lilac stammered, feeling overwhelmed inside. 2 months. 4th rank of the birth pattern phase. If I want to survive 5 more years, these goals really have to be met. Lilac looked down sadly. Then, following Ega's lead, they headed toward the sofa where someone was sitting. Devi saw them coming and immediately reported, "Miss Young Master, we need to make a trip to the Kiduang Division headquarters." He looked at her in confusion. "What happened?" Devi furrowed her brows, worried, and explained to Lilac that some subdivision officers caused trouble under the instigation of Thian Chi. If this is not handled properly, Kiduang Division will struggle to recruit officers in the future. Hearing this, he started to panic, thinking Kiduang Division is part of Lac Lam Mansion. If Kiduang Division's reputation suffers, the formation will also be affected. Lilac turned to Thanga and nodded slightly. Outside, voices rang out. "Let us, no matter how much trouble, we have to deal with it." At Kiduang Division headquarters, a large crowd gathered outside, chatting loudly. People kept whispering and muttering to one another. In front of Kiduang's gate, a group sat wearing jackets with the division's emblem, while the street was bustling with onlookers. Dang Bun and his group looked arrogant, acting like they owned the place. "Duong Van, Tu Fong, you are old-timers of Kiduang Division, yet you side with Bai Hao. How do you still have the nerve to show up here?" Dong Van and Tu Fong froze when called out by name, stepping back in shock. The two glanced at each other nervously. A voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "Dang Bin, you are wrong. But Hao is also a disciple of the division chief." The white-haired man holding a staff was Thian Chai. They were defending Bai Hao. "What is wrong with that?" He gritted his teeth angrily. "Young chief, was not the young division chief already locked up at home? Why is he jumping back into this?" Being called out like that, he got even angrier and a bit cold. He thought once he left, Kiduang Division would definitely fall into chaos. Lilac would eventually call me back. But surprisingly, Lilac's grip on Kiduang Division is even faster than the hand's own system. Thian Chi suddenly changed his attitude, laughing as if nothing was wrong. "Dang Ben Elder, even though I am banned from leaving the house, I am not a prisoner. Am I not allowed to step outside?" Thian Chi then stirred things up with careless words, saying he was just upset because the officers in the subdivision felt wronged. The young talisman master has a secret method to refine the primal technique, but he refuses to let the branch disciples use it. This is nothing but a hidden agenda. Dang Bing was furious, veins bulging on his face, his eyes sharp as stars as he cursed those people in his heart. Those branch members are so ungrateful. They all pledged to Boy Ho, but still come looking for the young talisman master to demand the primal technique. He was so angry his eyes went bloodshot. Those white-eyed villagers. The crowd kept gathering outside the main Giduong Hall, and Elder Dang Bing was seething with rage, but there was nothing he could do. He just waved them off. The attempts at communication were pointless, so neither side said another word and went back to competing. Back Hien stood by the window, watching everything unfold with interest, sipping his wine. Nearby on the small tower, he thought, Let us see how Lilac group handles this. Hong Lian sat across from him, smoothing her hair as she glanced over. That Lilac actually has some skill. I thought Truck's group would smash the Kiduong Hall for sure. Didn't expect in the end they would be outsmarted by them. Just mentioning it made Baek Heen show a jealous, bitter look. Rumor has it Lilac got his hands on a primal secret technique, pure and on par with top-tier ones. Ong Ling quietly assessed. A primal technique of such high purity is rare. She seriously shared her thoughts. But without a chief strategist, if they can handle this, our city mansion might have to step in and expose their failures. Ong Lian's voice sparkled as she said, let us see how many strategists will still want to join Kiduong Hall after this. On the other side of the small tower, a cup of hot tea still steaming, the gloomy-faced man drinking alone is Bai Hao. He slid down quietly, hard to believe in just a few months he has changed so much. Baho's anger made veins pop on his cheeks, teeth clenched tight. Lilac, he slammed the teacup angrily, crushing it into pieces with his hand. Bai Hao's voice and face were dark with gloom. Our struggle needs to be pushed forward. And soon, the wooden table soaked with spilled tea. Do not rush. This is just an appetizer for our opponent. Back at Kiduong Hall's main building, the crowd turned to watch someone approaching. The person gracefully jumped down from the carriage. It was Lilac. He smiled at them. What is up? Elder Dangbing laid out the situation clearly. Young Talisman Master. Miss Kuong, this won't be an easy problem to solve. Danga listened calmly and said, Lilac is the head of Kiduong Hall's General Assembly. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Dangbing looked anxious. Young Talisman Master. Maybe we should just wipe out the Tailin district branch from Kiduong Hall altogether. But Lilac thought for a moment, then looked up and asked, those two over there, are you the branch leaders Duong Vang and Tiu Feng? The question caught Duong Vang and Tiu Feng by surprise. Before they could recover, Lilac continued, if you have any requests, speak up now. Lian Qi gritted his teeth at the two men. How could they be intimidated by Lilac's presence? But quickly he challenged back. Let me ask, why is it only the Tailun branch without a primal technique, while all the others have one? Young Talisman Master, is this favoritism? Dangbing was furious. Lian Qi, you are already banned from speaking here. Who let you open your mouth? Lian Qi played innocent. Even though I am banned, the Tailun branch members were once my subordinates. They are treated unfairly now. So of course I have to speak up for them. His eyes gleamed darkly as he added, if young Talisman Master thinks I am overstepping, feel free to kick me out of Kiduong Hall. Lilac thought to himself, stirring up trouble like this really tries to sway people anytime. Anywhere. Let us be clear, we think the young Talisman Master should provide enough primal secrets each month, or at least share part of the refining method with the Tailun branch. Dangbing snapped back. What a big lion with a big mouth, why do not you just go die? Davy told Dan Iga. This troublemaker's just here to stir things up. She stayed calm as usual. He said that on purpose to provoke Lai Lu into saying something harsh that would stir up dissatisfaction and rebellion among the Western District's top tacticians. Suddenly, King Ya's gaze shifted as she looked up at a nearby building. Her sharp eyes narrowed, thinking, Baho must be secretly watching this place. King Ya analyzed silently. He wants to see if this move will cause big trouble for us. After stating his terms, Chan Ji looked toward Lai Lu, but Lu showed no reaction, seeming lost in thought instead. After a moment, Lu asked, Don still Xiaofeng, right? You want the original secret technique? Do not. Don still hesitated and replied, yes. Young master, this original secret technique is very useful for us tacticians. Lu suddenly changed the subject. The Western District branch has not sent money to headquarters in years. Right? The man scratched his head awkwardly. Young master, the branch sends money every year, but whether it actually reaches headquarters, we are not sure. Lu did not press further. Keep talking. I can give you the original secret technique, but on one condition, I will observe you for a month. Lelua laid out the condition. You must train the spirit water radiance at headquarters. During this time, you can use the original secret technique freely. Then he smiled at them. If you all perform well this month, after the evaluation, I will officially provide the original secret technique to the Western District. The crowd buzzed with excitement at this news. Dun still clasped his hands toward Lai Lu. The young master has already backed down. If we do not agree now, that'd be really unreasonable. But Qin Ji was unhappy, thinking, why is he suddenly so soft? What am I supposed to say now? Tai Wei rubbed his hands curiously. Weird. When did the young master become so easy to talk to? Kunya just smiled. Because his appetite is huge. Tai Wei asked worriedly. Does the young master want to devour all of us tacticians in this branch? But inside, many were actually sent by Bai Ho. Danga just smiled after all. Bai Ho's people were few at the Kaduong headquarters before. With Olesi's move, the strategist branch sitting quietly there suddenly stood up and finally started moving into headquarters. While the group watching in armor gradually dispersed, Lelek smiled at them, saying, respect and loyalty matter. I will take my share now. At the same time, near the tower, Uncle Hien clenched his teeth. Lalesh really has guts to pull in the strategist of Tai Lun district like that. Hung Lin propped his chin with his hand. He wants to bring these strategists back to Gaduong headquarters. Gotta admit, he has got ambition and guts, she calmly analyzed, saying this is Lek Lam Mansion's internal strife. The bigger the chaos, the better for our DQ Trekkie Mansion. Finally, Hung Lin ordered to send people back to carefully guard Gaduong headquarters. Bao frowned, thinking, now that he has 2 generals, he is definitely way more confident. Sharpness flashed in his eyes. Before, when Thai Hahun and Li Lam were still around, Lawal Lutz was like a bright star. He basically had everything from the start. Meanwhile, Bai Ho could only be like a servant, ordered around by him. Jealousy blazed up inside Wilzo, burning fiercely. But power peaks never last. No one expected Thai Hyan and Zi Lam would head to the Marquis battlefield next. Alek was born without generals, making it hard for him to take on the heavy burden of Lek Lam Mansion's future. Doubts started creeping in. He began buying loyalty. But sadly, Thanga made her move first. Standing at Leffy Lam Mansion, she showed strength and charm that made rivals jealous, and most importantly, she held the former glorious general title. That was enough to win hearts. Thanga quickly stabilized Lek Lam Mansion's situation, countering his rebellion. Then, he never imagined after that old house incident, worse news kept coming. Lalusa had broken through and gained generals. Not only did he have generals, but he also got the top rank in the Zieko the Inethis district, entered the Thon Hein astrology mansion, and even exposed a rival general. The young mansion lord, once a nobody, suddenly shone bright. Bai Ho felt like a complete joke. A cold glint flashed in Bai Ho's eyes. Did he really think he had no backing? You should burn bright in the dark, he muttered as he stared at the dark gate ahead. A flicker of worry crossed Bai Ho's eyes, but in the end, he stepped inside. A creepy atmosphere engulfed Bai Ho. He descended the steps under flickering candlelight. Opening the door, he announced to the one inside. Bai Ho felt a bit uneasy. The figure inside, fully covered, asked, was today's ploy someone else doing? The mysterious person continued, Lalush is not the same as before anymore. Bio stayed silent, but if he thought he could save Lek Lam Mansion, that was just wishful thinking. He looked sharply at the figure. You all are so powerful. If you wanted to act, Lek Lam Mansion could not have lasted this long. The figure just smiled. We each have our grudges. We only need to weaken Lek Lam Mansion by any means. Danger gleamed in the figure's eyes. If you can do it, whatever you need, I can provide. Bio smiled back. Don't worry. Benefactor, what I can take, even if I must destroy. I want to let Aluch enjoy. The figure turned away, thinking, why does this guy hate Laleka so much? The I Hunan and Z Lam treated him pretty well. After all, Bai Ho's face stayed expressionless. My respect and love for the 2 mansion lords come from the heart. The figure went on. So you are opposing Lalektus because he has the favor you can never have. Bai Ho's eyes showed nothing but disdain. Shouldn't he oppose him? He was born with everything favor, a clueless mind, and even a betrothal to Thaniga. The figure kept smiling. No wonder you hate him. Taking the words, the figure spread wide arms and said chillingly, then let us destroy him. In a luxurious room, the group kept mocking. You servants of B. Heo, you actually have the nerve to demand the original secret techniques. The others did not say a word but nodded in agreement. Lalu quickly smoothed things over, telling everyone not to treat the Western Ridge District branch like that. In his eye, they would all help develop the Kayang division. Watching this scene, Duan still could not help but think, it is surprising how generous the young deputy lord really is. Lalu went on, saying the Kayang division's performance this past month has been outstanding, and he thanked everyone for their efforts. Although there were some troubles before, he believed the future would only bring greater strength. Lalu clasped his hands and said his goal was to make Kayang division one of the top 10 spirit water radiance divisions in Greater Xia, and that everyone here would become famous subordinate tacticians. The group cheered together, shouting, long live the young deputy lord, long live Kayang division. Duan silently thought to himself, this really makes you want to follow him. He worried that our Western Ridge district is just seen by Bai Ho as a cash cow, and feared it had little future. Suddenly, Xiao Feng spoke up, young deputy lord, when can we start refining the spirit water radiance? Lalu just smiled at him, no need to worry. Your opportunities are the same as other subordinate tacticians at headquarters. Elder Ping will arrange everything for you. Duan wondered aloud. Also, about that survey you mentioned earlier, what exactly is the method? Taiwei glanced at Lalua with concern. Not only her, but Duan was a bit worried too. Unlike the 2 of them, Lalu calmly explained, the survey is simple. Within a month, you can send any subordinate tactician to duel me. The duel involves refining spirit water radiance under grade 3. Lalu pointed ahead. If any of you can beat me even once in 3 tries, you pass the survey. Duan and Xiao Feng were surprised, so the 2 of them could join in too. Lalu closed his eyes, showing no emotion. Of course, they said nothing but exchanged silent looks. After all, they were grade 4 subordinate tacticians. and just one win was needed. Looking at Lelou's smiling face, they wondered if the young Deputy Lord was a little crazy. The survey would officially start in 2 days. Then every 3 days there'd be an assessment, lasting 9 days just in time for Lelou's holiday. On the carriage, Taiwei covered her mouth to laugh, saying, I feel like the subordinate tacticians in this branch look at the young Deputy Lord like he is the landlord's dumb kid. Lelou did not deny it after all. From the outside, this survey was basically a gift. Kunya curiously asked him, what about the grade 7 Spirit Water Radiance? How will that be handled? Lelou leaned back and smiled. The promotion to grade 7 subordinate tactician. That is exactly why Taiwei gave me a thumbs up these days. Young Deputy Lord, your act is spot on. Only Kunya stayed serious. Don't waste too much energy on subordinate tactics. At first, I trained without distractions. Lelou felt a bit helpless. No way around it. Kunya went on. That Baiho guy is sly and cruel. Her voice stayed steady. In that gift pack Han gave us, there is probably poison. I will boost the defense power of Kaiyang Division headquarters. But since Baiho operates in the shadows, we can only adapt as things come. Suddenly remembering something, Kunya said, oh right. These days we should get familiar with using dual tactician power to maximize healing effects. Lelou asked curiously. Familiarize with what for? Kunya answered, remember the little emperor you met at Kim Long Treasure Escort? He was born with a defect. The princess wants to see if we can cure him. Lelou scratched his face. That is ridiculous. I am just a rank 4 tactician. What good would I be? Kunya smiled softly. Maybe she just wants to get on my good side, thinking of Lone Vu and Kongwon. She added, though the greater Sia King's power keeps growing in the hands of the first prince, the princess has her own influence. Making friends with her could be a smart move. The carriage rolled on as King Ya said. Alright, let us get familiar with each other. Lac Lam Mansion needs a friend like that, she thought. If the princess regains power for the little emperor in the future, there will be plenty of secret battles. Soon, they arrived back at Lac Lam Mansion. The three had just gotten off the car when an old man suddenly asked, excuse me, are you Master Lelou and Miss Thaniga? Over the next 2 days, Lelou worked with his test tubes. Thinking, great, no interruptions these days. My crafting of the spirit water crystal is getting better and better. You took the invitation and replied, Miss Than nice birthday. We will definitely be there. The old man bowed politely and said, then I will take my leave. Thaniga suddenly asked, that Honky Association president invited us. Is something off about that? I did not know at all how fiercely that guy Honka clashed with Sister Sue. Lelou closed his eyes, stunned that my father was actually the one who criticized the Flame Tree Moon so harshly. Serves him right, Danga said, a bit helpless, but Honky is definitely a formidable woman. Lilac got a bit interested and really wanted to learn how powerful it could be. Danga smiled softly at him, saying, I think you will be able to learn it over the next 2 days. Lilac held the test tube, thinking, great, no setbacks lately. The efficiency of refining the spirit water crystal is improving every day. Just need one more breakthrough, and I will be able to refine the spirit water crystal into a true master alchemist's product. Suddenly, the door behind Lilac swung open. He turned to see Than Iga stepping in, hands on hips. He panicked and said quickly, Sis, please do not come over here. I have already worked really hard today. But she still dragged him away. I am just trying to help you. The room echoed with pitiful cries. An hour later, Lelou staggered out, panting. This woman really goes all out. What is the point of beating me up like that? Despite his bruised face, Lelou forced a smile and said, but I can actually feel my endurance getting stronger. But soon he slumped. I still need to quickly get used to the healing effects of the water general. A general like that, seriously. Where else am I gonna find a guy who works this hard? Later in Lelou's room, he looked at the weak puppy in front of him and reached out to heal it. The terrible wounds on the puppy slowly healed, and soon it happily ran around. Lelou thought, lately I have been using this power to heal all kinds of injuries. It is pretty solid. Both the Water General and Wood General have healing abilities, and inside my Water General power is some Radiant General strength, which is actually all about healing. Lelou clenched his fist, thinking, but within the Water Light General, the Radiant power is just a support, so it is not as strong as the Water General. If all 3 healing effects burst out at once, then as long as it is not a one-hit kill, I could probably recover quickly. Lelou thought about getting one-hit killed by Thannega, but figured, as long as it is not a one-hit kill. Yeah, I need to figure out how this power really works. On the 3rd day, in the training room, Denga asked Lelou, are you ready for today's quota? He nervously stepped back. I feel like you have been wanting to hit me these past 2 days, just to get mad at me. It is not because I hid my age before, is it? Thaniga smiled. No way. I am really just trying to train you. In this kind of fight, you will get more familiar with your general strength. Lelou admired her beauty silently. With Thanga's looks, even lies probably sound like the truth. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Alright then. Lelua looked at Thananga. I am not fighting back today. His eyes serious. He added, today, you try using secret general techniques to attack my body. Taking his words, Then Ega folded her hands, blue and green lights swirling around him. In moments, the power surrounded Lai Lu. Then Ega was a bit surprised, thinking, so the healing power of the water general, a general after 2 days of study. She finally uses it on herself, but she quickly answered, "Alright," and charged at Li Lu without hesitation. "Then I will go along with your wish." Her immense power surged toward him, even hit by the attack. Li Lu managed to stay standing. He gritted his teeth against the force, a slash tearing his shoulder. Not just his shoulder, but his hand was cut too. Despite that, Li Lu kept pushing through. He smiled and praised himself. Not bad. Li Lu was resisting that power while thinking, as expected, in this state, my body has an incredibly tough and powerful healing ability. If I were to fight for my life against someone else, I could use this to gain a huge advantage. Soon the power dissipated, leaving behind only a wisp of white smoke. Kunya seemed pleased and praised Lai Lu, saying, "No wonder you are a water guardian twin general. This healing power is clearly just the initial trigger." She went on, explaining that it could boost the body's healing ability to this level. Li Lu gave a tired explanation. "I call this state sturdy body. It can temporarily enhance the body's healing power." Soon after, he returned to his usual youthful appearance, but because it drains a lot of energy, it can last long. Kunya calmly said, "I have heard some truly powerful water guardian generals can push this energy to its absolute limit. Their bodies are almost immortal to some extent." But Li Lu quietly listened to her, wondering why his healing and recovery power was so unique. Could this be the advantage of being a twin general? Of course. It is also because you have a brilliant light general supporting you. Though its power is not as strong as the main generals, it still has a clear effect. Finally, Kunya let Luo off the hook. "That is enough for today. By the way, how have the sub-branch S spirit generals performed these past 2 days?" He replied warily. "They have been working hard to refine the spirit water aura and have not caused any problems." Kunya turned around, calm but oddly tense. Li Lu thought it was better if their methods were exposed a bit earlier. But he was not too worried. Overthinking would not help. Just be ready for whatever comes next. Before leaving, she reminded him to report to the headquarters in Qiyang first and complete the first survey. Li Lu seriously thought, "For these 3 surveys, I have prepared for a long time. This will decide if I can really take control of the sub-branch as spirit generals." A sly gleam flashed in his eyes. Today a survey must be taken seriously and executed flawlessly. Over at the Qiyang headquarters, the group was already chatting excitedly. A white-haired guy said to the person next to him, "If we did not come to headquarters, when would we get the chance to try the original secret method of the primal spear?" The other replied, "That insight just exploded in my mind. I feel like I am leveling up. This feeling is amazing." Xiao Feng watched the excited crowd and said to Tang Yuan, "They never had this spirit back at the sub-branch." He sighed a bit helplessly. "If I would stay somewhere with this kind of ambition." Xiao Feng sighed regretfully. "Too bad we have already been marked by Bai Ha's people," he anxiously said. "Though the headquarters gave us the original secret method, I always feel like they are watching us closely, afraid we will slip away." Dongvan was a bit evasive. Even the young master is not a fool. "After all, we are here because of Bai Hao. He did not send us just as gifts." He sat down and told Xiaofeng, "Today's the first test. From what I hear, the top-grade spiritual water crystal was refined by the young master, and its forging strength reached 64%. That is pretty high." He also sat down to chat with the others, so it is probably using the original secret technique. Without it, the forging strength might only be around 10-20%. Dongvan sighed sadly. "Though the young master said we could join in, that would be really ungrateful of us." Both muttered in agreement. "We are in a tough spot," Xiaofeng added, "but we can't act like nobodies. They have to understand where we stand." He thought of Lu Fu and said, "Then let us send Lu Fu. His spiritual water crystal can reach about 60%. Maybe he can match the young master. That way, the young master keeps some face. We are here to play the bad guys, so the headquarters might hate us even more later." Dongvan frowned, thinking, the young master really has the bearing of a master, but why was he initially labeled a useless nobody? If not, Lac Lam Mansion would not be such chaos now. Suddenly, the crowd around them perked up. "The young master has arrived." "The young master," Lilac smiled warmly. "Greeting everyone. How have you all been these past few days? Hope I have not been rude in any way. Let us just get started. I have already had the materials prepared all exactly the same. Feel free to have someone check." He forced a smile. "Young master, you flatter us. Of course, we fully trust you." Lilac's eyes sharpened as he asked, "So who are you sending to forge today?" Dongvan raised his hand and pointed to Lu Fu. "We are sending Lu Fu to train with the young master. He is a 10th rank forging master." Dang Bun angrily snapped. "You have got some nerve. The young master is only 2nd rank, and you send a 10th rank master." He was furious. No respect shown? 2 fires. Why did not you step up? The others whispered quietly. Feeling uneasy, Lilac casually replied, "Elder Dangbit, no need for blame. They have not broken any rules. I already said anyone among them could fight. This made the underlings happy. The young master's attitude is truly saintly. If anyone wants to shake things up, let me jump in a bit. Lilac cut straight to the point. Enough talk. Let us begin. This is the forging field I prepared. Materials are all the same, but for fairness, we will draw lots for spots. Elder Lu, you pick first. Dongvan hesitated but said, I am the young master, so I will choose first. Lilac just smiled. No need to be formal. The crowd behind whispered, look at the young master. What is wrong with our branch? Every day the same story. A sharp sound echoed, catching Lu Fu's worried gaze. Begin? Lilac looked at him with a smile on his face. The crowd behind started gossiping again. Look at Elder Lu, obviously top level. Looks tense. Now look at the young master. Calm and relaxed. Over 10 minutes later, Lu Fu tiredly shouted, I am done forging. The crowd quickly cheered. Great, that is fast. No wonder he is Elder Lu. At that moment, Lilac was finishing his final step. The others kept praising Lu Fu. Not bad. Not bad at all. Based on his results, he did really well. But no one knew if the young master had used the original secret technique to achieve his results. Suddenly, Lilac shouted, I am done. He walked over to Lu Fu and praised. Elder Lu, that was fast. No wonder you are third rank. Lilac looked at the results and complimented. Looks pretty good, he humbly replied. Thanks. Young master. Then Lilac waved his hand. We have got other matters. I will head off first. This concludes the test. The others froze and asked, Young master, what about the results? Dang Bing was surprised and thought, could it be that the young master lacks confidence in the results? So he left early. The group, unsure what to do, asked each other. The young master left, so what is the situation now? Dongvan cautiously asked Dang Bing. Elder Dang Bing, judging by the young master's training results, you look pretty serious just now. Dang Bing stared at the two of them, thinking they just wanted to see the young master embarrassed little pests. Dongvan and Tiu Feng are doomed. Whatever we do, we are innocent. Right? Then Dang Bing glanced at Lilac's results and thought about the young master. Dongvan thought to himself, the results do not look that impressive. Otherwise, the young master would not have left immediately after training. Dang Bing stepped forward to check Lilac's product. Suddenly, He was shocked, staring at the blue liquid in front of Dang Bing in disbelief. 6x8. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again. A top-tier spiritual water with training results reaching 6x8. Honestly, he would never seen anything like it. Dang Bing then pointed at Duong Van, making him wonder, what is going on? I am checking if I am about to get beaten up. Then Duong Van went up to check too. Even if it was not good, it would not count as us backing out. We have already put in so much effort. Suddenly, he shouted, drawing curiosity from the crowd, what is the big deal? What is going on? Speak up. Fine, let me check. The whole group stepped forward one by one to check. Moments later, everyone was amazed to see it was 6x8. They thought of Lilac and realized the truth too late. The young master left early because he did not want to see their pathetic disappointment. Our young master, he is actually that impressive? Someone next to Lilac asked. Young master, you did not even bother to check your exam results before leaving. That is pretty cool. But are not you worried about messing up? He smiled lightly and replied, if it had been Duong Van or Tiu Feng, I would have taken a look, but as a mediocre spiritual master, there is no need. Lin Kan smiled knowingly. I get, this is to humble people. Lilac continued, I am just showing my skills and the future potential of Ki Duong that I believe the spiritual masters in our branch will gradually be inspired. Dan Gang sitting beside him smiled softly. You have put in a lot of effort. Lilac looked helpless. No choice. The city mansion's pressure is suffocating us. To recruit spiritual masters quickly, this is the only way. Only by winning over the spiritual masters in our branch can we start competing with the city mansion's main mansion. Lilac's eyes flashed sharply. Of course. But he'll probably want to just let this go. Then Niga switched topics. Right? Tomorrow is Than Nai's birthday banquet. She said they invited many young talents and will have a grand ceremony. Lilac thought with interest. A grand ceremony. Then Niga explained. Rumor says Kim Long Security's headquarters opened a secret cultivation realm called the Kim Long Daoqing. It is like its own world, very mystical. They grant high-level Kim Long Security members or their children access to train there. This grand ceremony will open the Kim Long secret rewards of the Daoqing. Lilac's eyes widened, thinking, Kim Long Security's branch is already huge, what scale would the headquarters be? Denga crossed her arms and continued. Hongka wants to use Than Nai's birthday to hand out some Kim Long secret rewards, limited to the Master Realm level. I think she wants to choose a partner for her daughter. Lilac thought irritably. Just to pick a partner for her daughter at such a big event. Then Niga spoke before he could respond. I hope you can get one of those Kim Long secret rewards and train in the Daoqing for a month. It will be really good for you. Lilac sighed. Of course it would be great if I got one. But why do I feel it won't be that easy? You should just go talk to Than Nai. She will probably be happy about it. Lilac broke out in a sweat. Is she trying to kill me? Daniga told Lilac. Ongi is in charge of this. Going to Thandai probably want tea help. Since she invited so many young talents, there'll probably be some tests. You just have to rely on your skills. For now, just follow along. Yeah? I mean rely on your skills. Someone nearby praised. The young master is really sharp elsewhere. But how politely invited. Old Bang. Want tea you have a drink? The old man replied. No thanks, Chief of Staff. Lalu is using the excuse of showing off his strength to pull in those Taoists. We can let our guard down on this. He stood up and told the person in front of him that the Taoist loyalty is not completely on your side if Lilu keeps wearing them down like this, but Baiho stays calm. I know what that means. He raised his glass and said, no rush, let Lalu enjoy his moment of pride first. The next afternoon, a guard shouted, the young master has arrived. The crowd started whispering again, it is King Ya. Everyone thought that useless guy over there really wants to kill Han, not just King Ya. Lalu caught attention too, he is so handsome. And the woman beside him is quite a sight. He glanced at her cautiously and said, she is still the one who wants to kill me more. But King Ya was not too bothered. Focus on your work. Lalu replied. Yeah? Ongsa gestured inside. Please come in. Kunna beside her added softly. Thank you for coming. She turned her head and let out a small gasp. Lalu stepped inside and called out. Kunnai? Kungnai's quick voice echoed. Lilu, you are here. Kunya approached Hongsai and said, Lalu of the Lulan Manor. Kingya, here to congratulate you. She glanced toward Leilua standing outside. Hongsai stared at him thoughtfully. That face really does resemble that rotten man. Her eyes filled with disgust. And she also saw a trace of that rotten woman. Thinking this, Hongsai let out a cold snort. She smiled slightly and invited them in. Thank you both for coming. Please. Come inside. Kungnai immediately excitedly rushed forward. Smiling brightly. I will lead you in. Hongsai's face darkened as she stepped forward to block them. Today you are the star, and there are more guests coming later. Why leave on your own? That is rude. Kunai turned to her and said softly, I am not much help here anyway. Lilu immediately turned and went inside, saying, it is you stay and greet the guests. We will go in first and talk later. Kunai called after him as he entered. Lilu, Hongsai moved closer and cleared her throat. Kunai instantly made a whining sound. Inside the hall, Kungnai's voice called out, Mother, please do not stare at me like that. Hongsai calmly replied, there are more guests arriving. Inside, Kinga softly asked. How is it? Hong said. You have basically met her, Lilu responded. She has this deep, hard-to-read vibe that is pretty intimidating, with the power of a strong Marquis and the backing of the Golden Dragon security. Honestly, even the current princess has to show her respect. He looked toward her and added, but I feel like she is a bit cold towards me, maybe even a little hostile. Kunya laughed and said, well, that is because you look just like your master's wife. If anyone here could shake Hong Aksai's composure, it is probably just those two. Lilu closed his eyes and interrupted. Alright, Mother really should hang out with guys more often. Kunya thought about Kunni and said, Kunnai seems different this time. Her Ice General aura might have leveled up to a 5th rank. Lilu was startled and said, 5th rank Ice General. That is the first time I have seen that it is seriously impressive. She cut, nothing strange about it, with Hongsai here. Kunnai's 7th rank Spirit Water Aura 1 vanish. Lilu mumbled with wide eyes. Woo. Seriously. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. What were you two talking about earlier? Lonvu stepped forward, and the crowd shouted loudly. Princess. Lonvu stood right behind Lilu. Kunya turned around and bowed deeply, paying respects to the princess. Lonvu smiled brightly and asked, Hello? Master Kuong. Lilu, you probably know about this already, right? Lilu guessed she meant the treatment for the little emperor and immediately replied, I will do my best to try. But princess, do not get your hopes up too high. Lonvu looked sad and said, over the years, I have accepted it. You do not need to hold back. Lilu furrowed his brow, thinking, the princess inviting me to treat the little emperor is probably just to gain favor with King Ya. Even so, we still need to stay vigilant. Suddenly, Lilac and Thanga jumped at a loud noise. Thanga's Blue Mist Manor has been troubled lately, yet they still have the mood to attend the banquet. Onglian and Bakhian came from outside, letting out a cold huh. Thaniga sighed deeply upon hearing that. Seeing this, Onglian gasped and shouted, clearly upset. Her voice was sharp and mocking. I did not expect she would be so bloodthirsty in the ranking match, yet still have the nerve to show up at this kind of banquet. Onglian growled angrily. What did you say? Vulone beside her quickly tried to calm her down. Onglian, the mood today is tense, do not make a scene and embarrass us. She was so mad she almost spat blood, silently cursing the damn woman but still respecting the head princess. Onglian and Bakhian turned and left, saying, the head princess is right, let us go ahead. Vulone watched them leave and said, those two have been pressured by Miss Tran for years. Looks like their resentment really runs deep. Then Iga, unfazed, said, losing a battle only means you gotta come back stronger. Next time we meet, hit harder. Vulon immediately turned to tease Lilac. So many young talents are here today because of the Golden Dragon's secret scroll. Lilac, why do not you give it a shot? He forced a smile and replied, might as well try and see if luck's on my side. Suddenly Lilac looked over and gasped. Isn't it that, on the other side, Zulu exuded a dark aura. Standing with his back against the wall, Lilac stared at him in surprise. Thinking, Zulu who was invited too. Makes sense. His father is the great General Wang Ding, so of course he would be invited given that status. He glanced around the room. Plenty of familiar faces were there. Then Lilac looked elsewhere. Thinking, this is the Din I met before when I was with Dan Enga. His gaze shifted to two nearby people thoughtfully. The one next to Jia Hu who helped Uvu in Thian Thuc district is called Mac Lang. If I am not mistaken, why do these people keep watching me like that? Suddenly, a figure approached from afar. The Divine General came forward, smiling and greeting. Kong Hak Mui and Lilac have arrived too. Recently, Lone Vu and Kong Hak Mui seem to be getting along better and better. Lone Vu laughed and replied, our relationship, no need to envy. The Divine General hesitated. The Royal Palace defenses are on high alert today. Mai already led the prince out. She immediately praised. News about Hong Hain sure travels fast. He closed his eyes, looking worried and scolding. For something this big, even if we want Lilac to try, he should at least visit the Royal Palace first. But since he is already here, it is pointless to say that now. Still, next time we need to be more careful after all. The prince's safety is the top priority. The Divine General turned to Lilac and asked for help. The prince's matter falls on you. Lilac, don't feel pressured, just treat it as a trial run. Then he turned and left, saying goodbye. Thanga looked that way and exclaimed, the Divine General is truly a dragon among men. Wang Ding really breeds heroes, I am impressed. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. The Fish Association leader had arrived. The red fish immediately entered. Lilac glanced at Than Ho to ask. Thanga introduced. That lion-like guy is the governor of the Jian prefecture. Than Ho. He looked over at Truck Hyoyan beside him and muttered. Judging by that fur color, he might be. Her voice interrupted. That is Truck Hyoyan. Than Ho's son is currently a student at the 2nd Star Academy. His Fire Immortal squad just took first place in the academy. Lilac stared at him, thinking, he is definitely the captain of Fire Immortal squad. Anka stood among the crowd and said, honored guests, please enjoy yourselves. Than Ho immediately probed. Fish Association leader, what do you think of my kid? I think he and Than Hai would make a great pair. She turned to him and gently declined. Truck Hyoyan is indeed talented, but as juniors, we do not need to meddle too much. Of course, if they like each other, we can help nudge them along later. 2 glasses clinked, and Hong He's voice rang out, this time with the Golden Dragon secret method. I just want to pick a few beast tamers, just to enter the Dao Hall with King Ni. Kung Ho immediately added, captain of the Fishing Guild. Rest assured, I have assigned my guy. He will fight with everything he has got. Right after, everyone quickly surrounded King Nai to congratulate her. King Nai? Happy birthday, she calmly replied. Thank you. Kun Nai looked around searching, saw Li Lu and King Ye chatting happily, and muttered, Li Lu, don't just sit there quietly watching. Ong He frowned, thinking, forget our old grudges, just based on Han's engagement. I absolutely want to accept that brat Li Lu, but King Nai is at that rebellious age, so I have to be patient. Her eyes sharpened thoughtfully. About what King Hua said, I have already talked with the Han elders. If those beast tamers stay by his side for a while, Lelou's influence will naturally fade. Ong He was confident. Even if he is the son of a first-rate general, no matter how strong the beasts are, they want to get the Golden Dragon secret method. The group was talking merrily when Hakao raised his cup and stepped forward. Kunai? Happy birthday. Being at the academy before, I hope you do not take it to heart. Kunai raised her cup in return, smiling in reply. Then she waved goodbye. Excuse me. I am going to greet the others first. Hakao watched King Nai's back and said, she is probably off to find Lulu again. It was like that at the academy too. Their relationship is really good. Nanchi, you were a cold, annoyed expression. Then Hai and he were just ordinary friends. Plus they both came from Namfong Academy, so it was natural they would have a decent relationship. He nodded and added, maybe that is true. After all, then I is just. Akiyu calmly continued. He usually just helps Haka Luffa grab breakfast. Hearing this, Nanchiu felt irritated. Truch Hoen raised his glass and leaned against the wall, explaining that Than Ne used to live in Thinthes district, which was a bit limited in opportunities. Now that he is in Zaa Than and meeting more people, his way of thinking is bound to change. He said confidently, if this time he can get a dragon secret fruit and go with Than Ne to the Golden Dragon Arena, then things will naturally fall into place. Nine Chiyu thought to himself, this Trag Hun is the real threat. If he gets close to Than Nai, My chances of success just dropped. He grimaced, thinking the head of the fishing club really should not have made the golden dragon secret fruit the highlight. It is killing my advantage with the high-ranking guys. Then Hai stepped closer to the three and greeted them. Greetings, head princess and senior. Lonvi immediately smiled and congratulated. Happy birthday. Then I smiled brightly and replied, lots of guests promised to come. I might not be the best host. Please do not blame me. She glanced at Level Luck and added, I even invited some reckless folks, but they all turned me down. He responded, I get, places like this are not really their scene. It is not like they did not want to come. Then Hai was surprised when he added, no worries. After the holiday ends and we are back at the academy, I will organize something for them again. Her face flushed red as she nervously replied, we will see when the time comes. Then Hai looked at Leluck and asked, that golden dragon secret fruit, are you really interested? He immediately grinned and asked back, here, anyone at TDSE level would not be interested in it. She sighed deeply. I wanted to ask my mom for one directly, but she just treated it as a birthday highlight. Then he smiled softly to encourage her. Then you better go for it. Lonvi turned to look at Thanga nearby, who let out a quiet sigh, watching the Nai and the Luffy laughing and having fun. Lonvi thought, Lelouch really is not like his father. No wonder he is attracting all the attention from the noble girls of Xiae Kuis. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed. Honored guests, please welcome our head of the fishing club to speak. The lights immediately spotlighted the figure standing on the stage. Hunka stood on the stage and declared, thank you all for coming despite your busy schedules to celebrate my daughter's birthday. I know many young talents from your families are here today, so I have brought out some golden dragon secret fruit as the highlight of tonight's feast. She held up the golden dragon secret fruit and said, anyone who meets the Titing C level requirements can have a taste. Leluck looked at it skeptically, thinking, so this is the golden dragon secret fruit. Smells pretty good, even though it is just an outer tier secret fruit from the Dao realm. A few Feng Hao realm experts also showed interest. Thanga analyzed. The Golden Dragon Dao realm is really beyond imagination. The Golden Dragon sect headquarters can produce cultivation sites of this level. Imagine how huge an asset that is. Her eyes grew thoughtful. It seems the existence of the Golden Dragon sect even makes the powerful head princess feel powerless. But someone strong like her would not just eat the loss without a fight. Then Thanga turned to Lelutsev and asked, is the competition pressure really that intense? He sighed deeply. This match is not exactly fair. People like Trifi Hyan, Depth within, they could not even take me down. She added, I think this contest is not about direct confrontation. Lonvi raised her glass and joined in. Right? It is a birthday party, so fighting is not really appropriate. The competition will probably be more subtle. Hunkai raised her voice. The way we are competing for the Golden Dragon secret fruit this time is not through pain and struggle, but by another means. Her voice echoed. Within the Golden Dragon Dao realm, dangers are not absent when you enter. You are going to face a blast of energy storm blades formed by the storm's power. Although the Golden Dragon secret fruit offers some protection, it is still a huge threat to you all. The way to grab the Golden Dragon secret fruit is to survive being swept up by the storm blades. She glanced over and said, if you want to get it, just enter that area and stay inside the storm blade I release until the very end. Then you will have a chance to claim the Golden Dragon secret fruit. Lelu was startled but thought, that makes sense. The Elite Squad 1T have any issues? A magic circle appeared. The sound of Hongsai echoed, and she called out, talented warriors, please enter the arena. He smiled knowingly, realizing that even though a direct fight seemed hopeless, it would come down to who could endure the longest. Well then, it is not so simple. Luckily, after getting beaten up these past few days, I developed a tough eating technique, and now's the perfect time to use it. Kunya next to him shouted, no need to thank me. He frowned darkly, thinking, this big bully King Ya is really something. Beat me up for days and now expects thanks. The group immediately stepped inside the magic circle. Kunai clenched her fists, cheering. Lai Lu, you got this. Ongexide, clearly worried for him. Latop, since you gave birth to such a rotten son, I absolutely want to let that brat fool King Ni away. The group stood still inside the circle, and Lalu let out a doubtful sound as he glanced around. He pushed the rice stalk with his knuckles and said, so he actually came here to join this feast because of the Golden Dragon secret fruit. He looked annoyed and denied it. No way, the rice stalk guy grumbled. My dad forced me to come. He said if I do not, he will drag me to the red light district. Lalu was shocked, thinking, that is cruel. He is basically forcing Zhu Lu into a death trap. Is that really a father? Just then, Ong Sai on the stage shouted, holding up a jar and smiling. No more delays, let us begin. After saying that, Ong Si flicked the jar's mouth gently, and a blue beam of light shot out instantly. Zhu stood tensely in place. The crowd murmured as they watched the powerful flames radiate from him, saying, look at Zhu Gongzi taking down Fire General. Truly impressive. Another person emitted a blue light, and Ning Zhao glowed yellow, bracing himself against the strong wind blowing their way. Zhuxuan turned to look back and grumbled, "Damn this storm blade." The person glowing gold added, "That is pure piercing damage to our defense. The wind's blowing hard right at Li Lu." Kang Jiang thought deeply. This storm blade is insanely powerful. Even after Hong Sai suppression and weakening, it still easily pierces through our defenses. Imagine its full strength. That is just the start. The wind blew fiercely toward those standing inside the light circle. The crowd watched Zhuxuan stand firm and cheered. "Look at Zhuxuan. So amazing. No wonder he is the captain of the strongest fire immortal squad." Standing front and center without retreating an inch, someone approached King Ho and praised, "Your son really is extraordinary." The man proudly replied, "He is unstoppable." Someone behind Baxian shouted angrily, "Damn it! Do not back up. Keep going back, and you will be out of the circle." Hem was surprised and looked sideways. Confused, Baxian saw him and yelled, "Li Lu!" Blood dripped from the corner of Han's mouth as he sneered. "Looks like Li Lu is going out sooner than us." Li Lu, furious, shot back. "Look at your pathetic state and dare talk to me like that." He gritted his teeth and thought, "Forget that jerk." Li Lu looked at Zhu Lu, who was glowing orange, and thought, "That is fine." He stared at him thoughtfully, noticing he had not backed down since the start. He was clearly resisting the enhanced physical strength of the top-grade fire general demon. That is mainly why he was holding on. Kunya watched closely from outside. Lu Yu beside her said worriedly, "Li Lu's defense level is weaker than Zhuxuan's group, so he is at a big disadvantage here." Kunya disagreed. "It is too early to call that yet." Lu Yu smiled slightly and added, "Looks like Li Lu still has some tricks up his sleeve. Now I am curious." Kunai nearby also looked toward Li Lu. She stared at him intently, silently cheering. Li Lu, she clenched her fist, deep in thought. "If there is really no way to get a secret dragon needle here, then I will have to find a way to get one from someone else." Then Hai rubbed her head, furrowing her brows, thinking hard about which high-ranking daughter might be easiest to trick. The crowd outside immediately started whispering, "Is Lilac about to come out? Is it over already?" A voice from behind praised, "Good job, young master. Stay steady." Then Ho smiled and called out, "I already told him. Even if he gets stared down, he can come out." Lilac clenched his teeth, thinking, "This is the limit. No turning back now." Then a blue light radiated from him as he activated his inner energy, streams of blue power spinning rapidly. The energy quickly gathered behind Lilac. He pursed his lips slightly. Light also glowed from his feet as he stomped hard in place. Then Lilac charged forward, his whole body shining brightly as he shouted loudly. Truck Huyen gasped, startled to see Lilac appear beside him. How is this possible? The people around also stared wide-eyed in shock. Even though this fight between the two generals was fierce, no one thought Lilac could break through Than Canfeng's defense. That Lilac's face was serious, steady as he radiated a red light. Silently calculating, Lilac keeps surprising everyone. Someone said. He smiled faintly, thinking, "I really want to have a proper fight with him." Lilac clenched his teeth and shouted, "Old bastard, hold the line." Onga held a jar and said, "I think if we want that secret dragon needle, the next round is our best chance." Suddenly, a stronger gust of wind blew toward the crowd. The people outside shouted, "Here it comes, the fiercest Than Canfeng attack. This round will decide the final outcome." They looked toward Truck Huyen and said, "Truck Hone and Diet the Din are leading." Then they glanced at the second row and said, "The second row is from the Than Hoyen Academy, with backing from powerful forces. They are pretty strong fighters." Excited voices rose. Wang Hak Kao and Du Trachbak Hien are almost eliminated. Everyone knows that. But the crowd looked at Lilac and Truck Law, whispering, "These two clearly have the weakest power, so why are they in third place? The top students here at Than Hoyen Academy are endless." Monkey thought quietly, "Maybe by now. This kid's energy is almost drained." "Lilac, your time to resist is running out." Another strong gust of wind suddenly blew, and those behind Truck Huyen shouted loudly. Than Ho was startled to hear the shouting. "Young Master Truck is retreating. Don't underestimate the chairman's Than Canfeng." The people inside were blown back by the wind, gritting their teeth and yelling, "Hold steady." Back Hien was blown back, angrily shouting, "Damn it!" Lilac and Trucklock glowed with light. Standing firm and strong, Trucklock's eyes widened as he released powerful energy. Howling fiercely, Lilac beside him shouted fearfully. This fierce kid is now holding on purely with willpower, his feet planted firmly. Lilac's hands clenched tightly. He thought silently, "This kind of attack is bad news. The energy cost of using inner strength to resist this is seriously draining my support." Gritting his teeth, Lilac calculated, "At this rate, I am not sure I can hold out until this Than Canfeng ends." Then another strong gust blew, and Back Hien panicked. Shouting, he was thrown far back, screaming in fear. "Damn it!" A hand reached out to catch Back Hien. He turned to look at Hong Lion Lado and said, "Sis, how can Lilac stand firm against such a powerful Than Canfeng? This does not make sense." She cut him off coldly. "Look closer," Hong Lion pointed out, His wounds are healing fast. I was right. That is the healing power of the water and wood generals. He has both generals' powers. 2 types of healing energy that boost his recovery. She looked at Lilac and explained. That is the main reason he can last longer than the others. Baekhyun heard this and glared at Lilac with anger. Suddenly, he startled and grew uneasy. Baekhyun's eyes glinted sharply as he cracked a sinister smile. Inside that magic circle, only 4 people remained. The group looked toward Chukyun Bao, Chuk Hone, and Diet. Their generals were formidable. The Dun Ren heard the loud noise. Though it sounded like a defeat, it felt like they could still hold their ground. They watched the fierce face of Chuk Lok shouting loudly 10 and Chuk Lok might be okay, but he looked truly terrifying. Everyone glanced inside the circle, thinking, these 3 are fine. But that fire over there, they saw Lilac's pale face, still trying to stay calm, but worriedly thought, he looks like he is about to break. Then Hai cried out anxiously, Lilac! Danga beside her also watched him with concern. Onko held the vial, deep in thought and surprised that this kid has held on this long, but maybe this is where it ends. She stared at the 4 inside the magic circle, thinking the 2 water element generals could help sustain his recovery power. But since he's only a first level TTSC, I think he can hold on for maybe 30 more breaths. After that, he is definitely getting pushed out. Hong Koa's face darkened as she shouted a command. Dab, your rotten kid is about to get blown away. On the other side, Lilac gritted his teeth, legs trembling uncontrollably. He silently thought, this is the limit. Calmly, he thought to himself, I do not know why, but I feel strangely calm. It is almost time. Then, Lilac looked at the energy inside his body and said, now's the moment. Let us... This breakthrough feeling had been suppressed for days. He focused on the 2 energy sources and then released it all at once. Suddenly, massive energy burst from Lilac, a blue light spreading everywhere. Onku gasped loudly. What? Lonvu stared intently at Lilac. The others panicked and whispered, look at Lilac. Onko stared at him in shock, shouting, he broke through to 2nd level TTHS under Than Kanfong's pressure. Then Niga smiled softly upon seeing this. A strong wind suddenly blew toward the others inside the circle. Baekhyun shouted angrily, that bastard. Again with this, Onglai next to him shook her head in denial. There is a difference this time. Last time it was sudden impulse, but this time it feels like he planned it long ago. She pointed out that Lilac's breakthrough went super smoothly because he had already felt the breakthrough earlier, but deliberately suppressed it. Baekhyun, overhearing this, grew furious. How could he have known Hong Ku would test him with Than Kanfong? He suddenly shouted, don't tell me Than Nai told him. Longvu turned to Than Nanga and asked, did Lilac get insider info? Than calmly replied, if I said no, would you believe me? Hearing this, Longvu gasped in surprise. She immediately turned to watch, thinking, interesting. Lilac. Longvu thought deeply about Lilac. Unlike his parents, Kung Danga and the others, who all shine brightly like the sun, he carries himself with quiet confidence, hiding his true strength, surprising people when they least expect it. Then I excitedly praised, Lilac, you are amazing. Ongi thought about the vial in her hand, wondering if it was just to keep Than Nai from revealing the kid's secret. She did not even tell him about Than Kanfong, yet Lilac managed to hold this secret. Narrowing her eyes, she thought, originally, I used Than Kanfong to finish off Lilac. Onga watched Lilac carefully, wondering if he is hiding a secret move intentionally, or if it is just by chance. She stared into Lilac's face and continued, he looks harmless, but actually knows how to hide himself well. Honki thought about 2 puzzling people. It is strangely that Hein and Dam Day Lam have the same personality, and even their disciple is just like them. So why did they have a son like this? Calmly, she said, congratulations to you all for making it this far. Then, 4 beams of golden light shot toward the 4 people. Lilac looked at the light in his hand and heard Hong Yi's voice. Accept it. He looked at it in his hand, thrilled finally. The dragon secret fruit was in his grasp. She smiled as she explained, the dragon path ceremony will open in a month. When that time comes, bring this item to me, and I will guide you into the dragon path. The sound of Hongki echoed, followed by the mistress preparing to make some changes for you all. Lilac glanced at the person beside him and said, thanks, I am not hurt. Just let me change clothes. The man gestured toward a direction. Young Master Luck, please. After a while, Lilac stepped out from the room, thinking to himself, this is great. The dragon secret fruit is finally mine, and my strength has recovered about 70-80%. Soon, I will meet up with the princess for the next step. He saw Truck Hyun standing and waiting for someone. Curious, Lilac approached and asked, raising an eyebrow, what is up? Truck Hyun smiled teasingly. Lilac, I have heard about you for a while. Meeting you today, you really live up to your reputation. Lilac closed his eyes as the other replied, the person waiting for me here probably is not to just waste time talking. You are right, but it is nothing too serious. Lilac heard Truck Hyun say, if Lathan Nai asks for someone then, I hope you can refuse. Because I want to go with her, he smirked coldly. Actually, the fishing guild captain already gave me a hint, and my father fully supports this. If you, young Master Lu, can refuse, then I and the Jian Mansion will be truly grateful to you. Hearing that, Lilac sighed and asked, the fishing guild captain's hint, is it possible you misunderstood what he meant? Truck Hoen interrupted. That is not the point. Regarding my request, I sincerely hope you will consider it carefully. Lilac looked him straight in the eye as Truck Huyen's voice echoed. The situation at Laklam Mansion is not looking good right now, he explained. The city lord's mansion has pushed you to a pretty desperate spot, and if Jian Mansion gets involved now, it could be the final blow that breaks Laklam Mansion. Lilac laughed coldly. So you are threatening me? Truck Huyen grinned. I just want young Master Li to seriously think over my offer. Think of it as a settling this peacefully. Maybe you want to refuse. He instantly challenged. Do you actually have other feelings for La Than Nai? Lilac sighed deeply. Then, raising two fingers, Lilac startled Truck Huyen as he continued. I want to say two things. First, the hatred between Juyan Mansion and Lac Lam Mansion is not any less than that with the City Lord's Mansion. Tilting his head, he asked, do you really think Juyan Mansion would not want to pour fuel on the fire with Lac Lam Mansion right now? You all are desperate. You are just puppets of the Golden Marquis Mansion. So do not pretend to be some hero in front of me. Lilac stepped closer and stated, Second, Lathanai is my sworn sister. If she needs me, I will do everything to protect her. If you want me to refuse her, sorry to disappoint. He stood firm, looked directly at Truck Hoyen, and asked coldly, what exactly are you? Lilac laughed mockingly. Besides, if you really care, you should be straightforward and talk to Lathanai yourself. Coming here to threaten me with gangland talk, have you lost your mind to the Fire General S Flames? Truck Hoyen frowned. Lilac is much more stubborn than I expected. He turned and walked away. Alright, no point talking more. Hopefully one day Lilac won't regret getting so fired up today. Lilac sighed. Things have flipped. He looked tired and thoughtful. Knowing the feud between Juyan Mansion and Lac Lam Mansion was complicated, they could not just call a truce. A clash was inevitable. Lilac smiled faintly, thinking, Lac Lam Mansion has not had an easy time these past years. He glanced over and saw Than Nai standing there. Surprised, he called out, Lathai. She smiled slightly. I thought the young master might have sold me off already. Lilac was stunned and wondered. So Lathanhai has been here all along. Does that mean she heard everything we just said? He grew angry and cursed silently. Damn it, if Truck Huyen finds out she came looking for me. Little bro, you are in big trouble. Lilac felt a bit down. Someone with such good connections always said she wanted to team up with him, ignoring whether he was shady or not. She just wanted to help him put on a show. I do not think she really trusts him. She should be more careful moving forward. Then I shouted in anger. Who cares if he means well or not? I do not want to team up with him. This is just to mess with Kim Long Bao Han, and to keep things in check. Aleph responded. That is a shame. I actually think Trek Hun might have feelings for you. What if he gets greedy and tries to take both your wealth and you? She immediately turned away, clenching her fists tightly. Keep dreaming about his little spring fantasy. Then I said seriously. Lulus, I am asking you straight, do not sell me out, just because someone else is playing dirty, in the Kim Long Dao sect. Competition S fierce. I need a teammate I can truly trust. Lilac slapped his hand down confidently. Don't worry. Thanks to our connection, even if Trexie Hun threatens to disband the whole faction, I want to listen to him. Then Hai could not help but smile. He smiled brightly and asked, feeling better now. Lelef pointed to the knife she was holding and asked gently, can you put the knife away now? Then I held up a peeled apple. Here. Have some. This is what I used to peel the fruit. Do not get the wrong idea. Lelef sighed as he looked at her face, thinking, of course, beautiful women lie with a poker face. She is good. If I would said the wrong thing earlier, she would have shown me who is boss. He reached out to take the apple. Sighing silently, her poker face is top tier. Huh. Then Hai was not about to answer. Exactly. Lelex bit into the apple and said, I gotta say, your mom really is something else. Who would not want a mom like her? Then I teased, don't you admire my little poker face too much? Young master, without the boss's permission, it is nothing special. What? The so-called poker face has been beaten by you twice already, he said with a laugh. Liu Thak respectfully approached and reported, Miss, the sect leader is looking for you. Then Hai clicked her tongue. Lelex stood silently, listening to her sigh before replying. Alright, then he called out to Lone V. She immediately praised him. Lelas has been studying well today. Great job. Lone Via looked at him and said, after the banquet ends, I will need to bother you for a bit of your time. Aleph responded, thinking to himself, both sides clearly know this is crazy, but we still have to go through with it. Fine, going with the flow is not bad. Inside the building, lively chatter filled the air. Thank you all for coming to celebrate today. It is nothing, please forgive me. Honorable sect leader, Lomva quietly asked. Sect leader, may we borrow your place for a bit? Hunk smiled and agreed. No problem, but if it takes too long, the king might get a little bored. She quickly denied. No way, as long as it is not inside the royal palace. The king finds everything interesting. A female voice inside called out, please come in. Lalef stared at the building in awe. Such a strict and imposing guard post this manor really is a high-stakes game. Lone Vi led 2 people into a room. Denga bowed deeply upon seeing who was inside. Your Majesty, Laluk looked up the king and a shadow lurking in the corner. He squinted, thinking, that old man carries an invisible pressure. Probably a top-tier peak strength in the palace. Huh. Lalef studied the wary face of the king and smiled thoughtfully. Looks like the little emperor's impression of me runs pretty deep. Lone Vi stood straight and said, Your Majesty, shall we begin? She said seriously. Lualus, everything you learned today, please keep it a secret. Dunty shared outside. The boy's robe slowly slid down, and Luck gasped. That is, on the king's back was a black lotus radiating dark energy. Lone Vi closed her eyes and calmly explained. This is the king's condition since birth, a lotus slowly forming on his back. They say it is a rare yin-yang blue lotus, but at some point, it started turning black. When it fully turns into a black lotus, it will consume the king's body, dooming him to death without cure. He looked at Alaluk and said, over the years, we have brought in water and wood generals, even powerful Gaming realm experts, to try and heal the king. Among them were Fengo realm fighters, but none succeeded. If one day you can reach Fengo realm, there might finally be a chance to cure the king. He stared intently at Wang Sheng's back. Sighing as he pondered, it turned out to be a rare congenital defect like that. Even the strong Fenghao experts skilled in healing could not fix it. What use am I in coming here? Lalu forced a smile and greeted. Wang Sheng, we meet again. The boy frowned and called out. Missile Island. He immediately stiffened, embarrassed and thoughtful. That day, when he clashed with Miss Juoxian, no one expected this rich kid to be the little Wang Sheng of the great Huang court. Lalua looked thoughtfully at Wang Sheng's face, but now it seemed the little emperor had already seen through his tricks. People only toy with me out of boredom. After all, someone in this position must have gone through a lot. Can 10 underestimate that? His eyes deepened in thought. Even though he was just a tool to put on a show, it caused quite a stir. Even if it ended in failure, at least it gave people hope. But this time, Lalu seriously stared at Wang Sheng as 2 streams of blue and green power swirled around him. The old shadow looked that way calmly and thought, this kind of shock is definitely the power of the water and wood dual element. The old shadow stared at the energy flowing from his palm and wondered, is this an illusion? This dual element power seems even more dazzling. The 2 streams of energy quickly merged, and the image of the blue lotus was engulfed by it. The surface of the water began to ripple gently, and a tiny spark flickered. Lalu immediately withdrew the energy, opening his eyes to stare at Wang Sheng's back. Lalua looked at the lotus on the boy's back and asked uncertainly, did it change at all? Lonvu stared at the back of the king, thinking, this really shows no reaction whatsoever. She pictured the healing before her worries. The lotus beams always surged out strongly after treatment. Though it caused quite a stir, it always ended in failure, but at least it boosted morale. But this time, Lonvu closed her eyes, sighed quietly, thinking, I was just testing. So why did I suddenly get my hopes up? Lilac's power is so weak. He can change the situation. Lilac quietly admitted his mistake, apologizing for causing trouble. She replied that he did not have to worry, it was just a test. Kunya turned to Luan Yu and said, Princess, if that is all, we will take our leave. Luan Yu smiled and said, I will see you off. A loud voice rang out. Wait. She turned and saw the old shadow standing behind Wang Sheng. Puzzled, she asked, Old shadow, what is going on here? He closed his eyes and touched the youth's back, saying, Wang Sheng, please allow me to take a closer look. Lalu's eyes widened in alarm. Please do not. Surely my actions did not cause any harm to little Wang Sheng, right? The old shadow frowned in silence. Searching, Lai Lu, confused, wondered, is something wrong? If not, just say it already. The old shadow frowned and silently clicked his tongue, then suddenly let out an awkward cough, followed by a small noise. Lalu's eyes grew wide, face filled with panic, thinking, stop hesitating. Just tell us what is wrong already. Playing hard to get and messing with people as nerves is not funny. The old shadow turned to Luan Yu and reported, Your Highness, the energy pattern on Wang Sheng's back has indeed undergone a tiny transformation. She immediately questioned, what kind of change? He seriously pointed out, this spot on Wang Sheng's back was originally invaded by toxic lotus energy, but after my observation, it seems some of the toxin here has dissipated. Hearing this, all 3 widened their eyes in shock simultaneously. Lalu gasped, what? He blinked and muttered. This? Lalu turned to the old shadow and asked, excuse me. Where exactly? He pointed to a spot on the back and answered. Here. Lalua thought to himself, that is way too small. Lalua touched it and asked skeptically, is not it still dark? He turned and called out. Then Luan Yu urgently asked, Old Shadow, are you sure? The toxin has lightened a bit. The old shadow closed his eyes and confirmed. Your Highness, though I am old and my eyes are not the best, I am certain in my mind. I see the linked markings. I have memorized every detail of the mark on the king's back over the years. So my instincts won't fail me this time, the elder quietly warned. Though it might sound unbelievable, Lilac jumped when he heard the shout. But this kind of transformation really does seem connected to that young lord. He stomped his foot and raised his hand to refuse, saying this probably can't be done. This is something even a Marquis-level warrior can fix. Lilac's face turned serious as he wondered if the king's body was healing on its own. He silently decided that this was a trap. If something goes wrong, who is going to be responsible? The elder responded firmly. I am certain it is not that I understand these linked markings too well. He thought about the markings and recalled that over the years they have constantly changed, and the strange energy they emit has never shown signs of dissipating. The elder's voice rang out. A former head of the Sacred Mystic Academy, was a powerful king-level fighter, but still could not fully solve it. Though he once said, the elder frowned and said, this energy from the linked markings can probably only be completely neutralized by the power of a triple general. Lilac thought to himself, no way. Is that because I somehow gained a bit of triple general's power? Lone Vu looked at him pleadingly. We can ignore even the tiniest hope. Whether your triple general power helps or not, just one more try will tell us for sure. She stepped closer and urged Lilac. So please, try again. He hesitated. This is tough. Lone Vu reached out, insisting, Lilac, this is really important. If you can neutralize it for the king, you will earn the royal court's respect sometime soon. And if you ever need help, we will be there to repay the favor. Then Naga gasped in surprise, and Lilac exclaimed, what? He turned to Than Iga. Does this mean the crown princess knows the danger our Lac Lam estate is facing? Enga nodded. If that is the case, then we definitely need a stronger general. Lone Vu, so please. Lilac, try one more time. Lilac hesitated. But She shouted. Are you saying the royal court's respect still is not enough to motivate you? His voice answered. It is mostly that. Lone Vu blurted. That was my last drop of hope, she thought in shock. Right? We all forgot this fire spirit is only a low-level second-rank general. Lilac scratched his head apologetically, silently grumbling. How could you high-ranking generals ever understand my pain? The king stared in shock. Mouth agape. Elder, can he really heal me? The elder nervously replied. Your Majesty, in the last test, a bit of dark energy from one linked mark was neutralized. Though doubtful, the elder still nodded in agreement. It is a fragile truth. The king shouted with joy after hearing this. Really? The boy's excitement made him cough nonstop, turning the elder pale as he warned. Your Majesty, do not get too excited. Lone Vu hurriedly reminded him to take his medicine. No one expected this outcome, she exclaimed in surprise. I never imagined this result before. It is a miracle, she recited quietly. Noting the many wonders that could be seen on him, she did not forget to warn, but until there is a final decision, Your Highness should not get your hopes up. Obediently, Lone Vu nodded. Understood. She stepped close and said affectionately, I was not thinking clearly before, but the royal court's respect is not empty words. Lilac smiled and said, Your Highness, I will try again, but it might take a few more hours, she reassured him. Don't worry. Then pulled out a small bottle called Rejuvenation Elixir, proudly introducing it like a live stream host. This is Rejuvenation Elixir. It speeds up the recovery of general powers. I think you are the perfect candidate to use it right now. Hearing about medicine, Lilac felt itchy like he would been struck by lightning. Do I really have to take medicine? Denga pondered and said, if your stamina is not great, then yes, take the medicine. Feeling pressured, he quickly denied, I do not need any medicine. But in the end, Lilac sighed and gave in. Fine, if we do not do it today, it won't happen at all. But could you guys stop staring at me like that? After sitting still like a statue for an hour, Lilac gritted his teeth and sent his magic power toward the boy. A few sparks of his bright energy were poured onto Vong Thung. Lone Vu could not wait any longer and nervously asked, Old Master, how is it? You are silent. Your Highness Vong Thung. Moments later, he leaned forward in disbelief and explained, although even I find it hard to understand. With that drop of Lilac's essence, young master has really improved. Behind Vong Thung's back, there was indeed a tiny trace of the cursed energy that had been neutralized. Seeing this, she let out a relieved breath. This is great. The room suddenly fell silent. Lilac stared in stunned disbelief. This really breaks all logic. Even I do not fully get it. But seeing everyone look at him with such emotional eyes, he awkwardly wondered, why do you all look so touched? Weirded out. And like you just saw, a ghost, Lone Vu suddenly got emotional and shared with a choked voice. When I was helping Vong Bangha, she told me to take good care of Vong Thu. Today, I finally see a glimmer of hope. She looked at him earnestly and asked, Lilac, would you be willing to give your all to heal Vong Thong? Without hesitation, Lilac firmly said, Don't worry. If I was not willing, we would not even be here. Seeing this, Lone Vu solemnly promised, as long as you can heal Vong Thu, the Vong family will owe you a great debt. Lilac shook her hand and showed his determination. I do not know how I will do it, but I will give everything I have got to heal Vong Thong. Lone Vu's eyes sparkled like she would found a lucky charm. She excitedly praised, Kuong Hao, you really are my lucky star. Then Iga spoke up to warn, Your Highness, I hope you can keep this a secret. She seriously assured, Don't worry. Even though the Vong family is full of complicated people, I will do my best to keep it confidential. Worried, Daniga added, also, although Lilac can heal Vong Thong's congenital defect, his own energy is still too weak. Breaking the dark energy might take a really long time, she emphasized. So I hope your Highness won't schedule his treatments too intensively. Lone Vu nodded and suggested, Don't worry. How about once a month? Then Ega proposed lightly, or wait until he reaches the general day rank. Then Vong Thong's congenital defect might be completely cured. Lilac silently liked that idea and thought, Alright, if the princess treats me like a tool, 3 times a day, even if I had a steel body, I would not last. Lone Vu reassured him again. Don't worry, but we still have 3 hours before we return to the palace. She shyly stepped closer. You will have to work hard. Little brother, try to push yourself for a few more treatments. Okay? Lilac, 3 more times today. How's that sound? His face immediately twisted. Silently complaining, 3 more times. I am drained already. Lilac looked to Thaniga for help, thinking, for Lac Lam Fu's future. Sister, when do you save me? She crossed her arms coolly and replied, making him want to cry. No mercy in love, for Lac Lam Fu's future. Just deal with it. 3 hours later, the door suddenly opened. Then I happily called out, Lilac! Everyone's out. She stared wide-eyed and surprised ahead. Lilac stepped out with muddy shoes. He warily held his waist like an old man, quickly explaining, It is nothing. Just testing treatment on Vong Thu. I have just used up all my energy. Then Hai panicked and asked, Han, energy drain does not mean he is seriously ill, right? Lilac weakly smiled and said, It is Lone Vu turned to Honka, the fishery chief, and said, Lilac used quite a lot today. Shall we head back? He nodded lightly. Already exhausted. Then the 3 of them left together with Lilac. Then Hai, curious, whispered, Madam, do you think Lilac's treatment works? Ongi immediately rebutted, What are you thinking? No matter how strong a Feng Hao rank expert is, congenital defects like Vong Thong's can be fixed by any treatment. Under the watchful eyes searching for noodles, Onga silently guessed. And indeed, when the eldest princess and the young emperor left, their steps were noticeably quicker. Dad furrowed his brow, thinking seriously. Something big must have happened in the room during these hours. No matter what it was, Lilac is way too weak already. We definitely can let Than Nai stay by his side. Inside the carriage, the king anxiously asked Tan, says, Can my illness really be cured? Can Lilac really heal me? Lone Vu calmly patted the boy's head and replied, Isn't he that already confirmed? And La hesitated, thinking deeper. The general strength of this young master is indeed unusual. Should I investigate more thoroughly next time? She shook her head firmly. No need, as long as it is useful. Don't let this ruin relations between us right now. He frowned and pressed. By the way, is the eldest princess planning to get closer to Lac Lam Mansion? Lone Vu explained clearly. Before, I only observed Than Iga's potential. According to my prediction, in less than 3 years, she will reach the Marquis realm, becoming the youngest Marquis realm in the entire region. She turned to look out the window, then excitedly added, But after tonight, I realize Lilac brings a lot of hope too. The crisis at Lac Lam Mansion, he might just be able to handle it. So right now, that place is definitely worth getting closer to. He sighed deeply, worried, but with the Frost King's secret technique left by Lilac's parents, many powerful figures are watching closely. Enlaw added cautiously, and the Lac Lam Mansion's defensive array has been weakening over the years. A few days ago, someone already broke in. If later enemies from all sides keep harassing Lac Lam Mansion, does Ding He really want to stand on the front line and come to their aid? Lone Vu firmly said, We have to be ready to sacrifice. Being scared and hesitant only brings more trouble. Then she explained further, If they can show us some incredible strength when the time comes, then naturally we will step in to support them because they have that value. Enlaw quietly asked again, What if they fail to show it? Lone Vu pondered, then gently concluded, Then Lac Lam Mansion probably want to hold on. Later, In a grand castle, Lilac said happily, "Today is our second evaluation, don't still worry." Xiaofeng thought anxiously. The young master is too straight-laced, he is really going to compete against all of us. Everyone around muttered. The young master is the real overachiever here. Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, trying to calm himself. No matter what, if we beat the headquarters, they will provide the original secret technique to the branch. Our mission will be done. Even if the branch's top tacticians start moving, as long as we get the original secret technique, they will still want to come back with us. At this moment, do not hesitate. With determination, I declare, young master, this time I will take the lead. Seeing this, the crowd started gossiping. The young master gave him so many perks. And now this fire skin acts like this. That fire skin is almost 5th rank. Bullying the young master who is only 2nd rank is just clueless. One man noticed something odd and asked, "But this week's evaluation is for the spiritual water radiant talent. And the young master is only a 2nd rank top tactician. Right?" Lilac nodded happily and revealed, "Yesterday, my mood was great, and suddenly the radiant light appeared, helping me produce the spiritual water radiant talent." Everyone was confused. Proudly, he declared, "So now I am officially a top-ranked talent tactician." Everyone gasped. What? Witnessing this divine scene, everyone enthusiastically cheered and danced. A few days ago, he was 2nd rank. Today he's a talent-ranked genius, a prodigy. Young master will defeat the top tactician. How can he be so casual about it? Like drinking water. Not only is his talent strong, but he also radiates a brilliant light. Exactly. Exactly. Well said if you know. Say more. Dun still sighed deeply and commented, "The young master really is a genius in top-ranked tactician cultivation." He raised his brow, showing some hesitation. "But the young master just entered the 3rd rank, do we still need this evaluation?" Lilac responded firmly and persuasively, "If the evaluation was planned, how could we cancel it? No need for pressure. Just give it our all." Right after, the judge shouted, "The duel begins." Someone in the noisy crowd said, "I need to find a good spot." Confident to the max, Dongvan jumped into action. On this side, Dongvan started his moves. Though clearly nervous, the moment both exploded with power. The crowd around them felt like they were watching the world finals. Devi sighed to her sisters, "I am worried. This time is not looking great for us either. In the last 2 surveys, the deputy prefect always got pressured by the branch's people. I heard the branch's people are heading to headquarters now. But what will they really do?" Danga nodded, saying, "This feels like a strategic expert's prediction. So whatever tricks Baho has, it has got to happen today." Devi glanced sideways and cautiously assessed. Although Luncan, the deputy prefect, has reached 3rd grade, compared to Duong Van, she might still be a bit lacking. Lincan judged firmly. Then for sure, no matter the talent, she can beat a seasoned 4th grade alchemist. Let alone a 4th grade alchemist. I suspect once Lilac refines the Lindoi magic liquid, he has already had quite a few failures. Hearing this, Devi gasped, "So you are saying the deputy prefect is doomed?" Ken smiled mysteriously. "What I said only applies if it was anyone but Lilac." She pointed ahead with an unreadable expression. "That Jaha. I do not get him either, but I trust he definitely has a secret move. Look at those branch alchemists, they are still worried about Lilac." Lincan revealed a harsh truth. Beneath Jiaho's calm and gentle smile lies a sly fox. This is really a setup. And we should even be thankful for the deputy prefect's generosity, she thought quietly. But they should accept that this duel is basically a battle of wits and stealth in the arena. Dongvan had already finished his product. At the same time, Lilac was keeping pace. The crowd gasped. Dongvan's speed is insane. No wonder he is the chairman. The deputy prefect's slow pace really is not looking good. Outside headquarters, Thean was only concerned about one thing. By how? The chief is not worried. He smiled wickedly with anticipation. Worried? The real show's about to start. I do not even know if Lilac can keep up, whispering anxiously. People said, this time they are refining the Hong Ni line dye medicine. 2nd grade. It is not a high-quality potion, so it suits the deputy prefect's level. After a moment, Dongvan proudly raised his veal. Someone in the crowd gasped. So fast? No wonder he is chairman. Xiaofeng's heart pounded nervously as she looked at him. Meanwhile, Lilac was still carefully stirring. Seeing this, everyone anxiously waited but also felt a bit relieved. The deputy prefect was still slowly adding ingredients, thankfully not rushing, or he would be way behind. They looked at Thanga admiringly, but Kongsu really stays calm. An hour later, in silence and frustration, Lilac raised his veal, shining brilliantly. Someone cheered. The deputy prefect stunned too. Others sighed in relief, wiping sweat from his brow. He thought, that was too close. I was already bracing for failure. Seeing the result, Dong Van was impressed and grudgingly admitted. One try and he nailed it. Though the deputy prefect just reached 3rd grade, he managed to hold his own with skill. That is true talent. He stepped forward. Admiringly, I really thought the deputy prefect's talent was something to marvel at, Lilac confidently proposed. Chairman Duong, let us move to the final step. Also, do you want to check the potion? Dongvan closed his eyes. Agreeing. Such generosity from the deputy prefect, how could I be petty? Let us test it directly. He dipped a stick into the solution to test it. Dongvan raised his vial and announced, 5.7. The crowd shouted. The Hongmi Lintheus peak is around 6th grade. This result is amazing. Proudly, Diu Feng thought. Good. Most 3rd grade alchemists struggle to pass 5.2 when they start refining. Next up was Lilac, who also used a stick to test the feature. He grinned proudly. Scoring 8 out of 10 looks like my luck is not bad at all. Just a bit better than Captain Duong's. Everyone around gathered. Puzzled, how could this be? The deputy commander's score surpassed Captain Duong's, who was ranked 4th grade. Duong's face turned pale upon hearing this. Freezing up. Speechless, he bowed his head in respect to the power, saying, Deputy Commander, I am in awe of your natural talent. That is just terrifying. The Deputy Commander really is the rare genius of legend, with an insanely sharp intuition. Lilac looked cool as hell, like a hero straight out of a novel. He explained the secret in his heart. Surpassing others was all thanks to the primal secret technique condensed by my unique aquatic general power. Thinking of that jade, he analyzed silently. But this is not cheating, because this primal secret technique was forged through my own generalist power. This is basically my personal genius technique. Then Lilac promised himself quietly, and to avoid causing trouble for everyone, he would not explain further. Linkan seemed to see right through him and smiled brightly. I told you, you slide. Lilac turned to look at the 2 people glaring at him. By house henchmen flinched, thinking to themselves, we are doomed. Our time at headquarters is over. Next up, we can only leave with heavy hearts, heading back to the Western Army Command. Even though we do not want to go, Bahu's orders leave us no choice. Seeing their miserable expressions, he smiled with satisfaction. Moments later, Lilac stepped forward seriously and announced, everyone, like a savior, he offered a tempting proposal. If you want to stay at the Gekja Digung headquarters, I will welcome you on behalf of the Laklam Prefecture. Even if you have done some things under Bai Hao's orders, do not worry about it. You have probably interacted with the military commanders here before. One of Bai Hao's lackeys whispered bitterly, typical rats showing their true colors, trying to steal everything from these military commanders. Others could not help but call out. Deputy Commander Deng Van and Tiu Feng shared the same helpless thought and sighed. But what reason do we have to stop him? After a while, everyone was completely convinced, praising, Deputy Commander is truly amazing. We clearly came to cause trouble, but in the end, he even won our hearts. This move is impressive. No wonder you are the son of 2 deputy commanders. Deng Van clasped his hands respectfully. Well then, Deputy Commander, your generosity is clear. We all feel it. If the sub-command's soldiers can benefit here, then let them stay. Lilac raised an eyebrow and asked, you do not want to stay here? Deng Van hesitated briefly, then firmly declined. The 2 of us will leave. Thank you, Deputy Commander. Just then, a loud sneeze echoed through the building. Everyone around panicked. Where did that sneeze come from? Then, a drop of blood fell to the floor. Deng Van and Tiu Feng both started bleeding from their noses. Itching and speechless, Lilac shouted in alarm. Old Dome, old luck. You guys. In an instant, both collapsed to the floor, and he frantically called out, hey. Everyone around was shocked as blood started streaming from their eyes too. And finally, they all dropped flat on the ground. A lightning bolt of realization hit Lilas's mind. He instantly spotted the sinister trap. I know this has to be Bai Ho's deadly trick. Poison in the fruit. Seeing this, the survivors panicked and blurted out, what is happening? Are they dead? Someone's dead? Right away. Then Iga ordered everyone to check the situation. Dunti panic. Check if they are still breathing. After examining them, she deduced the enemy's plan looks like this is Bai Hao's final move. Len solemnly added her analysis. He knew from the start that the deputy commander would bring in these subdivision tacticians, so he poisoned them all. She clearly identified Bai Hao's goal. His aim is to have these people die from the poison right at headquarters. He is probably already spreading the message across the EAAs. They want us to believe the subdivision tacticians were killed by some ancient poison method. Deputy Commander, once this rumor spreads, Kukudethi's reputation will be ruined. Linkan concluded the villainess' final evil move. Aleph listened and grew serious. He wants to destroy Kededi, no doubt about it. Seeing the chaos unfold, everyone around rushed. Quick, check on him. Denga anxiously approached and asked, what is your plan? Aleph calmly explained his strategy. Honestly, I had suspected a trick like this before. That is why I have been having the healers check their conditions these past few days. He furrowed his brow, realizing the tough problem at hand. Looks like it is a sonic-triggered poison release, but talking about it now won't help. Linkan's earlier theory was spot on. Baiho really wants to destroy Kogvika. The Aleph analyzed the serious consequences. If K-Deng, that is wiped out, Left Lamb's economy will take a huge hit that'll cause chaos throughout the whole district. Then Ega stepped forward, pressing. Do you think Baiho's backers are pushing him to take this risk? The endgame here is obvious without even saying. Both realized this was to break down Lek Lam headquarters' defenses. She grabbed the phone. Determined. We can't let these subdivision tacticians die here. If they really do, then it is just letting the enemy win. Just then, a group rushed in through the door. Deputy Commander, we are here, Lalef reported seriously. This is the healer team I arranged earlier. I did not think we would need them, but looks like I was lucky to prepare. He urgently ordered. Tron, start detoxing them immediately. Do your best. We will deal with the rest later. The healer stammered. Sir, but the poison is extremely severe. After a moment, one young man could not hold back and started coughing badly. The healer shook his head. Grim news. Deputy Commander, this poison is extremely rare. Hesitant. The healer proposed a tough solution. We can only try to detoxify it gradually. It won't be easy. Aleph stayed calm and reassured. Don't rush. Let us see if we have got the antidote ingredients. The healer anxiously spread out his notes. These herbs might work. If you can get them fast, it could make a big difference. Lo Lessie immediately ordered. Captain Tron, go buy these ingredients right away. Tron nodded firmly. Understood. And Ega suddenly remembered something and warned. Knowing Baiho, he has probably already prepared countermeasures these past few days. Lilac was surprised and asked skeptically, meaning he would buy these crucial detox ingredients ahead of time. She analyzed seriously, as if seeing right through the opponent. After all, Baiho was not alone, he had a powerful backer behind him, so he probably had the resources for this. Daniga continued, feeling helpless but still searching for a faint hope. If there is anywhere left to buy these detox ingredients now, it is probably only at Kim Long Warranty. Then, she looked him straight in the eyes, full of trust. But it might not be easy over there, so she could only trouble him to go in person. Then Iga sent a gentle hint. Since he is from that place, he might have some connections. Instantly, Lilac understood and firmly agreed. It is urgent, I will leave right away. Just as he was about to go, she nodded and arranged everything carefully. At Kim Long Warranty, Loi Trung would gather the owners to escort him. And no need to worry about the Yuduang sect headquarters, I will handle things personally. He signaled firmly. Young master, let us. As they stepped outside, a crowd gathered densely at the headquarters gate. Lilac exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, look at this, people lining up longer and longer. Someone in the crowd whispered. Look, it is them. Seems like someone died. He heard the murmurs, his anger rising inside. Sure enough, Hao was quietly stirring trouble. Spreading rumors. Loi Trung hurriedly urged. Young master, the horse is here. Let us. Immediately, they mounted and rode off fast. As they went, those around guessed quietly that these people were from Lac Lam Mansion. Word has it. Loi Trung caught every word and anxiously reported. Young master, the rumors are getting worse and worse, and while they spread, it is getting more disadvantageous for our Kiduang sect. Just now, the scout reported that the gossip is you got angry at those officers for disobeying orders and poisoned them. Lilac stayed calm and focused. Ignore that for now. Just get to Kim Long Warranty and buy the detox supplies. As long as we keep the delivery team safe, everything else will come to light. Seeing this, he turned his horse head. Loi Trung thought sharply. This is the first public attack Baihao has launched against Young Master. Before this, only Thanga could enjoy such recognition. In the past 6 months, Young Master's growth has forced Baihao to take him seriously. Loi Trung reminded himself fiercely. I have to stay alert. What if they try to harm Young Master on the way? Soon, they stopped at a castle like building Kim Long Warranty. Loi Trung announced. We are here. Lilac urged urgently. Let us go. We do not have much time left, he called out loudly. Anyone here? The steward came forward surprised. Young Master Lilac. What brings you here? He handed over a file. Then Than requested. Please have the steward check if Kim Long Warranty currently has these materials. The steward regretfully explained. Young Master Lilac. The herbs Hong Kim Trung Kao and Thian Mang Tu. Just today, many herbal shops cornered these items and bought out our entire stock here at Kim Long Warranty. Lilac clenched his teeth. Annoyed. Thinking. As expected, when Kim Long Warranty's stock is cleaned out, it means Baiho's making a move. He really has deep pockets. Does he not want to give me any chance to turn things around? Loi Trung worriedly asked. So it is intentional. What do we do? Young Master, he raised his brow and said, ask the steward to find Then Nai for me. I have an appointment with her. The steward politely invited. This way. Please. He gestured gently. Miss. Over here. Then Hai rushed over after hearing the news. Lilac told her what happened at Duong Sect. She praised him. You told me to stay at Kim Long Warranty after the feast. That was really smart. Lilac got straight to the point. Now I need some special poison antidotes. But I heard those ingredients like Hong Kim Trung Kao and Thien Mang Tiu were suddenly all bought out. Then I analyzed deeply. These two premium ingredients usually do not sell in large quantities. Today, they have suddenly become rare. Looks like someone just restocked. Even Kim Long Warranty is out of stock. Surely, all the other pharmacies in the city must be sold out too by now, Lulu nervously asked. Is there any other way? Then she confidently stated, actually, all we are fighting for are just the few days worth of supplies from Kim Long Warranty. But in the Kim Long Warranty's sealed warehouse, there have to be 2 types of these materials left. The steward heard this and was instantly confused. What? He quickly warned. Miss, the sealed warehouse can be opened without the guild leader's jade token as proof, the steward helplessly explained. Besides, we do not have the authority to do that. Kunai smiled with authority and declared, you do not have it, but a worried guy spoke up. If the sealed warehouse is opened, the other deputy leaders will come attacking, but Kunai just smiled and replied, Guild leader, do not underestimate me like that. Lulu stepped forward sincerely. Kunai, thank you so much. I want to say more, consider this a debt of gratitude. Next time we enter the Kim Long Guild, no matter what you ask, I will make it happen. Hearing that, she blushed and said, you said that. Alright, let us. They stopped in front of a giant door. Kunai pointed. This is the sealed warehouse. Huang Mang called out. Big brother Ningxiao, who hurriedly warned. Kunai, this is not right. She frowned and asked back. What is wrong with it? Ningxiao calmly explained the unbreakable rule. Kunai, I am not trying to stop you, but the sealed warehouse can only be opened with the guild leader's jade token. Without it, the guards won't obey anyone. Kunai then casually pulled out a jade token. Seeing it, Ningxiao's mouth dropped open. Stammering, the guild leader's jade token. How did you get that? She boldly claimed her rights. Brother, you do not need to worry. I am only taking a small portion of the materials, and I will sell them for twice the price. Big brother Ningxiao. Please remember, Kim Long Warranty's motto is harmony brings wealth. Donna stopped me from making money. She handed over a list and ordered. Follow this list quickly. Her subordinates took it and respectfully replied. Understood. Ningxiao stood nearby. Annoyed. Lai Lu, your buddy Doozy is also the young master of Lac Lam Mansion. Ordering King Nai to break the rules like this will definitely upset the guild leader if he finds out. Lalu calmly reassured. Don't worry. I am not taking these materials for free. Like King Nai said, I am willing to pay double. He sighed. Sounds like this is all about the money. Then he asked seriously. You know about the Qidong loss situation, right? And that someone's trying to interfere? Does this have anything to do with him too? Hearing that, Ningxiao scolded. Young master, do not get so anxious you start biting everyone around you. This is Lac Lam Mansion's business. Rather than asking outsiders, you should clean up your own house first. He quickly schemed, calculating the timing. They have probably already told the old guild leader by now. Kunai's jade token was probably mixed in by her. If the guild leader finds out, he will definitely try to block this. Looking at King Nie's figure, Ningxiao confidently predicted the outcome. When that happens, the guild leader's opinion of Luo will turn extremely sour. He might even kick him out of Kim Long Warranty. He smugly predicted the ending. That little brat thinks she is untouchable with her cover. Fooling Kin, but does she really think the guild leader is a pushover waiting to die? A servant pushed a cart and announced, Miss, we have got everything now. Kung Nai good, hurry and transport it. She turned with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, with these materials, we might just solve the Qidong problem. Lalu sincerely thanked her. Kunai, thank you so much this time. Just then, an urgent voice shouted, Stop right there. A man strode. Ning had not seen him yet but was already excited. Father, Deputy Leader, Ningju, the man shouted loudly. What are you doing? You can just open it without reason. A man walked in, and before none even saw him, she excitedly called out, Father, Vice President. Nine then shouted loudly, What are you all doing? Why open it without permission? Seeing this, then Hai was terrified. Her face drained of color. It is, the Vice President of the Golden Heart Security is here. Nine. Nin, with bloodshot eyes and helpless. This is not good. Nin is extremely skilled and difficult to handle. He glared and asked. Then Hai, did you take the jade token? Does the president know? Nin sharply criticized. Taking the president's jade token without permission breaks security rules. Then Hai was startled and stammered. This is, though angry, he holds back and sternly lectures. Then Hai, since you are still young and naive, just return it quickly. Leave the rest to me. Then I quietly sighs in her heart. This Nenquiet father is so annoying, always forcing me to stop, but I can't outmatch his strength. I simply can't stop him, if I can get these medicinal herbs. Then, he proudly turns to look at you and says smugly, Our Kim Nong Guild is no place for troublemakers to come and cause chaos. Nin, standing nearby, grins smugly to himself. It is over for you. Lilac! Lilac! Although I have no grudge against you, who told Dan Ni to steal from the guild because of you. Nun Quiet arrogantly commands to gather all the herbs and lock up the storage room. Lilac is shocked, speechless, and pale. You frown, uneasy and restless. This is bad. If this keeps up, won't these alchemists be doomed? Could it be that my Luck Lamb guild is destined to suffer through this disaster? Suddenly, everyone bows respectfully and greets the guild leader. Anki asks confusedly, what is going on? Nun Quiet flips his face like a pancake and accuses Than Hai without missing a beat. Guild leader, more than half of this is Than Ni's doing, but you did not notice she stole your jade token and tried to sneak into the storage room. She silently curses the old man Nin Quiet for being so vicious. Seeing their eyes on her, Lilac stays silent, deep in thought. You frown, considering with a strong sense of justice. Looking at Than I's expression, could it be that she really took the guild leader's jade token? At this point, you can just let her get scolded, as a, you have to step up and take responsibility. Moments later, Lilac seriously explains. Guild leader, this has nothing to do with Than Nai. I want to pay double to buy these decongestant herbs. So I asked her for help. I did not expect things to get so complicated. Than Nai hesitates, wanting to step forward and explain, but she is stopped by a raised hand. Anka silently studies you with a sharp gaze. Lilac remains firm and unwavering. Seconds later, she calls out, Vice Guild Leader Nin. Nun Quiet quickly responds. Then he looks dumbfounded hearing what she says behind him. What? Anka quickly clarifies. The jade token was not taken by Than Nai from my place. I gave permission for it to be taken earlier. Kim Long Guild believes in harmony bringing wealth. If someone offers a good price to buy it back, there is no reason not to earn that money. Nun Quiet nearly loses his temper. Guild leader, how can this be? Before he finishes, his tone shuts him up immediately, ignoring Nines sulking behind him. She turns to Honky with a forced smile and says, so that is how it is? Looks like I misunderstood Than Hai. The Nin Quiet's face hardens as he asks, but guild leader, selling these decongestant herbs to Lek Lam Guild is not that too risky. She smirks slightly and replies, Kim Long Guild works to make money, never worrying about these things. We just create wealth, not trouble. Anka puts a finger to her lips. Then Lich adds, but if someone tries to stop us from making money, then they are forcing trouble on us. Hearing this, Lilac and Than Hai both gasp, impressed by the boldness. The two watch quietly as the brief conversation continues. Guild leader, we will take our leave now. Anka replies, you all, take the ingredients out. Nun Quiet not. Yes. Guild leader. Then she gestures toward the two of them. Than Hai shyly holds the jade token and calls softly, Miss. Anka pinches her lightly and chides. You are growing up fast. Daring to take something like this? Are you being ordered by someone else? Than Hai blinks and smiles back. I just took it out early, in case I need it. Kotinai runs up, grabs Hongy's arm, and says, Miss, thank you so much. Lilac also clasps his hands and says, thank you for your help. Guild leader, but she then seriously warns him, if you had not stepped up to take responsibility for Than Hai just now, I would have kicked you out already. Lilac sincerely replies, this is my fault, no matter what, I want to let Than Hai take the blame for me. After listening, Anki squinted at him, silently judging him. There was a hint of flirtation, no wonder he is Lai Tai Hai's son. His character seems trustworthy. A maid brought some items over, and Honka bluntly said, take them outside quickly. She nodded and thanked him. Then Honki turned to him and spoke with a hidden meaning. Lilac, although these detox herbs are usually worthless, during extraordinary times they are priceless. I am sure you understand that. Lilac frowned, puzzled, and muttered, you mean the Fish Guild leader? Than Hai, standing nearby, noticed his discomfort and softly reminded him. Madam, Anka coolly explained, Kim Long Bahang's style is never to do business at a loss. So remember this, you owe me a favor, and you will have to pay it back someday. Hearing that, he firmly declared, as long as it is something I can do, whatever the Fish Guild leader asks, I will give it my all. Soon a carriage arrived, the driver shouting orders loudly. Hurry up. Load it. Someone quickly handed Lilac a box. Anki's face grew serious as she warned. Lilac, others have been preparing for this a long time. They want to let you off easily. If things get bad, I feel those life-saving deals might still be a way out. He frowned. Life-saving deals, she replied coldly, making Lilac raise his eyebrows. If someone fails, Gaduong that his reputation is destroyed completely. Holding on to it only causes trouble. Anka looked at him with ice-cold eyes and said, Kim Long Bahang can offer a high price to buy back Gaduong that. Then after your Lak Lam mansion settles, they will pay the original price to reclaim it. Lilac was briefly surprised, thinking, so that means I would have some money to get through this crisis. This could actually be a good deal for me. He felt something strange. Wait, Why do I sense some goodwill in Fish Guild leader Hong Yi's words? After all these years, our relationship has not been good at all. Thinking that, Lilac clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Fish Guild leader. If Kaduong that really has no way out, I will definitely consider that, but until then, I want to keep trying. It is my parents' legacy after all. Please excuse me." Right after, he jumped on his horse, pulled the reins, and shouted, "Let us." They watched as Lilac's horse galloped away. Anka pondered for a moment. Lilac seems calm on the surface, but his pride in blood and honor rivals even Lai Tai Hein. Suddenly, then I excitedly said, "Madam, thanks for today. You still left Lilac a way out. Madam, your idea today did not earn much." But Hongka did not care at all, remembering familiar faces and thinking deeply. For years, it has been Kong Daniga leading Lac Lam Mansion, and she is way too much like that feathery woman from Day Lam. Just seeing her makes me not want to bother. Hongka raised an eyebrow, thinking, Lilac is totally different. This kid's calmer and more thoughtful, sees the bigger picture, mainly because he is so much like Latai Hein otherwise. I would really be too lazy to manage this. Meanwhile, Lilac was speeding away, urging his horse on loudly. At Zila opposite headquarters, Tianchi looked out the big window and asked, "Has Lilac found the herbs already?" Then their crisis is solved, Baho chimed in at the table, clearly impressed. He stuffed food in his mouth and raised his cup, saying, "That poison took all my effort to track down. If it were so easy to fix, that disrespect the price I paid. Those detox herbs really work. Even the healers Lilac hired might not have that skill." Hearing that, the old man was startled. "You have already thoroughly investigated those healers Lilac brought." Baho narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint in them. "Do you think I have been idle these past few days? In the capital, healers who can neutralize this kind of poison are as rare as fingers on one hand," he explained. "By the time I got to the capital, many had already left for various reasons, and none of the healers Lilac found had this ability." Tianchai was stunned, muttering under his breath, "Their backing is truly deep and unpredictable." Then he hesitated. "Well, we should congratulate guild leader Baihao first." Baho lowered his eyes and said, "I did not want to ruin Kaduong that either. After all, it was the master and mistress's heartfelt legacy." Speaking of which, he bit his lip, his face full of bitterness. But in just half a year, the Kia Dutting sect in Li Lua's hands had recovered and grown again. If left like this, letting him hold on to the situation, it is really fortunate. We seriously underestimated this loser before. The image of the sect leader appeared in his mind only half a year left, until the leader of the Lu Lam sect. I originally planned to face off against Kwang Than Iga then, but I never expected Li Lua to force me to act early. Tianchi sneered, full of flattery, saying Baiho was incredibly skilled, and Lu was just a kid. If he was not relying on the backing of the two sect leaders, how could he possibly stand against you? Suddenly, Baho clenched his fist, slammed the table, and shouted, "This is what really makes others jealous." His eyes gleamed fiercely as he said, "I have struggled with business for years, paid with all my heart, but he just needed to rely on his pure legitimacy to push me into such misery. Even his master and senior love him so much." Hearing this, the old man was speechless, forcing a smile. "Damn it, with that said, how can I even praise him? He is the sect leader's own son. If they do not love him, why would they love some nameless disciple like you?" Tianchi looked at him helplessly and sighed silently. "This is what happens when you overdo the worship deserved." "Really?" Saying the young sect leader deliberately targeted those healers, he offended. Then Ega quickly reassured, "Now's not the time for this. We just have to wait for the antidote." After a moment, someone ran over shouting, "Miss Kwong!" Tan Vong's face lit up, holding a vial. "Miss Kwong, I did not let you down. We have made the antidote." The herbal medicine this time arrived just in time. Hearing this, Lalu panicked and asked, "Did no one else manage to get any herbs?" Then Ega raised an eyebrow and informed him, "Golden cicada, heavenly mang, all the medicinal goods are in short supply." Lalu sighed and added, "Luckily, sister invited me to Kim Longbao Trading." Linkan came over. Curious, why does Kim Longbao Trading have stock? Bahao would not just ignore such an obvious place. Lalu honestly answered, "These supplies came from the Kim Longbao Trading Reserve Warehouse." Hearing that, she gasped, "Young sect leader, you are something else." Then she smiled teasingly at Lilu, making him freeze. "You have got some nerve. Sneaking into the reserve warehouse too." Lilu exhaled and said, "But this time, thank goodness for the Fish Red Creek leader. If she had not agreed, we really would not have gotten these antidotes." Then Niga crossed her arms, glanced at him, and said, "Probably only you could pull that off. If it were me, I bet the Fish Red Creek leader would not even show her face." Lilu blinked and asked, "Is that really true?" She did not answer but turned to the others and loudly commanded, "No delays. The herbs have arrived, everyone. Get to work on the antidotes." A handsome man stepped forward, raising his hand. "Miss Kwong, rest assured, We will dedicate ourselves to the research. He was the pharmacist. Tan Vong. Lalu glanced over, thinking, Tan Vong was so arrogant before, why the sudden enthusiasm? Can't he deny? Kwangdan Enga's influence is really something. From afar came a loud call. Hurry up, Lalu asked Than Iga. Do you think they will figure out an antidote? She asked back. What do you think? Lalu admitted, feeling a bit uneasy. She continued. You did not hear. When you went to buy the herbs, I had to go and convince the chief healer of Daiha. But do you know, they are no longer in Daiha City. Hearing this, he was a bit shocked but certain. Baiho definitely has another powerful backer, this damn guy. Levi pondered. The situation with those military commanders is getting worse. Maybe the poison is spreading throughout their bodies. The rumors are getting more intense. Danga quickly reassured him. The deputy commander deliberately targeted those commanders who offended him. But now, talking won't help, we just have to wait until the antidote is found. After a while, someone ran up shouting. Miss Kung. Teneving's face lit up excitedly, holding a notification tube. Miss Kung. Hei did not disappoint, she has already crafted the antidote. The crowd quickly dispersed. No wonder she is the second in Tenevung. Tan brother truly lives up to being the favored disciple of the descending master. So fast? Danga replied. Good. Let us test it out right away. He shifted into intense focus, slowly dripping the yellow solution into the test tube containing the black liquid. Instantly, the black liquid turned yellow, and everyone gasped in amazement. Look, the black blood is breaking down fast. From the test tube, a dark black aura rose up, shocking everyone. In a flash, the black aura vanished, leaving behind a jade-green glow. Lilac was stunned. This poison is even more vicious than we imagined. Thaniga spoke confidently. Just as expected, everything went according to plan, even with these antidotes. This poison is far from easy to break. Others began to worry. If Tan Vong can handle it, then how are we supposed to? Lilac looked uneasy and a bit angry. No mistakes here, they are trying to destroy Ki Duong Mansion by any means. Everyone else looked confused and stuck. What now? Isn't this basically a death sentence? Soka lamented. This antidote is not completely useless. It just is not strong enough to fully counter the poison's power. So it backfired in the end. Tan Vong spoke firmly. Looks like the mansion head understands a bit about the poison master's methods, but maybe not enough. Our antidote is already as perfect as it can be, he added. But this poison is no joke. It is beyond what we can handle. We have no choice but to give up. Lilac hesitated. Wait, something feels off about Tan Vong. He was so confident before, now he is sending out negative vibes, almost trying to get the other poison masters to quit. Tan Vong did not stop. Mansion head, we have done everything we can. If only our master were here. He frowned, but by the time master returns, Kaduong Mansion will probably have already fallen. Boeing, he said, we take our leave. The other poison masters wavered. Yeah, maybe we should go too. Just as they turned to leave, Lilac called out loudly. Wait, he asked bluntly. Tan Master, what rank of officer are you? Tan Vong turned back. Lower rank officer. Why? Lilac crossed his arms. Puzzled, then you must be the highest rank among us. You are the one who is refining the final step of the antidote. Right? Is it true higher rank means better effect? Tan Vong answered straightforwardly. Of course. Mansion head. What are you getting at? Lilac smiled wryly, then gave a subtle command, then, respectfully clasping his hands, Lilac addressed the crowd. Everyone, please give me one last chance. I will refine these antidotes into semi-finished products. Whether it works or not, my mansion will take full responsibility. Someone asked. You mean the semi-finished antidotes 1T go through the final refinement? He answered honestly. Exactly. As long as the semi-finished product is ready, I 1T force the final step. Tan Vong blinked, confused. What is the point of that? The crowd in the grand hall murmured with questions. It was simple. Really? Then let us hurry and do it. No, final refinement means way faster. Come on. Everyone. Scene changes to half an hour later. The poison masters finished and placed the tubes on the table. Mansion head. The medicine is ready. Let us go ahead. Looking at the antidotes, someone muttered. That Tan Vong seems shady. Maybe a spy planted by Baiho. That white-eyed guy is tricky. Then Iga smiled. But what are you planning? You want to do the final refinement yourself. Tavai also looked curious. Is that true? Lilac answered calmly. I originally wanted to live among you all as a regular person, but fate had other plans. He smiled, eyes shining, thinking, today's the day to show everyone just how rich I am. The three girls nearby wondered, what is with that dramatic pose? Lilac then declared confidently. Then Iga, you are right. I am going to do the final refinement of this antidote myself. The moment she heard that, she immediately warned him, don't mess around. These are our only antidotes right now, and they are made by merging the powers of other healers. You refine them carefully. If it is General Sung's power, It would ruin all these medicines. Lin Kan warned anxiously. Boss, do not just go doing whatever you want. But he just smiled confidently and replied, of course I know that, but, sisters, think about it. Where do you think the original secret formulas I gave the Ki Duong sect came from? Those words left Then Enga and the IV completely stunned. Lin Kan also covered her mouth in shock and whispered, could it be? I already knew. She pointed broadly at him and said, that original secret formula was created by you yourself. Lilac smiled and replied, Lin Kan, you understand me well, even guessed this secret. Still surprised, Lin Kan nodded and continued, back when you helped me refine the spiritual water's radiant light, I had some suspicions. But how could that be? How could you create an original secret formula all on your own? At that moment, his fingertips started glowing. A sparkling drop of blood dripped from Lela's SSS fingertip. Then he gasped. Whoa, that is incredible. Calmly, he explained. Those original formulas are actually condensed from my own general's power. Maybe it is because I am a void general. The power I generate has a strong inclusive nature. I call it void nature, which means my power can merge with other powers easily. Then Iga was still amazed. So that original secret formula was not handed down by master, but something you painstakingly created yourself. Ava smiled, recalling, no wonder the boss always looked weak whenever he handed over part of the secret formula. Turns out he was draining himself dry. Those words hit Leluk's pride hard, making him slump back, though Ivi laughed teasingly. Boss, you have really worked too hard. You get a bit grumpy and snap back. But is not it because we keep pushing you? We really thought your body was made of steel or something. Danga then asked, so now you plan to personally refine these semi-finished medicines? Leluk answered, I am a dual general. My healing power is way stronger than ordinary fighters. The reason these medicines failed before was that the healers were not skilled enough, he stated firmly. Bottom line, those guys lost hope. Instead of letting them handle it, it is better if I do it myself. Seeing his confident expression, Danga nodded in trust. Lelus held a test tube of the medicine in one hand, while his other palm opened, revealing a dazzling spot of light. Then another drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. Aiming at the test tube, as the blood touched the tube, it shone with a beautiful golden light. Meanwhile, the three girls exclaimed in unison. The medicine turned clear. It worked. Then Ega looked at him, thinking, looks like Laowel Leffy's powers bring him more than just trouble. She kept watching carefully but reminded herself it was not time to celebrate yet. If the medicine still did not work, then at that moment Leluk started applying the antidote to the vial containing the poison blood. As he poured it in, he gently shook the vial with the poison. The four of them all focused intensely, eyes locked on the poison vial in his hand, waiting for a reaction. His gaze softened as he looked at the three girls and called out, ladies, holding the now detoxified blood vial proudly. Lawolazfc thanked them as if witnessing a miracle that had happened countless times before. The IV and Can hugged each other joyfully. That is amazing. Then Ega stood there, looking at him with deep pride. Suddenly, she ran over and hugged Lelux tightly, catching him off guard. Leaning close, Danga whispered in his hand, not bad, here's a little reward for you. With that, she swiftly slipped past him, leaving him dumbfounded. The reward ended abruptly, leaving him a bit puzzled and surprised. Ales blamed himself internally. That was way too short. Diva laughed loudly, teasing, boss, you are in such a hurry. Next time try to enjoy it more, okay? And there is more. She gestured toward the pile of test tubes. There are still lots of medicines not yet refined. Boss, you up for it? His eyes went blank, his body drained from exhaustion, but he still stubbornly declared, bring it on. No is not in Lelekis dictionary. Some time later, the scene shifts to the hallway, where the crowd is whispering, telling us to get out. No idea what they want. No way. The new chief can do it, only a grandmaster can handle this. Just then Ega bursts out of the room. The healer sees her and speaks up. Miss Kyung is out, what happened? His eyes widen in surprise, looking at Lilac's current condition. He can help but wonder. Young master, what is wrong with you? Lilac, looking weak, holding a huge ginseng fruit, snaps back. Why so many questions? Being handsome is enough. Then Iga, a bit rushed now, says, we can't waste time. Quickly, everyone drink this. Luha immediately nods. Dang Bun from there watches the healers chatting. They can drink any more, then pour it in. He thinks to himself, just now, those therapists said the first treatment failed. Will this medicine even work? Lilac and Ga focus intensely, hoping for results. Meanwhile, Tan Vong looks doubtful, thinking, no way, this is up. After about 15 minutes, the black poisonous air starts to clear, and Duong Van's complexion slowly regains a rosy glow. The healer quickly announces, it is working. The poison rash is gone. Duong Van lets out a grunt. Something seems to rise in his mouth. Then he coughs up a mouthful of bloody poison. Others show similar signs, coughs echoing down the hallway. The healer happily announces, great, the toxins inside them have all been expelled. These antidotes really work? They clench their fists tightly and raise their palms high. We did it. We succeeded. Lilac and then Iga stand there smiling, listening to the praise. Young master, you are amazing. Thank you. Young master, Tanvong is stunned, thinking, how could those half-made medicines be this effective? What happened in that room after we left? He immediately asks. Young master, Miss Kuong, what happened in that room? The medicines we kept were just half finished. How could they work like this? Lilac smiles and replies, maybe it is because they were half finished that they are so effective. This leaves Tanvong dumbfounded. He's worried inside but wonders, why is he smiling at me like that? Could he know something? Nah, better not ask. Dongvan coughs a few more times, then looks at his palm, asking himself, what is wrong with me? Lilac steps forward and says, you too. I guess you already know what happened here, right? He and Tiu Feng both look surprised and say, everyone, could it be? I now. Dongvan recalls in shock it was the poison arrow Baiho gave us before. That guy is really rotten. Then he and the others clasp their hands in salute to Lilac. Young master, sorry. We were used and caused you trouble. He gently replies, you are all from Kiduong clan after all. I want to let you die right before me. Lilac, with a serious look, asks, so now, do you two leaders still plan to return to the West Spirit District branch? Dongvan replies hesitantly. Young master, please do not laugh at us. If you do not mind, let us help at headquarters from now on. Lilac thinks for a moment and adds, before that, I need you two to do one more thing. Baiho went through all this trouble setting up the formation. He should clean it up too. The scene shifts nearby to Thu Din, who looks suspicious and accuses. No matter how dumb Lilac is, he would not poison the branch's people at headquarters. With a tone like a warning, Thien Men adds, rumors like that only scare people because they sound brainless. She continues, a bit annoyed, Lilac really, those troublemakers come to cause problems, and he wants to win them over. Now look, they are eating poison-filled buns. Aren't they afraid of poisoning themselves to death? Huan asks. Thien Men immediately wonders, why do you always bring up Lilac? Are you worried? The Den blushes and shouts, what does that have to do with Hyan? Besides, the more Lilac loves, the less chance Hyan has. He hears this and replies, there never was a chance to begin with. She sighs. I do not know how many forces are targeting Giduong clan right now. Thien Men can only sigh too. I hope Lilac's group can hold their ground. Cut to another place. Onglin coldly evaluates. Never expected Baiho to be so cruel. Indeed, the white-eyed wolf is something people want to get rid of. Bacchian smiled with eyes closed and added, but the enemy's white-eyed wolf is adorable. After this, let us see if Lilac can still be so smug. Switching to somewhere else, Ngolang's angry voice rings out. So annoying. Those damn guys took advantage of me being away to mess with my good brother, Lilac. Frowning, he continued, my brother is still too green. If I would known that pack of dogs from that branch wanted to come to Deha City, I would have called some guys in city official uniforms standing at the gate. I would beat them back, then scold the city officials for letting it happen, looking all morally superior while cutting down on trouble. Standing behind, Da just thought silently, this guy's really a genius. My man Dong thought quietly, no wonder the captain is so desperate for the Ling Thai Kakwang medicine. So the situation in Kaduong that is really bad. Hope my medicine breakthrough comes soon. If we can pull the captain out. Behind him Da jokingly said, you call that a rear guard? Always getting spotted. Ngolang quickly replied, I want to admit it then. Elsewhere, a crowd gathered in front of the church tower, chatting. After all this time, still no one's come to explain. Surely they're not all dead, right? This is serious. Thien Chi frowned and sighed. It is getting more and more chaotic. Baha smiled slyly. Lilac and Kong Thanga can't keep control anymore. Just then, people emerged from inside the tower, and the crowd burst out. The doors opened. Two people stepped forward and stood right there. Duong Van and Tiu Feng. Seeing them, Thien Chi gasped. Duong Van. Love Tiu Feng. No way. Is this a ghost showing up in broad daylight? Baho stood nearby with a grim face. Speechless. The crowd at the door buzzed too. Is not that Duong Van and Luck Tiu Feng? These branch exorcists were supposed to be dead. So why did not they match the rumors? Weren't they all supposed to be killed? The two immediately announced in unison. Everyone. Starting today, the exorcists from Tailun will officially join the Kiduong Vet headquarters and will no longer be connected to the Tailun branch. Their words caused a stir among everyone here. People exclaimed in confusion. What? Someone doubted. No way. These guys were not just dead. They want to join the headquarters. Someone else added. The important thing is they have cut ties with the Tailun branch. Seeing their decisiveness, the rest of the crowd was puzzled. Then who is the real poisoner? If they were really headquarters, They would not act like this. Almost everyone guessed part of the truth, but kept it in their heads. So that means Lilac quickly calmed the crowd. Thank you all for your concern for Kaduong that everything is fine now. Please disperse. They all sighed, waited half a day, but no drama at all. Disperse. I have already figured out the truth, and I will tell you. Just then, someone called from behind. Young master. Two figures stepped forward. It was Nungolang and Man. He stood there acting like a good brother wanting a hug and praised. Although Lilac is the young master of Lac Lam Mansion, he is very sincere with his friends, which is touching. Those words made Lilac look annoyed and freeze. He stepped past Nungolang, raised his hand to refuse. But hey, thanks for hurting my feelings. Lilac approached the girl, smiled and asked, Captain Batch. Man, you two also made it to a city. Welcome, let us have a seat at Kidong That. While Da stayed cold, Man responded warmly and gently. Sure thing, seeing their closeness. Da worriedly thought, that Lilac kid, why does he seem so focused on Man? Cut to some tower. Thu appeared quite surprised, so it ended like that. This must be then Iga's trick. Thean Ben added, looks like we all underestimated Kong Than Iga and Lilac. He thought to himself, I feel the young master's role here is way more important than we imagined. Elsewhere, Bakian ran up, panting and a bit angry. Scolding. It is that simple, and it is already resolved. What the heck did that Baiho do? I feel like Lilac totally outplayed me. Online Kami side. Fearing the problem was not with Baiho, but had appeared within the Qiyang sect. Hearing this, he got even more frustrated. Baiho not only failed to destroy the Qiyang sect, but also handed over a bunch of fresh old generals to him. She turned and walked away. Ordering, let us, at this point, what is the use of talking? The Qiyang sect is stirring up trouble. Our great estate's fate is definitely at risk. These words nearly drove Baexian mad with frustration. Cut to the side of the funeral tower. Baiho stood there exuding fierce energy. As Qianji approached, the old man silently thought. He had planned to congratulate on the victory, but instead got hit with a thorny iron altar right in the face. Ouch. That hurt. Qianji smiled slyly, flattering Baiho. No need to be angry. Chief Ba, this was just a training exercise. Kain Kingya is really tough to handle. He chuckled wickedly. I feel this time, it was not a loss to Kain Kingya, but a defeat at the hands of Lai Lu. Startled, the old man blurted out, What? So what is next? Baiho replied calmly. No rush. The real show starts in half a year at the talisman ceremony. Outside, looking at the clock tower, his words echoed. Hopefully by then, Lilu can truly protect the legacy left by the master and mistress. Otherwise, the Lac Lam Mansion is doomed. Cut inside the Qiyang sect. Lilu smiled as he introduced Sister Kingya. This is Bai Dedu, the toughest female captain in the First Star Institute. Bai Mang, you have met her before. She is shy and hiding behind Dudu. Kingya glared sharply. Thinking silently, Bai Mang is a genius in researching the spirit water's rare light. Her achievements almost overshadow years of Qiyang sect's research. In the future, we can just rely on the Lua's original secret techniques. No wonder he is so eager to collaborate. Kingya stepped forward to greet them. Welcome to Qiyang sect. We are a bit busy today, so please excuse any shortcomings in our hospitality. A moment later, Lilu led Mang to the ruins. Seeing this left her surprised and worried. Mang looked at him silently, thinking, facing so many troubles, the young mansion lord really has it rough. Just then, a tall figure appeared. Lilu glanced over and saw it was Ngolang. He ran over to encourage him. No wonder since arriving at Great Summer City, his hair had gone even grayer, and his complexion had faded. It is because his brothers lack skill and can't help him. Otherwise, since they know each other, they would definitely go all out to support him. Hearing this, Mang praised. Actually, Captain's hair is still pretty cool. Ngolang showed jealousy and asked, Mang likes it. Then I will style mine like that when I get back. Just then, Dudu appeared, shouting, Too loud. I think a spiky haircut suits you better. I will shave your head right away. He quickly refused. No need. Hair, body, and skin are gifts from our parents. It is better not to mess with them. Lilu then said, Well, after you graduate from the academy, if you have nowhere else to go, you can come to the Qiyang sect's research room and hang out. The place is fully equipped and perfect for your research. Mang smiled gently and asked, Captain, are you planning to have me work at the Qiyang sect? Mang tilted her head, confused. Seeing this, Lilu laughed broadly. With your talent, who in Great Summer would not want you at the Spirit Water Rare Light sect? Pointing at himself confidently, he said, I know our Qiyang sect is really fragile. It is normal not to catch your attention now, but in the future, I will make it the best Spirit Water Rare Light sect in Great Summer. She smiled sweetly and replied, Captain, these things are small potatoes. You know what I want. Didn't I already agree to help you before? As long as you can help me regain my sense of taste, I would even let you study the spirit water rare light on me yourself. Lulu smiled wryly. But that kinda makes me feel like I am bullying you. Mang shook her head quickly. It is not like that, not wanting him to overthink. She kept reassuring him. Captain, do not feel this is unfair. Taste for me is like a dream, so instead of worrying about fairness, Captain, just think about how to help me get my taste back. Lulu looked at her with affection, already knowing what she was going to say. Actually, related to this, I have been having a strange feeling lately. Man cheerfully chimed in, actually connected to the Ling Shui Qi Guang medicine. I have been sensing something too, just as Li Lu expected. He said without hesitation. Got it? Then absent-mindedly reached out from behind. Man said, I have got a feeling in my head too. Seeing him act like a clueless signboard and ruin the romantic mood between the two, Dudu could not help but scold him. The brainfish only has grass. Lalua was strolling with Man when she spotted a familiar arm waving at her. He also stepped forward and asked, what is up? With that, she moved with lightning speed, so fast the naked eye could not follow, and attacked. The two clashed, causing an explosion on the ground with dust and debris flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Baho stood unharmed inside, sword ready to fight. They faced off, radiating terrifying pressure. But it seemed then Iga had the upper hand. Her aura was strong enough to crush Bui Ho. Seeing the force she unleashed, he could not help but be shocked. He has already reached the killing aura of a mid-level general. Damn it! A third-rank Radiant general just took all the advantage. Without replying, Van Nega's cold eyes unleashed another skill Radiant Flame. The powerful aura from her blade shot straight at Bai Hao's position. Lai Lu, watching from the sidelines, was amazed at the overwhelming power. This was pure rage unleashed. Baho was so scared he froze for 5 seconds, but he quickly snapped out of it and used his golden sword division technique to block the strike. Their powers collided, causing a massive explosion that sent rocks flying. Lo Trong spoke confidently. This kid can't even beat our miss in a one-on-one fight. You hear that? I brought all these people for a duel. A firm order was given. Everyone attack and eliminate him. Lalu teased back, flattering me too much. Honestly, your tricks these past few days have caused me a lot of trouble. He smiled slyly and taunted, if Baiho elder brothers made it today, why not come to the headquarters for a visit? Baiho smiled back, just a minor trick. Didn't Teeth the Perfect easily counter it? No rush, half a year after the ceremony. I won't hold back. They Enga cut through their conversation, declaring, I am afraid no one will wait that long. Without another word, she moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye and launched an attack. The two clashed, causing an explosion that kicked up dust and rocks everywhere. As the dust cleared, Baya stood unscathed inside, sword in hand, ready to fight. The overwhelming aura blasted the crowd back, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. But it seemed that Inga had the upper hand. Her aura was strong enough to crush Bai Heiko. Witnessing her overwhelming power, he could not help but be shaken. Has she really reached the level of the Central Region's fierce general? Damn, a third-rank Radiant general just claimed all the demonic energy. Without replying, Enga's cold eyes unleashed another skill, Radiant Veil. The moment she spoke, a powerful aura surged toward where Bai Ho stood. Lu Lus, watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes in shock at this terrifying power. This strength, pure fiery wrath. He froze for 5 seconds, utterly stunned. But Bai Ho quickly regained his composure and unleashed his golden sword fragmentation technique to block the strike. Their powers collided, causing another explosion that sent rocks flying. Lo Trathing spoke confidently. This kid can't even beat Our Lady in a one-on-one. If you hear me, give the order. I brought all these people to fight one-on-one for sure. With firm resolve, the order was given for everyone to strike and eliminate him. Lo Trapping was the first to shout, take his life. Then a line of powerful fighters followed, advancing in formation. Baiho sneered, clearly not seeing these people as a threat. Suddenly, his surrounding aura retracted completely. The sword in his hand was drawn back too. Watching this, you would wonder, why is this guy giving up the fight? The group from Lo Truong had not noticed the guy's oddness and charged right at him. Suddenly, a blue hand appeared from nowhere. Its pressure blasted the crowd back, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. But Lilac was different. He would already sense something was off. From afar, a figure appeared. This kid had backup. The man exuded the aura of a powerful expert and slowly approached, saying, long time no see. Has the young mansion lord grown that much? Maybe you have forgotten me? Old man calls himself Messi Thun. The reinforcements for Biaiho turned out to be Mensi Thun, elder of the Lek Lam Mansion's 3rd Division. Lelek questioned, Elder Mantif, I really want to know, why would a Leka Lam Mansion officer protect Bai Hiko? Then Iga, standing beside him, added, why would a servant of Leka Lam defend him? The old man quickly defended himself. Young prefect, I am not under his command. I just do not want to see chaos inside Leka Lam Mansion and bring shame to our house. Of course, Lelesha did not buy his excuse. Previously, he poisoned Deka D, causing major forces to laugh it off, yet the elder never appeared to stop him. The old man insisted, Bai Ho is a contender for the future prefect position. As an elder, It is my duty to protect his safety, Laleka bluntly said. Honestly, by the time they pick the next prefect, Bio probably won't even get a chance. Messi then looked at him with disdain. He is a disciple of 2 prefects. Back then, the prefect said Fame was the only candidate among the 4 major lords worthy to compete for the prefect position. Let me make this clear for you. Elder Max, that is the designated disciple, the heir of my parents. Only that one. Law still tries to argue back whether it is a signed name or a family heirloom. It really does not matter. You can blame others for everything. If the young master had revealed the strength of the twin generals earlier, how could Leklam Mansion have fallen into chaos like this? Baiho is also starting to lose patience. I really want to know who Baiho is backing someone with such skill that both of Leklam Mansion's top guards are willing to risk their lives protecting him. The next words from Law showed a hint of determination. But playing like this, are not you afraid my parents might come back someday? Law still acts like he is the honest one. We have not broken any rules set by the 2 mansion heads. What is the point of the young master saying this now? In half a year, at the mansion's trial, everything will be settled. Law's gaze shifted to Thaniga. Of course, Miss Cunning is very talented, but she is not supported by the 2 head guards. Law's aura radiated like a master. Young master, if you can beat Biho at the trial, you will become the official mansion head. At that point, all the scattered loyalty will gather around you. What is there to worry about? Seeing that MC Then no longer hesitated and spoke plainly, Lalek sneered. Clever move. A second stage martial artist like me going up against a late stage battle general like him. Who is the one messing up here? Mir. Law laughed smugly. Though it is not exactly fair, it is true. Of course. The young master could let Baiho become mansion head. Wait until your strength is enough, then compete again. You are just provoking now, after all that talk. Is not it really Baiho who is afraid of Miss Thaniga? He took Lalek's disdain in stride and confidently replied. A former illustrious general like me makes anyone nervous, no exception here. Lalek was not done. Cutting in. Ilder M says, do not bother with nonsense. Thangad I are engaged 1 unit now. So naturally, she has the right to compete for mansion head in my place. He pointed at Thanga to rile him up. If you want to challenge me, you will have to get past my fiancé first. The former illustrious general has already stepped aside. Masithen's heart sank. What? The son of Lothahu M and Chim Z Lam has disciples like this? He snapped angrily. Young master, are you dodging? Even if Miss King takes the mansion head spot for you, are not you afraid of getting killed by others? Lalek shamelessly answered without hesitation. Being protected by a woman that is real skill. MC Then, at his age, had never seen anything like this. It was obvious he was furious, ready to burst, but powerless to do anything but stew in frustration. So shameless. He grumbled. You are all shouting loud, but Baiho does not even care. Young master, I think once the trial happens, you might change your mind. As he cursed, a voice suddenly called out from somewhere. Ilder M says. It was Thanga, standing proud and asking, if you want to take him away like that, it won't be so simple. Right? He was not backing down, shooting back with pressure. Miss Kung, the former illustrious general may be rare, but right now, she probably can't threaten me yet. Even though you brought a lot of strength to Leklam Mansion, you are going too far. Ignoring those words, she stood firm. The house is already broken, so what if others gossip? MC then lost his patience completely. If you are that stubborn, then suit yourselves. He turned and left with Baiho. Then Ega watched them go, her expression darkening as she followed their backs with her eyes. Just as Baiho brushed past him, he did not forget to say, Lualus. Remember this. His voice was full of expectation. There is still time ahead. Alex smiled knowingly and replied, thanks for the reminder. Also, I appreciate the gift you sent this time. You do not even know how to rile someone up without dropping a like. So smooth. Baiho's veins bulged with anger, but he had to swallow his frustration and walk away. Lalef watched their figures fade and muttered, ungrateful bastards. He did not understand and asked, with parents like Min, why would they keep people like this around? Danga replied, maybe master and mistress never took these people seriously from the start. Remember, when they are here, these guys are all loyal expendable soldiers. She also reminded him, the Mansion's trial half a year from now will coincide with the weakening formation. Your time is running out at Kim Long Dao School in half a year. You have to make the most of it. Lilac understood how important this was and nodded. Got it. He carefully thought about Ming's situation. My lifespan's down to 4.5 years. 4.5 years to prepare. It takes more than talent, it needs opportunity too. His mind raced. Kim Long to school as Dobel. But what about the Imperial Lingual Order? According to Uncle Bill, getting enough points for the Imperial Lingual Order needs nearly 100,000 credit points. Even if I top the rankings every month, I want to earn that much in a year. Thaniga noticed his silence, her eyes flashing with surprise. But quickly, her gaze shifted to that sharp, commanding look he was used to seeing. After a moment, she spoke. About those credit points for the school there might be a big opportunity this month, and it will be a huge chunk of points. That info definitely grabbed Lilac's attention. Seeing his reaction, Danga did not hesitate to add, maybe you have not heard of the secret excavation at Thanhain Tin School. Hearing that name seemed to jog your memory. Secret excavation. Lilac looked more interested. He thought he would heard Hythuian mention it, but did not really understand what it was. Then Aga's tone got serious. It is a rare kind of thing. If you hear about it in secret excavation, you will be utterly amazed. It is. Quickly, Lilac regained his composure and replied, I thought only the nobles on the battlefield had a chance to encounter these anomalies. But apparently, they exist even in the academy. She immediately explained to him that in this world, anomalies are not just found among battlefield nobles. They constantly slip into our world through spatial tiers. Daya is pretty lucky these tiers are not common. This place, called the Shadow Pit, lies beneath King Wang Star and holds a spatial tier. Kunga's voice kept ringing in his ear. Because our academy's steam from King Huang Star often stays deep within the Shadow Pit, they suppress some powerful anomalies. After hearing this, Lilac finally understood why he would never met the Dean in person. When Tun added that while the Dean can suppress the spatial tiers, he can destroy them. The pollution from the Shadow World keeps leaking out, spawning new anomalies. That is why King Huang Star Academy regularly launches purification missions. Many instructors from the academy also head deep into the Shadow Pit to handle strong anomalies and the pollution there. Kuninga glanced at him and said that still is not enough as pollution increases. Anomalies start appearing outside the Shadow Pit too. There are quite a few of these anomalies, but they are weaker. The academy assigns these purification missions to 3rd and 4th star students. Knowing there is no free lunch, Kuninga reminded Lilac that these missions come with major academy credit rewards, but they are also super dangerous. Every purification mission risks students' lives. An entire squad's getting wiped out is not uncommon. Lilac's gaze darkened. Surprised that even this seemingly easy path of cultivation held such deadly risks, he drifted into deep thought. But this was everyone's responsibility if they waited for anomalies to invade. Daya itself would be destroyed. No one could escape that fate. Ignoring his thoughts, Kuninga continued, do you know why, in recent years, even the elite teams from the 2nd Star Academy have started joining purification missions? Lilac suddenly realized this meant pollution in the Shadow Pit was steadily rising, forcing the academy to beef up its defenses. Kuninga's expression turned serious. The Dean has appeared less and less these past few years, showing even this powerful king-level guardian is running out of strength. Lilac quickly grasped the situation, so this year, even the 1st Star Academy students like them have to take on purification missions. Their conversation went on into the night, with no sign of stopping, though the missions might be limited to certain elite squads. When the academy enforces mission assignments, you have no choice but to comply or you get kicked out. Lilac's face fell, but he nodded. Makes sense, the academy is not charity. They can just hand out benefits for free, at least from some angles. Entering King Wang Star Academy is not exactly a walk in the park. Kuninga added, some things you just can't avoid. He snorted and retorted, I am not trying to avoid it. Lilac's face suddenly brightened with determination. I want to see how terrifying these anomalies that hold back our parents on the battlefield really are. She added, participating in purification missions can earn you tons of credits at once. Hearing this, his eyes sparkled like stars. Spirits soaring, that sounds awesome. That is way better than topping the 1st star ranking matches. Kunga stared at Lilac and suggested, if this mission uses a top-down approach, your righteous squad should team up with our Black Sky Inga squad. He hesitated and gently asked, will this cause any trouble for you sisters? That question made her just blurt out one word, you. Kuninga looked at Lilac's excited expression and sighed, can your excitement not be so obvious? You are still clenching your fists. Muttering, got a big shot on my side now. This is great. She narrowed her eyes and reassured him. Don't worry. Your righteous squad is the top-ranked team in this 1st Star Academy season anyway. Lilac chuckled and said, but we still can compare to the 2nd Star squad. Lead me, do your teammates agree? Then Ga sighed and laid out the plan. People are not great at negotiation. If there is disagreement, it is settling it by force until someone gives in. He turned pale but still gave a thumbs up like, my Fanti is seriously tough. So I am definitely sticking with the big boss. The next day at the academy, Man walked ahead, calling out, Captain, have you noticed everyone from the Advanced Spirit Institute seems really down? Lilac frowned, thinking it was probably because of the Shadow mission. After all, those missions often lead to casualties. Suddenly, they spotted a dark figure sitting gloomily on the stairs. He wondered, could that be? Lilac recognized the familiar face immediately. Tanfu, what are you doing sitting here? You look like a homeless kid. He grilled him. You did not spend the whole break here, did you? Man peeked over. Curious, Tanfu looked up calmly and replied, Aren't you two my buddies? She quickly covered her mouth and explained. Sorry. Tanfu, I planned to call you when I left, but you were not anywhere to be found. He almost teared up. I was already sitting here when you left. Lilac just chuckled and apologized. Sorry, I really did not see you. He thought silently. Poor kid. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. Everyone's here. Man turned around, saw a familiar face, and called out. Guide Hythian. Hythian put her hands on her hips and urged. If everyone's here, let us start the lesson. I have some important news about the Shadow mission. Hearing that, he frowned, his eyes hardening with resolve. So it is finally happening. Lilac and the others entered a room. Hythian stood by the window and explained. This new mutant outbreak is serious. It is already spreading outside. She laid out the situation. This time, you are all forced to train. No excuses, or you will be kicked out of the academy. For your family's sake, you can run from this. He asked. Guide, can you tell us more about these mutants? Man and Tanfu stood nearby, visibly scared. Shadow missions. Mutants, this is terrifying. Hythian smiled. Good. Not surprised you are calm. Captain, Lilac forced a smile. Been bracing myself all night, she quickly explained. Mutants are born from humans' dark karma, strange and powerful demons. Part of the 100 monsters, their power divides into 4 ranks. Kin, Destroyer, Calamity, and Insect. The Insect level splits into Calamity, Insect, Destroyer, and King mutants. Insect level mutants start invading people's minds. Once called out by dark karma, they turn their victims into puppets. We have had many casualties over the years. He blinked in disbelief. What? At the mention of death, Tanfu, Yung and Jiang listened to Hythian's answer. These come from teammates corrupted by dark karma. Man immediately caught on. We have to watch out for our own team, she explained. Insect-level mutants and dark karma enhancements split into white insects and red insects. White insects have roughly the strength of a mid-level commander. Red insect mutants are about high-level commander strength, which is probably what you are dealing with now. Hythoan raised her hand to conclude. Calamity-level mutants are about white commander strength. Destroyer-level mutants match the power of our human Marquis-class fighters. When one appears, it can bring a whole city to ruin in an instant. Her tone darkened. As for king-level mutants, I hope you never have to face them. Hythoan looked at the 3 serious faces and continued. Their dark karma pollution can turn an entire nation into a madhouse. Mutants usually look terrifyingly monstrous, but the stronger ones look almost human. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. So if you meet a mutant that looks just like us, run fast. Hythian sighed. That is it for today's lesson. Now, who is ready? The mission orders have not come down yet, but I hope we won't have to act just yet. Cut to the 3-star Institute training ground. A thumbs up is raised with high praise for Than Enga. Amazing. Captain, the instructor said by the end of the year, you might break through to Heavenly Canopy General. Turns out it is the Swan Song Squad. Dindy, the mischievous one, winks and sends a heart to the captain. If she succeeds, challenging the 7-star pillar will be a new record for our blue star. Danga jumps up with a grin and suggests, for our purification mission, we need to bring along a branch from the Dyke Star Squad. Any objections? Swansong Squad's co-batch, standing beside her holding a mirror, speaks up. Captain, someone's already volunteered. The Spring Water Squad, led by Diet the Din, recently earned 2nd place at the 2-star Institute. I think they are up for it. Captain Gok pauses, then says, but this time, I am leaning towards the Justice Squad. Dinda blinks and asks, who is the Justice Squad? She blurts out loudly, could it be that squad from the 1st-star Institute? Subak shouted, I remember their captain is Lula Ki, and the other captain is. Dendai pressed firmly, this is a purification mission. Isn't he picking them a bit too reckless? Danga heard that and quickly reassured the team. I admit, I am acting on my own instinct, but the Justice Squad is the top-ranked team, and they are currently in the Dark Zone. I will give my all to cover their weaknesses, Dendai worriedly said, even if their skills are not bad. They are just from the 1st-star Institute, Subech added. Besides, we have never brought someone from the 1st-star Institute before. Captain, do not you think we should discuss this more? Danga frowned but stood firm. Sorry. I have said it, I will make up for their shortcomings along with our team. He gave her a suspicious look. The captain smiled and declared boldly, I will stake my life on this. Got it. The 2 others froze, shocked beyond words. They could not believe Kejing Than Enga was going this far. Because of that reason, where could she be getting such good luck? I thought their engagement was just for show, but this relationship seems way deeper. Subech sighed and reluctantly agreed. Fine. If the captain really wants this, a golden sword and a bright blue bird were thrown out as both shouted. Then let us stick to the old rules. He and D&D were fired up, ready to fight at any moment. She spoke up, this was our original plan anyway. You guys get a legitimate reason? And if there is any argument, we settle it with strength. Then Ega's eyes gleamed fiercely as she smiled. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? No need for pointless talks. But still, thanks a lot. Dai almost teared up at the captain's unexpected move. Complaining? Seriously, going this far basically means admitting we can win. I am really stuck here. He sighed. No choice but to follow the order. Get ready to heal up. Wind and water cold toxin. The two shouted together as they rushed forward. Captain, lead the way. Meanwhile, Danga stood ready to follow. Cut to Luff, walking alone down the hallway lost in thought. The mission orders kept coming. Entering the dark zone was inevitable. Every extra day to train was a blessing. Suddenly Alek stopped and called out, Men, who was setting up a lavish meal. Hearing him, she turned and greeted, Captain. Training is over. Leluk eyed the delicious food and its aroma. Swallowing hard. Did you cook all this? Slightly doubtful but sitting down. He sighed. So real. Men smiled and confessed honestly. I actually bought this from the cafeteria. Lelek suddenly pulled out a small bottle and asked, Hey, what is this gift from the captain? Without a word, he urged her, take a sip and see. Curious? Men held it in her hand. Without hesitation, she opened the bottle and took a slow sip. Luffy ate while tears quietly streamed down his face. This is... Men blushed with shining eyes. Sweet flavor. He raised his hand with a warm smile. Sweet. Right? Didn't I say I had a hunch? I have been working on this sweet drink for 2 days. Once perfected, maybe it will help you taste all the sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. Suddenly a tear dropped, making the Luck extremely confused. Men hugged the small bottle, wiping tears of gratitude. Captain. Thank you. Now crying. She looked at him with tears flowing, and he just gave a goofy smile, clueless why the woman before him was crying. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the door. Tenfi saw this and could not help but judge. What a jerk. He rubbed his hands and wondered if he should just leave. Lelek stepped forward and said, Enough. Go away. Men wiped her eyes behind him. He turned around, winked, and relaxed. Men, we are classmates and teammates with a strong bond. All for your sake, even if I have to forget to eat and sleep, it is worth it, she said while wiping her tears. Captain, I have recently developed a new spirit water called K Kwang, and I am definitely not slacking off. Aleph waved his hand casually, picked up a cup of water, and said modestly, compared to our bond, this is nothing. You do not have to push yourself too hard. Just take it easy. Men smiled brightly like a flower and said, I have been working on this formula for years. If it succeeds, it will definitely reach the 4-star level. Hearing this, Ingying NZ2C, who was hiding in the tent, suddenly sprayed water straight into Tinef's face. Leluk laughed and thought to himself, 4-star level. Yangthet has been working for years, and the best he has got is a 3-star formula, and the 4-star formulas on the market. As for 4-star formulas, even the top 10 spirit water Ki Kwang are rare treasures beyond price, and the 4-star formulas on the market, basically impossible to buy. I would not even dare dream of one. This is like a slice of heaven dropping right into our laps. She blinked and held up 2 fingers to confirm. Yep, it is definitely a 4-star formula. It has been my passion project for years, getting sprayed with water. He complained. Captain, your aim's terrible. Asterisk popped asterisk as he raised his hand to push Tenfo away. Turning around, he cheered men on. Men, we are still young. When we have time, staying up late is totally manageable. Let us keep it up. Moments later, Aleph laughed wildly, eyes shining bright, shouting, Haha, my men is amazing. She is literally glowing. I really want to lock her in the lab, so she can research day and night. Come on, let us do this. Taking his words, she brought over a bowl of soup, acting all warm and caring. Here. Men, drink this sweet soup. She reached out to accept it with a smile. Thanks, Captain. Lelek felt pumped and thought, what a great girl. I want to keep her locked up into D&D. Just then, he called out, come on. They happily sat down to eat. From behind, he glanced at their faces and muttered, the captain's really putting on a good show of happiness. But how could you just chase someone away? Tenefico. Get out. Tenefi gaped, speechless. While men enjoyed her delicious soup, suddenly, a heavy tremor made the 3 freeze. Lelef thought, what the? They flew out with serious faces, and then shouted, it is here. Just then, Hai Thoin stepped through the door. She warned sharply, stop eating. The dark mound is starting. Scene shifts to Titing Liu Sitha, an ancient tree stretching tall, leaves drifting down in the wind. Levales's group quickly gathered at the tree's base. He turned to Hai Thian, puzzled, Is the Dark Mound under this tree? She confirmed quickly. Yes, the Dark Mound is right under Tidenyo. The tree's function is not just to support cultivators. It also has the power to suppress the Dark Mound, Aleph realized. So the tree has that ability too. That really opens your eyes. So all this time, we have been cultivating over the Dark Mound. That means the Holy Mysterious Star Academy was founded here mainly because Place has the Dark Mound star. He could not hide his curiosity and ask, Guide, do other holy academies also suppress something like the Dark Mound star? Hythoan glanced over and explained, You guessed right. Not only does the Holy Mysterious Star Academy suppress the Dark Mound, but all the holy academies in the Alliance do the same. Her eyes filled with seriousness as she added, This is one of the key responsibilities of the holy academies. Soon after, under Tendenyo at the square, crowds began to gather. Lil Leslie thought to himself, Unexpected. Unlike the chaos at the first and second star academies, the third star academy is much calmer. Looks like they have been through many missions and are mentally prepared. Everyone stared silently at the two dark figures in the center. Whoa, look, it is the Crown Princess. It turned out to be Thun Quan and Lone Via. They silently scanned the crowd, as expected. The strongest of the 7-star pillars, Kung Then Quan. Lalefa raised a question to the guide. Besides Kung Then Quan and the Crown Princess, it seems we have not seen the other 7-star pillars yet. Hythoan quickly replied, Don't worry. They will all be here today. Mei Men pointed behind her. Captain, another 7-star pillar just showed up. The way that senior student moved was amazing, and you could not help but gasp as you watched. The shadow of that senior student gradually advanced toward the center. Lalua thought for a moment no wonder Bai Mem and admired that stance so much. She quickly introduced the woman beside him, calling her Dei Chenjiang, from Lan Lang Mansion. Apparently, she sometimes does side jobs. Lalu muttered. Side jobs? What kind? The words assassin side job hit him like a dagger, making Lilua's heart want to jump out of his chest. He sighed deeply, thinking, side gigs sure are booming these days. Haichuan turned and warned, Yuan, be careful. She calmly speculated that given the situation at Lan Lang Mansion, she might even be hired to kill someone in the future. Lalu challenged, Come on, it is not that bad after all. We are classmates. Classmates are classmates. Business is business. No conflicts here. While the new mansion quietly watched the other side, his purple pupils narrowed, as if something about this senior student was bothering him. Chenjing on the other side coldly glanced at the new mansion, surprised at being caught staring. The new mansion quickly lowered her head, but Chenjing frowned and did not leave. Dandong pointed ahead where people were whispering and watching Wang Cheo. Lalu observed silently, holding back a sigh inside. Shadows of 3 others quickly appeared. He had a vague feeling these people were, as the boatman beside him closed his eyes and said, the 7-star lords. Everyone whispered quietly about these mysterious figures. Wang Qiao, from the royal family of the 3 great clans of Daha. He bore a lower-grade golden star beast general, the strongest defense among the 7-star lords. That is Zong Taekyu. His father was one of the few governors able to command 3 districts simultaneously. He also carried the demon mare general. Siafu's fire attacks were fierce. Kuai Yu silently frowned as she listened to the whispers. The girl standing at the far right was Kiao Yu, probably the most normal one here. Among the 7-star lords, she had a lower-grade thunder general, was hot-tempered, jealous, and held grudges. They said she despised fake noble daughters. Lalu's mouth twitched slightly as he quietly asked, In her eye, am I really some reckless young master? Haichuan quickly warned, Don't start trouble with her. The young master was exactly the one confronting her, Lalu declared. Isn't he that right? Which left her speechless. Lalu reassured her. Don't look so shocked. Teko smiled and said, You have probably met her already, the young master of the Kim Mansion's Destiny Division. He just recently rose to become a 7-star lord. Already here, Destiny softly replied. Lalua thought to himself, Destiny? That is not bad at all. Soon after, several people appeared atop the branches of an ancient tree, glowing with golden energy. Tuxin solemnly spoke. Everyone's been gathered here today, so you probably already know the purification mission starts this year. The academic mansion has decided the Purple Soul Squad from the First Star Institute will also join the purification. Find a branch from the 3rd Star Squad and lead them to complete the mission. Lomu raised an eyebrow, guessing the pollution in the Dark Tome this time is worse than in previous years. Wang Chao added, I think we should open the Dark Tome so the forces from all sides can come out to purify. From above, she continued. Like before, the Purple Soul Guide will enter first to assist the head of the Institute. The second group will be the 4th Star Squad mobile cleanup, trapping and capturing. The 3rd Star Squad will encircle the strongholds to carry out the purification. After finishing, Tuxin gave the order. All right, open the Dark Tome. Those behind immediately obeyed. Yes, instantly. They all unleashed their awakening powers into the air, forming a golden whirlwind in the sky. The spiritual energy gathered and flowed straight into a sealed gate. A rumbling sound echoed as a beam of pure white light shot down to the site. Ma got tense. Lulu and the others could only stand silently, staring at the mysterious scene. Tuxin shouted loudly, "Purple Soul Guide. Move forward." Then a series of colorful flashes shot ahead. She announced the rules. Except for the Purple Soul Guide staying to guard the academic mansion's headquarters. The others immediately followed me into the tome to clear the way. The teams from the different academies will handle their own assignments from here. Haithoen glanced ahead, eyes full of determination. Next, we will enter the tome. After that, the 3-star squad will train you once inside. She turned to Lelek and said she hoped our team would return safely, and that the 3 of you would be unharmed. You watched Haithoen's back as she left and reminded her to be careful and guide the others. Lelef furrowed his brow, biting his lip with concern. At this scale, the tome could flatten Lukalam Fi any second. The power and secrets of Than Heintin magic are truly terrifying. 2 people were shouting ahead, telling all academies to get ready. If any teams need partners, they should choose themselves. The crowd erupted in chaos. What now? I am not ready. Seriously. Stop complaining. Meanwhile, a short-haired girl walked by. Then a long-haired girl appeared. You guessed that compared to the Low Tin Academy folks, the 4-star squad was much calmer. They must be used to the tome by now, having faced life and death situations many times over. Mei Manshot looked ahead. The royal court was taking charge this time. Leading the 1-star squad was the Academy's request. Maybe choosing to participate will earn bonus points. Come on, this squad will set the example. She stepped forward and placed a hand on Lelufus's shoulder. Captain, the senior students from the 3-star Academy 1T take us seriously. He muttered, that is just how it is. Lelek seemed to have his own plan. Judging by this, he did not want to drag Kangang Thaniga into it anymore. Honestly, we will just slip in and slip out, even without points. It is good experience. Suddenly the crowd stirred again. Woo! My goddess! Caught Luffy's attention. 3 people were approaching from afar. It was none other than Captain Thaniga. Xiandai. And Mir. B. Suddenly someone called out, Senior Kaidzang. It was Du then. He put a hand on her back and said, for this mission, our Chkanda squad will follow you. Senior, how about it? Our teamwork has been great, and we have made big progress, Luian said confidently. Choose me. Meanwhile, Xianda quickly hid behind Thenga and whispered, Captain, maybe we should reconsider. Many in the 3-star squad are interested. Let me try a bit more, but she decisively declined. Sorry. I trust your squad's strength. There are better options. She said, making him blink in surprise and mutter, Huh? Louis called out as Thaniga walked away. Is there really no better choice? She quickly grabbed the outstretched arm. Then Uga pulled a luck along and declared, You guys, follow me with this squad. The 1-star Academy crowd shouted. Why would our goddess pick him? That is the Hethi Iga squad. Even the 2-star Academy felt annoyed. At least pick a 2-star team to work with. The 3-star squad disagreed loudly. Picking a 1-star team means giving up on advancing. Hung Lin, standing behind, laughed at the chaos. Haha, feelings run deep. Huh, no need to go that far. But I am not leading the little brother along. She glanced over with a sly tone. But if that is the case, forget about snagging the top points this mission. Over here. Then Quan was stunned and said, Senior Kung protecting Levelek like that is over the top. Dieze, standing behind, wondered why Leluk felt like such a burden. He quickly retracted his words. The 3-star Academy will face terrifying mutant enemies. The damage they deal is definitely no joke. Lelesi is just a top scholar in the literary division. Right? The gap is huge. She nodded thoughtfully. Maybe. Then Quan frowned and thought, Huh, lately it feels like she has been paying special attention to Lelas. He is handsome, but not to that extent. At the registration desk, someone reached out and said, Here's your heart protection badge. Be sure to keep it safe. Lelas held the badge and listened carefully. This badge's shell was carved from the legendary warrior EU Cox Then, and it helps detect negative emotions. He stared intently at the number 13 carved there and sighed. As soon as I got it, I already felt calm all over. Nai gave a stern reminder. After entering the tome, you must carry a mental protection talisman to prevent monsters from invading your mind. Lualus, Man, and Tenefa quickly lined up to listen obediently. Following her advice, they went to meet the other team members. They all agreed and said, 2 senior students, please guide us. Make sure to stick close to us. Then Hai watched sadly, thinking to herself. Yet she still held Lel Luxi's hand in front of everyone, even though they were only betrothed. But if our 2 teams can go together, is not that basically not allowed? Who am I kidding? Why am I overthinking this? Suddenly, Trech Haiyan shouted from behind. Then Hai, How about our two squads team up for this Tom run? We are top tier in the academy, so working together is guaranteed to be safer, she said, breaking Than Ni's train of thought and making her a bit annoyed. Then I turned around half-heartedly. I do not mind, but you should ask our team first, she said, leaving Trek Luffa dumbfounded and confused. He stood tall, speechless when she asked him back. Is that okay? Trek Lud had turned to his group and said, no problem, but there is one condition after entering the tome. He pointed aggressively at the woman before him and demanded, keep your female team members away from me. I do not want any women near me. She gasped. What? The two started arguing fiercely. What do you mean by that? You have a problem with me, and this tome is so dangerous. How can we separate teammates so far apart? Enough, let us drop it. The Ina's teammate spoke up. Captain, it looks like we are being left out. Kung Then Nenga's causing chaos again. Our strength is way higher than that rookie team. Someone sighed helplessly. Just then, Hung Lin boldly stepped forward, interested in teaming up with us. She smoothed her hair, trying to persuade them. Come with us, and you will have a shot at the highest score. Then Kang Then Iga will see how wrong she was. Meanwhile, at a Laletta's spot, Danga was still outlining the plan. Our mission is to enter the outer perimeter built by the academy. There are lots of purification towers there that have stopped working. We need to bring purification powder to reactivate them and unleash their power again. She smiled slightly. Sounds not too hard. Then she launched into an explanation. When the purification towers activate, they will emit cleansing energy that stirs up the monsters in the area. At that point, we have to gather around the towers, she said, leaving Lelux and Man stunned. They teased with a smirk and wiggled a finger, basically meaning they would be trapped by monsters and could all be wiped out. That comment darkened Oluki's squad's faces, filling them with dread. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I have a question. If the purification towers can attack monsters on their own, why not keep the tome open permanently to maintain their power? Danga frowned and hesitated, then said, because of the dark twilight. Eyes wide, the others repeated. Dark twilight, she quickly explained. Dark twilight is an extreme energy pressure caused by the tome's cyclical darkness. When dark twilight hits, it wipes out the purification tower's power, so we can only keep entering and purifying in cycles. Lalef pondered quietly. Looks like this problem can't be solved at its core yet. Well, Man still did not understand a thing. Then Naga went on passionately about Dark Twilight's power, warning even top-tier fighters to be cautious, surprising her teammates. That crossed her arms and wondered if this talkative woman was really Zheng Than Nega. Her double-faced act is too much even for me. Could she really think she is Lulufus Fianti? Su Butch clicked her tongue and asked boldly, so what is so great about Lelux anyway? Time passed, and the twilight slowly faded away. Night fell. A streak of light appeared, and Chaotids clashed continuously. The crowd looked up, whispering, what is going on? The sounds were terrifying. Then Iga glanced toward the noise and explained, these are the sounds of battles between the guides and some powerful monsters. Usually by now, we should be moving in. Then Iga says nothing, just walks past Hong Lian, leaving a bloody shoulder that shocks her into a cry. The Din steps up to threaten Lilac. Before them swirls a mystical vortex and a chant echoes. Fear not. We endure. Lilac watches in awe. This is incredible. Danga stands behind and adds, I heard this is from the legendary Battle Academy Alliance, passed down through generations. It boosts your spiritual power. Aloud, signals everyone to prepare, and together they advance forward. She furrows her brow, eyes blazing with determination. A sharp sword suddenly strikes the ground. Then Ega holds her banana-shaped sword and repeats the chant. Fear not. We endure. The crowd joins in a unified shout. Fear not. We endure. Lilac and she glanced toward the swirling circle ahead. Suddenly, the vortex starts pulling everyone in. Inside the vortex, a towering spire shoots a beam of pale blue light up into the sky. Danga stands behind Lilac, worried. How does it feel? I will make sure Kyung's sister knows your choice this time was wrong. Lilac raises his hand to block, starting to act. Well then, please try harder. But Lilac ruffles his hair, puts on a tired face, and sighs. From now on, I have to follow her on every purification mission. This is really a headache for me. If you could try a little and ease my pain, I would appreciate it. He looks like he is about to freeze solid behind her. Seeing Lilac walk away, he shouts. Lilac's not even human. Somewhere deep in the dark tome, a sharp hand made of dense energy reaches out, aiming to grab someone's foot. But in the blink of an eye, that person radiates a blazing golden energy, shattering the dark force's fire god complete. Turns out this is Kim Tiu. He grins proudly at his move and snorts. Kim Tiu stands on a cliff, gazing at a distant glowing light. This vastness, choking the breath of heaven and earth, that is Dinha, the Frost King level powerhouse. Truly extraordinary. With hands clasped behind his back, he mutters, some plans need a little push forward. For the path ahead, my Frost King. Kim Tiu nurtures his scheme, Former Brilliance General. Dazzling sun, heart like lily glass, repelling all evil. Kong Denha. If she cares about Lilac that much, if he dies before her, will her pure heart show a crack? Lilac runs his hand through his hair, wearing Diantrice's expression as he sighs. From now on, I have to accompany you on every purification mission. Honestly, it is a headache for me. If you could try a little harder to ease my suffering, I would really appreciate it. He looks like he might turn to stone back there. Then hears Lilac leave and shouts loudly, Lilac, you are not even human. Somewhere in the dark tomb, a sharp hand made of misty energy reaches out, aiming to grab someone's foot, but in the blink of an eye, that person radiates a blazing golden energy that shatters the spiritual force fire god complete. It is Kinu. He smirks at his own move and barks a command. Kim Tiu stands on a cliff, gazing at a distant glowing light and marvels. This vastness, the breath of heaven and earth, it must be Director Ha, a Frost King level powerhouse. Truly extraordinary. Folding his hands behind his back, he murmurs, there are plans to move forward. For my Frost King. Kim Tiu holds onto a scheme. Former bright general, radiant as the great sun, heart like lily glass, all evil banished, as clear as spring water. If she values Lilac so much, if he dies before her, will her bright heart ever be stained? Saying that, he turns and walks away, his expression growing more sinister. I am looking forward to it. The ground begins to shake and dark smoke slowly gathers. Soon, a demonic face forms with a wicked grin, cut to a glowing stone tower at the base. Inside, Denha points to a table and starts laying out plans. Next, we will head here. The academy will deliver supplies daily. No more chatter, let us check the map. Then she talked about the towers with glowing crystals on top. Look, that tall tower in the middle is the stronghold we have to purify. The smaller towers around it mark the purification towers. Towers covered by evil energy will change color, and once activated, they will show up on this map. Just from a quick glance, Man had a question. The colors of these small towers vary in intensity. Is it because the evil energy's corrupted essence differs? Then Ega praised her, making her blush. Man's classmates really pay attention to details. Ga then pointed to the table again, explaining that, yes, the academy ranks these towers based on how polluted the area around them is. Usually, the approach to the stronghold is guarded by level 1 purification towers. These are easier to activate, while the outer ones are level 2 towers. Her finger stopped at the pitch black small towers and continued. Those 2 dark towers farthest out are level 3 purification towers. Then she looked up seriously and said these 2 towers are the toughest challenges in our area. They are also the final targets of our purification mission. A left side. Looks like we have got 2 stubborn bones to chew on. From behind, Kubach laughed happily and shared some news. High risk means high reward. Activating a level 3 purification tower can earn you a huge payout. You can get 10,000 points. Loales's face lit up. He spun around and shouted, 10,000 points. Then Ega quickly confirmed, yep, according to academy rules, level 3 towers give 10,000 points. Level 2 gives 4,000, and level 1 gives 1,500. That just made him even more excited. Yelling, hell yeah! Lalesh's eyes gleamed brightly, and Engain the drooled, thinking there are probably dozens of purification towers on this map. If I add a few more runs, 100,000 points, 1 TB just a dream. Seeing his expression, Zinda added, besides purification towers, killing monsters also earns points. She then shared a bunch of data. 500 points per white bug, 800 per red bug, and for rare monsters like lightning demons and celestial beasts, 4,000 points for big ones, 2,000 for small ones. She made it clear. No tricks. Excitement flared up inside Lalef, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. The thrill of points blew away our fears. When do we start? Ziandai asked eagerly, full of spirit. Then Ega turned to everyone, her face glowing with excitement. We are leaving now. Get ready to face the terror of the Dark Tomes. Cut to outside the main gate of Stronghold 13, where 2 mysterious figures have just appeared. At that moment, Lalefa cautiously thought, Dark Tomes sure hold plenty of surprises. What is with this strange feeling? Then Ega then reminded him of something she was about to say. The first person to enter the Dark Tome is more vulnerable to intense evil energy, but do not worry about failing after a few tries. You build resistance and it gets easier. Her words made him hesitate, his voice a bit shaky. So it is like a trial for newcomers. I get, but right then, Man worriedly asked, what is all this commotion about? From the noisy crowd, Hunglian crossed her arms and said, come Denga, tell us how many times they have had to go through that weird feeling. Just stick with him. We will handle the purification towers, she said. Hearing that, Lalefa clicked his tongue. He thought to himself that although failure does not cost anything, it will hurt the team's mission efficiency. No wonder the academy did not let the top squad enter the Dark Tome before. If they keep failing, there won't be any chances left. With that thought, he turned to encourage Man. Let us just give it a shot. Keep trying and push through. She gave a small nod and smiled. A second later, Everyone firmly planted their feet on the ground. Click! The three in Lucas group stepped forward into the area where the ghostly faces guarded the strange energy surging ahead. As everyone stepped inside, waves of blazing red magic surged in, surrounding the three of them. Right then, a swarm of demon-headed spirits pressed in around Lilac, suffocating him with their overwhelming force. Outside, Onglin kept her calm tone as her people spoke up. Kong Denga. Ahong Daniga. This is the price you pay for dragging trouble onto yourself. Looks like we have been infiltrated for the next few days. Just stay here and wait for them to clear the stage. Inside, Lilac tried to stay calm, gritting his teeth as the demon heads hurled angry threats all around him. Come on, you can still run away now while you still can. They kept taking turns breaking down his spirit. We will gnaw at your fingers. You will never make it back. You are trapped in darkness. Surrounded by us, he is scared now. The word scared echoed in his mind. But he clenched his fists with fierce determination. Why did I come to him quat anyway? I am here to earn 100,000 points. If I do not get those points, I won't have enough to save the general. Without saving the general, forget about the Marquis title. His hands started glowing, his breath growing heavier as he asked himself, I have only 4 years left to live. What is scarier than that? Then Lilac summoned all his strength. His eyes flashed brightly as he thought, my life is almost gone. Why would I fear you mutts? Give me power through those points. Meanwhile, outside, Online arrogantly turned away with a victorious smirk. Let us go clear the purification towers. Just then, a deep voice echoed from behind, making her freeze. It is Ong Lian. She slowly looked back to see a majestic figure surrounded by intense energy. Far off, Lilac stood with arms wide open, silently asking, does this count as passing? Ong Lian's team was stunned. Mouths agape. He really passed. Wasn't he a total newbie at the first Star Academy? I am so mad right now. Our second Star Academy won't be that easy. I got held up for days back then. She growled. So annoying. Meanwhile, Lilac basked in the praise around him. That was way too easy. Feels insulting. No wonder she picked me. He thought quietly. I am not faking this. Keep the compliments coming, if you know how to praise. Say more. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him pause his smug grin. Captain, are you okay? Man stepped forward. Smiling brightly, I passed it. Looks pretty simple. Huh, but Lilac looked worried. Asking Han, Man, you were not affected, right? She got serious, releasing blue butterflies fluttering around as she explained. I felt some influence, but I entered a hypnotic state. Those negative feelings disappeared. Then Man laughed and talked about the new talisman. New talisman? After my eye flashed that red light. No problem now. Lilac was shocked. So it is over. The truth was so obvious he could only think. I see it now. You both have hidden skills. No more pretending. Seriously, no way to fake it. Cut to the purification towers. Golden light streamed from their peaks, weaving through the air, while strange things appeared on the ground below. On the ground, weird hand-shaped creatures with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes crawled forward, wearing creepy smiles as they charged toward everyone. Denga slammed her spear into the ground, releasing a strong energy wave that blasted the creatures away. Lilac, a bit surprised, said, so these are the mutants. They look disgusting. Denga scowled and explained, these are the lowest level beasts. Their laughter creates illusions. These mutants are actually the product of human curses, which is why you could imagine them as a mix of human organs. Then Dyndy stepped forward with a tablet and asked Thaniga, Captain, this path you chose to the second level purification tower seems a bit roundabout. You are not seriously thinking of going to that dark spirit pond in the sewer, are you? She replied firmly. Exactly, Miss Batch. Standing across, asked curiously, what exactly is a dark spirit pond? She quickly explained that the dark spirit pond is a special entity within the Dark Tom. The energy gathered in the dark spirit pond of the Inanita heavenly realm is especially intense. This energy, probably spread everywhere during the time of songs. Once you enter the pond and concentrate there, if you can immerse yourself fully, it will greatly boost your own refining effects. If your endurance is strong enough, it might even upgrade your general power to a whole new level. After saying that, she turned to praise Lilac. Awesome. Your first time in, and you already broke through. Tinda quickly reminded her. Alright. Tone it down a bit. Not even 5 people in the Academy's history have done something like this. Meanwhile, Kabak was still curious. But this dark spirit pond is only level 2 purity, suitable only for people below the intermediate realm. Worried, he made a suggestion. This might slow everyone down. Maybe we should just skip it. Lilac immediately shot down that idea. No need to worry. We have already received a lot of support from the captain. It is... Seeing this, Man helplessly said, Captain, you. Suddenly, she became very determined, firmly advising the new recruits. Looks like all these routes were chosen by Senior Kong for the captain. The two of us just need to stick close to the captain, Hold tight to the senior S side. All kinds of benefits will come. Hearing this, he said it is not that easy, just a little misunderstanding. Man. Then, everyone moved forward together. Under the sweep of the Black Swan, the three of Lilac's group arrived without needing to fight. In note, they appeared on a desolate mountain peak, where only the howling wind sent chills down their spines. Right ahead, the purification tower soared into the sky with dozens of dazzling lights. Everyone could not help but exclaim the aura was terrifying. Sure enough, the toughest part was around the purification tower. Thanga looked ahead seriously and reminded everyone to stay alert. This level 1 purification tower is our first target. We have to purify all the level 1 towers. Only then, when we face the level 2 purification towers, will the rear be safe. Just as she said this, someone shouted loudly from behind. Sister Thanga. She turned around, intoxicated, and Lilac quickly spoke up. We 1T have a chance to fight on this route, but our righteous squad is not here just for experience. His face showed serious determination as he promised, and then Niga trusted their resolve and strength. From now on, please let us join the fight. She widened her eyes in surprise, then narrowed them. Lilac, you. Then she looked at everyone with great enthusiasm and confidently said, do not worry. No doubt about it, you guys were meant to handle this purification tower yourselves. Her declaration earns Lilacus Trio a round of applause. What? Then he awkwardly adds, that joke's not funny. Then Niga stares Lilac down, determined, and fires off questions. You are just rookies from the First Love Institute, but do not you have the guts to face mid-level mutants? We are heading into the tome not to look for peace. With complete confidence, she seriously offers, Lilac, I can keep you safe inside the tome without you lifting a finger. But are you willing? As she speaks, a fierce light bursts from her. Seeing things getting tense, Tindai hurried over to say a few words. It is not about willingness, Captain. She remained firm and said, they are first-timers in the Dark Tome. Remember, when we first entered and faced mutants, we were already second affection level. Tindai quickly responded, it was really tough back then. Letting them suddenly purify a tower on their own is risky. If the whole group gets wiped out. Here she leaned close to Thanga and whispered, you won't have a Fianchi anymore. After thinking it over, Lilac asked, you too, are not you scared? Man confidently replied, I am just a minor support after all. Keep it up. The eyes of Tanfu shone with determination, and he declared right after, Captain, your sharp spear, not afraid of mutants. As Tanfu finished speaking, Lilac stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and called out, Tanfu. Then he let out a sigh, and Shannon said something that made him really embarrassed. It is just a level 1 purification tower. No need to make it sound bigger than it is. You are acting like we are about to storm the Forbidden Zone or something. Getting serious again, he turned to declare to Than EGS group, it is no big deal. Just leave this level 1 purification tower to our righteous squad. Then Enga was pleased by that, smiling softly as she praised. Good job. We will stand guard here. Once you succeed, we will move on to the second objective. If we can activate it, then it is all or nothing here. Those words hit Lilac like an arrow. She clenched her stomach, thinking, daybacking is tough? Really strict. As Lilac's group leaped down below, Dindi still looked worried and asked, Captain, are you sure about this? She kept glancing at her captain, her tone growing more anxious. There are at least 5 mutant white bugs around this tower. Each of those creatures is stronger than us. Yet Thanga just smiled faintly. Then she turned around with a confident, bright expression and said, don't underestimate the young master of Lacklam Mansion. He completely melted at that smile, his face flushing red, while Diane D's eyes lit up, swooning. She exclaimed, Captain, the damage from that smile is off the charts. I am totally hooked. Then she moved next to Thaniga, babbling nonstop, making her roll her eyes in amusement. Idle chatter aside, let us get to the point. She asked if the pink lotus pond was also drawn in by your charm, and that is why it confronted you, trying to catch your attention. Cut to the purification tower, nearby in the forest. A fierce light kept erupting in the air. A dagger surrounded by energy shot straight ahead. The dagger was expertly controlled, flying to pierce something on a large tree trunk. The sharp blade caused an enemy to spray blood. The strike came from Tanfu. Lilac stood nearby, face serious, while Man peeked from behind. The three moved deeper inside. Man, nervously asking, the deep forest is scary. Captain, are we heading straight to the purification tower? Lilac replied, once the purification tower activates, monsters in the forest will swarm us. We can handle that with our strength. He fixed his serious gaze ahead and firmly stated, that is why we have to strike first. She was a bit surprised at strike first, but her eyes sharpened as she silently agreed. Got it. When the go command echoed, the trio in pink, blue, and purple surged forward. After a moment, the three landed on the ground following Lilac's lead. Right before them was a mutant grinning weirdly, With rows of sharp legs growing from its body, Lilac's heart pounded loudly as the mutant's eyelids slowly opened. 1 second later, its red pupils fully opened, releasing a fierce aura from its eyes. The three did not react in time and were hit, their skin turning ghostly white. Seizing the moment, the mutant charged at them, surrounded by intense energy. In an instant, its sharp claws grabbed Lilac's head, holding him tightly and yanking him upward. At that moment, all three suddenly turned into beams of light and vanished. The mutant, stunned, widened its pupils in surprise. While still confused, Lilac appeared from behind and grinned, really living up to your nickname. Shadow Stalker, every move is precise, he said with a smirk. Man, that was awesome. Super impressive, she just smiled. Captain, you are still the most impressive. Lilac had a different thought. Man's solution was actually more amazing, but she refused to agree, insisting the captain's plan was the best, so he gave in and said, we are all pretty awesome. While they chatted, Tanfu charged forward, energy crackling all around him. He suddenly appeared right behind that shadow beast, moving so fast it looked like a painful strike was coming out of nowhere. With sharp reflexes, the mutant leapt to the side, and Tanfu quickly sprang away from that spot too. Sensing trouble, Lilac immediately warned Man to protect herself. Then he lunged at the mutant to back up Tanfu, who had managed to raise his sharp claws just in time. The claws slammed down fiercely, but Lilac dodged skillfully to the side. Right then, Tanfu shared some crucial info. This was a white bug class mutant, not weak at all, probably at the second level of the life-severing skill. Lilac clicked knowingly and replied simply, got it. At the same time, the white bug shot a blazing red arrow from its pupil. That devastating arrow sped straight toward Lilac, who just stood there stunned, staring at it. While he was still in shock, dozens of fluttering butterflies appeared in front to help. Seeing the arrow slice through the blue butterflies, Lilac suddenly jerked in surprise. As the fierce direct attack neared, he quickly leapt upward, barely escaping the deadly strike. Meanwhile, the white bug went into a rage, immediately locking onto the butterflies from afar and charging with swirling fury. Just as it got close to her, Lilac jumped up directly in its path to block. Then he spun in midair and moved right behind the white bug. Its pupil followed every move, filled with rage, as countless threads of energy appeared in its eye. Then it twisted its eye again and fired another blazing red arrow. This time, Lilac instantly jumped up to dodge. As the white bug planted its legs down, Lilac quickly unleashed energy blasts to shake the ground beneath. Standing on the swirling muck, it roared terrifyingly and fired another arrow, but this time Lilac calmly blocked it, causing Man to cry out in alarm. Captain, watch out! Then Lilac confidently aimed his weapon forward, a golden light bursting out, swirling into a circle of energy in midair. In an instant, a water orb formed and began growing bigger. Lilac stared sharply at it and emphasized each word, water light orb. Next, he aimed his weapon straight ahead, and the water light orb smashed directly into the white bug. The energy exploded fiercely, the light blinding and intense. Within seconds, the white bug's pupil completely dried up, and its snake-like legs started falling apart. Soon after, all its sharp legs were completely destroyed. Then its pupil turned into swirling dark green energy. Finally, all that was left on the ground were shattered fragments of the white bug. At that moment, Lilac raised a finger happily and explained, during the fight earlier, Jaho clearly avoided the light several times. If you watch closely, those moments stand out. Tanfu looked at him admiringly and asked, Captain, but your water light orb was insanely strong too. Lilac grinned proudly. Normally it is not that powerful. This is a custom exclusive upgrade. Just then, Lilac held up a piece of the white bug's remains, mumbling, this is the thing we talked about earlier. Lilac lifted it high and confirmed, exactly. Then he turned back to the academy. This fragment is the key to earning academy points. Next, let us keep moving in this direction to clear them out. Then signal. The three arrows shot forward again. Cut to a dry forest mountain ridge, where the three from the Thaniga team are setting arrows and signaling. The three arrows speed forward once more. The scene shifts to the dry forest ridge, where the three from Thaniga silently wait. Dainty surveyed the situation with her skills and excitedly reported, they are not bad, they figured out the illusion reveal. Plus, they found the mutants' weak spots. Most importantly, they did not blindly rush to activate the purification tower, but cleared out nearby mutants first. Hearing this, Baksh smiled faintly, though they struggled a bit at first. This efficiency is pretty solid, top of their class for sure. As expected, there is still some discipline here. Vanga showed no emotion, her voice cold as usual. She said, wait until they successfully activate this purification tower. Everything is just getting started. Cut to the Lilac group. Right now, he is being flung away by a strange ancient tree. Tanfu immediately rushed to the market, pushed him back forward, and shouted, damn it, Captain. Then both of them looked toward the same direction. In the distance, the weird ancient tree split into two halves. Its rough, sharp arm sat there, releasing a thick, ominous aura. Mayman was in pain with his burned arm, and Lilac shouted angrily, Who would be guessed? This is another freak, and this fire held back, waiting for our lord to pass by before attacking. Seriously, at this moment, he stepped forward, grabbed her injured forearm, treating it while warning, dark energies invading. Stay focused. Suddenly, she called out, Captain. Lilac let a drop of healing fluid fall, and it flowed straight into her bleeding wound. Her arm quickly healed, and my man excitedly said, the wounds are gone. Thanks, Captain. He chuckled and replied, don't worry. No scars. Nearby, Tanfu was stunned, amazed by this. Then he stepped forward, grabbed Lilac's collar, and begged, Captain, can I have some? He raised his hand, showing the letters Noza, insisting, Tanfu, scars are a man's badge of honor. If you can't even handle this, what are we even doing in the dark tomb? Come on, use your scars to prove your manliness. Tanfu quickly bought into his lies. Though something felt off, it kind of made sense. His playful charm made Lilac uneasy for a moment. Sorry, brother, healing her takes a lot of energy. Between guys, no need to show off like this. Without hesitation, he pointed forward confidently, shouting a command. Let us, time to get serious. Up ahead is the final area we need to purify. Before he could finish, a loud, growing noise echoed. Shaking the surroundings, everyone turned toward the sound. Mayman asked curiously, what is that noise? Lilac immediately suggested, let us go check it out. Cut to somewhere in the forest. On the ground, a strange mutant was chained tightly by glowing shackles. This small clawed freak is called a White 2. It kept struggling, letting out eerie cries. Suddenly, something appeared nearby. Moving closer, a multi-eyed mutant with a body like a rag emerged, growling as usual. Then it lunged forward and grabbed the White 2. The White 2 screamed pitifully as it was violently restrained. From afar, the scene of the White 2 under attack became faintly visible. My man shouted in fear. Gross. So even these mutants fight each other, biting and clawing. Tanfu then suggested, should we take advantage and sneak attack? Their strength is gradually increasing, maybe soon reaching the 4th stage of life energy. Lilac looked ahead seriously and explained, no rush. This mutant wants to absorb the other's flesh and blood. It takes time. Meanwhile, we go activate the purification tower. After moving away a bit, a tall tower with a shining pillar of light appeared in front of them. He asked curiously, is this the purification tower? Lilac stepped forward, placed his hand on its wall, and said, look, even though there is withered leaves everywhere, the area within 1 meter of the tower is spotless, not a trace of pollution. He seriously noted, must be thanks to the energy absorption. No wonder the tower, even inactivated, can still cleanse. Thinking this, he slowly entered inside. His feet moved swiftly to the box placed at the center. He silently stared at it for a moment. Then he placed a vial of healing fluid on the button on the box's surface. Instantly, beams of light shot out from the vial's mouth, and glowing rings appeared beneath it. On a nearby wall, ancient drawings and symbols gradually appeared. While outside, the purification tower began to glow with a dazzling light. The beam of light shot up and immediately spread its brilliant glow all around. The light carried a crushing force, and in an instant, it rushed toward the 2 mutants facing off in the forest. That light even reached the area where the Negus group was. At the same time, inside the purification tower where Laleca's team was, the walls began to crack apart as a fierce demonic energy surged toward everyone. Man shouted in alarm, it is coming too fast. Captain, this demonic energy is way too strong. Right ahead, the white mutant was merging together, and it had evolved. The white mutant, fused from white earth and flesh, appeared with a terrifying new form. Its pupils glowed blood red as it looked up menacingly. Now, its eyes burned red with rage, and its whole body was surrounded by a savage aura. Instantly, the white mutant leapt toward everyone at a dizzying speed. The closer it got, the wider its eyes grew, with a cold thought in its mind. Fresh blood, delicious flesh, time to eat them. At the signal, the mutant jumped high then dove down with a fierce roar. Fear showed clearly on Oleke's face. He whispered to Ming and Jitting, this is bad. The firepower here, it is at least the level of a 4th rank life force. Before they could think of a plan, the mutant slammed into the ground, shaking the earth violently. The 3 from Level Luxus group quickly leapt up, but immediately raised its pupils and used its long claws to cling on. Its claws kept slashing wildly, making it incredibly hard for them to hold on. The situation grew desperate. Man panicked. Captain, this attack power is overwhelming. I do not think I can hold on much longer. Nin Jing nodded in agreement. Thanks for watching the video. Don't forget to subscribe for more exciting content. The tension kept rising. The power of the fire spirit was insanely strong. Laluf could only encourage the team with, hang in there. Cut to somewhere else in the forest. Ziggy was growing more worried. She quickly suggested, Captain, it looks like they are really struggling to deal with this. This white mutant's power is close to 5th rank life force. It is super dangerous for them. Should we intervene? Subech nearby agreed, though we can purify it alone, which is a shame. It is still impressive for a rookie to handle this much. It is pretty impressive, said Kakantao. Then Ga showed some signs of nervousness, sweat rolling down her face. Back with Level Luxie's group, they were still struggling to fend off the relentless white mutant. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto Leo Left. Without hesitation, it leapt, baring its razor-sharp teeth wide. The mutant launched its whole body down at him. The impact was fierce, shaking everything violently. Gusts of wind howled so hard that even Than Enga's group felt it. In a crisis, Siu Bech immediately said, "We have to go save them." Then Ega just clicked her tongue and stayed silent. Meanwhile, at a Loletis spot, the mutant had fallen into a deep ravine after its attack, the surrounding rocks heavily damaged. Right then, a whirlpool was forming in a pool of water at the bottom of the pit. The water stopped the mutant from moving, and it thrashed wildly inside. At the same time, Lolesis' steady hand gripped the edge of the pit, balancing himself while his eyes carefully scanned the scene below. Just then Ega's group arrived. Both Vindai and Siu Bech looked puzzled. They dug a big hole here. There is water inside. But what is the point of this? At that moment, Lalesh jumped out of the deep pit. Man sprang into action, moving to the edge and shooting a stream of pink light to suppress the mutant. She hovered midair, releasing pink beams while shouting, "Spirit Butterfly." All the spirit butterflies swarmed and wrapped around the mutant. Right then, the 10,000 Shadows clone technique was activated by Tenefi to assist. Dozens of arrows swirling around the mutant forming a sphere. Straining, Aleph shouted, "Captain, hurry. I can only hold this for 5 seconds." He looked surprised and said, "T-Rex, you." Then he threw out a sly comment to Tanfu, "Watch your words. Man's still here. You can barely hold on for 5 seconds. How do you expect to survive later?" That criticism hit him like arrows, and he sighed. "What time is this? Captain, are you seriously joking?" Lilac snapped back to seriousness, crossing his arms as a fierce energy flared behind him. His sharp eyes stared ahead, loudly chanting the technique. Heftoing thut. The lu thu. Instantly, swirling torrents of water erupted, wrapping tightly around Bach Thuch. Meanwhile, Daindi was amazed at the name The Lesidlu Thut. In a flash, Bach Thuch's entire body distorted, then it split into two strange creatures. Bach Tho and the original Han Bi. They each flew in opposite directions, still surrounded by Lilac's watery flow. The three stood at the edge of the pit, watching the two mutants lie sprawled below after Lilac's critical strike. Man cheered excitedly. "Captain, you nailed it. You are incredible." Tanfu nodded in full agreement. "That was amazing. Not only did we stop the mutants' evolution, but we also set them to fight each other. We are the real winners here." Captain, unexpectedly, he said exactly what he was thinking, making the words sound a bit funny. "Your brain is seriously weird. You are something else," Lilac muttered, biting his lip with a helpless smile. Who compliments someone like that? Then he fell silent, thinking. But usually, The Eljulafalu just moves water around. Its power is pretty limited. Then Lilac reconsidered. His Lactula Thot actually includes radiant energy. Even if the mutant is stronger than me, it can still take the hit. After some back and forth, Lilac finally concluded. "So yeah, it has got to be me. It has got to be me." Meanwhile, the two mutants exchanged a few words, then nervously looked at each other. Sweating cold, hesitating for a moment, they suddenly sprang up and shot out of the pit like their lives depended on it. But before Bach Trung and Bach Thuk could escape, Lilac and Tanfu blocked their way. Eyes blazing. "Where do you think you are going?" The two startled. The sword in his hand radiated overwhelming pressure, blue light rippling from the blade, spreading through the air. Both bristled with dense demonic energy. Lilac lightly jumped, sneered, and taunted. "You cowardly jerks. Where did your wind vanish to just now?" Lilac narrowed his eyes. A cold purple gleam flashed across his handsome face as he leaned in, ready to chase them off. Bach Trung and Bach Thuk froze instantly, terrified, trembling wildly as the dark aura engulfed them, driving them mad with screams. Then a dark blue sonic wave burst out, dazzling light shot from its core, spiraling in shockwaves across the forest. Nearby on the cliff, the Daindi group watched silently. Kobach's mouth formed an O, eyes wide in awe, using Nensle Thut to forcibly separate two powerful mutants, weakening them both. Daindi was amazed. "So this is how the card can be solved." Another person nodded with satisfaction. "Today, I consider this a grand opening in the human world." Danga smiled softly, her eyes full of gentle pride, thinking, "Not bad at all. Definitely perfect." Elsewhere, Tanfu suddenly collapsed, gasping, "This is not good." Lilac sighed deeply, annoyed. "Tanfu, can you stop whining? Not good. Not good all the time." He hung his head, exhausted, explaining, "Although this fight was just about knocking the mutant into the water, battling that 8-armed evolved form drained too much energy. I do not even have strength left to pick up weapons." Suddenly, a dazzling light shot from behind Lilac, making him pause for a moment. Atop the ancient tower, a brilliant beam shot straight into the sky, cutting through the mist and wind, lighting up the sky like a signal to open the spirit realm. Layers of dust blew away from the energy shockwaves, waves of spiritual power radiating out, flooding the space. A faint relieved smile appeared on Man's lips as she excitedly reported. Captain, we finally. Lilac looked up, joy shone clearly on his face. Yes, this is the first tower we have lit up with our own power. At that glorious moment, the trio, including the nigga, all appeared together. Then Ega gently stepped up to Lelev, softly reaching out her hand. He calmly turned to her with a faint smile. Without hesitation, Lelesh took her hand, then Ega held it firmly and helped him to his feet, face to face, barely any space between them. Their eyes locked amidst the golden light and swirling feathers. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Their hands still joined. She took the lead in speaking. Not bad. Congrats on solo activating a tower. Aleph teased. So what is the reward for that? Venga stared seriously into his eyes and shot back. You call this a reward? Couldn't you be a bit more ambitious? Hearing that, Lilac smirked lightly. She pushed further, blunt and unafraid. For example, next time we head straight to the second level purification tower. But he quickly yanked his hand back and cut her off sharply. No way. Watching this, Man could not help but speak up. First level purification mostly relies on tricks, but second level towers? Isn't that basically a death sentence? Temphi replied. This is serious business. Nada. Then admiringly added, no wonder you are the captain, so bold and confident. Vaniga quickly regained her serious tone and praised. Alright, no more joke. Purifying a first level tower alone is already impressive, not to mention this 8-armed mutant here. Her strength is near the 5th stage of life energy. She opened one eye and warned, even if it is a second star squad, we still have to keep our distance. Lilex froze like a statue, but at least could breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like they would pass this challenge. Xiandai, puzzled, asked, you did not strike at first because of your separation technique. Aren't you worried it might backfire? Aleph calmly explained. At first, cutting off their fusion was risky. Facing 2 mutants at once is dangerous. I could not weaken them by separation either, so I waited. As for the risk, if the plan failed, did not we all have each other's backs? Even Sue Butch had not expected this. She thought, this kid actually planned for those 2 mutants to fuse. Listening to Lileka's clever strategy, she could not help but admire him inside. To come up with such a plan in such a short time, not only patient, but determined, this young master's mindset is truly something you can underestimate. Just then Ega took the lead and sternly reminded them. Enough celebrating. Come check the leaderboard. The leaderboard showed 2 squads. One the Justice Squad, the other the Black Swan Squad. Xianda blinked in surprise and asked, can we actually see all the names on this? Can squad see this too? She confirmed quickly, of course. The info updates in real time. It is also a way for the academy to motivate everyone. Saying that, Daniga smiled and urged, let us move faster from now on. I want us outside the prison zone in 3 days. Laleka boldly declared. No problem. Man happily introduced. We are the new independent squad that purified a first level tower. Temi chimed in eagerly. Come on over. Lelef shouted the order. Let us. But the next second, he collapsed from exhaustion. Time flew by. 3 days later, the group arrived at a new land, the outer prison zone. Just as Danenga wanted, she looked down at Loletix. Man and Tinafi lay sprawled nearby as Xianda called out. We are here. Let us rest a bit. Are you guys okay? She stayed silent. Secretly impressed. These guys really are not bad. Xiandai reflected on everything. A flicker of hope lighting up her heart. In the past few days, not only had they kept up with the captain's insane progress, but even Butch Man, usually so weak, had pushed herself to keep going and handle her own fights. She believed that someday, both Sihu, Butch, and Xiandi confidently agreed they would rise to become the top squad in the sacred mystical academy of Tron Trong Trong Thon Hein. Alex sat up and then laughed dryly. So this is the speed of the Black Swan squad. Nothing special, at least my mouth still sharp. Then Ega stood at a distance, coldly replying, had enough rest. Come over and take a look. Before them stretched a silver-blue forest. Mountains rolling and fading into the faint light. Layers of mist drifted as if hiding something deep within the ancient forbidden zone. She slowly introduced, this is it, the restricted area. Lilac's expression grew serious. The danger here was even fiercer than anywhere near a purification tower. Danga calmly continued, without dark forces, evil spirits might as well not exist here. Inside the ancient patterned magic array, a golden beast with blazing red eyes and swirling dark aura appeared. Accompanied by her explanation, the spirit beasts in the tome probably sneak in through space-time cracks, trapped and twisted by dark energy, making them even more savage. Anyone who steps into their territory will be devoured. Hidden here is a top-tier spirit beast, nearly ready to break through to the Fengao rank. Seeing everyone worried, Daniga gently reassured them. But you do not need to stress out. This beast lurks deep in the mountain veins. We are only operating outside the restricted zone, so we probably won to catch its attention. She turned back, her eyes shining with unshakable confidence. Right now, this is our moment. We might catch the first and strongest wave of energy from the Dark Spirit Pond. It is worth all the hard work these past 3 days. After walking a bit, Teen Dai immediately announced, "Up ahead is the location of the Dark Spirit Pond." Feeling the dense spiritual energy, Lilac tightened his focus and scouted around cautiously. Amid the gloomy swamp, the energy of heaven and earth surged and was sucked into a deep pit at the center, where a jade-green glow shone on giant lotus leaves. The students grouped together. Watching closely, the pull grew stronger as the energy from the land converged, drawn into the brightly glowing Dark Spirit Pond. Suddenly, the energy burst violently, waves of power spreading out like they wanted to swallow the entire underground swamp. Then Nega's eyes swept over the waiting crowd. The unexpected number of people made her alert and cautious. Quite a few have arrived already. Every time the Dark Spirit Pond erupts, there is fierce competition. Arriving late means you get less. Danga raised her hand high, releasing a radiant beam of light above her head. Like a divine figure cutting through the night, from that light, a sword appeared, shining brilliantly, its glow spreading across the space. Witnessing this, the surrounding students could not hide their surprise. Whispers breaking out. "Look at that, that is Senior Jung. She is going for that D-grade Dark Spirit Pond spot. No surprise it has to be for Lilac." She coldly scanned the crowd and boldly declared, "This spot is mine." Lilac silently thanked her. "Zhang Danga helped us secure a spot. Though I do not get how this pond works. The closer you are, the better." She is really going all out. Suddenly, a cocky voice rang out, catching their attention. "Senior Jiang, is not this a bit against the rules?" One of Thanenga's squad mates was furious. "Who does he think he is, talking back to Senior Jiang like that?" That voice belonged to Wang Yufeng, a student from the Spirit Refining Institute. Lilac instantly recognized him. Quick thoughts. Wang Yufeng from Spirit Refining Institute. The students murmured, then buzzed with curiosity as a girl speculated. Wang Yufeng is ranked in the top 10 at Spirit Refining Institute. Right? Does he have a grudge against Senior Jiang? Why is he making a scene? Danga kept her calm and asked coldly, "Why would I be breaking the rules?" Yufeng spat out sharp arguments in a rude tone. "Everyone knows. Claiming a Dark Spirit Pond spot depends on your own strength. If Senior Jiang is here for her own squad, Spirit leaves. Fine. But if she is helping Lilac, that is unfair to everyone else." Just then, the Vu stealthily tugged his wrist and whispered, "Yufeng." He turned confidently and assured her, "Don't worry. With me here, no unfairness will happen." He seemed softer now. The Vu whispered, "Yufeng, come on. Senior Jiang's strength is no joke. We should just back down." But it was hard to tell if she was really advising peace or stirring the pot. Because of that, the students got even more fired up and shouted back, "Back down. This Dark Spirit Pond does not benefit the Spirit Refining Institute anyway. Sister Kyung has already enjoyed plenty before. If someone else wants to fight for it, we will call them over." You are acting way too hesitant. Thinking to herself, Song the Vu really knows how to stir the pot. Last time she stubbornly went head-to-head with me. Despite all the scolding, Danga stayed calm and analyzed the situation. The others can take the Shadow Spirit leaves themselves. I am just helping secure the spot. As far as I know, this is not against the rules. The Vu's true colors showed instantly, stepping forward with a smug look, thinking they could just grab the Shadow Spirit leaves from us. The other students were once again upset, whispering and complaining, "Yeah, that is right. If they take the leaves themselves, it is no problem. It really is not a violation." The old king went on for half a day, but it was all just empty words. Daniga sneered, sarcastically proud. "No wonder this is the top freshman squad. Never before has the #1 team shown up here." The others nodded in agreement. "Yeah, if they manage to snatch the Shadow Spirit leaves, we would be seriously embarrassed." Amidst the chaos, then Enga suddenly spoke up. She called out, "Song." Catching her off guard, she spoke bluntly, like calling out a scolding with no respect or mercy. "This meeting is just for worrying about your own cultivation." Then Enga was calm but sharp. "Power comes from rice, strength from money. But in the end, you are just low-level trash." Her tone was dripping with contempt, no less insulting than a harsh curse. Indeed, a reprimand from a former top commander sent Thu Vu into a panic. She shouted, "Are you saying I do not know how to keep myself clean?" Furious but helpless, she whimpered, "This is not fair. Yufeng, do not. I want to let them win." Danga turned to face Lilac. Lilac reminded him that from now on, the fight for Shadow Spirit leaves depends on his own skills. Confidently, he replied, "Got it." Another crybaby. "Don't worry. I will get the job done." Lilac, the new talisman bearer, stood firm as a golden light flared from his sword. The barrier spread out, shielding all three from the intense shockwaves of heaven and earth. He breathed a sigh of relief. The energy shock from heaven and earth was strong, but with Sister Than Ege's shield, we can focus on grabbing those shadow spirit leaves. In the dim light, a bluish-green leaf floated motionless, energy swirling around its edges. As Lilac explained, in the shadow spirit pond grows a special kind of shadow spirit tree. Whenever energy bursts out, the shadow spirit leaves release it too. Only students who seize the leaves and hold them in their mouths can resist the energy's pressure entering the cultivation pond. Man glanced over and warned worriedly, "Captain, watch out for Vong Gu Fong. He is a 4th-tier life form, a low-tier general-level talent, unmatched in speed." Hearing this, Lilac did not say anything but glanced back at him. Vong Gu Fong looked fierce and fearless. "Showing off. When it is time to fight, I will handle it all alone," said the Vu admiringly. "Vong Gu Fong is amazing." Suddenly, from the shadow spirit pond, a green light burst out, swirling currents whipped violently, shockwaves rolling out like they wanted to tear the space apart. Students were blown away, startled cries echoing as the force swept over the pond's surface. 3 shadow spirit leaves slowly rose amid the glow, their runes flashing like they would awaken from a 1,000-year sleep. Exciting everyone! Look, there are 3 shadow spirit leaves. Just then, Vong Gu Fong shot upward at lightning speed, reaching out like he wanted to claim the leaves for himself. "The shadow spirit leaves are mine," those below shouted. "Watch out for Vong Gu Fong." Lilac furrowed his brows, tension clear on his face. He is already moving before others can even stand. He is fast. And he is eyeing that leaf. Looks like he wants to fight us for it. On this side, Vong Gu Fong smirked arrogantly, feeling superior. "You really think you can snatch my prize?" Overestimating himself, the Vu was sure of victory. Arrogantly proud. "Kong Denga. Right? She is mine now." As he neared the shadow spirit leaves, he looked down on everyone, arrogantly claiming the first leaf as the team's. Just as he was about to touch it, suddenly a burst of energy shot out. Blocking everything, Vong Fong flew into a rage, spun around, glaring fiercely as he prepared to strike back. Standing against him was Lilac's trio. The path stood firm amidst the dense shadow guards that had just erupted. Yet the situation did not falter at all. In response to Yu Feng's question, he calmly shouted out loud, "Lai Lu!" Countless blue beams shot out from the energy vortex, tearing through the sky like a meteor shower, shaking the air in all directions. A golden light flared high above, carrying a mysterious aura that drew his gaze involuntarily in an instant. Yu Feng's shout shattered the tense atmosphere. Domo's figure, glowing with spiritual light, darted forward like a lightning strike, heading straight for the shadow leaf. Just a moment away, his hand nearly touched it but was stopped by a sudden burst of power. This time, it shot like an arrow straight at Yu Feng, stunning him. "What the heck?" Yu Feng immediately spun his palms, gathering spiritual energy into a giant kneeling hand, as if to swallow the shadow leaf whole. And Shen laughed loudly, mocking the small skill. But at that moment, a swirling purple dark energy tore through the wind to snatch it away. In a sudden counterattack, Yu Feng cursed angrily to himself, his arrow still carrying an attack mark. That kid purple dark energy sprouted from him, and the shadow leaf seemed to vanish into thin air. It was carried by spiritual energy, falling like a lost light in the sky, flying freely in the wind. A shocked student shouted, "Look, the shadow leaf is falling." The shadow leaf is circling amidst the chaotic spiritual energy, suddenly veering off when hit by a leftward void energy blast. Yu Feng watched helplessly as it actively flew toward Lai Lu, screaming in frustration. He reached out but was one step too slow against the kid's agility. Lai Lu successfully caught the shadow leaf without breaking a sweat, grinning slyly. "Easy win." Both Yu Feng and the Vu gaped in horror, unable to believe what just happened. Fueled by rage, Yu Feng charged furiously toward Lai Lu, clenching his fist glowing with spiritual energy. He shouted curses. "Lai Lu, you damn bastard." Lai Lu smirked coldly, showing no fear, calmly replying, "Is this the headmaster Wang's doing?" Lai Lu closed his eyes, chuckling softly, then simply said, "Planning to steal it." Curious, he looked down and saw the Black Swan group staring at him intensely. Mouths agape, both gritted their teeth, glaring at Yu Feng like they wanted to devour him. Chindi sneered threateningly, "Kid, did you just fly away? You were meant to. Is life supposed to end at the Second Star Academy?" The cold voice of Backset Gem added, "Calm down, little brother Hoyan. Anyone who dares to disrespect the Black Swan's territory ends up 6 feet under." With Thanga behind them enjoying the revenge, he immediately shut up, feeling like he would been slapped across the face, sweat pouring down desperately. "Help me? I did not mean it. Do not say nonsense. I think I got a little worked up today," Lai Lu said coldly. "If you do not put everything on yourself but work with us, then whose hands will the deer die in?" Sinfu sneered sarcastically. "Headmaster Wang, sometimes speed alone is not enough," he suddenly startled, shouting, "What?" Lai Lu flashed a smug smile and immediately held up 2 fingers without hesitation. Lai Lu shouted mockingly, "Need a magic trick? One invisible hit from me?" Yu Feng's eyes widened, mouth agape, face twisted in pain as fresh blood spilled like he was bleeding out from his lungs. He immediately darted toward his teammates, growling coldly. Seeing this, Leluo laughed like he would hit the jackpot. Sinfu standing nearby wore a displeased expression, mumbling in his ear. Is this trying to kill someone? Captain, why do you always provoke others like this? Meanwhile, not far away, Yufeng, Vu, and their teammate wore gloomy faces, watching other squads dodge the shadow leaf and celebrate. We made it. I thought that leaf would never reach us. But luckily Wang Yufeng went after it way over there. He immediately looked embarrassed, glancing at the furious girl and awkwardly trying to explain. Vu, I am really sorry. The Vu gritted her teeth and snapped. Seeing Yufeng acting all tough despite looking weak made her even angrier. She roared silently. Who'd they expect him to be like this? Lelu so sly. Yet he is still daydreaming about that kindness. The Vu truly was a generous girl, but she kept cursing under her breath. Stupid. Worthless. What speed? Eat dirt. I am so mad I am about to lose it. At this moment, the students who witnessed Leluo snatch the shadow leaf started buzzing with chatter. Look, Lelu really got it. He is no ordinary kid. The Wind Lord arrived to crack some jokes, and Chinda smiled with his eyes shut tight, chatting with Dan Iga. Lilac really is a captain who loves fashion, but when everyone compliments him, does he really have to be that handsome? She proudly replied, Isn't it worth celebrating when what I cherish most is recognized by others? Her answer left Chindi stunned in a good way. She gave Thanga a sideways glance, then asked a few random questions that left Than Ega speechless. Then Iga thought, well, that is cold, do you feel it too? Elsewhere, Lilac stared at the rare dark spirit leaf in her hand, her eyes shining with joy. So this is the dark spirit leaf, the three of us each get a piece, like holding it in our mouths to block the blast from the wind energy cannon. Right? Tenfu looked hungry, eyes sparkling, legs twitching. He laughed happily without any shame, urging them on. Man, grossed out by all the spit, stared wide-eyed at the two drooling humans and blurted out, that is disgusting. Facing the spit-soaked dark spirit leaf, she widened her eyes and shivered before declaring, I am out of options. Man, I am going all in. Moments later, within the dark spirit's saliva, blue spiritual energy flowed like a falling galaxy, forming a mystic pattern deep in the swamp, ancient energy spreading everywhere. 3 pairs of feet quietly stepped out from the thick layers of mist. After absorbing the energy, all 3 bodies brimmed with vitality. Their meridians awakened, faint light radiated around them, and their aura soared, their complexions brightened noticeably. Lilac felt great, energized to the max. Tanfu admired it, saying, so this is what body energy feels like. Amazing. He added, just a bit of it, and I already feel my vital energy and core seed shining brighter. Mei Mai asked skeptically, Captain, your incarnation time seems a bit longer than ours. Lilac replied confused. So what? Tanfu started calculating with his fingers. I noticed that too. Just a few seconds longer. Maybe it is because I have got 2 stomachs, so I can eat more. He forced a smile, thinking that made sense. Outside the swamp, the Wind Lord kept boasting boldly. Don't worry. The next leaf will definitely be ours. The Vu looked annoyed and bluntly dismissed him. One team of first aiders, what good is that? Even if we enter the dark spirit swamp, how much can we really level up? It is just a waste. Over at Black Sky Inga, the group stood before the dark spirit swamp. Chandi analyzed. There are 38 levels in the swamp. Each level gives one chance to absorb body energy. The deeper you go, the better the effect and the stronger the pressure. Hearing this, Su Butch proudly recalled. Back then, our captain reached level 38, breaking through 2 ranks at once. That caused a huge stir at the academy. She grinned and asked Thanga, how many levels do you think Lilac can reach? Her words clearly showed bias and belief, and the confident reply was certain and firm. I think Lilac can reach level 38. The other 2 were hit like a slap, stunned and speechless. Chendi silently cursed. What is wrong with that woman? Has she lost her mind? Why treat Lilac like that? Su Butch was startled and quietly whispered. Chindai, did you notice? She curiously asked in a low voice. Captain seems to have some mysterious traits. At level 30, the dark spirit swamp spread heavy. Oppressive pressure, like it was trying to crush the will of anyone standing before it. 2 golden lit figures struggled to stay standing, facing the extreme pressure. One student gritted his teeth and endured with all his might, but both could not hold on and had to retreat. I can't do this anymore. Falling back. Meanwhile, at level 31, Man's condition was not any better. She gritted her teeth and pushed through. Lilac worriedly asked, Man, are you okay? She was too exhausted to say anything but painful groans. Tanfu endured with a strained expression. The pressure is too strong, even the dark spirit leaf can fully protect us. This energy boost is insane. It feels like eating a whole meal. Suddenly, Man spoke up. Captain, let us get out. Lilac sighed with relief, happily agreeing. Alright, the command rang out decisively. Down, the 3 figures plunged down together. Soon enough, they successfully touched down below. At level 34, Man's face briefly turned serious. Then suddenly her spiritual energy exploded. She floated midair, her aura surging as she broke through to Upper Hoa Chong stage. After the breakthrough, Man excitedly reported, "Captain, I have reached Upper Hoa Chong." Lulu smiled softly, encouraging her warmly. "It is amazing you made it this far. Keep pushing." She immediately obeyed, radiating a fierce purple light as she shot up to the next level like a mystical beam tearing through the night. You glanced at Tanfu and said eagerly, "Tanfu, let us keep moving down." He quickly agreed. The two of them soon reached level 35. Tanfu tensed and unleashed his power, purple aura swirling furiously around him. It grew stronger and stronger, spiritual energy rushing in waves, creating a heavy pressure field that filled the space. He winced under the overwhelming force, letting out pained cries. Tanfu fell silent, a bit regretful inside. "I did not quite reach the breakthrough, but I am close to forming the second earth pattern." Despite the disappointment, he knew that breaking through the birth stage was way harder than starting the cultivation. He quickly turned to Lulu and said, "Captain, I am going ahead." Tanfu hesitated, then asked nervously, Are you okay?" Captain, seeing Lulu's energy blazing like a storm, signaling an imminent breakthrough, he gasped, "Captain, you are breaking through." Lulu firmly denied, gritting his teeth, sweat pouring down. Lulu forced himself, thinking, "I can feel the breakthrough coming, but I have to hold back." No matter the half-year crisis in the talisman or the life-threatening ordeal, none of it allowed me to stop now. I have to challenge level 38 a bit. Tanfu did not hesitate and quickly left. "I am going ahead." Captain, outside the Shadow Spirit pool, he flew to where Man was waiting. The other students whispered, "Look, both Righteous Squad members have gone out. I heard Leilus already at level 35. Could he be trying to challenge the last 3 levels? Those last 3 are not a joke. Are we risking our lives here?" Yufeng gritted his teeth and said, "Even I, at my current state, can only reach level 36. For someone like him, a first earth pattern birth stage. To dare do this, it is like he does not know how dangerous it is." The Vu scowled silently, thinking, if he dies in there, it will be a bitter joke. Meanwhile, after all his effort, Lelua finally broke through the limit and soared straight to level 36. He landed with a thunderous stump, spiritual energy bursting out in waves that rippled through the air in a flash. His whole body felt like it was pierced by 1,000 needles, pain sinking deep into his bones and marrow. Struggling to hold on, Lelu thought, "My marrow's about to shatter." So this is the power of the last 3 levels. He recalled the past carefully, when Sister Thaniga stepped down years ago. Even with her supreme radiance fighting against the pressure, though my rank was lower, I still had some presence. Lelu roared, "Then it is twin potential." 4 attributes. He unleashed tri-element primal force, 3 distinct beams intertwined, dancing in a spiritual energy storm that shook heaven and earth. He stretched out his hand, instantly forming a blue protective energy shield. His eyes burned with fierce determination. He thought, once this shield breaks under this pressure, I am dead for sure. But, he told himself, I came here to risk it all today, with unwavering will. Lelu charged straight toward the Shadow Spirit pool. A giant beam of light shot down from the sky. Splitting the air apart, Lelu's eyes blazed. His hands clenched tight. The dull ache spread through his body. Leaving him barely conscious, he could sense that he was at his limit, and his protective shield was useless now. At the crucial moment, he shouted, "Legs! Twin force!" 2 Shadow Spirit leaves glowed brightly at his sides, the ground trembling beneath his heavy pressure, sweat pouring down. This was all part of Lelu's plan. He silently acknowledged that the magic of twin force belonged to powerful Feng Hao, and his own limited skill could only be used at the final critical moment. Surrounded by radiant light behind him, he sat cross-legged and entered cultivation mode. No longer holding back now, the real fight begins. A drop of spirit script hung in the void, radiating a dazzling glow, revealing 2 clear seals inside. The life script segment and the second script. Outside the dark spirit pond, a heavy oppressive aura swirled and spread, while the shadows of Thaniga and the Silver Bridge still stood there, waiting for him to return. He spoke with worry. Only Lilac had not come out yet, although his determination was strong. Still, Thanga clenched her palms tightly, anxiety weighing on her heart. "Lilac, I once thought if I could break through to the Marquis realm, I could take on the Lac Lam Few. Then you would not have any pressure at all. But after learning about your lifespan secret, I realize none of these dangers can be avoided for you." She placed her faith in that boy. "Lilac, I truly believe you will pull through. Maybe right now. You are sensing it too." Thaniga firmly believed that outsiders say Lac Lam Few has a divine light extending 10,000 zhang. Lilac tensed and unleashed his technique, the 12-segment brocade. 4th segment earth method, absorbing bursts of spiritual energy more and more. She wore a serious expression, silently affirming that one day they would all know Lac Lam Fu. Along with that trust, Lilac was still steadily cultivating here. The spirit script glowed, its light intense but steady, signaling the eruption process had completed and the 2 seals had turned demonic. Then Enga confidently declared there was also a mysterious lineage mark engraved on that very seal. After all the effort, Lilac successfully reached the third script refinement, jumping 2 levels at once. Lilac stood up, blue light flaring wildly, and his primordial energy pulled in from all sides. He delighted in the breakthrough. Feeling amazing, it was the biggest power leap since he started cultivating, plus the heavenly energy pouring in, absorbing even more. Scanning some standout faces, Lilac began calculating third script of life segment. Even in the second star academy, that would rank in the top 30. Wang Hek said, "Let us forget about Bei Da Da for now. In the first star academy, only Tan Truck Luck can match me." However, Lilac did not know that such an achievement was not completely unheard of in academy history, but it could still be counted among the absolute elite students. Lilac approached the Dark Spirit Pond and looked down curiously, pondering still as deep as ever. Just how far does this Dark Spirit Pond really connect? His attention caught on a bare tree growing inside the pond that was the Dark Spirit Tree. It turns out it grew here. He observed closely and reasoned that the outer branches were hit by energy waves, explaining why leaves were flying about. Further analysis showed the inner part was shielded by the cliff, avoiding the energy. Eyes sharp as a hawk, Lilac stared at the Dark Spirit Tree, clearly interested but pretending to think hard. This tree is right in front of me. Can I snatch some all at once? He quickly came up with a bold idea. If he could bring some Dark Spirit leaves out, people could trade fragments or points for them. It would perfectly fill the gap in the 100,000 points. Then he smugly thought, man, I am really brilliant. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at the Dark Spirit Tree, aiming for a leaf, but the arrow was suddenly stopped by an invisible barrier, leaving him stunned and muttering. Lilac's expression turned serious as he realized the oppressive energy here was too dense. Ordinary attacks simply could not pierce it. No wonder no one's ever brought Dark Spirit leaves out before. The harder it is, the more I want it. I have double strength power if others can get it. Maybe stealing himself. Lilac raised his bow again, eyes cold and focused on the target. He silently vowed, double strength power. Now, the decisive shot. Thanks to his strong will, the arrow of light pierced through the protective barrier. Lilac felt a surge of relief. Yes. Breakthrough achieved. The arrow grazed a branch, and a Dark Spirit leaf slowly drifted down. Lilac quickly reached out and caught the floating Dark Spirit leaf. He pulled the leaves toward him, holding a handful of Dark Spirit leaves. Smiling with satisfaction, made a big score this time. Suddenly, a mysterious beast appeared in the Dark Spirit Pond, its fierce eyes glowing, shooting purple rays tearing through the night. Standing in the pond, facing the terrifying gaze with purple aura swirling like sealing chains, his face full of panic, he thought, not good. Lilac made you suspicious. Guessing, what is this fierce feeling? Without hesitation, you quickly jumped up. Lilac squinted seriously, thinking, run fast. Whatever it is not something I can fight. Outside the Dark Spirit pool, Lilac successfully escaped and flew up. Denga ran over amazed to announce, everyone listen. Lilac is finally out. Lulus. She stepped forward, anxiously asking as she looked down at him, how are you? Suddenly sensing something strange, Denga could not help but wonder. This shock to his strength definitely is not from just one breakthrough. She curiously said, you have surpassed 2 levels. Seeing the guy still silent as usual, Denga leaned in confused and asked, what is wrong with you? Lilac lowered his head and replied coldly, nothing's wrong. He frowned, staring thoughtfully at the Dark Spirit pool, his eyes fixed on the source of the eerie light. Lilac pondered quietly, could it be my mistake? But why has the fierce feeling disappeared? He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, and thought, forget it. Lilac looked up and smiled confidently. Yeah, I got lucky reaching level 38, completing 1 breakthrough. His teammates could not hide their surprise, exclaiming, 2 levels at once? Under the bright moonlight, their voices echoed, what? Lilac 2. Meanwhile, above the Dark Spirit pool, a strange light and eerie sound suddenly appeared. Below, a strange dark energy spread from the cave as another beast slowly emerged. Down in the Dark Spirit pool's depths, the 3 heavenly wolves stared in shock, wondering, is that the twin wolf power? Its aura was overwhelming. Inside their heads, they speculated about Lelef's appearance. Another strong Fango level warrior has arrived here. But how could a talisman master at that rank unleash twin wolf power? It seems he is just a human talisman master at the lowest level. The 3 heavenly wolves looked doubtful and guessed, playing the twin wolf technique. It bared sharp fangs hungrily, thinking, if I eat him, will I gain Fango level power too? Mayman ran to Lilac with wide eyes praising, Captain, you are amazing. Teammates watching him walk over could not help but marvel. Lilac really reached level 38, and he jumped 2 levels like Kang Than Iga. This fire spirit really is something else. Huh. Ing Yifeng furrowed his brows in shock and shouted, a single male. Yet the VS face darkened with anger behind them. This chance was not all yours to give away. You useless piece of trash. Idiot. Noticing the woman behind, he quickly turned and asked Han, what is wrong? The V, she shrugged as she prepared to leave. saying casually, "Nothing. Just so mad it hurts my heart." Nearby, then Ega stood beside Lilith and gently suggested, "If you are done, let us head to the next spot." He smirked mysteriously and said, "Wait a minute, I want to trade a bit first." In the dark of night, Lilith pulled out some treasures he would gather from the dark spirit pool and called out, "Everyone," holding dark spirit leaves. He smiled brightly and said, "I have got a little bit here." His teammates stared wide-eyed in shock. Dark spirit leaves. He actually has dark spirit leaves? Lilith held up the dark spirit leaves proudly. They were dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief. 2 leaves. He does not just have 1, he's got 2. Am I so desperate for dark spirit leaves that I am losing it? Going crazy. He slowly counted the leaves. Everyone looking at the pile in his hands could not help but be thrilled. The dark spirit leaves glowed with mysterious energy. Alec smiled faintly and said, "I absorbed too much energy." His teammates gaped in surprise, then whispered among themselves. Everything seemed to explode, and out of curiosity, they all went crazy asking, "So you actually picked leaves that fell inside the dark spirit pool? That has never happened before. No precedent. This fire spirit is nuts. Is this for real?" Dindy stepped forward suspiciously and said, "Dark spirit trees are supposed to have protective energy. So how did you do it?" He chuckled calmly in reply, "I used the twin wolf power to break through the barrier." The crowd was shocked by what he said, though some started showing interest in these dark spirit leaves. Lilith put on a serious face and grinned. "No more nonsense. Half a bottle of Imperial blood exchange for 1 dark spirit leaf." He raised his hand and jokingly asked, "Anyone want some?" "Fellow teammates. No rivals allowed. Let the battle begin." After hearing this, the teammates looked like wild beasts craving it desperately, their eyes shining bright. Lulu could not help but smile with satisfaction. This crowd was even more hyped than expected. The group looked like they were cast from the same mold, all sharing the same eager expression, shouting in unison, "I want the shadow leaf. It is mine." Vu, watching this bidding frenzy, could not help but shout angrily, "Lilu, these shadow leaves could be flown out on their own." Lilu gave a cold glare and replied calmly, "You are right. There will be more shadow leaves coming soon, if you do not want others to get them. Just wait, but do not forget only the strongest squads can snatch them up." Keeping a serious, cold face, he explained, "You all bought them from me. I am just letting those who missed out get a chance to enjoy the shadow leaf. Today's opportunity is rare, so do not complain now." Lulu's voice rose with frustration. "Don't you want everyone to get into the shadow leaf cultivation?" The Vu's eyes widened in shock and stammered, while the teammates behind kept yelling excitedly, "Exactly. If we did not buy them, when will we ever get to use the shadow leaf? What do you guys even understand? It is only 2,500 points each. That is a good deal," said Tung back, scratching his head awkwardly. "Lilu, I do not have the funds right now. Can I just sign an EU?" he asked with a friendly smile. Lilu now looked like a superstar standing on the shadow leaf stage, arms wide open, confidently saying, "I sir, no problem at all. After all, this is all about making things easier for everyone." His face brightened with excitement as he thought of a plan. "Worried you won't pay back the IS? No worries. I will bring the Aniga to collect from each one of you." The teammates immediately rushed forward, fighting over the leaves. "I want. Me too." "No way. There are not enough," Lulu calmly suggested. "Hold on. Everyone, let us draw lots." They quickly relaxed, shouting, "Yeah, let us listen to Brother Lu." Yufeng, annoyed, spoke up, "Vu, how about this wait until we get in first? I bet most of the shadow leaves will be gone by then." "Damn it." Lilu, carrying a big bag on his back, approached them and asked in surprise, "Lilu, what are you planning?" Now looking like a wealthy tycoon, Lilu smiled and said, "Don't be mad. Fortune comes from goodwill. Gentlemen, want to buy a piece of shadow leaf?" Yufeng gritted his teeth in shock. What? And thought it over and said, "It is not that we do not want to. It is just we figured this kid would not sell to us." "What? You doubt my kindness?" Lilu asked, an idea flashing through his mind. He clapped happily and said, "I just remembered Lilu pulled out a pretty worn shadow leaf earlier. It is a little tattered, only half intact." At that moment, Yufeng, the woman, and Kanmin all looked stunned, thinking, "Splitting 3 leaves between 3 of us. That is a clever trick. Second brother kill third sister." Lilu sighed, blocking their threats. "If you do not buy it, fine. There are plenty more people waiting in line." The Vu gritted her teeth, annoyed, and threw an e-slip toward Lilu, saying, "I will buy." After sealing the deal, Lilu cheerfully left, saying, "Thank you for your business." Tilting his head, Lilu smiled brightly, showing his white teeth, and thought, "This woman gave me chills all day long. I guess I got my revenge after all." Sometimes revenge does not need violence. The Vu clenched her teeth, silently cursing, "Damn, why did I have to mess with Han on the map?" Two glowing icons marked the gathering point of the Do-Track squad. Danga calmly said, "As expected, the Do-Track Honglian group has already started pushing the level 2 purification tower." Lelua frowned apologetically. "Sorry for wasting so much time at the Shadow Spirit Pond." Dinda smiled warmly and reassured, "No worries. The blade once stopped slicing for us. Your strength has improved a lot. It will definitely help us push the level 2 tower too." Then Niga looked up, smiling softly. "So it is not entirely impossible to catch up." Suddenly, a strong wind blew, scattering everything wildly. As a blood-red cyclone appeared outside, everyone was stunned by the strange event. Someone grumbled, "What the hell is that powerful energy?" Daidi's eyes widened anxiously. "It is the heavenly general flesh beast, even stronger than that mutant. But why is it raging like this today?" Lilacs' eyes widened in shock, feeling strangely familiar with the presence of this spirit beast. His gaze sharpened in surprise as he instantly sensed something unusual heading his way. A surge of power erupted, pulling him into the center of a swirling crimson vortex that devoured everything. Lilac fought against the void, feeling like countless hands were ready to attack him, teeth clenched tight in determination. "Isn't this the same power I felt down in the Shadow Seal Pond? This feeling is both curious and hungry, like it is about to devour me. Could it be because I carry the Shadow Seal leaf? That can be it. What is the Shadow Seal leaf anyway?" Suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed, "I get it now. What it is fixated on are the twin aura forces within me." The massive Tum V Thin Lang leapt from the Shadow Seal Pond, vaulting over trees and charging toward the humans. Lilac's heart raced in terror, wondering, could it really be targeting me? His teammates panicked, shouting, "It is coming. Why does it seem like it is heading for us?" Suddenly, Dangai appeared from afar, speaking to calm them down. "There is no need to be afraid." Standing bathed in a golden light, calm and commanding, she explained, "Outside the restricted zone, there is a personal seal carved by the headmaster himself. This spirit beast can escape." The team still doubted loudly, "Is that for real? I have never heard of this before. We should just run." Lilac frowned, hesitating. "Damn, should I run with them?" At that moment, a blinding beam shot straight up from the mountain, unleashing a violent storm. The golden light twisted tightly like an inescapable net. Tema Vin Lang stopped abruptly, shielding his face from the incoming energy. He howled in pain while those on the other side were also affected, screaming in fear. "My ears!" Everyone stared in shock as TMV Thin Lang absorbed the backlash of power. Fearfully shouting, "What the hell?" He looked at the creature before him, unable to hide his hunger, born with twin auras. "Right in front of me, so strong, so fierce, I want to eat it." Tema Vin Lang growled low, "But the master of this seal." After a moment's thought, he turned and fled as the mountain's light gradually faded. Everyone collapsed in terror, muttering, "Is it? I am due?" Lilac gritted his teeth, frustrated at his teammates' endless chatter. "This is terrifying. Why is this happening? I am about to freak out." Dendai crossed her arms, seriously speculating. Thankfully, this spirit beast did not break free. Otherwise, there'd be rivers of blood here today. Bai stood firmly behind, declaring, "If this spirit beast was some high-level mutant, that'd be a catastrophe. We would have no choice but to run." Lilac sneered coldly. "The headmaster is seriously impressive. Just a few seals and he can suppress a top-tier spirit beast." Daniga calmly approached to explain. "Within those seals is a fragment of the headmaster's will, the power of a supreme Frost King-level warrior. Not even the two of us can probe it. That is the pinnacle strength in this world." She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and added, "But one day, we will definitely reach that level too." Lilac smiled faintly, puzzled. "Why did you secretly bring me along? Not everyone can be like you pure radiant generals who wipe everything out." Daniga glanced at him with a soft smile. "Your twin auras are not simple either, and for some reason, I just feel like your limits are not what they seem." Lilac murmured thoughtfully, "Big White, you are something else." Daring to say that, he pondered seriously. "When I reach the general level, I bet even the top warriors will tremble in fear." "Aura forces? What is that? Have you ever seen a third-tier official at the general level before?" She pulled out a map and pointed. We will take down these second-tier towers one by one. The final goal is this third-tier tower." A dark forest appeared. These second-tier purification towers were way tougher than the first-tier ones. Inside, beasts tore each other apart. Mutant white-tier creatures swarmed, not only numerous but devouring each other too. A wild beast howled fiercely, absorbing the violent wind. Then Ega's face turned serious as she revealed, "Along this path is a heavily polluted tower. It might spawn a top-tier mutant centipede headed Earth disaster level." Its eyes widened in shock as a demonic smiling face emitted horrifying sounds right in front of it. It struck like lightning, swallowing the human-headed centipede in an instant. Over the next days, 2 squads from the righteous each, the Ingiga unit launched rapid attacks on 3 secondary purification towers, making 2 trips back and forth to resupply at the purification base. They kept fighting fiercely against the savage monsters. The righteous squads grew more skilled in close combat, taking down white-blooded mutated creatures of 5th level power for the first time, though they suffered some injuries. The new recruits broke through to 2nd level power, boosting the squad's strength. Finally, 10 days later, then Ega stood at the front gripping her sword tightly, radiating fierce energy, ready to battle anytime. Lilac thought it over. Then Enga's taken down more mutated creatures in the past few days than we have. If it were someone else, they would have retreated to the purification base by now, but she does not sweat it at all. When things get deadly, the former Bright Light champion is downright unstoppable. Team D stepped forward, widening his eyes. This 4th tower is strange. Its pollution's the worst. So there should be monsters everywhere. Kabak sized up the situation. Exactly. That is why the captain wanted to use a quarantine scroll to charge straight into the purification tower. But standing before that mysterious tower, he asked a huge question. Why are not there any mutated creatures along this path? Mayman's worried eyes concluded these towers have not been purified at all. It seems no one's been here before us. Lilac, standing next to the new recruits, noticed the difference. Damn, suddenly no fighting required, it just feels super creepy instead. Denga heard this and laid out a plan. If it is unusual, there is definitely a monster. But no matter what, let us activate the purification tower first and then figure it out. From a small veil open near B, spiritual energy burst forth, instantly creating golden light that chased away the darkness. Danga frowned in explanation. The purification started, but ignoring this could cause hidden dangers later. She rushed ahead to calm her teammates. Dawn T-Scatter, let us scout this area carefully together. Everyone nodded and tightened their formation. They walked past piles of rubble, chatting. This ruined tower looked familiar. Before it was destroyed, it was also a purification base. Man confidently said, there really are no mutated creatures here. Captain, but Kanu frowned, insisting clearly the black mist had dissipated. The whole thing felt even creepier, something definitely off. Lilac quickly ordered. Man, stick close to me. Donna split up. Before he finished, Kanu's eyes dilated wide at the sight ahead. He scanned around to warn others but saw no one. Lilac worried silently. Where is everyone? This is not good. Did I get hit by an illusion? He glanced back at the tower hesitantly. The purification tower was still glowing, but the light felt oddly ominous. Lilac clenched his fist tightly, staring at the eerie wall. Standing before a wall covered with sinister energy and a mysterious smile carved into it, Lilac hesitated and wondered about the wall. Suddenly, the wall let out a chilling, eerie laugh. Strange energy slowly engulfed Lilac's body. His eyes turned pure white, and his smile twisted into something sinister. At that moment, the card in Lilac's pocket suddenly glowed. His body instinctively leaned back, enduring the waves of blue energy swirling around him, trying to suppress the dark aura. Seconds later, Lilac's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand toward his face. Out of nowhere, a golden force blasted downward, causing a terrifying explosion. Lilac nearly jumped out of his skin. But when he looked back at the familiar shadow behind him, he immediately recognized her sister Iga. Then Iga's face was serious as she said, "Looks like I made it in time." But she pressed her face close to his, questioning, "You seem to have come to before I attacked. Maybe I did not have to act after all." Lilac flustered. "I needed you. Definitely needed you." Then he looked ahead, dodging the question. What the heck is that creepy thing? Then Ega stretched after the explosion and said, "This hostile environment leaves behind a tough, nasty atmosphere. It seems this place has been hit by an extremely powerful disaster class mutation." Lilac repeated those words in his mind. Hostile environment. Disaster class mutant. Chenny just rushed over to call out. "Captain," she gasped loudly. "Captain, this hostile environment is seriously intense, and even we did not notice it until now." Lulu saw her teammate nearby and immediately asked Han, "Is everyone okay?" Han nervously replied, "We got ambushed as soon as we entered. Luckily Senior Kwang saved us." Frowning, he guessed, "Kwang Kinjia, something feels off here. That smiling face on the black wall must be left by some kind of mutated creature." Just as he spoke, Kinjia swung her blade, making Lelua panic and dodge, shouting, "Damn it!" She was not trying to help him, and just kept swinging. While Lelua ran around yelling, suddenly he ran past someone lying on the ground. Senior Kyubei. Senior Kwang. Kinjia raised a finger, infused with spiritual power, warning him not to move. Then she pointed her finger skyward, releasing a golden energy beam down to the ground. Kunyurj Kyubei, who was struggling to sit up, get into this protective circle. Without a word, he slowly stood up, letting out a strange laugh. His face twisted into a demonic grin, mouth wide open with eerie laughter. The others gasped. What the hell? Kyubei gripped his weapon, flames of battle radiating from him as he growled and laughed wildly. Mei quickly covered her mouth, thinking, Kyubei is the top student at the 3-Star Institute, just entering the Earth General rank. Lulu stood nearby, equally shocked. Even he got tricked. What kind of rank is this mutant? Kyubei's eyes turned bright yellow, his pupils showing only Li Lu's silhouette. Q Bai charged at his target. Lu panicked, thinking, I can block this? Retreat. He threw out a blue spiritual attack ahead water light slash. The golden energy was still fiercely attacking Li Lu. He quickly leapt backward, breaking through the assault in a flap. A sharp spear pointed straight at Li Lu. He froze, thinking, not good. I am completely within his attack range. Just then, Chandai rushed up with her azure sword to block the strike, shouting a warning. Watch out! Li Lu panicked but grateful. Thanks, Senior Chen. Above them, blue and gold energies clashed violently. Sword strikes flew wildly as both Qindai and Q Bai landed back on the ground. Qingye saw the danger and immediately stepped in to help. Chen moved aside. The two women launched a joint attack on Q Bai, who stood his ground without fear. Growling fiercely, Q Bai raised his sharp spear, blocking the fiery spiritual attacks rising from the ground. The chiming squad watched wide-eyed, amazed like watching gods fight. Meanwhile, the golden energy from above kept raining down on Q Bai, who struggled to fend it off. Qingye shouted, Where do you think you are running? She then sent several spiritual blasts straight at Q Bai, forming circles around him. In an instant, golden chains wrapped tightly around Q Bai, who spun and collapsed to the ground. My man Shui glanced over, quietly asking, Captain, what is going on here? Li Lu muttered, You guys definitely have not seen the smiling face on the wall yet. You could say these two are really lucky. Chandai and Qingye slowly approached Q Bai, shouting in surprise. She explained seriously, The newly entered environment is called the Hostile Zone, a domain only high-level mutants can create. We have encountered this hostile zone before, but just one trace of it was enough to hit Q Bai. Qingye suspected, I think this mutant is a natural disaster level threat. Everyone gasped. What? A mutant of that rank should not be here. She added, This fire has started to reveal its true claws. This whole path of mutants, it has probably all been devoured by it. If this keeps up, it will only get stronger. While Q Bai, trapped and still grinning wickedly, he frowned, thinking hard. This is brutal. If it hits us, Li Lu might not make it. What should Senior Q Bai do now? Vaniga hesitated. Let us deal with him first. Cut to the purification tower glowing with a low growl. It turns out Siu Butch got stunned and is now hanging from a tree branch, his whole body tense with frustration and hate. Then Ega's group stood below, looking up at Siu Butch struggling to get up, while the squad was wide-eyed, deep in thought. So the purification tower works like this? Learned something new today. Not long after, Siu Butch quickly landed on the ground, scratching his head awkwardly. Captain, Lileth's junior brother. Sorry about that. Lileth leaned in and whispered to her, He won't scratch me anymore, right? Danga nodded firmly. No way. Reassured, she moved forward, channeling her blue spirit energy into her hands. Senior Shia, let me heal you. Soon, Lileth's energy enveloped Siu Butch's body. Feeling grateful, Siu Butch said, Thank you, Lileth's junior brother. Lileth waved it off modestly. Don't mention it. I am a bit allergic. Zindi stepped up to scold gently. Siu Butch, you are embarrassing yourself. The rookies did not even get hit. But you are the one with the problem. Siu Butch just looked shy and muttered, Sorry. Vaniga, standing nearby, cut in, Consider yourselves lucky. Those evil seeds you are dealing with are way trickier. They are deeply hidden evil seeds. If you get hit by a surprise poison arrow in battle, it could really mean a deadly grudge. Now the rookie spoke up, but does not Senior Kung sense pollution? She glanced over at Siku Butch. That is because Siku Butch's contamination is not deep. My spiritual brightness can just barely sense it. Then Ega worriedly added, It is not dangerous now, but once those evil seeds get inside your heart, even I might not detect it in time. Laluk asked, So what about the mission then? We will keep pushing a bit more. Let us head to that shadow level tower. As she spoke, she put a hand on his shoulder to steady him. Then Ega made a final call. I can't risk you guys anymore. Mission's over. Let us head back. Just as then Ega and the squad turned back to base, another Centaur team chose to keep pushing forward. The tower was still pulsing blue spiritual energy straight into the sky. Thuan on the other side said, Looks like we found another purification tower. Senior Hung Lean's guess was spot on. Hung Lean propped her hand on her hip and smirked. If you want to be number one, you gotta have sharp instincts and accurate judgment. She frowned. Scheming. We do not want to confront these freaks head-on. We are following them to find our own gain. Let us move toward the shadow level tower. Half a day later, the two arrived before a blazing red circle. He exclaimed, This must be the shadow level tower. Hung Lean grinned wickedly. It is quiet inside, just like that second level tower before. Devine urged, Let us, Senior, but she raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Hung Lean's eyes widened as she muttered, What the heck is going on? Suddenly, a bright flash lit up from the red circle, drawing poison darts flying right toward it. Then a sinister face with a devilish grin appeared in the red-black energy, making her panic. Not good. We have been targeted. Cut outside, where a blue circle was wrapping the tower. Then Enga and Lelef were walking slowly when a voice called out, "Sister Thanig." It was the Dinan and Alyssa. She asked, "Weren't you guys supposed to be heading to open the level 3 purification tower? Why are you back?" He glanced at Alalek and said, "Looks like Alessi has leveled up a lot. He is almost caught up to the 6 frequency." Thenga quickly turned to ask, "Are you guys heading out on a mission?" The D nodded. "Yeah." Thenga immediately turned away, coldly saying, "Stop the mission. Don't leave the base." The Dun looked back curiously. "Don't leave the base. Has something happened?" Zianda walked over and explained, "We ran into a high-level freak." Dinda walks up and explains, "We have encountered a high-level mutant Du Dang." She adds, "I would guess it is disaster class. Maybe even greater disaster class." Thu Dun can hide her shock greater disaster class mutant. At the stone tower base in the women's area, a crowd gathers beneath an ancient tree. Someone spots Thenga and quickly asks, "Classmate home, what is going on?" After hearing the full story, the lead instructor gasps, "There is a greater disaster class mutant outside the base. How is that even possible?" He turned to talk with the person next to him, "Major disaster level. But all the instructors are at the front line right now. If this is true, we are not the ones fighting." Alek butted in and urged, "Instructors, now's not the time to panic. We have to send intel back to the academy immediately and get reinforcements." Thaniga asked, "When will the teleport tower be activated next?" The instructor looked confused and pointed to the side. "The teleport tower already sent supplies an hour ago." The instructor continued, "That means no teleporting for the next 7 days." Zidai Daihong added grimly, "This is seriously life-threatening. No one can even imagine what will happen in these 7 days." Someone cursed, "Damn it! We should come sooner." Then Uga immediately ordered, "No matter what, send the intel back to the academy first." The instructor reluctantly handed over a leaf and said, "Here." She accepted it as he called, "Classmate Achan, here." Thanga quickly clasped her hands, and golden light instantly shone from the leaf. Everyone watched as she opened a glowing portal right before their eyes. Lalekshi turned and asked, "Can we call the whole team back?" The instructor hesitated. With this uncertain intel, calling everyone back might not be possible. Then Iga sighed, "We can only hope this fire keeps delaying and devouring those other mutated beasts." Then she panicked and cut in, "We can pin our hopes on the enemy," she warned. The crowd just stood there wide-eyed, listening to her orders. "We have to do what we need to do. Everyone, issue the warnings." Then Iga narrowed her eyes and declared, "Whatever happens in the end, I will take responsibility." Soon, several magic circles flared up around the tower. The crowd whispered, "What is going on? This is the key moment to call us back. It is so strange, so weird. What is happening?" Though Day Nun looked at the scene and guessed the warning was from Than Ige's group. Suddenly, a blinding light shot down, followed by shadows of Thaniga and the Lalex. Thanga looked serious and said, "In our outer area, we have encountered an extremely dangerous low-rank mutated beast." I noticed the two looked a bit dry and serious. "Come Thanges, so beautiful. Lo Alas is so handsome." Someone behind quickly punched them a few times teasingly. "When's the time for that?" "Stop staring." Everyone was confused and whispering. Then Iga quickly confirmed, "Yes, actually its strength can reach major disaster level, so we sent out a warning." The crowd gasped in fear. "What? That kind of mutated beast can appear here?" Then Iga turned and warned, "So from now on, I hope no one goes out on missions and stays at the outpost." People shouted objections. "That is not okay. Have you faced that mutated beast directly?" She closed her eyes and said, "Not directly, but from the traces it left behind. We can guess its level." The crowd still argued, "But some special mutated beasts can use those traces. Right? Isn't that a mistake? Our points are not a joke." The V stepped out from behind, mocking, "Kabsang sister, you did not bring Wolek along because you can handle tier 3 towers. So you made up this excuse. You just want to keep others from earning more points." Aluk grimaced, recognizing her immediately. The vegan, another person loudly said, "Stop talking nonsense. Kaadring's sister's strength and character are not something to doubt. I am handling my responsibilities. My time was wasted. How can you say she is not trustworthy? We have never even faced that major disaster level mutated beast. How can we know what is real?" The crowd falls silent. Seemingly agreeing, then Iga speaks slowly. "First, I am not forbidding anyone from going outside. If you want to go, go ahead. Besides, I do not think it is just us facing that evil mission-level mutant." Her eyes flash sharply, her voice lowers. "Among you, some may have already encountered it." Even then Ega stressed every word. "She is infected." Panic broke out everywhere. What? Everyone's heart was pounding, whispering anxiously, "How could this happen? This just made things even worse." "No way." The V waved it off confidently. "You are scaring everyone." She said nothing, just smiled coldly in silence. Denga calmly brushed her hair back, releasing an invisible wave of energy. Yeah, seeing that was kinda scary. Honestly, I suddenly felt so small. The V frowned deep in thought. The crowd watching whispered, Why are you gritting your teeth? What is so funny?" But the guy next to him kept laughing like crazy. So the Vi turned to glare. His wide grin was totally unconscious, oblivious. He just pointed and shouted, "Don't laugh. This is not the time. Our rights are being violated." Suddenly, a dark aura radiated from him with a sinister laugh. Then he turned, red pupils flashing with sharp teeth bared. The V was shocked and quickly stepped back, yelling. Soon after, another guy appeared in the same state. Everyone backed away, shouting, "Someone is infected." Lelek stepped forward to calm the chaos. Tenfei rallied everyone to take action and subdue the two infected. Without hesitation, the crowd surged forward. Every strike launched was like a fierce bombardment between the infected and the others. After a tough fight, one guy crashed to the ground with a thud. The other two were gasping for breath, collapsing fully. Even though the chaos was quelled, everyone's face showed clear panic. No one had expected this. Someone actually got infected. Lele's face was serious as he rushed forward. Standing before the V, she gasped, covering her mouth. "Lulus, what are you trying to do?" Lelev pointed at her sharply, ordering, "Let go." Smile. "Oh, what? You are joking, right?" She stammered, "If you do not smile, I will have to suspect you are infected too." Leles held two weapons ready and smirked. "Then I guess I will have to take action." The Vu was helpless and had to turn around to call for help. "Hey everyone, look, Lulu is bullying someone now." Someone shouted. "That hit like a dagger. Who is bullying who?" "Smile already, or we will take care of you before he does." The Vu had no choice but to force a crazy grin, then loudly asked, "Is this good enough now?" Then Lilu explained, "Because you keep adding fuel to the fire. I suspect you carry the evil seed. You have to keep that smile on for half an hour." Drumdrum tearfully shouted, "Lilu, are you kidding me?" Then she turned to the crowd. "Everyone, did you see that?" Someone asked. "Does an evil seed illusion usually cause this kind of infection?" She told them not to just listen to the praise. "Sister Xiang is our new commander now. Sister Xiang, we are all following you." Kinga smiled and glanced at Lilu, who returned the look with confident eyes. She immediately ordered to purify the infected and set up an incense altar outside the main gate. Everyone must bow for a moment before entering. Everyone complied strictly. Thanks. With Sign Kinga as commander, the vibe inside the gate got tense fast. Many students lost control and laughed before the incense, so they could not enter the gate. Everyone followed orders strictly. Thanks. With Sign Kinga as commander, the atmosphere inside the gate became tense. Many students lost control laughing before the incense and could not enter. Everyone followed orders strictly. Thanks. With Sign Kinga as commander, the tension inside the gate rose. Many students lost control laughing before the incense and could not enter. Everyone followed orders strictly. Thanks. She glanced with a questioning look. Do you have doubts? A great talent level is basically the strongest at Heavenly General rank, right? Lalu was so worried sweat dripped down his face. It felt pure and simple. Even the 7-star pillar might not block it. Kunya glanced at him and whispered, "Scared already?" She stretched out her slender finger. Kunya gently rubbed Lilua's head, her whole body glowing to reassure him. "Don't worry, I will protect you." His face flushed bright red, scratching his cheek. He muttered, "When will I ever be scared of you? Sis, not even this once." She tucked her hair back and encouraged softly, "Hang in there, I am counting on you." Somewhere below the academy grounds, a voice called out, "Everything's normal here too." A sharp voice tightened its grip on the table and shouted, "Point 13 ascending and so's." A great disaster level freak appeared. Someone gasped. "What?" The other side shouted loudly. "That point is full of top-tier students from the 3-star institute. If they all get wiped out, this 1T be easy to clean up." Everyone scrambled to find a plan, but the transmission formation 1T opened for another 7 days. "Got it. Alert the nearest 4-star institute base." At a 4-star institute base, the crowd buzzed anxiously. "Great disaster level. The 3-star institute. We absolutely can handle that. But what if they are gone by the time we arrive? We want to have time to clean this up then." Suddenly, a burst of energy shot straight down. Everyone looked up suspiciously. The princess commander. She spoke up, "I do not want to say much. Just know your classmates are facing extinction." Lone Vu raised her weapon, declaring, "If you are not students of the Sacred Mystic Academy, I want to ask anything of you. But if we are still here, it is our duty to rescue them. Whether we make it in time or not, we can abandon them." After saying this, she did not hesitate and flew off immediately. Crowd below started shouting, "The princess commander's gone. Damn it, we are not just gonna sit here." Everyone made up their minds and shouted, "Let us Then they flew after Lone Vu. As she flew, she silently prayed, Lion Kwanya, you both have to hold on. 30 days before Point 13 entered battle prep mode. The two were discussing plans together. The family fire's coming. Look, that level 2 tower was purified before. Now it is contaminated again, Kunya muttered. Plus that tower was activated by the red track team before, Kwang said brightly. I wonder if their squad has returned yet. She shook her head and answered, not yet. And if they are heading this way, they must have run into that freak. If they did, that is honestly one of the worst possible news. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Sister Kwang. Sister Kwang. Someone rushed in to report. The red track squad was spotted outside the base. Sister Kwang. You need to check it out. He widened his stance and demanded, what happened to them? He said they refused to go through the Smile Demon Mirror test, and even clashed with the guard students. Lilac blurted out. What? Cut to outside the Smile Demon Mirror main hall. A guy stands in front of the huge mirror, yelling that everyone must take the test. Damn it! The Din could not hold back his sneer, laughing at how dumb this broken mirror was. You still dare block our Dutrash squad? I will. Just then Enga and Lilac appeared. She challenged him. What are you gonna do? Buying a few seconds for the guy. Then Iga frowned, waiting for an answer. But the Din stammered. Calm? She quickly asked. Where's Dutrash Hong Lian? He pointed. Over there. At that moment, a person had Hong Lian frozen on their back, their body covered in wounds everywhere. Then Iga frowned. Muttering, injured like this. Worried? She asked Han, did you all run into that huge mutated disaster? She grit her teeth as Ningyo Meng replied, nothing to do with us. Then God demanded sternly, if it was not that mutation about to attack, then whatever happened to you has nothing to do with me. Dutrach Honglian. Tell me, are you infected? Ongline clenched her jaw, just closing her eyes and coldly snorting. She stood opposite and ordered, put her down. The other person nervously obeyed. Thanks. The moment she was released, her legs gave out, and she pitched forward, letting out a painful grunt. Ong Lion could not help it and fell right onto Than Iga. She groaned and glanced up, asking, Kong Denga, what do you want? Denga ignored her and shouted, girls. Over here, she continued. Everyone, come back here, cover her up a bit. Then the handsome guy turned and walked away. Then Iga spun Hong Lian around and pointed at a smiley face on her back, asking, here. Ong Lian was speechless but gave a nod. Denga quickly pulled the back of her shirt, surprising the girls nearby. As the shirt tore, the smiley face on her back was fully revealed. Everyone was shocked, saying, what the? Lilac? Looking away, heard someone exclaim, it is a smiley face, and it is moving. So creepy. She glanced back, questioning. It is the desire to gather points from the academy, trying to pick up purification towers behind that mutation. But it got caught instead. Hong Lian still stayed silent. Need you to deal with it. Denga lightly tapped Hong Lian, scolding, what a pity for such beautiful skin. Judging by how you look, one lasts much longer. Hong Lian's face blushed bright red. She warned, your blood and flesh are almost completely eaten away. Only now did Hong Lian weakly call out, calm, Kong Denga. She bowed her head, begging, help me. Denga spread her arms wide, shouting, all of you. Everyone replied fiercely, yes. Denga supported Hong Lian with one hand, pointed forward with the other, ordering all members of the two teams to all smile long enough in front of the Smile Demon Mirror, then get a full body check for the smiley face infection, and stay under our watch until fully cleared of suspicion. She quickly explained, I am not against you guys, but Dutrack is already infected everywhere. Your situation is really dangerous. When there was any objection, enforcement was forced, and everyone just bowed their heads to comply. Shortly after, someone next to the mirror quietly invited them. Denga then turned to ask, can you still walk? Need me to find you a sedan chair? Despite the pain, Ong Li angrily retorted, no need. Of course I can walk. But she staggered, unable to keep steady. She just sighed, looking at the woman in her arms. Then Enga shamelessly slipped her hand behind Hong Lian's smooth thigh, making her let out an ah. She quickly lifted Hong Lian up, who looked away shyly, cheeks flushed pink. The guys watching could not help but comment, Dutrach Hong Lian's really strong. Huh. Lilac snorted, closed her eyes, and told herself, not gonna watch. Not gonna watch. She struggled inside Denga's arms. Kong Denga, what are you doing? Put me down. Her face darkened with warning. You think I have all the time in the world? That smiley face demon will show up soon. When that happens, it will unleash the evil seed inside you, and no one will be able to save you. Ong Lian was left speechless by the scolding, and then Ega jumped in, saying, who actually wants to carry someone around? If I was not worried you would infect others, I would have already thrown you to the harsh labor squad. Standing nearby with a confused look and tears welling up, Ong Lian pointed at herself and asked, hey, am I being treated like a prisoner here? Soon after, they entered a room. Ong Lian, embarrassed and angry, glared at Kuong then Enga, accusing her of purposely humiliating her. Enga coldly ordered, "Open your mouth." Lai faced up, terrified. Hong Lian said nothing and quietly obeyed Enga's command. Enga held up a bottle of medicine and warned, "Here we go." A drop of blue liquid fell onto the smiley face mark, and Hong Lian had to cover her mouth, trying to endure it, but the smiley face did not disappear. She shut her eyes tight and cried out. The purification was not minor, it relied on the blood and flesh of her body to spread. Enga warned her, "That smiley face has grown together with your flesh and blood. To purify, you have to destroy it completely and get rid of it once and for all. Otherwise, even if you purify it later, you won't survive." Hong Lian glanced over and sighed. "This is a seal from a top-tier disaster class mutant. How can it be destroyed? Even if you are a 9th rank brilliant general, it is not that easy." Then Enga quickly summoned, "That is why we need a helper. Let us..." Hearing this, Hong Lian jumped in surprise, her muscles tense. Hong Lian's eyes widened in panic, pleading, Wait, why are you so surprised?" In the quiet dead of night, her frustrated voice echoed through the mansion. "Kong Enga, what do you mean by this?" Enga calmly replied, "If I were a celestial guardian general, of course I could help you cleanse the contamination, but I am not. That is why I need a helper." Hong Lian blushed awkwardly and stammered, "Can't you find another female classmate? Lilac's just a 2nd rank diviner, what can he really do?" Enga firmly explained, "But Lilac's dual general power is perfect for destroying this contaminated smiley face. Plus, he once faced a deadly illusion left by that mutant and escaped on his own without any contamination. Compared to you, he is much stronger." She blinked in surprise, thinking, "What?" Hong Lian looked thoughtfully and said, "I have truly experienced the power of that mutant, and Lilac actually has this strength." "No way, but does that mean I really have to let him touch me?" Enga sternly reminded, "Hong Lian, I do not have time to waste with you. At times like this, keep those feelings to yourself. If you feel embarrassed, that is on you. If you had not been greedy for those purification towers shares, we would not be in this mess now." She lowered her head angrily. Fine, I get..." "Stop talking," Hong Lian grumbled. "Fine, then do it already. Hurry up." She sounded almost satisfied as she called out, "Lilac, wait just a moment." Enga tilted her head in confusion and asked Lilac, "Are you cross-eyed or something?" He frowned awkwardly, whispering, "Do I really have to do this?" "Not really suitable," Enga responded firmly. "When it comes to lives, do not worry too much about these details. Besides," Enga calmly explained, "I just need you to assist me in suppressing that smiley face a bit. You are not doing anything else. Or are you thinking something else?" He reluctantly replied, "My mind's as clear as a mirror right now." The disturbing image of the smiling mutant flashed in his head. She patiently guided him. "Channel your dual general power to temporarily destroy the smiley face. Break its link with the flesh in her body. Then I will finish the purification. Make the contamination disappear for good." Lilac frowned deeply and replied, "Got it." Then Enga snapped, done staring. "Hurry up," he quickly said. All right. Lilac regained his composure and seriously started channeling his dual general power. A small glowing orb appeared in the palm of his hand. He decisively pressed the orb against Hong Lian's back. The smiley face inside her body writhed in pain. She shut her eyes and gritted her teeth to endure it. The twisted smile tried to escape. Lilac's eyes widened in shock as he urged, "Hey, that thing's trying to crawl into the flesh beside her." Then Enga quickly poured the medicine onto the contaminated smiley face below. The smiling demon was dispelled just as it tried to escape, its energy flaring intensely. Lilu stuffed the surprised boy, thinking to himself, "It is working." Hong Lian sat up empty-handed, her face pale and lifeless. Finally, a faint dark mist rose, and the smiling demon behind Hong Lian was finally subdued by King Shu. She spoke tiredly. "Kung Rui," Kunga calmly announced. "It is a success." Hong Lian's face brightened, happily mumbling, "It really worked." She sharply called out, "Lai Lu, you." The boy smiled slyly and dismissed it as no big deal. But Hong Lian, angry beyond words, snapped, "Aren't you gonna get out of the way?" She reluctantly relaxed her tone. "You go outside first," Lilu grumbled in dissatisfaction, muttering, "You guys really just use me and toss me aside." She sat on the bed, blushing and scowling at him. Kunga frowned and sternly said, "Hong Lian, I am warning you. Do not tell me anything about Li Luo seeing your body. You have to follow him." Hong Lian hissed like an angry cat. "What did you say?" She gently closed the antidote bottle and explained, "Although Lulan Mansion has many rooms, troublemakers like you are not welcome." Her face twisted with disdain. "Do you really think this little lady cares about your shabby Lulan Mansion?" Hong Lian smirked wickedly. "But if I spread my arms wide, charm Li Lu until he is head over heels, and break off your engagement, is not that fun?" Kuniga glanced over, surprised. Yushi frowned and sneered angrily. Hong Lian slammed her hand on the bed and quickly sat up, her fair body revealed. She spoke firmly. "What about me?" She smiled slyly. "Vealing is not bad, but to chew truch Hung Lin. Over the years, How do you even compare to me? Danga crossed her arms calmly, revealing her aura, and warned. So do not embarrass yourself. Hung Lin squinted angrily, turned her back coldly and said, I am leaving. Her voice was light but firm. Come Danga. This time you owe me a favor, Hung Lin calmly reminded. But do not think I will ever change my attitude towards you. The Trutch and Luck Lamb will always be enemies. I absolutely won't hold back. Danga frowned deeply in response. Stop overthinking. I saved you just so you do not cause more trouble. Your tricks do not impress me, so do not get a big head. And do not underestimate Luck Lamb. Then Ega and the Luck walked out of the castle. He looked a bit worried and asked, Is she really okay? I never thought we would end up helping her. Besides, this situation is special. Saving her is like saving ourselves. So has she thanked you and kept her distance yet? She tilted her head and smiled softly. She said she plans to seduce you, charm you until you are crazy, and then make you break your engagement with me. Lalex's eyes widened in shock. That is sneaky. You are making me angry. What a ruthless woman. We save her, and she is this vicious. Then Ega chuckled calmly. Why get so worked up? She asked lightly. Hung Lian's figure is not bad, right? Lalek closed his eyes. Embarrassed? Don't he notice that I was too distracted by that devil's face just now? Then Ega smiled slyly and asked again. Really? He blushed and grumbled. You are unreasonable. You told me to go and now you want me to settle the score. She crossed her arms and revealed. Actually, you could use a handsome trick. Fool her into becoming our spy inside Liu Trech. Lalef clenched his fists, angrily questioning. Do you think I am just a tool? How strong would her charm have to be to make someone betray their own father? The girl pursed her lips thoughtfully but still joked with me. So it seems the pressures eased a bit. Danga pulled out a map and checked. The wildfire is almost here. That means the attack from the great disaster is likely coming. Lalex frowned and said, even the nearest purification tower has already been corrupted. Half a day later, outside the fortress, a horde of terrifying monsters was approaching. The people gathered in the courtyard could not help but panic. They are here. The teammates' eyes widened in shock. So scary. There is nothing but monsters outside the stronghold. A whole horde is coming. This really is a demon siege. The three stood on higher ground to observe. Danga said, it might be able to run back. Maybe it just wants you to lead the way. Hung Lin gasped in surprise. It is definitely the great disaster. I can feel its wicked power. Lalef gave a serious order. Start defending the outer perimeter. If we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Great. She raised her eyebrows and reminded, don't you get your hopes up too much? Sung Ome, Yam thought. Hung Lin's fighting spirit is too low. But right now, besides giving it our all, what other choice do we have? The demon-faced creatures laughed as they approached the castle, a demonic aura spreading everywhere. The teammates pointed in horror. Look at that. Their eyes glowed. They sneered wickedly. And the demon-faced creatures spat poison at the humans. The protective barrier was attacked by this vile force. Everyone screamed in fear. The defense lights flared, and the teammates gasped. Look, the first wave was wiped out before even reaching the barrier. Danga pursed her lips and said calmly, this wildfire is just testing the defenses, wearing down the barrier's strength. The demons sneered devilishly and attacked the castle, and more monsters rushed in to seize the chance. Laluk worriedly said, this time they are all high-level enemies. They gradually slipped inside the defenses. Then Iga ordered sharply, this is not good. They have broken through the barrier this time. They want to destroy the shield. Everyone quickly sat down to focus and recover their strength. Danga calmly gave directions, following the original plan to use the central tower to recharge energy. The protective shield slowly recovered, and the grinning demon snarled fiercely before fleeing. It soared high, waiting atop the castle peak. Team members reported in shock. That fire demon just flew up to the stronghold. The grinning demon focused its attention on the young guy below. Lalef gradually fell under its hypnotic spell. Relentless buzzing filled his head. Burning. 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 She worriedly shouted to remind him to stay focused. He glared, fighting to stay conscious. Silently thrilled this was too dangerous. But luckily the Radiant General's protection was there. Down on the ground, teammates affected by the demon's eerie power stood up growling. Sharp claws beginning to emerge, the clear-headed members panicked. This is not good. Someone's been corrupted. Then Naga's eyes widened in surprise. We are in trouble. This demon's power can pierce through the stronghold's defenses. We barely held the line. Lol, do not get angry. Try to keep your cool. She urged. Suddenly, Lolek stepped forward, shouting orders. Everyone, all water generals and radiant generals, immediately channel your energy and unleash the water realm's shining technique. Then Naga bit her lip, looking at Luff. Together, they quickly executed the ritual. A formation of radiant generals stacked on top of each other appeared. Everyone braced themselves, pushing up with both hands. Hurry. Get it up. The radiant generals, fueled by unity, rose higher and higher until reaching the required height. The grinning demon stared at its reflection in the mirror surface. It screamed in pain, then fell silent. The demon was gradually destroyed as the light from above shattered its dark aura. Teammates gasped in awe. Aya? What just happened? The corruption effect is gone. Everyone cheered excitedly. Did we really pull it off? Hung's eyes widened in surprise. No way. The demon's power can be countered like this, Aleph calmly explained. We guessed the demon's power is a type of visual corruption, so we fought fire with fire using mirrors to reflect its attack back at it. He tilted his head, smiling softly. Sometimes you have just got to use your head. Don't panic. Think things through. She snapped, as if offended. Are you calling me brainless? Vaniga gritted her teeth, displeased. Too bad we could not wait until its corruption grew stronger before reflecting it back. Get ready for its next attack. That fire demon 1T give us an easy break again. The protective shield recovered, and the beast slowly retreated. The previous wave of danger had passed. Strange creatures, rivaling the tide beasts, crazily tore through the battlefield toward the stronghold's bright shield. Everyone was safe after the terrifying assault. Silence fell over the stronghold, no sound at all. Then Iga, deep in thought, said, though we have heard it, the grinning demon still holds the upper hand. Lalef replied calmly, this bright purification shield is our last line of defense. Outside, a horde of strange beasts waited. She warned seriously, don't let this calm fool you. That fire demon 1T let up. It is definitely planning an even fiercer attack. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Guys, look, there is someone, a monster shaped like a human is appearing outside. Its body was covered in slimy goo. Everyone screamed in horror. What kind of freak is that? It looks like an earthling. The grinning demon vomited more of the slimy substance nonstop. It laughed gleefully, shaping the slime with its hands as an earthling army gradually formed. The grinning demon delightedly admired its creation. Hung's eyes widened in surprise. Is it summoning a great general? Vaniga bit her lip, thinking hard, while Lef stared in shock. It is so weird, like casting a spell. Everyone grew worried seeing the earthling army. Hesitating. Stop it, they heard the demon's wicked laugh. Swallowing greedily, craving more, the grinning demon excitedly transferred power to the earthling army. Everyone scattered in fear. What is it planning? The attack's coming. Someone gasped, puzzled. Why is it so quiet? Did the spell fail? Suddenly, a teammate was affected as the demon's corruption started to invade their body. Everyone panicked, shouting, the corruption is strong. Someone's been infected. He lifted his head with a wicked grin, then quickly charged forward to attack. His teammates shouted in fear, watch out! Everyone. Lilac anxiously watched his teammates slowly getting infected. Everyone was terrified. Some here had already been infected, but had not shown symptoms yet. It was terrifying. All those infected slipped in unnoticed. Lilac, that is my name. Only Zhen warned sincerely. Watch out for the Yangxiang squad. And Dai the Din, they have encountered the grinning demon too. Very likely infected as well. Suddenly, near the castle, an explosion sent someone flying. Dai steadied himself and cursed. Damn it! In front of her was a squad of Earth soldiers ready to attack. People were increasingly affected by the evil curse. The number infected kept climbing. Dai worriedly spoke. Captain, after infection, their strength has increased. Denga furrowed his brow but calmly reassured. No need to panic. Their goal is definitely to destroy the central tower and disrupt the purification light shield. The area around the tower has formed a defensive line. We can let any infected get close. She immediately ordered Hong Lian and Lai Lat. Everyone, unite to suppress the infected trainees right away. He gripped his sword firmly and decisively swung it forward. An infected teammate cried out in pain and was thrown far back. Feeling danger closing in, Lilac glanced back anxiously. Not good. Just as his instincts warned, an infected teammate charged with a sword. Luckily, he was quick and blocked the attack with his own blade. Lilac gritted his teeth, scared, thinking, who is that? So strong. He quickly dodged back with a sinister smile. He recognized the familiar figure and guessed. Dip the two charged at each other and exchanged rapid blows. Lilac clenched his teeth worriedly. Damn it! Infected lose their mind. They should attack randomly. So why is this guy chasing me? Furious? He muttered. Is he really that stubborn? Even infected, they do not forget their instincts. Deep Thu Din took advantage of a moment when his opponent was off guard and slashed. Lilac ducked and leaned back, deep in thought. His attacks are too strong. This guy's a top fighter from the 2nd Star Academy. If he keeps this up after infection, I am done. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere and took down Deep Thu Din, saving Lilac. He turned around, relieved, just in time. If you had been any later, were you planning to pick up my corpse? Xinfu smiled confidently, assuring, we won't let the captain get cut down. Man nervously added, our captain is here now. Lai Lu, that is our name. Lai Lu, that is our name. He stopped in front of the castle, looked up at Keen Ninga still standing motionless, and could not help but think, Only Jiang Kinga has not moved yet. She must be holding herself back. He studied her serious expression, wondering if anyone now could even threaten the smiling demon. Danica stood tall, sword in hand, watching the battle formation. Lilac was certain. It is only her. Suddenly, Vu Din, while infected, got his legs tightly wrapped by vines. He snarled with a wicked grin, cutting the vines around his legs with shadow weapons to break free. The Dine and Lilac quickly rushed forward. This is our chance. But the cursed power from Vu Din's body was overwhelming. With one swift move, he broke free, ignoring the grinning demon's calls. Lilac gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! But she was not much better. She was thrown back hard, crashing painfully into a rock. The Dane stood up, shouting loudly. Something's wrong. This guy's strength just keeps growing. Behind them, everyone was still fighting relentlessly. Be careful. Lilac's eyes widened in shock and thought, no kidding. These infected are only getting stronger. He looked up at the castle roof. The woman standing there still had not moved. Anxiety grew. At this rate, forget about dealing with them. We are lucky to stay alive. Kong Thanenga remained motionless. She must have a plan. Thanenga stood atop the castle, lips pressed, thoughtfully watching the grinning demon and the Earth Soldier squad below. Suddenly, she coldly flicked two fingers. Eyes closed, body focused. The seal started to form. Thanenga stayed calm and analyzed. So that is it. It is using the Earth as a conduit to transfer its power to the infected. That is why the infected keep getting stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, this Earth Spirit's strength has been weakening. She gripped the blue sword tightly, ready to strike. The Earth Soldiers absorbed power from their master. Their bodies grew stronger. Everyone shouted in fear, grabbing their spears. Watch out! Sinfu tilted her head worriedly and warned. Captain, if this keeps up, no one's gonna hold out. No matter what, we have to hold the line. Lilac bit her lip, troubled. This is not good. If the chaos continues, it is really going to get bad. If the central tower falls, we are all dead. Exterminator Ding and his infected comrades grinned wickedly, feeling their powers surge. Everyone panicked, shouting, the fire spirit's power is rising again. The Earth Soldiers charged at the castle. You and your teammates' eyes went wide. We are doomed. They are breaking through. Stop them. At that moment, Thanenga's eyes snapped open. Her body absorbed power and soared into the air. She grabbed the sword, spun, and without hesitation, charged straight at the grinning demon. Online Zen's eyes filled with worry. Kao then, are you crazy? Teammates gasped. Captain, everyone was shocked, whispering, it is. Yet she just went charging out there. Thanenga smiled confidently and faced the grinning demon. Teammates could not help but be stunned. Look at that, it is for real. No one on our side's down. No one's down. Online Zen's eyes were full of worry. Kao then, you are nuts. Teammates gasped. Captain, everyone was confused and whispered, it is. But she just charged out there. Thanenga smiled confidently and faced the grinning demon. Teammates were amazed. Look at Kaio's breath. That is, Online gasped. Lily's killing aura. The killing aura is at full power, and her training speed is insane. Damn it! Bei clenched his teeth, holding his breath. He was worried but knew even against that deadly force, they were barely holding on. Captain, Lilac's eyes were wide with concern. This is way too dangerous. If our attacks do not work, Thanenga gripped the blue sword confidently. Then we have to strike their weak spot. Online Zen's eyes filled with worry. Teammates were stunned. Look at Kaio's breath. That is, then Ega held the blue sword tight and confidently lunged at the grinning demon. The demon looked at the girl in front of him and chuckled with amusement. The grinning demon opened his mouth and spat out a new squad of Earth Soldiers. Demonic energy spread everywhere. More teammates got infected. You frowned and gave orders. Now's the time. The infected are weak. Take advantage and suppress them all. Look at Kaio's breath. Then Enga gripped the blue sword tightly and confidently lunged at the grinning demon. The demon looked at the girl in front of him and chuckled with amusement. The grinning demon opened his mouth and spat out another squad of Earth Soldiers. Demonic energy spread everywhere. More teammates got infected. You frowned and gave orders. Look at Kaio's breath. Then Ega held the blue sword tight and confidently lunged at the grinning demon. The demon looked at the girl in front of him and chuckled with amusement. The grinning demon spat out a new squad of Earth Soldiers. He flashed a wicked smile and slashed his claws forward. She pressed her lips, calm, and raised the blue sword high. Thanenga decisively swung the sword down at the grinning demon. Chiandi stared in shock at the scene unfolding, but its power was overwhelming. Water stains began to appear on the blue sword. She worriedly thought, this is not good. It smiled wickedly. It decisively shattered the blue sword into pieces. Xinfu, Lai Lu, and their teammates could not help but urge anxiously, Captain, retreat quickly. Jiang Ti, run. He bit his lip, trying to calm himself down. Stay calm. Lai Lu, right now, she can only be her weak point. Kunga dropped the blue sword. She decisively raised a new weapon. Sparks started to flicker. The shards of the blue sword flew toward the feathers, igniting with fire. She unleashed a fierce attack. A giant blade appeared in King Yiga's hand. She decisively swung at the smiling demon. It laughed with delight and raised a fist to block. He called out anxiously, Ku Niga, The smiling demon raised its fist toward its prey. Kunga's eyes blazed brightly. Her body radiated fierce battle energy. She charged forward fiercely. No time to hesitate. Her teammates gritted their teeth, fearful but determined to fight, urging themselves on. Zhang Kinga chose to fall back directly. Kunga was punched by one of its leaders. Everyone cried out in fear, "Captain!" But its punch did not faze her at all. Kuninga planted the blue sword firmly on the ground to steady herself. She coughed painfully. Suddenly, something happened. The smiling demon's head suddenly split in two. It raised its hand, growling in pain. Online and her teammates gasped in shock. It worked. That Blaze was wounded. Suddenly, the demon-faced smile twisted into a sinister grin. That is the part where it is using its power to drain energy from outside. Chanai's eyes widened in surprise as he guessed. That dark flame is absorbing other strange energies. Could it be trying to? The dark energy outside slowly stitched up the tears on its head. Kingya, think about this. Damn it. This is the life force of a top-tier cataclysm star. The demon-faced smile's eyes reflected her silhouette. It unleashed dark energy toward its prey. Kingya sat motionless on the ground, sword in hand. Mayman's eyes widened in fear. This is bad. That cataclysm definitely wants to kill Sister Siang while she is hurt. If Sister Shine dies, this stronghold will be completely wiped out. Suddenly, Lalu jumped up from behind. Surprising everyone, he gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could. She called out worriedly. The captain kept thinking, given his strength, rushing out like this is risky. Charging in might just get him killed. A loud warning came out. Captain, get back now. Lalu clenched his teeth. Determined. I know, but I can't let her be killed by those monsters. Suddenly, a red energy thread pierced through the protective barrier ahead. He muttered in shock. That red thread of energy stretched all the way outside. It rushed forward, wrapping tightly around Kingya, who was stunned. The red energy coiled around Kingya and quickly carried her away. It slipped through the barrier and brought her back to join the team. It turned out to be Honglin. She saved Kingya from a tight spot. Honglin put on a cold face and said, I saved you once. We owe each other nothing now. Lalu ran up fast, grabbed her shoulder, and asked Han, how is she? Kingya bit her lip and replied, I am seriously injured and can't threaten that demon-faced smile anymore. It is a lost cause. He smiled gently to encourage her. You did great. She snapped back. You are way too angry. Stop being so sentimental. Outside, the demon-faced smile was radiating more terrifying energy than ever. Honglin cursed. What a pain. Its body was growing bigger, constantly sucking energy from outside. Everyone gasped in fear. It really is enraged now. The demon-faced smile kept spitting dark energy, attacking the barrier. Lalu bit his lip, watching the dark energy erode the barrier. Worriedly said, that monstrous erosion power is insane. This barrier's really tough. She looked up seriously and guessed, this is its original evil seed. If this demon-faced smile does not break the stronghold, it won't stop. The teammates' eyes went wide with terror, staring helplessly at the overwhelming power. Online calmly reminded them, at this erosion rate, the purification light shield might not hold until reinforcements arrive. Lalu frowned, deep in thought. This evil seed is seriously dangerous. It is our first time here, we might lose the whole team. Suddenly, Vaniga grabbed his hand, and Lilac's eyes widened in shock. She calmly and confidently said, Don't worry. I won't let you die here. He pondered silently. If this really was a dead end, she would risk everything to get him out. But he would do the same. He would never let her die. Lilac lowered his head and coldly asked, how much longer can this barrier hold? Vaniga glanced over, confused, and replied, 3 days. Why? He looked up mysteriously and said, if we can make it, it will be just in time. She frowned. What do you mean? Lilac smiled confidently. I'm going to find reinforcements. It is all decided. At that moment, the grinning demon kept attacking the barrier, amid someone's shouted cry for help. Reinforcements. Everyone turned to Lilac at once, stunned into silence. Onglin quickly asked. The nearest reinforcements now would be the 4-star academy deep inside the Dark Tome with the Golden Guide. Right? They can get here. So who else counts as reinforcements? Unlike most who looked scared, he smirked confidently. With pride, he raised his chin and said clearly, when two tigers fight, one must. After that, then Nagagast and hurriedly asked, you do not mean the spirit beast in the Forbidden Zone, do you? Everyone shared the same question. Is Lilac crazy? Onglin snapped angrily. He has lost his mind, putting aside whether that beast would kill us first. How could he even find it? And what makes him think he can lead it back here? Then she started her usual mocking tone. Don't tell me this is just an excuse to run. You think you can escape after this base falls? Just then Ega's sword stabbed into the ground, and seeing this, she immediately went silent. Afraid, standing beside Lilac, then Ega fixed a fierce glare on Honglin and growled. What are you saying? You coward. Don't think, just because I am hurt I can take you down. She gritted her teeth and said furiously, I'm wrong. Do you really think that spirit beast is just an animal? Besides, with the headmaster seismic barrier around the Forbidden Zone, there is no way anything can get out. Vanga did not hesitate for a second, her voice firm. Our defense can hold until reinforcements arrive. There is only one way out if this is really the end. Then Lilac has to take a risk. So what if he does? Listening to the argument, Lilac stayed silent, staring solemnly. Then he looked around at everyone, thinking to himself that they all probably feel the same as Hong Lion. Just too afraid to say it in front of Daninga, Hong Lion did not bother arguing back. She turned away and said, "Fine, let us see how long you can hold out." Danga did not care much. She turned to Lilac, asking, "Do you need any backup for this plan?" Holding up one finger, she answered clearly with a plan forming in her mind. "I checked earlier and found a river behind the base that connects to the Forbidden Mountain Zone. I will use my water commander powers to boost the river's flow and make a fast exit. No backup needed, more people just complicate things right now." Facing her, then Ega stressed every word. "Stay here. It is a suicide mission, but it might just buy us a chance. You go." Lilac looked at her seriously and promised, "Wait for me for 3 days. If I survive and come back, I will find a way to save you." She was touched by his words. She replied with trusting words, "You will succeed. Otherwise, we would all die here. After all these years protecting Lac Lam Mansion, it would be such a waste." Behind them, 2 of Lilac's team members also trusted him completely. The new recruit shouted, "Captain, we believe in you." Those words gave him even more motivation. The moment had come. Lilac turned and left. Wei Fong placed a hand on his shoulder and said clearly, "Come back to us." Watching his retreating figure, the Din them said, "Lilac won't run." Deep down, he is as proud as Thanga. Elisa looked a bit disdainful. His plan is too unrealistic. No one would trust him, but if he fails, no one's opinion will matter anymore. Lilac kept moving forward, ignoring all the gossip behind him, because nobody cares about the thoughts of the dead. Up till now, he is probably the only one who can make a decision like this. The only one we can count on. Half a day later, at the restricted area outside the Sun Vein, Lilac appeared in the forest with water at his feet. After stepping into the water, he looked ahead excitedly, a thought rising in his heart. He is here. The support water general's power is en route, even faster than I expected. He stood firm between mountains and roaring winds. But inside, he felt a spark of hope. Honestly, I am not worried about how to lead the spirit beast out. I believe as long as my twin general's power bursts out, it will come crawling. The real seal is the director's, and my way is to pray. At that moment, Lilac's eyes flashed coldly, calculations clear in his mind. He wanted to prove the tricks of a king-level powerhouse. Maybe there is some magic what if I arrive before the seal and pray, and it triggers a response from the director. His face showed disappointment as another possibility popped up. If that does not work, I will just have to rely on my naivety. I will drive that spirit beast crazy. But then he quickly regained focus, charging forward like an arrow, mouth wide open. No time to hold back. In a flash, Lilac reached the peak of the Seal Mountain. His eyes locked tightly on the Chinese characters carved into the stone in front of him. Quietly assessing, an ancient inscription by an old monk. If I had not witnessed this inscription unleash power that day, it would be hard to believe it was left by a Frost King level powerhouse. He stood there, breathing cold air, feeling uneasy as he realized the seal would not simply dissolve if approached. Then coughed a few times to clear his throat. He clasped his hands respectfully and began to explain. "Director, Student Lilac is a disciple of the Holy Huang Star Academy's First Affection Institute. I have come because the 13th Stronghold suddenly faced a catastrophe. An abnormal great heavenly disaster broke out from the dark depths, threatening the base. I want to unleash the spirit beast from the restricted zone to fight that abnormal great heavenly disaster. It is a bold plan." But he paused for a moment, folding his hands nervously. "Someone from the Tower clan is coming here. When that happens, disaster will strike the land. To save life, a dead horse can only be saved like a living one. I hope the mighty director Shentong can help us this once." In my heart, I silently... Amitabha. Ahead, faint circles began to flicker in the air, other Chinese characters glowing with a pale yellow light. Then, he slowly touched the seal in front of him with one finger, and dazzling rays burst out from it. Below Lilac, glowing circles began to grow, sequentially lighting up from faint to bright. His eyes hardened with determination as he muttered, "Surely the director has not just noticed death and done nothing. That would not suit his status." But as the words left his mouth, sweat suddenly poured down his face like a shower. He froze for a moment, worry gnawing at him. It was too quiet, no wind, no sound. Then his mouth dropped open in shock as a thought raced through his mind. Could it be? Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared atop the Seal Mountain, radiating fierce, brilliant power all around. The figure gradually took shape from the streams of light, and with celestial eyes scanning below, he spoke words that left Lilac wide-eyed in amazement. "Innate no general, born with 3 generals in Tao. Later the heavens chose the general that is rare. Lilac, you are the son of Lei Tai Huang and Trem De Lam, right?" Lilac's pupils dilated instantly as he made a judgment. "Just looking at him stirs unease in the heart. He saw through my secret as soon as I touched the seal. This person can only be..." Without hesitation, he clasped his hands beneath the intense pressure of the celestial aura. bowed respectfully, and said, "Student Lilac pays respects to the director." The man smiled with satisfaction and introduced himself. "Lilac, I am Bang Qianyuan, director of the Holy Huang Star Academy. Your words just now thrilled me, always flattering. My reputation precedes me." Lilac's ears tingled like thunder. He would heard from everyone at the academy that the director was a godlike figure. Meeting him today truly lived up to the legend. Then he said something that shut him up instantly. "Because I have not shown up at the academy for years, no one there should have ever seen me until now." Tianyuan's face still showed clear interest as he explained, "That kid sure has a smooth tongue. Before, no one called me a divine being, only a heavenly enforcer." Seizing the moment, Lilac used his smooth skills to guess. This guy must be opposed to the academy president's achievements. The president would not mess with someone like that. After a few years, they meet again. Before he could finish, Tianyuan cut in sharply, slapping Lilac's face with the truth. "That guy is Leitai Huong?" Lilac immediately asked. "Lata. My father." Tianyuan nodded and said, "That is right." She held her calm, but he forced a fake smile, saying, "My dad's guts are seriously huge." Above, Tianyuan happily commented, "Lata. Huh, a sly. Naturally braver than most." Those words left Lilac speechless. His power as a marquis seemed nothing compared to the Dragon King realm. At that moment, he glared at Lilac and blurted out as if reading his mind. "Even though the Dragon King realm warrior is a step above your father, your dad's background is not weak either." His words stunned Lilac, filling him with confusion. He wondered, has my mind really been seen through already? He did not answer directly but started explaining that the Alliance Academy is indeed one of the strongest forces in the world. But it is not invincible. There are other powers out there that can stand against it. Lilac quickly asked, "So my father's background is one of those, right?" Surprised, he said, "Looks like your parents never told you anything." Huh. Those words hit Lilac hard. Maybe I am starting to understand. Then he slowly answered the question. They have their reasons for hiding things. Someday, Lilac will get the chance to know. Regarding your father's background, all I can say is, his gaze dropped sharply, each word spoken with weight. Lachin Wang's lineage is not simple at all. Lilac's expression twisted again, eyes wide, silently muttering, "Lachin Wang. What does that mean?" Then Tianyuan spread his arms and poured out a flood of vital info. "Lilac, this world is way bigger than you think. The continent you are on, even this massive divine continent, is just a tiny piece in the grand scheme. Others just call the divine continents we are on outer divine continents. Compared to the universe beyond, it all feels pretty insignificant." That info snapped Lilac wide awake. His mind raced. If there are outer divine continents, then that means there are inner divine continents too. His father's background really is not as simple as people say. Why would he come all the way to the outer divine continent otherwise? This is way too much info at once. Even though I want to know more, the priority now is to get that pet out. Wasting no time, Lilac boldly stated his wish, his voice full of determination. "Director, you probably already know why I am here. Outpost 13 is about to be attacked. The students beg for your help." His request made the man hesitate. A massive calamity. "Right now, I am just a flicker of will. My essence is deep in the shadows, facing some terrifying anomalies." Lilac immediately asked, "Can you act now?" His expression darkened, worry clear in his voice. "If I intervene, it could impact your unimaginable path forward." Suddenly, Tianyuan smiled with delight, a very satisfied look appearing as he continued the unfinished sentence. "But I already know your plan. Your guts are just like your father's. I support your plan. Besides, I will remove the seal for you. And since you saved the students at this outpost, I will also give you a small gift." As he finished, he turned into a pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Lilac jumped back, saying, "Gone just like that." Totally confused, he called out loudly to the director, but the smoky figure dissolved into the void. The void. He blinked again. Bewildered, even the seal disappeared. Lilac glanced over the mountain ahead, emotions swirling. "No way. It is just gonna leave like this. What should I do now?" The storm calmed again, and he quickly looked down below. At that moment, a soft glow suddenly shone from his clenched fist. Lilac immediately opened his hand and looked at his palm. A glowing Chinese character appeared. He quickly recognized it as a wind seal. It transferred onto my hand, carrying the will of the director. Earlier, Thien Guyan had passed his intentions to me. "Lilac, I hope you can fully seal that beast. But with your strength and this seal, it is still not enough. To suppress it, you will need perfect timing." The image of the beast bleeding from its throat flashed in my mind. Lilac was certain it was badly injured at that moment. So that is it, the harsh condition that is almost impossible to meet normally. Regaining his composure, he clenched his palm, a detailed move forming in his mind. If he could make the beast and the demon-faced one fight each other, that would be a perfect chance no matter who survives. Someone's bound to get seriously hurt. Then we gather our strength at the stronghold. There is no way we can kill it outright. His gaze stretched over the vast mountains ahead, The plan clear in his mind. First, he had to lure out the beast. My power is too small. I need to get close enough. Arriving at Mning Dam, he immediately dashed down the mountain slope. Cut to somewhere deep inside Mning Dam, where a creature's shadow appeared on the ground, surrounded by deadly demonic energy. At that moment, the ears of the three-tailed heavenly wolf perked up to listen. Then it lifted its head and asked curiously, "Twin force attack? That is tiny, could it be a mistake?" Its eyes flashed brightly as it considered a possibility. Could a human kid really possess twin force powers? And now there is another one. As the familiar image of Lilac slowly appeared in the wolf's pupils, it saw his excited face in the distance and snarled venomously. Twin force. Fresh little meat served right to my mouth. If I miss this chance, there one tibia next time. Red-hot terrifying energy started pouring from the ground. Lilac quickly realized, that fire senses me now? Gotta run. Then he leapt upward in a flash. Lilac tore through the forest at breakneck speed, running while scolding himself. Come on. Come on. Usually I am such a good runner. Why do I feel so slow today? Why did my parents only give me 2 legs? He wondered. Still distracted as he ran, the huge figure and heavy aura of the three-tailed heavenly wolf caught up. Instantly, it slammed down hard, causing a violent shockwave. Lilac's legs ached uncontrollably. Worried, he glanced behind just as a growl echoed. The fierce face of the three-tailed heavenly wolf appeared behind him, its fiery eyes locked forward. Growling angrily, I feel like I am about to win. Without hesitation, Lilac darted toward the restricted outer zone. Despite his full sprint, the wolf kept pace right on his heels. That really worried him, it was too fast. But maybe the fire had a speed-limiting seal, so it was affected. Behind him, the wolf chased closely, narrowing its eyes and muttering, Missed this kid before, I regret it deeply. Even if I have to fight the seal to death, I won't let this chance slip again. It stopped abruptly, still staring ahead. Why is not the seal activating? It wondered, then it smiled widely, reaching out with a thought. Could it be that damn thing's energy is completely drained? Immediately, it leapt up, laughing triumphantly and shouting, I am free now. The wolf's force appeared right behind Lilac, who panicked. Realizing it had caught up, it opened its mouth wide, roaring fiercely, then unleashed waves of demonic energy forward. The energy blasts flew like meteors from space, crashing down toward the ground and chasing Lilac without giving him a moment to pause. Raising his hand, crackling with energy, he thought anxiously, this is terrifying. Just the wolf's attack alone made my blood surge. Then he froze suddenly. Realizing something, behind him, the three-tailed heavenly wolf, still brimming with power, stood still without moving. That made him wonder, why is the fire not moving at all? Just then, a fierce beam of light shot straight into Lilac's face. Its massive body suddenly appeared right before his eyes, and he was so shocked he could not even form a sentence. Turning pale, as the claw full of Tam Vien Lang's fierce power rushed toward him, he remained calm and said, Teleport. Then, his face showed a mix of resentment and determination, his eyes blazing with fire as his inner voice roared, I am scared to death again. He charged straight at that magnificent flower-patterned claw. At that moment, Tam Vien Lang's big eyes widened in shock, muttering, What? Meanwhile, Lilec was straining every muscle. A second later, he raised his palm glowing with a bright seal, his words sharp and full of rage. Today is where you get sealed. Tam Vien Lang's face turned pale, surprised, asking, Seal, how is it in Han's hand? Seeing Lilec's proud smile, Tam Vien Lang guessed to calm himself down. The seal's is in this little human's hand. Could it be a trap? A trick to lure me out of the mountain vein, and then crush me? Judging by Han's smug look, definitely. At that moment, Lilec dashed forward, while it quickly shifted away from its spot. Upon landing, Tam Vien Lang's eyes flicked back to where Lilec had been, growling angrily. If I have to fear someone behind me, then let us settle this with a life or death fight. Then it gaped in shock, realizing Love had already bolted like a scared dog. Meanwhile, Lilec was sprinting for his life, heart pounding with anxiety. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. I am done. My heart's about to jump out. But he quickly regained his confidence and thought, if I want to break this deadlock, there is no such thing as absolute safety. I just have to risk everything. No sooner had he regained his spirit than Tam Vien Lang reappeared before him. Lilec muttered angrily, Here it comes again. Great, if it is just more chasing. That is annoying. Just then, Tam Vien Lang lunged at him. Surrounded by swirling power, it narrowed its eyes and snarled through clenched teeth. Where do you think you are running? Surprised, Lilec stopped dead in his tracks. Not just running for his life but turning back to look, which puzzled the beast. At that moment, he raised his palm shining with the seal, voice fierce and clear. You are chasing me. I am already done for. Rotten beast. I am going all and let us die together. With that, He unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent Tam V Thin Lang flying backward. Immediately, it narrowed its eyes at him, shouting with fury, "You want to die with me? Ridiculous. Watch how I deal with you." Before it could finish, Tam V Thin Lang froze in shock. Seeing La Luff running away like a scared dog, its rage peaked, sharp teeth bared. It hissed venomously. "You are playing me? Huh, fine, you damn human. I swear I will eat you alive." Tam V Thin Lang's whole body erupted with fierce energy, its roar growing louder and more ferocious, teeth grinding to dust. As Al Luff risked everything, time kept slipping away, and the bright salvation barrier quickly faded. Inside the fading barrier, Vaniga stayed calm and said, "That smiling demon face has grown even more corrosive. I really hope he can run." She sighed, but sadly, Lilus was not that kind of guy. Hung Lin, furious, immediately shouted back, "I already said that kid is just using it as an excuse to escape. Does he really think the celestial thorn beasts are his pet dogs, that he can come and go as he pleases?" Suddenly, a strike from the smiling demon pierced through the barrier. Someone screamed in horror. Not good. In the blink of an eye, the barrier exploded completely from that energy. Everyone instantly realized what was happening and shouted in panic. The defense has been broken. Seeing the smiling demon and crazed mutants rushing forward, Vaniga said calmly, "The family fire has already absorbed the weapons to reduce the original power. Whether we keep it or not, we are already food on a plate." Hearing this, Hung Lin asked seriously, "If there is no use talking, then just risk it. Can you still fight?" Without a word, she closed her eyes tightly, her mind alert. Here it comes. Lualus. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the sky, golden light flooding the whole area. At that moment, Vaniga lunged forward with her sword, silently telling herself to survive. She chanted firmly, "My heart is pure, my legacy eternal." The battle cry echoed through the academy, etched deep into every student's heart, raising their fighting spirit once more. Everyone around gasped in awe as their bodies burst with energy, repeating the chant, "My heart is pure, my legacy eternal." In an instant, everyone's whole body blazed brightly, the chant ringing out again and again, "My heart is pure, my legacy eternal, my heart is pure, my legacy eternal." Now full of determination, Danga shouted a battle command. "Attack!" They surged forward instantly, in the blink of an eye, and Sung appeared from the crowd, sword flashing straight at the grinning ghosts. After the clash, Znd and Su Butch began gathering their energy, ready to join the fight. At this moment, then Eggus' group had fully overwhelmed the grinning ghosts in a flash. One enemy dropped dead on the spot. His allies screamed in shock. "Friend, survive!" Meanwhile, Unglin stood amid a swirling vortex, raising her hand to summon a powerful energy. Suddenly, Vaniga shouted, "There, Hung Lian is charging up." She looked serious and without hesitation suggested, "The grinning ghosts have taken a hit. Let us finish them off." She hesitated a bit, but Zienda called out anxiously, "Captain." After that, she fell silent, a worried feeling creeping in. The captain's injured. Even if they fight, it might be hopeless. This mission might be a one-way trip. But just then, Hunglin smiled and eagerly agreed. "What else can we do? Right now, the only thing left to do is to take a risk. Let us go whatever Kang Danga wants. Even the Hunglian fortress is within reach." Hearing that, Danga quickly gave the order, and instantly, both of them erupted with fierce energy. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted behind them, catching everyone's attention at once. Hung Lin shouted angrily, "No good. Something is stirring behind the base. Could it be a freak?" Just then, a flash of blue energy appeared in the explosion's heart, and a dark figure dashed forward shouting, "Move aside." As soon as Vaniga saw him, her eyes lit up with joy, and she called out loudly, "Lualus!" Up ahead, he was sprinting away from the grinning ghosts, roaring at full force, "Get out of the way!" His arrival brought a slight relief. "The captain's back," Danga said, Hung Lian still holding the line. "Damn, Brad actually came back." Right then, he opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Everyone, fall back to the fortress." At his command, everyone retreated from the battle, and the Lutzi immediately jumped forward. Then he leapt straight in front of the grinning ghost, radiating intense energy. He boldly pointed his blade forward and shouted, "You mutt! The protector beast of the Holy Mysterious Academy is here. Why do not you just die already?" Just as he finished, a huge brown foot appeared behind Aleph, making the grinning ghost freeze in surprise. At that moment, the three-tailed heavenly wolf revealed itself, raging with wild energy. Laluk looked more heroic than ever. The three-tailed heavenly wolf's appearance made everyone step back in shock. A spirit beast? Huh, it really showed up. But what is going on here? Now, Lalek, surrounded by blue energy, stood between two fierce forces, Three-Tailed King and the grinning ghost. The grinning ghost calmly chuckled, then asked in disbelief, "So there really are reinforcements? You will taste blood soon enough?" Snarled the Three-Tailed King. "I am the Mountain Vein King." The scene made everyone uneasy. Is this spirit beast really on our side? If it turns on us and blood washes us, Why do I feel like we are in even deeper trouble? Suddenly, Danica spoke, silencing everyone. Lilith was not afraid what was there to fear. She forced herself calm and looked ahead, her mind racing. This spirit beast has a soul, it won't get caught up in nonsense easily. Someone has to break the balance. But if we trigger the spirit beast and the grinning ghost sees the truth, we are done for. Staring hard at Lilith's heroic silhouette, she wondered silently, Lilith, how do you plan to break this deadlock? At the same time, he frowned, analyzing the situation. If I fall back, the three-tailed beast kills me. If I charge forward, the grinning ghost kills me. Slowly, he raised his hand forward, steeling his resolve. I have come this far, I absolutely want to let this all be for nothing. Lalesh's eyes blazed with determination. This dead end, I will break it. With that thought, he charged straight at the grinning ghost, shouting, bang. Seeing his reckless move, tears welled up in her eyes. She screamed, Captain! Others nearby shouted in shock as Lilith counterattacked the ghost. Immediately, waves of ghostly energy shot directly at Alek as he rushed forward. The attack hit hard. He gritted his teeth, his mind starting to falter. This curse is too strong. Feels like my brain's about to explode. This spirit beast 1T just watch me get torn apart. If it hesitates, I am done. As the deadly energy closed in, he hung his head in despair. This is my final stand. Just then, a mighty figure charged in and sliced through the attacks. Alef gasped. Looking down, the three-tailed heavenly wolf panted fiercely, roaring with pride. This territory is mine, whoever dares to invade. His earlier move brought Lilith great relief, then it raised its sharp claws forward, silently vowing, I will deal with this brat later. Meanwhile, the grinning ghost stood dumbfounded, stunned by the sudden turn of events. At that moment, the massive palm of the three-tailed heavenly hound was right above Lilac's head. Seeing this, the laughing demon face slowly merged into the ground below, releasing spiritual energy from its mouth as it grinned wickedly. And yet it tried to save him. Looks like it really is a guardian beast. Well then, let us see who ends up dead. Immediately after, a swarm of sharp-handed claws shot out from the laughing demon face's mouth. Slashing forward, the three-tailed heavenly hound's eyes widened in shock. Then it roared two words. Wanna die? Without hesitation, it lunged its razor-sharp claws right at the laughing demon face. They clashed instantly, sending shockwaves rippling across the area. The gust from their clash blew fiercely, and Lilac had to brace himself with both hands to keep his balance. Once the shock settled, he turned to watch them curiously. Seeing the three-tailed heavenly hound and laughing demon face biting and clawing at each other fiercely, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they are fighting. A smile spread across his face as he started sizing them up. Judging by their ferocity, once they start, it is sure to end with one side dead. Finally, it is happening. I have finally succeeded. Suddenly I feel so sleepy. But before he could celebrate, the sound of chattering teeth and the appearance of more laughing demon faces surrounded Lilac. His eyes widened. He did not even notice when they showed up. The monsters quickly closed in, but he did not move a muscle. His mind sank into despair. It was not good. He could not control his body anymore. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for what was coming with deep worry. No way. The big plan worked. And now I am going to die here. Just then, a sudden slash cut through the air. The light from the slash lit up the whole space, and the laughing demon faces surrounding Lilac were blasted away in an instant. The strike came from Thangas' green peach blade. Seeing her, Lilac was stunned in shock. Behind her, the others rallied fiercely, signaling to everyone to protect Lilac. Lilac collapsed from exhaustion, and Thanga immediately rushed over to support him, softly calling his name. Looking at his face beside her, she slowly smiled and lifted her delicate lips. Her eyes, full of hidden feelings, never left him, and her cheeks flushed visibly. Lilac gently raised his hand to stroke her head and softly said, Lilac, this time, you are truly my hero. With the chaos from the fierce beast's fight settled, everyone successfully rescued Lilac. From a distance near the high wall, voices echoed, move aside. Let him sit here. At that moment, Dai excitedly stepped forward and asked, Lilac, you actually brought the three-tailed beast here. How did you manage that? Lilac grinned handsomely, making up a perfectly reasonable explanation. The moment it saw me, it went wild chasing after me. I think it must hate my face. Hearing this, everyone burst out laughing, saying, classmate Alessi is such a mysterious guy. We actually love this mysterious side of him. Those words left him speechless and frustrated. Geez, I was ready to be insulted shamelessly. But you guys are just way too two-faced. At that moment, CEO Butch looked at Alessi with admiration and said, as expected, the captain is unbeatable, he never messes up. I felt ashamed for doubting the captain's plan earlier. Ziendi was utterly amazed by the attitude just now. Your stubbornness is on another level. My man, from the other side, was also admiring and praising. Captain, you are amazing. From today on, you are my idol at the academy. At that moment, Tanifiti approached Kwathiao and said, Captain, Now that you are leaving the base, I have already thought up a memorial plaque for you, but it is fine. This kind of thing will come in handy someday. Luolus, still fired up, calmly replied, "You speak well next time. Do not say anything." Everyone was thrilled to have him back. They all gathered, laughing and joking, except for Hung Lin, who quietly stayed in a corner. She said nothing, just silently observed and judged in her mind. Once again, Lalesh's popularity surged. Damn it, but this was a life or death gamble, no complaints there. Hung Lin's cheeks flushed red from her thoughts. In some ways, I guess I have become a fan too, but the enemy S situation 1T change. This young lord of Leklam Prefecture is even more dangerous than Kang Than Nega. Suddenly, she spun around, her thoughts cut short by a loud noise echoing from afar. Everyone turned serious, staring in one direction. Lalesi immediately asked, "Who do you think will win?" Up ahead, the three-tailed celestial wolf and the smiling demon were still wildly clashing, their blows shaking the ground fiercely. Watching them tear each other apart, Danga slowly gave her verdict. The three-tailed beast's strength at the Marquis realm is no joke, but the smiling demon's direct fighting is slightly stronger, not to mention it is already heavily drained. In the end, the three-tailed beast will probably win, but it will pay a heavy price. Those words sparked an idea in Li Hulex's mind. This fits perfectly with my prediction. What I am hoping for is one dead and one injured. Once this fight ends, it is time for me to use the seismic strike I have. Then he stared intently at the three-tailed celestial wolf, confidently concluding, "Luckily, it was the smiling demon who almost killed the family fire. We could not handle that kind of disaster by risking our lives." His gaze shifted to the smiling demon, who lost an eye, but was still grinning wickedly. Its whole body was torn apart, which made him smirk inside. Though the three-tailed was badly injured, that family fire was in even worse shape. After a long silence, the smiling demon let out a venomous laugh. The mutants below quieted, and then suddenly swarmed the three-tailed from behind. Lalek quickly reported, "The smiling demon is ordering all the mutants to surround the three-tailed." Suddenly, the mutants zipped past the three-tailed and headed straight for the battered smiling demon. Only then did it realize what was happening. The situation shocked Olef. His startled guess flashed through his mind. The mutants are rushing to the smiling demon. Could it be that ahead? The mutants howled and charged with their mouths wide open toward the smiling demon. Even now, he could not believe what he saw. No way the huge disaster did not die at the three-tailed's hands, but was devoured by its own mutant minions. Right now, the smiling demon was being swallowed alive by its mutants, engulfed one by one. Screaming wildly in despair, the feast of mutants quickly finished off the smiling demon. The red mutants had been right in sight but suddenly disappeared. Yet, the students at the base fell into deep despair. Everyone looked fearfully ahead, sharing the same thought. "We are doomed. That family fire is now coming for us." The terrifying presence and fierce appearance of the three-tailed celestial wolf crushed the students' spirits all at once. No one's been able to stop it so far. The smartest beast knows how to play with its prey, letting it die and collapse. Vaniga stayed calm and said, "Go ahead. The beast's only one anyway. After breaking the stronghold, run as far as you can." Just as she finished, a strong hand landed on her shoulder. At that moment, Lolek stepped forward. Surprised by the gesture, she called out, "Luolus." He glanced back and firmly said, "Let me handle this. It is my mess to fix." Then he clenched his fist, thinking fiercely, "This guy sharp, my palms itching to unleash." Just then, Zindi shouted, "Luolus, do not do this. We do not blame you. You do not have to sacrifice yourself like this." The students behind quickly agreed, "Yes, we all appreciate you. We are not angry." Hearing that, he just stared ahead, voice growing resolute. "Some responsibilities can be avoided." Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then two female students could not help but exclaim, "Lololesis really a man's man." His words made Thaniga hesitate. Then she nodded, trusting him. "All right, let us." That made Lolek sweat bullets. Barely believing what he just heard, he smiled proudly, urging, "Come on. You are just standing there looking lost. No sympathy for me. I even prepared a speech and can use it." The students behind worriedly shouted, "What is wrong with you?" Unfazed, then Ega gripped Olek's hand tightly and gently said, "This time, it is tough on you," holding on to his warm palm with affection. She added, "But you also helped me see my own flaws. You really had to risk it all like this." Hearing that, Lolek blushed shyly, secretly crying out inside, "Hey, should not those words be coming from me? Even though I led the beast here and got the Feng Chan, JV Ling, and Shuku, I am no match for V Betsy Niga." Then the Luck reluctantly turned away. Just then, Tenfa seriously asked, "Captain, can I use my Vien now?" He snapped back angrily, "You are such a pain." Quickly, Leluk darted toward Tam Vien Lang. Their eyes met, and the fierce, Intimidating aura radiated from every detail. His sharp gaze locked straight into Tam V Thin Lang's pupils. The beast thought, "This kid's really tricky. If not for him, I would not be badly wounded. Luckily it is all over now. If I eat him..." Suddenly, Lelef raised his hand, smiling warmly and confidently. "Hey there." His fearless look infuriated the beast. "What? You want me to bow now?" It exploded with fierce energy, growling terrifyingly, ready to tear him apart, but Lelek stayed calm, even cocky, raising his hand forward, thinking, "This moment's finally here. It is my time to shine." Before he could act, a purple shadow shot up behind him, shouting angrily, "Don't he be so reckless." The shadow charged straight at Tam V Thin Lang, and with one powerful strike, sent the massive mutant flying. Lone V appeared, wielding a staff and radiating fierce energy. Smirking confidently, just in time. Then she turned kindly to Lelutic and said, "You okay? Go back now. Leave this to me." Tears streamed down as he painfully said, "Go back. This is my moment to shine. My time to unleash my power." All the students cheered happily at Lone V's timely arrival. The princess had come. "We are saved." But Alex bitterly asked, "Princess, could not you have been a little later?" She looked puzzled. "What?" Then she grumbled, "This fire beast's too much. I gave it my all these past few days. Left my reinforcements behind just to get here." Though exhausted, Lelef still gave a thumbs up and flattered, "Princess, you are our shining example. You have moved me to tears." Lone Vu did not add anything more. He just slowly turned around. But with his stubbornness, he has already been super aggressive. How could he face that beast alone? If something happened to him, who would heal the prince? Lilac lost his sight. But did not the rescue news say it was some massive natural disaster or mutant? How did it turn into a pinnacle-level celestial beast? And judging by the chaos around here, a brutal battle just broke out. What is going on? This mess could not have been caused by you guys, right? At this, Lilac declared, making Lone Vu flush red. "It was that celestial beast stewing. I dragged it out of the forbidden zone myself." Then she glanced back, the smug look on his face hitting her like a punch. She paused, a chill running through her. This kid actually pulled off something like this? What kind of guts does he have to lead that thing out and let it handle a massive natural disaster? After thinking it over, she praised him. "Lilac, you are seriously amazing if all this is true. You are the biggest hero here," Lilac shyly replied. "Princess, do not praise me. I was just saving myself." Behind them, two male students chatted. One started praising, "The princess is seriously incredible." The other nodded in agreement. After arriving, they tossed the celestial beast aside to gossip. But that old beast's probably about to lose it. Meanwhile, far away, the three-tailed celestial wolf was howling piercingly, its tails raised high, radiating intense energy. Realizing how serious this was, Lone Vu gave a stern order. "This beast is no less dangerous than a massive natural disaster. You retreat first. I might be able to hold it off until Viet Ben arrives," she said. But Lilac declared firmly, "Princess, honestly, leave this to me." Her words made the princess ask, "Lilac, are you joking?" Without a word, he dashed forward, his palm glowing with a sealing mark. Chains burst out all at once, the seal shining midair as chains flew toward the beast. The chains wrapped tightly around the three-tailed wolf. It struggled fiercely but could not break free. The fierce scene made Hong Lian and the students' eyes go wide, mouths agape, all asking in shock, "Lilac, what are you doing?" The three-tailed wolf fought the seal violently, thrashing and unleashing energy, howling loudly. But the chains did not even crack. Lilac stood tall and steady in the wind, eyes locked on the wolf. He thought, "This stubborn beast is tough. My current power is too weak to support the seal." Then he turned and grabbed Lone Vu's hand, surprising her, and cheerfully said, "Princess, mind lending me some power?" In an instant, her power flowed into Lilac and straight into the seal, causing a huge tremor in the distance. Right then, the whole area was engulfed in wild energy surges. Floating midair was the convulsing three-tailed wolf, bound by chains. While below, Lilac and Lone Vu were giving it their all. Seconds later, the wolf's howling stopped, though its mouth stayed wide open, and its body slowly started to fall. Lilac shrank the wolf with the seal, pulling it into his palm. Then he closed his eyes tight, clenched his fist, suddenly opened them wide, and shouted fiercely, "Seal!" Next, Lilac, pressing his sealed hand against the ground. The earth shattered instantly, energy blazing out everywhere. In moments, the cracked ground formed a huge glowing hole with beams shooting straight into the sky. A second later, the frozen three-tailed wolf stone-like body floated up in that glowing hole. Lilac smiled with satisfaction and happily announced, "Done." Cut to inside the base, where all the students were staring around in shock. One boy, in disbelief, walked over and slapped his friend's face, who rubbed it and complained. The first boy nodded and said, "It is Not a dream. Immediately, everyone burst out cheering loudly with joy. We won! Lilac is amazing. Everyone's excitement eased the pressure on him a bit. At that moment, Lonvu finally calmed down and asked, Lilac, what was that just now? With a bright smile, he casually replied, that was the headmaster's seal. The seal has a spirit. After learning my plan, it voluntarily shifted into my control, but the seal drains too much energy, so it only works effectively when the three-tails beast is injured. Hearing that, she silently muttered the headmaster's seal to herself. Still puzzled, and asked again, so basically, whether I come or not does not really matter. Lilac, with his smooth talk, immediately denied that is not quite right. If it were not for the princess's support just now, we would not have been able to seal the three-tails beast. Still, Lonvu's eyes widened. She was sure of one thing deep down: everyone knew who provided that support. If it were Kuong Dange and Du Trach Hong Lian Lianthu, the results would not be any less impressive than mine. She quickly turned and, keeping her voice steady, said, well done. Lilac, you really have skills. Silently trying to calm herself, keep your image, almost choked here. Her reaction caught Lilac off guard, and he called out loudly, Princess, getting no response. He panicked and guessed, she must be mad. Why else? What is wrong with me sealing the beast? Even if I shout, I might not beat it. Women are really hard to please. He slowly touched his wrist. Puzzled, maybe the princess did not see it. But when I sealed the beast, this bracelet appeared on my wrist. What is this? Right now, Lilac was wearing a shiny red jade bracelet, decorated with flame patterns. In recent days, the oppressive gloom finally lifted, and the atmosphere brightened up. The students gathered around Lilac, and everyone could not help but praise him. Lilac, from now on, you are my top disciple. Thanks to you. Lilac, you are our hero. Why did not I notice how awesome you were before? Nearby, Lonvu also joined in the praise. Your family's really something else. To think you sealed a powerful beast at the master level. Danga smiled modestly and replied, Princess, do not praise him. That power is not his, it is the headmaster's sealing power. Lonvu kept her eyes on Lilac, still thrilled inside. What a temperament. Lac Lam Palace might have a hidden dragon. Then she called out to Hong Lian. Tell me, Hong Lian firmly declared. I have nothing to say. Lonvu threatened. Du Trach Bahian, you useless fool. She ignored it and just hummed to move on. Half a day later, the main forces of the academy arrived. Seeing the stone statue of the three-tails heavenly wolf, everyone was outraged. What the heck is that? Is this it? Isn't this a disaster? Did we just come here for nothing? Stop wasting time and go see the princess. Without a word to the divine army, a loud commotion broke out behind. What? All this was done by Lilac at the Yitin Academy? No way. The princess said so. It can be fake. He looked closely at Lonvu's lively expression and realized something. Although I never underestimated Lilac, maybe I did. But what is even stranger is why Lonvu rushed here. Even if it is for Kong Daniga, that is way too sudden. Meanwhile, somewhere in a hidden dimension, Thenian hesitated and said simply, this. Lilac quickly turned around, surprised to see him. Why are you here? Director. Man frowned but smiled with approval. I did not expect you to actually follow the plan through. Not bad. Lilac blushed and modestly replied, you flatter me. Director, I am just reckless, trying not to die. Without your support, I would not last long. The guy never took his eyes off him, admiration clear in his voice. Not everyone can keep their wits in a desperate situation, then muster the courage to break the deadlock. To me, that kind of spirit is even more precious than high-ranking generals. Those words made Lilac flush with pride. He pretended to be shy and said, Director, please stop. I love hearing that the most. Then he got serious again, scratched his head, cleared his throat, and asked, what exactly is this ring? Director, the man quickly explained, it is a sealed treasure, a special token I left behind for you. Lilac grew even more curious and asked, a sealed treasure? You mean there is more sealed inside? Just then, the ground turned molten red as Thean Guyan said, little fire spirit, look down there. Right beneath Lilac's feet was the pitiful form of Tam V Thean Lan, chained and glaring. Lilac was stunned. This fire spirit, how did it get here? Cut to the trainees, they were wondering aloud. Hey, where's Lilac? He was having fun, then suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, Lilac sat cross-legged, slightly shaking, while Vanga silently watched. His body emitted waves of blue energy, which piqued her curiosity. Back in the hidden dimension, Thean Guyan announced, you have completed my entrusted task. This treasure and what is sealed inside are my gift to you. The outer seal is fake, just to keep others from noticing. What do you think? Excited, those words moved Lilac to tears, pain mixing with joy. Director, I just risked everything for the academy. Don't joke with me. My father scolded others before, but you would not get mad at me, right? This fire spirit is mine now. Thenian seriously shared crucial info. Alright, kid, stop playing dumb. You want to know why? This is called Tamvathian Lang. It is already on the path to becoming a Marquis spirit. Once fully evolved, it will be a top-tier fierce beast, able to dominate a region. He chuckled with satisfaction and offered, since it is sealed now, I can teach you a secret technique to combine with this treasure as seal. You will be able to harness Tamvathian Lang's power and boost your own strength. How's that sound? Lilac was stunned and silent for a moment, amazed by the idea of absorbing Tamvathian Lang's power. This is next-level stuff. His eyes widened, joy swelling inside as he thought, this means I can join the battle to protect Lac Lam Mansion in half a year. With this power, I won't have to watch Kong Thanega fight alone anymore. After a moment's thought, he replied with a pointed question. Director, there is no such thing as a free lunch, right? What is the catch? Thiengain smiled quietly, impressed by his clarity, holding such power and still keeping his head that is worthy of the title Heavenly King. After thinking it over, he answered Thiengain with a subtle question. Headmaster, I guess there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, right? He did not get a response, secretly admiring him, facing such kingly power yet keeping his cool. This temperament truly lives up to the title of the Heavenly King. Surrounded by overwhelming power, Thiengain got straight to the point. You are impressive. I need someone to do a job for me. Are you willing? His words made Lilac hesitate. He could see that Thiengain was already a top-tier Sang level powerhouse. If he stepped out of the shadows, the entire region would fall under his threat. Why would such a person need my help? Then he asked seriously, Headmaster, what do you want me to do? He put on a very serious face and cautiously said, I will explain that later. But first, I warn you not to abuse the power of the three-tailed heavenly wolf. Its ferocity is overwhelming, and your strength can match it. If its ferocity gradually infects you, you will become as violent and bloodthirsty as it is. I call that infection wolfification. If it goes too deep, you will turn into a wolf slave, better off dead than alive. Lelukov already knew deep down that such immense power must have side effects. He treated it as a risky gamble for survival but still nervously said, Thanks for the warning. Dean, hearing that, the Dean let out a relieved sigh and praised him. You are a smart kid. I believe you will understand. Just, if I am too harsh, I am afraid you will come looking to settle the score with me later. Lalus wiped the sweat off his brow and replied, Actually, my mom's pretty gentle. Then Nain announced something that made him pause for a few seconds. About the help he wanted from him, even if he had not said it. Lalesh probably would have gone anyway. Then he started briefing him on something big. At the end of this year, the universities of the Eastern Continent will hold the Holy Cup battle. The champion university will get a sacred relic called the Dragon Bone Holy Cup, whose greatest power is to suppress the Dark Tome. While Lessie's face darkened when he heard about the Dragon Bone, he looked down, recalling images of veteran students and whispered to himself, so basically, if we get it, we won't have to pay such a high price in the Dark Tome anymore. We won't have to lose so many classmates. Think about it, if among the sacrificed students were people like Inju Yu Lung, Lu the Hai, it would be a huge blow, so this Holy Cup must be incredibly valuable to the universities. After a moment of thought, he anxiously asked, Dean, you do not seriously want a rookie like me to fight for the Holy Cup, right? The Dean awkwardly replied, Maybe I am overthinking it. Then he smiled slightly and reassured Alus with a few words. Competing for the Holy Cup is not just on your shoulders. What I want you to do is if we get the Dragon Bone Holy Cup, I want you to prepare a place and infuse some of your essence into the Holy Cup. Lelef blinked 3 times in a row. Stunned again. What is this about? A powerful Frost King level expert wanting the essence of a small-scale commander like me. Then he hesitated and asked, This is not because of that so-called Lythean Vong-s bloodline, is it? Then Gain smiled faintly, praised him a bit, then reassured him, You are definitely young and light, but do not worry. I won't do anything harmful to you. At Frost King level, I do not even glance at young people like you, no matter your background. Then he seriously explained one thing. As for what I can tell you now, I can only say, in half a year, there will be a massive upheaval in the Great Lower Realm. Even the Holy Mystic Spirit University won't be immune. We have to prepare in advance. Leluff misunderstood the info. This timing seemed to match the Luck Lam Manor incident. Could the two be connected somehow? Thinking it over, he spread his hands and asked, Dean, you are a Frost King level powerhouse. Isn't there any way to control this upheaval by then? Besides, do not we have the University Alliance backing us? Then Gain immediately replied, There is conflict everywhere in the world. The University Alliance is not a place of peace. I just need to protect the sacred land of the Great Lower Realm. Whether that is possible or not, we can only try our best and follow destiny. Alek quietly listened to every word. There was no rush after all. Until the Holy Cup is secured, even using his essence would be useless. And right now, at that moment, then Gaigain suddenly shot a beam of light from his finger straight to Lolel Leffy's forehead. His body began to glow inside a circle of energy, while then Gain continued speaking, his voice clear. I am teaching you the upper half of the Heavenly Cell spell. Later, You just need to combine this secret technique with the formation here to draw out the three-tailed heavenly wolf's power. Remember, do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Then he smiled at the corner of his mouth and solemnly gave his final words. For more info about the Holy Cup battle, find your master and ask, I can stay here long? Farewell. Lilac's eyes lit up after Qin Yuan's words. Suddenly, he reached out his hand toward the elder and called out. Director Zong was briefly surprised. Then, pointing at himself with a bright smile, he asked, Director, is not a true king someone who does not bully the poor? Besides, I think I did a great job in that ambush this time. Qin Yuan frowned and said seriously, Isn't your main contribution the shockwave you unleashed? Lilac quickly explained, but someone had to clear the shockwave from the restricted zone for it to matter. Right? Hearing this, he sighed and asked, What exactly do you want? Lilac stretched out his palm confidently and said, I have shed blood for the academy. So no more talk, please grant me 10,000 merit points. Qin Yuan's eyes darted away nervously. Why put this on me? Rewards for merit points are decided by the academy. Why rush? Lilac looked desperate, clenched his fist, and begged, Oh please. Director, since you asked, I will be honest, I lost my inner core because of some issue with my rank. His eyes glistened as he kept pleading, leaving Qin Yuan helpless. If I do not get those 10,000 merit points to exchange for the Emperor's retaining wall, I am probably finished by the end of the year. How can I waste the Academy's precious essence like that? After all this whining, Qin Yuan sighed deeply and said teasingly, No wonder I found out you were so weak before. Lilac jumped at that, then hurriedly defended himself. No way. I have not even held a girl's hand before. Despite feeling embarrassed, he firmly raised his finger and repeated, I want to exchange for 10,000 merit points. Then he turned into a ghostly spirit, clinging to Qin Yuan and cried out pitifully. Director, seeing his uncontrollable behavior, Qin Yuan could only soothe him. All right, I will talk to Tuxin about this. That is settled. Goodbye. Then, he leapt high into the sky, leaving Lilac stunned. Lilac muttered to himself, No wonder the director is so fast at running away. But I have said my piece. Now it is up to him to accept it or not. Then he breathed a sigh of relief thinking about the power of the three-tailed heavenly wolf. This really was an unexpected blessing. Lilac gazed up at the starry sky and thought to himself, It feels like a massive storm is coming. The depth of this crisis is even greater than I imagined. Scene shift to somewhere else, where Qin Yuan is sitting cross-legged on a large lotus. Surrounded by swirling energy, he silently thought, The little fire of Lac Lam Mansion is interesting, so different from those rich nobles from Manhwa Road. But with this personality, he is definitely not someone easy to bully. The light around him gradually spread over the dry red earth. Inwardly, he muttered, These waves of dark energy gather into a sea of calamity, bringing disaster through time. At that moment, two eyes opened wide on the red ground, beams of light bursting forth. Then sinister laughter echoed out. Qin Yuan slowly turned his gaze toward it. He shut his eyes tightly but thought, compared to this pure evil aura, the so-called human strength seems even more complicated. I wonder if Saint Bolin can be captured. If I had that, things would be much easier. Cut back to Lilac, who was furrowing his brow with his eyes closed. After a long moment, he slowly opened them. As soon as he opened his eyes, Kunya approached and asked, What is wrong? He immediately replied, Your guess was right. This ring was indeed given to me by the director. Actually, he wants. Before he could finish, she interrupted angrily. Don't say any more. The director is being cautious this time for a reason. For now, no need to tell me anything else. Hearing this, Lilac fell silent, fully agreeing with her. She was right. Whether it is the three-tailed heavenly wolf or the essence matter, it is enough to worry her. Maybe she is even trying to control the ring to stop me from doing anything reckless. When I am stronger, we can discuss it again. Lost in thought, he stood up and stretched, muttering a few words before asking, But at least everything's finally settled, right? By the way, do you understand the Battle of Saint Boy? Then Enga answered right away. Of course, the Holy Cup Battle is the biggest event among universities in the Eastern Divine Continent, happening every 4 years. And this year just happens to be the new cycle. Last time, the Holy Cup was won by the Holy Bright King Academy of the Sun God Yang Wang, a powerhouse that often dominates the Eastern Academy scene. Then she hesitated a bit as she spoke, and Lilac immediately pressed. What about our Holy Mystery Star Academy? Then Enga dropped a bombshell. It has been 30 years since anyone from their academy won the Holy Cup. Tears welled up, and Lilac, pained, pointed at himself and wondered aloud. Not a single win in 30 years. Why did not the dean tell me? That day, I thought the sacrificial flame was pointless. Just grab the cup and it is done. Just then, Daniga added, But this year, our chances of winning are huge. Curious? Lilac asked. Why? She grinned, turned to him, and said clearly, Because this time, I in it. Lilac's face flushed bright red. He quietly thought, She is kind of full of herself. but she has smashed all kinds of records. She is on par with the top student of this year at Holy Mystery Star Academy. Damn, I am totally smitten. Then she said something that snapped him out of his thoughts. And we have got you too. Lilac was stunned again. I am just a normal student, she explained. Your rank is pretty complex. The competition is based on point systems. The academy with the highest points wins the Holy Cup. To truly show each academy's strength, there will be elimination battles. The top 2 ranks can also compete. If you become the King Card student of the top rank, you will naturally earn tons of points for the academy. Getting serious. Lilac hesitated a bit hearing this. If that is the case, then I really have a shot at fighting. He just did not know if other academies still had fierce players like Tan Trucklock. Right then, someone rushed in and said, Captain, Sister Kong, it is bad news. Lilac was surprised to see it was Tan Fu. He urgently reported in a worried tone. The recovery battle is starting. Guides are converging from all directions. Lilac was confused and asked, You are nervous. Isn't this a good thing? Tan Fu seriously updated. Guide them Kim Tiu has also arrived. Hen is trying to break the seal on that ancient beast. Lilac suddenly realized the danger and shouted, Absolutely not. Cut to outside the stronghold. At the place where the 3-tailed Heavenly King is trapped and surrounded. The boat and Kim Tiu stand facing the beast. She asks, Them cute. Do you really want to release that beast? There are lots of regular students here. It could put them in danger. Hen sighs and explains, If we keep it here, won't it eventually harm the students? Better to release it now, so we can both team up and handle it up close. Just then, 2 dark figures approach from the students and shout, Wait! As Lilac steps forward, Haithoyan suddenly calls out. Lilac happily praises her. We have all heard this time you were incredibly brave. She politely asks, One question. Guide Haithan. Kim Tiu smirks and provocatively says, Lilac, I know you pulled off a big win, but this 3-tailed beast is still a hidden threat. What if it messes with your alliance? Do you have a problem with that? Lilac nearly loses it. Angrily thinking, that jerk always causes trouble for me. Just wait till I am stronger, I will stomp him out. Still, he stays calm and slowly replies, Guide, do not get worked up. This seal must not be broken. As for what, I do not know. If you really want to touch it, go ask the dean. The old man forbade it. Kim Tiu face twists when he hears dean. Haithoyan walks over and says, If the dean said so, then let us just leave it alone for now. At that moment, Haithoyan approached and said, If the headmaster said so, then we won't interfere for now. He smirked and cryptically replied, Then I guess I will be in charge of the downtime. Then Kim Tiu turned to the group of students and asked loudly, Someone, tell me exactly where that great disaster died. One guy pointed up and quickly replied, Master Thamem is over there. Lelef furrowed his brow, watching the situation closely. He felt uneasy about Kim Tiu's move. Why stir up trouble again on top of this fire? Suddenly, Kim Tiu unleashed a powerful strike toward the 3-tailed Thin Lux, and then Tin. Right away, the area around them erupted into a swirling ring of flames. The students gasped in awe, realizing there were so many dangerous tasks like this, all completely burned away by the master. At that moment, Haithoyan stepped forward to explain to Lilac not to be alarmed. These rare high-level beings leave behind contamination when they die. This place was too close to the base. The area had to be fully purified. Still, he stared with narrowed eyes. His heart uneasy. Despite the explanation, what he said was not wrong. But looking at Kim Tiu's overly confident smirk, Lilac could not help but suspect something. For some reason, he felt this jerk was about to erase all traces of the fallen. Suddenly, a group of students approached and patted him on the shoulder. One grinned brightly and asked, Lilac, where were you just now? He was taken aback and simply replied. The guys nearby chimed in, What were you thinking? Everyone's been looking for you. You can run away this time. Huh. Soon after, they all tossed him into the air with joy, everyone celebrating together except Kim Tiu watching from afar. The students kept shouting Lilac's name, and he returned their cheers with a proud look, eyes locking briefly on Kim Tiu, filled with unspoken challenges. Not only did Kim Tiu fail his goal, but it only fueled his ambition even more. What a pain! The dangerous expedition into the valley had ended. As the students faced the Great Spirit Tree again, the sunlight filtering through felt like a barrier between two worlds. Every time a fallen student's name was recited, a leaf bearing that name would drift out, becoming part of the Great Spirit Tree, swaying gently in the breeze. Minds at peace, spirits enduring, the once youthful faces in the chants gradually grew steadier and more mature. Among all the recent battles, our academies were still the best. Perfect reason to celebrate with a drink after the big fight. Lilac stepped inside and whispered, Sorry. Almost late. Lin Kan sitting with Danha. As soon as he arrived, she snapped, Why are you so late? If you wanted to show respect, you should have been here earlier. Just then, Truckluck swaggered over aggressively and said, Lilac, you are already a third-ranked scholar, do not back out now. Let us have a life or death match right now. Flustered, Lilac stammered, It is not that, but the guy's enthusiasm was impossible to refuse. Later, Lilac asked Lin Kan. Lin Kan, who is the top scholar you invited from the academy today? She happily replied. That is Lai Bitch. Then she earnestly introduced Lei Bitch, saying she was one of the 5 fifth-rank instructors currently at the academy. Plus, Lei Bitch had a huge reputation there. If Lilac could get her to join the Kiduong house, many others would definitely follow. Just then, a slender figure entered, saying, I am the girl with short, sea blue hair was Lei Bitch, who greeted warmly with friendly words. I am Ku, my real name is Trandong Bang Tae. Lilac, nice to meet you. Lilac smiled brightly in return. Hello, Lei Bitch Sr. Lin Kan then introduced the special elixir on the table. Lei Bitch Sr. This is the highest grade pure original magic formula of our Kiduong house. She glanced over it and praised, Kiduong house has risen quickly in the past 6 months. This must be the secret weapon, definitely a top-tier original magic formula. Lei Bitch spoke gently. Thanks, Kyung Shu. I know why Lin Kan invited me today, and I am truly sorry. I probably can join Kiduong house, but there are plenty of top 10 spirit elixir houses with original magic formulas like this. She hurriedly explained, Lei Bitch Sr. Actually, Kiduong house still has lots of potential. In the future, it might keep growing. Lei Bitch interrupted with a question. Maybe so, but if that is the case, why do not I go to one of the top 10 spirit elixir houses and cultivate instead? Then her eyes sharpened as she firmly declined. Sorry, I do not have much faith in Kiduong house's future. Lei Bitch then smiled softly and suggested, but as far as I know, in 5 days the academy will host some of the top spirit elixir houses with strong forces. Maybe it is to let them show their skills and attract soon-to-graduate tacticians. If you guys from Kiduong sect want, you can join in a bit. Lilac quickly replied, Thanks, senior sister, but Kiduong sect was not invited. Maybe we just are not strong enough. She bowed slightly and continued. Kiduong sect could get invited, but only if some high-ranking tactician council members decide to. Then Lei Bitch asked Lilac, if I remember right, Haichayan is the second-ranked tactician instructor, right? She answered right away. Exactly. Hearing this, she just said briefly, You get it now. Lin Kan patted Lilac's shoulder and praised, You are the best at pulling strings. Go for it. Lilac forced a smile and replied, Thanks for the compliment, Lin Kan senior sister, even if it is true. Right then, a shadow approached their table and asked, Hey Lin Kan, dragging more guests here for Kiduong sect again. Lin Kan turned with a clear look of annoyance. Mei Hein, if you can mind your own business, just shut up. Nobody asked you. The girl with short hair and a mole on her hand was Ma Hyun Nai. She smirked and sneered. You have been trying to recruit people for Kiduong sect for days now, trying to drag everyone into the fire. Huh. Lilac felt irritated and thought silently. Actually, you are the one starting the fire. Then Ega whispered some info to him about that woman. She's Ma Hyun, and those guys behind her are her boyfriends. This woman, like Lei Bitch, is also a 5th-rank tactician. She once liked a male senior student. That guy then went after Lin Kan, so she has been holding a grudge. Lilac was stunned and asked, What did you promise him? Heine continued with a sarcastic tone. Lei Bitch, do not let Lin Kan fool you. With your conditions, there are plenty of top-tier spirit water tactics to choose from. She interrupted. This has nothing to do with you. Do not waste your breath. Then she turned to Lilac and asked, You must be the young master of Lac Lam Mansion, head of Kiduong sect, right? Lilac Jun. Before he could answer, Hoinai blurted out something that made Lin Kan furious. If you want recruits, you could just come to me. As long as you get rid of Lin Kan, I might just join you. Lilac at it, 5th rank over 4th. Not bad. She laughed proudly. Then it is definitely not a loss. Suddenly, he shot back bluntly. But sorry, Kiduong sect can use you. Hanai froze like stone when he added, Kiduong sect's recruitment has pretty unique conditions. Tactician rank is just a minimum. What we really want are tacticians with high beauty. Lin Kan and Lei Bitch both glanced at her after Lilac's sarcastic remark. For example, senior sisters Lin Kan and Lei Bitch here. Can you see the difference? Not stopping there, he joked a bit more. My senior, you could try some beauty-preserving pills. If they work, recruiting brave ones can wait. Hein Hai turned bright red. Stammering, G-girl, do not say that. Fina, angry. She pointed at Lilac and cursed loudly. You really think this little miss cares about Kiduong sect or you guys? I am just using this to keep Lin Kan pretty. Don't you really think I would join Kiduong sect? You are so bold and shameless. 2 of Hyunai's boyfriends rushed over, asking, Ooh, what is up? Across the table. Danga sat calmly sipping water. Coolly warning, if you dare insult again, do not blame me for not reporting this to the Tactician Council. Hai and Nice boyfriends moved to another table to hide. Brothers, want a drink? Here. Seeing this, Bin Hong asked, Why are you guys sitting backwards? As he looked for the troublemaker. The guy had already bolted. Haina called out awkwardly, Sit. Sit, after her embarrassment. Then Aga grabbed Lin Can's hand, and the two exchanged a look. Silently communicating, the bitch smiled slightly and announced, "If that is the case, I should take my leave." As she turned to leave, Lilac said a few words that made her hesitate. "Senior Libit, take care on your way." For her, Gadong 7 probably did not hold much appeal. But then, he looked seriously at Li Bitch and slowly asked, "If our original secret technique reached the 8th tier, would you change your mind?" She was a bit surprised by his words but quickly warned him, "Lilac, do not joke around. If you try to trick me into Gadong 7 with some sneaky move, you will just end up ruined," he replied confidently. "Don't worry. I am not that stupid. I am just asking if we really had the 8th tier secret technique. Would you be willing to come elsewhere?" Lin Can was wide-eyed, and then Enga poked her cheek and asked, "What is wrong?" At that moment, Libitch's pupils dilated, clearly reflecting Lilac's figure. Then she snorted and curled a corner of her mouth, saying, "Of course." And Nang shone his light into the room, holding up a golden leaf and spreading it out. "Here, an invitation ticket from the guild for me." The tutor, Lilac, was a bit surprised and asked, "Wait, you are just giving me this ticket like that?" Hythian sat cross-legged, holding a cup of tea as he replied, "Although I think joining Gadong 7 won't mean much based on their strength, I trust your smarts won't waste the effort. As a teacher, I should support you a bit. But honestly, I never expected you to be so bold about sneaking in through the back door like that." She raised an eyebrow and brought up something she heard you wanted the academy to reward you with 10,000 merit points. You jumped back, loudly denying it. "No way. Even though I did a great deed this time, it is just my duty. Even if they do not reward me, I won't complain." Deep down, she sighed. That careless kid's quick moves were impressive. Liless recalled their conversation. "Lulus. Endaiha. Do you want me to help you with anything? Start some buzz so the academy rewards me merit points. How about 30,000, 100,000? Isn't that a bit too much?" Endaiha. "The opportunity's here." Hythoen closed his eyes with a calm smile and reassured, "Don't worry. If Deputy Director TM asks for advice, I will back the one who saved 100 lives. That is the kind of person he should support." Lilu asked with a serious expression, guiding him. "Don't you find this situation strange? A major disaster-level anomaly like this, could someone have deliberately unleashed it?" She stayed calm and replied, "You suspect Shen Jingxiu, right? But suspicion won't get us anywhere." "Captain," he spoke firmly, "the Academy can start investigating a guide Kim Hai based on your mere suspicion." Her words echoed in Lilu's mind. "It is best to keep these doubts to yourself. Wait for Yuan Kong to arrive and face Han. Whether we have proof or not won't matter then." After that, you left the elegant house alone. Lalua was deep in thought, recalling when he passed through the harbor at the funeral home. He needed to watch his own behavior for the next 5 days. "Even if I create the original 8th-grade secret technique, it is not enough to make a name for myself. I need to add a little extra flavor." You immediately thought of Mang Mang to find a plan to spice things up. "Of course. That means the essence refining potion. I also have to hurry and study the rejuvenation spirit serum." When I visited Mang Mang earlier, I found out she had already started researching it. If Mang Mang can make the potion and we have not got results yet, that is a problem. Early the next morning at the dorm, a loud knock came. Captain Lalu was still half asleep. He opened the door groggily and asked, "Mang Mang, what is up?" Mang Mang smiled brightly and announced, I succeeded, just like you guessed yesterday." Lalua's face went pale. He was speechless and embarrassed. Moments later, he pulled himself together and asked, "You mean, it is really the essence refining potion?" She nodded eagerly, confirming, "Yes, it is the essence refining potion. I made it." Lalu dashed inside, grabbing Mang Mang's hand, and said loudly, "Wait, let me change clothes first." She followed him, feeling curious, and asked, "Captain, you are taking off your coat and showing off that shredded body looking seriously good." Mang Mang shyly covered her eyes. Secretly impressed, she let out a sharp laugh. Her face flushed red, eyes squeezed shut. She thought, "Captain, seriously, what are you doing changing clothes? But wow, his physique is amazing." Lalu scratched his head, laughing. Sorry, I just got carried away." Mang Mang boldly pushed him against the wall and said, "Captain, even with the potion, my refining skills are not good enough to make it." Lalu clenched his fists, confidence shining. "Don't worry when I am here. Come on, let us go to the refining room. I will show you how it is done." Cut to the alchemy lab. Not long after, Man Man's voice echoed from inside. "Captain, you seem a bit tired." Alex stood before several test tubes. Out of breath, he had failed 15 times straight but stubbornly insisted, "Sorry. This is my first time working with such an advanced method. I need to figure it out." The Lucky muttered to himself, placing the formula sheet on the table. So intricate and precise. This method is way beyond what I can handle right now. No wonder it is a 4-star method worth a fortune. If I do not take a risk today, I never will. An hour later, his face was pale as he stood in front of a row of steaming test tubes. Lalesh carefully scanned the tubes, thinking, these 18 glass tubes are the last ingredients in the lab. If I fail again, there won't be anything left. This is my last shot. A purple gleam flashed in his eyes. Lalesh had encouraged himself. I have to make this work. Without hesitation, he placed both hands over the 18 glass tubes. A bright blue energy engulfed his whole body, with dense golden gas swirling ahead. Man watched in surprise as the two energies started to spiral and merge together. He slowly transferred his spiritual power into the mix. She stood nearby, tension rising alongside his. In the blink of an eye, one of the test tubes glowed a brilliant golden color. Man's eyes widened. It is done. She quickly reminded him, Captain, test it. You have been so fired up. Now take a small tube and draw some of the liquid. Lalesh's eyes widened as he observed it. Seems promising. This is just my first time crafting it, but the power level already matches the peak of the Duong 7 Mongoose Spirit Water. Once I refine it further, the power will only get higher. Afterward, he held the test tube and praised, Man, this method you developed is truly a legit 4-star grade. Man was a bit surprised, not quite believing her own ears. Seeing her stunned, Lalesh dashed over, grabbed her hand, and jumped excitedly. I did. Man smiled happily. That is awesome. He kept showering her with compliments. Man, you are amazing. Suddenly, Man paused and softly called out, Captain. She put a finger to her lips and whispered, Captain, seriously, wipe your mouth. Lalesh froze. Embarrassed, could it be my excitement showed on my face? So embarrassing. Following Man's advice, he covered his mouth but still awkwardly said, There is no spit. She just giggled behind her hand. Lalesh was stunned for a moment, then looked at Man laughing happily, and thought to himself, I have to admit, Man's talent is incredible. She is a rare treasure. I can believe my luck to be teamed up with a genius like her after entering the academy. He immediately thought of Hai Thoin and felt grateful. Thanks to my mentor Hai Thian for taking me in. It seemed like she heard this and was singing happily on the other side. Man hugged the formula sheet tightly, excitedly thinking, I finally made the 4-star potion. This is awesome. Then she handed the paper to Lux, looked up at him, and said, Captain, this 4-star formula will be yours from now on. Lux shyly blamed himself. I am embarrassed. She already made the potion, and I still have not created the spirit water. Man immediately comforted him. It has been years anyway. No rush for just one more hour. Besides, Captain, you still have not named the potion yet. He smirked mischievously and said, I have already thought of a name. Thinking of the little butterflies fluttering in the sky, he named it. Let us call it Manhype Spirit Water. Man laughed. Puzzled, that is combining my name and the Water Veil Hype General's name. That is a bit weird. He firmly said, It is actually your heartfelt collaboration. Don't worry. Man, I won't waste your hard work. I will make sure this spirit water becomes a top-tier product, standing out as the best. Lalesh held the formula sheet in his hand. To put it simply, with all due respect, I have to let everyone in the hall know that the spiritual elixir was developed by a girl named Batch Man. Then I told you to look around carefully while I tidied up a bit. Wait for me. She softly replied. After a moment, Lilac returned with a smile. All set. Man, let us... Suddenly, his pupils dilated fully as he exclaimed. At that moment, Lilac saw Man peacefully sleeping in a small corner. He wondered to himself, she is asleep. Huh. Without hesitation, Lilac lifted her up, silently encouraging Man in his heart. After all the hard work, just rest easy now. At the main gate, as he carried Man down the stairs, he called out loud, Tanfu, open up, my hands are full. Tanfu raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you sure? Lilac, a bit too serious, quickly put on a pale face and whispered, All right then. Tanfu happily ran off, not forgetting to shout, Coming. That is when Lilac sensed something was off and thought, This kid's vibe is not right. He hurriedly called back, Wait, but the door was already wide open, and the silhouettes of two women were bathed in golden sunlight. None other than Thanga and Thanhai, both looking at him with puzzled expressions over the situation. Lilac felt like jumping into the yellow river to clear his name. Sweating profusely, he panicked and asked, Why are you two here? Then Ega stepped forward, glanced at Lilac's back, and said, She is asleep. Huh. Take her to her room first. He quickly scooped her up and rushed off, replying loudly, Right? That is exactly what I was about to do. Just as Lilac passed by, Ega warned, Remember, just to her room, okay? Feeling the sharpness in her tone, he hurried away. Yeah. Got it. Tanfu leaned in and whispered, Captain, your back is soaked. Lilac nervously tried to cover his mouth, then I stood across and asked softly, "Does Lac Lamb's house really have that many rooms?" Captain Haktheniga turned to look at her after that casual comment. Soon after, the two entered a room together. Then Niga sat confidently in a chair and said, "Yeah, one room is a lot, 2 rooms even more. But it does not seem all that different." Then Hai, a bit annoyed, said, "All right. Kyung's sister, you will regret this. I am waiting." Then Niga smiled and replied, "I will be ready." Lilac hurried over to explain, Man stayed up all night researching this elixir formula. She overexerted herself and fell asleep." Danga glanced over and asked, "Did she make any progress?" He held up the paper Man gave him, detailing a mid-grade spiritual elixir formula from the 4 corners. She raised an eyebrow, impressed. "Her research skills are amazing." Then I could not help but admire it too. "Something like this must be worth millions outside." "She just gave it to you like that?" Sitting down, Lilac laid out his plan to sell the spiritual elixir from the Ki Duong house and share profits with Man. But to be honest, he would get the biggest cut. He turned to Captain Haktheniga and asked, "Captain, about the spiritual elixir special light. When I asked Sister TV at the funeral, she quickly replied, that demand of over 1 million gold coins already gave her a massive headache." Daniga chuckled and continued, "If you want it so fast, she would have to swallow her pride and personally go to Long Bao Hang to get it." Lilac blinked and asked, "Can she do that?" "They are very strict about rules." She gave a vague answer. "Basically, it is not allowed." Danga looked at Thane and explained, "Isn't he there, the Kim Long Bao Hang that the young lady promised to help you with? You can resist her persistence." So she bent the rules once. Lilac was deeply grateful. "Thank you." Then Hai placed a box down, smiling brightly. 60 bottles of the spiritual elixir as special light. All in here. Her cheeks flushed slightly from facing him. With Lac Lamb's credit, a few days' debt is not a big deal. Now that he has these, the invitation to the spiritual elixir as special light gathering will definitely go smoothly. Lilac pondered a moment, then said, "It is still not enough." He set a new goal. "Before then, I have to pull off one evolution." Wearing a confident look, he thought to himself, "The comeback of Ki Duong house starts with this gathering." A few days later, at the Temiyo courtyard, everyone buzzed excitedly. "Look, it is Lilac. He is Lilac's classmate. The one who heard his story during the new nap it was required." Too intense? Lilac still is not paying attention to those words and is deeply worried. The spiritual water energy that TVT brought is almost all burned up. "I feel like I have gathered enough power, but the final breakthrough just one T come. The summoning event's about to start. What should I do?" Suddenly, he sees a familiar figure ahead. Lilac calls out to the guide. Hai Thien, sitting on a rock, turns to him and says, "Your first spirit general is about to evolve." Lilac steps forward. Curious, "How do you know?" She replies calmly, "I have been watching you for days." "How did you not notice before?" he asks with a grin. "It is a royal level breakthrough. The guide came specially to instruct me." Hai Thuan lifts her foot from the water and explains, "From 6th to 7th rank generals, it is a quality upgrade. 7th rank is called high grade general, 6th rank is common. But high-grade generals have a unique trait. Their power can spark a flash of spiritual insight." She thinks of the 2 opposing spiritual forces, gold and blue, and adds, "Don't underestimate even a little spiritual insight. This is a battle between 2 forces. One rushes blindly forward. The other uses strategy to break their formation and pick them off." Hythian warns, "When these 2 powers clash, the one who fails will be the one standing in front." Lilac anxiously interrupts, "But guide," his eyes widen, and he mutters, "When I fortified Biakshan, the royal crane fought fiercely. Because my twin general's power was too overwhelming, the little spiritual insight got directly shattered." Hythian hears this and falls silent, speechless. She imagines him fighting a fierce spirit beast. Then he gets slammed down and tossed backward, landing not so gracefully. Just that much, and Hythian is already furiously scolding him. "I am trying to teach you about spiritual insight, and you are bragging about your twin generals to me," she says sternly. "They are not that much stronger than others, so you could not block your own twin general's power. But as your opponents get stronger, they might have tricks to counter twin generals. If you do not listen, you will die." Lilac just smiles but listens. "Right? Fighting at a higher level means using spirit general power and insight to overcome, turning the tide in your favor." Hythian's tone grows heavier. "Your first Earth general has gathered enough power. By logic, it should have evolved already. The difficulty is high maybe because of your twin generals." He freezes, repeating the words. "Twin generals?" Lilac bows his head, thinking, Hythoyan only knows he has twin generals but does not realize his generals have 2 main and secondary attributes. These 2 water-light generals seem compatible, but that was before. When spirit power evolves spiritual insight, these 2 will likely clash. He considers his spiritual sources and guesses. Even a strong water general will suppress the light general somewhat. To break this deadlock, the light general, though weaker, Needs to get stronger and maintain that through the inside evolution. Then it gets easier. But unlucky for Lilac, his confidence swells. Got it, guide? Thanks. Yet when he looks back, she is gone. Lilac, wondering, she left already. He laughs and makes an excuse for her. The guide still cares for me, just really busy. Lilac quickly raises his hand, thinking, right here, I will try tapping into my spiritual power. Sitting cross-legged, he focuses inward, first transforming it into energy, and his power begins to surge. Lilac closes his eyes. Meditating, surrounded by circles emitting power toward him, he tells himself to concentrate his spirit light onto his body. Seconds later, a shimmering blue water form begins to appear. He silently praises. Nice. Channeling light energy into my body will strengthen me and help suppress the water general's intensity. Soon after, a diamond-shaped form takes shape. He confirms it is a perfectly balanced water-light general forming. Lulu seriously controlled the energy inside his body, continuously condensing and absorbing the water-light force, using the water-light general power to channel it into the water-light larva. A flash of light flickered in his pupil among the deep blue, and when he opened his eyes, a purple aura radiated intensely. Lulu raised a finger to summon water-light Jun, and instantly a stream of water shot out, swirling beautifully all the way up to the sky. Everyone watching from the lakeside could not help but exclaim, "Who is that over there? So powerful." Lulu clenched his palm tightly. Lulu smiled confidently. It is done. After half a year of nurturing, spending thousands of heaven-selected crystals, I finally pushed the water-light general path to 7th grade. Honestly, it was tougher than raising a kid. Days later, at the General's Institute headquarters, everyone gathered around this place. Lulu glanced around and softly said, "So many people came. No wonder the Spirit Water Light gathering happens only once a year." Standing beside him, someone handed him a white cloth to wipe his tears, saying, "No wonder this is the General's Institute. This is the holy hall we dreamed of when we were young." He chuckled, struck by a nostalgic feeling from long ago. Taiwei, standing to the side, adjusted his glasses and said, "Young master, someone as deep as you. What level have you actually reached? I have pulled so many hairs out over this. Does this count as overtime?" Lulu shot back sharply. "Taiwei, at today's gathering, our Qiyang 7th will soar to the top in one step." She frowned, brushing the comment aside. "Come on, do you really think I do not know the true power of Qiyang 7th? He was speechless at that. Lulu turned to the person next to him and joked, "Don't all of you wear your worries on your faces like that. Such bad." Someone was startled but pointed out, "Look, Dongxiang has arrived." Lulu turned around and exclaimed. Lulu immediately recognized the group in front of him. It was the Trech 7. It turned out to be Hong Lion and Baek Hien, with someone slowly approaching behind her. Han, looking scholarly, spoke calmly, "At today's gathering, with me here, miss, you can rest assured." Kunya guessed, "So this is..." And Lulu glanced knowingly. No need to say more. Han is that clever scoundrel, right? Can the Qiyang 7th join the General's Institute gathering too? Hong Lion frowned and advised, "Just focus on your own job. Do not bother with others," and jumped and turned, saying, "Sis, you can change your stance over something in the shadows." Her tone grew more serious. "How could that be? Just how much does Lulu admire him? You have tried it yourself before, have not you? The more you praise, the harder things get after." Baek Hien stared wide-eyed. "How can it always be so complicated? And Hong Lion is too straightforward. I told you to keep quiet," Han said, scared stiff by her expression. Muttering, "Sorry." Lulu silently observed the surroundings. After watching Han for a while, he thought to himself, "I heard from King Nai before that this troublemaker would show up. I did not expect it would be this family's firebrand. But it is not bad that no one tore him apart on the spot. I guess I have to step in." Then he forced a smile and waved. Han, head of the guild, long time no see, and smiled back. "Young Master Lu, I am now the Vice Guild Leader of the Great Trech 7th. So can you please call me Vice Guild Leader from now on?" Lulu shot back, making him stumble. "No problem, with your skills. I am sure you will deal with the current guild leader quickly, and take over," and sneered inwardly. "Is young Master Li just wasting my time? Damn it, they are all under the guild leader anyway. What am I supposed to do from now on?" Lulu grinned. "More than that, I am here to show my thanks to you," Han repeated confusedly. "Thanks?" Lulu extended his hand, wearing a bright, grateful smile. "Thanks for running off on your own. Otherwise, how could our Qiyang 7th have made it this far?" Hem was shocked and muttered, "Girl." He looked at the laughing crowd with a sour face and said, "Why would you say that? What is so funny?" Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Lai Lu." Ong Liantin stepped forward. "Unconvinced? Prove your skills with actions. Talking big here is useless. My talented strategist won't get stronger just because of your taunts. Even if you choose Gi Duong that." She walked off, saying, Let us. Hanju swiftly brushed past. Warning quietly. The young master may be smart, but he is still too inexperienced and reckless for gatherings like this. Inviting me. The strategist. Kaduong that is loud boasting only brings them shame. Hanyaxiep said respectfully. Out of gratitude for the two masters' past kindness, I advise you to withdraw. Don't ruin the hard-earned reputation that Kiduong that has built. The central arena of the school gradually filled with voices as Kiduong that found their assigned spot in the square. Morling Shui Kiguang that members arrived one after another, until the last centaur team appeared. Wang that is faction, Chen Gong that, and finally Lone Vu showed up. Trom Unji Mstay T is the strongest princess of the school, and Qin Gong that is top warrior. If the strategist did not limit positions, they probably would be taken up half the graduating students already. Tranline Can called out to senior sister Labitch nearby. Labitch turned and asked quietly, did you guys already claim your spots? Too bad. Who are you planning to send? Lun Can. What about you? Lilac smiled, his tone full of confidence. Don't worry. Senior sister, today, I am going to fight myself. Labitch was shocked, covering her mouth and uttering just one word. You, she asked, half in disbelief, half in exhaustion. Are you out of your mind? Do you want to become everyone's joke? He clenched his teeth and laughed. His tone was packed with confidence. Senior sister Labitch, please trust me. Trust you with my life. Labitch could not reply and just turned away. She sighed in frustration. Honestly, I wish I had not suggested this. It is your call. I will head to the stands first. Labitch felt the situation was off and grew worried. This is bad. Labitch looked really disappointed. Everyone blamed him for insisting on fighting. Hong Van Dung volunteered to go ahead. Young master, if it is just a moment later, then let me go. I am willing to lose face for Kaduong that. Lalu looked at the scene, only able to sigh in disbelief. I am talking to you all. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Lai Lu. It turned out that Ngu Lang and then Nai Ai on the other side were cheering passionately. Captain, we are rooting for you. Seeing that, Lalua's spirits lifted. He glared at the people around him. Cut it out. Ngu Lang, look at yourself. Soon, the crowd fell into complete silence, echoing cheers everywhere. The director entered a woman with blonde hair and a white coat. Then Ega whispered to Li Lu, that is the institute director, Lang Zhouye. She is an 8th grade general instructor, a top-tier 8th grade light general. He frowned, muttering under his breath, 8th grade. She continued, I heard that when she first arrived, she caused the director a lot of headaches. Zhou spoke coldly from the other side. Rules of the guild. I guess everyone already knows them. No need for long talks. Let us get started. Someone began announcing, the first match of the Tier 10 guild is 8th grade, inviting the head of the Great Responsibility sect, Vice Guild Leader Henji, 5th grade General Instructor, and Vice Guild Leader Huang Fuzi from the Blue Light Sect, 5th grade General Instructor, Vice Guild Leader Bang Ling from the North Mountain Snow Sect, 5th grade General Instructor, Vice Guild Leader Mo Tai from the Moshui Sect, 5th grade General Instructor. He squinted as he read on Qiang Sect. Refiner. Someone leaned close to the paper, nervously hiding behind the bamboo screen. Moments after the announcement echoed, the guild leader, Lilac, showcased his 3rd grade Spirit Master skills. The crowd buzzed with chatter. 3rd grade. This is my first time seeing a 3rd grade Spirit Master step into the arena at the top 10 Spirit Masters tournament. The Kiduong 7th rank is not even on the same level as the others. What is the point then? Is he just here to make a joke? Ying Lung gritted his teeth. Warning, this is dangerous. Even though I trust Ka. The crowd's reaction is not good at all. Then he from behind scolded. You were way too loud just now. What if his performance tanks later? You better calm down. Relax. I even brought Lacus banner, he said with a forced smile but a grinding tone. Where do you get your confidence from? Lilac stood center stage, excitedly raising both hands to the cheers of the crowd. Is this Lilac a student from Hythian? Yes. He came running to me through the back door. I let him join in. Chi Yuan sneered. Such a tiny 3rd grade trying to show off. This punk's mocking the Spirit Master Institute. Hythian just sighed helplessly beside her. The institute director smirked disdainfully. Lilac. He probably thinks he is Ying Than Ega. She turned away, muttering with bitterness. Chi Yuan admitted without hesitation. Of course I have always wanted him to enter the Spirit Master Institute, yet he insists on trying for the General Force Institute. The luminous 5th grade rank I have chased that my whole life, and never reached it. Meanwhile, Longvu glanced at Lilac and softly asked, Master Kwaidan, what do you think of this young clan leader? Kwaidan smiled wryly. Analyzing. Kaduong's 7th rank is way too weak, facing a 5th grade. He has no chance, and about his formula, he does not have a refined formula, while the others do. Relying on a single primitive 7th grade secret technique, just can't he make up for the gap? Watching Lilac climb the steps, he predicted, this young guild leader will likely fall hard from that high stage, and Truck was already waiting above. Lilac still wanted to wake up from his stubbornness. Huh, and Truck frowned and called out firmly. Lilac grinned innocently and said, what can I help you with? Lilac's pupils flashed a fierce purple glow, radiating intense energy. He emphasized every word. If I get the chance, I will find someone to kill him, so from now on, Arrange for more bodyguards when I go out. And Truck sighed. Why say that? You are breaking the rules. Lilac turned around. Scolding. You did not explain the rules before. So do not blame me for smashing the Kaduong 7th rank research lab. You never told me the rules. He said, unable to argue back, just holding his anger inside. Damn it, you little punk. Be careful or I will really kill you. Lilac stood right in front of a table full of test tubes. Everyone below kept teasing him. 3rd grade. Seriously. Let us see then. Is he Haha. Geez, he furrowed his brows. Looking around. Thinking. The more you doubt me, the more you will remember Kaduong 7th rank after this tournament. The rise of Kaduong 7th rank 1 TB stopped. The guide carefully announced. The 3rd grade tournament officially begins. Someone quickly crafted a lotus flower, and the crowd murmured. Whoa, check out that advanced technique combining forces. Such a refined mix. Then the lotus released freezing air. Impressing everyone, the deputy leader of the Snow Ice 7th rank used their family as skills, stabilizing ingredients with icy cold energy. Soon, tiny streams gathered. Glowing brilliantly, everyone's eyes lit up. Whoa, that is amazing. The crowd on the stands cheered 5th grade spirit masters. Refining 3rd grade spirit water is truly a rare talent. They even use such precise guiding methods, clearly showing off their secret skills. Seeing this eased some of the pressure. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the thick black smoke. Lilac stood startled before the black smoke billowing from his test tube. Uh-oh. He made the crowd laugh at him. Lilac's test tube exploded. Compared to the other skills, this was just pathetic. From the stands, Davy smirked mockingly. La bitch, like I said, this Kaduong 7 is a total disaster. La bitch responded calmly. I never said I had to beat him. And Galang freaked out. Playing chess. The opening move was perfect. Then high behind you, closing her eyes like that was way too reckless. Hey, tone it down a bit. As the match progressed, the other master tacticians started making small mistakes. Except for one, Henchung from Great Responsibility 7 was seriously impressive. Even now, he had not made a single error. He held up his flask, proud of his pure blue spiritual energy. Lilac still refused to give up, fully focused on generating his unique blue energy. Chaoen's eyes widened in disbelief. Lilac's plan is getting more annoying by the minute. So many mistakes. Why? The director's pupils sparkled like stars as she explained. It is a perfect fusion. Something even the 3-star method can't achieve. This kid's got the 4-star method. She frowned suspiciously. No way. Could it be? This little guy's way too good at charming the girls. Baekhyun stood aside. Impressed. He is ruthless. I thought he would show some loyalty to his old master. Ong Lingao raised his eyebrows. Judging, the more someone betrays, the more they hate their former master. His desire to take down Kaduong 7 might even be stronger than ours. He exclaimed excitedly. Well then, this duel's definitely going to be epic. She wiped a bead of sweat and cautiously replied. Maybe? Yeah? Probably. Commentary started buzzing. The duel's moving into the naturalization phase. Who'll finish first? The announcer declared. Great Responsibility 7. Henchung. Done. At the same time, Henchung raised his small flask. The crowd went wild. No mistakes. Finished first. Incredible. Don't underestimate him. That bastard. Baekhyun chuckled quietly. The next results came in one by one. Lamkwang 7 done. Macthoy 7 done. Henchung muttered. Only that kid Lilac left? Lilac was still deep in thought. Henchung grumbled. Like a snail. What a shame. The path was clear and bright. Only the final master remained. Could he finish in time? Lin Kan cheered loudly. Come on. Then Iga stayed calm, silently rooting for him on the other side. Then I shouted. Lilac, you can do it. Gu Langik. Come on. Q and D. But Lilac stayed lost in thought. Everyone whispered among themselves. I think Lilac's stubbornness is impressive already. Yeah, all these masters are our classmates. Without Lilac, none of us would have made it back. They all shouted together. Go Lilac. Q and D. Keep it up. Brother, you got this. Push through. His pupils suddenly lit up. Lilac pushed spiritual energy into a small flask. Man covered her mouth. Softly calling. Captain, the crowd erupted in cheers. Lilac's done. He jumped up grinning. Exhaled deeply. Thinking, it is just crafting a 3rd grade spiritual water. My classmates are way too supportive. Hanna scoffed. What is there to cheer about? It is not like he is some master craftsman. Labitch turned around sharply. Tone it down a bit. Making her jump back in surprise and panic, the guide loudly announced. Everyone is finished refining. Now we start the inspection. Each experiment was carefully checked. Lamkwang 7. Home, 60% to 40%. Macthay 7. Macthay, 60% to 40%. Baksun Bang Tai at 7. Bang Lin, 60% to 50%. The results echoed through the air. Great responsibility 7. Han Chung. Refined energy, 60% to 60%. The crowd cheered loudly at those results, no mistakes at all. And the refined power was so high, so cool. Great responsibility 7 nailed it. Han Chung snorted, his face full of confidence, and looked at Lilac. Smug inside. Worthless brat. See that? That is real skill. Han Chung recalled the 3 words Lilac once threatened him with. Cut. You. Han Chung quickly thought, huh. All talk 1T change today's outcome. Now Kwai Dan smiled softly. If nothing unexpected happens, I think Han Chung will have the highest refined energy. As for Lilac, Chairman, probably. Everyone turned to look at Lone Vu's expression and started whispering. Crowded and curious, why does the chief princess look like that? Seems like she cares about Lilac even more now. Lilac casually rubbed the back of his head, complaining that all the moves had really worn him out. Up there in the stands, all eyes turned to him, only Lilac was left. What now? I think Lilac's in trouble, even though he is just a 3rd rank. And Truck sneered mockingly, while the young master tried to act calm. Getting ready to head back to the Lai residence, the guide called out the last contestant, Kadong's Lilac. Suddenly, he paused and uttered a single word. The guide's strange attitude made everyone anxious, whispering to each other, what is going on? Why is not he announcing the result? Van Nai's heart was burning. She clasped her hands tightly, silently praying as she softly called, Lilac, Devi. Standing beside Than Enga, nervously spoke up. Could it be that my training level is too low to be announced? No way I'm that bad. What is the guide playing at, trying to make us curious? Backhand laughed dryly and shouted. Surely the score's so bad he is too embarrassed to show it. Haha! The expert next to him quickly jumped in to defend Lilac. Look, from what I see, if Masterly can hit 6.23, that is already a huge win. Definitely a young prodigy. Everyone kept urging. Come on, we are dying to know. But the guide just frowned. Silent, Lilac was buzzing with confidence. Guide, everyone's waiting for you to announce. He glanced at Lilac, a bead of sweat dripping down his cheek. Thinking, huh, I see it now, the kid's messing with us on purpose. Then the guide raised a small tube and shouted clearly, Kadong's Lilac, my strength measurement, 6 point, and Truck's face flushed red. Stunned. Shouting, what? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly comparing, Woo, Lilac got 6.62. Isn't he that tied with Han Truck? Backhand did not believe it and immediately pointed at the prince, accusing Lilac's cheating. That guide must be bribed. Only nearby gasped at this. She punched Han fiercely and snapped, are you stupid? Offending the master guide. From now on, no one will want to recruit you as a master guide. Kwai Dan on the other side was surprised, a question mark over her head, asking, wait, what? Lone Vu was not shocked. She covered her mouth, chuckling. Lilac, you definitely prepared in advance. Thunderous applause echoed through the stands. Chiuan inside nodded. This is interesting. Hythian nearby joked. So the door was not opened by mistake. Huh. The crowd quickly accepted Lilac's skill. A 3rd rank with that strength reaching 5th rank. Clearly, Lilac's the top student. So all those fancy achievements were just to mess around. And Truck stood frozen, refusing to believe it. How is this even possible? The guide raised his hand to announce the match result. After careful comparison, Kadong's Lilac edged out a win by a bit. The champion of the 3rd rank, Lilac. Everyone was left in awe at what they just heard. Lilac stood proudly alone in the arena, his whole being glowing with radiant energy. Gulang could not hide his excitement, shouting, come on, everyone, don't try to hold back your feelings. Hoi Nai's face turned pale, wondering, why is this happening? And Truck was furious. Kang Kang insisted, no way, a 3rd rank master guide can possibly create a 3rd rank spirit water at 6.6 strength. Gaduan only had methods to craft 3rd star grade elixirs. So how could they reach this level? And pointed accusingly at the guide. He must be cheating, or he messed up the test. The guide gritted his teeth, annoyed. Nonsense. How could a master guide's test of a 3rd rank spirit water be wrong? Lilac spoke up to defend the guide. The former guild leader betrayed Kaduang. Before you left, you burned down our research lab, stopping us from reaching our full potential. And Truck froze, only able to say one word. Damn. He raised a flask filled with golden liquid and proudly declared, finally, we developed a method to craft 4th star grade elixirs. This is the flask containing the man diet spirit water I just made. Everyone started buzzing. Borrowing it. So that is how it is. Changing jobs is one thing, but burning down the research lab, that is just crossing the line. What kind of troublemaker is that? Ing Lung flipped off the crowd wildly from the stands. How can there be people so heartless? So cruel. Biting the hand that feeds them and betraying loyalty like that, that person really embarrassed me as a strategist. If I were a strategist, I would let them go earlier and never shared a room with such a shameless scoundrel. And Fendi, everyone eagerly agreed, saying, exactly. So true. Disgusting. Even Uncle Heen-soo was feverish from the harsh words. It is crazy how Lung could shake our strategist like this. Hunter C quickly defended himself. Lelouch definitely did some trickery. Everyone has their own methods of confidence. What did he base his talent on to surpass me? You looked thrilled seeing his fierce reaction. I have found your little weak spot. The guy next to you backed you up, right? Instructor, we are suspicious too. The instructor frowned and asked Level Luff, do you have anything to say? Classmate, you smiled slyly to yourself. Hunter sees. Such a perfect stepping stone. Where on earth did you come from? Standing confidently in the arena. You recounted everything. No lies? I was not done yet. After half a year of hard work, our Kaida team finally produced a new item. It is nothing spectacular, just a primitive secret technique. Lelouch held up a test tube, emphasizing each word slowly. But this primitive secret technique's purity is top-notch. Everyone stared at the dazzling light shining from the test tube, and fell silent for a few seconds. They whispered in shock. Woo! Top grade. Hudden team can have that. How is that possible? Hurry and bite me. I must be dreaming. Shivan frowned, then smirked. Good little trick. I like. Kwai-Zane shook his head to oppose. No way. The top-grade spiritual water glow used to be exclusive to our Thin Kung team. Princess. Do we need to pressure Kizhizeng team a bit? Lone Via looked displeased and said calmly. I have my own plan. Don't he make decisions on your own? He could only whisper a yes after hearing that, thinking to himself, why do I keep messing up my words today? She just smiled softly. Then Hai cheered loudly from the stands. Lualus, you are awesome. Ingelung excitedly joined in. Bro. You rock. Comparing himself to you. He admitted. Lelouch really has some serious skill. Senza learned a lot from me, but this man-dyed spiritual water sounds a bit familiar. Man. Standing proudly, smiled brightly and said, I developed this. The captain named it after me to thank me. Inlung screamed in disbelief. Lelouch cursed softly, and then Hai, not hearing clearly, asked, what did you say? Man warned. Don't talk nonsense, or I will tell Big Sis. Huntress stomped his foot and said one word. Person. Hun did not understand and looked puzzled. Were these left secretly by the two clan leaders? Why? If I would had this earlier, how could I have chosen to betray? Lo Alessis had spun from Huntress' sudden change of heart, ignoring Hun who was kneeling and stunned. You turned and shouted, isn't this the honor of my strategist Academia Senior? Lelouch brightly invited, I hereby issue an invitation from the Kaisdang team to all of you. Although our Kashi team is still small and not as strong as other top spiritual water teams, small teams have their perks. At least you winked mysteriously and added, we have tons of primitive secret techniques. Hunahai could only gape in amazement, nearly fainting at your brilliance. Whoa, classmate Lelouch, you are amazing. The Ivy popped out from behind, eyes wide. Hunahai laughed softly, teasing, what, did you just slap your own face? Suddenly, Bang Zulo came running over, hugging the beach his neck, exclaiming, Love a bitch, I really adore you. She jumped back in surprise, whispering, Bing V Lo. The girls nearby kept trying to get close. Earlier, she sought out Alvaluk and even noticed the potential of the Kai Diding team. Is she really that close with Aleph? We want to join Ki Degging too. Now that the primitive secret techniques are not exclusive to Thayan Kwang team, we do not need to brown nose anymore. Lubitch felt shy about the situation but quickly replied. Alright, I will ask for you guys. She turned away, crying and complaining. Who cares? But I already said no before. No way. You guys did not care about him back then, so why should I suffer alone now? He turned around to cheers from the crowd. Lai Lu, young master, you really are a genius. Lai Lu, you are amazing. So why were you hiding this from us? Lelou's face lights up as he whispers. Tai Vai, how's this bottomless pit of mine? Are you pleased? Ivy gently agrees but adds. Young master, you are amazing, but you have to keep pushing forward. Take good care of yourself, okay? Tai Vai reminds him again. Make sure to protect the supply of the primitive secret method's energy. Lelu just sighs deeply. Lelu turns to Kingya, points at himself proudly, and asks, how did I do this time? She smiles softly and praises. Perfect. If it were me, I could not have done better than you. Kingya gushes, I told you before, you are no worse than anyone else. Even me. Over the past 6 months, the situation at the Lu Mansion has gradually stabilized. Actually, you have done even more than me. Lelu feels energized and says, well, you are really laying it on thick with the compliments. She folds her arms and sets a goal. That is nothing. If in 6 months you can help us get through this crisis, then we can just hold the wedding right away. Lelou's roommate quickly objects. No way, he paces nervously. Wait, Did not we say before that we have to break off this engagement? Then Taivai rewrote part of it by hand for me, so that is the real engagement. Kunya dismisses it. What are you doing? Do you really have to? Lalu grumbles. Yes, she is serious. Isn't he that awesome? I am like a kid stubbornly saying, I do not care. I want this. Kunya reaches out and pinches his cheek, flattering him. Lailu, to me, you are definitely the most important person. I would even give my life to protect you. Lalu blushes and replies softly. I know. Taivai, I feel the same. Others overhear and can't help but shout. Lalu the guard is acting lovey-dovey. If I would known, I would not have supported him. Men smiles and sighs. Love is in the air. The captain and Kiang's sister. Huh. Then Hai replies with a smirk. Yeah, just like siblings. During the next competition, Kadong that watches as a spectator, observing carefully, after the 6th rank, my invitation to the General Institute smoothly concludes. Soon after, Longvu shyly steps forward and says, Congratulations, Lalu Jun. Your performance lately has been truly one of a kind. I heard your scholarship points reward is almost approved by the academy. He smiles brightly but modestly replies, Who would not want to be the top young master? This is like getting a heavenly general's honor. She quickly approaches Lulua's fiancé and says, Then Hai wants to borrow Lulu tomorrow. Just a bit up. This time it is to go straight to the royal palace. Kunya immediately agrees. It is about the treatment of Prince Shangxia. No problem at all. Lulu feels like a toy being passed around. Lulu's roommate complains, Why are you planning everything for me? I am the golden key to this whole thing. Yet I do not dare to voice my opinion. Suddenly someone approaches the king to introduce. Young master, madam and the others have returned. Lulu looks at the crowd in front of him, startled. So many people. Ling Cam blinks and says, Lai Lu, these are all people wanting to join us. And many classmates have not even graduated yet. They want to intern during the festival. The bitch puts a hand on her hip and continues. I was really short-sighted before. Please teach me more. President, he leans close to Ling Can, grinning slyly and whispers. Just like the president said, Mei Hai Nai has already finished dragging her along. She grins mischievously. Professional. Then they all leave together, not forgetting to shout, Let us go celebrate. No ride home today. President's orders and takes a big breath from behind and admits, Miss, this time the great house really won. It is all my fault. I am willing to resign. Before he finishes, Ong Lion cuts him off. Vice President Han. Resignation is not the only option after failure. If I were you, I would keep waiting for the next chance. And breaks down crying, pledging to follow her. Sob. I swear to risk my life for the miss and the great house. Hong Lion furrowed her brow and thought, Huh, promises from a traitor are not worth trusting. Just spending a day on this fire in Day Trech house will forever be a black mark on the Kulung family. Huh, if it were not for the bigger plan, I would speak up myself. She quickly turned and left, cursing silently. What a loser. Losing like this? Then she ordered, Let us, and Truck hurriedly obeyed. Whining softly, after the celebration, Lilac looked down at the strange clothes she was wearing and scratched her head in confusion, asking, Sinfu, who changed my clothes last night? Sinfu, busy drawing a crooked bird, looked back and explained. At first, Lu then helped you take off your coat. Then Kong's senior sister kicked him out. The senior sister helped you clean up and change your clothes. Hearing this, you spat out your saliva and muttered in shock. Changed everything, just like that, he gently warned. Captain, do not get too cocky, or you might get beaten to death, Lilac shouted, covering his mouth, who is cocked. Sinfu nervously reported, Instructor Haiyan is here. Can't say no? You started struggling and loudly complained. Why did not you say so earlier? Soon after, Haithoyan entered, placed a black card on the table, and said, Here, your 100,000 points. She glanced at Lilac quietly, although them Kim Tiu strongly objected. It has already been approved. Thanks to him, I wasted a lot of words. You frowned. Voice sharp. As expected, it is another peace deal. Lilac was drooling but still raised a finger and confidently said, This old guy, if he loves late I will beat him to death. She sighed behind him and gently reminded, Talk all you want, but do not drool. Later, he thanked the instructor. Hythian urged, Let us, no need for gifts. Soon after, then Ega stood by the window, smiling slyly. With these 100,000 points, maybe you can finally get enough Imperial storage items. Lilac nodded. That is right, he turned and added. Plus, I earned these myself. Did not want to use the points from my sister, so it won to effect her shot on the ultimate love quest. She just smiled and stared at him. Lilac held up the card, voice low. But why did sister change my clothes herself last night? Sister did that to protect my privacy. The one with 100,000 points also showed outstanding skills at the invitation event. Vaniga stretched and warned, You have not moved your joints since leaving the dark quarters. Lilac, do you want to give it a try? He gasped, sweating nervously as she continued. Your immortal energy mixed with my sword energy, who is stronger. Then Nega raised a finger teasingly and added, that tiny body of yours. I have seen it before as a kid. Nothing to hide. Lilac quickly covered his lower half, panicked and speechless. Because of me. Then his scream pierced the air. Kong Denga. You really are a troublemaker. Soon after, they arrived elsewhere. The instructor asked, Lilac, what are you exchanging today? Lilac quickly placed the black card on the table. He smiled shyly and said, 200,000 points. All for Imperial storage items. In a blink, they walked out proudly carrying a box of goods. The whole place erupted again. Hey, I heard Lilac just exchanged 100,000 points for Imperial storage items. No way. Plus, he is showing off at the Spirit Invitation event, flaunting in front of everyone. Lilac was momentarily stunned by the threats in his ear. Stop supporting him. Let us beat him up. Vanga stood beside him and said, before worrying about your popularity, you should focus on your training. According to my standards, by graduation, you should at least reach the Heva Dverdrig stage to hit second transformation. He blankly thought, among 10 freshman classes, few can reach a tween by graduation. To meet or even beat the EGAS standard, I will have to take some risks. Cut to the big gate of the academy. Someone urged the carriage ahead. Look, the important event is here. You go on ahead. I will bring back the Imperial storage items for you. Lone Vu gestured toward the gate respectfully. Lilac, please get in the carriage. The crowd went wild. The first princess actually invited Lilac into her carriage. It is the first time in years. Kill him. Damn, Lilac cried out in despair. First princess, you really just crushed my heart. But still, I have to say thanks. Thank you so much. First princess. Then the carriage rolled forward and soon stopped at Hongdan Tam Palace. You just walked into the room and immediately sat down to channel your spirit energy to His Majesty. Longvu sat quietly in the distance, watching the situation unfold. She furrowed her brow, placing her hopes on Lilac. Lilac, you need to settle this quickly. Someone suddenly approached to report. His Highness Longvu turned and asked what was going on. The person continued, saying a royal official came to visit His Majesty. She felt something was off, wondering why now of all times. Could it be? Then Longvu glanced sharply and warned the guards by His Majesty. Soon after, Kung Yen entered. Bowing respectfully as she greeted Prince Vong, he quickly inquired, Longvu, did the secret refinement session just finish at the academy? Did it go smoothly? Longvu smiled brightly to reassure him. Nothing to worry about. After all, the headmaster's plaque is a solid guarantee. Kung Yen nodded. Impressed. The headmaster's plaque really is the rock-solid backbone of our Great Ha. Only with that in place can our Great Ha be so peaceful. Then he brought up something important. How's His Majesty's health? That Lilac guy might actually be helping a bit. Huh. Hearing this, she thought to herself, so they know already. Walls have ears everywhere. Huh. Nothing stays secret. Longvu turned and answered. Well, His Majesty was sick and had no choice but to let Lilac give it a try. Seems like it helped a bit. So I am planning to have him try traveling through time to test it more. Kung Hoyen interrupted. His Majesty's body is precious like gold and jade. You must take great care. She nodded in agreement, saying thanks. Before Longvu could leave, he suggested, speaking of Longvu, it is about time you got married. Great has many noble families. Have you decided where your heart lies? She turned away, skillfully dodging. I have not really thought about that. I have not met anyone special yet. My concerns are not that important. What matters is the Vong family. If I can see His Majesty succeed smoothly, then I can finally rest easy. Kung Hoyen stiffened hearing Longvu's explanation. The past few years have really been tough on Prince Vong. Thankfully, Prince Vong and the late king's initial plans have been perfectly fulfilled. The coronation is 6 months away. I hope Prince Vong is ready and gives it his all. Standing before her, she replied, that is right. Before we knew it, little His Majesty is already at that age. The corner of Kung Yen's mouth curled up, voice full of meaning. Don't worry. Longvu, the coronation is 6 months away. Prince Vong will definitely shine brilliantly and make you proud. Longvu smiled softly. Thank you, Prince Vong. After that, he turned and left, leaving her alone with her thoughts. He wants me to decide on the marriage quickly. Huh, clenching her fists. She guessed, once I leave, the Central Great Ha will be completely under Prince Vong's control. By then, even if he has no ambition, people below will push him forward. Longvu's face showed firm determination. With me here, that will never happen. Cut to outside the royal court. Inside the carriage a loud familiar voice echoed. Little Lady Longvu is already pushing His Majesty to hand over the reins. To now, the Holy Mystic Academy is strong, but His Majesty is too young and lacks influence. Kung Yen, inside the carriage, raised her brow and added, if we hand over power now, the Vong family's foundation built over years might be shaken. I am just doing this for their own good. A mysterious figure in black sitting behind sneered mockingly. So kind-hearted, if you did not know their true nature. You might actually be moved. Just imagine the 5-star national flag and the Royal Guard flag in your hands. The control will likely be given to the young His Majesty. The mysterious man said thoughtfully, with your strength, I doubt you can resist. Maybe you should consider my suggestion carefully. Cut back to the royal court. Lonvu stood outside the courtyard and greeted. His Majesty is clearly healthier today. I am really grateful to know Lilac. The scholar, Lilac, stood humbly beside her. Your Highness, you are too polite. Lacklam Mansion needs to cooperate with your Highness as well. She bowed her head in agreement. To be honest, our troubles are quite similar to Lacklam Mansion's. He laughed and teased. Your Highness is too modest. Lacklam Mansion is exposed on all sides, constantly watched like hungry tigers. Lonvu turned her face with a big question mark. Are we really watched less than hungry tigers? Hearing that, Lilac, eyes wide, secretly thinking, the chief princess actually brought up the royal family's secret to me herself. She did not hesitate to say it outright. Lacklam Mansion holds immense power, and the wolves watching closely. If they can hold out after half a year, it will lead to destruction and death. The grand coronation in half a year might be downright dangerous for the king too. Lonvu's eyes darkened, her voice low and steady. The duke has already tasted power. Can he really just let it go so easily? She looked at Lilac and firmly said, I am telling you this not to make Lacklam Mansion pick sides. Because honestly, they do not even have the luxury to choose right now. He nodded in understanding. Got it. In this power struggle, without the strength of a marquis, you are just cannon fodder. Lonvu analyzed the situation, and you have to know, the dean's trapped in the shadows, so the academy's protection over you and Thanga will probably weaken a lot. Lilac was not discouraged. With a confident tone, he said, this is my parents' legacy. No matter how tough it gets, I won't let anyone destroy it easily. Seeing that, she smiled and replied, yeah, me too. A few days later, Lilac focused on the Academy/Yang Mansion, securing essential supplies and instantly resolving conflicts between old and new members. The whole Lakyang Mansion buzzed with energy, everyone busy all day, cheering. The president is amazing. Let us keep it up. Everyone. But Lilac's monthly demand for a bottle of 7th grade spirit water was exhausting. She rubbed her hand, sighed. No way. This is too much work. I am quitting. The next day at Kim Long sect, Lilac frowned at the scene ahead, muttering, the Kim Long Dao Hall is about to open. I have to meet with Hongki today. Suddenly, she noticed a dark figure and squinted. Hey, that is Tan Trucklock. Lilac stepped forward, staring at Trucklock frozen in place, and asked, why are you just standing there? You are here but one T go in to find Than Nahai. Then a blonde woman spoke up. Lilac, the mansion leader. The letter's been waiting here. Lilac politely replied, thanks, when suddenly a voice echoed back. But since this guest clearly arrived first and ignored me, Lilac turned to Trucklock and said sharply, I am telling you, let him through. You go ahead. Suddenly, both froze as a familiar figure appeared. It was Truck Huan, loudly starting a conversation. Isn't he that Lilac? She has been pretty famous in the academy lately. He ruffled the girl's hair mockingly. Truck Huan's in school too. That is a compliment. I only managed to get 100,000 points. I have been grinding at the academy for almost 2 years. You would think I would have racked up that many points by now. Truck Huan was silently furious, thinking, damn it, I have been at it for nearly 2 years and still do not have that many points. Quickly changing the subject, they talked about Dipthu Din getting seriously injured in the shadows, rumored to be mostly caused by Lilac. Lilac blinked and raised a finger to object. Senior, do not spread nonsense. I was fighting monsters back then, not people. Someone else looked at Than Nai standing nearby, puzzled. Right? This is Lamphun. Since Dipthu Din can make it, he will go instead. Trucklock looked uneasy and quickly excused himself. I am leaving first. Lilac turned and left, guessing that Lamchun, with his intense aura, was probably a tough opponent who caught her off guard and left her unsettled. From afar, a few people slowly entered. Anki's serious face broke the silence. The Dao Hall opens in a few days. Today, we need to sort things out. Following him was Ning Q. Then Hai listened quietly. According to Kim Long Dao Hall rules, the 4 of you will follow Than Nai, and Ning Zhao will split into a squad of 3. Lilac, since you are basically the main contenders for this trial, Ning Zhao is happy to cooperate with you, of course. Except for the Kim Long Bai Sun Scroll. You can also compete for other opportunities in the Kim Long Dao Hall by using your own troops. Hearing this, Lilac raised an eyebrow. Curious, Kim Long Bai Sun Scroll. What is that? Anki imagined a golden mountain path and explained. The core of the Kim Long sect headquarters is called Kim Long Mountain. It is a cultivation base under the Kim Long sect's internal staff, and your task is to help Than Nai secure the Kim Long Bai Sun Scrolls, which are distributed to various branches from Kim Long Mountain. Not long after, a shiny golden invitation card appeared. Hearing that, Truck Huan stepped forward and confidently announced, specializing in the high stage of Than Dia cultivation, heading straight to the protection zone. The internal benefits of Kim Long Baohan are seriously amazing. Lilac's eyes widened as she listened closely beside him. Right after, he hurriedly grabbed a blank sheet of paper, raised his hand toward Head Counselor Nai. Chief Yu, am I still in time to join Kim Longbao Han? I really want to give my all for this guild and contribute something. Then Nai could only cover her mouth to stifle a laugh at that adorable move, while Hongki just shook her head in refusal. No way, you rotten brat. Normal members of Kim Longbao Han do not even have this privilege. So far, only I and the children of Vice Chief Ning Quiet have the right to compete for the sacred invitation. She waved for someone to bring the items up. At the entrance stood 4 people. Kim Longbao Han had prepared some silver gifts. Immediately, 4 volunteers carried up 4 boxes and respectfully said, "Please accept these." As the lids were opened, everyone gasped in surprise. It was a space orb. Holding the space orb in his hand, he was skeptical. Lilac's pupils dilated as he examined the item carefully. A space orb is a rare spatial artifact. Even within Kim Longbao Han, they are extremely rare. This silver gift alone is worth hundreds of thousands of heavenly silver coins. He imagined the mysterious spiritual energy contained inside the orb and thought deeply. When activated, the inner space is roughly the size of 2 tables. Though it is a common space orb, it really felt like Kim Longbao Han was stepping up in the world. Chief Yu Honka truly knows how to gift. The others loudly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Chief Yu." Then Honka turned and called out, "Then Hai, Ning Chi Yu. Come here, kids." Then I froze at her mother's words. Then said, "Come pick your teammates." She reminded her children, "Your team's organization directly affects your chance of getting the Kim Longbao Sun invitation. So how you choose is probably clear in your heart already." Someone in the crowd spoke up, "Let Than choose first." Anki repeated her point one more time. "Your teammates' strength directly influences your chances of winning the Bai Sun invitation. You should know how to choose wisely." Then I closed her eyes thoughtfully and said, "I understand. If it is a combat team, then the most important thing is obviously." Truck Hyun's face lit up with confidence, silently volunteering himself. "Then Hai, I will use my strength to protect you. Pick me, pick me, pick me." But she turned her palm toward Lilac and Truck Lock, making her decision. "Of course, teamwork is the most important. I choose Lilac and Tan Truck Lock." Anka saw this and scolded inwardly. "I knew it. No way. Even knowing this, you still want to crush Lilac?" She could not help but ask again. "Teamwork is important, but you can ignore the gap in strength. Aren't you gonna think it through more carefully?" Then Hai mischievously winked and firmly said, "No need." Ning Quiet burst out laughing playfully. "If that is the case, Ning Chiyu is in luck." As soon as he said that, he felt the intense aura radiating from Than Nai's mother. Ning Quiet twitched nervously, thinking to himself, "Not good. Can T stay here too long?" The others quickly urged each other, "Let us hurry up," leaving Chuck Hyun crying in frustration. "Chief, let us discuss this somewhere else. Why is not Than Ni Hai choosing? The Hadrin second stage is me. They are only at Sin Vin stage." Chuluk suddenly spoke up. "Chief Chuck, actually, I can go too, if you will have me." Then I signaled from behind, and the Guardian Lilac also joined in the teasing. "Calm down. Then Hai." He was so flustered, he dumbly wondered why he even came here. Ongi approached her daughter with a gentle warning. "Other teams at least have 1 member at Atatang second stage, but your 3 children are all Sin Venin stage. We are going to Kim Long Dao school to check things out." Then Hai looked up to argue. "Mother, Lilac even handled the great heavenly disaster in the Dark Burial. Could Chuck Hyun have done that?" Her mother repeated happily. "What? Lilac already dealt with the great heavenly disaster." Lilac humbly explained, "Chief, do not listen to that nice nonsense. It is because of the various factors involved. But on my own, if I faced the great heavenly disaster, I would be doomed." Hongki was helpless and had no choice but to entrust his daughter to you. "Now that it has come to this, I won't say much more. Lilac, if you can guarantee helping Than Nai grab the Golden Dragon Mountain token. Also, if you run into trouble in the future, you might get my help too." Then Hai whispered shyly in his ear, "Mom, please do not give him a hard time." After that, Anka smiled knowingly. You gained even more confidence and said, "Leader, you do not need me to promise anything, right? If I am with Than Hai, as long as I still have any fighting energy left, I will do everything I can to help her succeed. As for the help you mentioned, although I am moved, it is not necessary, because if I ask for anything in return, it will make my help seem like I am expecting something." Then Ai's face flushed red when she heard this. She covered her mouth and whispered softly, "Lai is Truck Luck." Standing nearby, looked like a grumpy, useless lamp. "Why am I even here? Why can't the 2 of you team up? What am I supposed to do here?" Ongi gave a mocking laugh. "That arrogance really runs in the family." She got straight to the point. "Fine, then, let me explain the rules. The Golden Dragon Arena is huge, and the area you will be in, it is just the outer ring and is divided into many zones. Each zone has nearly 100 military branches, but for the Golden Dragon Mountain token, there are only 5 or 6 routes. Once you enter, You will receive a stick of incense to offer as tribute for your battle spoils, treasured artifacts, precious spiritual herbs, rare beasts, even the defeated opponents you have beaten. After the offering, the Golden Dragon Arena will automatically collect these tributes and keep them until the Golden Route. Anka warned seriously. You get one chance to enter the treasure-grabbing zone, which has tons of treasure tools. You can trade the Golden Route for weapons and gear to power yourself up. When you hit the Golden Route, you can also make an offering and then absorb it directly into your body as strength. You might even break through right then and there. That is why the Golden Route is also called the talent level. After explaining, she smirked and asked, "Well, got it, nothing else to say. Right?" Lilac's mouth dropped open in amazement. What is there to say? This is awesome. Using treasure tools to upgrade equipment directly. And there are so many. I only have 2 treasure tools total. And one was a gift. Truckluck put on a serious face and chimed in, "Everywhere you go, you can feel the breath of wealth and power. I really want to join this big Golden Dragon family." Days later, the day of the Golden Dragon Arena opening finally arrived. 2 towering pillars appeared right in front of them. Everyone glanced around and saw not just 2, but thousands upon thousands of these pillars everywhere. Lilac, and then he quietly observed the scene. Anga spoke up. "Next, we will open the teleportation and send you into the arena. Remember to hold tight to your Golden Dragon tokens. They will help you convert your survival energy into Thanfeng Can's power. If the Thanfeng Can core is still active, the inner team will chase you down and fight back. If you can defend yourselves, the Golden Dragon token will shatter, and the final burst of power will send you back, causing you to lose your standing." She looked directly at him, her voice full of meaning. "Lilac, I guess you are ready now, right?" Lilac said nothing, only replying with a confident look. Then I stood beside them, sensing something was off and had a thought. Maybe Mom has a secret with Lilac. Anki turned around and shouted, "No more talking. Let us." Soon, the pillars lit up brightly, radiating a powerful energy that gathered into a glowing golden sphere in the air. At her shout of go, everyone flew forward, bringing their spiritual energy. Lilac led the group, furrowing his brows, flying straight ahead. Before long, Lilac stood before a strange new sky. He thought to himself, "This continent is huge. Is this really the Golden Dragon Arena?" Looking down at the glowing object in his hand, he confirmed it was the Golden Dragon token. His whole body surged with a mysterious energy. Soon after, they saw spiritual energy shooting down from above. Then I flew up beside Lilac and called out, "Lilac, look!" He turned his eyes toward the scene. Lilac's eyes widened in amazement. He gasped. That is the team entering the Golden Dragon treasure branch from all over. It really is spectacular. Lilac and his fellow disciples quickly pushed deeper into the inner layers of the ancient mystical realm as they entered the Kai layer. Before them appeared a vast ancient continent floating in the void. Someone shouted, "Too fast. We have entered the key layer already. The continent is right below." A sudden swirl of spiritual energy twisted fiercely as the arrival of the blue dawn wind created a shocking impact. Lilac gasped in shock. He was caught in a cold current, icy energy swirling around him like blades, cutting through his body. Pain shot through his meridians. It hurt so much. Amid the chaos caused by the blue dawn wind's brutal assault, everyone halted immediately, hurriedly activating the Golden Dragon secret technique to shield themselves. Panic spreading at his blue dawn wind. "Blue dawn wind is here," Blue Dawn seriously warned. "Lilac, the power of this blue dawn wind is terrifying. Without the Golden Dragon secret technique for protection, at our cultivation level, we would be blown away until not a single bone remains." Hearing this, Lilac shouted loudly in alarm, "You too, get close to me. Using the Golden Light Link formation, our resistance will be stronger." Over here, a squad could not withstand the overwhelming pressure of the blue dawn wind. Zhuxuan shouted urgently, "Look, a squad's been wiped out." Facing such an opponent only made him more excited. Linking up with teammates, Ning said, "The 3 of us will fight together. We are all Ho2 Duan level. We can hold him off." Zhuxuan glanced at Lilac with a triumphant smirk. "Mocking, a trash like Lilac dares to bring King Nai here to the Golden Dragon sect." Kun Nai nervously said, "Lilac, I feel this might be beyond us," he replied uneasily. "Our general strength is not on par with others. Who knows how long this wind will last? With this average consumption, it is really bad for us in this life or death moment." Lilac suddenly had an idea. "The blue dawn wind is coming from the front. We should form a formation strongest defense in front, 2 others supporting from behind." He confidently entrusted this to Zulu. "This reliable tactic. Let us just hand it to Xiao Lu." Kung Nai nodded in agreement. "Right?" He blushed and happily objected. "Don't he go giving me random nicknames. It hurts." "No time to waste," Lilac quickly reminded. "Stop joking around. Xiao Lu." So both of them rapidly transferred their energy to Zulu, healing power and blood ice armor. Kunai reported, "We will use the mysterious ice armor to boost your defense." Lilac added, "I will keep healing your wounds." Zulu was receiving power from 2 sources at once. After Lilac's command, the group broke through successfully, dashing through the blue dawn wind like a wind arrow, making Zhuxuan gape in surprise. "What? He is not willing to accept this," he growled angrily. "All 3 of them are Ho2 Duan level. How can they be this fast?" "Lilac, Your family's legacy. Meanwhile, in the void above, streaks of golden light kept slicing through, gradually piercing the blue dawn wind zone and falling onto the vast and strange lands below. Inside the continent, snow-covered mountains rose and fell hidden in mist, green pine standing tall amid pure white snow, painting a majestic picture. In the forest, blue light filtered through the snowy canopy, casting shimmering patches on the frosty trees. Kunai was captivated by the beauty. Excitedly cheering, "This is the Golden Dragon sect. So beautiful. The energy here feels so pure, and there is no sign of those creepy monsters." Her eyes gleam with a mischievous idea. "If even the minor continents do not have this, then just me and Lilac here is perfect. A fierce battle will silence dozens of continents." Lilac turned back, cold breath exhaling. Seriously, announcing, "You two come check this out, there is an incense stick here." Hunai wondered, "Is this the incense Aang mentioned earlier?" Kunai looked at the incense in his hand and explained, "We use this to summon spirit beasts for a showdown. With this incense, it means the challenge officially begins. Let us..." Heading east, our goal is to find spirit beasts, rare treasures, hunt down elite beasts, earn Dao gold, and then trade for powerful gear. Kunai glanced back, blinking playfully. "I wonder if this Dao gold is easy to come by." Suddenly, something dropped on her head, making her jump in surprise. Kaixi asked confused, "This strange scent and pattern, what kind of fruit is this?" Rubbing it with suspicion, she asked, "Is this some rare spirit beast fruit?" Lilac replied uncertainly, "Dunty, no, but it looks precious." Then he decided to take a chance, lighting the incense and letting the smoke drift onto it. Right after that, a dark swirling vortex appeared. Lilac was stunned and blurted out, "It is gone." Inside the vortex, a purple light burst from nowhere, making the three of them stare in shock. Then he said, "Look at this." She watched in confusion as golden threads fell down. Those glowing golden threads shimmered softly, emitting a faint spiritual glow. Then I could not believe her eyes. "Is that really golden threads? Even you do not look phased. Are they really this simple to get?" Moments later, Lilac suddenly raised his hand to stop them, his gaze serious. "Do not grab them yet. Let me analyze first. This might just be a random event." Although golden dragon threads do not usually appear in the rough atmosphere, and certainly not in Tongzi, there is no way they are just giving them away. Then Hai and Chuck Locke could only quietly listen and obey. He furrowed his brow and warned carefully, "Golden threads are like rare skill points. The difficulty to get them is definitely not small. Next, we have to think about what hardships we will face to actually get these threads." Then Lilac pointed ahead, shouting with passion, "Let us move out. The real challenges are just beginning." Then I eagerly echoed, "Let us." She took a step forward and immediately bumped into something. Then I gently picked up a glowing mushroom. Half of it is crushed. Lilac guessed, "This Ling Chi looks like glass. Maybe it is a rare spiritual herb." No way. She thought spiritual herbs were like ordinary greens you can just pick by the roadside. The next moment, she panicked as the Ling Chi mushroom suddenly vanished and turned into 4 golden threads on the next path. Then I excitedly searched everywhere. Everywhere was filled with spiritual herbs. She saw a white ice orchid branch. The tree root was completely frozen. Lilac gasped in disbelief. "Huh." She excitedly found something else. "This fruit is definitely no ordinary find." Lilac shouted again. "Huh." Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind them with a growl. Sensing danger, Lilac immediately stepped forward, loudly warning, "This is definitely serious. With so many spiritual herbs gathered here, danger was sure to be high. Prepare to fight." But the reckless girl just smiled slyly. "Watch what I found." Then I happily held up a branch of white ice orchid. Lilac was amazed. "What?" Half a day later, she sneakily sent word that they would pass 50 coins. The other's eyes went wide in shock. Then I held the golden threads in her hand and said, "Feels like these golden dragon threads are not that important after all." Suddenly a loud roar echoed through the sky. Lilac snapped to full alert, shouting, "Careful! A spirit beast is attacking." The three froze, staring at the huge beast lying still on the ground. Lilac gasped, "We are dead." After this strange series of events, Lilac thought deeply. This is way too strange. Even the spirit beasts are just giving themselves away. There is only one explanation for this. Furious, he charged forward, shouting, "I am the prophesied child of destiny." Chuck locks his face twisted as he asked suspiciously, "What does that have to do with you?" Then he turned seriously to Than Nai. "Have you found any rare spiritual herbs on this path yet? If you are the prophesied child, then it is not you," she said, pointing at herself in confusion. Little Locke said. Well, the three argued. A harsh shout came from afar. "Damn it! Those 3 weaklings already got 10 golden threads, and we got nothing." Cat Chuan marched up with 2 teammates, introducing himself arrogantly. "I am Cat Chuan from He Tightlang Nation. These 2 are my teammates. I have a proposal. We will protect you from now on, but in return, give us 80% of the golden threads. You are way too reckless and dangerous." "Right?" Lilac sneered. "You are just robbing us. That is worse than usury." You are only a low-level transformation. Not much stronger than us. Chucklock's whole body burned with rage, eyes flashing deadly, lips curled in a mocking smile. Isn't taking from you guys enough? Those words were like gasoline on fire, pushing Chucklock's rage to the limit. He roared, "We have collected enough to wipe you out," and charged straight ahead. Lilac laughed with satisfaction and pride. "All right. Good job. Old dear." Cat Chuan arrogantly spoke up, 8th grade beast commander. No wonder he is so cocky. He is the strongest in this squad. Then he ordered, "Quach Tong. Tu Lin, the rest are yours." Gutong smirked, flicked his eyes at Tu Ling, and bargained, "You hand over your sister to me, and I will wipe out the money you owe me," and shouted angrily, scolding, "You brat." But he had to bite his tongue and comply. "Fine, I will take this brat first." Seeing this kind of situation, I am getting annoyed. Without a word, Tu Ling leapt into the air, releasing a chilling aura. 7th grade snow wolf form. Tiger general technique. The Ice Clan's secret move. A giant spirit beast formed instantly from Tu Ling's icy energy. Fiercely charging with a roar, Lulu nimbly dodged backward, then launched a straight ice attack. The latent power grazed past, and in a blink, hence Tiger general technique shattered into 100 fragments. Tu Ling froze in place, face pale, unable to believe what just happened. Hence eyes went wide, pupils dilated to the max, veins bulging, thinking, "This is the Water Mang technique? This is the Water Mang technique? This is the level the 3rd Elder Wen can reach. This Jiahu is at least 5th Elder Wen. Nice. I have been fooled." Tu Ling dropped to his knees in despair, holding the upper hand. Lulu glanced back with a teasing smirk, caught by this Ice Clan member, the so-called perfect choice. The one who talks the toughest, but gets hit the hardest. Elsewhere, a burst of intense spirit energy exploded, followed by a spear striking straight into empty air. At that moment, Kunai was stunned, thinking, "This Jiahu is actually a snow general, hence hiding in the ice world." But even the generals can sense him. Putong silently brushed past, observing her from behind, then cursed under his breath in worry. "Damn it! I just took a quick look. Why did Tu Ling lose his edge? That brat is too old-fashioned. Luckily, I am a snow general. They won't find me." Kunai quickly turned the tide, spun around, and unleashed a blast of cold energy. "You really think you can hide? Don't forget, there is ice inside the snow." A chilling wind surged toward Gotong. Kunai shouted out the position. "Lai Lu, he is over there. Go block him with the sword." Seeing this, Gotong immediately activated Tiger General technique, boldly declaring, "I am scared of you now. Let me see if you are really that tough." Tiger General technique, Great Snow Manifestation. A flash of icy light swept across the Tiger General's face, making him roar in frustration. "Damn it!" Lulu jumped up, slashing a cold, sharp sword strike. Gutong panicked, clasped his hands in surrender, pleading, "Big bro, I believe you now. Please do not kill me." Too late to save his life. The blue sword struck down on his head. Gutong collapsed right there. Lulu sighed helplessly, judging, "This brat's a talent. Really knows how to act like a tough guy who is not afraid to lose face. He is playing at the highest level." Kunai laughed. "But chiming in, he is a 3rd Elder Wen after all. You caught him off guard. You are seriously impressive." Just then, a massive explosion boomed from Chu Lok's direction. She looked worried and said, "That old dear's really going all out this time. But Han's pressure can be small either." He replied simply, "Let us go help Han." At that moment, Chu Lok and Cat Chan were locked in a fierce battle, their spirit energies violently erupting. Cat Chan arrogantly mocked, "What is the point of your fighting style? You will still lose to me in the end. And your teammate over there, good at pretending." "Huh." Chu Lok bluntly shot back, "I might not be as good, but as long as I fight, the result's simple. Someone dies." Chu Lok thought while blocking his attacks. "Either I kill him." Cat Chan lost it, screaming wildly, "That was just a warm-up. You really think you can stand against me?" He swung his sword, green light swirling fiercely. "Have I been going easy on you?" The fierce attack swept through. Chu Lok grinned triumphantly, eyes shining with determination. In a life-or-death moment, Lulu suddenly appeared, stepping in to save the day. "Old dear, He fixed a cold stare on Cat Chan. Expressionless, Cat Chan laughed crazily, shouting, "The fire of the great summer is so vicious. Huh. But do not think beating those two losers means you can threaten me." Without hesitation, Lulu decisively unleashed the Water Mang technique, spirit energy exploding as he faced off directly against Cat Chan's pressure. Cat Chan's eyes widened in shock. Then he snarled, "Using Water Mang technique against me? Are you crazy?" He clenched his teeth. Hard to believe, he thought secretly. This guy's water element power seems just as strong as that fierce tiger demon's. How come they are both rank 8? Cat Chan flared up. Die. Then he wildly unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks, the air crackling with deadly energy. Lalakam Cham activated a defense technique. Layers of deep blue armor slowly appeared, covering his body. Cat Chan was shocked. Wait, That is one layer of armor. His face twisted in disbelief. Cat Chen could not believe his eyes, yelling in shock. How could this fire skin guy have 2 kinds of element power? 2 kinds. Isn't he that what qualifies someone as a powerful marquis? Chuck Luck let out a furious roar, his whole body blazing with spiritual energy, his eyes glowing white like a berserker. Fueled by raging anger, Chuck Luck charged forward like a blazing fire beam, tearing through the void. Cat Chen grimaced in frustration, gritting his teeth. This fire skin guy is seriously troublesome, like a mad Stay strong even if both of them are rank 8. Before he could calm down, a sudden chill crept up from beneath his feet like iron chains, making it hard to move. What the? Cat Chen glanced at Than Ni, thinking carefully. She is secretly sending out cold energy to slow me down. Wait, she is rank 8 too. His face twisted in disbelief. He angrily snapped. No way. Rank 8. Are there really this many rank 8s in the Great Summer Golden Dragon Guard? Am I really going to be taken down by these 3 rookies? But this fight is not over yet. Cornered with no way out, Cat Chen spun around and dashed off, leaving a fierce aftershock behind. Get lost, he thought bitterly. Retreat is the best move. No sooner had he felt relief than a vine suddenly wrapped tightly around his leg, yanking him down mercilessly. Lilac roughly grabbed his hair and interrogated. Friend, do you know anything about Than Ni's energy origin? Tell me. Cat Chen, still cocky and defiant, sneered. Who are you to demand that I have the Golden Dragon Dao protection? Even if you thrash me, at worst I will get expelled. Go eat. Then I just smiled calmly and said, on the way here, I picked some spring grace flowers. Lilac stood up, deliberately schemed with Truck Lock, stuffed a bunch of spring grace flowers into his mouth, then tossed him a refined beast. Hearing this, Cat Chen got scared and quickly swallowed his pride to submit. Big bro, I am telling you. Cat Chen slumped down, sighed helplessly, a bit resentful. I never thought I would flip the boat in a swamp. Lilac shot back bluntly. You are the swamp, we are clearly the big river. Cat Chen glanced at Than Ni and said, out of all of you, is she with the Golden Dragon Guard? Then that makes sense. She gasped, suspicious and surprised. That is strange. Cat Chen immediately confronted Than Hai. Why did not you check anything beforehand? She blushed and exclaimed. Huh. Than Hai grumbled bitterly. I just planned to drop by. Why do things I do not want to mention always get brought up? Then he seriously explained. The Golden Dragon Dao is a mysterious place. Those who train there have a strong affinity with the Grand Hall, creating resonance. Cat Chen analyzed. That means you are affected by a special kind of energy from the Dao Hall. This unique energy is what legends call Golden Dragon Key. Scene change. In some forest, a conflict is unfolding. Both sides shout, Ziyang, do not go too far. We have not done anything to you. Ziyang showed a sinister grin, his body burning with rebellious flames, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. Eyes blazing, he looked unpredictable. Just now when you rushed out, you said good luck and something about a treasure. On the other side, Lilac's voice was full of anger, cursing. That scoundrel Cat Chen is so despicable. He even reported our intel on Golden Dragon Kai and our drawings to his teammates. After watching for a while, the guy got furious. But the rest of the Snow Wolf Nation's team is also a mess. Why have not they shown up yet? Then I felt guilty, thinking, I thought this would be easy, but I just brought trouble to everyone. Then I felt guilty, thinking this would be easy, but it ended up causing trouble for everyone. Lulu heard this and reassured her. I was just tagging along to try my luck. That is all. Besides, we can handle the fire from Snow Wolf Nation. Next, we just need to be a bit more careful. Don't worry. He looked calm, eyes gentle, smiling softly. Trust me. Beautiful one. Your luck won't be bad. She shyly blurted out. Lilu. Suddenly, Chuck Luck spoke up seriously. Maybe someone's here to check things out. Lulu looked back, puzzled. Huh. Looking where he pointed, Lulu's eyes widened in shock. A big team was approaching. He stammered. Wait, did not they say handsome guys bring good luck? Lulu's heart skipped a beat. Worried, he wondered. Didn't he catch you and say to only share intel with one squad? And for good reason. This kind of intel should be broadcast to all squads immediately. Chu growled. Then fight. I am fed up. Let us crush them. Then hurriedly added. This situation's too messy. We pull back for now. The 3 of them took off in a flash. Meanwhile, Zha Young got a report from a guy watching from a tree branch. Brother Xiao. Something's off. Looks like another squad's arrived here too. Irritated, he snapped. It is those stray fish from the Snow Wolf Nation acting up again. Probably got beaten and are signaling back to warn us. Xiang stayed calm and ordered, we just need to find them. No problem. Stay alert. They released a blood-red smoke signal. Time to meet up. Slowly, thick black smoke rose, clouding their vision. Somewhere in the forest, Lilu and the others moved quickly. The situation was tense. Anxious, Lilu called out, "Head to the high ground east of here. The enemy's forces are growing, but that gives us more room to maneuver." Suddenly, he sensed something off, launched a quick ice spell, then shouted a warning. "Watch out!" It zipped past Keen, who jumped back startled. Lilu caught a scouting hawk sneaking in from behind. "Kunai?" Alarmed, asked, "What is that?" He quickly realized. "Looks like someone's already spotted us." The group steeled themselves and sped off. Lilua's face tightened with tension as he shouted, "Run to the opposite cliff, now." A cold, brutal shout echoed. "We have been waiting for you." The three froze midair. Shocked, a fiery punch slammed down from above, crushing the space with raw fury. Chuliu gasped, "This power's even fiercer than that fish guy earlier." Before he could react, he was trapped, fists closing in with terrifying force. Life and death on the line, a shadow dashed in. Weapon drawn, blocking the attack. Each clash of spear and fist sent sparks flying. The heat from the impact made the spear smoke, hands burning and veins bulging. The defender held firm. After a loud blast, the attacker was knocked back. In the chaos, Liluo grabbed King Nai's hand and pulled her along, shouting back, "I will lead the way. You guys follow." She was brought to safety, looking up anxiously. Calling out Liluo's name, the light illuminated his determined, angry face. Lilu boldly reached out, sending a pale blue light flowing through, a blazing fist charged with explosive energy. Immediately, he unleashed his mystical technique, creating a shielded punch to block the blow head-on. Two massive forces collided with a thunderous crash. Liluo's mystical shield shattered into pieces in an instant. Seeing this, Kunai panicked, thinking, Lilu. He gripped two swords tightly, crossing them in front, unleashing a violent surge of energy as spiritual power swirled around him. Then, fire and ice clash flames met cold blue frost. The explosion rocked the air, shockwaves rippling like they could tear the sky apart. After the fight, Lilu landed beside his teammates. Chuliu admired him. "Whoa, you actually cut through that fairy power. Amazing technique." Three figures approached from a distance, the leader laughing loudly. "Yep," he said, clapping his hands with interest. "Your strength is no joke, breaking through my third-level art to block this." "Impressive." Lilu stayed silent, deep in thought, checking the emblem. He noted, "This fire skin is from the Red Chariot Empire. Their power's probably second-stage transformation, not far off from Zuoxuan." Lilu did not answer and just kept thinking, examining the metal. "This fire power is from the Red Chariot Empire, probably a transformed beast at level 2. Not much weaker than Zuoxuan." Remembering the beloved Dan sword had taken quite a hit, he felt both relieved and worried. Even though he had blocked the attack, the pain had already caused damage. Ziyang glanced at Dan's sword and arrogantly ordered, "According to intelligence, the golden dragon key belongs to this young lady. Never expected such a pitiful team. Hand her over to me. And you two can leave. I will spare you." Hearing that arrogant talk, Dan's sword could not help but taunt. "You are really a blockhead." Master Liluo stayed silent. He was out of options. If that is the case, he would have to take down the two first, then deal with her later. Just then, he hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment." T. Dudding sneered with disdain. "Got it all figured out? Huh, seems you know your own limits." Before he could finish, Lelef raised his hand to the sky and shot out a powerful beam, catching T. Dug off guard. After that, Lelek smiled and said, "All right, turns out what I fired was a flare." Two teammates behind him stared in shock. "Damn it, why is T causing such chaos?" Tadong scowled. Knowing he was in for trouble, his face twisted in anger. He flashed a savage grin, fuming, "How dare you mess with me? T Dion. Fine then, bring it on." His anger peaked as he summoned a raging firestorm, charging forward fiercely. "I will take down T. You too, catch the others." The teammate immediately obeyed. "Leave it to us." Tadong unleashed a flurry of blazing punches, his presence scorching the air, clearly trying to lure other squads into the fight. Leluk lightly jumped back. Tadong twisted his face into a sly, contemptuous grin, like a little villain sizing up his prey. Can he really play this balancing act? Leluk pursed his lips thoughtfully. The firepower looked fierce, but his mind was sharp and calculating. By then, countless people had gathered, but no one stepped forward. Leleth knew well many were watching coldly from the sidelines. To them, they were just fresh meat. At this point, he could only fight on his own. Thinking that, he clenched his fists. "All right then, gotta break this balance." Lelek surged forward like the wind, face icy and expressionless. T. Dedrin might just be the right kind of opponent. T. Dungas' fierce flames morphed into a giant serpent's head, jaws wide open as if to swallow Lelut's whole. He got excited. Perfect. Lelut showed no patience to waste with him, openly mocking. "Come on, just rely on yourself." Lelek spread his twin swords wide, spiritual energy bursting forth, sharpness filling the air. He shouted his move, Twin Sword Might. In a split-second clash, Lelek struck directly at T-Ding's fist, leaving him shocked and pale. 4 energy spheres spun in the air, blue and green crackling with lightning, emitting an intense aura. He muttered, not enough yet. Time for the killer move, Golden Dragon Way. Lelek recalled the advice from Than, Iga, and Henshin to boost power. Focus on the critical point in the body. To try the secret move, he had to temporarily store some force inside his body in a special way. There was a manual for the technique, but it was a rare secret scroll. He seriously decided now was the time. Then, 2 streams of energy violently collided, exploding into a massive burst of light that shook the heavens and earth. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the crowd below panicked. What? Then I is in trouble. Someone shouted urgently. Lulus, T-Dung's teammate, grabbed his shoulder, unwilling to back down. No way. This can be happening. The thick smoke slowly cleared, revealing Love Alexa's sword. He walked out unharmed amid the crowd's stunned silence. T is actually okay. Behind him, a vague figure appeared through the dense smoke. Fresh blood dripped onto the cold white snow. His hand clenched tightly into a fist, a clear wound visible on his palm. A teammate anxiously rushed over, but he remained silent, gripping his arm firmly. Someone in the crowd gasped. T-Dung got pushed back by a junior, and he even activated a protective force field. T-Dudran seemed resigned but still could not believe the truth. He finally said, Indeed, this world is vast and full of surprises. Never thought I would see this day. I can believe I am meeting a dual commander who has not even reached the Fengo stage, yet a young tactician. Fired up and straight to the point. What? That kid is a dual commander. How's that possible? Then immediately asked, What is your name? Lelu smirked coldly, let out a hollow laugh, and calmly replied, A lifetime of generosity, unafraid of storms. He wore a confident, slightly mischievous grin, eyes sharp and challenging, gave a thumbs up and declared, Call me foolhardy. Xiang's face twisted, speaking arrogantly like he looked down on everyone. Alright. Foolhardy. Did not expect the Great Kingdom to have someone as fierce as you, but today's matter can't just be overlooked, because you are a dual commander. Lelu narrowed his eyes and asked pointedly, So what? Can you protect us? He held back as loud laughter erupted, followed by the booming voices of those around friends of the Sicha Empire. If you want to monopolize it, be careful not to choke on it. They said, Yeah, this golden dragon key has to be shared fairly. Ziyang furrowed his brows in frustration and challenged, You brought us to this mess. Tell me, what now? Lelu stretched out his hand and calmly explained. Everyone, chill. I can share the golden dragon, but this little bit. You really think it is enough to feed a whole group? Then he held up 4 fingers, confidently laying out his plan to split it into 4 teams. I am only willing to share the golden dragon kai with 4 teams. As for who joins, that is up to you. Everyone immediately erupted in chaos, all clearly upset, unhappy, and loudly pushing back. What? This brat's so aggressive. Someone snapped angrily. He wants us to turn on each other. Right then, a cold, calm female voice rang out, showing quiet approval. These friends from the Great Kingdom really know their tricks. Her next words were dripping with sarcasm. But who gave the fish and meat the right to pick the chopping board? Turns out it is the 6th Ginseng King's favorite. Gujing. Then I suddenly grabbed a sharp piece of ice, holding it to her chest and retorting, Sure, we are the fish and meat, but even fish die when the net breaks. Her cold aura chilled the air as she spoke seriously but calmly. If I injure myself, maybe I can trigger the golden dragon's secret power and pull it right out to show you. Gujing was speechless, grinding his teeth, thinking silently, This girl's really something. Seeing Dana lose her cool, Lelu quickly lowered his voice to calm her. What are you doing? Don't you be like this? I am not down yet. I do not want to see you go that far. Trust me. She hesitated. You step up. Then he reminded firmly. 4 teams, make your decision now. He looked at his hand, a fierce spiritual energy rising. Voice steady. If you can accept it, then fine. Whatever it takes, I will handle it. Even if I have to use my 3-tail strength, I will risk it all. One by. Voices of dissatisfaction rose. This brat's too aggressive. No choice then. If that is how it is, an unnecessary clash broke out, and suddenly waves of commander energy exploded, shaking the whole forest. What was once a pack of wolves became a pack tearing each other apart. An hour later, Lelu smiled and extended his hand, taking the lead. Congratulations. You made it through the tough qualifiers and became the final 4 teams, but no hands met his, leaving him frozen and speechless. No one wanted to shake hands. Looking around, everyone was boiling with anger, shouting in unison that they wanted to kill this brat right now. Gujing stayed up all night, face flushed with rage, growling. Damn foolhardy. Ziyang refuses to accept it. Right now, are not we just his pawns? Lelu forced a friendly smile and tried to explain. From here on, we can call ourselves allies. But brace yourselves, there will be plenty of teams coming after us. When that happens, We will have to rely on each other. Don't act so stubborn. Come on, tell me you are not tired of him yet. They all agreed. Unbelievable, how can someone like him even exist? Lelu clenched his fists. The golden dragon key is ours to protect. In response, he felt anger and a push to stop wasting time. Enough talk. Let us move out. After all the effort, the Golden Dragon Key Protection Alliance finally advanced smoothly. The generous rewards made everyone forget their anger toward Lailu, but no path is without obstacles, and the top teams kept facing hardships during their attacks. Time flew by. A few days later, at night, Lilac carefully sat down to check the wound on Koden's hand. She held it out to me, and I helped her treat it a bit. She asked confused, and I said, "You guys do not have to treat this golden dragon weapon like it is everything. If those powered-up squads really want in, just let them join." Lilac nodded sympathetically. "No need to wear yourself out like this. It hurts just watching." Tudong complained bitterly. "The Yu family took it pretty lightly. We are risking our necks out here, while that brat from the Yu family just lounges around, getting fat and pale." He replied calmly, not raising his voice, hoping we would reach Dabao-Chi soon. Once we get there, our alliance can finally dissolve. Just then, a voice echoed through the space. Someone approached. Daring to block our path, he must be really bold. The Ningxiao squad appeared, already agitated. Then she stared at the three of them, wide-eyed and clueless. Big brother Ningxiao. Xuan, unable to hold back his anger. He lunged forward rudely without a second thought, throwing harsh insults. "Jerk, is this the guy who promised the fishing guild captain he would protect, then not? He is being controlled and helpless." Lilac raised a hand to signal calm and spoke clearly to avoid misunderstandings. "You are being way too dramatic. We are working together for mutual benefit." He snapped, but Ningxiao did not care, loud and aggressive. "You are just fooling yourself," Xuan worriedly said. Then if you do not want to stay here, just tell me. No matter how tough it gets, we will get you out of here. Or at least, let us come along to protect you." Hearing this, Tudong clenched his fists, flames flaring up in anger. "Want to come along? Did we even agree to that?" he growled. Tudong gritted his teeth. Threatening, Xuan glared back, furious and defiant. "We are all from the same big squad. Do we really need permission to stick together?" Just as a fight was about to break out, Lilac nervously intervened. "Please, do not do this. If we fight, we will just make things easier for others to take advantage." After a while on the road, he kept trying hard to calm both sides down. "Come on, everyone, do not be like this. We are surrounded now. We need to stick together. Let us." Koden was fed up. "So stupid. Why did not you tell us earlier that another big squad would join?" Tudong agreed. "I do not want to split the benefits any further." Lilac found herself stuck, awkwardly defending. "I do not want to split either, but I am out of options. If we do not turn back, how am I supposed to survive?" He snapped angrily. "And you want them to stay? Is that your choice?" Faced with endless blame, Lilac was helpless, unsure how to explain. "They are the real main force. We are just the extras. Even if I say this, no one listens." Frustrated and confused, she turned and walked away, leaving them to do as they please. "If you want to do something, do not do it in front of me. I do not want to know. My mind's a mess." Koden and Tudong smirked quietly, clearly pleased. She glanced quickly back. Meanwhile, Ningxiao and Xuan stood on a tree branch, keeping watch over the camp at night. Xuan carefully scanned the area. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as if he would spotted something unusual. Looking down, Tudong was secretly leading people to confront them. Zudong growled coldly. Fully aware of the plan, Tudong's sneaky tactics, they really do not help at all. He snapped sharply. "Cut the crap. Either you leave on your own, or we will send you off. You three think you can take us on? How could you fight us?" Xuan smiled faintly, raised his hand in the dark forest, and unleashed a blazing fire that tore through the sky, his power overwhelming. Then he sneered mockingly. "They really think they are smart? They are not the only clever ones in the world." Scene change. It was late at night, but Lilac still had not slept, standing lost in thought, leaning against a tree. Vanne saw this and curiously asked, "You are still up? Are you up to something sneaky again?" He turned back with a slight smile. Teasing, "What sneaky stuff? Who am I gonna fight?" She pouted. "Come on, stop acting dumb. Did you sell out Xuan's gang?" Lilac replied coolly. "The three of them came mostly because of the golden dragon weapon." Vanna nodded. "Sounds about right. Dog eats. We are not losing out." Your voice is warm and sweet, every word dripping like honey in my ear. Everything I do is to protect you." Then I shyly smiled, her eyes sparkling, cheeks unconsciously flushed pink, hand pressed to her face, her small mouth truly sweet. Level SA confidently vowed with an expression that could not be more sincere. "I will help her, and those guys won't dare show their faces again. I am definitely going to help you talk it out." Then I said cheerfully, "I already like this side of you." At that moment, Q, annoyed, Coldly promised with a sharp tone that startled him. Lilac asked quietly. Dumbfounded. What is that rude guy up to? Then I glanced over, gave a bitter smile, and replied, You mean little Loss? He is almost bored to death. Lately, we have been carefully guarded. Apart from eating and sleeping, he can only vent his frustrations on the big tree. He is really annoyed now. He grumbled all sorts of complaints. Please. Does he know how much effort I have put into this situation? Alush immediately put on a cute face, with an innocent, blameless tone. Whatever happens tonight, it is not my fault. I am just a good kid in the camp. Unlike the calm over there, deep in the forest a bloody civil war is about to break out. Tresh Hyen stood high, boldly declaring, You have offended so many people. I want to see how hard it is to find out the truth. Tidugga's hatred boiled over, quickly picking up on the hidden meaning in the other's words. Seems like the newcomer came prepared. He recklessly admitted it. If no one wants to share with me, then I am taking it all for myself. He sneered coldly, a bit interested. Speaking arrogantly. I really want to see what you have got. Tidung shouted loudly. Let us see if you have got the guts. Immediately, both sides charged at each other like wild beasts. Their swords clashed with explosive force, sparks flying, lighting up the dark forest. The others rushed in too, making the fight even more chaotic. Meanwhile, at the camp, Lilac stood by a cliff, quietly watching the chaotic battle below the trees, amazed and murmuring, Whoa, so many people. He could not help feeling worried. Tresh Hines clearly got some dirty plans. I wonder if the old man can handle this. Or maybe we should take this chance to slip away. At that moment, a deep red aura drifted by. Lilac paused, sensing it this scent. He turned around sharply, his expression serious. Poison. Just then, a mysterious figure slowly stepped forward. From a distance, his voice rang out provocatively. So you were not knocked out by La Venien after all. Aleph recognized him immediately, gasping, Lum Tun. His whole body was shrouded in a faint poisonous mist, toxic air spreading all around. Lo Lek suspiciously asked, Did Trach Hoen send you? He recalled his earlier conversation with Hun Ki, the fishery chief. What was Lum Tu's background again? She said he is from the Zayaye Kim Long Bang No Hein Thing district branch. What? He wondered. Was Lum Tum targeting him? A wave of unease rose. Lo Lux bit his lip, thinking, although the fishery chief said he is not suspicious, if he really is after me, now's his chance. Lum Tone smirked wickedly, his eyes flashing a sharp, ruthless gleam. Lelex's eyes widened in shock, whispering anxiously, So he is a blood general. Rare stuff. A surge of poisonous aura rushed toward him with terrifying speed, but it did not attack. Lolefa clenched his teeth, his face tense. He thought to himself, Too fast. He is not attacking me. Lum Tone roared, his voice echoing like it could tear the sky apart. Only now did Lelek suddenly remember something important. That direction leads to Than Naya's tent. Thinking that, Lelex immediately turned and chased after him. Alesh decisively swung his sword, blue light tearing through the air, striking at Lum Tuja's back. Feeling the deadly intent, Lum Tum quickly reacted and counterattacked. Lo Alef flipped backward, feet firmly planted on the ground. Frowning fiercely, then narrowed his eyes and demanded, Your attitude does not seem aimed at me. What exactly do you want? He jumped and grinned tauntingly, pausing to reply. Young lord, your instincts are pretty sharp. I am not interested in you. If you know what is good for you, you would leave now. Saying that, Lum Tum pulled out a blazing red tiger claw, a fierce aura spreading, making the air heavy and tense. Without a word, he silently controlled his magic and moved in on Than Nai. Dark energy swirled around him, coming alive like a beast. Red light twisted above her head like invisible chains, slowly draining the golden dragon energy from Than Nai's body. Watching everything, Lelak's mind surged with hidden thoughts like a tidal wave. Doubt gnawed at him. He actually pulled the golden dragon energy out of Than Nai's body. He was targeting Lu Than Nai from the start. Doing this does not he fear that after returning to Yu Hong Creek, they will kill him. This situation is definitely not simple. Lilac thought to himself, I have to stop him. Without hesitation, he charged straight ahead as Lam Chun fiercely swung his staff, blocking in front of his chest. A sneer curled his lips, full of contempt. Even though he had the dual forces of life and death inside him, what could that do? Didn't seem to care about life or death at all. Suddenly, he transformed into a blood master, spinning violently through the void like a demon awakening in the dead of night. Fire-red light blazed fiercely, carrying a terrifying killing aura straight at Lilac. His eyes flashed cold fury mixed with determination. That poisonous aura engulfed Lilac in an instant. Struggling under the suffocating pressure, he yelled out, unleashing the dual force power, each burst of strength piercing through the red glare. Lilac, shattering the poisonous trap binding him as the red light shattered in midair. Recovering, he channeled his dual force technique, blue energy beams shooting from both sides, striking the blood-red aura head-on, four glowing energy orbs shining bright. His power seemed insignificant against his opponent as overwhelming strength. Lilac's eyes widened in shock. This power was even stronger than those who endured the final trial. Lam Chuan gripped his staff, smirking coldly. Lilac grew more suspicious, thinking this guy was hiding way too much. In a flash, the red light shot out like an arrow tearing through the sky, chasing Lilac and blasting him far back. At this life or death moment, suddenly dozens of arrows appeared, flying straight toward the attacker. Accompanied by shouted curses, Lan spun around, clicking his tongue in frustration, noticing one arrow still missing. The glowing arrow blazed brightly as it streaked forward. His iron spear drew a blinding line of light. Determined, Lam Chuan launched a counterattack, shouting, "Get lost!" Moments later, a pillar of golden light shot down, hitting the ground with a thunderous explosion. The dozens of arrows hovered, standing amid the violent blast. The iron spear cracked on impact. The wielder staggered but pushed forward relentlessly. Lam Chuan unleashed poisonous counterattacks while grinding his teeth, his eyes burning with bitterness. He could not let this place hurt him. "You want to injure me too? This brood is such a pain. I can't afford to get hurt here." A dark blue ice light tore through the void like a divine arrow, aiming straight for the counterattack. The arrow targeted Lam Chuan. He instantly realized it was Lilac, hiding in the trees for a sneak attack. Lam Chuan countered immediately, mouth wide open, firing a dark arrow. His eyes glowed blood red, mad and reckless. Lilac's blue light suddenly changed direction, but instead of hitting Lam Chuan, it grazed past him. Lam Chuan, realizing the arrow was heading straight for the black gourd, making him uneasy. Not good. The blue light decisively cut off the process of absorbing the golden dragon energy. The golden dragon energy exploded, transforming into a mighty dragon soaring through the night, radiating earth-shattering power. Scene shift to the distant forest, where Ko Den and the others watched the terrifying scene, stunned and speechless. She was utterly shocked. "Those golden pillars over there are golden dragon energy. Someone's already unleashed it all." Tu Dong, agitated, pointed rudely at Truck Huyen and shouted, "Your guards are all compromised. Her mother is the guild leader." He nervously glanced around and snapped back, "I did not do it. How could I?" Truck Huyen shouted urgently, "It has to be Lam Chuan. Stop wasting time. Let us get back." Everyone quickly retreated to camp. Lam Chuan looked up, hearing a distant voice shouting, "Hurry!" "Damn it!" He snapped awake, realizing everyone had already returned too late now. Still dazed, a giant golden beast suddenly charged from behind, roaring fiercely, its ferocity threatening to swallow Lam Chuan whole. Seeing the beast's wild snarl and fierce glare flashing with savage light, Lam Chuan flew into a rage. Muttering, "That damn brute again!" In a fit of rage, Lam Chuan gritted his teeth and fiercely unleashed a massive crimson aura, shouting, "I want to kill you." The elk immediately raised its spear to meet the attack, fiery light swirling violently, golden flashes bursting in waves. He was caught off guard by the strike, stumbling backward in intense pain. His eyes blazed with fury as he growled, ready to take out this brat for good. At that moment, countless streams of blue energy shot down from the void, surging toward Lam Chuan like they were controlled, confusing him and making him freeze. Quick-witted, Lam Chuan unleashed a poisonous spell to block the impact of those mysterious forces, smugly thinking, "What use are these weak attacks to me?" But his expression suddenly darkened. A blue arrow, wrapped in violent energy, tore through space like a devastating strike from the heavens. Lam Chuan realized sharply there was an arrow wrapped in overwhelming power. Surrounded by blazing blood energy, he condensed a sphere of power at his fingertip, countless rings of deadly light swirling around it, like a warning, "I am Joe." Even if it is just a kid, Lam Chuan's fingertip pierced straight through the spiritual core. The clash of these two colossal forces triggered an earth-shattering explosion. A bloody flash shot skyward, raging as if to tear the air apart. Lam Chuan smirked triumphantly, thinking, "The blue shields pierced straight through by this bloody spear." Then, a mysterious green light spiraled in the void like a living vine, making him doubt his eyes and wonder, "Wait, this brat actually blocked it." Lilac stood tall and proud, face stern, gripping his battle sword as his magic radiated like a powerful wave of spirit energy. Everyone appeared at once, shouting out loud in alarm, "Lam Chuan, Truck Huyen's here," they said angrily, their voices sharp with accusation. "Lam Chuan, what exactly are you trying to do?" He did not even hesitate, replying, "I just ordered someone to watch over them. I never told anyone to pull back the kid's golden dragon weapon." Lam Chuan clicked his tongue, muttering, "That is the end of it." He shouted sharply, and the golden tiger spear instantly returned to his hand. Then he turned and walked away without looking back. "Truck Huyen, I am not on your side. Talking is pointless. Consider this my farewell." Tu Dong's anger boiled over as he growled threateningly, "You want to leave? Did you even ask for our opinion?" Lam Chuan curled his lips into a cold smile, then sneered. His entire body erupted with deep red spirit energy, rolling like waves of blood, distorting the space around him. Everyone gasped in shock. "What the hell?" Tu Dong, Ko Din, and Truck Huyen were all shocked to their core. He spoke incredulously. "That fire, it is actually..." Truck Huyen's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering, Is this some kind of transformation? Lam Chuan turned back with a wild look and arrogant tone. I am not here to fight you. I just want to leave. You can stop me. If you really want to fight, I will be waiting for you on the Golden Dragon Peak. With that, he shot off immediately. Shouts of curses and blame erupted. Damn it! This is all your fault. What good is blaming me? If you are so good, then go chase him. Lilac remained calm and resolute. Promising, Golden Dragon Peak. Huh? Don't worry. I will go find him. At that moment, Lilac gently bent down to lift Then Nai up, worriedly asking, Then Hai, are you okay? She looked up at him with clear eyes and replied softly, I am but there is this strange feeling of emptiness inside. Then I asked curiously, where did Truck-Huan's group go? Lilac answered, I saw they left without the Golden Dragon weapon. Then he fell silent, deep in thought. By the way, there is something I do not get. Once the trial ends, Lam Chuan will come back with us. Isn't he afraid of his mother? Then Hai replied firmly, her voice full of anger. Once he gets the mountain invitation, he will be sent to a special place. Lilac frowned in confusion and asked, so he can avoid your mother? Is he really working so hard just to deal with you? Or is there another reason? She said, that part's unclear. Then Ai's expression became serious. A troubling thought forming. Is Lam Chuan's mission to sabotage the Golden Dragon weapon? Could it be related to this? Then I suspiciously guessed. Does this have something to do with my father? But it is complicated, better not tell Lilac yet. At that moment, Lilac spoke firmly. No matter what Lam Chuan's plan is, we have to get the Golden Dragon weapon back. She was startled and quickly stopped him. That is not necessary. Then I smiled brightly and explained. You do not have to do that. The Golden Dragon key was something I got by chance. Even if it is lost, it won't hurt. Liles hesitated. It won't hurt. Flashing back to the conversation between Liles and Sikudin, she firmly said, Liles, there is something I want to tell you. No matter what, you have to take that Golden Dragon Ki. Tabayan seriously explained. Golden Dragon Ki is a special gift from the Taoist temple for suitable people. If the bearer enters Golden Dragon Mountain, they gain incredible benefits. But now that the Ki in your body is damaged, it will bring serious negative effects to Lu Van Ni. After saying this, she turned her back and left, waving goodbye. I just wanted to say this as thanks for helping me heal before. Farewell. Lil Aleph spun around and said, if you do not want the Golden Dragon Kai, are you underestimating me? Then Hai blushed and quickly denied. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I think that? Her eyes flickered with sadness as she hesitated to explain. It is just that, though I am from the Memazi tribe, my mind is still clear. Then I pondered softly. Lum Tun, after all, is a transformed being with 3 changes. And then sincerely said, I do not want you risking yourself because of me. Level Lessig sympathized, but knowing this only made him more uneasy. I understand, but how dangerous is this trip really? Tears streamed down. Lilesh cried bitterly. It is still not as bad as your mom if I do not get the Golden Dragon Kai back. She grumbled. Mom might chop off one of my legs. Then I snapped back. Don't make up stories about my mom. He quickly replied. Lum Tone is not afraid of your mom. But she stayed silent, bowing her head slightly, whispering heavy words echoing in her mind. Lilesh is right. Based on her mom's personality, if he ignores me, my mom's opinion of Lulutzi will definitely drop to the lowest. But after some thought, then he finally understood and said firmly, Lulus, help me take down Lam Toon, tear him apart and feed him to the dogs. He eagerly replied, although we can kill him inside the Golden Dragon Taoist temple, I will give it my all. In the days after, the 3 of them rushed back to Zebo Chia. Though they faced fewer hunts on the way, preparing for the upcoming battle made their training even more urgent. The desperate screams of a primal beast under attack made Than Nei Ice resolve harden. Only 2 days until Zaibocha. We have to gather more Dao gold in some high chamber. As Lum Toon entered meditation, he kept repeating the words Luluk said. Loluk said he needed to master some secret technique. What could it be? On Luluk's arm, a blood-sealed mark appeared clearly. The strange jade bracelet on his wrist kept drawing in streams of blazing red spiritual runes. Lulus' face tensed to the max, sweat dripping, gritting his teeth through the torment, trying to draw out the power of the 3-tailed heavenly wolf. First, he had to rely on the secret technique from director Aing Gloin to condense the heavenly seal mark. The technique was complex and mystical. Though he would studied it for a long time, he would never succeeded before. The seal on his arm kept shifting shape, teetering on the edge of life and death. Aleph resolutely told himself, there is no more time. 2 days until Golden Dragon Peak. The battle's coming, I have to pull this off. He stared at his arm, feverish, whispering inside, it is working. Suddenly, the jade bracelet flared with bloody light, signaling the successful completion of condensing the heavenly seal mark. In the next moment, his whole body exploded with spiritual energy. Lulesh's shadow stood firm in midair, radiating overwhelming power. A huge 3-tailed beast appeared, its body blazing with blood energy, growling fiercely as it closed in on him. Its eyes widened, pupils shrinking, locking onto Lelux with a murderous glare that seemed to burn his soul. With a deafening roar, the beast lunged forward, claws spread wide, its dark aura swirling as it attacked. Lelux looked up in shock as a chain glowing red like forged blood steel shot through the void. The beast was caught and sealed in the chain, its massive body roaring wildly, thrashing to break free. While Alesse had not even fully recovered yet, he froze on the spot, eyes wide, terrified as the chains rushed toward him. Light exploded in his eyes, shards of blood vessels bursting outward, radiating a heavy oppressive aura. He stood frozen in the cold, empty space, face pale and stunned, his confused gaze turned into disbelief. Wait, was that an illusion? Did I really do it? Lilac stared at the fierce beast baring its fangs right in front of him, confused, wondering, so that is a Fire 3 tail fox. Looks like it is mocking me. Suddenly, Dongtu's pulse surged, his veins twitching violently. Drenched in a savage red, Lilac clenched his teeth and let out a chilling roar that echoed like a scream from the depths of hell. Dark energy swirling fiercely around him. His mind plunged into darkness. Eerie voices echoed with terrifying intent. I want to kill, to crush them all, wipe them out completely. The heavenly ceiling mark glowed blood red. But in his consciousness, a sliver of clarity remained. Whispering, this is not right. Lilac gritted his teeth, eyes flashing. He pressed down hard on the heavenly seal, fighting desperately to control the violent burst. Stop it now. But it failed. The spiritual energy and rage erupted, waves exploding, tearing through layers of space, creating chaos all around. At that moment, Then I and Truck Luck hurried over, panic in their voices as Then I shouted, Lilac! She dropped to her knees to check on him, worry flooding her tone. Are you okay? Why are you like this? Lilac was not fully aware. His face flushed red. Then I gently took his hand and transferred calming ice energy to him. Lilac quickly regained composure, deep in thought, the destructive rage and violent energy fading away. He blurted out, This is, the client explained, it is the Ice Heart Mystic Energy. It cleanses the mind, helping you stay calm and unaffected by outside influences. You cultivate it to enter the Shadow Realm. Then Hai, worried sick about Lilac, spoke sharply. Lilac, if that secret technique is so dangerous, I want to even use half of that golden dragon energy. If you are worried, calm down, I can handle it. Lilac stood up, imagining the multi-maintenance and reminding himself, stop worrying about this, focus on multi-maintenance. My twin blades are about to be useless. He firmly promised himself, once I get multi-maintenance, I will definitely find sharper twin blades and smash Lam Chuan's dumb head. Time flew by, and 2 days later, under the Golden Dragon Peak, the three stood before a huge lake, shimmering with golden light. Lilac excitedly exclaimed, This is multi-maintenance. Is not. This lake holds the heavenly golden value of the treasures inside. I bet not even the whole team could drag it all out. The golden dragon's power is terrifying. A wave of unease rose, but he quickly calmed down. Many teams have gone in already. I wonder if we can find the golden eye treasure. Before he finished, then I cut in with an explanation. White eyes, golden eyes, purple eyes. We can probably only find the blue eye treasures. Even if we find golden eye ones, their price is over 2,000, and we do not even have that much. Each of us only has 930 gold coins, and we need to save some for the altar fees. The three simultaneously emitted a glow that covered their bodies. Lilac declared boldly, All right, let us. We are heading in. As they stepped into multi-maintenance, Truck Luck raised his eyebrows, staring at the fish swimming ahead with confusion, whispering, Is this really inside multi-maintenance? Just like the tiger's den earlier. He immediately reached out and grabbed a random fish. Truck Luck stared intently at the glowing sword emblem on the fish's body. Turns out it is a low-grade spiritual sword, White Eye. It can boost a general's power. Value, 380 gold coins. He was a bit surprised, thinking, so that is it. All these swimming fish are actually treasure tools in disguise. A smug smile spread across Truck Luck's face as a new idea sparked in his mind. Alright, I need to find a spear that fits me better. After a while, having got what he wanted, Truck Luck flew out of multi-maintenance. Descending slowly to the ground, he was bursting with excitement, gripping his spear tightly with both hands. A joyful grin he could not hide. Just then, he glanced back and saw Lilac quietly stepping out of multi-maintenance. Seeing Lilac's unhappy expression, Truck Luck got curious and asked, You are out already? You do not look too happy. Lilac sighed but denied it. No way. I got the treasure. Of course I am happy. He quickly asked, Wanna go try looking in the mirror lake? Lilac fell into thought, the spiritual path pain lingering. Though it was a low-grade white eye, its damage was terrifying. He was about to trade it. He stared thoughtfully at the newly traded treasure, its faint light flickering in his hand, noticing the holy light calm soul, a top-grade white eye. This thing can protect the spirit and neutralize pollution. It is our last line of defense against the corrupted consciousness of the three veals. Honestly, Lilu Kantise she is not heartbroken, but this not only requires 630 Dao gold, it is also consumable. It really hurts. You kept your head down, lost in a mess of thoughts, worries tugging at you, just like that. The twin blades could not be changed anymore. Fine, if we do not do this, I am afraid we won't be able to snatch the golden dragon key. The twin blades turned back to rethink their plan. Kunni finally stepped forward, and Lulu was caught off guard. Blurting out, "Kunai?" she said seriously. "You two come with me." You and Zulu followed behind, puzzled and asking, "What is going on?" To such a mysterious place. Words failed them, they had to shield their eyes from the incredible sight ahead. Kunai pulled out two weapons. One was the He-Zhen bow, a top-grade golden white artifact, forged from light and bone, channeling power to emit radiant light. It moved at the speed of light, carrying sonic blasts that could disrupt an enemy's mind. The other was the Black Ox battle armor, a top-tier golden white artifact, forged from mysterious Black Ox iron, offering terrifying defense. But the armor was heavy and required great physical strength to wield. Shone with dazzling brilliance in two vibrant colors, she said firmly, "You two split up, each take one." Lulu and Zulu's eyes went wide. Jaws dropped, they could not believe what they saw. Lulu instinctively shouted, "Omut." Lulu's face was full of shock and awe. "This is a golden white artifact. Did your mom prepare this for us? That is insane. And the He-Zhen bow is so powerful, bringing such treasures from outside is incredible." Kunai frowned and said seriously, "I just traded for these with multiple treasures recently." Lulu smiled foolishly, thinking she was joking. "Dun tea joke. Top-grade white artifacts are not easy to come by. This is golden white for real." She shook her head. "I do not have that much Dao gold. And you guys can blame me either. I need it." Lulu suddenly froze, eyes wide in disbelief. He could not contain his excitement and shouted, "What?" but was quickly silenced. Kunai calmly recounted everything clearly. "It is true. I found them in a mine. I could not believe it either at first. After all, golden white artifacts are the pinnacle of top-grade white artifacts. And finding 3 at once was beyond belief." She added, "Even more shocking, each only cost 200 Dao gold." The two guys listened, mouths agape in shock. Exclaiming, "What?" Kunai raised her hand, revealing a delicate bracelet adorned with a shining jade ox, its glow softly radiating. Then she confirmed, "So I spent 600 Dao gold to get these 3 treasures, including the heavenly Lodok star." Lulu stared intently, face and eyes full of doubt. "These 3 treasures? Feels like they only need our names written on them now. The training of this golden dragon Dao Hall really has me puzzled." He quickly pushed aside all doubts. So moved he almost cried. "Thank you, Kunai. When we get back, I will return your heavenly Dao gold," she said. Blushing shyly, grumbling, Lulu warned, "If you say nonsense again, I will get mad." At that moment, all 3 suddenly felt an unusual tremor. Lulu gasped, "What was that?" Kunai quickly realized it was the golden dragon wind. "Look at that massive heavenly energy. A spiraling pillar of spiritual light bursts from the mountaintop, golden and radiant like molten gold, shaking heaven and earth." Her voice turned grave as she shouted, "This is the sign that the golden dragon worship mountain is about to appear." Across the golden dragon wind region, countless beams of bright golden light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the void. Now, at the mountain's base, hundreds had gathered, their emotions surging as the golden dragon wind worship mountain descended with a majestic mountain breeze. The golden dragon wind region had assembled hundreds of squads. Through the thick mist, a familiar voice rang out, "We meet again, Ingula." Miss Ding blinked sarcastically. "Didn't you say it is best to take the golden dragon Kai and leave? Yet here you are chasing us." Lulu replied bluntly, "Isn't that what you said? You better try your luck then." She sneered arrogantly. "Looks like you will have to risk it all before leaving, out of some respect." Miss Ding secretly reported, "By the way, Lin Jun said the 4th guild already placed a deposit for the worship mountain." She immediately added, "It is not some secret intel, no need for gratitude. Goodbye." Then I said with a frustrated face, sounding all scholarly, "I think she is just craving your attention." You firmly denied. "Nonsense. People always rely on context." About to get angry. Quickly reminded, "Keep it down. This is embarrassing." A golden figure appeared, and he quickly turned serious, starting to analyze, telling them to listen up. For the final move, reaching the peak of Golden Dragon Wind is not exactly easy. We have to break through the barrier formed by the Golden Radiance Wind, and we have to be fast. Because once someone reaches the peak, an energy shield forms on the Golden Dragon Wind. While analyzing the situation, Lulu quickly came up with a counterplan, noting that the Golden Radiance Wind becomes unusually sharp. "But I have already figured out the response," Chuluk thought. "This Dahu is surprisingly reliable. Time is tight." So he rushed into the plan at that moment. Chuluk will directly block the Golden Radiance Wind as attacks up front. Chuluk felt like he was getting slapped, jaw dropping in shock, sweat pouring down. He glared at Lulu, who was grinning with eyes shut tight, silently cursing. "Was not I just meant to be cannon fodder?" Halfway through, he realized this D-host mindset was as dark as a black lake. What kind of counterplan is this? There is really no chance up front, just a forced move by the Golden Radiance Wind. Chuluk suddenly sensed something was off. He looked up at the sky and anxiously reported, "The shield disappeared. We can climb the mountain now." Lulu declared confidently, "The target is the 4th peak, Attacking Lam Chuan's lead dog, he shouted orders. The group then dashed forward. At that moment, on the mountain path near the fourth peak, another team was flying that way, led by none other than Lam Chu. As soon as their eyes met, Lelou's fury started boiling again. Then Hai beside him reported, "That bastard Lam Chua. In 10 minutes, we will have to break through the Golden Radiance Wind's shield." He yelled once more. Look, just as predicted, the Golden Radiance Wind is closing in thick and fast, covering the whole mountain forest. They took turns letting out ear-piercing shrieks, but Lam Chun was still fierce and unstoppable, charging like a beast. Lelou's team stuck close behind, and sensing the right moment, he shouted, "Get ready to strike." Chu Long immediately answered. Got it. The sharp needles flashed Golden Radiance Wind used their numbers to rush Chu Long's attack. Right after, he got hit, face twisted in pain as his arm took 2 sharp needle strikes. Blood sprayed out. Lelou worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Chu Long replied, "Not too bad. But it hurts like hell," he quickly ordered. Then Hai, "Stop the bleeding." She immediately responded. On it, facing 7 fierce and violent enemies. Everyone was terrified but tried their best to hold on amid the storm of deadly stings. Oh man! Lelou's face tightened with tension in an instant. Lai Lu, at that moment. You might ask, what if there is some kind of illusionary general technique that makes him immune to many of the Golden Radiance Wind's attacks? That Da Hua's speed is still on the rise. Lai Lu, with sharp eyes, secretly calculated Lam Chuan's plan. He probably wants to widen the gap and break out of the shield early. Then he can use his trump card to isolate everyone else. And hiding won't work anymore. Immediately afterward, Lelou shouted his command, "Nu Chuluk, break the armor." Chuluk immediately donned the war armor. A fierce aura blazing as a roar echoed through the void. He quickly caught up behind Lam Chu, his speed rising sharply, and Lam Chuan grew furious. Lelou's eyes darkened in anger as he thought to himself, there is only one set of battle armor in the vault. The quality is definitely high. Under the opponent's pursuit, Lam Chuan got even more hyped. Mocking arrogantly, "Watch how far you can keep up with me." Through the thick smoke, he decisively soared into the air, then landed somewhere else. Lam Chuan glanced back, just as expected. Chuluk was hot on his tail. He smiled, raised a finger, and the blood bone mark appeared as spiritual energy swirled around him. Waves of eerie crimson light surged forward to attack. But sensing trouble, Chuluk quickly suggested, "Let us retreat." But Lelua flat out rejected it. "No way, keep pushing forward." In a life or death moment, he decisively drew his light-infused bow, raised it, and aimed coldly straight at the target. The arrow shot forward like a gust of wind, creating a dust cloud and violently colliding with Lam Chuan's dark bloodlight. Sending a shockwave through the spirit energy, the spiritual aura surged wildly. Dozens of deer cried out sharply, ready to charge out. A burst of lingering light erupted as the whole group flew through a glowing mist, piercing the spatial waves and escaping the deadly trap. The 3 of them managed to survive, just escaping the glowing mist, while a fiery energy blast burned fiercely behind the forest. Lilac nervously looked up and saw the energy barrier. It was falling. Just a moment more. The energy barrier slammed down like a world wall, cutting off all escape routes. The explosion shook the space. Zone 4 was isolated. Damn it! Lam Chuan's cold voice suddenly echoed from afar. I did not expect you guys to actually catch up. His whole body was covered by countless dark red venomous mists. Instinctively, he glanced back. Lam Chuan smiled, but it was a savage, terrifying smile. He calmly declared, "You 3 life markers dared to hunt me down. If this were the outer world, you would be dead today for sure." Lilac smirked coldly, boldly retorting straight to his face. "Then maybe not. What if someone's moved by our sincerity and wants to return with us today?" Lam Chuan laughed with satisfaction. "You will never reclaim the Golden Dragon Kiai. Even if you talk about Heavenly Flower Kios, is not that just a pile of trash?" At that moment, Lilacs' anger flared up wildly. Losing all reason, he lunged forward, swinging his spear fiercely, shouting with rage that the real trash was that useless bastard. No one even knew where he came from. Lam Chuan narrowed his eyes, threatening widely, "You fools dare challenge me. The gap between us is beyond your wildest imagination." Just as Lilac flew into attack, Lam Chuan quickly blocked his move. With keen eyesight, Lam Chuan immediately spotted another attacker coming from behind. He turned around with a mocking smile and struck. Lilac was caught off guard by that lightning-fast reflex. He quickly tried to block the blow, putting all his strength into defeating Lilac, but Lam Chuan immediately threw Lilac aside, telling him to scram. Then Hai, watching from outside, shouted a warning to Lilac, "Be careful." Meanwhile, Lam Chuan focused all his power on attacking Lilac. Using his strength, Lam Chuan shattered Lilac's weapon into pieces. He arrogantly watched to see how Lilac would react next. Thinking he had him beat without a weapon, Lam Chuan smirked, but Lilac just stared silently. Suddenly, before Lam Chuan could follow up, he carelessly got hit by another spiritual attack. Lam Chuan looked down at his legs, wondering, "Is this from Commander Thay?" The voice of Commander Thay echoed through the space as Than saznazed Lam Khan's weak spot and took control of him. Just like that, Lam Chuan's legs were quickly frozen, forcing him to stand still. Then came his hands tightly bound by cords. Unable to move, Lam Chuan panicked, shouting, "What?" While he was still flustered, Truck Luck jumped in, aiming to strike him. In the background, someone called out, "Truck Luck! Truck Luck!" But unlucky for him, Lam Chuan was not an easy opponent. He grinned widely, gathering strength for a counterattack. Truck Luck charged at him at high speed. Spear pointed straight at Lam Chuan's head but could not land a hit. Clenching his teeth, Truck Luck tried to pierce Lam Chuan's protective barrier, but Lam Chuan glared. "Mockin', can T break through?" "Huh, just relying on your body." Taken aback by the taunt, Truck Luck was at a loss for words and had no time to think further. Right now, Truck Luck only knew he had to take Lam Chuan's life. He charged forward headfirst. This headbutt attack was unstoppable, and Lam Chuan was blasted back by it. A tooth flew out, probably from the impact, and Lilac watched in horror. After the blow, Lam Chuan sat up slowly. A long scratch marked the ground, his eyes burning red with fury. And then, he stood up, unleashing his full power. Seeing Lam Chuan's strange state, then I got a bit worried and carefully let out all his power. Lilac just calmly replied, "If you are willing to risk this much, then let us see who dares to go all the way." The arrow he fired shot straight at the enemy. One by golden arrow streaked forward, aiming for that wide-open eye. Noticing the strange change in the enemy, Lilac was a bit stunned. Lam Chuan stood far away, baring his teeth and growling, blood dripping from the battle magic. Lilac, without hesitation, Lam Chuan lunged forward, cursing, "Let us see where you run." His shout echoed through the space as Lam Chuan charged toward Lilac. Suddenly dozens of deer blocked his path. Lam Chuan lost momentum and was thrown back. Furious, he switched targets again. A person. Losing his cool, Lam Chuan yelled, "If you want to die, then I will kill you first." He adjusted his sword skills, each slash aiming straight at the deer, but none could wound him. Lam Chuan's eyes widened seeing his ultimate move fail. Damn it! This armor's defense is insane. Their fight grew more intense under Lilac's watchful eye. He could not just stand there, he fired arrows to pull back his allies. Focusing his aim, the arrow transformed into a golden bird and swooped toward the fight. Behind him, he unleashed another technique, Twin General S Force and Twin Armor Spell. But luck was not on his side. The arrow veered off and missed its mark. Luckily, with keen eyes, then quickly jumped in to assist. Lilac exhaled lightly thanks to Than Nai. The two combined their efforts, redirecting the technique perfectly. The golden bird soared at high speed toward Lam Chuan. Seeing himself surrounded, Lam Chuan panicked, thinking, using that enhanced attack power from the light sphere. Damn luck. Too many tricks up his sleeve. Not good. This attack power is no joke, but his arrogance kept him rooted, confidently taking the hit. Useless. I am a top-tier general. The golden bird slammed in, releasing a strange light. Lam Chuan's face twisted as his body nearly fell backward. Then I saw this and quickly shouted. Lam Chuan's finally been pushed back. Taking advantage of the moment, the deer decided to finish him off. Watch me stab him to death. He was about to leap toward Lam Chuan but suddenly stopped. It seemed Lam Chuan was absorbing the attacks. Completely unfazed, everyone grew uneasy seeing his state. Even that fire attack did not work. I have seriously underestimated you. Twin General's force really lives up to its name. The deer shouted. Lilac, look, he's even got defensive counterattacks. On Lam Chuan's side, he sneered, but that attack, you probably want to get a second chance. He started a new technique, top grade white eye, octagonal golden armor. Lam Chuan suddenly yelled at Lilac with fierce hatred. Then he charged, but standing against him was the deer. The deer got angry but had to fight back. Damn it! Get lost. Get lost. Lilac stood there, eyes locked on the fight. Patiently waiting, after a moment of silence, he called out to his companion. Then Hai, get me one Ice Heart Spirit technique. Hearing that familiar name, she suddenly broke into a sweat, surprised, thinking, Lilac's using that secret move now, but she quickly obeyed. Then Haina pointed at his back and unleashed the Ice Heart Spirit technique. At the same time, Lilac pulled a pill from his body and swallowed it, the holy immortal calming pill. As he swallowed it, his eyes flashed a purple hue, and he activated another technique, the Celestial Seal. His hands changed shape as he cast the spell. Lilu opened his eyes wide, and behind him, a second pair of red eyes appeared, full of immense power. His face radiated fierce energy as he continued firing his bow. Meanwhile, Zulu was still fighting Lin Jun with sharp instincts. He quickly noticed something was off. What is up with this energy? Then I suddenly ran over and called out his name. Nu. He immediately responded. Yeah, Lilu's power seemed out of control, shooting wildly but luckily not hitting his teammates. A bizarre red beam streaked toward Lin Jun. Lin Jun's face showed confusion. This power makes no sense at all. Not good. Too fast to dodge. Gotta try to block it. Lin Jun knew running was not an option. He faced Lilu. Gathering strength with the eye he just regained, the beam hit, but luckily he had a treasure to protect him. Otherwise, survival would be tough. Panicked, he shouted at Liu. You son of a playing dirty. Lin Jun's treasure began cracking after absorbing the attack. The blow was too strong. Lin Jun was thrown back, slamming against the rocks. The strike pierced deep, leaving Lin Jun nearly unconscious. Lilu then jumped down from the tree branch, seeing him frozen in place. Then Hai called out worriedly, "Lai Lu," but he seemed out of control, turning to her with hatred, screaming uncontrollably. Then Hai was not an ordinary girl. She immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to help. She stepped closer to her teammate, who could hurt her any second now. She grabbed his injured hand tightly with both hands, then whispered gently into his hand, "Lai Lu, it is." Her calm voice seemed to help Lai Lu regain his senses. His face softened, no longer fierce. Then Hai breathed a sigh of relief, calling out, "Lai Lu." He finally returned to normal, smirking and teasing her. "Was I handsome just now?" Seeing he was safe and unharmed, tears welled up in Than Nai's eyes. She rushed forward and hugged him tightly from behind without saying a word. Embarrassed by this closeness, he blurted out, "Hey, calm down. If Kwong Then Iga sees this, it will be a big mess." Then Hai could not joke anymore and shouted at the other, "I am not afraid of her." Lilu could only helplessly cry silently. Of course, she was not scared after all. She was not the one getting beaten. Zulu stood outside crying for his brother, covered in wounds and barely breathing. Lilu looked pitiful, but somehow it made you want to smash him to pieces. What is up with that? After a moment of quiet emotion, the two stood up and stared at the mountain ahead. A dazzling golden aura appeared from thin air. Lilu quickly called to her companion, "Kunai, that is the Baishan golden dragon artifact hers." Kunai activated her technique to absorb a treasure, and smoke slowly drifted out from it. After watching for a bit, Lilu turned and asked her, "How does it feel?" Kunai honestly replied, "Honestly, nothing at all." Hearing that, he just shrugged it off. "Well, whatever. The mystery of the golden dragon's aura is not something we can understand." Back with the guy who Bin knocked out, Lilu stood and told Lin Jun, "At least we made it this far." He added, "Lin bro, we came together, so let us head back together too." Hearing this, Lin Jun's face twisted with annoyance. His eyes filled with hatred. Opposite him, Lilu's smile was bright and clear. "If there's a chance, I will invite you to dinner." At this, Lin Jun seemed totally helpless and passed out. Lilu joked, "Looks like he just fainted." His mood was off. Even though he was an ally, nobody could handle Lilu's weird attitude. "You are a real heartbreaker," Lilu said as he picked up the treasure Lin Jun had just damaged. "This octagonal golden light shield can still be used after some repairs. How about I keep it? I have got armor already, this one's yours." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kunai stood facing the Baishan golden dragon talisman. She reached out as if wanting to touch it. At the same time, she smiled in satisfaction, thinking, "I said I was not after the Baishan talisman, but I got it anyway." She is probably going to see Liluo differently now. Anyone who looked down on him must be speechless this time. By now, the fight between Liluo's team and Lin Jun's had ended. Other rooms were still battling, but the 4th rank golden aura was gone. That is normal, right? Lin Jun, the three of them, Lilu, Kunai, and Zulu stood firm, eyes fixed ahead until all fighting stopped and the light faded. Then suddenly, a voice rang out, harsh and cold. The other side looked at Lin Jun in disbelief. Lin Jun lost the fire duel. "No way." Ziyang and Guyan froze, unsure how to react. Lilu smirked and thought, Lin Jun single-handedly beat every team that dared challenge him, and he showed no mercy. If he goes back to Dixaya, he is dead. That proves the enemy has the strength to take him down. Then Guyan turned back to the remaining fighters, thinking, when it comes to fighting for the war trophy, we have to take down this brat first. The word's fateful moment made Guyan nervous. "Kill the harsh one." Another voice cut in, ordering the rest, "Get ready. We are going out soon." Lilu and his team used their power to soar upward, eyes locked straight ahead. Then suddenly Lilu looked down and noticed all the remaining golden auras flying out. A burst of fire like light blazed bright yellow, followed by strange objects flying toward him. All of them circled and clung to Lilu's body. Suddenly, a treasure appeared, glowing with a mysterious ocean blue light. Another showed up too, similar but with a deep forest green hue. Lilu hovered in midair, seemingly absorbing both treasures. The life force breaking, the 5 elements settling, breaking through. Then, Lilu continued his journey elsewhere. At the Golden Dragon Protection Plaza, he looked at his hand, thinking, life force broken, 5 elements settled, the Golden Dao Peak effect is huge. This just saved me 3 months of training. Lilu's eyes reflected a clear sense of relief. His injuries and power had recovered. Recovered? Yes, but suddenly realizing something, he snapped his eyes open. Something's wrong. Seeing Lin Jun rushing in, Lilu worried, thinking, Lin Jun's recovered too. That bastard wants to mess with Qni. The distance was too far, and she turned away with a look that just did not feel right. Nothing was difficult since he had lost his edge. Lam Chuan was easily defeated and thrown against the cliff. Then Nai's face showed no emotion as she faced off against the opponent. Lilac stood aside, only able to watch the loser. In the distance, a graceful young lady appeared with an imposing aura. Hongyi's face darkened when she saw someone trying to harm her daughter, but she stood behind, nervously asking, Lam Chuan, what are you doing? Inside, he was shocked. Was this Hongyi's power really on the level of a strong marquis? Even Lila, seeing Hongyi's murderous glare, was stunned. This was the first time she would seen her truly angry. Seeing her mother arrive, then I cried out, Mom, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Hongka hurried to her daughter, worried and asking, Then Hai, what is going on? After hearing the situation from Than Nai, Ning could not help but break out in a cold sweat, yelling, What? Lam Chuan was provoked, had the golden dragon Kai stolen, and then got scolded by Ning Zhou, you shameless scoundrel. How do you do business? He quickly tried to explain, Father, it was not just me, he attacked all of us. Hongka was not ready to let this go and called out word by word. Where is he? She immediately ordered all her subordinates to drag him to the dragon prison, no matter what it took, forcing him to spill everything he knew. In an instant, Lam Chuan was surrounded and trapped, opening his mouth as if to scream but unable to make a sound. In the end, he helplessly collapsed to the ground in surrender. Lilac, watching from outside, could only sigh. What a disaster. Suddenly, a sinister voice full of rage echoed from behind Lilac. Who else but Honky? Furious to the core. Even then, Hai hesitated behind her, quietly calling out, Mom. Hearing screams echoing from that hellish place, Lilac was terrified, thinking, I feel like I am done for. Honky's expression brightened as she said, Lilac, you did great. You did not disappoint me. This sudden 180-degree turn shocked even Ning quite, who gaped at the chairman's smile. Seeing Hongyi's soft side, Lilac's cheeks flushed. Unconsciously, he blurted out what he was thinking. I have never seen Hongyi so gentle before. But then a horrifying thought hit him. Isn't he that even scarier? Regaining his serious tone, Lilac spoke. If the chairman's satisfied and seems so kind, then do we still need to hand over the heavenly gold from General Cannon? You already said before. Seeing this expression, even Honka broke a sweat, thinking he was about to say something important. Fine, I will give it to you, she said, her eyes carefully studying the young man in front of her. Honky just looked on helplessly. That mouth of yours. Lilac, whose face was as thick as a wall now, did not hesitate to flatter her. Thank you, boss. The chairman really is generous. No wonder the Golden Dragon warranty under her supervision is thriving. Even the dozen of us teammates had to admit. Shameless. Despite his stiff exterior, inside Lilac was scheming everything out. If Lidai Hoen heard any of this, it would be tougher than climbing to heaven. Why did such a rough kid like this get born? And this time, beating the enemy with such skill, maybe that is the key. Lilac really is Lidai Huen's son. Onga kept her serious tone, saying to him, Thanks to you both this time. If you need anything from me, I won't hesitate to help. Lilac politely replied, Thank you, Chairman. We will be going now. After that, they quickly left, leaving only Hongyi and her daughter behind. Then I finally spoke. Mom, something's really off with Lam Chun this time. Her mother's serious voice followed. Whether he is guilty or not, it is still a crime. The upper ranks of the Tiantang district branch, no one escapes. That bastard's cultivation was earned by stealing life force. No wonder I never noticed. Then I went on. This time's too strange. Someone tried to harm me, but someone else helped. The 3 golden white eye protections and the Dao Golden Pavilion's last 2 levels. Could it be? This is connected to father. And right after that, she asked the question she would been wondering about all along. Enzu, the one who ordered Lam Chuan around, is she really your father's follower? Ongi just stayed silent after hearing her daughter speak, saying nothing more. Deep down, she could not help but feel heavy-hearted. Why could not these people be family to her father? Back to Lilac's new journey. For the next 2 days, he secluded himself to cultivate inside the mansion. At this moment, Lilac was lying outside, soaking up the sun. He relaxed there, resting after days of fighting, time to recharge and use that second-level power well. Just as he was about to drift off, suddenly someone dropped a grape right into his mouth. Woken up and a bit confused, Lilac saw that Ray standing there demanding payment. Hey, young master, hand over this month's dues now. Seeing someone familiar, he immediately sat up and replied quickly. See you. Vinny, no. I just finished a big battle and came back. Tranep was really something else. Ruining it would not be good. She smiled back and said, No choice. Hurry up now. I am off ahead. While they chatted away, another voice piped up. You have reached the 5th level of Life's Vein Realm already. Hearing that familiar voice, Lilac jumped up. Vanra, you are back. She stood on one side, hands on hips, answering, Looks like the trip to Kim Long Dao Temple really paid off. Huh. Lilac's eyes were completely captivated by the woman before him. She had come to test her cultivation here before. He carefully studied her. Her armor still showed traces of alien energy, Seems like she would worried about me and rushed back. Lilac quickly ran over to Thanra and got close to her. He slipped a treasured item into her hand. Thanra felt it and asked, "What is this?" Lilac casually said, "A grape for you." Thanra held the treasure up to her lips and said, "Space Ox, you actually brought me a grape," she teased with a playful smile. "Did you do something wrong to me?" With her close like that, Lilac's face turned bright red. "My conscience is clear." Thanra, like finding a shoulder to lean on, moved closer as if to say thanks. "Alright, I know you performed well." She held up the Space Ox to admire it, then said, "But the grape, I really like it." Taking the chance to catch up, they chatted on. Turns out Lam Chuan's target was Lu Than Hai and those 3 Kim Choi and Bach Nan treasures of theirs. Then she turned to him, curious. "This whole thing is pretty straightforward. Could it be related to Lu Than Nai's father?" "Did she say anything to you?" Lilac did not hide his thoughts and answered honestly, "I think it is her secret." Thanra asked more. "What about the Kim Nun treasure? The double pain type you want?" Lilac finally replied with some hesitation. "Actually, the Kim Choi and Bach Nan is good too, but the Kim Mahan is best." Hearing this, she immediately looked him over, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. The Kim Nahan treasure, double pain type even in the Kim Long treasure vault. It is probably hard to get, let alone the price. Still looking serious, Thanra gently sipped her tea and said, "But a month from now, there is a tournament to qualify for the Than Boy battle held by the Academy. They say if someone stands out, they can pick any Kim Nan treasure from the Academy's vault freely." Feeling like she would hit a nerve, Lilac stood up ready to run. "I am heading back to the Academy for special training." But that afternoon, she saw right through him and called him out. "Competing for rank at the Academy is a responsibility we can't dodge. Come back." Thanra wrapped it up with one last line. "Today is the Master's day off. No one's watching your efforts." That stopped Lilac in his tracks as he tried to leave. He scratched his face. "Should I head back to the Academy tomorrow?" "Tonight, I am with you," says. Before he could finish, he saw his own miserable image. That night, Lilac sat on his bed and quietly cried. One hand alone can protect a man. After a rough night, early the next morning at the Academy dorm building, Lilac came to talk to the guy sitting across. "Ayat, Tanfu, what is up?" Tanfu sat there, hands on the table, and said, "I do not know where you have been this past month, but I gotta say," he gave a sharp look at the guy across and added, "You are coming back late." Tanfu did not forget and even got more fired up. "Say goodbye to your captain's spot," Lilac asked with wide eyes. "What did you say?" Tanfu said seriously. "You have skipped way too much training. I am already a 3rd level scholar." Lilac was dripping sweat, but he crossed his arms and said something that completely killed Tanfu's cool vibe. "I am actually a 5th level scholar." His face flushed red like he wanted to disappear underground. And Tanfu tried to change the subject. "There is breakfast here with the captain. Why not eat something?" Lilac was not fooled and kept pushing the topic. "Kid, adjusting your skill is not enough. As captain, I demand you reach 4th level scholar fast. Don't become a burden." Meanwhile, in the research room, a young woman sat busy. That figure was none other than Man, who seemed to notice someone's presence and turned to look. Man recognized the familiar person and spoke up. "Captain, when did you get here?" Lilac did not hesitate to answer. "An hour? No worries. Have you finished your work?" This time, he did not forget to bring a gift when visiting her. Man, I brought you something this time." Looking at the cake he held, Man thought, "The captain knows I have no taste buds but still gives me cake. Did he forget or is he teasing me?" She showed clear disappointment. "Alright, I will give it a try." But to break Man's gloomy mood, Lilac held up a test tube with a blue liquid inside and said, "Wait, drink this first, then try it." She grabbed the test tube, looking relieved but still unsure. Could this really be it? Lilac relaxed seeing her expression. "Go ahead and drink it." Silence fell as Man slowly drank the strange liquid. It seemed pretty gross because she had to cover her mouth to keep from throwing up. Lilac happily explained, "The taste is bad, but you have to stick with it." After the nausea passed, Man felt something strange inside. Lilac quickly seized the moment and asked, "How do you feel?" He looked at Lilu without saying a word, and seeing this reaction, he just stayed silent. Then she gently tilted her head back. Lilu seemed to realize something was wrong and could only stare blankly what was going on. He started to worry a bit for Man. What is wrong? Could it be that it is not working? Suddenly, tears welled up in her big round eyes. Seeing this, Lilu felt completely confused. Was she happy or sad? Right after, Man snatched the cake from his hand and shoved it into her mouth. Lilu carefully reminded her about her rushed behavior, saying, "Hey, eat slowly." Man puffed her cheeks and chewed the cake quickly despite Lilu's advice. Not wanting to waste time, while eating, tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "I can taste it now. My sense of taste has returned." On TikTok, Man then rushed to hug her benefactor. "Captain, thank you." In this unexpected moment, Lilu showed clear helplessness. Do girls always express thanks like this now? "Alright, I will just assume they are all overwhelmed with emotion. Let them be a little self-absorbed. Man kept repeating her thanks. Captain, seriously, thank you so much, Lulu modestly replied. Don't rush. There will be plenty of delicious food to enjoy later, she cheerfully added. Captain, all the spiritual water elixirs I develop in the future will definitely prioritize the Kiduong sect. Hearing this, Lulu waved his hand to refuse. That is too much. 8 or 9 types of elixirs is enough in his mind. The image of Thy appeared clearly, based on current consumption levels. If not, he would have to create more types of spiritual water elixirs. Man covered her mouth and laughed. Captain, you sure know how to joke. Talking with you is really fun, Lulu replied helplessly. I'm serious. Then she did not forget to ramble on, asking he had researched various secret primal elixirs, offering help if the captain needed it. I can do a bit of research, but the purity level of the primal secrets from the Kiduong sect is rare even in the Great Saya. It is not something to take lightly. Lulu quickly responded, those primal secrets come with a huge price. We will definitely need to develop new products in the future. When that happens, I will offer you a fair price. Then suddenly, the screech of a sliding door shattered their conversation. Tanfu stood outside looking dejected and called out, Captain, Man, the guide boat is here. Captain, you are really unpredictable. Seeing his expression, Lulu asked a few teasing questions. Tanfu, is your name Eavesdropper or something? Finally, they had to leave the lab to go elsewhere. A woman standing there spoke up. Guide boat? Then a voice rang out. This is truly the Earth 5 culture. Kim Longdao's leader is not supportive at all. That means, so far in the One Heart Institute, you and Tantruk Lok are the strongest. Right? Hearing that, Lulu immediately felt a bit proud. With my 7th grade water light general skills, I am even stronger than him, she added without hesitation, but just that one T be enough to join the Holy Cup qualifier next month. She continued. Surprised, Lulu quickly asked, isn't the qualifier just a training competition? The guide boat honestly replied, this training competition has changed. Only the winner qualifies to participate in the Holy Cup battle, and our assigned rivals are the Lam and Holy Academy, which is very strong. The Academy is one of the top 4 in the Eastern Divine Continent, and is quite famous. She did not forget to add, if you lose in the qualifier, it is basically goodbye to the Holy Cup battle. As soon as she said that, Lulu's face froze in disbelief. How did this suddenly turn so serious? Wasn't this supposed to be a light invitation? Now it is basically a brutal elimination round. To keep them informed, she went on, this qualifier has 7 rounds. Each side selects 7 people, and those 7 come from 4 different institutes. As she spoke, the guide boat looked forward to a tense battle of equals, where the One Heart Institute only has to send out 1 person. The remaining 3 academies have to send out 2 fighters each. 7 students from our academy will face off against 7 from their 7 matches total. Best of 7 wins with 4-3 deciding the victor. She also mentioned that among the 3 academies is Kwangdan Iga. So in those 7 matches, our Academy's Sacred Mystic Spirit match is basically a guaranteed win. Hai Thorn took the chance to give some advice about the other matches. You will need to be careful. Since the top Academy's first squad includes 2 students at rank 8, that means our first squad's fighters need to be at least at the Transforming General 2nd stage level. She also shared what she knows. The Sacred Cup battle is the most important competition between academies. To help you guys speed up your training, the Academy plans to open a special secret realm just for you. It would not be right to give all this info without telling you who is participating. So Hai Thoin took the opportunity to announce the candidates. It is a tiny space powered by General Force, condensed with the essence of General Force trees, designed to boost your training speed. Plus, it won't burn through your stages or ruin your foundation and inner strength. The Academy's really putting in the effort this time. At the tournament, contestants hold their treasures and use a technique to unleash a beam of power together. The combined energy creates a huge streak of light. Hai Thoin's voice still echoes in the air. Step inside. Everyone present uses their power together to push the force they create to its absolute limit. Lelek stood outside, eyes wide staring at the scene before him. This is Hai Thoin confirmed once more. Yes. This is the Sacred Eye Realm. Luff gasped in amazement. This is the Sacred Eye Realm. Can you actually train here with this eye-shaped pillar? Hai Thoin raised her hand, releasing energy that lifted him up. Want to know how it works? Just step forward and find out. Standing atop a tall mountain, Lelesh carefully scanned the surroundings. Why were there so many sharp, eye-shaped weapons here? A bunch of humanoid spirits rushed toward him. He was shocked and guessed they were not people but some kind of spirit beings. Worried, Lelesh swung his blade and shattered them. The spirits scattered, flying in the wind. She loudly warned him, don't avoid them, absorb them. So he calmly let the spirits merge into him. Alek was amazed as he felt it. When directly absorbed into the 2 general palaces, this power was pure, gentle, and unusual. He did not even need to refine it. It was like spirit water light. Hai Thoin crossed her arms and calmly explained, these spirits are called spirit fragments. Powers formed when the spirit priest absorbs general force from the trees and refines it. This energy is extremely pure, Just absorbing it turns it into your own support power. Plus, it helps evolve your general force. You all need to push yourselves to break through every day. After all, if one squad eats a big chunk, the others will lose out. If you get the point. A big rock fell to the ground as he, full of excitement, yelled, "Alright, let us get started." Jai's eyes widened in shock. It is already day 4. Lowell Leslie's team has overtaken VFCC's to become number 1. Kim Tae-yu smiled proudly, slowly musing, "That is impressive. Senza Lolus will be the first to challenge the 20th layer. Though challenging does not mean breaking through. The 20th layer is way harder than the 10th. Lelukshi may be a dual general, but passing it on the first try, I doubt it." At the 20th layer, the Spirit Guardian stands tall, guarding the gate waiting for its prey. Tenfu's eyes went wide in fear as he pleaded, "Captain, we are exhausted. Only those at general force. Second stage can handle this. Maybe we should come back tomorrow." Lilith thought it over, clearly tired, but said, "Don't put off today's work for tomorrow. This fat piece of meat is mine. Besides, I am not even at the transforming general stage yet." Mayman laughed happily. Being with the captain feels so safe. He rubbed his head excitedly and praised, "Captain, that was so epic." "True, if there is only one monster on this layer, we can still take this prize." Ahead of the gate stood several powerful spirit guardians on watch. Everyone could not help but worry. Transforming general second stage, transforming general second stage, life writing stage fourth writing, life writing stage fourth writing, life writing stage third writing, life writing stage third writing. Tenfi nervously scolded, "You crow-mouth guy." Aluk angrily tilted his head, stammering. Suddenly, they launched their moves and he hurriedly dodged. "There are too many enemies. Go with plan B. You hold them off. I will take out this fire spirit and come help you too." The Soul Guardian of the gate charges at Lilac. Lilac blocks the attack with his sword against the Soul Guardian's strike. He smiles mysteriously, thinking, "That is all. Judging by how I feel, the power I have built up in my bow totally rivals a second-tier general." Turns out Lilac quickly fired off cannonballs powered by his General S strength. With cold eyes, he said, "Here's my newly upgraded General Cannon spell. Plus, I have mastered a new general technique. Try and keep up." Without hesitation, Lilac swiftly unleashed critical strikes, shredding the Soul Guardian. Kathang's eyes widened with excitement. "Isn't this some kind of water magic transformation? This kid's amazing." Lilac raised an eyebrow, smiling with satisfaction. "Impressive? No wonder he has reached the 5th level of general strength to master this, combined with the light general's power up. Who knows? He might even reach the strength of a dragon general." Tanfu stood aside, catching a falling rock with a flinch. "Captain, think this through later. I am about to crack." Lilac rushed over to help, but it was too late. The rock hit with a shockwave. Strange blue energy spilled out from the gate's entrance. Everyone stared, stunned. "Look at that. Lilac already broke through level 20, ate the fattest chunk in one bite. Since when did he get this strong?" Dennis smiled softly and said, "Looks like one of these two will represent the top academy." Chuckluck gritted his teeth with a sly grin. "Don't he care about that representative stuff? But I have been itching to fight him." Elisa's eyes widened in surprise. On the holy battlefield, could Lilac become the strongest student in the Eastern Divine Continent? "That kind of breakthrough has never happened at the Holy Mystic Academy," said a teammate, jaws dropping. "Is that for real?" For the next half-month, the Righteous Squad trained harder every day in the Sacred Realm. Their growth started catching the attention of academies from all over. After all their effort, someone finally broke through to the general transformation, a surprise to everyone. It was Tantruklok who did it first, instantly surpassing Lilac to become the top academy's representative. Meanwhile, Lilac seemed stuck, showing no signs of breakthrough. His teammates wondered if he really had what it takes. He was not as strong as the rumors said. Leveling up too fast has its flaws, Lilac told himself. "I am a dual general type. Naturally, my progress is slower than a single general type," he murmured worriedly. But the real problem was that breakthroughs were getting harder. After level 30, he could barely advance 1 level a day. "What now?" Mei smiled lightly, saying, "Right now, our captain is a strong thinker who wants to go it alone, but I have an idea." Suddenly, the gate's entrance shook violently. The squad's eyes widened with joy. "Look, Lilac broke through to level 36. This kid's got talent. That is the move. Let us find someone to team up with," Inlong said angrily. This kid actually thought about teaming up with Tantruklok. Smart move. The next day, at level 38, the gate's Soul Guardian was completely destroyed. The team cheered. "We cleared level 38. Then Hai approached Lilac, worried but trying to encourage him. Still no sign of breakthrough. "Donna, listen to the rumors outside. You will make it. I believe in you." Suddenly, Tanfu spotted something in the distance and shouted, "Look, it is Wang Hak Kyu's group. He has got us shocked." Said another, "There are 5 squads total, and the White Beans already teamed up with that Elisa guy." "So who are they teaming up with?" Tanfu widened his eyes, staring intently ahead. Their figures became clear. Hakyu smirked at Thu Din, who shouted in confusion, "Destroy the Din. Aren't they students of the Second Star Academy?" Lung was furious. "Damn it, isn't he this cheating?" The beast-eyed teammate gasped. "They are looking for help from the Second Star Academy. Then won't the First Star Academy lose power?" Dudu angrily scolded. "That is like biting the hand that feeds you. So unfair." Lilac bit her lip, lost in thought, with Hakyu and the dense words of contempt echoing in her mind. "Lilac, so far among the 3 stars of Viet, no one in the spirit realm can help you anymore." Hakyu sneered. "Kim Tiu, your disciple gives energy to outsiders without limits. What kind of ritual master are you?" Kim Tiu smirked slyly. "We do not break the rules. What makes you think the students of the Second Star are not one of us?" Ka then awkwardly tried to calm things down. "Everyone, let us not fight. This should be reported to the headmaster." Up on the high platform, silence fell over the whole space. Lilac bit her lip and spoke, but the master on the other side did not reply. The outcome was clear, no problem. It was accepted. He smirked and asked, "What? Got the guts to compete with the Second Star SSS to high squad?" Chulok laughed and teased. "Keep dreaming." Just as expected, later that day both squads broke through to floor 39, one after the other, constantly hurling insults. Wang Hakyu, "Trash. Loser. Die. Good job, bro. Keep it up." The next day, resting before the power test, Hakyu looked at Lilac and could not help but sneer mockingly. "Isn't this Lilac? Copying others to break into floor 40 now?" He laughed mockingly. "No squad from the First Stars Academy has ever broken floor 40 before. Even Truck Hyun only made it at the Second Star. You do not stand a chance." Lilac's teammates angrily stepped forward. Support Lilac to crush Wang Hakyu. Wang Hakyu's just a thankless jerk, yet he acts like Second Star's best. Hakyu snapped angrily. "Lilac, you asked for this, did not you?" Lilac silently gave a thumbs up, cool and confident. He calmly denied, "I did not do it. But honestly, whoever did, I gotta give credit." He smirked proudly. "I do not care about reputation. Just gotta be first to break floor 40. Maybe I will even push to the transformation stage. Win or lose, king or outcast, then no one can say a word." Lilac replied lightly. "I am afraid you will get nothing but scolded." Hakyu stormed off angrily. "Just wait. I will make history." Everyone paused before the towering spiritual energy. Hythian glanced down. Kim T held a bottle of wine and spoke calmly. "To show my apology, I brought some fine wine. Let us have a drink." She was angry, but had not opened the bottle yet. Calmly she reminded, "Take this seriously." He raised the wine and sipped. At floor 40, everyone gathered at the gate. Lilac studied the 3 spirit swords, all at transformation stage peak, saying, "I can block one. What about you?" He laughed. "Little Luck is a bit reckless now. Forgot how Lin Chuan chased you before." Little Luck grumbled, "I am way stronger now. What about you?" Lilac smiled confidently. "Let us. The honor of the First Star depends on me." Shifted into battle mode, ready to fight back. "Let us do this." Watching his fierce look, someone thought, "This big guy's fire flares fast, he is really something." Then the two turns fighting the spirit swords. Moving forward, the spirit sword blocked Lilac's attack with its blade. He jumped back to dodge. Lilac gritted his teeth, thinking, "Good thing I am stronger lately, or that hit would be seriously hurt me." Little Luck on the other side aimed carefully. The spirit sword struck fiercely at him with its spear. He clenched his teeth. Worried, Lilac glanced at his struggling teammate and thought, "This is bad." The other Little Luck's under heavy attack too. No matter what, facing the 3rd level peak is tough. On the king or man side, the battle is getting harder. I am afraid they are already injured. Elsewhere, the team of Hakyu, Thu Din, and their comrades fought together. He could not help but feel contempt as he looked at Wang Hakyu's side, where their squad faced a single King Lin Koi. Lilac narrowed his eyes observing the enemy team and calmly commented, "Diet the Din alone can already hold off one King Lin Koi. Plus, he is even fighting with Dan Kosak. What about the other 2 Han teammates?" He frowned and continued, "Their lineup is way stronger than ours. If they break through floor 40 first, everything we have done will be meaningless. Surrounding and attacking one King Lin Koi can still hold for a long time. We do not have much time left." The King Lin spirit rushed fiercely at Lilac's pearl, attacking all over his body. He gritted his teeth, resisting. "My light truly keeps draining this Jaehua's defense. But the energy swirl around its waist is obviously slow. Could it be that the weak point is its waist?" It flew past Lilac's body, and he quickly raised his hand to restore the water vortex shield. Lilac held his King sword horizontally, gritting his teeth to block the King Lin spirit's attack. The destructive force was so great everything seemed to shatter. Even his sleeve got shredded. Silently, he wielded his twin swords and unleashed the general's cannon move. A massive energy burst shot toward it. As the vortex slowly approached the King Lin spirit's body, Lilac kept chopping its weapon, getting more and more excited. "I have broken through Han's defense. Now's my one chance." The powerful energy pierced through its body, but the King Lin spirit had not completely shattered from the Tian Liu water technique. Tao Man looked worried and shouted, Not good. Leilaka's strike still lacks a bit even after the enemy's defense recovered. Hen will be dragged into a prolonged battle. Dai widened his eyes in surprise and said, "No way. This Qinli water sword technique seems even faster this time." Viewer, just as he said, Lilac instantly completely destroyed the King Lin spirit. The teammates cheered loudly. Lilac was actually the first to defeat the enemy, breaking through to the third transformation stage. "So badass," Chuck Luck exclaimed in shock. "I thought reaching the transformation stage first would close the gap with Han, but I guess I was still too naive." Eyes wide in awe. Then LUTHES blade technique can really reach this speed. Dime behind him nodded quietly, showing that Henan has a deep understanding of this sword technique. Lelek smiled confidently, thinking, the key to thin LUTHES blade skill is using flow velocity to drive the cutting force. I can boost its power like this because it is fused with the radiant mirror brain. Ski's eyes suddenly widened. Lualus, how could this be? While An was off guard, the spirit blade silently attacked. The faced it, angry and scolding. Vifrikyu, what are you doing? You are messing up the crucial moment. The others were still stunned. Then they charged in, causing an earth-shattering clash. Move forward fast. Give it your all. He furrowed his brow, regretting, Deptha was too hasty. This one T-word. If you keep this up, you will fall behind step by step. Not long after, as the spirit blade was shattered, Lalaza's team broke through to the 40th level first. Ingalung excitedly praised, Hyan, you are amazing. Hythoan watched the retreating Kim Tu sincerely say, Guide Ku, you are helping us wait for the First Star Academy's challenge. You really gave it your all. She said, on behalf of the First Star Academy. Thank you. He bit his lip and silently signaled to pour the drink. Over at Luffy's side, everyone slowly moved on to the next battle spot. He closed his eyes, smirking to himself. Before, I spread my strength between two bow generals. This time I am putting all my energy into the Earth Wood Bow General. Their endurance is lower. Maybe they will break through first. The orb began showing water stains as light seeped out from inside. A strong force shattered the orb, releasing powerful energy. He watched eagerly. Here it comes. Ahead was the Earthwood Transformation General. Lelek approached to observe thoughtfully. My Earthwood General's endurance has reached the transformation stage. He looked down at the base, smiling with interest. Some mud and dirt at the core, that is the mark of the Earth General. Back in reality, Lelek slowly opened his eyes. Mayman stepped forward and asked, Captain, you broke through. He calmly replied, yes. The team praised him in surprise. That is incredible, angrily shouted, crying and scolding. Damn it. So annoying, just to see loss. With a sly look, suggested, since you have broken through, let us fight now. Lualus, unable to hold back, asked, are you even human anymore? Suddenly a group arrived. Hythoan said coldly, you will get your fight in 2 days. In 3 days, the Lama Holy Academy delegation arrives. For now, you must fight and pick a representative for the First Star Academy. A shiny diamond badge was handed to him as he was chosen to represent the First Star Academy. Levelaz FC carried the hopes of everyone and earned the spot to compete for entry tickets. On day 3, the Lamine Holy Academy delegation arrived at the St. Huan Star Academy. The whole academy buzzed with excitement, eager to see them. Meanwhile, at Hamiland, Hythian was patiently teaching Lualuk a new technique. He raised his eyebrows in surprise as energy surged through his body. She sincerely explained, this move is called Heavy Water Cloak. I specially prepared it for you. Its weakness is that it shrinks the general's power to form the heavy water. Like having a layer of water cloak, Hythian tested the technique between her fingers, saying, but this heavy water is yours. Immediately, the energy around Oluch was pierced through. She ordered, heavy water here is not stable. Remake it. He focused and tried again. Hythoan calmly reminded him, with the optic bow of Kim Tine White Eye. Your attack power is outstanding, but if your defense is not enough, this cloak protects you from critical hits. You have to practice carefully, she said impatiently. Again, Hythoan seriously inspected it. 5 out of 7 tries did not meet the standard, but the reduction of heavy water is not enough. You are totally wasting your power. The layering is not enough. It is like an empty form. Keep going. The heavy water's too thick. Do you want to be a walking shield? After a long, exhausting training session, she softly reassured him. Alright, you did great today. Study means balancing work and rest. So let us call it a day. Aleph felt completely drained, collapsing on the ground exhausted. Hythian gently announced, we will continue tomorrow. He rolled his tired eyes, confused. My energy's totally wiped out. Did the coach misunderstand how to balance training and rest? Alec slowly sat up with a sigh. I am so... Suddenly, a beauty appeared out of nowhere and bumped into his back. Startled, Lilek quickly caught Hai Jubi before she fell. She blushed and apologized. Sorry, I got distracted admiring the view and did not notice you. Lilef was surprised and thought to himself, he recalled her self-introduction from before. Pondering silently, Namine Sacred Academy, representative of the Tamtin Institute, upper 8th rank Golden General. She must be Hai. The same girl I saw in the archives from the Lam Iron Sacred Academy 2 days ago, the representative of the Tamtine Institute. The upper 8th rank Golden General. Known as the Lam Un Tiger, tough and unpredictable, he respectfully said. Senior student Trido. It is an honor. Hajimem looked surprised and exclaimed, You know me? Alek smiled modestly. I have seen your profile. Senior, it is unforgettable at first glance. Besides, I think you might know me too. She furrowed her brow. Thinking hard. You are Luffy from the Sacred Institute's First Star Academy. Right? Aleph calmly replied, That is me. I have some matters to attend to today, so I will excuse myself. Suddenly, Hajime, looking pained, leaned on him and said, My leg's cramping? Sorry. Can I rest a bit? Their teammates behind them burst out laughing and teasing. He's done for this time. He is totally doomed. Alek was baffled. What do you mean? Because your beautiful Fianti just saw everything from up there. Seeing that familiar silhouette, Lalef could not help but worry. Kung Thenga, pouting, glared unhappily at Laluk and shoved Hayam away in panic. She spun around and stormed off. The teammates nearby could not stop laughing and mocking. Alef's toast, Kung then Aegis mad now. She frowned, clearly upset and scolding, Lulus. Is this how you are supposed to treat guests at the Sacred Mystic Institute? Seems like you are not very close after all. He narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, Was that bump on purpose? Senior, what are you trying to do? Trying to piss off Kengthan Nuga? Hayam turned with a sly look. Today's events might just make her mess up during the fight. Aleph was surprised but stayed calm. But your engagement seems stronger than outsiders think. He grinned sincerely. Seriously. Senior, pissing off Kung Thenga is not a smart move. He smiled, nudging her. Trust me, that is a terrible idea. Back at the small courtyard, Lalek slowly approached Theniga, who was quietly admiring the scenery. He carefully asked Hun, She is not really mad, right? She smirked with eyes closed. That little bit of anger. How could it ever make me mad? Dialogue error. Lalek turned pale hearing Thenga continue. I have been trained regularly by Memya Lu Than Nai. He nervously denied, but she did not actually do anything. Theniga smiled eerily. Then what are you so nervous about? He awkwardly laughed and changed the subject. Anyway, forget about Tridu Hajime. What about the upcoming fight? How do you think we will do? The T-Teen Institute has the princess and the royal general should be no problem. Right? She immediately got serious. One draw. One win, that is the best record T-Teen Institute has. Seriously. Such a big deal but only a draw and a win. A man's image appeared in her mind. Theniga seriously warned. Don't underestimate that guy called Trung Nam. His defense is insanely strong, known as Lamy and Chai Thuen. Since joining the academy, he has fought countless battles without losing. Most opponents ended up drained of energy, caught in his fiery traps. A familiar woman's figure also appeared. She carefully analyzed, saying the 3-Star Institute is almost guaranteed to win. The Red Lotus Mansion's performance is not very stable, so the 5-Star Institute is likely to take the win. Lalex's mind was hazy as Thanga kept predicting. The 2-Star Institute on both sides is already shattered. It is just a matter of which side's more broken. Does Daithu, Linen and Trifhain feel hurt hearing how little their sister thinks of the Trashy Hein group? What about the 1-Star Institute? What is your take? Smirking confidently, he pointed to himself, judging by looks alone. Then Hein from the 1-Star Institute is definitely dominating, she teased. You are unhappy with her. Huh, nobody thinks like you. Honestly, if I would been the champ already, I would not care. Alek laughed, amused. Not yet. Then she turned serious again. I know the opposing brothers, Luff Thruing and Lysi Ting, are tricky. I will be careful. He smiled lightly, confident and cocky. But right now, I am the top guy in the 1-Star Institute. So where's the reward you promised? Then Iga blinked, confused. Reward? What? What for? Lalek shouted angrily. Seriously, can't you treat me like a normal admirer? If I were just an admirer, look at you just now, did not you feel anything? She blinked sadly, tears streaming calmly down her face. I think he is already dead. Saddened, he wiped his tears and ran off. So cold. I know when you said reward. It was just a joke. I'm out. Suddenly, Thaniga spoke gently. I will grant your wish. She slapped the table with a charming smile and added, once your skills surpass mine, we will call off that engagement. The final battle for the last ticket opened amid roaring cheers at the academy. The mountainside was sliced into countless terraces, packed with beautiful students watching the fight. The arena, set in forest and lake terrain, was grand and impressive. Cheers and shouts echoed everywhere. It is finally here. Let us. We are definitely winning. A man's eyes reflected Lulif's figure as he sneered. Isn't he that Awalak? The Academy's number 2. Less than a year, and he is already the top guy in the 1-Star Institute. Crowds gathered around, gossiping while sneering in disdain. Looks like it won't be long before Leklam Academy forms a loyal faction. That place sure is booming with talent. The Kimthik Academy head smiled faintly and said, you are the one who got psychologically scarred by Loth Ihu and back then. Lo Alessi's just a strategist. Top notch at that. Tref then Ho bared her teeth. angrily retorting, like you were not beaten by Chim Thai Lam. Zatrech Academy head, do not be so cold and distant. Hung Kai coldly warned. Enough. You guys. Lothai Huan and Chim Zi Lam might not be dead yet. They immediately turned and left. Alright, let us move inside. Lo Letta could not help but feel uneasy and thoughtful after their teasing. That Trekithan Ha seemed to be praising me, but was actually putting me on the hot seat. Tikind's words were just a bait to draw the firepower of the other two faction leaders. Anyway, with Lek Lam faction weakening, they are the ones who stand to gain the most. She smiled gently and encouraged, Lualus, if you can hide your power, then just unleash it all. Give it your best shot. Lek Lam faction has always had strong women and weaker men. At least you should try to flip that around. Right? Then I smiled brightly, waving her arms to cheer. You can do it, he smiled awkwardly, thinking how Hengtedzim, who was just helping me, was now cheering me on. But why do I feel like she is challenging the bond between me and Keen then Enga? Women really are complicated. After the stars gathered, the grand tournament finally began. Tatudram stepped up to announce that this duel would decide their qualifications for the Than Bagai battle. So the stakes of this fight are huge. No need to say more, everyone. Give it your all. This is the highest respect we can show to our distant guests. She and her team immediately took to the air for the opening ceremony. I declare the Than Bai duel officially started. Tatam pulled out a small orb to explain the rules. The matches would be drawn from top seed to lowest, starting from the 4th Star Academy, using the orbs for the draw. Then she boldly announced the first match. Lomvi versus Trungnam. Both radiated fierce energy as she spoke. Brother Trungnam, please guide us, he said with a furrowed brow. Politely responding, Princess, I will give it my all. From the stands, Lomvi's supporters kept shouting, the princess is so beautiful. The princess is so cool. Lo Lek pursed her lips and thought, if it were Kung Then Kwon facing Trungnam, the odds would be better. This draw is not ideal. Without hesitation, she entered combat mode, her power radiating intensely. Lomvi's eyes gleamed fiercely. Cold as she charged at Trungnam like a fierce phoenix. He gasped in shock, thinking, whoa, this is the real power of a heavenly vanguard general. Trungnam calmly took the first strike, lips pressed tight, eyes steely. A huge boulder appeared, blocking Lone Via's path. More massive stones rose up, wreaking havoc below as she soared above. Watching, the first round of offense and defense ended. The students were dazed, stunned by the Silver Tier Heavenly Vanguard General's combat. Everyone was terrified. The audience gasped. What just happened? That was insane. Lone V smiled quietly, thinking, Trungnam blocked me. Sure, but if this can stop me, he is no Lamian Chai Thuen. She immediately switched to another technique. Well then, everyone's jaws dropped in surprise. There are 7 heavenly pearls. One spectator gasped. Whoa, 7 heavenly pearls. The princess's talent is incredible. Nobody expected the Heavenly Vanguard General rank to split into Heavenly Pearl and Heavenly General tiers. With Heavenly Pearl below, the condensed energy forms the Heavenly Pearl, which can channel stronger celestial energy, boosting combat power dramatically. 100 years. Listen closely. The top Heavenly Pearl level is 9 pearls. Usually, breaking through at the 5th pearl reaches the Heavenly Realm. The princess has gathered Heavenly Pearls without breaking through yet, showing how fiercely she strives for higher levels. Lomvi pressed her lips, channeling her power into the Heavenly Pearls, creating a massive energy surge with her Phoenix Spirit Light. Far away, Trungnam had already made his move. The crowd cheered excitedly. He also has 7 Heavenly Pearls. Though one is a bit weaker than the princess, Lone V's technique pierced through the celestial stone formations. He glared fiercely as the Phoenix Spirit Light technique closed in. 2 massive powers clashed, triggering a huge explosion. He gasped worriedly. Attacking like this using his body to block. That is insane strength. Does the princess have enough stamina for this? She frowned coldly and spoke. Zongnan brother is really formidable. Now, let us see who can hold out till the very end. As soon as the words left, Lone Vu immediately transformed, absorbing the Heavenly Pearls. The crowd cheered excitedly. Look, Princess True absorbed all 7 Heavenly Pearls. A massive phoenix formed, its overwhelming power sending everything flying away. Zongnan's eyes glared fiercely as he unleashed his power. He instantly transformed into a turtle shell armor. The immovable mystic shield activated. The crowd gasped. Oh wow! Zongnan actually let the azure flame burn his own body directly. What is he thinking? Lone Vu immediately used her power to incinerate Zongnan. With wide, worried eyes, she asked, Captain, do you think Zongnan can hold on? Lalak raised an eyebrow and replied, no idea. Suddenly, Tatem's eyes twitched. In terms of wisdom, he could not match Chai Hai Jami. The head of the academy laughed and said, I will answer. A genius has appeared in Than Hex Academy, and he is the most respected guide in our institution. Time ticked away, and under the fierce blaze of the azure flame, the final defense gradually crumbled. When he finally lost the strength to resist, everyone shouted in shock. The immovable mystic shield has been broken. Suddenly, Lone Vu flew up and stopped attacking, Zhongnan returned to human form, legs wide planted firmly on the ground. The force from his wide stance caused the ground to tremble. The referee loudly announced, "Time's up." His wide eyes showed surprise as he said, "He gave up." She bit her lip and smiled slyly. The crowd erupted in cheers. That was insane. Lilac bit his lip, excited but thoughtful. Though it ended in a draw, their fight kept everyone glued. The finale was pretty perfect. The referee quickly announced, "Round 2, Sacred Mystic Academy, Archer God Army." The crowd got even more hyped, praising, "Archer God Army is unstoppable. Look at this." Then Ho smiled wickedly. "This guy is truly impressive." Kung In calmly replied, "Too impressive indeed." Ahead, his opponent appeared. The crowd gasped, "Lamine Sacred Academy. Long Huck." He boldly declared, "If you can block even one of my strikes, I will admit defeat." The God Army smiled and replied, "How do you want to play? As a guest of the Great Kingdom, I will fight to the end." He immediately launched a silver dragon attack. Long Huck arrogantly challenged, "Buddy, your move." Long Huck's fierce glare unleashed his power as he pulled back his spear. The heavenly pearls aligned neatly on it as he charged. Long Huck and Men Lung attacked with the spear. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. Long Huck actually engraved the heavenly pearls onto his spear. That power is terrifying. The God Army calmly said to Men Lung, "I am certain even that power is not enough to seriously threaten him." Clenching his teeth, he burned everything before him, creating a launch platform to raise the spear high. The energy source turned a terrifying red. Long Huck stood firm, transforming into a giant, awakening the Thunder Demon Chimo. He launched a strike at the God Army, who caught the spear calmly. The God Army spoke calmly, "Such a blow, no wonder you are the strongest Chimo of Lam Iron Sacred Academy." But his cold eyes continued, "It is still not enough." The God Army immediately summoned the Dragon Soul Shield, and a silver dragon appeared. His supporters were mesmerized, cheering, "Transform the spear into a lance. So cool. I can't even breathe." Two powerful forces clashed head-on, neither giving an inch. The referee urgently ordered, "Guide the spectators. Protect the stands." Lilac's mouth fell open in shock. This attack is terrifying. Can the Archer God Army really block this? After resisting for a while, cracks appeared around the Dragon Soul Shield's mouth. The Thunder Demon Chimo's power was about to crush the God Army's shield. Everyone worriedly shouted, "The Dragon Soul Shield is about to break." No way! Can the Archer God Army really not block this one strike? Dodge the spear. But no, his face was calm. As if it was something that was bound to happen, the spear charged straight at the general without hesitation, and he lowered his gaze, ready to take it. Suddenly, the spear was thrown to Logjutsi's hand in surprise. The general, full of cold strength, spoke up, "Bu-e-you." Return the spear to him. He smiled and continued, "I yielded." Excitedly, Trungte declared. Second round, General Kung wins. Man's eyes widened as she eagerly awaited the next words. "Next up is Senior Kages, right? Until now, I have never actually seen her fight anyone," she said. Alec sadly whined, "I have seen her plenty of times, but every time it is me who gets beaten." She laughed to herself and said, "Looks like the captain's been through a lot dealing with Senior Kijing." Two beauties stepped onto the arena, and Trung Tae excitedly announced, "First round of the Tamtin Academy. Kung Vendenga versus Chahai Vam." She smiled brightly but fake, saying, "Kung Venga, hello?" Without a word, Hajri pretended to be pitiful and added, "Classmate Kaing, you are really cold." "Huh, is it because I was pretty close to your fiancé a few days ago?" "Don't blame him, I just wanted to ask for directions," she explained. Danga responded coldly, "If classmate Chi is really interested in low lux, that is not impossible, but Lek Lam Mansion has strict rules. If you want to get in, you have to start as a junior family member." She lowered her eyes, angry inside. "Junior family member? If that is the case, I will kill him." She forced a smile and teased, "Is that really possible?" Lo Luffy's personality was actually good. He once said he would save a room for me in Lek Lam Mansion. Daniga scoffed, "A storage room is still a room. Besides, you gotta be tough to stay in there." Hime smiled slyly. "So this battle is to decide who gets the main room, and who gets the storage room," she coldly replied. "It is to decide whether you end up in the storage room or a secondary room." She bit her lip in anger and revealed, "Classmate Kaing, honestly, I really look down on Allah Lef." Hajmem showed a frustrated expression. "If you are the head of Lek Lam Mansion, that'd be great. Then I would really join Lek Lam Mansion." Then Niga smiled confidently. "Whether you join or not is another matter. But I have already agreed with the unless I have to take you in once." She put her hand to her mouth, laughing with pleasure. Without a word, Hayam immediately switched to battle mode. She pursed her lips and focused her energy. The crowd was thrilled, cheering loudly. El Julie was the fiercest in the Ingo the realm. Everyone watching Hai Jamis' ready stance could not help but comment, but her power was already tearing through her armor. The High M Mark was clearly prepared for this. She coldly judged, "Looks like she is really well prepared." Lowering her gaze, she forced a fake smile and said, "Vaniga, I am scared of pain. When you hit me later. Be gentle, okay? Right after, Denga also entered battle mode. Her power radiating intensely, Hayami charged forward within her shield. Well then Denga calmly raised her hand to gather energy for her attack. She frowned, annoyed, and braced herself for defense, but nothing could break through her power. The strong energy pierced through the defense and headed straight for the target. The crowd cheered wildly. The radiant force was insanely powerful. Go then. You got this. Hayami's eyes widened in shock as her shield shattered instantly. Denga had already stepped forward. Coldly launching her next attack, she quickly shot an energy arrow at her opponent. She sneered calmly and said, "Then Iga, your attack position is directly against me." The two women clashed up close, their differing powers colliding, and the energy light dazzled the crowd's eyes. Lelux bit his lip. Worried, be careful with the speed and precision. She is targeting the weak spots. Their offense and defense are brutal. Virix, wide-eyed, asked, "Do you girls always fight this fiercely?" Man. Teasing, replied, "Don't ask me. I have no clue." Haijam gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, if I am not careful, her radiant power will overwhelm me. Then Nega remained calm. Silently calculating, she has been provoked by me too, but she quickly neutralized my power. Hayam immediately launched her attack, but at that moment, that Kim Try, she surprised you with a realization. A single taunt from her swept everything away, slicing straight through the ancient trees as she charged forward. Leaving the audience in stunned amazement, she pierced through an entire invasion without scattering. Whoever she hits with this move is doomed. What kind of power is this? Daniga calmly focused, gathering her strength as crystal shards clustered above her head like a queen's crown. Power from all around seeped into her, glowing brightly with sudden intensity. The radiant force of heaven and earth converged on Kong's sister. Denga opened her eyes coldly and struck, her yang flame burning fiercely, while Hayam unleashed his true metal mace attack. A massive energy orb, roughly the size of her fist, formed, but in an instant, her true metal mace was incinerated by the yang flame, leaving onlookers wide-eyed in shock. Kong Danaga's radiant general power can actually burn her opponent's attack. That shows just how overwhelmingly strong the former radiant general truly is. Hayam gritted his teeth in frustration. Hayam immediately recalled the orb using his heavenly metal knight power. The two opposing energies clashed once more, leaving the crowd gasping in awe. The strength of the metal general's power is clearly formidable, and she can refine it into liquid form. This Hayam is not so simple after all. Daniga spoke coldly. Is that all you have got? Instantly, the yang flame engulfed her entire body. The audience's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, Hayam's been swallowed by the radiant light. She is finished. The only thing left on the battlefield is her massive energy form. Fear and dread gripped everyone, as the radiant light covering her flesh would burn relentlessly until her body was destroyed. Could the outcome already be decided? Suddenly, a strange energy burst from within the radiant light, blasting rocks and debris everywhere. Then Ega clenched her lips, waiting. From inside, a sharp spear suddenly appeared. Turns out Hayam quickly used the needle as sat. She frowned fiercely. Then Ega smiled with interest and said, "Finally, she is showing her hand. This just got a lot more interesting." The two beauties immediately charged at each other, spear and sword clashing with equal force, kept exchanging blows relentlessly, their power exploding wildly. My man covered her mouth in fear, gasping, "This fight is insane. This is definitely the fiercest battle in this tournament so far." Don't even breathe. Hayam was furious. Her finger was cut, but bleeding had not started yet. Coldly threatening, Hayam said, "Kong Denga, this strike of mine could be deadly." She immediately unleashed her full power. The crowd anxiously shouted, "That strike is terrifying. It could be a fatal blow." Then Kong Denga calmly praised, "Really? That is the ultimate strike from a prodigy assassin." Denga responded coldly, "That is all. I am the ultimate like a god." She boldly stepped forward to face Hayam. Everyone gasped loudly. Can't he believe it? The crowd was amazed by the two beauties' power. Someone whispered, "That is Dan Sat's special light." The crowd got excited watching Denga's confident look. That is Sat Kan. Kyong Denga has entered the ultimate assassin state. The final stage of Sat Kan is the deadly Earth General. When pushed to the extreme, a unique power of Sat Kan awakens inside the body. This is the clearest sign of the deadly Earth General form. One deadly strike from Chu Hayam could kill a normal assassin. But Kong Denga is not ordinary. They clashed again and again, Blade and Sat Kan battling fiercely. Sharp sounds echoed non-stop. Such power. Who will win? Kyong is unbeatable. After a while, Hayam's blade started losing strength. People shouted in shock, "Look, the ghost moon blade is bleeding." This fight's decided. The blade completely failed, triggering a shocking explosion. She sat stunned on the ground, still absorbing the opponent's energy closing in. Hayam bit her lip and muttered, "Even at full strength, I could not win. This is the gap." Hayam closed her eyes and accepted defeat. Suddenly, then Iga gripped her sword tightly, bowed her head without showing her face, and swung with force. Sat Kan vanished, and the endless energy radiating made her clutch her face in fear. Then Ega stepped forward, grabbed Hayam's hand, and gently helped her up. Then Ega quietly said, "You lost. Her eyes widened with emotion. Hyam sighed, blushing awkwardly, thinking, I really love this woman. She struck a seductive pose but also scolded her. If you are the ultimate assassin, just say it earlier. I would not have taken that hit, it was such a waste of feelings. Kong Denga, you really moved me. Or maybe I should just give up, I am falling for you. Denga coldly walked over and gave Hyam a cold splash of water. Haven't you had enough yet? She closed her eyes, stepping away with a scolding glare. So fierce, the referee announced. First match of the Tam Tine Institute, Kong Denga wins. The crowd cheered wildly. Kong's power. Kwang's champion. The goddess, Hyam, unfazed, said, at the end, I held back. Or maybe I could not bear it. Pitting her, she threatened coldly. Next time, I won't hold back. The referee announced the second match. Diam Thai versus Dutrach Honglian, one male, one female smiling confidently at each other. The crowd roared. Awesome. Fire elemental battle may be affected by the first fight. Both sides unleashed fierce fighting spirits, killing with full force. Flames ignited everywhere. The battlefield was blazing, the fight brutally intense. Everyone watching covered their eyes and shouted, Stop! Keep going. Daimte was covered in wounds, hit by a golden arrow from Lian's family, bleeding fresh blood. Online also took a direct hit from his power. Moments later, both were knocked back by the opponent's terrifying energy. The referee immediately declared, Second match. Fire. The blazing flames are so fierce, even my sideburns are burned off due to the dazzling light. Dudu quickly reminded. Just do not shout outside the protective circle when you scream, strongly clenching his fists. He concluded, right now we both control two fires. Even if both rounds are fire, the victory will be ours. Standing beside, Linlo silently thought, Captain, you probably won't get to play. Though I wanted to bluff, you are right. He smiled confidently, saying, with the current advantage, if we can lock down the Holy Blade battle early, that'd be perfect. Whether I get to play or not does not really matter. Not long after, the three froze, his mind spinning like crazy. Panicked by the situation, ahead was a cold, grim scene, only the sound of wind howling in their ears. The two matches of the Second Star Academy ended. The whole arena's energy dropped to freezing point. Zuixuan and Dithui both suffered back-to-back defeats. It was like a bucket of cold water dumped on their heads, snuffing out the fiery spirit of the Holy Star Academy. The team leader spoke with a hint of sarcasm. So you arranged the match at Second Star Academy. Vice Principal Lan of the Holy Academy, you really wasted your efforts. He laughed, voice full of meaning. Lower rank must still try a bit, right? Those around sneered. What a joke. You losers really embarrassed CCVM Fuff? Huh? Today at Senzalak Lam Academy. The big moment arrived as the announcer called. First Star Academy player entering the field. Everyone around cheered. Gola, you have got to win. Lakka, fly brave. Show the strength of our Holy Star Academy. Lalak looked nervous, sweating, thinking to himself, is this really the big break for a true main character? What started as a no-big-deal match had turned into the epic showdown everyone was waiting for. From afar, Daniga slowly walked over to Li Lak. Everyone seeing this began to cheer and joke. Are they about to show some PDA before the battle? It is Kwang and Day Bachinga. The goddess, she did not hesitate and reached out to grasp his hand. Danga put all her faith into Li Lak, urging him to bring out his full power. Sometimes, showing your true spirit only makes others jealous. He smiled confidently. Got it. Witnessing this lovey-dovey scene, some cheered, some grumbled. Golat, after the match, we will kill the losers. Death and destruction. Lalak forced a smile to calm things down. Nainai and then he were not much happier. She looked up and thought, and yet he comes here to claim ownership. I won't be given so easily. He slowly stepped forward amid the calls. The losing side from the last match got to pick the terrain as both sides entered the field. Suddenly, someone leapt forward. Landing with a terrifying burst of energy, the young man gradually took shape. His body impressively muscular and white. Lam Yen Then Academy. Lu Thong, eyeing the opponent cautiously, was Lilak's rumored partner in crime from Holy Star Academy. Lilak raised an eyebrow and replied, that is right, classmate Lu Thong. That is me. After two surprising consecutive losses, the two academies stood at 2 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. What could have been a casual match for First Star Academy became the final deciding battle. Lone Vu grimly predicted. This time all the pressure's on Lilac. Then Ho clenched her teeth anxiously. His energy's too volatile. I just worry Lilac's too young to handle it. Vong Thong tightened his fist and cheered him on. You got this. Lilac. All eyes turned to Lilac. Now everyone shared the same belief. The fate of the match rested on him. Up in the stands at Lamine Holy Academy, countless people silently watched his every move. Among them, Lu Tang from Lamine Holy Academy looked the most serious and focused. Then I glanced their way and whispered. The Ludes, Lu Thong and Lu Tang, both rated 5-star level threats, once a top-ranking Heavenly Yang general. the other a top-ranking Heavenly Yin general. If First Star Academy's plan is to settle this match, then these two must be the secret weapons. Man listened nervously, watching them carefully. Over there, Lu Thong still arrogantly provoked, saying the twin generals do not have high ranks. The power after fusion probably is not that strong. If it were, you would just hand me the victory right away. Lilac sneered mockingly. You want to trigger my beast form like Triuvium? Is that the secret inheritance technique of your noble academy? His whole body suddenly radiated a fierce green energy, his tone growing darker. This fight, neither of us has any way out. Lilac's eyes flashed as he unleashed his spiritual power, emphasizing each word, then just come at me with your true intent. Luk Thong was not backing down either. He held his weapon tightly, channeling energy through his beast form. Luk Thong, eager, launched a swift attack, raising both weapons to block the incoming strike. The force from Lilac's attack sent Luk Thong flying backward. He scraped his foot against the ground to steady himself. Luk Thong squinted. Is this the power of twin generals? His pupils narrowed like a cat's. Then he muttered. Interesting. Luk Thong swung his blade in a dazzling arc, water splashing everywhere as a crimson spiritual energy burst out. They looked like red snakes flying from all directions toward Lilac. Lilac stood firm, stretching out his palm to absorb a stream of green spiritual energy, his jade blade ready. The green energy beams immediately targeted the heads of those red serpents, as Lilac commanded. Luk Thong seized the moment, stomping hard on the ground and leaping forward. Sensing this, Lilac quickly snapped his fingers, summoning the great Banyan's tentacles. The writhing tentacles appeared swiftly, shielding Lilac. Luk Thong raised his brow. That little trick won't hold me back. Luk Thong stood firm, raising his blade high to form a glowing red circle around him, not backing down. He thrust both hands forward and unleashed his ultimate, Move the Water technique. Lilac's spiritual power blasted straight into Luk Thong's red circle in the blink of an eye. The impact made Luk Thong slam his hand into the ground to regain his balance. Riding the momentum, he narrowed his eyes and called out, Water flow, Banyan flow technique. Luk Thong watched the rising waves, but could not help feeling uneasy about the sharp energy cutting toward him. Lilac shouted, Water flow 7. Instantly, the waves converged into a dense, spinning circle. Standing before the furious whirlpool he would summoned, Lilac stared down his opponent. The crowd gasped at this move. It completely overwhelmed the enemy. Such masterful coordination. A perfect rhythm guide victory was sealed. Even Lone Vu was impressed by Lilac's tactical skills. Truly astonishing. Though the Divine General was clearly plotting something else. But if this is all Luk Thong got, then this killer move from the Lamayan Sacred Talisman is pretty weak. I bet they still have one last card to turn this around. Just as he predicted, a terrifying surge of energy instantly shattered Lilac's creation. Luk Thong cast a deadly glare at him. Lilac sensed it too and said, Flipping your last card now. This kind of gamble is pointless. His pupils radiated a terrifying energy as Luk Thong quickly shut his eyes tight. Meanwhile, at Lamine Grandstand, Luk Tang also closed his eyes as if sharing a psychic bond with the twins. He was a bit stunned by Luk Thong's recent move. Lilac's pupils dilated fully as he thought, there is something off about this inner fire. He immediately jumped up, determined to stop him. But by then, Luk Thong had already created a thick white shield. Gritting his teeth, Lilac barked a command. Luk Thong counterattacked fiercely, unleashing spiritual power nonstop. His palm tightened, glowing a deep green. Luk Thong easily blocked one of Lilac's strikes, shocking everyone. He was fighting barehanded against a blade. Lilac staggered back, retreating to stay on guard. Suddenly, Luk Thong's hair turned white and lengthened. His pupils glowed red, and his hands bulged with newfound strength. At that moment, Luk Thong seemed like a different person, radiating overwhelming pressure. Lilac raised his brow and opened his eyes wide to size up his opponent. His general power surged dramatically, directly reaching the peak of the second transformation, matching Zhuok Swan's level. What just happened? Then I shouted in shock. How could his power have increased so much? Danga raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Not only did his power rise, but it seemed to have gained a new trait, like a mysterious aura carrying a General S strength. That is to say, she looked at the energy flowing from him and confirmed that Luk Thong was now a dual general, and his rank was even higher than Lilac's. My man Hong asked, does not that mean the captain is in danger? Danga pondered and analyzed, saying it is different. Lilac has two generals protecting him, while the opponent's power is indirect, like drifting weeds he won't hold up for long. The crowd watching could not help but worry for him. This is not good. The opponent's way too strong. Feels like he is about to get wiped out. Luk Thong, with his two different colored eyes, bared his sharp teeth and grinned wickedly. Lilac, how do you like my midday move? Lilac wiped a bead of sweat but retorted confidently, if it is boosting power. I did not expect you two brothers to pull moves like this. He frowned. Warning, if you do not have another trick up your sleeve, then I think this fight's about to be decided. He shouted, you can retreat now. Suddenly, two snake heads appeared, their twisting tongues flicking out like they wanted to swallow him whole. Lilac quickly swung both arms up to defend himself. They kept attacking aggressively, catching him off guard. He got hit, and the crowd tensed up, shouting, he just got knocked back. There is no way he can handle this. Opposite him, Luk Thong swung his weapon threateningly. Lilac, is this the first time you have felt suppressed by someone your own level? How does it feel? In the blink of an eye, a beast opened its mouth wide toward him. Lilac hovered back, grit his teeth, and clicked his tongue. Lilac shot out energy from both Palm's myriad tree's trunk, a water technique, but it did not faze them. The twisting body lunged forward, and the blazing red energy shot straight at him. It seemed like a hit, but no, it was just an illusion. By then, he had already moved over 10 yards away. Lilac used water shadow technique to vanish in an instant. The crowd was amazed, exclaiming, "An illusion! That move is insane." But before he could enjoy it, Lilac suddenly flew close without anyone noticing. Everyone panicked and yelled. Luk Thong just pierced through Lilac's water shadow. This is over. The opponent's too strong even with 2 against 1. Luk Thong raised his arm to threaten with his general power cannon. In a flash, 2 energies from both sides crashed fiercely into each other. He sneered maliciously, muttering, "You really do have some tricks left." Lilac did not bother replying, just swung his arm to launch the general power cannon forward. A stream of water light bullets flew straight at Luk Thong, forcing him to raise his weapon to block. Lilac did not hold back. He swung hard downward. The crowd cheered. "Amazing! Lilac, don't hold back. Finish him off." The force was so intense both were knocked back. Lilac furrowed his brow, deep in thought. They charged at each other again like moths to a flame. The crowd hushed in awe. Both were evenly matched in defense. Meanwhile, Black Ling and Zhong Shuexi faced off directly, their power level dead even. In the blink of an eye, their spiritual energies collided, creating a blinding flash. Both were thrown back. Luk Thong held his cold blade and hissed. Noticing the sudden drop in Lilac's boosted power, it seemed to be weakening fast. Lilac was not backing down and taunted, "You probably can't keep this up much longer either. Right?" Time was ticking like incense burning down. He was absolutely certain, "But I can hold out until the match ends. And when it comes down to a final showdown, do you know what will happen?" Luk Thong blurted out, "According to the rules, the strongest from each side fights an extra match. But I think even the Divine Archer might not break through the Central South School's defense." You smiled and reminded me. "So that means one more match. Now it is the Third Star Institute's turn. Your student. Want to get beaten by Kong Thanga again?" Hearing that, his face darkened. Lilac's teasing was driving him crazy. His pupils flooded with bloodshot veins, his voice dripping with malice. "You think I will just let you push things that far?" Luk Thong stood up straight, leaning back and unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. His eyes turned pitch black as he chanted a spell. Then the spell of the beast. Luk Thong grinned wickedly and spat out 2 words. "Die now." 2 fierce beasts instantly materialized again at his summons. Lilac was forced on the defensive, swinging his 2 weapons overhead to block, but their power was overwhelming in the blink of an eye. The 2 beasts pounced straight at Lilac. Everyone gasped as his weapons shattered, blood dripping from his mouth. Panic spread. His weapons are destroyed. It is. The crowd buzzed anxiously, unable to defend just 1 hit like this. It is. Damn it. Hyam frowned, analyzing the situation. The beast spell ignited the 2 core powers inside Luk Thong's body, this time fueling him with an insanely violent strength. She watched Lilac's body sinking into the water, feeling smug, though brief. Once he enters this state, the fight is basically over. Hyam frowned at Lilac's unconscious face, quietly relieved. Victory is ours. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy shot straight into the water, splashing it everywhere. Thaniga hesitated, looking around the East Continent's first star garden. Luk Thong was a monster. He seemed to be willingly facing this, but I keep feeling Lilac was expecting this pressure. She blinked, confused, repeating 4 words. Willingly facing it. Lilac's body sank deeper beneath the surface. 1 hand reached up, but no sign of life stirred. Luk Thong froze. Suspicious. Is Jia Ho done for? His eyes widened as if seeing something strange. Luk Thong used his own strength to closely observe Lilac's face underwater. But unlike what he expected, Lilac's lips curled into a faint smile. Luk Thong could not believe it. Jia Ho was smiling. He gritted his teeth, guessing. Jia Ho's under pressure, yet it is smiling. It is smiling right now. Luk Thong gripped his weapon, radiating deadly intent. He shouted, "If you want to admit defeat, then I will fight until you do." Luk Thong absorbed his red-black spiritual power, making everyone scream in shock. Jia Ho's power had grown even stronger. He was about to explode. He tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted loudly, "Lilac!" Luk Thong summoned the beast again, rushing his weapon toward Lilac's trail, ready to die yet. Sensing his moment, Luk Thong delivered a powerful strike. Lilac's whole body was surrounded by that deadly aura. Everyone panicked, ready to intervene. "We can risk his life." "Damn it! It is. Why keep fighting?" Now his eyes began to slowly open, facing the huge gaping mouth and sharp fangs. Lilac muttered to himself, "So this is what death feels like." Suddenly, a golden energy burst forth, shining brightly. Lilac recalled. Earlier, I was stuck in a breakthrough phase. But the only progress was with the Earth General. He was meditating deeply. And the rank of the Water Light General was even higher. Progress was incredibly difficult, needing special methods to complete. Leilac's face hardened with determination. I have to use the pressure Luk Thung's causing to help me complete the Water Light General's breakthrough. Above, Luk Thung kept wildly attacking him. Leilac's heart pounded fiercely. He squeezed his eyes shut, his face showing an intense seriousness. The water light inside Leilac gradually ignited, flashing mysterious golden rays. In an instant, it exploded into a brilliant golden light. The rays released mystical spiritual power, as if fueling him with more energy. As Leilac absorbed them, he thought to himself, the radiant light actually gathered into a pool of water. This was the mysterious power of the water light form within the bow stance. He leaned back, letting tiny golden droplets fall freely from beneath the flowing water. At this point, Leilac had reached the stage where water light transforms into form. Soon after, one of his pupils turned golden, shooting out several different primal spirits. Leilac felt his strength surge. He clenched his fist, ready to strike his opponent. Seeing this, Luk Thung panicked but still declared fiercely, Leilac, you are definitely going down. Without a word, Leilac just thrust his fist toward him. A second later, waves erupted on the water's surface, shocking everyone around. Luk Thung's weapon spun wildly in the air as Huam glared and shouted. Didn't Luk Thung have the absolute upper hand? How did that water snake slip right out of his grasp? Suddenly, a heavy rain poured down, raindrops hitting the water and creating a calm, silent space. The crowd exchanged surprised whispers. What is going on? No more movement. Who won? Maybe Luk Thung after all? Someone yelled as they saw Leilac rising from the water's surface. He is up. He lifted his head high, droplets flying off him. Leilac's face lit up like a shining star, playful and soaking wet like a drenched rat. The water slowly receded, and everyone fell silent, watching intently. He felt a bit awkward. Hey, why's nobody paying attention to me? Man and Tanfu finally ran out. When everyone saw Leilac pulling Luk Thung from the water, they started cheering. Leilac! The referee immediately raised his palm and declared, the match is over. Leilac, according to the results, the ultimate victory goes to the Sacred Mysterious Spirit Academy. Everyone cheered and clapped excitedly. Man and Thanhai were happy too. She clasped her hands and praised, the captain is amazing. Then Iga, standing behind, smiled warmly, catching Thanhai's attention. Then Iga smiled, both praising and staking her claim, showing how her fiancé was doing. Thanhai blushed furiously, speechless and still unwilling to accept it. So annoying. She would already shown her claim before. Now, she and Leilac were just bound by a piece of paper. Nothing more. Thanhai composed herself and calmly replied, Leilac's performance was great. I really admire having such a perfect partner. Then Iga smiled and added, no need to admire after all. I am just Leilac's good friend. Man stood to the side, watching the two women face off. She smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up to Thanhai. Whoa. To dare stand up to Senior Kung like that deserves a like for sure. Just as everyone was cheering for the Academy's victory, the VIP viewing area upstairs was unusually quiet. Level as if Cease Wind seemed to remind everyone of two familiar figures. Thanheta and Trekhdism shared the same thought. Could it be that Lefik Lam Academy is really making a comeback? Hunkai also sighed. These fire clans really are annoying to deal with. Suddenly, someone below shouted out in praise. It was Vianthi Ing, applauding and praising, saying that High and Spirit Academy still represents our great He Kingdom. Lelef gave his all today and is basically a hero of our great Achen now. Following up, Vernfong agreed, saying when he and Kang Thenga grow stronger, Grey Shay might have two powerful Marquises. Tatam covered her mouth, laughing modestly. Deputy Director, you are too kind. He shyly turned to her and said, Deputy Director Tame, you are too polite. With Olesi's ambition spreading, Leklam Academy's reputation quickly soared, sparking buzz everywhere. Let us go to Keying Shop and buy some spirit water crystals, someone said. Sounds good. I feel like we can soak up some good vibes. Soon, Kuv Hung Shop's business got a nice boost. Now that Leles was teamed with Kong Then Inga, he no longer felt burdened and gained a lot of admiring looks. Then Daga glanced at him and quietly asked, Happy? Lelek shut his eyes tight and pretended to say, Only Academy treasures can heal my soul. I am not interested in petty stuff. A few days later, the Academy's rewards finally arrived. Lelefa froze staring at the scene. Turns out the two people he disliked were here too. Trak Han and Dip Thuyan. Those two jerks showed up after all. Lelef leaned close to Hai Theon and asked, Guide, did not those two lose? Why do they get rewards too? She turned and explained, since they passed the entry exam, the Academy wanted to hesitate to reward every member who participated. Lelux frowned inside, so those jerks benefit from my luck too. He was feeling a bit petty for a moment. Lonvia smiled brightly as the three approached. Haha, the heroes of the entry exam finally arrived. Lelux scratched his head awkwardly. Your Highness, please do not cause more trouble for me. If it were not for the senior sisters and elders, I would not be here. This round does not really matter to me. He added, and Thanga spoke up for him. Your Highness, do not bully him. Lone Vi laughed teasingly. Then Iga, are you defending your boyfriend? I did not hear you say anything. She burst out laughing and said, Lelesh really is lucky. From afar, Hunline muttered a single task. Tatam raised her hand and got to the point. The reason I called everyone here today, I am sure you all know. I won't waste time with unnecessary words. I hope you can each pick a treasure that suits your heart. Then the group followed her deeper inside as Tatiam walked and talked. She said, this is the Academy's treasure vault. Luelus, your first time here, right? These sides hold tons of treasures, though there are many. Most are common. She glanced to one side and pointed. The sight made Leluk's eyes widen and he gasped. Woo! Treasures were glowing non-stop right before him. Leluk's eyes scanned a weapon emitting powerful energy. He frowned, realizing these treasures all gave off spiritual energy, like they had a will of their own, absorbing the world's energy to strengthen themselves. They were alive. This must be the Kim Nun treasure vault. At this moment, the two losers could only pick from common treasures. Lelux bit his lip and frowned, thinking, but there is not a single pair of dual swords in here. True, calling that pair of twin swords rare is an understatement, let alone the golden-eyed treasure sword. You thought about the golden-eyed treasure sword, the cold bright sword, the golden-eyed treasure sword, and the dark cloud sword. Then place them on the scale to compare. You felt the cold bright sword was not quite your style, but the dark cloud sword seemed a bit more interesting. Then Gaga noticed Leluk was quiet, so she turned and asked, what do you want to do with these two swords? She whispered, if you want, we can each take one. But he glanced over and replied, no need. The golden-eyed treasure sword was not that important to her. Plus, she said, she could not even control both golden-eyed swords on the scale. Then Iga sighed. After all, these swords were made by Master Dunny back home. Just for me? If no one wants them, fine. I have always wanted to find a golden-eyed treasure sword for you, she said, catching Aleva's off guard. He gave a sly look and asked, why do I feel like you are just showing off? She blinked innocently and said, so what? Lelexi muttered coldly, you are so sneaky. Then Iga. Tatem just stood there quietly, not knowing what everyone was thinking. Tret then Quan stepped forward and asked, Head Ted, can we freely choose anything here? She nodded quickly in response. Of course, she said, frowning slightly. But do not blame the students for being curious. In a corner of the treasure vault, then Coin pointed ahead and demanded, I want that. What lay before him was a sword hilt glowing with golden spiritual energy. He thought it would be something amazing, but was disappointed when he saw it. Aleph complained, what the heck? Just a sword hilt. He pondered the hilt while then Quan seemed deep in thought. Everyone's eyes fixed on that mysterious sword hilt. Lo Alex stepped closer and realized it was not ordinary. It gave off a faint, hidden ominous glow, radiating a dangerous energy despite the trembling power. Lonvi made a wild guess and explained, this sword hilt might be from the Golden Jade Mysterious Elephant Path. The golden-eyed treasure sword is crafted from the ivory of the Golden Jade Mysterious Elephant Path. Its attacks mimic the elephant's power, enough to split mountains. Lo Luck asked again, just a golden-eyed treasure sword. Doesn't he seem all that special? Tatem raised a finger to object. This is not just any sword hilt. This sword hilt, she continued, was the very one the head used once. Hearing that, everyone gasped. What? Tatem slowly recounted. These two swords have been with the head for the longest time, so naturally their spiritual power is stronger, even though the head no longer needs them. But the royal aura of a top-tier expert still lingers on them, so whoever wields it gains huge benefits. Lalasi finally understood why Then Quan wanted it so badly. Senza and Then Quan were after that royal aura all along. Lone blurted out, Vice Head Senza really is willing to let us take this sword hilt. Tatem nodded. Of course. I want to stop anyone. Whoever can pull the sword hilt out can take it. Lalek swallowed nervously. Though tempted, he felt he was not capable. Meanwhile, Then Quan was gathering his spiritual energy and spoke up. Let me try first, he said. Eyes on the hilt. The 7 heavenly bulls are all summoned. He is determined to get this. Without hesitation, he commanded them forward. Instantly, their energy latched tightly onto the sword hilt. A left gasp. The true color is showing, while Then Quan, glowing with spiritual energy, charged ahead. He and the 7 heavenly bulls wrapped around his arms, gripping the sword hilt directly. Then Quan frowned as Lel Lutzi watched from behind, thinking, the 7 heavenly bulls wrapped around his arms. Maybe this sword hilt really can be pulled out. Suddenly, a huge grin spread across his face, and he quietly went, Alright. Soon Then Quan was launched into the air, yelling loudly, Haha! Lo Lef was blown to the side, amazed, thinking, you can actually play like this inside the treasure vault. Not knowing how pained he was, Then Quan was pushed back, shouting, Damn it! Before slowly landing back on the ground. Everyone behind quietly watched Then Quan retreating back. I turned around and spoke up, No wonder the deputy dean wanted us to try this. Looks like I overrated my own skills. Given how I am now, what should I even say? Onglin stayed calm, reassuring us despite the failure, facing it all with ease. Your Highness, you are both powerful and adorable. Suddenly, a shout rang right by her ear. Sorry for the disturbance, making Honglian's face go pale. Lilac's head spun like a drum in a wine shop. He was straight-faced, but totally done for. This afternoon's vibe was chilly. She was standing behind, looking with a grim expression. He was basically brewing his own trouble. That is a show of true style. So why complain about the disturbance? The divine general turned away and gave up. Looks like I have no luck with this Kim Nugo Hyun Tong Dao. She glanced back and asked, anyone else want to try? Lone Vu and then Nenga suddenly exchanged a look like they shared a secret, both ready to unleash their powerful spiritual energy. Then Nenga's eyes burned with determination to try just once more, but still nothing. She told herself to keep going. Nenga was deeply attached to this sword. She did not want it falling into someone else's hands. If that is the case, well, it is up to whoever then. Tatam clapped approvingly at the scene. Then Ega's not bad. She even managed to pull the sword out a bit. Well done. Well done. Then Ga sighed but admitted defeat. This sword's bond with its owner was too strong. It would not accept anyone else. Tatam smiled slyly. That really does sound like the dean. Ong suggested quickly. Let us not waste any more time. Let us just pick a regular Kim Nahan treasure box. Lilac left with the group but glanced back regretfully. The Divine General and Kong Danega both failed. Looks like I am just not meant for this. But this sword, it is such a shame. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils dilating fully. Lilac looked down at the glowing red bracelet on his wrist, wondering why it felt so scorching hot. What is going on? He instinctively stared at the spear from before, curious beyond reason. After watching for a moment, he doubted himself. Was it just a hallucination? The spear seemed to twitch slightly. Could it have sensed something from his bracelet? The bracelet was a gift from the dean. Could it have already accepted me as the new dean? Unconsciously, he reached out his hand, but a different thought flashed through his mind. Lilac, what are you doing? This is madness. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Lilac, what are you doing? Making him jump, Lilac quickly spun around, facing the dozens of eyes staring directly at him. His face flushed bright red, heart pounding wildly, headache pounding as he thought, oh no, this is so embarrassing. What do I do now? What do I do? What do I do? If I do not act, nothing happens, but if I do, I have to go all in. At this point, there is only one way. Cornered, Lilac had no choice but to reach out and shout. It hurts. But nothing moved, only dust swirling back at him and silence filling the air. Truck Hyun laughed and waved it off. Lilac, what are you freaking out about? You really think you are the main character? Dango wondered. Could it be that you were born to resonate with this Kim Egok Hyun Tong sword? Ong Lian behind disagreed. Snapping. Kong Denga. Even if you want to be blind, there should be limits. Everyone saw Lilac crouching down, silent, and worriedly asked, Lilac, why are not you saying anything? Lilac was still trembling, sweating bullets, thinking, what is happening? He stared at the glowing red bracelet, endlessly puzzled. What is that piercing, brain-splitting scream? Could it be that I am the only one hearing this? The bracelet's already burning hot. Could all of this just be an illusion? Suddenly, the sword started shaking violently, like it wanted to be pulled from his grasp. Everyone gasped, eyes fixed on it as a golden energy flashed in the air. Just like Lone Vu mentioned, the elephant suddenly appeared in an instant. Lilac stretched out his hand and shouted, everyone, look at this. But the crowd had to shield their eyes from the overwhelming spiritual energy. After a moment, people started whispering, just now, I saw the statue. What is going on? Lone Vu's eyes went wide as she covered her mouth and shouted, Lilac. That is, she witnessed Lilac standing there stunned, holding the sword and shouting, it is the Kim Gok Hyun Tong sword. The Kim Gok Hyun Tong sword is in Lilac's hands. He still widened his eyes in disbelief at what just happened. No way. It really flew past just like that. Lilac glanced at its sharp edge, feeling it herself. This sword, though not heavy in hand, caused a faint crack to appear in the void. It is like holding back the pressure of a gate closing. No doubt, this sword grants its wielder an incredible physical power. The Divine General was curious how none of us could pull it out. Yet Lilac just waved his hand and it flew out. He frowned with envy and suspicion. Damn it, is not this the sword the dean used? And did not he just brag about it? Lone Vu raised his eyebrows in awe. Oh man, how is this possible? No matter how strong Lilac is, he can be stronger than Kong Dan Ega. Online stepped forward, puzzled. Lilac, how did you manage that? He hesitated. I can only say. Lilac turned with a confident smile. It is hard to explain. Maybe this mystical sword sensed I am destined to be the Frost King someday, so it willingly joined me. Ong Lian scoffed. Stop scaring people. Do not exaggerate. There is no way that is true. Suddenly, she startled and grabbed the sword to the side. Then how do I know what is going on? Maybe the sword is at its limit. You better stay away from my precious weapon. Tam closed his eyes, shaking his head. Don't he talk nonsense? Only someone who can activate the Dean S sword can wield it. It definitely chose you. Though strange. I have to congratulate you, you are the second owner of this sword. Everyone listened as Lilac said, I hope I can wield this sword and bring honor to our academy in the Frost War. She smiled as she set the goal. Everyone, do not forget the aim is the Dragon Bone Frost War. Lilac gripped the sword tightly, encouraging himself. Come on, Lilac. After all, you are the one the Dean chose. After the selection ended, Tam reminded them. This round of treasure picking is over. Now, get ready for the real battle. He still looked confused. Vice Dean, how does the Frost War work? She raised a finger and explained. The Frost War has two parts. The first is the Academy Battle, where the 4 strongest academies will emerge. Basically, it is the Frost title of the strongest academy in East Divine Continent. The exciting part is, this time we might claim the 3rd Star Frost title. Tam turned to Thanenga with encouragement. Good luck, Thanenga. If you can win the 3rd Star Frost title, then our chances of getting the Dragon Bone Frost War will be much higher. She nodded firmly. I will give it my all. Lilac still did not get it and asked, what is the benefit of being the strongest student? Isn't it just a boring title? She pointed out the interesting part. It is no boring title. It is the highest honor on the same battlefield. He insisted stubbornly. Honor not. It is just empty fame. Lilac showed a greedy face and whispered, there any real reward? Tam sighed, kid, you are so practical. Onglin glanced disdainfully. Why so many questions? The strongest student title does not concern you anyway. He immediately teased her. It is related to Thanenga. So that is enough, between me and her? Why would we split anything? She was left speechless, only silently resenting him with a red face. She quickly revealed. One of the rewards is the Marquis Lac Van, a special item forged from the blood essence of a peak Marquis plus rare materials, like the 1000-year spirit tree reward from before. It helps speed up cultivating heavenly energy, called a cultivation booster. Lilac's face froze in amazement. This item is common in the Inner Divine Continent, but extremely rare in East Divine Continent, since the materials already use blood essence from a peak Marquis. This Marquis Lac Van is insanely powerful. He smiled brightly. So if we get the Dragon Bone Frost War, what other rewards are there? Tam hesitated. The Dragon Bone Frost War is the best reward. But that is for the Academy, not individuals. She tempted them, just bring back the sacred Dragon Bone, and everything in the Academy is yours. Whatever you want, you will get it. After Vice Dean Tam dangled that tempting reward, everyone just naturally left, each heading home on their own. At the study of the First Prince Mansion, the general clasped his hands and bowed, visiting his father. Cheng Yen turned and asked, you are back? Holding a piece of paper, his father praised him. No need for formalities at home. This time drawing by the door your path is looking pretty good. Cheng Yen handed it over and said, take a look at these documents. Since a luck rose, Leklam Mansion has grown strong. Under Kie, Ispaner, their scale has even started to surpass. When Lo Thai Hein was here, he asked his opinion. What do you think of Lelux? The general frowned. Analyzing. Leklam Mansion has him and Ketan Thanenga. I think it is only a matter of time before they are back at their peak. Kun promised, then threw out a challenge. Looks like you really like Kajing Thanenga. Huh. If you can prove yourself and win her over, I will approve your marriage. How's that? His father asked seriously. Do you want me to back you up? Kung Thanenga is not easy. The general replied like a true gentleman. I want to see if I can win her heart by my own strength. Tringian sighed and encouraged his son. Alright, you are still young and dreaming big. Just make sure you get the sacred dragon bone. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Only then did the general hesitate to say, the bone. Leluk had already took it, which surprised him. Teng Yanin said nothing more. Thought for a moment, then finally said, you go. The general quietly replied. Strange, he frowned and muttered. Lelus is a key player in the sacred bone battle. Now that something's happened, he will definitely be targeted, but it is only one bone. It should not affect your plan. A stranger hiding behind a wall reassured him. Don't stress. That bone was just a sudden burst of rare energy. It is nothing for a minor divine master to worry about. The stranger grinned, playing mind games with Kung Yen. But what about you? Haven't you made up your mind to join us yet? Light and dark in harmony, good and evil as one. Now at Leklam Mansion, a golden energy radiated over the lake's surface as a shout rang out. A fist shot forward. Then a slender finger pointed ahead. Spectators could not help but admire the elegant punch. Then Iga raised an eyebrow, looking tough and confident. Seems even the strongest student here is not all that. Lelef gritted his teeth and growled. No way. How can you say a guy is not strong? He slammed his hand down and summoned the sacred dragon bone sword, the first form of the divine sword. The two clashed fiercely, battling wildly. His golden wings sliced through a nearby tree trunk. Lelek shouted with joy, I won? leaving the nigga stunned and speechless. She placed her hands on her hips and asked, "Where did you win? You just yelled and screamed down there. How's that winning? I pushed you back 2 steps just now. And you used your Leoli killing move. From a distance. I totally won." The nigga rolled her eyes at his childishness, but admitted, "The power of that sacred dragon bone sword is seriously impressive. You barely managed to push me back. You can see it is no ordinary weapon." Lalef laughed it off, sweat dripping down, then rolled up his sleeve to reveal wounds on his arm. "Look," he said. "My arm, just from one form of the divine sword, it is all torn up." Denga held his arm, deep in thought. "If you would use the second form, your arm would be wrecked. You really wasted that bone." Lalek forced a smile and whispered, "Come on, I am just a divine apprentice." She kept talking. "If your body can handle it, then speed up your recovery." Then Iga suggested, "I remember in the water general and wood general techniques, there were moves like healing arts. Maybe you could try a little." He was impressed. "That is top tier." He gave her a thumbs up. "No wonder you are the strongest 3rd-star student in the Eastern Divine Continent." Then Iga said softly, "Cut it out. You have not even earned your green rank yet." Suddenly, someone rushed over, calling out, "Young Master, Miss." Lo Triben clasped his hands and reported, "The Blue Palace envoy has returned." Lolex's expression turned serious. He thought to himself, one of the 3 main palace envoys of Lefi Lam Mansion, and the only loyal one not siding with Bai Heo. Denga frowned and guessed, "Looks like there is something else going on." He immediately confirmed, "Yes, the Kinggong officer was ambushed by Bai Hao and Mac then on the road." Scene shift to the guest hall of Lac Lam Mansion. Kinggong clasped his hands and bows loudly, greeting the young master and eldest miss. He smiled brightly, exclaiming how many years have passed and how much the young master has grown. She is even more outstanding now. Denga humbly replied, "It is all just praise. Uncle Yuan is too kind." Yuan King clenched his teeth, blaming himself for not being careful and getting ambushed by Yuan Hao on the road. Accompanying him was that bastard Mac. Then they took advantage of the moment. I was held back, unable to break free. He looked at the injured disciple, Go Ling, and spoke harshly, saying they wounded my disciple and injected a rare poison into her body. She barely opened her eyes, face covered in wounds, trembling as she spoke. "Greetings, young master, Miss, Master, Aya." After hearing this, Lilac immediately guessed Baiho wanted the antidote to force King Gong to leave Lac Lam Mansion, and Yuan King was holding a grudge. Not everyone's ungrateful. One day, I will tear out that bastard Baiha's poisonous core and crush it. You slammed your hand on your chest, volunteering to treat her. "Uncle, do not worry. The poison Baiha used to weaken Gyoling. I have already neutralized it." Just as he finished speaking, Lilac laid Goling down and focused his spiritual energy, which began to glow. Yuan King stared in surprise. "I did not expect the young master to know how to detoxify. You have really grown up. Your transformation is huge." After examining everything, he furrowed his brow and said, "I know this a rare poison called Hamachong. It is vicious and crystallizes into larvae inside the body. It feeds on blood and flesh to grow strong, and it corrodes spiritual power. So normal spiritual energy can't break it down." Denga asked anxiously, "Can you cure it?" Lilac honestly replied, "I can tea. I can only contain the poisonous spread and figure out the next step." Goling weakly murmured, "Young master, if you can cure me, please just tell me quietly. I will end it myself. I want to make master worry, and I will never betray Lac Lam Mansion." He said the opposite. "Don't worry. I will save you." Then shouts echoed through the room, "Bring the antidote ingredients. The poison manual is ready." "Okay, I will start making the antidote." 2 hours later, Lilac handed Goling a test tube filled with blue liquid. He held her palm and began transferring spiritual energy, frowning as he guessed, "This is the most dangerous part, using my spiritual power and the energy of my water eyes to soothe the Hamachong." Soon, Goling's body emitted a toxic aura, with my spiritual power confirming, "It really is dangerous poison. No wonder even top-tier fighters must be careful. But looks like I have subdued it." Lilac poured his blue energy into the Hamachong, thinking, "Next, we can." Suddenly, the Hamachong opened several pairs of eyes. Lilac panicked, spotting another poison. What? His eyes widened, mouth agape in horror. Double poison. Could it be? This is not good. Then, butterfly-shaped poison started flying forward. Soon after, a pair of eyes appeared, glowing a fierce red. The butterfly-shaped poison with sharp pupils radiated dark spiritual energy. Those eyes fixed on Lilac, emitting a threatening shriek. His pupils dilated fully, a look of terror painted all over his face. Vanna behind anxiously asked, "What is happening?" Goling immediately woke up, rubbing her head. "Master, I think I am feeling a lot better." Yuan King quickly looked after Lilac's retreating figure. "Young master, have you cured the poison?" He honestly turned back and replied, "Not cured yet. It is only the next step." Lilac rolled up his sleeve, looking at the butterfly-shaped poison mark on him, where a sinister aura was radiating. Your fiancé rushed over immediately, eyes wide as she witnessed the scene. Then Iga, radiating an intense power, called out loudly. "Bye, hey-ho. You have got to stop him quickly." Then Iga. "Stay calm." Vin then panicked, shouting, "What is going on?" The twin rare poisons have already transferred into the young master's body. He could not help but yell at himself. "Damn it! It is all my fault." Leletashi turned to comfort him. "Uncle Vin, do not blame yourself. Even without you, they would find another way to deal with me. Such a deadly poison, I was even wondering if there is a way to convert it for my own use." He jolted and warned. "Young master, do not act recklessly. This poison is terrifying. Trying to control it is like playing with fire. Miss, you better convince him to stop." She was out of options too, so she put her trust in you, even though it is dangerous. "I know you always have a plan. Do you really think you can pull this off?" Vin then sighed deeply. "What? This mission is way too reckless." Lelek smiled confidently. Then Iga. "Follow me." As they walked and talked, he explained that the poison was something he would read about in an ancient book, a twin rare poison formed by merging the black demon worm and blood demon moth, resistant against water and wood elemental powers. Once poisoned, the heart is not affected, but the victim must constantly use elemental power to suppress it. The poison grows stronger and eventually explodes violently, almost impossible to save. Then Iga frowned. "Water and wood elements. Looks like this poison was made just for you. Maybe we should call Uncle Bill to help." You declined firmly. "Not needed for now." Lelef raised a finger and pointed to a small blue orb, softly saying, "Take a look." Instantly, the orb flew down under his control toward the twin poison. Sensing food approaching, the poison floated up, opening its mouth wide to swallow it. The two silently watched as one of its wings began to dissolve. She looked surprised and puzzled, while then Ega argued, "It is actually fading a little bit." Lelesu winked and revealed, "That is because my elemental power is not just water and wood." He summoned a blue-green orb and said, "Then Iga, reach in and feel it." Without hesitation, she obeyed. Her slender fingers touched something glowing golden inside. Startled, she immediately recognized it, the radiant elemental power. "There is radiant power inside your water element." Leles then summoned another green orb, saying, "Feel this one too." Curious, then Iga reached out. Her pupils widened as she thought, "That is earth elemental power." Closing her eyes, then Iga finally understood. "It makes sense now why your water and wood elemental moves hit so hard. They are backed up by 2 extra elemental forces." Aleph grinned proudly and asked, "Impressive, right? This secret is only yours truly." And then Iga no. She smiled softly. "That is awesome." Suddenly, 2 words blared out loud enough to startle Laulux, but then Iga raised an eyebrow and rattled off. "This kind of power is rare, but honestly, it is just icing on the cake. It can compared to your main elemental power. If someone else had a rare treasure, they might pull it off too, so do not get cocky." He jumped back with a groan. Alright, I get." Can Tai enjoy feeling good for 1 minute?" She reached out, puzzled. "But where did all that poisonous energy go just now?" he suggested. Then Iga, "Try using your elemental sensing to check." She immediately released her spiritual energy from her hand. Inside, elemental bugs were being nurtured. She wiped sweat nervously and looked at Lelex. "You really came up with this. Looks like you knew from the start this poison targeted you, and prepared accordingly." At first, I was terrified, but then I realized it is not impossible to handle. I kind of want this twin rare poison for myself." Then Iga raised an eyebrow and reminded, "I get your feelings, but do not push yourself too hard. Lek Lam Mansion has me too." Lelesh replied confidently, "I know, and I want to make you face this pressure alone, because Lek Lam Mansion is ours." She cut in firmly. "It is." Then you quickly said, "Then Iga, I need your help with a small favor." Suddenly, Danga called out as she passed by. Lelek softly replied with a hum. Awake, he put on a bright, hesitant expression and asked, "Can I use your radiant strength to add a thin layer over my own? If the wind blows the wrong way, I might be done for." But getting scolded fiercely by a beauty left Alest only able to laugh awkwardly. Danga started pinching his ear too hard, so in the end, did not at all just backfire. Alesh cried out, "Ouch, ouch. Stop pinching. The poison's about to leak." The next day, in a room near Lek Lam Mansion, dressed casually and smiling, he said, "I thought someone had really put that rare poison on Vian Than." Baiho held a cup of tea and replied, leaning on him with a smirk, "Isn't he Alessi the one who likes to detox? Let him try once. I would bet it is already useless by now." Then Bai Chime probably can't join anymore. "Once Kang Thaniga leaves Lek Lam Mansion, I can do whatever I want." He thought back on the past. "I once wanted to protect Lek Lam Mansion too, but back then, he was born with everything handed to him. Lek Lam Mansion weighed like a mountain in my eyes. But to Masters, Neng, it was not even worth a single hair of his." Malice gleamed in Biho's eyes. "If they ignore this place, do not blame me for taking it away." Suddenly, he jumped and shouted, "Hey, he is coming out. What is going on?" "Why?" Lil Lex stepped forward now, radiating a fresh, pure energy, his 9th rank radiant protection glowing a feeling far from ordinary. He pointed ahead, shouting, "Why? Why is this happening? It should have been agony. Could he be holding on? Or did the poison move wrong?" The two quickly plotted, "We have to act now. No jokes. Right now, with his reputation and influence, trying to kill him is like asking for death." Bai Ho gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it! Luolus! Damn it!" He sneered, "Poison is expensive." As the scene shifted to Kim Long's security, Hung Kai sat cross-legged, pipe smoke curling up as she greeted, "What breeze blew a lux? The Academy's most famous young master." Here, he smiled and mentioned, "This little fame of mine. It just shortens my life whenever the guild master brings it up. I came to pick up something my parents sent." She stood up, her tone turning sly. "Luolus. Luolus. Your little mouth is way sharper than your father's." Hunka stretched out her palm, enveloped in a purple spiritual energy, and added, "You two really have something stored here. You can take it." Suddenly, several long chains wrapped around where Lolek stood, making him panic and glance around. She held up an orb and said, "Though I know who you are, verification is necessary. Come on, drop a bit of your blood." He bit his lip, calculating his next move. With no other choice, Lulus pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the orb. Holding the key in his hand, he smirked mockingly. "You are the guild master. Huh? Should I breathe easier now?" As soon as he finished, a glowing barrier formed in front of them. Hung ordered, "Follow me," and stepped inside slowly. Lelouch entered, eyeing the surrounding squares curiously. "Where is this? Feels so unsettling." She quickly explained, "This is the Forbidden General's corridor." Hung Kie explained the layout. "This place not only blocks energy from the world, but eventually even blocks your own strength. Only the headquarters of Kim Long security in each region can build this. If you enter without permission, even a Marquis-level expert will be trapped." After a while, Lilette paused, eyeing what was before him suspiciously. "Is this it?" She crossed her arms and explained, "Your parents probably wanted to leave you something important. I remember your mother was the first to grab my hand. She begged me to make sure you open the items here yourself. Honestly, they did not have to do that. Kim Long security follows strict rules." Hung Kaie added affectionately, "Even if the headmaster came, they could not take anything from here." He looked down at the key and thought, "I know, I love them too. I believe someday they will come back." Lolati politely turned to her, grateful. "Thank you, Guild Master. You are too kind." She pretended modesty. "It is just my job. No need to thank me." Hung urged, "Come on, only you can enter inside." He then inserted the key into the pink hole before him. A massive surge of energy instantly burst out, the wind howling like it wanted to tear the whole atmosphere apart. Lilac shut his eyes tight, letting it take him wherever it wanted. Soon after, he passed through the gate and landed in a strange space. Seeing no movement around, he finally opened his eyes wide. A round object hovered in the air, powered by spontaneous spiritual energy, suddenly appearing right before him. Without hesitation, Lilac reached out and grabbed it, wondering quietly if what he sought was inside. The moment he touched it, the images of his parents appeared swiftly, growing clearer as the surrounding mist thickened. Dehoyan appeared before his son and softly asked, "Little Lac, now that you are here, the path to the General's realm can't be far, right? I believe you are probably the top student at the academy now, are not you?" Overwhelmed, he could not hold back tears. Calling out, "Mom, Dad." Delam immediately punched the Hyoen's side and scolded, "Enough with the nonsense. Just a tiny academy. How could our son possibly be the best? He is definitely the top in all of Shenzhou's eastern region." He feared but could only agree. "You are right. My wife, you are the narrow-minded one." Standing aside, Lilac just smirked, enjoying the sweet family moment. It was love overload, and the tension instantly dissolved. Dai Hyan, with a frostbitten cheek, raised a finger glowing with spiritual energy and said, "Little Lac, it is time to open the third path of the postnatal general's doctrine. Is not exciting, is not. The divine Kilin left to you before must have been damaged, right? Anyway, this is a one-time chance. This time, you need to forge the little general divine Kylin, but to do that, you will need the third power of the little general divine formation." Before Lilac could react, that golden energy blasted straight into his chest. His little body surged with power, strange mantras flashing in his eyes. Lilac muttered, "This is..." In an instant, he reversed the energy flow, his whole body radiating golden spiritual power as he shouted, "Little general divine formation, Dad, you are truly reliable." But then, Dehoyan doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "There is one more thing. To forge the little general divine Kylin, your strength must reach the Marquis realm." Just then, Delam pinched the Huan's ear, threatening, "La Dehain, are you looking for trouble?" He yelped in pain. "Ouch." "Enough," Delam sternly warned. "At this time, stop teasing our son." Dehoyan whimpered, "Unnie, please. Calm down a bit. Lilac stayed quiet on the outside but secretly rooted for his mom. Thinking, hit him hard, Mom, hit him harder. Only after that did Daylam let go, and Hyun smugly raised a finger. Reassuring. Even so, don't worry. Your parents are smart, of course. We have thought this through. He pulled out 10 scrolls. Take these. One of them seals a special formation that can convert power into Little General Fire. It will help you forge the Little General Divine Kylan. Watching it float before him, Lilac thought, Dad really is reliable after all. Hyun continued. Then you just need to activate the formation and find 2 Marquis-level experts to supply power for you. Hearing this, Lilac startled. 2 Marquis-level experts? Dad, are you joking? Can I just call them anytime? His thoughts flipped again. Dad's still not that reliable. Worried, Lilac thought, if I can find Niu Bubu. But is he even in a state to help? Laughing brightly inside, his dad. Of course you do not have to worry about Niu Bubu. He is not in good shape, Lilac muttered angrily. Then what is the point? Seeing her son unhappy, Daylam winked and revealed, Little Lac, do not stress. Actually, Nu Hongxi is a pretty good candidate. She is interesting. In this academy, she is the only one who caught your mom's eye a bit. She rambled on. If I had not come here, she might be the brightest woman around. Too bad her words were shot down by her son. Mom, you are bragging way too much. Lilucky rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But Chief Yu is really strict. And Kim Long's guild stays neutral. Will she really help me? There must be 2 sources of spiritual power coming to you. Zai Lam spread her arms wide. Don't worry. Little Lus. Your parents have already thought everything through for you. Liluck looked down at the shimmering golden substance with curiosity. What is this? It gives off a very dangerous vibe. She quickly explained. This is royal nectar. The essence refined by the legendary warrior Enzu from the Heavenly Frost Palace. It is highly attractive to warriors at the Feng Hao rank. Just give a portion to Inju Unki, and she won't refuse you. As for the other person, you will have to check that yourself. He put it into a small vial, held it in his hand, and thought it over. If it is something this powerful, then everyone benefits. Don't think of it as just taking, though Heinz spoke up. By the way, Little Lus, I have one more thing for you. No sooner said than a flying card appeared right in front of Lus. Suddenly his head throbbed like it was being hammered, and an image of a fierce beast with sharp eyes flashed in his mind. Lelef clenched his head in pain. He stared at the characters engraved on the card, unable to hide his curiosity. What exactly is this card? Its aura was even more terrifying than a Feng Hao warrior's. Could it be connected to the vein of the Heavenly King Wu that the former academy head mentioned? He frowned, reminding him, Little Lus, even if you have many doubts, there is a mysterious man who is actually the most handsome of all. Keep this card safe for now. You will understand later. The chaos of Lek Lam's guild is nothing compared to what is coming. Though Hein chuckled, hands on hips, your dad could leave you an even bigger mess. Lelef was speechless and just wanted to log off right then. Complaining aloud. Damn it, Chief. The card stuck close to him no matter where he went, stubbornly following him. Panicked, he shouted, why can't I shake this thing off? Lam clenched her palm, channeling terrifying spiritual power to intimidate him. Get out of here. Don't test me. She unleashed an earth-shattering force with a stern warning, scaring her son and sending him flying backward with a grunt. After that punch, the whole place slowly started breaking apart. Lam smiled gently. Little Lus, do not worry about your parents. The Zai Hein screamed from behind. Unnie, the house is about to collapse. She transformed back into her original spirit form, reaching out to say something heartfelt. Just take good care of yourself. That is the greatest relief you can give your parents. Understand. Tears welled up as he felt his mother's small hand on his face. Whispering, maybe your lifespan is tied to this, but do not worry. Mom's got you. Lam smiled and added, no need for extra words. Denga is a good girl. Treat her well. Because Lelef stood there stunned as she slowly drifted away, her gentle voice lingering, you and I still owe her. The two of them held hands and turned into golden energy that gradually faded away, leaving him alone, standing quietly before the small remaining circle, pondering what his mother's last words really meant. After a while, Lelouch returned to where he was. Hung Kaiev saw this and asked, did you get it? He nodded softly. Yeah. Hearing that, she turned to leave, but he spoke up. Chief Yu, there is something I need your help with. Hung Kai replied quietly, I will handle business and common matters. But if it is something that troubles the Kim Long Guild's stance, you do not need to say it. Lelux firmly stated his wish. I need to forge something and require the full support of a Feng Hao warrior. She glanced over him, wondering what a kid needed a Feng Hao warrior for, then refused. I can't help. Take it outside. The Kim Long Guild's position would be questioned. Still, he persisted. Chief Yu is a businessman. If I offer enough payment, Maybe. Hearing this, Hung Kai folded her arms, scrutinizing him. Payment? Huh. So you want to hire me? I am expensive. I wonder if Luck Lamb's guild can afford me. Les held up the small vial he would taken from the pouch, sighed, and said, I get, our Luck Lamb guild is pretty poor. We do not have anything valuable. She looked at the letter he showed her, eyes lighting up instantly. He stretched it out, shook his head and sighed. If this is not enough, then I will have to ask someone else. All right then. Huh, said, clenching her fist and instantly changing her mind. Good kid, you sure know how to make things difficult for me. But if you have already earned your full pay, then of course I have no reason to refuse. Lelek smoothly handed over a receipt. If the Fish Guild leader agrees to help out, then I will just trouble you with a small favor. This guy really knows how to ask for more. She picked it up and muttered to herself, wondering what exactly he wanted to craft. Those materials were not cheap at all. You will probably need around 7 to 8 million celestial gold coins. But do not worry about that. You do not have to pay a dime. I will handle it for you. The young girl smiled brightly, praising how generous the Fish Guild leader was. Lelek smiled back, feeling like he would just won the lottery. Now this is what I call a real rich lady. Just a few words and she saved hundreds of thousands. Lelezfc finally asked the question he would been holding back. When can we start crafting? Hung K stood there, arms crossed, ready to answer. 10 days from now, she replied. Then he asked, what about the location? Leluffy rubbed his hands together and shared his wish. The crafting should take place at the Holy Mystic Star Academy. She looked at him and nodded in agreement. The academy really was a safe place for this kind of thing. Leles then switched topics beyond just the location. Besides the Fish Guild leader, I will need one more person. Hearing this, Hung K's expression changed. She narrowed her eyes to warn him. Luelus, I am telling you, VE is a magnet for top-tier warriors. Don't go messing around with him. Vang Tae's got a strong pull on elite warriors at the Marquis level. Don't use him recklessly. Aleph was not intimidated at all. He spoke plainly. Don't worry, Fish Guild leader. I know what I am doing. The other Marquis level warrior I am inviting is my master, Hythoan. She is someone I trust deeply, and as a master at the Holy Mystic Star Academy, she and Kim Long Bohan both keep neutral stances. Hung Kund was not just someone who blindly followed others. As soon as she heard that, she paused thoughtfully. Hythoan. Huh. Eventually, Hung Kaihe agreed with his plan. I will help you gather the materials over the next few days. When the time comes, I will go to the academy to find her. Mission accomplished. Lelef clenched his hands with joy. Luckily, his parents left him vegan Tiu. Otherwise, how could he find 2 Marquis-level warriors to help? Away from Lao Lek and Hungua, in a mansion somewhere, a voice suddenly shouted, Master Hythin. Hythoan sat on her chair like a queen on her throne, commanding as she barked orders. Take off your shoes. No dirt on my mats. Lelezes was timidly crouching on the floor but laughed it off. There is something very important I need your help with, Master. As he took off his shoes like she ordered and sat down, he heard a long sigh from Hythian. You want me to help Lek Lam Manor deal with some enemy? Even if I agreed, the academy would not approve. Sitting across from her, he quickly explained. Master, I know you care about your students, but surely you understand the stakes here. He returned to a serious tone and laid out his full hopes. I want you to help me craft an item. Crafting this requires 2 Marquis-level warriors to assist. The other person I invited is the Fish Guild leader, Hunka from Kim Long Bohan. When he finished, Hythoan quickly caught the key phrase, Fish Guild leader. Hunka. She lifted a small cup of water and reminded him about the assistance. As long as it does not break the academy's rules, I can help you a bit. Consider it a reward for your outstanding performance in the recent million-ticket battle. Lo Aleph was surprised by how easy it was and stared in disbelief. Did the master really agree so fast? Hythoan even teased him for agreeing too quickly. Lelef did not hesitate, to be honest. If you help me, I have to return the favor. Even though you are kindly helping me, I can let you assist for free. But this time, Hythoan was more generous than he expected. I think you misunderstood what Marquis level means. I am helping because you are my student. If you think you can just get 10 times the help. As she spoke, her eyes flickered with emotion at the strange treasure that had just appeared. Hythoan was immediately captivated by El Leviki's little treasure, holding it up and admiring it without end. And just like that, as if minds were connected, the master turned away without forgetting to get to the point. Time and place. You quickly replied, 10 days from now, at the academy. I hope master can arrange a convenient spot for me. Meanwhile, Lilac was quietly weighing the value of the item he had just pulled out. This Wang Sui card is seriously tempting for a powerful Fengo rank fighter. Even the master has always stayed calm about it. Lilac carefully watched as Wang Sui was being closely inspected by the master. He let out a small laugh, silently thanking the master, but also warned himself not to smile any slip-up, and there is no way he would make it out alive. Lilac cheerfully got back to business. Master, about the first duel at the Academy S tournament, Do you think I have what it takes to win? The master replied coldly, without even glancing at him. She said, if we are talking about thick skin, you might actually have a chance. But if you think you are the strongest in Donju Shenzhou, have you checked your ego lately? She leaned back and listed 3 formidable names. The Merchant of Ming Wang, the Sect of Sheng Shan, and the Fire Clan of Xian Li. After naming them, the master added some background info. Ming Wang's academy controls power at the Exu level. The Great Saint of Shengshan Academy masters Fenga arts, and the 6 Ming of Qian Ho Academy, commanding the Xianlei twin generals. They, along with you, are the top 3 contenders for the championship. Hearing those names, Lilac wiped a bead of sweat, realizing this tournament really lives up to its reputation. Tigers hiding dragons. The master studied Lilac's physique carefully and bluntly told him, with your current strength, your chances against them are slim. Chufai, stay with me for half a month, the master ordered. Lilac almost jumped up and quickly asked, half a month? What is that for? The master did not hide anything. Twin General's power. Unified Realm. Half a month. I will personally guide you, if you can truly stabilize your Twin General power at the Unified Realm. She winked, explaining, then among the 3 candidates, there might just be a 4th. Confident enough? Have you made your choice? Prepped and ready? Then let us not waste time and get started. Lilac suddenly felt a sinking feeling like falling into a pit of worries. Elsewhere, inside Laklam Mansion, chatter filled the air. Vaniga, you are really here? Venga replied politely, just practicing some swordplay. What is up? Taivi, still cheerful, held up a piece of paper and said, nothing major. Just found something interesting while cleaning the study. Venga took the paper and asked, a letter. Taivi briefly explained where it came from. This letter is from many years ago, addressed to Lei Thai Hein. Seems your fame had already spread years back. She added details about the family tied to the letter, an ancient clan from the Shenyang dynasty. The clan head apparently had some ties with Lei Thai Hein. The letter mentioned their family owned a Kulin named Taihu, hoping for a marriage alliance. Then Taivi moved on to the reply. Her master's answer was pretty cool. Get lost. Though it seems the reply was never actually sent. After reading the letter and hearing the story, Venga handed it back. She turned to Taivi with a cool breeze, saying, honestly, this is kind of boring. Just burn it. Don't let Lilac see it. Taivi did not forget the reply, adding, I'm on it. Don't worry. At Lilac's training spot, at the Quiet Conde Mountain Pass, there was barely a soul around. A woman's foot gently brushed past the branches. Lilac struggled to keep up with her speed so fast. No matter how he controlled his General's power, he could not catch the master. Leading ahead, the master silently acknowledged his progress. After all this time, this kid has definitely improved a lot. Suddenly, Hythian slipped in the forest. Lilac chased after her and stopped at the edge of a cliff, hearing strange bird sounds around. He wondered what was going on in that forest. At that moment, a fierce fight was taking place in the forest between some people and monsters. Man was there too. Lilac probably recognized her presence. It was Man and Tan Fu. He turned to look toward the source of the noise. Soon, he quickly understood the whole situation very clearly. The squads from the clan had already entered the mountain pass of Khan Great Journey, preparing for the sacred battle. Man and Tan Fu had also grown much stronger. Then Lilac asked Hythian, do I have to train here too? She gently replied, you do not need this kind of training. For you, the most important thing now is to level up below the dual form power stage. Immediately after, Hythian quickly gave the next order. Follow me. Lilac obediently answered, yes. In a dangerous area filled with lava, Hythian revealed, this is your training spot. Seeing the heat radiating before him, Lilac found it hard to believe. Master, are you serious? There are not even any rare beasts here for me. Hythian crossed her arms, smiling gently. Rare beasts? What you need to conquer is the molten lava itself. Lilac asked again, Master, do you want me to jump into this lava to train? I am afraid my body can't handle such intense heat. Seeing his confused look, Hythian chuckled softly. No way. I am not the kind of master who sends people straight into danger for training. Lilac helplessly replied to her, then I can relax. Lava suddenly erupting from a volcano, Lilac immediately warned, Master, be careful. The lava's coming out. Master Hythian raised his hand, showing his power to his little student. Right on time, she secretly took out a small treasure, the Great Lava Cauldron. Master Hythian finally revealed his purpose. He just needed someone to enter this huge cauldron to train. After hearing this, Lilac almost fainted. This was no better than jumping straight into lava. The big cauldron was made of solidified lava, and it was a sealed space, basically a giant oven. Training inside. Wouldn't eat that, just roast me alive. Master Hythian patiently explained the principle. With your current strength, you can only hold out for 10 minutes inside. After that, your energy runs out, and you will be cooked alive. To break through, you have to keep your dual energy unified that way. You can resist some of the dual energy stored in the cauldron and break through the rebirth peak. She also pointed out the pros and cons. Training dual energy like this is really tough. Strictly speaking, this power is not something a level like you should handle. But there is no other way to show your true talent in the holy battle. This is the path you must take. Clenching his fists, he said, "No problem. Training on the edge of life and death sharpens my spirit. I will break through the limit in no time." Swift as lightning, he jumped into the great lava cauldron, not forgetting to tell his master. "Don't worry. Master, I won't let you down." Master Hytheon watched him move, silently placing his trust in him. "I believe you can do it." Meanwhile, at Men's spot, the fire mountain erupted violently. She worriedly asked her teammate, "Did you hear that? Sounds kind of familiar." The new talisman hunter replied, "No idea. But who the hell is so chill, grilling meat inside a volcano? Smells good, though. Annoying." The fire mountain kept erupting fiercely. Lilac's training was pure hell over a week. Agonized screams constantly echoed from inside the volcano. As Lilac finally emerged, his body was covered in soot and ash. In the distance, familiar voices called out, "Captains burn again." Master Hytheon stood nearby, arms crossed, judging the fusion of dual energies. No progress at all. Lilac looked down at his hands and honestly shared his thoughts. Without Master Hytheon's water energy healing, 10 lives would not be enough. Man still did not fully get it and naively pointed to him, explaining to the talisman hunter, "Wake up, that is the captain," he added shyly, making the couple blush even more. "Captain smells good. So hungry." Master Hytheon watched them with a half-eye glare. "You two have not even trained yet, and already want to jump into the cauldron to train." "Captain, they backed off after your warning. We will head out first," she added to Lilac. "Get yourself together and follow me." They left the harsh training area. Master Hytheon stood aside, explaining that with Lilac's talent and comprehension, this outcome was impossible. She quickly gave orders and hid herself, placing her hand on him to channel his energy. Lilac cooperated with her without hesitation. Feeling helpless, Lilac asked his master, "Did you find out?" Master Hytheon answered frankly, "The one training inside the cauldron I created. How could I not know? Besides your main energy, there is another energy helping you. You are good at hiding it, kid." Lilac silently absorbed every sincere word from her. At the unified stage, this mixed energy actually works against you. To succeed, you will have to borrow external power, he immediately asked. External power, like the water separation technique. The next day, Lilac returned with Master Hytheon's treasure, staring at his hands. Injured from the training, this time, Lilac had to rethink everything. Before, he was reckless using auxiliary energy made things worse, not better. While thinking, Lilac practiced the water technique again. The water separation technique really did help. "I feel like the merged scene already has some clues. You close your eyes and focus on your training." And so, Lilu kept training nonstop, just like his master told him. Over the next 9 days, Lilu purified and separated the two energy streams inside his body. Happily said, "Master, I did." Master Hai smiled at him, sounding a bit proud. "You still have not fully grasped it yet. I do not plan to continue sharing a place with anyone here." From afar, two teammates shouted, "Captain, you are amazing." But she did not forget to warn, "With so much dangerous stuff inside you, it is like playing with a bomb. People should be careful." Lilu politely took in his master's advice. He kept master's words firmly in his heart. Then Master Hai added, "Let us head back." He replied, "Yes, sir." And just like that, they finished their training smoothly. The next day, when Lilu returned to the academy, he found Hong Yuxi had prepared all the materials. Even the cultivation tools the master used were ready. Lilu's eyes lit up with excitement. This is what it feels like to be a powerful Fenghao realm expert. Awesome. Chang'er waved to him. Lilu waved back. "Chang'er, let us not miss a proper reunion." Ongsai immediately jumped in between, making Chang'er laugh a little. "I almost thought Mom really came to visit me." Lilu also thought about her half-joking words. The Fish Guild leader is really punctual. Visiting her daughter is just a perfect excuse to spy around. He glanced suspiciously. Suddenly, Lilu noticed something. A dignified man appeared nearby. Lilu almost jumped when he recognized him, Master Kao Sheng. Lilu stared in shock at the man beside him. "Master Kao Sheng, why are you here?" Kao Sheng strode over, scolding, "You little punk. You think I can come?" Onga smiled softly from the side. "Protector," Ongsai explained Kao Sheng's presence. "I ran into Master Kao Sheng earlier and told him about your training. Hythoin and I can split our bodies. So Master Kao Sheng will take over and help as your protector outside." Lilu shook his head, not buying it. A Fenghao realm protector that easy to get? People are too nice. But why does he seem so into Hong Yu? Was this all planned? Seeing his reaction, Kao Sheng laughed and patted his chest. "Come on, Lilu. Do you think I would not help you if you asked earlier?" Lilu gave up. "Don't flatter yourself. Do you think I do not know your personality?" He started to change the subject. "Thanks, Master Kao Sheng. Would you like some wine? Lights flickered around Ka Sheng's eyes as he said, no? Lai Lu, I do not like wine. Just hot tea is fine. Seeing his serious act, Lalu and Chenga were stunned. Pretending? What is that about? Lalu leaned against the wall. Pained? So embarrassing. Chenga covered her mouth, unable to hide her smile. Master Ka Sheng is truly a character. After their cheerful chat, Lai Lu, Hai Thoin, and Hong Sai headed to the training room, where she finally spoke. This entire training room was made with pure blood essence, Hong said, leaning on her hand. The St. Chuan Academy is seriously impressive. Lalu raised his hand and began training. Since everyone's here, let us get started. The moon had long been high as they entered the training room. A scene from the past appeared. A man spoke to someone lying on the ground, who looked starving. The man gently explained, refugees, right? There are plenty of these people. Don't worry about it. Seeing Ka Sheng's hardship back then, the other man was moved and threw him a handful of food. Ka Sheng looked up. Grateful. Young Hong Sai's expression appeared, scolding Ka Sheng. You idiot. If you want to eat, you have got to work hard for it. Since that moment, his eyes have only held her image. Because of that, he closely follows Hong Gi's every move. At this time, Ta then sat alone in a quiet place, his eyes closed tight, as if lost in memories. Then, noticing someone else's presence, he opened his eyes and said, listen, old Kim, if you want trouble tonight, do not blame me for ignoring our usual friendship. The mysterious figure standing afar did not dare make a move, nodding to Tao Than. I want to attack. Kim Tiu smiled slyly, revealing that he never expected Tao Than Dao Master, usually so stubborn and wild, to agree to guard the gate for someone else. Tao Than sat there and retorted, guarding the gate, no big deal. As long as she asks me, I am willing to keep working hard. Approaching Tao Than, he sighed, love really is moving and humble. Kim Tiu tried to provoke Tao Than, saying, you accepted her, so now you have every right to pursue her. Tao Than seemed unmoved by him. So what exactly was Kim Tiu Dao Master's idea of acceptance? Kim Tiu fell silent, his face tilting slightly up to the moonlight, licking his lips. He thought, I want her heart. Lilac closed his eyes, focusing on his training. Between him, Hit Han, and Hong, an energy sphere formed in the training yard. Lilac sat in the center of the platform, beginning to channel the little Wu Shang spirit group technique. Like that, Han and Chiam De Lam left behind hexagonal golden arrays in a few automatic scrolls. Anki saw the situation and quietly wiped a bead of sweat. The magic of this formation is incredible. Even elite Fengo warriors would struggle to forge it. It showed that Li Daihan and Chiam De Lam were deeper and more unpredictable than they appeared. Hit Han remained silent. The power of the three gathered into that energy mass. Honka suddenly felt a bit jealous of the other two. This life form formation after all these years away. Just one formation rekindled the initial fear their talents once commanded. Haithoan glanced to the side, thinking, with this formation here, the forging should have no problems now. Suddenly, Ongi's eyes narrowed sharply. She quickly warned Lilac. Lilac! Watch out! Lilac! Be careful! Lilac! Stay alert. At that moment, someone with malicious intent appeared behind him. Lilac wondered, why target me? He glanced back but did not react in time. Danger! A Fengo-level attack. Can't he dodge? A fierce strike headed straight for him, but luckily it was blocked by Hongyi's divine artifact Phoenix Blood Rose. Lilac panicked and asked her. Guild leader. Onki calmly replied, we lost control. It is contamination from a mutant. She has been corrupted before. Nearby, Hythian seemed upset. She asked, what kind of mutant? One that can even corrupt Fengo-level warriors. Then Honka spoke. Smiling reassuringly, this formation of mine has protective powers and barriers. She looked at the woman facing the monster and said, leave this to me. Right after, Anki gathered her power into an energy ball, while Hythian focused on holding back the monster. Together, they fought side by side, their powers perfectly synchronized. Their strength seemed evenly matched. Onga started feeling the enemy's pressure. She could not finish it off, only hold it back. But if this dragged on, Lilac's forging would be wasted. Lilac shouted, wanting to join the fight. Guild leader, give me your power. This formation has already absorbed 3 of your attacks. Hearing that, Anki unleashed a beam of energy and teased, kid, your attitude's way too cocky. The energy ball was still growing stronger. Lilac was amazed at the two women's reactions. No wonder she is the guild leader. Decisive and commanding. Thanks, folks, from his fingertips. He unleashed an immense surge of power forward. Hythian took multiple hits to her body. She could not defend in time and collapsed, sprawling across the ground. One of the voices, either Iluka or her Hunkai, echoed through the space, saying, this is it. We succeeded. Looks like we were right. Hythone struggled to open her eyes, barely catching the conversation. Lilesi immediately asked, what exactly is this fish? Hunk replied, I am afraid it is a poisonous contaminant from a mutant king level. Hearing that, he seemed stunned and repeated, Mutant King, at Tudothan's place. The mutant toxin had been suppressed. Hythoan woke up and completed the refining process. By early morning the next day, he dazedly asked, "Did it work?" A mysterious figure appeared silently in response to her question. Behind that figure were eerie, demonic energies forming a sinister shape. Hythoan's expression softened when she saw a familiar face, someone who had cracked the case before. "The meme to you?" she said. He smiled back. "Please. Tuathan has been watching me all night. How could I leave? Honestly, I feel like Lavishi is causing trouble for everyone." Suddenly, in the tense conversation, a strange voice cut in. "Everyone. Hands off." Tatam appeared out of nowhere, calm but firm. "Hythoan, the fish demon curse has erupted." Seeing her, Aleph shouted. Hythoan seemed unwilling to lose control and quickly gave a reason for her actions. "I suspect that MKMTU is hiding something. I think a thorough investigation is necessary." Tatem responded coldly. "The seal's been broken. It is a special seal. Could this be a secret of the Kim Long protection?" Hung Klee, like he could not hold back, and jumped in. "Luckily, we brought a dozen sealing scrolls collected by the Kim Long protection. In emergencies like this, that is all we can use." Laleka admired her, thinking, "Dining is really reliable." Then she left without forgetting to say one thing. "This is your mess. I'm out." "Goodbye," Kimyu said, wanting to follow her. "Dinins, let me walk you out." He turned and said goodbye to everyone. "I am out. I only came to see what Alalutz was doing with those two Marquis seals. I wonder if he is bringing trouble to the academy. Also, who unleashed that fish demon curse? Maybe only he really knows. So do not shoot the messenger. I can take that blame." Hung Kaye had already gone a bit ahead but still called back to Lalax. "Lualus, do you know why I got contaminated by that poison?" Hythoan did not seem too interested and kept talking to him. "You probably know that in our tome, we suppressed a very strong mutant called the Fish King." Hearing Mutant King, Lalef thought hard. A Mutant King is on par with a king-level being. If one really appears in ZAA, it means disaster for all living things. Hythoan continued. "Back then, we launched a major operation against the Fish King, inviting other powerful elders of ZAA, including your parents." She also admitted mistakes but later proved that decision was wrong, because even the strongest faced the cruelty of human hearts. Compared to young ones, they were more vulnerable to corruption. Then an unexpected event happened. The corrupted fought back, and we suffered heavy losses. Hythoan kept spilling the story without hesitation. "Luckily, your parents joined forces with the headmaster to corner the enemy and forced him to split and retreat. One of the paths was chased by me and the MKMTU. But at the crucial moment, that guy escaped, and I got attacked by the Fish King, cursed with a freezing spell." She squinted, recalling the moment. "Thankfully, the headmaster arrived just in time, or I would not have made it." Afterward, the MTU refused to admit he ran away. He said I got into trouble because I was careless. Hearing that, Lalef could not help but feel irritated. "What a jerk." You clenched your fist, showing how you felt. "Worse than scum and dogs. Maybe the academy should kick him out and make my beautiful Hythaean wear a face mask while teaching." Hythoan seemed pleased. "Kid, you even dare to mess with a Dao master. And you told her this is my honest opinion." Then she shared her deeper thoughts. "If we really want to retreat this time, we should come back with solid results. That way, I can ask the academy for some favors. With that, the MKMTU, and I might finally wrap things up." Luluk quickly agreed with Hythoan. "No problem. I just hope the Dao Master agrees with me on one last thing. Let me strike the final blow." You sat quietly in the room, cross-legged, meditating. After returning to the dorm, Luluk pulled out the small Wuxiang Divine Wheel to study it. While training, your mind was racing. Two-Dao path, maybe one needs a master. Two types of Fenghe grade materials. The last time it was about quantity. This time, it is about quality. These materials, even the Kim Longwarni ones, are hard to find. Luckily, I have a little time left. You raised your hand close to your face, staring at the glowing energy sphere. Maybe I will get some lucky breaks in the Holy Bowl battle. Now, about choosing the third general's direction. After training, the next day at the academy, Lalef gathered with a few others. Someone's voice rang out, starting the conversation. "I did not expect Hytho Dao Master to go through this, but it is good. When the MKMTU sets off, it might bring some extra hands." The person across nodded. "Let us hope so." Then the Lulek suddenly pulled out a wooden box. Inside were a batch of spiritual water crystals, ranging from 7th to 5th grade, bought with help from Sister Thai V. Thanga saw this and responded, "Big help. Before the Holy Bowl battle, an Earth General could evolve up to 6th grade." She closed her eyes and added, "By the time we leave Daiha, I have arranged everything at Lucky Lamb Mansion. No need to worry." She ended with a promise. After the Holy Bowl battle, and before the Nenga could say more, Alesh cut her off. "Got it. It is time for the mansion's ritual," you said firmly. "No matter who tries to destroy Luffek Lamb Mansion, I will kill them." Hearing that, Danga joked with a big smirk. Quite the attitude. You want me to praise you or what? Lualus. Caught off guard. Got flustered. No way. You said, looking at the woman beside you as she spoke. Whether it is the Holy Bowl battle or the mansion's ritual, hang in there. I have got your back. Danga finally said goodbye. Rest well before we leave. After she left, just as they set off, Headmaster TTM appeared with all the Academy's top leaders. Radiating authority, Tatam announced. Everyone, today our Academy delegation will depart to join the Holy Bowl battle. Those below looked up and responded. Feels like my life's taking off. When do we leave? This holy war's gonna end this time. The golden resources will rise directly. Before we set off, I want to invite someone to talk about how important this Holy Bowl battle is to our Academy. Then a woman and a man suddenly wondered. Here, someone the headmaster needs to come for. Who is it exactly? Tatam said nothing. Just showed her power by creating an energy sphere. That orb formed a giant screen projecting images and sound. The man emerged from the core energy and spoke. This was none other than Master Qian Yuan, the headmaster of our Saint Mystical Academy. Everyone below buzzed with excitement hearing his voice. Headmaster. Headmaster. The only Frost King of the Great Summer. The headmaster, Qian Yuan, continued, announcing that in 4 years the Sacred Cup battle would begin. Unfortunately, appearing in this form, what he said next might make you uneasy. Please bear with me. Lalu stood in the crowd, looking up to the sky as he listened. What was supposed to be a joyful send-off had taken a serious turn with the headmaster's appearance. The atmosphere grew heavy. The student's smile slowly faded after hearing his speech. Qian Yuan informed everyone about how many students had been buried in the academy as shadowy tomes over the years. On each leaf of this general's tree, the names of sacrificed students were carved. The Dragon Bone Sacred Cup, our academy, needs it to save the few students trapped in the 4-year shadow tome. I do not want to pressure you, but I have no choice. You must carry the future of Saint Mystical Academy and fight this battle. Everyone looked up, stunned by the grim tone. This is not just a fight, it is a brutal war. After hearing this, the students felt an unbearable weight, like a death sentence hanging over them. Lang, standing next to Lalu, spoke up immediately. Qian Yuan, do you think we can retrieve the Dragon Bone Sacred Cup? Lalu glanced at a woman nearby, then fell deep into thought. Sensing the headmaster's worry, is it because the Shadow Tome is becoming corrupted? If we can bring back the Dragon Bone Sacred Cup, what will become of the Academy's future? Qian Yuan spoke his final words as a farewell. On behalf of the students lost in the Shadow Tome, thank you all. The Academy is honored by your courage. Do your best to bring back the Dragon Bone Sacred Cup. Sorry to trouble you. As he finished, the core energy retracted, while simultaneously evaluating his delivery. His words were blunt and harsh. Clearly, hoping the headmaster could lighten the mood was pointless. Elsewhere, in the true realm of Master Qian Yuan's essence, a strange creature bowed and spoke. Master Qian Yuan, can hope really be placed in such tiny things? He sat on the central hill, staring at the shadow beast, its empty eyes locked onto him, voice low and hellish. It is useless. The shadow haze keeps growing stronger. You can win without a battle. Once the shadow haze invades the tome, the Academy's land will all become our food. Qian Yuan sat unmoved, hoping Li Shenwang's lifeline would not fail him. The core energy turned to the group, announcing, if you are ready, let us head out through the Qingmu Gate. You will be entering the Sacred Cup battle zone. I can accompany you for the whole journey. She faced the group from Lone Vu, saying, Saint Academy, prepare yourselves. Lalu looked towards Yuexuan, second star students. Get ready. At Lilua's side, he quietly said, first star students. Victory. Wulang turned around to ask. Lilu, suddenly fired up. Shouted, Saint Mystical Academy, Sacred Cup battle. Victory. His team felt the surge of energy and shouted back. Victory. Victory. That is the spirit. Amidst the passionate cheers of Sacred Cup battle. Victory. Lalu glanced back with a smile. They were ready to face the challenge. They entered a strange zone, where many fought against violent forces. In the spatial rift, time passed, and finally they reached another dimension. The Academy's name appeared on a shield. The core energy spoke, this is our Academy's name. So where exactly are we? This tower is our destination. Can you guess where we really are now? Cheng Ye, from behind, looked puzzled. Looks like a small independent space. Could it be inside the Dragon Bone Sacred Cup? Hearing those words from her, Tutum finally smiled and praised her. No wonder she is Thun Iniga's classmate. Truly smart. She looked at the information displayed on the tower. This tall tower in the space is where the academies take their rest. Then Turem's gaze shifted to the nearby lake, the starting point for everyone heading to their dueling grounds. When the Holy Cup battle begins, she took a step forward and explained the purpose of gathering everyone here. Your goal in the academy level battle is to use your academy as your unit. Risk your lives to collect Heavenly Spirit Dew. It will protect you as you cross the Dragon Blood Valley on Dragon Bone Island. All academies will explode into a final decisive battle. You must gather as much heavenly spirit dew as possible, and bring as many strong fighters to Dragon Bone Island. The one who sits atop the Dragon Bone throne at the end will be the strongest student. She spoke solemnly, sealing her final words. No matter what grudges you have, put them aside and truly see each other as teammates. Anyone who harms the collective interests will be severely punished, and the Academy may refuse to recruit anyone connected to you in the future. Level others, and the others looked worried, did not expect things to be this serious. But those two schemers, suddenly, have shouted out. Deputy Director, do not worry. We were just joking with Lucky earlier. This time we will definitely cooperate well. He is super calculating. The Deputy Director's eyes were still on me. I can drag my family into this, taking the chance. Huntin. Same here. Hearing that, Hunglin almost exploded with anger. Behave yourself a bit. Basihen immediately responded with a cocky attitude. Got it, sis. That is when Henglin spoke up about her plan. I will give it my all to cooperate with you to snatch the title of strongest student in the Divine Continent's 3rd Star Academy. Hopefully, I will get to see your true power. Then she approached Hung Lin and shook her hand to show cooperation. I will give it my all. You are really strong too. Having your help makes things way easier. Seeing her attitude, Hung Lin was caught off guard for a moment. Wait, that is not right. Why am I even saying this? Hung Lin. Hung Lin. Can one sentence really move you that much? Stop being ridiculous. The others took turns volunteering for their roles. Deputy Director, Tem, we will cooperate fully for the honor of the Academy. Me too. Tatum clapped happily in front. What a great bunch of kids. She announced everyone had 10 minutes to pick rooms. Then they would go over the rules again. The rest quickly responded. Got it. They gathered in small groups, chatting and picking rooms. Meanwhile, Tress Heinenthulm quietly cried. As to the director looked toward one room. That is our Academy's 2nd star room. Let us go pick rooms. Is this what it is like for weaker students? So annoying. They discussed and grouped into rooms. After temporary room assignments, everyone gathered again, ready for battle. An elder stepped forward to speak. Tatum stood on a platform and began. Next, I want to explain the champion selection system for the final Holy Cup battle. In the Academy level battles, the 4 strongest students will be chosen. She raised her hand forming a strange emblem, and then explained. Each person will receive a piece of the Divine Tree Gold token. Then comes the mixed level battles between students. Each win earns 3 pieces of the Divine Tree Gold token. Tom smiled as she announced the victory condition. In the end, the Academy with the most gold tokens wins the championship. Thunga, after hearing the rules, already had her own thoughts. Luckily, our side probably has 1 piece of the Divine Tree Gold token from the Academy level battles with a high chance of obtaining more. Also shared some side info. The so-called mixed level battle requires 4 academies, each cooperating with a 3-person squad, for example. Levels 432 and 431. At Alelet's spot, he was watching Thaniga and thinking, 1 person from each academy. So that means, seeing her glance back at him, Alex smiled quietly. Relieved. Looks like Nanga's thoughts matched his. Nanga also trusted him from her side. The 2 of us will definitely fight together in this mixed level battle. Suddenly, someone stood up and asked, Dean, I heard this Divine Tree Golden Emblem is not just ordinary decoration, right? Tatam cheerfully replied, Exactly. That is what I wanted to tell you all. She went on to explain related details. The Divine Tree Golden Emblem has many divine powers, but the most special is that it can extend and unleash the tree's power for the wearer, using spiritual water light day and night non-stop. Hearing this, Lilac jumped in shock. What? That is seriously defying nature. Is not. Tatam continued, here's a possibility. If someone manages to get 2 pieces of the Divine Tree Golden Emblem, they can fuse them to form a rarer emblem with even more powerful divine effects. Lilac sweated nervously but kept his confident look. Dean Tatam is truly a devil. She has successfully tempted the pure fire burning inside this young man's heart. Only the Divine Tree Golden Emblem can save that fire. While the academies were still pumped up, the St. Bright King Academy's tower was peaceful. From inside, cheers erupted. Keep going. Victory, we will win. At the Vice Dean's spot of St. Bright King Academy, Kukafong laughed and said, Our academy was last session's champion. This time, the crown is what matters most. I have arranged all the investigations and strategies to grab all 3 golden emblems in the first round. We must break through the 3-Star Institute battle. The 3-Star Institute representative of St. Bright King, Jill, immediately asked, Does the 3-Star Institute have Kwangthananga? Could this be our smallest hope for the battle? The elder closed his eyes and explained, I know Kwangthananga is strong. That is exactly why we have a chance. After Jailu Jin's opinion, the 4-Star Institute's law representative, Lam Lam, spoke up. So the Vice Dean wants to team up with other academies to trap Kwangthananga. Ju Fiong calmly answered the 4 people across from her. It is not really a coalition. Just a mutual understanding. If no one can take her down alone, then everyone teams up to eliminate her first. Isn't that normal? It just requires a bit of turbulence. Jilu Jin then asked, Dean, is not what we are doing a bit dishonorable? The elder lost patience and snapped, You guys are way too naive. Have you forgotten the peaceful times? Those peaceful days were bought with the lives and sacrifices of previous students. Between casualties and dishonor, which is worse for our future academy. Jilu Jin realized he had gone too far and bowed immediately. Apologizing, Dean, please forgive me. We understand now, and will follow the Academy's orders. Then Zhu Fuong revealed the Elder's plan. I hope we can become the target Kongdan Enga wants to defeat first. Jilu Jin naively asked, But why would we let others put the blame on us like that? Jifeng smirked in response. That is just the chatterbox kid. Don't worry. We are not counting on him. After teasing the eager learner, the elder turned elsewhere and entrusted the task to someone Zhu Fuong trusted. The One Emotion Institute representative of St. Bright King, Hu Ju, smiled and agreed with the elder. If it is a task arranged by the academy, then I will take it. But honestly, I really want to meet her back where Lilac was training with others. Takshu spoke up. The 6 academy heads and I will work on the plan now. Holding a piece of paper, he said, 6 academy heads. Check this out, I have prepared 500,000 celestial gold. Soon, we will leak some earth-shaking news. It is rumored that Taixu of St. Bright King Academy once had a connection with Kwang Than Ega of St. Yellow Star Academy. Their elders even planned a marriage alliance before. One of Taixu's followers, after reading the paper, panicked and shouted, 6 academy disciple. This is slandering that noble lady's reputation. Taixu just smiled gently and said, This is the most direct way to provoke anger. Then we will reveal ourselves so she knows exactly who is targeting her. The other shouted back, Why do I feel like you are the one who really wants to meet her? Do you guys actually have a marriage promise or what? Voices echoed through the space. Hearing my father speak, it seems this really is happening. A distortion? Shock? But the person doing this just needs to remember me. What a skilled and brave soul. At the Circle Plaza, a fully cloaked stranger glanced around, wondering why he had to do this job and who would be the best to find. He noticed a figure slumped off in the distance. The stranger immediately grabbed a stack of papers and approached Ingui Lung, whispering, Brother, got a juicy job interested. He thought to himself, this kid looked like a poor, broke guy, and his face showed zero energy at the time. The stranger handed over the papers along with some crumpled cash, tossing those flyers around. This crowd would be his. Ingku Lung's eyes lit up at the sight of money, and he accepted immediately. Brother, you have got the right guy. I'm on this. Then the stranger quickly left, thinking to find others, leaving Glolung reading those papers while sneaking glances around nervously. Damn it! This damn flyer, it is trying to mess with my brother. In Long probably chased after the stranger, grabbed his cloak, and said slyly, Don't run away, man. The stranger jumped in surprise. Who are you? What do you want? He stammered, Mind if I take over this job? I will handle everything smoothly for you. The stranger was suspicious but greedy, thinking, let him prove himself first. Inglong snapped his fingers with a smirk and said, I get, no need to say more. Half the cut is yours. I will take care of the dirty work. The stranger did not expect that move but agreed immediately. Damn, you can play like that. Deal. Don't mess it up. Inglong laughed confidently. You got it. Do not worry. Then he picked up a pen, his face turning wicked as he muttered a few words. Good luck. Scoundrels. You messed with Lung. Huh. Time to show you what real pain feels like. About an hour later, Blythe glanced back feeling uneasy. Why did those girls' eyes seem so weird when they looked at me? He clenched his teeth and tried to calm himself. They just see a handsome guy, he thought. After all, I have 10 girlfriends. Meanwhile, the girls whispered among themselves, Pour the I-8s. Suddenly, flyers started falling in front of them. He quickly realized they were everywhere now. This money was not wasted. He skimmed a flyer and nodded. True, money can even control demons. It said shocking news about the IAG from St. Bright King Academy. It mentioned a past connection with Kajrung Than Enga from the Mystic Star Academy. Their families once planned an arranged marriage. Another note said this never happened because people found out the I-80 had been weak since childhood. Reading those rumors, the IAG could not help but shout in frustration. Kim to behind him just tried to calm him down. When the IA lost his cool, Inglung returned to camp, praising him nonstop. Seriously, thanks a lot. You learn. Great job. He laughed. No one messes with our consciences and gets away with it. Take him down. He felt something was off and wondered why this guy had randomly offended them. Thun Iga held the flyer, guessing, probably just an idiot. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, catching all three's attention. Seems this flyer stirred things up. Looks like someone's changed sides, Kimti said from behind, glaring at hesitant Thiecha. Thought it was just a minor threat. Turns out he is admiring Thenga. Yes. That is King Thenga. She is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. No wonder the old man wanted to arrange a marriage. Dad, I blamed you wrong. Alex spoke up. So you are the ones who sent the invite. Looks like you are the real deal, he shouted. The Daesh weak, his face darkened. Damn it. It is really Daesh. The Daesh frowned and questioned. Who are you? What do you want with me? No matter how weak, everyone knows at St. Bright King Academy that these rumors are false. I am furious someone spread them. Lilac turned towards Thenga, half muted, and said, Lilac, son of Lai Han, from St. Hon Tin Academy. Among others, he entwined his hand with hers and raised it confidently, declaring he was also Kanging Thenedigas Fianti. Thunega blushed a bit at Lilac's bold move and softly called his name. He smirked arrogantly and said, Lilac, right? I remember you. Seeing the Daesh finished the provocation mission given by the Academy. But because of this, Lilac decided to teach him a harsh lesson in the one-heart duel. Lilac pointed out flatly, you are trying to go up against someone else's fiancé. And the Daesh boldly accepted the challenge. I am from the Eastern Region Divine Continent's one-heart duel, and I fear no one. By then, Lilac had already mapped out his strategy for the duel. He quickly gave a solid plan. Let us keep gathering intel. Move out. Right on time, the holy battle officially began. Fighters from all academies charged in with burning determination except one old man. Lilac flew up, giving a thumbs up. Don't worry, Brother Hyan. Once inside, I will protect you. Inglung was a bit worried but curious. I am touched by your words, but I still do not get it. He teared up and lamented. Which nephew played me like this? Why's my name on the list of top fighters? There was nothing else he could do, so he urged firmly. Stop whining. Getting in and joining the group is the first priority. The academies hit the battlefield, and fierce competition kicked off, gathering divine essence and hunting for the most valuable strategic resource. The Spirit Gathering Altar. 2 hours later, a golden flask released a drop of divine essence into the air, radiating a dazzling spiritual energy. Holding the divine essence, Lilac thought, after all this time, our teams finally collected a drop of divine essence, getting divine essence all the way to the central area. That is going to be tough. Suddenly, someone holding a compass shouted, Captain, our team sent a distress signal. It is Sin Julok again. He urgently reported. Change the rally point to their location. We are going to rescue them. Without hesitation, everyone agreed immediately. In a dense forest, Zulok gripped his weapon, struggling to breathe through the thick smoke. Then Hai clenched her fists, worry clear on her face. Warning! Be careful, Sinjulok. He swung his weapon forward. Behind him, a fierce spiritual beast roared. Top rank 8 Stone Garden General. Tundathan also summoned his spiritual beast, clicking his tongue in admiration. Not bad. Not bad. A real powerhouse. They clashed fiercely. Zulok kept unleashing his amazing moves. The Royal King's triple staff, half mountain staff. The guy suddenly laughed and asked, It feels good. Huh? You must be the strongest from the St. Xuan Tin One Heart Academy. Right? Gritting his teeth, he refused to back down and challenged again. Dathan laughed mockingly. Buddy, I suggest you chill out. If you keep this up, I won't hold back. Suddenly, a blue spiritual energy shot straight at him from behind. The energy aimed to hit Dathan, but he quickly swung a blazing golden strike to block it. Dathan eyed Lilac standing in front of Zulok. Curious? This guy's name is called Hung Ho. If you want to fight, I will join you. Men hurried over, asking Then, what is going on? She frowned and explained. It is Tundathan from Thansun Academy. He and Sin Julok just stared at each other and started fighting. The guy leaned his staff on his back, teasing, Who is that? Looks handsome, can he really fight? Lilac dropped a killer line. Shallow ones can fight well sometimes, but true skill is rare. Everyone nearby froze, confused and thinking, Man, that kid's a goner. Soon after, a group landed nearby, loudly calling, Venhai, we are here. She happily turned and immediately recognized her old friends, the Great Army. Meanwhile, Dathan was still facing off against Lilac, boasting confidently, I am taking you away. You gotta ask if my staff agrees first. Lilac sneered. I am not just taking you away, I want you to apologize to him. Dathan grinned with a cocky smile, swung his staff forward, and said, Fine, take these 2 hits from me, then I will apologize. The stick in his hand suddenly grew huge and shot straight toward Lilac. Everyone nearby shouted warnings. Lilac! Watch out, kid! The tip of the stick was almost at his face, but he did not flinch. He just calmly said, Top grade Stone General. Transformed General Segment. And I also have the Marquis technique. This guy is the triple champion mentioned in the records. I kinda wanna see what he is really capable of. As the shout died, echoed, the great sage stick slammed forward, shaking the ground with an earth-shattering impact. The Holy Second did not see Lilac around and called out to him, while the crowd behind kept cheering for the big boss. The boss is unstoppable. The great sage sensed something was off and wondered. He is not hurt. How's that possible? He took a hit from the boss and is still fine. Turns out Lilac had slipped away without anyone noticing. He raised his 2 legendary jade blades and said, "Sorry to disappoint you a bit." The guy got more and more intrigued. Besides Lock Min, who is also a dual general. I was wrong. You must be the strongest in the academy, right? What is your name? Now you have got my interest. Lilac replied without hesitation. I am Lilac from the Saint Mysterious Academy. Sorry, but I am not that into guys. Before he could finish, the great sage leapt into the air, raising his giant stick high, shouting, "King of the 3 Kings. Fan high!" A massive surge of energy flowed into the great sage's weapon, aiming straight for Lilac's head, but Lilac raised his twin blades just in time to block it. The guy could not believe Lilac could resist that blow and blurted out, "What?" The great sage eyed the spiritual energy radiating from Lilac suspiciously. So it is the power of the dual general at the fusion stage. Lilac's blades pointed forward, emitting a blazing golden circular spirit form. Confidently, Lilac taunted, "Come on, what about your third weapon?" But the guy suddenly backed off. "No more fighting," he said cowardly, making Lilac pause mid-fight and feel a little dizzy. The great sage scratched his ear, looking for an excuse to escape. "Forget it, you are strong. I can beat you fast. If I keep fighting, I might miss finding the heavenly spirit path. I am out of here." The 2 behind him stared dumbfounded at his words. "Dude, he has totally lost it. Is that even him?" Lilac heard it and was stunned, mouth wide open in disbelief. "This little bastard's sneaky and meticulous." The guy gave a thumbs up and a grin. "That guy's name is Tanchuk Lock, right? Not bad. I remember you too. See you on Longcot Island." Without waiting for a response, the great sage flew off, shouting back, "When the time comes, you will see my third stick. You little pawns, come chase me." Chuck Lock's face darkened with hatred. "Do you think I will just bow down? I will definitely beat him." Lilac smiled and asked Han, "Are your injuries okay?" The others cheered wildly. "Lilac is insane. To be respected by 3 grand champions like that. Damn, what a pain." Seconds later, Lilac shouted, "Everyone, let us move. Our target is the heavenly spirit path." The crowd quickly followed. "Yes, Captain Lilac." Many noticed the strange signal from Nu Lang's squad and immediately headed that way. Nu Lang had not gathered them earlier because everyone flew while exchanging info. "We can lose the intelligence from the Ling Dan cluster. Follow that Nu Lang. He is strong. Call the nearby squads over." "Got it." The squad flew behind Nu Lang, complaining that such crucial info about the Ling Dan cluster got overheard because of their arguing. "I do not even know what to say about you guys." One scolded, "Forget all that. Just break through first." Suddenly, an explosion erupted in front of them, throwing 2 people back as they shouted in alarm. "These guys are way too aggressive, still refusing to fight. Do they underestimate us or what?" Nu Lang wiped blood from his face after the incident and muttered, "Many attack, few defend. The fools just charge straight at you." The squad leader advised, "Our guys have already moved this way. Let us avoid a fight and keep going." Someone gritted his teeth, thinking back to what Senior Duong had warned this guy is from Lock Min of the Thean Ho Holy Academy, the second person to carry the twin general title. That is Sich Se from the Holy Academy, a squad leader somewhere. Smirking provocatively, showing off his true strength. That is actually a sign of respect toward us. We have already got intel on him. Hearing this, he straightened up, pointed at himself, confused. "Twin General Ngolang, what strength do I have? Twin General Ngolang, what?" Even the squad leader was shocked and suspicious. "Ngolang, you are a twin general." Those guys rushed forward shouting, "You are strong. Do not hide it anymore." He panicked and jumped back, denying it. "I am really not strong." Smirking, he swung his sword down yelling, "Ngolang, I won't underestimate my enemies." He just stepped back, sighing inside. "Who the heck put me on their intel report? Guess I have no choice but to retreat." But before he could back off, Ngolang got hit hard, screaming in pain. The squad quickly caught him and encouraged him, "Cheer up a bit." Ngolang's voice was faint, like he wanted to give up right there. The others tightened their grip, eyebrows furrowed in concern. Why are they only attacking him? The ones behind kept blaming each other. "Your Xichsa intel must be faulty. You want to wash your hands of this. Do not." "No way." He gathered himself, sat up, and warned, "Squad leader, you should go rally with Lilac and the others. Protect the spirit gathering altar. I will hold him off." The squad leader brushed him off. "Are you crazy? There are 3 squad leaders over there." Ngolang thought, "Do I really have that much power?" He stood up mumbling, "So this is Twin General Ngolang's strength. Looks like even I do not fully know my own power." Ngolang glanced back with a slight smile. "Weren't they saying I was stubborn? Let me look cool just once." Squad leader, she blushed a bit, thinking, this guy's surprisingly trustworthy this time. Over on the opposite side, they muttered, "His 6th general rank seems to be leveling up, but he still looks pretty weak." He dashed forward, still reminding, If something happens to me, remember to tell Man that I took down the enemy alone. The squad leader rolled his eyes. It has already started. And you are still saying this? And Lang quickly unleashed his ultimate move, the Chaos Whirlwind Slash, which made the others laugh mockingly. No need to block an attack like that, but unexpectedly, the one actually launching that attack was Lilac. He channeled his spirit energy to create an explosion right beneath them, sending the group flying and leaving them stunned. How did this slash suddenly get so powerful? It is the Twin General S strength. I can defend against it. The Spirit Core is not just the source of the Heavenly Spirit team's power. If the core is destroyed or severely damaged and the spirit energy disperses, it is considered wiped out. This strike exceeded all expectations, and Lang successfully took out several enemies, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Am I really this awesome? From afar, Lilac jumped up laughing and teasing. You bunch of idiots. Man happily chimed in. Perfect timing. Lang explained the situation about the spirit gathering altar being under siege. When Lilac heard it was Sich's Holy Academy, he recalled the previous incident at Kim Dao Trong. The squad leader crossed his arms and quietly asked then, "Hi. Lilac did this, right?" She nodded. Yeah. Meanwhile, Lilac was patting Lang on the shoulder, saying, "Starting now, you are the second Twin General imposter of Than Hein Tin." He looked confused, and Lilac sighed. Exactly why we need their stubbornness. Perfect. Everyone regrouped, and Lang led many to the spirit gathering altar's location, which had now been activated. Lilac's position was also exposed. Soon, a massive battle was bound to erupt here. When Batchman activates his general power, the spirit gathering altar will produce the heavenly spirit path. After collecting it the next morning, no one can steal it, and any emergencies can be dealt with. Lilac arranged many to prepare for battle on both sides, standing firm in the center to defend. News about the spirit gathering altar and Twin General Lang spread everywhere. Some holy academies were stubborn allies. Others were preparing to confront Than Hein Tin. After splitting up, Lilac glanced around and muttered. They arrived pretty fast. A familiar figure appeared ahead. It was Sich from the Holy Academy. Trong Tin. He quickly asked, "Are you Lilac?" The captain of Than Hein Tin Academy. At the Zhuo Star Pavilion, Red Sand Sacred Academy. Behind me are teams from 2 other academies. I have just one question. Do you really plan to claim this spirit gathering altar all for yourselves? You sighed and admitted it. Yeah. I want all 23 drops of the heavenly spirit due. The others did not hesitate to propose. If you want, our Red Sand can team up with you. With the 3 academies united, it will be hard to back down. Lilu raised an eyebrow and shook his head, saying, "Already selling out your allies. Your rep is shot." You boldly asked straight up if he was not afraid you would tell them. He replied, "They are not really allies. Originally, they joined forces because of the spirit gathering altar. They 1T believe it, and I 1T admit it either. Captain Lilu is not that knave." Lilu raised one finger and challenged, "Fine, let us fight. If you win, the altar's yours. If you lose, back off, no fuss." From another side, a crowd rushed in shouting, "Sacred Mystical Star. Is that all you got? Not enough to even fill our teeth." The brothers frowned thoughtfully, clearly annoyed by Lulu's words. They really did form an alliance to take out these bullies. Her teammates immediately rallied and shouted loudly, "Sacred Mystical Star will win for sure." Lulua's side stayed tense. The other side declared, "If no, then no deal. I represent our 3 great academies. From this moment, we declare war on you." You heard this quietly. Saying nothing, he added, "We will leave all the paths open for you. But do you want us to call in the Twin Generals Eng Lung for backup?" You pointed at yourself, voice full of confidence. "I can handle 3 alone. Eng Lung is our secret weapon. No need for him to step in." Eng Lung was still clueless. The secret weapon and strange knowledge amplified. Lilu's eyes blazed with spirit, softly adding, "By the way, I am a Twin General too." Lilu was stunned, not believing what he just heard. One academy having 2 Twin Generals. That is not right. He pulled out 2 blades and challenged, "No need for formalities. The 3 of us will cut you down together." Without more words, the 3 charged. He shouted wildly, full of arrogance, "Then I will make sure you pay." Lilu smiled lightly. "I have got the guts to be arrogant." They clashed head-on, blue and purple spiritual forces flashing through the air. Your battle cries echoed, cutting through the tense atmosphere. You declared, "Today, the fame of Sacred Mystical Star will echo throughout the academy." Lilu explained, 3 second stage transformed generals working together, that is enough to handle you." The opponent looked thoughtful. Lilu alone can block an attack from all 3 of us. He and his teammates charged forward, sneering, "Do you really think you are some special elite? If you were that strong, why not take the championship yourself?" You smirked, "Maybe after today." "I will." As the 3 rushed in, Lilu unleashed his secret move, Blessing of 10,000 Trees, summoning thousands of tentacles from the ground to block them. The other side shouted in warning, "Damn it, Lilu! Fighting 3 of us like that, are not you worried about getting hurt? Just give us a share." You waved your blade to dismiss that. "Those spectators do not matter. Once we beat you, No one will take this spirit gathering altar anymore on 2 other mountain paths. Just like Leluo said, no need to worry. Screams echoed, damn it. Crazy guy. Right in front of the sharp spear on this path, he was openly underestimating the enemy. The enhanced frost limit. Not enough for me to activate. The kid behind also absorbed spiritual energy in hand. She spoke solemnly. Looks like this path's advantage is ours, but the enemy here is not weak either. Could it be? Suddenly, Bai Daodao and Wang He shouted together. Everyone looked up to see the twin generals Ingu Lung on a rock. I opened this path. I planted these trees. Wanna pass? Pay the toll, he said coldly. In Lung raised his brows silently. 6 squads coming after me? What a bunch of fools. Dado hid behind a distant tree, listening to the shouts. If you have got guts, show your strength. Don't run. Think I am stupid. Chase them down. She recalled what Ing Lum said. They had so many people. Way more than our 2 squads can handle. If their target is us, then let my twin commanders be the bait to lure them into the trap zone. At that point, you can unleash the poison without worrying about me. Zilusu shut her eyes tight and sighed. Ing Lum really was the one who gave me that unforgettable feeling at the critical moment. Akiyu was definitely a bit scared of dying, but as for him, he fought just enough. I think it is fine the forest is still, the terrain low and swampy, so using poison on them is not a problem. It is just Ingu Lem's strength. I am afraid he will be the first to fall. Zulul Ward. Do not underestimate that guy. He always has luck on his side. But do not go trying to kill him out of old grudges. Akiyu immediately defended himself. Relax. I am not trying to get kicked off the Heart Institute's list. He watched In Lum closely and muttered. But why is this kid training that life-saving wind control technique so well? Akiyu was definitely a bit scared of dying, but he was also bragging as he moved, saying, I am a man like the wind. Lo Itu chased after him, shouting, Ingyu Lum, you coward. If you are so tough, do not dodge. Lum turned back with a sly grin. If you are so tough, do not chase me. Bunch of pests, I will show you what I am really made of soon. Asaishe and Hikiyu stood off to the side discussing. The target's heading for the trap zone. Right? Time to make a move. Hakiyu pressed his fingertips together and shouted, then come on over and try my poison. You are also going to show off your secret skill. And together we will blow poison on them. A wave of toxic gas immediately surged toward the group, and everyone panicked, yelling, they are all blocked by poison. We have walked into a trap. They tracked Ink Lum's trail and pointed. There he is. Chase him. Someone muttered anxiously. What is Hikiyu doing? This little poison can hold them. At that moment, he sliced a tiny cut on his finger and used his fresh blood to strengthen the poison's power. A red toxic mist swirled around the group, who panicked and shouted, Captain, the poison is getting thicker. The water commander and target commander quickly began detoxifying. As if, seeing Hikiyu straining to hold back, wondered aloud, Hikiyu, can your blood actually boost the poison's power? Tenfi standing nearby scoffed. A poison master at the Fengo level can wipe out an entire city. This guy's no joke. He gritted his teeth, sweating, and retorted, that is Fengo level. A 10ES like me, doing this much is already impressive. And then challenged, if your blood can boost the poison, why not add more? With this little blood, can you even call yourself a man? Without another word, Hesai swung, splattering blood everywhere, energy surging fiercely. If you want to fight, I will step in. Hakiyu shouted through clenched teeth. Butch Iz, you are crazy. As you trech, he in shouted. Stop her. Brother, for the big picture. Feth stood by, urging restraint. Sure enough, the poison in the dense forest was wild and fierce, like the roar of a venomous dragon. Those chasing kept falling one by one, the poison strike bringing out loud gasps. Is it? Only a few stunned looked at each other. Damn, too many of our people have fallen. Cursed Inga Lung, licking his lips and peeking down nervously. He saw Unlung pale, foam at the mouth, lying below, clearly panicked. See, could you are really dead. He still had a little strength left. Could this little poison bird really have killed itself? Suddenly, a figure holding a weapon appeared high above and shouted, Don't touch him, drawing Liu Tu's attention. High-level poison fight. Folks, it is our turn to step up. He flicked his chin confidently. Butch Ithik, I want to go easy on you. Lu Taigu shouted. Keep fighting. Don't let these sneaky bastards win. The others quickly surged forward. In the forest, fires burned everywhere, wild and chaotic. The 3 paths to T Lin Lin were all erupting with intense Titani Lu sea waves. But the most shocking was the battle of the 4 captains, the Fire General, the Mighty Demon General, and the Golden Armor General. The 3 kept attacking Leva, but could not bring him down. He brandished his weapon and thought, looks like it is almost over. Suddenly, the figure froze and looked up. Lualus, what is your move? He smiled and replied, there were not many of you before, even if I defeat you all. Judging by the chatter and rumors, Intimidation alone won't cut it. I think waiting a bit longer will get better results. The mood's tense. Lots of teams have gathered in the mountains to watch the fight. The crowd's buzzing, and the sacred yellow star has a nasty trump card. Let us not rush over there just yet. Lelou's tone is sharp and confident. Sorry, guys, the warm-up's over. He absorbs a massive surge of energy into the air. Power surges wildly within him from the two command zones. A strong force rises. He realizes in shock it is the combined strength of dual commanders. Their energies quickly connect and merge. Lelou raises his weapon triumphantly, taking this hit. The spirit gathering array is all yours. What is the big deal? In a blink, 7 of Lelou's 11 command powers shatter, unleashing an enormous burst of energy. His face twitches in pain and frustration. This hit, how is this possible? No way, gotta stop this. Before anyone can react, he swings his blade down. Heavenly flow water blade technique. A terrifying force crashes down, blasting everyone back with a scream. Lelou smirks confidently. Alright, 3 of you, let us end this here. Keep fighting, and someone's gonna get knocked out. The sheer pressure from all this terrifies the onlookers. Others hoping to gain the upper hand are completely overwhelmed. Whispers ripple through the crowd staring into the massive crater ahead. Look at that hole. That power is just insane. Still unwilling to admit defeat, someone nearby says, I can still fight. But things are not looking good on the other fronts either. On 2 other fronts, the Sacred Yellow Star's forces have already claimed decisive victories. Cheng Yan stops the chase. No need to press further. Everyone agrees that last hit was seriously strong. She holds up an object and asks, the east side is suppressed. How's it going over there? The reply comes from across the way. They have all fallen too. Le thinks hard, slamming his fist on the ground. Damn it! He mutters, his face covered in scars. Is this the gap between us and the dual commanders? Keep fighting and our morale's just gonna keep dropping. Lai orders a retreat. We are no match for them. Let us back off from fighting over the spirit gathering array. He replies humbly, fine, we will yield. A shout rings out as the students from the 3 academies disperse one by one. This time, Sacred Yellow Star Academy shows its real strength. The usual Sacred Academy can't compete. Lelou and Yindong step forward. Everyone nearby, listen up. His voice echoes through the mountains. This spirit gathering array belongs to Sacred Yellow Star Academy now. Any objections? Lelou's voice reverberates through the foggy valley. Everyone silently leaves. No one dares to respond. The array is great, but not worth dying over. The night passes without incident, and by early morning, Sacred Yellow Star Academy claims all 23 drops of Heavenly Spirit due here. Suddenly, fierce battles break out among the academies. Sacred Yellow Star dominates, securing 99 drops of Heavenly Spirit due. Inglung laughs boastfully. Inglung is still here. Better run. It is the dual squad of Enguli. In just a few days, Sacred Yellow Star Academy's reputation skyrockets. Lelou becomes the 4th top contender for the Heat Gate. Day 9. Lelou stands alone on a sheer cliff, hands on hips, thinking, the Heavenly Spirit due in hand is enough to send someone to Dragon Nation Island. At this rate, it might take a month just to gather enough dew for 4 people. Suddenly, Inlung rushes up from behind, calling out. Lelou mutters, the final spirit gathering array is showing up. He nods. Yeah, all the academies are heading there. The high-level spirit gathering array is inside the cluster. There is tons of Heavenly Spirit due there. It is our only shot to get in, but no clue what kind of challenge this round has. Lelou gives the order firmly. We will find out once we get there. Everyone, rest up, then let us move out. He chuckled to himself quietly. Finally, the grand test is here. Early the next morning, the Lilac group finally arrived at their destination, a vast lake dotted with tiny islands, each belonging to a different academy. Lilac looked around and introduced, all right, this is the territory of our Saint Mystic Star Academy. Everyone was stunned by its majestic beauty. It was massive 4 high-level spirit gathering platforms that you would need to access these celestial spirit routes. You had to climb the Wen staircase, and each platform was surrounded by many mid-level spirit gathering platforms, all leading up to the main hall and the central spirit core. Everyone buzzed with excitement, knowing that climbing up meant enduring the crushing energy of heaven and earth. It required incredibly strong control. Only then could you survive the first energy blast. After that, your own academy and 3 others had to defend together from the stone platform. The crowd's eyes widened as they spotted someone rushing toward the stairs. Look, someone could not hold back the captain of the Black Rain Star Academy. Koyan Yiming. Dodu whispered behind Lilac. I heard he is super strong, already defeated several other captains. He laughed loudly as he climbed, acting all cocky. What is with these stairs? To me, they are just toys to play with. But suddenly, an energy surge hit him. In less than 5 seconds, he was blasted off the stairs and fell straight into the lake with a big splash. Dodu's face froze as he muttered to Lilac. So embarrassing. He would be better off staying quiet. Too much confidence. Just then, another figure soared toward the steps. Look, it is Yufeng Faxing. Lilac narrowed his eyes. Recognizing him in his mind, Lilac called out the name, Jing. Taksu stretched out his hand to summon his wind cannon, and a thunderous explosion rocked the area. Everyone watching Taksu climb the stairs was amazed. He had managed to hold back the energy waterfall, taking just one step back. True to his reputation as the top of the hot gate, Taksu activated a cluster of spirit gathering platforms. He raised his palm and announced, "Everyone, these spirit gathering platforms are now activated by me. If you want to team up, welcome to join our Saint Bright King Academy." Before Taksu's voice even faded, two figures appeared on different steps. They quickly recognized them as Lok Min and Tunde Than. They jumped into action too. Laughing, one said, "If Taksu can make it through, so can Tunde Than." Two streams of spirit energy, one golden, one crimson, quickly surrounded two other platforms. Dathan proudly showed off his staff while Lok Min walked calmly. Everyone murmured that they had blocked the way and activated their own spirit platform clusters. The mountain spirit dropped the three onto the Min Academy Island. Then captains from several academies went around seeking alliances. Wulang wondered why Jing Taksu rushed to their island. Taksu spoke up, "Classmate Lilac, interested in an alliance." He asked again, "Are you still looking for partners?" Taksu explained, "Your recent achievements are outstanding. A strong partner makes my path easier. If you help me, I only ask for 40% of the celestial spirit roots. Others give me 60%. Lilac smirked. Such generosity. Huh. He quietly admitted his own fault. "Before, the intel leak about Hong Ti was my fault. I hope this clears the air and builds trust." Wu Lang beside him muttered, "That jerk's hopeless. Does he really think Lilac would go soft for Hong Ti?" Lilac quickly refused. "Forget it. I do not think there is room for cooperation here. My appetite is big anyway, and there is still one spirit gathering cluster missing." Taksu sighed and retreated, realizing Lilac's resolve was strong. "Hope you succeed, even if teaming up with me has some hidden agenda." But Lilac refused outright. His goal was to be the strongest student and grab the biggest share for his academy. Then I quietly guessed, he means to personally activate a spirit gathering cluster. Lilac smiled meaningfully. "To get a bigger slice of the pie, the best way is to be the one cutting it." He glanced at another spirit platform and said, "That is where you all come in." Suddenly, someone rushed toward the stairs, causing an uproar in the crowd. Another challenger trying to climb the steps. That is Captain Li Luo from Kingshuan Academy. At first, he used a 1-against-3 move, but he's only a second stage Hu General. Can he really pull it off? The king laughed excitedly, saying, rejecting the Taksu himself climbing the steps. "That is seriously gutsy." The woman behind him winced in comparison. "Lu Bai? This guy is the twin general like B, and he looks pretty handsome too." Lu Ming squinted his eyes and mocked. "His twin general rank is not high. Let us watch the steps." He frowned, full of confident swagger. "Come on over. I want to see how far ahead I am compared to those three." As he spoke, everyone saw energy starting to gather. "Look at that, the attack energy is about to launch." When it hits Li Luo's head, everyone shouted in unison, "Here it comes." He raised his green blade to summon the golden jade mysterious blade. With just one ultimate technique, Li Luo's heavenly flowing water blade clashed with the incoming energy, and the crowd started commenting, "Nice." He blocked it head-on. The two energies clashed fiercely, making a piercing noise. Everyone gasped. Li Luo actually held his ground. Wait, his attack is still being suppressed by that energy. Kinger clenched her fists, cheering. "Come on, Li Luo." While he was using his ultimate technique, the water spirit faltered. They watched his figure battling the energy with growing concern. He is already overwhelmed by the shockwave power. The strength of a second stage Hu General just is not enough. Lu Ming stayed silent. Observing, the king shouted loudly, "Charge for Lazi. Captain, stay calm." Even Taksu, weak but eager, wanted to see the outcome. His whole body was wrapped in his own spiritual power, feet firmly planted on the stairs. The crowd cheered. "Li Luo, do not back up anymore. If you do, you will fall off." Step by heavy step, he climbed the stairs, took a breath, and stopped. Behind him, the energy was shattered by Li Luo. The crowd screamed, "Amut." He did it. Then he clenched his fist, retracting his spiritual power, and said, "My success seems to have disappointed some folks. This entire spirit gathering formation welcomes academies for negotiation and cooperation. They are truly grateful. Li Luo definitely lives up to his reputation." Cheers kept erupting. Someone turned to Takeshu and said, "Captain Li Luo really does have some real skill." He nodded in agreement. "A third stage Hu General can T compare to him?" That person hesitated, then asked about Kingshuan Academy. Takeshu smiled and cut him off. "No worries. In this high-level match, no one really makes me nervous." He wiped his tears and announced, "Get the academy ready for cooperation. We are heading to the summit to strike first." Someone shouted, "Here we go." As the attack energy surged, people on the 4 stone platforms bore the flood of energy for those climbing the steps. After discussions, hundreds of figures simultaneously dropped onto their respective platforms. Li Luo looked back to remind everyone, Get ready. We are about to go up. He placed one foot on the first step. As Lilu stepped onto the stairs, the flood of energy instantly activated. The energy on each cloud step was supported by the stone platforms. The stones bore the brunt of the energy waves. For the first time, they experienced the flood of energy from the spirit gathering formation. People squinted and gasped. That attack energy is brutal. Even the core platform does not get off easy. Someone asked. So Lilu was carrying that attack energy all by himself just now. Meanwhile, Lilu's figure shot forward, overwhelming like a mountain range. Finally letting everyone feel what he experienced earlier. He wore a confident face, thinking, every 30 steps there is a new attack energy, and each one is stronger than the last. Hundreds of steps to the top means enduring 16 waves of energy. Ahead, a figure radiated blue energy. Weak generals really do show themselves. And that is takes you up front. Lilu glanced at the next two Sun De King and Lu Ming. Those three really pack a punch. He frowned, thinking to himself, but I am not someone who will be fazed by these attack waves. Lilu stretched both hands forward, summoning supernatural power. The new energy wave hit even harder. Well, stronger means stronger. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the Waterlight Demon Mirror formation. Starting from this wave, I will counterattack. Lilu's spiritual energy shot straight into that raging whirlpool of power. Soon after, he smiled brightly to himself. Under the energy's feedback, the original energy flood was torn apart, creating a void in an instant. The moment has come. Sensing the chance, Lilu charged right inside and surged upward. The crowd below gasped in shock. What just happened? This power really belongs to the Spirit Master level. Lilu is on par with the Void Realm. Lu Ming reached out, taking in his spiritual energy, guessing it was the rebound from the Mystic Water Mirror Star technique. But this Mystic Water Mirror seems a bit stronger than his. The Grand Saint could not help but praise. Not bad, kid. You have climbed up fast. The Void Realm felt jealous and grudging inside, thinking, I can fall behind Lilu anywhere, even if this step on the cloud ladder seems meaningless. How else would I ever get close to Kwang Kingia later on? He brandished his weapon as a warning. The gunfire from behind 1T let you slip away. Lilu sneered. Thanks for the heads up, classmate Jing. You are taking an interest in me. Huh. The Void Realm openly showed his intentions. No matter what, I am still the first to strike the bell. The rounds of gunfire ground down everyone's willpower, exactly what the Academy's organizers wanted to see. Lu Zixiang thought about his own goal. Even if it was not that significant yet, he wanted the glory of being the first to strike the bell. Not just for himself. In Lilu's mind, King's adorable face flashed. But he lied to himself, it was also for the Kingshuan Star Academy. What is wrong with my imagination? No matter what, I can lose to the Void Realm. More talk. Both figures charged into the gunfire, using their ultimate moves Demonic Wind Water and Waterlight Demon Mirror formation. Wulang peeked from behind. Curious, these two were basically racing to see who'd hit the peak first. Opening the Spirit Gathering formation, a roar exploded. All eyes fixated on those two shadows. Everyone was blown away so fast. Lilu's speed is not any slower than the Void Realms. Everyone cheered wildly. Goal of Rise Void Realm. Number 1 is ours. The Grand Saint rushed forward to watch closely. Those two were dueling, and Lu Ming decided to join the fight too. The girl standing behind was still pondering. Looks like Liluo really stepped on the Void Realm's heels. The Void Realm stretched out his hand, shooting his spiritual energy through 2 layers of gunfire. Great spiritual wind strike. Someone shouted from behind, this is the final wave of gunfire Void Realm. Rise up. Lilu was not backing down either. He unleashed his ultimate move, Waterlight Demon Mirror defense. He blinked fast. The last round of gunfire hit, but the Water Mirror technique could no longer repel it. Here go. Lilu launched his blade Golden Jade Mystic Shadow Blade. First stage of Shadow Force. Elsewhere, the crowd buzzed. The Void Realm was just a bit short. Panting heavily, the Void Realm was about to touch the bell. Still thinking about Lilu, his emotions surged fiercely. He reached out, secretly relieved. But, I am the first to strike the bell. The bell rang instantly, electrifying everyone. No one knew who won. The crowd below misread the situation. Void Realm is awesome. No wonder he is 9th grade. Undefeated. But others saw Void Realm's hand had not quite reached the bell. Wait, that is not right. Void Realm's hand has not touched the big bell, so who just rang it? His face darkened. Speechless. Someone pointed at the blade stuck in the bell. Look quick, that is Lilu's blade. He was the first to strike the bell. He stomped a few steps hard, then slowly pulled the blade out. Sighing in relief, Lilu shot a mocking glance at the Void Realm. Really? How boring. He tapped the bell lightly, silently calling out. Lilu, the Grand Saint rested his staff on his shoulder, relieved he had not lost his cool. Finally, he saw the loser. Don't underestimate Lilu, he is the only one who can handle my 2 clubs. The Void Realm shot a sharp glare back. I have never underestimated anyone. I just know how to keep my word. Still, you are the toughest talker here. Then, the 4 spirit clusters gradually opened, and the students began harvesting. After a day, the heavenly spirit dew of the sacred mystical essence reached nearly 600 drops. Everyone gathered, tossed Lilu's body onto the central mound, and cheered loudly. Our 3 academies truly owe their blessings to you. The sacred mystical essence is powerful. You are worried, so speak up, do not get too worked up, Lulu pondered deeply. After distribution, 6 people would head to the long blood fire zone with the sacred mystical essence. If we could gather 10 more drops of heavenly spirit dew, we could bring Lu King heir to Longbone Island. Compared to ordinary academies, the sacred mystical essence numbers give us a huge advantage. Scene shift to another island. Lu Ming stepped forward and asked, "What is up?" Stairway to the Clouds lost to Li Lu. "So you came here to cheer yourself up?" Taxu sat in front and replied, "I just feel like these 2 prodigies have become too easy to handle. Usually, there are 2 in the arena." She crossed her arms and pouted, "You asked me to meet up just to say these pointless things." He narrowed his eyes, sighed, and admitted, "As you can see, Lilu is a huge threat." Taxu sharply proposed, "I want to team up with you to take down this threat." Lu Ming was a bit surprised and asked, "Never thought you would ask to collaborate, but why?" He thought about Daixing always accepting. In the open arena, she covered her face, frowning, and said, "I considered going through Daixing, but his attitude would mess things up." She waved her hand and closed her eyes, refusing. "I did not expect Lilu to be such a worry, but I am not too interested in this matter." He quickly stopped her. "Come on, Lu B, there is benefit here." Hearing this, Lu Ming perked up and said, Taixu raised a finger and asked, "On Longbone Island, I will settle the score with Lord Daixing." "Do you get what I mean?" She guessed. "You mean you will fight him first, then me? Being so upfront, are you expecting me to deal with Li Lu?" He smirked and denied, "No need for you to get involved directly. Our Sacred Mystical Essence Academies, Holy Bright King will handle Li Lu." Taixu straightforwardly suggested, "Just set up an illusion battle in the Long Blood Fire Zone to trap them." Lu Ming frowned and pointed out the danger. If you make a move in Long Blood Fire Zone, one careless step and the entire force could be wiped out. He quickly added, "If we have to act, we must completely take out the Sacred Mystical Essence Academy's people." Hearing this, she thought to herself, "Looks like he is confident about beating Lord Daixing and then facing me. Alright, if he is offering me a chance, I do not need to refuse." Taixu happily agreed. "I knew you would say yes. Let us have a great cooperation," Lu Ming said with a hint. "Hope your confidence does not backfire." He asked, puzzled, "Classmate Lu Ming, why say that?" She quickly flew off and said, "See you on Longbone Island. I am not interested in your other matters." At Long Blood Fire Zone, someone looked at the blazing flames and said loudly, "Captain, a tower. We are waiting for good news from you." My man cheered. "Captain, you will definitely win the title of strongest at the First Star Institute." Wu Lang added, "No losing allowed." Lilu smiled confidently. "Thanks for everyone's efforts so far. Next, we fight to win glory for the Academy." The others crushed their spirit shards in agreement and left the field. The real fight was about to begin. Holding the heavenly spirit dew, he reminded himself, "No matter how tough the obstacles ahead, no one can stop my steps." The heavenly spirit dew flowed, covering many people and forming a water shield that could block the fire in the zone. Though it would slowly dissolve, Lilu was enveloped in a blue energy aura, but the shield was vulnerable to external attacks. Next, we have to prepare for battle. Klinger was uneasy. Maybe no one's willing to fight in the heart of the blood fire zone. He warned, "Being cautious is better. Winning might require all sorts of dirty tricks." She nodded softly. Yeah, a signal was given, and everyone rushed straight into the flames with their water shields. Then someone ran up to report to Taixu. "Captain, all academies have set out." He ordered, "Take a short rest. Next, it is time to fight." Those guys shouted out loud. Wind, deep in the Aishi's mind, a profound thought sparked. Lu'ulus. This original year's battle ends right here, on the dark Red Sea. Lelexi moved across the water at lightning speed. Along the way, he ran into a few people from other academies. They were all terrified and quickly scattered. He calculated it was going smoothly, just 5 more hours, and maybe he could reach Long Kedet Island. Suddenly, they froze, making Lelek curious. Then hi. What is wrong? She frowned and reported. Something's off with the water patch. The environment has not changed, but the water is evaporating twice as fast compared to when we first entered the valley. Lelek quickly raised a warning. Everyone, stay alert. We might have stepped into an illusionary trap. Everyone gasped. An illusion. There was definitely a strange unease. He raised 2 fingers to summon Water General Technique. Water Priest. Others quickly had water patches appear over their eyes. Everyone panicked, looking around and shouting, "Sea of Flame, how can we be inside a sea of flames?" Someone was clearly trying to stop us from moving forward here. Lelex frowned and judged. The only one silent enough to trap us in an illusion is probably her. Then I hesitated. Lazasi Min. Others do not believe it. We have no conflict with her. So why would she attack us? We actually owe her some respect. You are too clever. Don't hide anymore. Sina Vaihe. standing behind. Spoke up. You caught on that fast? Lelef exposed the A's true colors. Besides him, I do not think anyone else could be behind this. Where's Lost Min? He sneered. She just pulled the strings to set this illusion. She is probably enjoying the fight happening here. You nailed the A's real motive. Someone S sitting back, watching us struggle. Looking to take advantage. Looks like Sion He really cares about the distance to Thing Eam's eye. He did not hesitate. From what I see, there is someone even more dangerous than her. Because it is the Academy. It has to be that way. Suddenly, the Eye swung out his fan, summoning a blazing tornado rushing toward Ovalex. The 6 artifacts all panicked. It was the legendary Kim Nun relic. Ziutu looked at the surrounding sea of flames and exclaimed, "He wants to use the wind and fire to wipe us out." 2 storm winds clashed violently, raising the temperature instantly, and everyone's water defenses quickly evaporated. But Luzulu's wind general could not hold off Kenneth Ayesh. After several minutes, it shattered completely. The storm winds shaped them into a helpless, trapped state. The Ayesh grinned proudly. "Sorry. Lualus. The title of strongest in the First Star Academy is mine now. Let us." Scene of the IHE's group vanished right before Loledek's eyes. Everyone panicked. If this keeps up, we will just wear ourselves out and die here. What do we do now? His eyes burned with determination. We have to risk it. Lola's fighting spirit had reached its peak against Scene the IH. Elsewhere, a familiar voice rang out. "Teaser Tam." "Oh net." The 2 behind immediately flattered. "Shen bro is amazing. Why have not we heard from you sooner?" "She nay bro." The IH was deep in thought. "One more step and I am out." This was the exit from the illusion Lasiman had told her about, but would she really share the exact escape method with us? Feeling doubted, Lusman spoke up. "Sina Vaihe, what are you hesitating about? Are you doubting I would show you the way out of the illusion?" He sounded uncertain. Could it be not true? She coldly replied with a smirk, "Believe it or not." "Your choice." The IH questioned slyly. "Love to see Min. You are so impatient. If you had not spoken first, I might still hesitate, but since you rushed, you want me to take that step out." He put 1 foot down and said, "That final step is not to the left, but to the right." Later, the IH smiled smugly, looking at the scene ahead, thinking, "I am out now." Lelef watched him return to the illusion with narrowed eyes. He thought he escaped, but ended up right back where he started. Blood was dripping from his nose. The crowd was outraged, shouting, "Sina Vaihe, you bastard. Why come back here again?" Lelef guessed right, someone had not actually gotten out. The H sobbed, "I can't stand it anymore." They all looked at him like he was an idiot. Lockman slowly appeared in the sky, spreading wide. Chin Ieji really is someone who thinks he is smart. He stood below yelling, "Lockmin, you sly woman." She crossed her arms and smiled subtly, giving him the exact way to go. He did not follow it, and just guessed. Sina Vaish shouted, "You were acting on purpose just now." She calmly replied, "Keep trying, genius," which made him grit his teeth in frustration, boiling with anger. Sina Vaish taunted, "Lockmin, come down here and fight." But Lockmin just insulted him straight to his face. Sina Vaish said, "Are you seriously that bored all day long?" "You idiot." The crowd surged forward. Sentha Aisha confidently asked, "With things like this happening now, what will you do?" Though the situation looked rough, Lalek said, "I still have a chance to turn things around." It seemed he wanted to weather the storm here. From now on, Kiernka, you can only rely on yourself. Sina Vayeshi shouted. They quickly formed a circle in the sky, clearing the way for Chinka. In an instant, the students of the St. Bright King Academy combined their power to tear open a hole through the storm. Sinthai transformed wings and swiftly flew out. He did not forget to shout back, "Don't worry. I will settle the score with Lockmin slowly." The heavenly spirit path was almost drained, except for Chi the IH. All others from St. Bright King Academy were eliminated. Elisa Kinnev said, "Damn it, they actually used this trick. Should we try it too?" Hasiku stopped her. "It is useless." Lelefis' speed could not surpass Sina the IH's. Things were too chaotic. But he could not just sit and wait to die. Lelefas was struggling to think if he could borrow the power of the three-tailed heavenly wolf to survive entering Long Siet Island. But using that power here was a huge disadvantage. Suddenly, someone spoke up, "I have a way." Then I held up a treasure and explained, "I have a general's technique that might create an ice shield for you. Maybe it can protect you from water depletion before you reach Long Keti Island. Give me your hand." Then Nahai's blood quickly dripped into Lilek's palm. She urged him, "Carry our will and claim the title of the strongest. You already have the ice shield supporting you, the bloodline general's technique. The eternal ice shield." Then Hai looked up silently praying, "Lai Lux, this is all I can do. You must win." Then Hubatin's squad combined their forces, and after getting Lilexit out, they turned into rays of light and were defeated. He silently thanked Dan Nui. "Thanks for the ice shield. I promise I will repay you all for this." Then I clasped her hands together, cheering, "Lai Lux, stay strong." Lai Lux furrowed his brow. Calculating. With the ice shield boosting me, I can hold off water loss for 5 hours. That is enough. I can give up now. Suddenly, a blazing dragon-shaped flame appeared, making him freeze in shock. A dragon blood flame. Lilac stepped back murmuring, "Why does this dragon blood flame seem to be moving toward me?" He anxiously watched its spiritual energy rushing his way. Danger! A spatial orb. Lilac clenched his palm, enduring the scorching flames around him. Lilac ran frantically shouting, "I am burning. I am fire." Suddenly, a token appeared. He stared at it. Puzzled, it was the token his father gave him. Then the token absorbed all the burning energy. Shockingly, all those dragon blood flames were sucked away. What is this? A dragon shadow technique. Has it appeared before? It feels limitless. Suddenly, another energy beam shot toward him. Lalesh jumped back, covering his face. Damn, here it comes again. He analyzed it. The dragon blood flames did not actually hit him. The dragon shadow inside the token absorbed all the flames, as if they were some kind of nourishment. The dragon's mouth became clearer, with a red spot forming inside. It did not affect him at all. In front of Lilet's was the image of a fiery dragon, with a bright red circle at its mouth. He squeezed his eyes shut, unleashing his spiritual power to think hard, while the token continued absorbing the dragon blood flames. The ice shield and water depletion rate would drop to the lowest level. On Long Kata Island now, all the academies had registered, ready to unleash extremely fierce battles. Lilet's was out of options and decided to risk it all. He stopped near Long Keta Island to let the token absorb the flames before heading onto the island. You charged forward with one hope, that the ice armor would hold until the token was fully charged. 5 hours were almost up. Lalu had reached Longu Island, and sounds of battle kept echoing across the island. Along the way, he kept absorbing the dragon blood fire, but the token was like an empty cave, no charge at all. Staring at the blue orb, he thought, the ice armor has less than 5 minutes left. If I keep this up, it is all going to waste. Lalua flew while shouting, "Stop sucking. I am about to get roasted alive here." Soon, he reached the battle zone, panting heavily as he muttered to himself, "Maybe all those fights toughen me up. Looks like I am one of the easiest finalists to make it through." Holding the token with a mix of pride and frustration, he saw a circular beam of light appear right before his eyes. This token really disappointed me. He reached out to grab it and recognized the red orb at the dragon's mouth. Lalua thought of the flame dragon's treasure, a pure dragon essence collected with great effort. He suddenly realized it was a huge score to have gotten this. If I use it to forge a postnatal general and succeed, the third general could be a dragon general. Lalua's eyes caught the character Lai engraved on the token and wondered how this Li Chenwang even exists. He glanced around, then pondered which way would be better to head next. At the same time, Kungying turned, surprised, and asked, "Lai Lu, why are you here now?" Lalua raised an eyebrow and guessed, "Kungying, what a coincidence, you guys must have been eliminated." He pointed at the bruises on his face and warned, "How well do you think you will do next? It is Lu Ming who did this to you." Kungying flinched and stammered, You are a prophet? How do you know?" Lalu explained calmly, "You all smell like roasted meat, besides Lu Ming's Thunder General. No one else could do that." Those words hit the group hard. They wailed and shouted, "Shut your mouth." Lalu got intel from King Ying's mouth. Most people had already been eliminated. Lu Ming's team was wiped out except for one person. Everyone else was out. Lalu decided to follow the path King Ying's group had taken earlier. Lu Ming perched in a tree and called out, "Lai Lu, you actually made it out of the dragon blood fire zone." Replied with a smirk, "I won't let you beat me. I won't go down that easily." Lalu said firmly, "This is my promise to them." She confidently shot back, "Then I guess you are about to disappoint them." Lu Ming drew a sharp weapon from her hair and said, "Surprisingly, the illusion prison could not trap you. Fine, you really can get out." She swung it out, forming a sword full of menace. "Lai Lu, show me the full power of your merged realm. I do not want to waste more time here." He raised his spear to meet her attack. "Don't rush. I will settle this debt with you slowly." Lalu glanced behind and shouted, "Kung Yang." Lu Ming spun around in shock. "What?" But there was only silence. Lu Ming muttered, "There is no King Yang here." The moment she turned, Lalua's spear was at her throat. Lu Ming panicked. "Lai Lu, I did not expect you to be such a sly, shameless guy." Lalu quickly slashed across her head and said seriously, "How am I sly compared to you?" But then spiritual energy started radiating. He felt something was off. It was an illusion, just as Li Lu guessed. A sharp sword was stabbing at the back of his head. Feeling this, Lalu quickly swung his arm, punching straight into her sword. A clear scorch mark appeared on the golden fragment. He muttered, "My newly repaired golden octagonal shield." Lalu exposed the trick. "Classmate Lu Ming, this is not sincere at all. Using illusions to save yourself. That is just not fair." Lu Ming sneered coldly. "You are the one who always lies, attacks from behind, and has the nerve to call yourself honest." Lu smiled confidently, blocked her strikes, and countered, "Well then, Let us keep going. The crowd watching from afar were worried about the fierce battle. Has Lilac met Lok Min? Is he winning? Sweat dripped down his forehead as he hesitated. Thinking maybe things were not looking good, then he got shocked. Like a tiger trying to leap out of its own skin, yelping in pain. Lok Min stood high, cooling down his skills, summoning thunder troops and lightning sword techniques, unleashing a barrage of purple spiritual energy toward him, but Lilac was still fine. He thought hard. He would already scattered the intruder's lightning energy inside his body. He had to strike fast and win quickly, then prepare for the final showdown. He was starting to feel pain and guess the opponent's crazy moves. Trying to win fast? That meant he was underestimated. So he unleashed his secret skill, the first layer of divine power. A burst of blazing purple energy shot down but was blocked by his green spiritual core. Lok Min landed on a nearby branch, eyeing him carefully. You really are a bit strange. What kind of troop technique are you training? Lilac smirked and shot back. You can just judge by rushing to win. Keep fighting. Do not you get it yet? He activated his skill. 10,000 tree spores and water tentacles instantly rose from the ground, wrapping around her. Lok Min scowled but praised. Your water-based troop technique is really good. Looks like my speed's giving you a headache. She slashed her sword and tore through them. Lok Min flew right up to Lilac and said, You are really something. Lilac jumped back, startled. Her tone was sharp, but she warned, I am not losing this fight. He smirked and warned, Don't he talk like that? Then lightning sword strikes kept flying nonstop. In just a few minutes, they traded hundreds of blows. Lok Min proudly raised a finger. This was meant to counter illusions. But now I am using it on you. Lilac suddenly realized it was a complex formation. Lok Min was way tougher than he thought. Meanwhile, from a tall tower, a senior announced, Lilac has been trapped outside the tower. Eliminated students watched the fight on the big screen. The crowd murmured, The Second Star Academy is wiped out. Could the Top Star Academy fall too? Hold on, someone shouted. Lok Min's really making a move. Combining illusion and lightning troops is deadly. Another yelled, This is so frustrating. The Third Star Academy's been surrounded and wiped out. 4 against 1. Really? Elsewhere, a voice rang out. Full power strike. The 6 Golden Phoenix squad. Sweep them. 3 others ambushed Kwong Than Ega. Each had strength far beyond ordinary. But then Ega's face hardened. White wings spread as she taunted. Looks like you are really excited. A bunch of rats finally coming out. Is this all you have got? Another woman shouted angrily. Damn it. If I were alive, I would crush you all. Stop holding back. Have some shame. She sneered. You guys trying to surround Kwong Than Ega? Honestly, not bad thinking. Thanga took a deep breath, ready for battle. Too bad. It is my turn now. The crowd cheered behind her. Kwong duck. Kong's really strong, not backing down. Tatam clapped in awe. This is truly thrilling. Back at Lilac's battlefield, a green spiritual force enveloped the ancient tree, blocking the incoming attacks. Lok Min frowned. Annoyed, he is hiding inside the tree, refusing to come out, trying to drain me dry. Lilac, let us see how many of my attacks this tree of yours can block. Near the ancient tree, drops of green spiritual energy fell as Lilac calculated his next move. Constantly restoring the tree drains his troop power a lot, but Lok Min's drain is not small either. He guessed that at home turf. After all this, she must be furious by now, right? Lilac eyed the red fruit atop the tree. Its glow could drive anyone mad. Time to press the attack. He looked at his bloodied arm, slowly shedding the poison. If I can hold this, I have one. Lok Min hesitated, confused. Why was he suddenly breaking through his limits? She placed her hand on her chest. Stunned, eyes wide open, mouth agape. I suddenly realized something soft. The power in my body is still breaking apart. Poison? When did it get in? Lulus, looking tired but still sharp, asks boldly, How's my little fruit doing? What is wrong? Still can T figure it out? That is when Luffy Mun spots a withered fruit emitting a dark aura. He continues, Looks like your illusion battle backfired on you. Lusman struggles to breathe and says, You sealed the fruit with poison gas. But getting hit reveals the toxin. When I attack, I absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This poison sneaked into my body. Shameless move. Using that trick on me. He gives a thumbs up, praising. Nice analysis. If you had been more careful, you might be spotted the poison earlier. Too bad you were in such a rush. Just focused on hitting me. She fires back angrily. I am not rushing. You are the one who messed up. Lil Lefa scratches his cheek, looking innocent. What mess? You played me in the Bloodfire Abyss. This time, no debts between us. Luffy mind bluntly reaches out. Give me the antidote. He pulls out a sharp knife with a sly tone, acting like he has got the cure or not. Then she quickly pulls her hand back, shouting, Get lost. Do not come near. Lelef closes his eyes and sighs, admitting defeat. After these guys keep order, they will definitely help you detox. Lusman suggests, if the great sage can handle Tinath IH, and you are not just gonna bring him to the champ, then admit defeat. I will take on Seed AIH, and we split the rewards. He laughs. This plan's not bad, but I am not listening. She is out of words. You. Ingc interrupts. I already agreed with the others. I have to take down Seed AIZ myself. If I can't, Lilac shudders thinking of Van Ega's fierce glare. Voice trembling. I will get beaten at home for sure. She sighs. Giving in. Fine. You win. Go fight the final battle. If you let Chida Ichi snag the top spot so easily, Lusamine clenches his fists, saying, then losing to you this time really is a disgrace. A beam of light shines down from above, enveloping Luffy Min's figure before he swiftly ascends into the sky. He disappears without a trace. A shout rings out. Love wins. He scowls, thinking. Next up, the ice image immediately appears. It is your turn. Scene of Aihe on a misty mountaintop. Signs of a fierce battle everywhere. A lone figure stands high, looking down on Long Ket Island. The figure says, Lualus, you fought me in the final round sure enough. It is you. Aleph humbly replies, just lucky. No one else but thy age. He adds, there is no gain in this ranked battle. Lualus, you are too modest. Aleph brandishes his blue blade. Challenging. Then thanks for the praise. Let us end this here. The IH closes his eyes with a faint smile. Those rumors were from the school targeting Kang then Iga. I am out of options. Lilef points out his plan. If she gets mad, that'd be dumb. If it were not a no-death match, you would already be collecting Lassie Kim's body. The IH scoffs, admitting quietly. Probably true. I do not care about that side. I just want the strongest title for myself. His whole body radiates terrifying energy, full of killing intent. He wanted to hide it a bit, but the Great Sage sealing technique forced him to reveal his trump card. The Eye releases his spirit energy confidently. Lualus, the power gap between us means you have no chance to win this final fight. Lalef replies calmly. The fourth transformation of Atiting appears. This really surprises me, he guesses calmly. You have got a hidden ace up your sleeve too. Lalef slowly pops a red pill in his mouth and says, isn't this just a breakthrough in battle? Nothing rare. A blazing red energy shoots out. Aleph compares weapons in hand. Our power gap is not that big. The IH grows more intrigued. Your power can level up, not weaker than mine. Interesting. Let me open your eyes a bit with the might of the ancient rank. You guessed he was a former spirit envoy. But who knew even a former envoy could be this weak? Lilac glanced at the spirit beast behind him, a bit startled. But this wind spirit envoy was far weaker than the radiant spirit envoy he would faced before. Taixu smirked and snapped, where do you think you will get the wind energy in this world to block me? Then he shouted, wind marks. Instantly, those wind marks flew straight toward him. Lilac stayed calm and unleashed his ultimate move water wall technique. Shattered distance technique, they quickly formed a barrier, blocking the wind marks from hitting him. He pushed forward. Combining water and earth generals, his general's power was truly strange. Then Lilac soared to the hilltop with his secret skill. 10,000 trees explosion. Taxu followed close, palm glowing as he shot spirit power downward. Muttering, so he wants to slow me down? Too bad. You will never catch my speed. Lilac unleashed his secret technique to summon the first tier general's power. Immediately, the two energies clashed fiercely since neither wind force held back. The dazzling battle caught the eyes of countless onlookers. From afar, Lu Ming watched and said, Lilac's not bad, but Taixu's scene is not weak either. Then she smiled softly, thinking, these two probably have secret trump cards. The winner won. To be clear until the very end. Cut to the Sacred Mountain Academy Tower, where everyone was intently watching the fight on the bright screen. Someone excitedly shouted that Lilac actually has the power of a 4th level earth spirit. In a corner, Daishing wiped tears, thinking bitterly, if only I were a bit stronger. Taixu might not have stopped my ultimate demon formation attack. This kind of stealth move is so annoying. Then his eyes sharpened steel as he considered a scenario. But if Lilac can control Taixu's speed, then, that moment, Taixu's palm fan swung, blade slicing the sky. Constantly wearing down Lilac, Lilac countered fiercely with his sharp light sword. Cutting through again and again, Taixu was smug and could not help but exclaim, Lilac, your defense is not holding up, is it? Hearing that, Lilac shot him a sharp look and casually asked, oh yeah? So what? Just then, Taixu's eyes widened in shock. His white wings were being drenched water general technique. Twin water technique. Earth general technique attacked too. He could feel it. Danger was near. His body growing heavier with every drop. Lilac put 2 fingers before his eyes, smirked, and said, you gotta use your brain in a fight. Now I have got you under control. Saying that, he balanced on one leg in midair, pointing up and shouting his technique. Tiger general technique, heavenly flow water blade. Taixu quickly raised his palm, glowing to block and counterattack. But Lilac swung his blade down chanting loudly, Tiger general technique, great wind palm strike. The glowing palm strike clashed with the blade, the explosion of energy pushing even the mists on the mountain peak back. Meanwhile, at the sacred Yellow Star Tower, Gong Lonvu returned from the preliminary rounds in a swirl of motion. As Lonvu landed, everyone rushed over shouting, "Chief Princess." Her face was scorched and bruised as she said, "Sorry." "Vice Principal, I'm out." Tatam replied in a gentle tone, "No need to apologize. You did very well." Cut to the sacred Bright King Academy Tower, where a boy with hair covering his eyes spoke up. "Vice Principal, Lam Lan made it to the finals. Jufeng just lost in a flash." Another boy sighed. "Lam Lan was the recruit we trained with all our effort, and she got pushed to the brink. This could be a victory. Sacred Yellow Star Academy is crazy this year. Lu Jinzi just can't keep up anymore." At the same time, somewhere else, a beam from the Ultimate Dragon General technique. Radiant Mountain. Shot straight down to the ground. Jufeng said cautiously, "But Tagshu's fine. So Lilac is just so-so." Cut to the Tam Star Institute arena. Now the Golden Mountain had dispersed. Lu Jinzi was bleeding badly. Head wounded. Looking utterly miserable. The Tam Star students whispered to each other, "So scary. Why did she go after old Lu like that? It is like beating a dog." But still, he is a radiant spirit envoy of the 9th rank. Just then, Vanga in the distance unleashed an insanely powerful energy. Golden streaks of light bursting out non-stop. A second later, she unleashed a volley of razor-sharp arrows infused with the Spirit General technique, a deadly anti-demon spell. Straight downward, the golden arrows pinned the metal arrows firmly into the ground. There was no way to escape. At that moment, Vanga narrowed her eyes and, chest heaving, asked, "Weren't you the one who started all those rumors earlier?" The sweating students all shared the same thought. Too ruthless. This is just competition between students, not a life or death battle. Cut to the Thenmin King Academy Tower. Ku Fuong has just received a report. Vice Dean, everyone else in the 3 Stars Institute arena has been eliminated. The 6 golden arrows are completely controlled. With no chance to surrender, the old man clenched his fist, excitement showing in every word. "This Guang Daniga is insulting us. I demand a protest. I want to file a complaint." 2 disciples held him back firmly. "We are the ones being set up by her first." "Vice Dean, calm down a bit." Gritting his teeth, Ku Fuong snapped back, "How can I stay calm? That girl's methods are truly merciless." This time, the hunter and the prey roles have completely switched. Meanwhile, at the 4 Stars Institute arena, Ong Lin was announcing some news. Everyone else has backed off already, but they still have not let him go. Far off, Vanga was excitedly saying, "Good, only one more person left." The golden arrow at her feet panicked, shouting, "Don't he come any closer." With a frost-covered face, he still shouted fiercely, "Better to die with honor than live with shame." Kong Danega challenged, "If you have got the guts, then face me head-on and block 1 strike. Otherwise, you have no right to lecture me." Then came a fierce clash between the two, and only then did he finally back down. "Don't he keep messing with me. Just let me get eliminated already." Vanga coldly waved him off, silencing him. Cut to the arena of the Mind Star Institute, where Taihu and Lilac are still locked in battle. Taihu spoke first. "Didn't expect you to last this long." Lilac defiantly declared, "I want to lose without beating you first." After the brief exchange, they pushed each other apart, flying off in opposite directions. He looked serious ahead, worry rising. His opponent's spirit power kept surging. Taihu solemnly announced, "He is truly strong, but this fight's victory is definitely mine." Saying that, Taihu pressed the activation button on his spear. The spear shot into the air, blazing with energy and ultimate general technique. Heaven's shining demon wind. With a smug grin, he boasted, "Lilac, even the great saint lost to this move. If you can block it, I will gladly hand over the golden seed to you." Seeing this, Lilac could not help but gape. So that is how a general uses the Dragon General technique. The spear of the Ming King really has some tricks. He quickly regained his composure, thinking, this usual trick probably can't be blocked. But luckily, I have the strength to fight back. Instantly, his second-tier ultimate divine power flared up fiercely. An enormous elephant appeared from the golden light behind him. Lilac continued to face blasts of light from the general technique. Spirit Priest's Mark, Radiant General Technique, Minor Radiant Healing, Water General Technique, and Spirit Water Technique. He tried to steady himself, knowing this second tier would cause huge damage to his body. He had to hold on. Then, charging forward with Roaring Spirit, he shouted each word, "You have got General Technique, I have got Divine Power. Bring it on." Taihu opposite him smiled confidently, replying, "Let me show you the difference between a top-tier general and a mere mortal. It is." Nether held back 1 strike to decide the winner. The collision shook the sky with blinding force. At the moment their spirit powers clashed, the mountain trembled, and rocks shattered everywhere. Immediately after, Taihu and Lilac were blasted apart, flying off in opposite directions. In the silent space, everyone watching was stunned at the moment they were thrown out. The students anxiously asked each other, "Is Lilac really that strong? Will they lack win? Tatem noticed and immediately suspected something. Stammering the name La Luff, at the same time, someone came to report to Siyufadi Inn, the deputy dean, about the scene with IAGN at the battlefield where the fight just happened. The IA struggled to get up from the rocky ground, blood smeared all over his face, quietly making a judgment. Despite all that, he was severely weakened. But that guy after just one strike was probably too badly hurt to keep fighting. Then he looked down at the ground split in two. Secretly pleased, the power he just showed was no less than a general's technique. But in the end, the one who smiled last was still. Before he could finish that thought, an arrow suddenly shot from above and struck Thigh H in the groin, followed by a panicked shout. Oh no, missed the shot. His eyes widened as he stammered. How is this possible? Where did that damn arrow come from? Up above, Aleph was still aiming his bow with a smug tone. He warned Thaish, don't he move around, or if you lose anything, do not expect me to take responsibility. He kept his glowing arrow aimed and did not forget to threaten. This worthless general's move is really something, but now my water and wood generals are recovering faster. Don't he move around. My hand steady as ever. Immediately, the Aich crushed a spirit crystal in his palm and shouted fiercely, Damn you, Lualus. Just wait. With that, he vanished far away. Lalesh just smirked and muttered, scaring him into running away works for me. Then he slumped down onto the ground, weakly whispering his last words. The IH, the mental endurance of this guy is something else. It really hurts. My hands are about to break. But finally, I won. The battle of the First Love Institute ended. Lalef claimed the final victory. Everyone's doubts about him were now completely gone. Everyone cheered as they watched the screen, and the Grand Saint admired. Alesh is amazing. Beneath the deep red clouds, his dignified figure lit up the Grand Throne. He happily said, and I can even heal wounds. This Dragon King's seat is not bad at all. Nearby, the Aich was nervously making excuses. If I had not been scared by Liu Lux, maybe Fiangi Lin Chernjin would not have blamed himself. The Holy Cup battle is not over yet. Let us do well in the next mixed level fight. At least we still have the First Love Institute. Cut to the Tower of St. Hugh New Tin, where the students were super excited, cheering one after another. No way. It was so tough getting into the Dragon Blood Fire Abyss. And that person's incredible, our leader is the best. Then I happily congratulated Lualus. Congrats. You are about to become famous in Eastern Divine Continent. He humbly replied, it is everyone's effort. Without the ice armor, I would have been out in the Dragon Blood Fire Abyss, not far away. Tatem approached and said, Lualus, you have worked hard. She smiled proudly and kept praising his achievements. You are the pride of our St. Hugh Everton. Your contributions to the school won't be forgotten. He clasped his hands respectfully and replied, Deputy Dean, I won't let down your trust. At that moment, Lonvia winked at him and praised, Lualus, looks like you have just created a legend that won't be broken anytime soon. He heard that and, puzzled, asked, Princess, what legend? She casually joked. The engaged couple just claimed the strongest legend at the same time. Right then, a loud announcement came. The vortex is reacting again. Sister Kang and Heng Lin are back in a flat. Heng Lin appeared looking fierce. She tapped a corner and asked, Kid, are you the one causing trouble? He wailed in pain. Sis, I am so wrong. At that moment, Laluk looked to one side and immediately called out, Sister Thaneg. She drunkenly glanced at him, and Lin asked curiously, Lualus, what is going on with your body? Before he could say a word, he was left speechless by her question. Then the students screamed, Sister Kang is so cool. Her clothes are not even dirty. He could not take it anymore and firmly defended himself. Can't you think of anything else? She sighed. I won? Did not. Half a win is still a win. Then she suddenly burst out laughing, making him blush. Then Enga looked straight at Ales and softly said, Well done, little hero. Hearing that, he was so happy his face turned bright red. Still pretending to be annoyed, he asked, Hey, why the weird special nickname? Sis. At that moment, Venga asked Lone V, Is the princess of the 4-star academy match over already? She quickly replied, Not yet. Honestly, I wish I were as strong as you. Then Iga. But unfortunately, my power does not measure up. After saying that, sadness showed clearly on Lone V's face. Then she added, But there is still hope if we can get another golden badge from the divine tree. Maybe knowing victory was certain early on. At the same time on the 4-star academy Serena, someone's feet stepped onto the frozen lake. Lam Lan looked up at the clear blue sky and muttered, The folks from Than Hun Et Tin are seriously strong. Then another step appeared behind her, with a voice denying, No way. Lam Huna is actually the strongest in the 4-star academy. Looks like my instincts were spot on. Lam Lan smiled softly and teasingly said, Kung Hu Ness, just of being modest, he is only lucky to have completed the treasure classic of the academy. The divine general stepped forward with a gleaming weapon by his side and calmly added, creating an unshakable base on the lake that is already a territorial advantage. From afar, he responded briefly. Facing a strong opponent like Kung Hyun, it is never too much to prepare. At this point, Lamlan seriously suggested, I know your strength, so there is no need to be greedy. Suddenly, the shadow of the Bright King, the massive Bright King's third bow, rose up from the lake's surface. The Bright King's shadow is the mental projection of the Bright King Academy's Steen. To challenge Lamlan, you first have to endure the pressure of the King's third bow. Lamlan unleashed the Bright King Sutra, a technique so powerful even elite heavenly generals have to dodge it temporarily. The Divine General crushed the spiritual crystal in his hand and solemnly announced, but this time, I want to exhaust myself fighting you. Before leaving completely, he did not forget to mention, I believe we'll have a chance to cross paths again in the next mixed level match. Being eliminated himself, his results surpassed many others' data. Everyone expected a fierce battle, but who knew one side would withdraw mid-fight? The watching brothers were stunned by what just happened. One asked, the guys from Than Tin seem a bit scared. At this stage, why not fight it out? The other replied, that is disappointing. Nearby, a student excitedly reported to the former Phoenix, the vice dean, looks like our chances of winning just got even better. The elder smiled faintly and answered, Lamlan may have lost, but mastering the Bright King Sutra founded by the dean is definitely impressive. Just then, the Divine General appeared and stepped before everyone, nervously saying, Vice Dantem, I could not win and have let everyone down. She looked him straight in the eyes, seriously saying, if you acted this way, there must be a reason. Tell us. Hung Lane was furious and could not hold back her outburst. Captain, why does Hein want to give up? You only know who wins after fighting. The Divine General calmly explained, I could not block the Bright King's third bow. If I got struck down by the King's shadow, it would mess up my training. It would not just cost this match, but also affect the mixed level battles. Hearing that, everyone immediately understood him. Han was thinking very carefully, Captain. We misjudged him. At this moment, Tatem softly smiled, regretfully saying, if Lamlan had won, we might have gained a huge advantage. The Divine General looked a bit awkward and asked back, we already have 2 golden badges from the Divine Tree. It was expected that Jang would win. What about the other match? She quickly introduced Lelux, who had just won his match in the First Affection Academy. He waved his hand excitedly, trying to play it cool. Just a lucky break. Suddenly, then Ega stepped up and whispered to him, neither the Divine General nor I are telling the whole truth. Lelux spun around, anxiety flooding him with countless questions. Not telling the truth. What do you mean? She was firm. I have no proof, but I just feel it. Looking straight into the Divine General's face. Then Ega was certain. It seems like he did not want to win. That speculation left Alec confused. What? After the match ended, everyone returned to the tower to rest. Night fell, and many congratulated each other on the results of this mixed level match. Everyone smiled brightly, taking turns calling out, Lilac is here. This junior brother is seriously amazing this time. Lilac walked in with a proud look, and Man walking beside him was just as happy, constantly saying it was all thanks to you and Kwong Ti, the key players in this match. Each of you earned 30,000 points for the Academy's rankings. The captain's famous now every senior wants to greet him. He smiled happily, quietly thinking to himself how the vice principal to Tam really has a sharp eye. At that moment, Then I gently brushed her hair back and said, our great Kim Lord has arrived. Great Ming Star. Come sit here for a bit. Nearby, Wu Lang sighed deeply and muttered, poor me. The twin generals of Wu Lang. Duda asked annoyed, if Yuan does not show up, is he duped? Meanwhile, Trucklock quietly realized one thing. The Academy only has 2 teams for the mixed level matches, so we probably do not stand a chance. Hearing this, the 2 others asked with curiosity, only 2 teams participating. Trucklock replied immediately. Vice Principal Datam revealed some details earlier. Then Hai looked at Alak with a very fond gaze, her tone incredibly sweet. Luckily someone showed up. He smirked and replied, this title of strongest is partly thanks to all of you. Then Lilac put on a proud face and said, with such an awesome team like you guys, I am the lucky one. Instantly, his teammates raised their full beer mugs together, shouting, Holy Star! Victory! Bottoms up! As they clinked glasses. Suddenly someone came from behind and called out, Lilac! Junior! He turned quickly, surprised to see it was Kong, the head student. Kong approached with an admiring look and said a few words before making an offer. You did great this time. Many felt the head of the Lac Lam faction truly hid his talent well. I am inviting you to join my team for the mixed level match. He froze for a moment, eyes locked on the man before him. Torn inside. Invite me to join. What? Denga and I are definitely a team. Actually, it is more like he wants to join our team. But do I really have to work with this unpredictable guy? While still hesitating, Deniga suddenly appeared beside Lilac and answered Kwong directly. We should wait for Vice Principal Tam to announce the match rules before deciding, she said. He called out her name, surprised. Then he happily thought, what perfect timing for this rescue. Across from them, the war god still had not given up. Kong continued speaking to her. Calm, my invitation is not just for Lilac. You could be my perfect teammate in this plan. She grabbed his collar and pulled him away. Ignoring him as she said, Lilac, the pipes in my room broke. Can I use your room for a bit? He lied. Then asked, where are you really taking me? She answered simply, to my room. Everyone at the party fell silent for 5 seconds. Then whispers and murmurs spread everywhere, freezing the war god into silence. Dang, did I just hear that right? Kong then Nenga wants to go to Lilac's room to bathe. Lilac, what is going on? Where am I? Dudu Tramchu watched Kong then Nenga walk away. Dreamy, saying, Kong will always be independent like that, I really like it. Wulang scratched his head and casually said, Kong has no interest in that stuff. She immediately came over and gave Wulang a good scolding. Hung Hang then asked, what is her intention? He answered painfully, I just meant to team up with Kong, the war god. Then Man stepped up to Than Nai and asked innocently, Kong said earlier she would give the captain a reward. She raised a finger. Curious? Reward? What kind of reward? Then Man froze when she saw Than Hai right in front of her. Than Nai gripped her glass like she wanted to crush it, her whole body trembling as she asked, the reward's a bath, right? Night was falling as Lilac waited outside the bathroom for Than Inga. Teasing, thinking she just came to help out, but actually borrowed the bathroom. Then Ega's smooth figure appeared faintly beneath the water. She wondered aloud, does this conflict with something? Or are you saying you do not want me to borrow your bathroom? He quickly changed the subject. You said Kong, the war god, does not want to win. I do not get it. Winning means glory and recognition from the academy. She would even pressure the princess and could reward the top prince. There is no reason not to want to win. Danga soaked in the hot bath, her eyes heavy with burden. I do not quite get it either, but that is exactly how I feel. If you want to be champion, do not be on the same team as him. If you are not interested, then that is fine. Hearing that, he clenched his fist and declared, I am going to win the championship in the Holy Cup battle, because I already agreed with the headmaster. She slowly stepped out of the bath, stretching as she spoke. By the heavenly stars, Sen, there is still so much you have not told me, but if you want, I will definitely help you improve. You have done great this past year, and I am really happy today. Then she gently stroked her long hair, looking serious as she asked, tell me, do you still want to break off the engagement? He had a huge question mark over his head, curious, and quickly changed the subject. Whether to break it off or not, it did not matter right now. Then Iga's long, dark hair swayed with each step. She sat down, wrapped only in a towel, and teasingly replied, done till you want the reward. No breaking off the engagement, our relationship will only get better, maybe with even more rewards. His face flushed red with embarrassment, voice shaky. This was the so-called reward she mentioned. I feel tortured, no charm tricks allowed. Then Iga gave him a sultry look and asked, what is wrong? Don't you like me? He quickly backed away, embarrassed, and pleaded, don't tease me, finish your bath and go back to your room. By then, Venga had slipped on a loose nightgown. Stretching, she declared, the air in your place is better than mine. I am sleeping at your place tonight. Lilac pointed at himself in surprise and asked, what about me? Just then, the door slammed shut. He was left outside, and then Ega's voice called from inside, then go meditate in your room. He shouted back, you big goose. The next morning, as sunlight bathed everything, Lilac walked under everyone's scrutinizing stares. Accompanied by insults, he was the sly bastard they all knew. He sighed deeply. His face flushed again at the thought. Kwangdenga, this little Diminus, that big goose is really ruthless. The whole academy knows the princess was in my room last night. Lonvu chuckled softly, then teased, looks like the young master's spirits are a bit low. Young people should not overwork themselves. Lilac shyly said, princess, please do not laugh at me. But I actually came looking for you. She quickly wiped the smile away and asked seriously, what do you want from me? He raised a finger, proudly proposing, do you need 2 strong teammates to help win the Holy Cup battle? Lonvu was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. She asked immediately, you and Nenga want to team up with me? Doubt flickered in her mind. Wait, why invite me and not Gong Shenjun? Just then, Lilac ran up, shouting, it is late. We have to hurry to the main hall. She called after him nervously. Lilac, wait for me. To the main hall where everyone had gathered, a deep voice boomed. Everyone, assemble. In the serious atmosphere, Wulang approached Lilac teasingly. Brother Lac, I heard you passed through the village. Before you could say anything, you quickly shut me down. No. Mouth shut. Get out of the way. Nearby, Lonvu could not focus. Her mind kept replaying what Lilac said. Was he really forming a team? Then she glanced at Shenjun in the distance, growing even more suspicious. Strategically, Teaming with Shenzhen would be stronger than with her, so why choose her? Just then, the announcer's voice rang out. Everyone, accurate information about the Holy Cup Battles Chaos level match has been confirmed. This time it is different from before there won't be any direct head-to-head competition. Lone Vu stopped worrying and listened intently as the announcer continued. The match won't be held inside the Holy Cup realm either. The announcer's eyes sharpened as he carefully added, this Chaos level battle involves a strange species. She reached out her hand. A small glowing ring appeared and hovered there, slowly revealing the info. The Dark Wind Empire in the far north of Divine Continent's eastern territory. 3 years ago, it was buried in the river to break the seal of wind. The mutants inside destroyed the entire empire. Now, mutants have formed there wherever they go. All life, it is like a deadly zone stretching thousands of miles. No sign of life. A dark map appeared right next to the central focus. She pointed at it and said seriously, this purification mission will take place in Hongxia district. This area has already been filtered. Inside are low-level disaster class mutants. Eliminating them will earn points at the Qingqi Stone Center. As long as this place is purified, it means the chaos battle will end. But there might be higher-level disaster class mutants lurking there. Then she smiled warmly at the students below and reassured them softly. Though it is dangerous, eliminating mutants is our responsibility. Just think of this as a mission to clear the buried ruins. Shenzhen and Lunyu listened carefully to the next announcements. This time, 2 squads will be formed. Captains are respectively Commander Shenzhen and Commander Lunyu. Next, you will choose your team members. The 2 walked off together, and the teams immediately started guessing. Everyone knew the princess and Commander Shenzhen well, who would Kang and Lelua join. And Gulang confidently stepped forward, boldly guessing that for the championship, they would pick Commander Shenzhen. I know Lu best, he said. She doubted, asking, are you sure? At that moment, Shenzhen spoke up to Luan Yu's surprise. Kang Miwi. Lai Lu, today I officially invite you to team up with me. He glanced toward Luan Yu and said, I told you, I see what you are doing. She froze, silently calling Lilua's name in her heart. Then he turned to Shenzhen and declined his offer. Commander, sorry, I can join your squad. Before the Holy Cup battle, I already accepted Princess Dinha's invitation. Luan Yu stood stunned for a moment, a big question forming in her mind. This is news she had not heard before. Should she say something elsewhere? And Gulang went pale at Lilua's decision. Dudu beside how he teased him, clearly not understanding what was going on. Shenzhen, determined not to lose out, quickly argued, Luan Yu's a great pick, but if you choose me, our chances of winning will be even higher. She turned back to him and smiled sharply, asking, Commander, do you think I am too weak to compete for the championship? Shenzhen shot a sharp glance at Luan Yu and replied seriously, not all. Kang Mi also agreed with Lilua's stance. At that moment, Kunya stepped forward and shared her opinion. Lilu is our leader. Once he decides, we follow. Commander, maybe next time we can cooperate. Though reluctant, Shenzhen had to back down. If that is the case, I want to make things difficult. It is all for the honor of the academy. Hearing this, the central focus proudly praised him. Well said, but you can only choose 2 other teammates. Then he smiled and announced, I choose Zi Honglian from the 3rd Star Institute and Zhuok Xuan from the 2nd Star Institute. Honglian's face flushed bright red at the announcement. Clearly embarrassed, I want to be a burden to the commander. The central focus then released a vial and a spiritual barrier in midair, reminding the students, this trip is both a competition and a purification mission. A bit of life and death pressure compresses the spiritual barrier, forming a protective force that will teleport you to the Holy Cup arena. The purification spiritual water inside the vial is used to stabilize the barrier. For more info, you can look it up yourselves. The Chaos battle starts in 2 days. Use these days to get yourselves ready. Lilu and Shenzhen listened seriously, neither saying another word. Shortly after, Lilu excitedly asked, do we need to hold a strategy meeting before the battle? Luan Yu lightly tapped Kunya's shoulder and eagerly suggested, let us team up for this Chaos battle. Kunya happily agreed. Then it is up to your Highness Prestige. Let us see who can stop us. She agreed happily. So we are counting on your Highness's reputation. Watching the 2 girls arm in arm giggling as they walked away, Lalakshi muttered miserably, yep, I am definitely left out again. 2 days passed at Butchinjek Square. The elders and academy deans of the Alliance gave advice on the benefits and risks of this trip to the students. Among those waiting, Lomvai proudly introduced Lilesa to the elder Lviv, who was sent by the Alliance Academy to oversee the Holy Cup battle. From above, Elder Lunvi slowly scanned the students before calmly speaking. First off, congratulations to everyone for advancing to this battle. This time, I must remind you to be cautious not just of the monsters, but of people as well. Lilac, Hu, and Lok Min all fell silent, sharing the same uneasy thought, who could be bold enough to do something like that. At that moment, the elder's face darkened as he slowly warned the participants that the Hafeng Empire's tome had been breached. This might be a disaster caused by someone, though it is just speculation. We can rule it out. Stay alert when you get there. The spreading corruption from the mission suggests that a star gate might have already formed, or perhaps a monster king has appeared. Hearing this, Lilac's worry grew deeper. Monster kings are a huge threat, way beyond what he would expected. The Spirit Feather Elder continued explaining the battle conditions. This is not just a duel. It is a rescue mission. Failure means countless lives lost. Your task is to create energy points during the final battle. Once enough points accumulate, a barrier can form to block the monster's spread. After a flood of information, the final words were said: the teleportation is about to begin. We will wait here for your good news. Lilac and the others shouted their battle cries boldly. Holy Bright King Academy ready. Holy Yellow Star Academy ready. North Sea Holy Academy ready. As the students' cheers echoed, the teleportation gate opened. An intense cross-level battle against monsters officially kicked off. In just seconds, everyone was transported to the ruins of the Hafeng Empire after landing in a place thick with poisonous gas. Someone asked, "Captain, is this Hongsa district?" Lonvu scooped some dirt into his hand and made a sharp observation. Probably right. Hongsa district is known for its red sand. It is a metal that attracts lightning. Every year, lightning storms boom across Hongsa, a major highlight of the Hafeng Empire. The varying glow on the spirit map clearly showed the pollution levels of the ruins, which were divided into 3 grades based on accumulation points. She pointed slowly and explained, Grade 1 has 5,000 points. Grade 2 20,000. Grade 3 50,000. Score accordingly. This was the tome layout from the Academy's archives. Only now did Lilac realize why it looked so familiar. Suddenly, something caught his eye and distracted him. He pointed at the symbol for Xich Thatch Fortress floating in midair and asked, "What about this one? How many points does it have?" Lonvu sighed warily and answered, "Only 5 points. But I am afraid one team can't even finish it." Nearby, Danra smiled smugly and flexed his muscles. "You want to take it on alone? If you succeed, I will give it a shot too." Lilac blushed and quickly said, "I was just asking." Getting serious again, Danra started outlining key points. The yellow glowing spots are main mission targets we must capture. If you fail to capture them, not only do you get 0 points, but you will lose points as well. She looked straight at Lilac and continued, "This setup means that the Tiga Fortress is crucial, one of the key strongholds in the battle formation." Lilac crossed his arms and hurriedly dodged responsibility. The 2 big sisters arranged all this. I am just here to watch after their moves. Lonvu stepped forward, rubbed Lilac's head like a puppy, and praised him. "Good boy. Just a few reminders, Captain. If you are careful, Danra will back you up." Right after that, Danra's sharp gaze locked onto Lilac, and biting remarks followed. "With your flirtatious ways, if I back you up, do you think you would still be here dancing around?" At that moment, Lonvu rushed in with urgent news. "Something's happening over here." The 3 stepped onto the mountain path, all staring at the creeping fog. She said, "This is the main mission area. There is a lot of fog." Lilac and Thaniga said together, "Looks like mutants are about to appear. Let us check it out." Meanwhile, at the main mission site, the fog thickened, and the tension in the air grew intense. The Western Castle Lord ordered the soldiers, "Activate the Tiger Talisman to protect the city quickly. Those mutants are hiding in the fog. Stay alert for corrosive mutants." Just below, red eyes and strange shapes of mutants began to emerge from the dense fog. Someone rushed in shouting about a pack of 2-faced gulls, and behind them loomed a massive figure. Suddenly, a huge clawed foot slammed down hard on the ground. It was a freak 2-faced gull, one face forward and one backward. Roaring fiercely. Quickly, a warning went out. 2-faced gull. Instantly, a tiger-like freak called the Golden Tiger Charm erupted with energy all around itself. Right then, the alarm sounded overhead. All the soldiers grabbed their weapons, ready to block the freaks. If we do not stop them, everyone inside the city will die. At that moment, a deep red magic circle suddenly shot out from somewhere, heading straight for the rampaging freaks. Snap! The magic tightly bound the Golden Tiger Charm, ripping its head clean off its body. A soldier watching the scene below anxiously asked home, "The Golden Tiger Charm's been taken out? Damn it! Are we really gonna have the freaks break into the city today?" Moments later, the freaks vanished and a dazzling light appeared in the sky. The soldiers all looked up, sharing the same question. "We are saved. But who could it be?" Up above, right in the center of the light, stood the fierce silhouette of Thaniga, gripping her sword tightly as she launched an attack. One after another, glowing spikes plunged into the 2-faced gull, pinning it flat on the ground. A soldier blinked in surprise, asking Homeland, "Commander, is that 2-faced gull under control now?" At that moment, Lonvu appeared to back them up, smoothly unleashing her ultimate move. Then Lone, a series of terrifying slashes rained down right beside the 2-faced gull. Elsewhere, Lilac was joyfully clapping to cheer View on, proudly saying, "The points are ours now. The 3 of us really have some serious skills." As soon as he saw them, Hongla hurried over, clasped his hands respectfully, and said seriously, "I am Hongla, commander of this city. First, thank you for saving us. But why have you all suddenly come to this place at this time? Lonvu and then Iga appeared beside him. Lonvu smiled and stepped forward, quickly explaining the situation. You are too kind. We come from the Alliance Academy. Our mission is to purify and contain the freaks in this area. After the three entered the city, they explained the whole story to Honglaw and also delivered the spiritual talismans collected from around the city. The light shield covered the city, and the dark energy inside the city's barrier dissipated. The citizens cheered, smiles spreading across everyone's faces. Honglaw then brought out a map and spoke solemnly. The whole city is deeply grateful to you. If you want to go to Jiang City, this map is yours. But honestly, I advise you not to go there. Then he began to share his concerns. Jiang City is home to a top-tier freak known as the Four-Armed Phantom Serpent. This four-armed serpent has the strength to uproot mountains, and there is only one of these phantoms. Anyone caught in its gaze loses their mind and dies instantly. Even the city lord was swallowed alive by it. I am really worried. Lonvu smiled at this and gratefully replied, Thank you for the warning, Commander Honglaw. We accept the map. Don't worry. We will be extra careful. Suddenly, Honglaw seemed to remember something. That is right, he quickly suggested an alternate route for the group. If you manage to clear the freaks from Jiang City, you can head to Thunderlight Mountain about 300 miles southwest of Jiang City, and check it out. The Thunderlight fruit there has a divine power that can train your body's core. After absorbing it, you might be able to unleash energy in a short burst. It used to be a royal sanctuary, but now it is unclaimed. If you can get the Thunderlight fruit, consider it a stroke of good fortune. Lilac quickly responded, Thank you for the information, Commander Honglaw. It is time for us to leave, he thought quietly. Thunderlight fruit, that might just be within reach. As they left the city, Honglaw stood waving, saying, Thank you, benefactors. Travel safely, and may fate bring us together again. At this moment, in a certain room within the city, someone knelt down in the center. While outside, soldiers were bidding their farewells. Thank you, three honored lords. Safe travels, they said. As dark smoke began to gather thickly in the air, a large, cloaked figure appeared right in front of the dense black smoke. The kneeling person crossed their hands over their chest, murmuring, Light and darkness share the same source. Good and evil are precious. After finishing, a group moved out following the map's marked routes to purge several mutant groups from some minor towns. The Academy's mystical crystal points reached 65 million. Ranking fourth, while first place went to the Blue Orchid squad of St. Min King Academy with 80 million points. Meanwhile, the Lilac group had entered a forest thick with hostile spirits. Lonvu held the map tightly, eyes fixed on the dangerous spirits ahead. The pollution is heavy, Denga said, following the map's instructions. Up ahead is Than Tranjiang. Then Iga. What is our next move? Getting no reply, she turned, curious, to look back. Behind her, Lilac clung to her hand, saying, Sis, hold my hand. I am scared these spirits will corrupt me. She frowned, asking, What nonsense are you spouting now? Seeing this, Lonvu awkwardly rubbed his jaw and joked, It is just a toothache. Oh man, I feel like I am ruining the vibe here. Then Iga turned and spoke up, offering, Here's an idea. Let us sneak into the city first and scout where the mutants are concentrated. Lonvu smiled softly and agreed immediately. I am on board with that. What about you, Lilac? Lilac did not dare refuse and obediently said, I am just support. You two lead, and I will go wherever you tell me. She then took out 3 talisman cards and slowly explained. These are breath-muffling talismans. Use them wisely to hide your breathing. Avoiding detection by mutants is key. He could not hide his surprise and exclaimed, Your Highness, you are really generous. These are not cheap. Lonvu chuckled modestly. It is rare for the 2 strongest students to pick me, so I had to put in some effort. The 3 set off into the city. After a while, a 4-legged sand spirit appeared, bringing with it thick mist and blocking the path. The city's black fog was dense, and lots of red flesh like meat lay waiting on the roads. Seeing this, Lonvu sighed helplessly. That is the 3rd high-level snake demon blocking the city entrance. Vaniga pondered. These are probably creations of that 4-armed snake demon we saw earlier. Lilac's expression darkened with worry. If that 4-armed snake demon controls them, this situation just got way more dangerous. She stared seriously in one direction. Look over at the west side of the city. A blood-red sky appeared, swirling with demonic energy. The shadow of a fierce face loomed amid the crimson clouds. The air felt suffocating. Lilac was stunned. The evil energy over there is terrifying. Let us check it out. Without a second thought, the group hurried off. He tightened his focus and warned, Even though the mutants have not detected us yet, keep your distance. A voice replied immediately. Got it. They landed not far away. Silently watching, then someone whispered, Look there. The monstrous form of the 4-armed snake demon appeared. The group started whispering, captivated by her piercing gaze that made it hard to look away. "We have to be careful. That is probably the strongest mutant in Thantranjang City, the four-armed snake demon. Where is she headed?" Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the main gate. Lilac's eyes widened in shock, realizing the big gate of the manor has been breached. He did not take his eyes off her as she moved closer to the manor. Uneasy, those were people from the local town. Thinking this over, Lilac glanced at the suffering townspeople below. Feeling helpless, their chances of survival were nearly zero. Meanwhile, the four-armed snake demon smirked wickedly. Next, countless snakes poured out from above the townspeople's heads, writhing in excruciating pain. Screams filled the air, ear-piercing and desperate, as the snakes, seemingly controlled, all surged toward her in unison. Then, the four-armed demon-eyed snake opened its mouth wide and sucked them all in. Lilac went pale watching the horrifying scene unfold, frozen in place because after the snake emerged from their bodies, those people suddenly transformed one by one. Her eyes flashed a sinister red slash through the darkness, grinning wickedly like a cat, while the twitching shadows below seemed to be dragged into an invisible abyss. It looked like the blood and flesh inside those people were all swallowed up, as if consumed by the blood-eating serpent. Lilac clenched his teeth in anger, growling curses about locking people up to feed them, treating them like livestock. "Damn that filthy bastard." As the situation grew more desperate, Lonvu spoke calmly, saying, "There are many strange creatures in this city, and if we get caught in their flood, it will be a mess." Then she seriously assigned clear roles. "I will go restrain the four-armed demon-eyed snake, and then Ga will handle suppressing the other creatures. Lilac, you take the chance to quickly set up the purification barrier. Once that is up, we can go straight for the snake's head with the barrier's support." Lonvu put all her trust in him and added, "Deputy City Lord, whether this decapitation mission succeeds depends on you." Lilac responded fiercely, "Got it," but the next moment, she suddenly looked worried and asked, "But then, can Lilac really pull this off alone?" Before any action began, Lonvu had even prepared for defeat if we fail. "Only he can retreat first, then you and your highness will follow," leaving Lilac speechless. He immediately gave a confident thumbs up, smirking, "Though I am just support. You two big sisters can rest easy. Lilac's got your backs." She chuckled softly, helpless against his slick mouth. He really knows how to sweet talk. Lonvu drew her staff and announced, "Then I am heading in first." Without hesitation, she dashed toward the enemy at lightning speed. The four-armed demon-eyed snake turned its head in confusion. Looking clueless, Lonvu roared a warning. "You freaks. Accept purification," and then charged straight at them. Before I could react, I was hit by a fierce attack, my whole body screaming out loud. Lonvu sensed the right moment and loudly called out, "Thaniga, now's the time." Thaniga stood frozen atop a high rock, her entire body glowing brilliantly in the dark night. She drew her swords with both hands, her voice steady and resolute. "Your Highness, leave this to me." Lilac simultaneously adjusted the light of the purification barrier. The dazzling light poured down on the creatures, disorienting them. He placed spiritual bowls all around the city. In the blink of an eye, Lilac fired fiercely, setting up each spiritual bowl throughout the city's defenses. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thinking that thanks to the purification barrier, not many monsters surrounded him. Lilac looked toward the tower ahead, thinking it was just a stone tower, but while distracted, from a hidden corner, a blinding beam silently aimed straight at him. The power shot out like thunderbolts exploding, and Lilac's body was immediately thrown back by the violent shockwave. He quickly noticed something strange and guessed silently that this attack was not from a monster. Then Lilac shouted fiercely, "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" As the smoke cleared, a shadowy figure appeared in sight, holding a spear. The moment he spoke, Lilac immediately grew suspicious, wondering about the black armor. "He is human, but why would he attack me? Really a person? Are there more humans here in this place?" The two stood facing each other in tense silence. Lilac's mind raced with countless questions. Why attack me? Maybe our goals are the same. Could it really be like the Grand Elder said, that the freaks of the Hakfeng Empire were created by humans, and this guy might be one of them? Suddenly, the man charged directly with a fierce attack, muttering threats under his breath. "Just a low-level general. Timed it." Lilac immediately turned around. Lilac swung his sword's hilt sharply while silently calculating the battlefield. This guy's strength is that of a mid-rank general, but fighting head-on, he is no match for me. Thinking this, Lilac shouted, "Not awake yet." Tiger General Technique, Heavenly Flow Water Blade Technique. A blue spiritual scarf instantly shot out, blocking the Earth Assassin General mid-air. Behind it, flickering lights appeared, surprising him. The light beams. The Earth Assassin General glared angrily, cursing under his breath. "Blinding me? Ridiculous. This brat's really cunning and has many tricks, but he is no match for true power." He glanced at Lilac, suddenly hesitated, thinking, same name. Then Lilac decisively drew his fire dust bow, his face hardening as he aimed with determination. Countless fire arrows ignited and shot forward like a swarm of razor-sharp blades, tearing through the enemy ranks. Under the relentless assault, the Earth Assassin General shouted while dodging and weaving. But were not they all the same? Lilac smirked wickedly, while the General seemed to sense something just unleashed. He thought, then quickly realized, this is not good. Could it be that one of those arrows carried a spirit pearl, flying straight for the Tower of Radiance, slipping past the enemy's eyes? Within seconds, a dazzling glow burst atop the tower, shining brightly amidst the eerie space. At that moment, the spirit pearl activated purification on the tower's peak, its light resonating with another spirit pearl nearby, creating a protective barrier. Confident in victory, Lilac taunted proudly, no matter your goal, sorry to say you have already lost. With no way out, the Earth Assassin General fled, transforming into a streak of blood-red light clawing through the air. Muttering curses, "You rotten bird." Lilac's eyes widened in shock and worry, thinking, this is bad. No escape. I will have to use the 3 stars ring. Just then, a shimmering golden light screen rose up, blocking the General's retreat. Turns out Kingya arrived just in time to save Ngai. Little Mun shouted, "Kingya's sister," she called out. Asking calmly, "Are you okay?" Lilac recounted, "That was close. This guy was hiding here trying to trap me." The Dark Earth Assassin General snorted, then said, "That female Light General made her move. I can T-match her. I will retreat first." Kingya glared at him, refusing to let go. "You attacked and now want to run. Your loot belongs to me." Saying that, she decisively counterattacked, firing powerful golden bolts. Moments later, a burst of fiery light exploded, shaking the air as the battlefield flared red. Afterward, Lilac and Kingya rushed to check. Only a lone black armor remained on the ground. The Earth Assassin General had long fled. Lilac spoke up, "Looks like he ran off. That black armor has escaped magic," she calmly replied. "He probably slipped away while we were busy fighting." Kingya winked playfully, raising an eyebrow. "No time to waste now. The mission's more important." The General's magic worked well. "We can even set up a barrier outside to stop sneak attacks." She gave Lilac a warm look and a caring reminder. "Then I will go with the princess. Take care of yourself." Meanwhile, at the Longwu side, fierce fighting continued. 2 powerful forces clashed, sending violent shockwaves through the air. The 4-armed demon-eyed roach kept screeching piercing, eerie cries. Lonvu tensed up, narrowing her eyes, tightening her focus and caution. She is getting crazier. If this keeps up, it will be bad for me. Kingya appeared amid the crisis, her overwhelming presence shaking the heavens and earth, dust swirling in waves. Lonvu gasped, relieved, shouting, "Kingya, you are here." Radiating fierce determination, Kingya spoke firmly. "Your Highness, I will help suppress it, but you will still have to lead the main attack." The 4-armed demon-eyed roach howled furiously, its sound shaking the skies. Lonvu warned quickly, "Kingya, be careful, it is desperate." Kingya moved swiftly, unleashing a high-level dragon general technique. The blazing mating wind gun, with 4 beams of spiritual light flashing brightly, causing the creature agonizing pain. She immediately praised, "Well done," then urgently said, "With the mating wind suppressed, it won't be able to do anything. Your Highness, now's the chance. If not, the mutant with Lilac will escape the suppression." Lonvu smiled helplessly, pressing a finger to her lips, one eye half open, teasing, "Strike fast. Win fast. Kingya, you are really anxious protecting your husband. Let us go." Lonvu slowly rises into the radiant purple aura, the spirit of the ancient dragon swirling around. Mysterious energy spreading, the 4-armed demon serpent howling fiercely in battle, its black eye sockets glaring. Thanga focused intently, wielding her staff with mastery, unleashing high-level dragon moves, twin purple forces blasting out powerfully, striking straight at the enemy. Meanwhile, Lilac cheered excitedly. This was perfect for the Twin Bridges demon hunt. I collapsed flat, countless spirits rushing out of my body like they were finally freed. Lonvu immediately panicked and shouted a warning. "Then Iga, do not let those things escape. They could use dark energy to resurrect." She hovered in midair, staff glowing, summoning a brilliant light instantly. Thanga confidently declared, "None of them will get away." A radiant beam shot down fiercely. In the end, the 4-armed demon snake was completely wiped out, trapped by dense dark energy at the city gates, finally dissipating. Because of it, the once dark sky grew brighter, but the terrifying memories remained deeply engraved in people's minds, and the townsfolk slowly began to awaken. Yet the despair and wounds left by witnessing those monsters massacre their loved ones ran deep inside them. Impossible to ever forget. Still burdened, Lonvu spoke urgently. "These monsters are humanity's biggest enemy. For now, this is all we can do." Lilac, seeing this, shared good news. "But right now, our team's ranking on the points leaderboard is first 260,000 total, 30,000 ahead of second place." She smiled softly, turning to ask, after finishing the mission at Tranjiang City, "What is the plan for the next route?" Then Guy did not hesitate. "I want to check out Thunderbright Mountain. I am kinda curious about the so-called Thunderbright fruit. What about you? She looked at Lilac, who was visibly excited. Lilac rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading. I want to see what the royal family's really after. The royal family already grabbed all the good stuff. He added, they are seriously ruthless. Lonvu laughed and shot back something that left him speechless. Lilac, you really have strong opinions about the royal family. Huh? Lilac quickly defended himself. I am just saying the Hakfeng Empire, they care for their people like family. I am happy to serve His Highness. She gave into his cheeky attitude. Alright. Let us. Time flew, and the group soon arrived at Thunderbright Mountain, where booming thunder pillars clashed around. Lilac raised his hand to his forehead, concentrating, mumbling to himself. That Thunderbright tree is almost as powerful as our academy's leader tree. No wonder the Hakfeng royal family calls it forbidden. It is truly a treasure. Suddenly, Lonvu shared info with the two. Just now, a temporary mission popped up in the spirit realm. There is a team missing at Thunderbright Mountain. Finding them will earn 50,000 points. Lilac turned, looking tense. Suspicious. If they are really in danger, the spirit realm must have a safeguard. How could they just disappear? Then Iga worriedly said, looks like it is not safe near Thunderbright Mountain after all. Lilac pondered. The invading energy here is strong, but no signs of dark energy corrosion yet. Could the missing team be due to monsters? Other squads had also appeared at the mountain base by now. Lilac quietly remarked, looks like some other teams got this temporary mission too. Lonvu stepped forward proactively. Before the others could speak, she politely asked. Turns out they were Tan Nak Hein from the North Sea Sacred Academy and Truong Hein from the Tainha Sacred Academy. Tan Nak from North Sea Sacred Academy smiled gently, speaking politely, unexpected to meet the top-ranked team here. Truly an honor. Truong Baklay from Tainha Sacred Academy smiled back and explained the reason. Greetings, Your Highness. Our two teams received the temporary mission, so we came here to investigate. Lonvu hinted at cooperation. Coincidentally, we also just got this mission. Have you formed an alliance already? Something suddenly happened at Thunderbright Mountain. We thought more people could help each other out. Tanak understood immediately and spoke up. Does Your Highness want to join us? Instead of deciding on her own, she gently turned and asked her teammates. What do you think? Both stared at Lilac, clearly waiting for his opinion. Then Iga spoke up. You tell us. Lilac was startled for a moment, then happily agreed without a second thought. Having someone help is obviously a good thing. Then he wondered quietly. I am just a follower. So why are the elders asking me for my opinion? Seeing this, Tanak and Bakley exchanged looks, trying to hide their caution but secretly judging. Lilac is not simple. He holds a lot of influence. Looks like we can't afford to offend him lightly. Lonvu quickly announced. If the young lord has agreed, then let us move forward and cooperate happily. He replied modestly. Your Highness, you are too kind. Tanak kept praising Sinba. I came to the arena mainly because I was impressed by Your Highness's style. She answered politely. Brother Tan, you flatter me. While the two chatted, Lockman muttered irritably, quietly hoping he would open his eyes from a teammate's perspective. Seeing the two standing together, Bakley removed his cloak and slowly stepped forward. Worried Lockman might cause trouble over past match issues. Looks like I was overthinking. Lockman snapped. I am not that narrow-minded. He greeted politely. Hello? Senior, he smiled and gently warned with caution. Lockman's about to head back to the team to discuss the mission. Lilac, you should get going too. She whined. I only said a few words. Bakley waved and politely said, Lilac, sorry for the rudeness. Lilac sighed in frustration, thinking, this senior is really cautious around me, probably because of Lockmin, but judging by Lockmin's attitude, it looks like there is no chance. Danga suddenly appeared behind, sounding a bit sulky as she teased. Young Lord really is a saintly figure with a butterfly heart, making Lilac jump nervously. He kept trying to explain. I know, don't say nonsense. She kept poking. I have not even finished. And he hurried to clarify. Then Iga, usually sharp and experienced, caught Lilac off guard. I know, listen to me. Done go. Then Ga did not even look back and strode off, ignoring his desperate calls. Biggs, slow down a bit. At that moment, countless colorful lights appeared, stretching across the sky like a dreamscape, signaling that many had done well making contact. Entering a wide mountain pass shrouded in mist, though the ominous aura lessened, everyone stayed on high alert. Tanak flew through the air, scanning the surroundings. Bakley from the Saint Flame Academy guarded the rear, maintaining vigilance for the team. Things seemed peaceful so far, but many on the way had not faced any real danger yet. They were about to reach Thunderbright Mountain. Somewhere in the mountain, thick fog covered the sky, cold wind howling through the desolate scene. A mysterious glowing staircase stretched out, its ethereal light piercing the clouds, radiating a sinister aura. A figure knelt down, lighting incense. Red smoke curled upward like a ritual, mysterious and solemn. Finished, the subordinate bowed respectfully. Reporting, sir. The team has entered Thunderbright Mountain. Amid the eerie red smoke, a shadowy figure appeared and decisively gave orders. These Alliance Academy kids really do not know when to quit. If they are here, deal with them. If anything goes wrong, they will suffer too. The subordinate hesitated, then said, the Alliance Academy suddenly sending them here probably means this is not just a simple match. The other's tone turned threatening. We can let them get their way. Thunderbright Mountain is a key defense point in our Hongsa district. He pressured while surveying the space, assessing Li Lak's situation, determined to avoid any losses. If we can hold Thunderbright Mountain, and another accident happens, you know the consequences, the subordinate confidently assured. Don't worry, sir. Thunderbright Mountain is personally fortified by you. There won't be any accidents. Scene change. Atop the mountain, silver-leaved trees shielded the sky. These were the legendary Thunderbright trees. The mountain was dense and forbidding, with no trace of ominous aura along the path. Lomvu quietly observed for a while, then confidently declared, looks like those 2 trees are the Thunderbright trees, but there were only 2 fruits on the branch, which made her uneasy and worried. On the other hand, it is a valuable item, but with only 2 fruits and so many people here, how are we supposed to split them? A streak of purple energy swept over the branch, knocking down the 2 Ming fruits. Lomvu caught them, then looked up suspiciously and spoke with a hint of meaning. Dividing by quantity, whether intentional or not, and Nenchix quickly caught on. She whispered to His Highness that this was a tactic meant to stir up trouble among us. She was not completely sure, but she could only confirm that it probably was suddenly serious. Then Aga raised her hand and firmly demanded, Your Highness, let me have one of those Ming fruits. The left froze, stunned beyond belief, exclaiming in shock. Then Iga, you are really going straight for it? Though confused, Lomvu immediately handed her one of the Ming fruits and softly asked, did you notice something? Thanga replied coldly, just a hunch. Something's off about this Ming fruit. Holding it carefully, she examined it thoroughly before slowly concluding that the outer layer definitely had the electric thunder aura. Thanga added, but the outside looks fine. The inside, though, that is another story. As she finished, she crushed the fruit fiercely. The explosion roared like thunder as wild lightning shot out. The shockwave spread, heavy pressure crushing the air. Aleph gaped, horrified, yelling, then Iga, did you just destroy it? Just a second later, his face turned pale with shock, eyes wide in disbelief. The core of the Ming fruit. He stared at the fiery red seed resting in Thanga's palm. The spiritual blood core blurted out. So it was hiding an evil seed all along. Uncle Law could not hold back and shouted, damn it! To hide something like that inside such a precious fruit, anyone would fall for it. Tenai panicked and asked, but how could the evil aura be here? How could a Ming fruit have a problem like this? Thanga turned coldly and calmly proposed another theory. What if all that evil aura was absorbed by the Ming fruit itself? The small branch trembled. Then the entire huge tree shook violently. From the dense leaves to the ground below, massive spiritual beasts emerged like living creatures. Lomvu shouted in alarm, the Ming tree is reacting. It is about to trap us. Everyone quickly spread out their spiritual shields. She tensely ordered, fall back. Prepare for battle. Everyone, retreat in formation. In an instant, the Ming tree wildly grew and launched a relentless attack toward the group, who all fought back with full force. Laluf thought in disbelief, so this whole journey has been quiet, because it is all happening here. At that moment, a spiritual beast suddenly burst up from underground. He reacted quickly, pushing Ludzamin away and warning her, Luf the Sea Min, watch your step. But Laluf was not so lucky. Strong spiritual energy pierced through his body. She reached out, screaming, Lualus. He barely made it through the gate, grumbling inside, damn, if it were not for Than Inga and the others holding them off, this time, he might have lost half his life. Lilesi touched the surface of the spiritual energy to sense it. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a thought flashed through his mind. Someone's still calling for help. Underneath, the tree roots shimmered with golden light, and a pale figure was hanging limply. The roots kept absorbing the dark energy's power. Lilef was stunned by the sight, his mind racing with thoughts. What is this? The roots seemed to be soaked in some kind of evil swamp. He realized suddenly, so it is not that this area lacks strange creatures, it is that they have all gathered in the roots, polluting them. Then a flash of light cut the spiritual energy in half in an instant. It was none other than Thanga, arriving just in time to save him. She shouted loudly, pulling Aluk back to reality. Get somewhere safe, don't lose focus. Lusamine ran up anxiously, asking, Lualus, are you okay? He stayed silent, his mind still foggy, vaguely recalling the earlier scene and wondering, did the Liming tree just try to communicate with me? Lalef glanced down at the remaining piece of spiritual energy in his hand, remembering the earlier cry for help. Feeling uneasy, it seemed the spiritual energy was still reaching out for help from the outside world. He looked up, scanning each person quietly suspicious, but judging by the eldest princesses, it seemed none of them caught even half of this info. Why is that? A glowing green talisman pulsed, like a spirit clinging tightly. Lilac wondered silently. Could it be because he is a commander? Suddenly, everything clicked. Got it. I am the only commander here, and my spirit is linked with this Thunder Tree's spirit. I have figured out how to break the deadlock. Meanwhile, Lilac stood dazed, lost in thought, while Luckman snapped irritably. Why are you spacing out like that? Focus, he turned to explain. I get it now. The Thunder Tree's been corrupted by evil energy, which is why it attacked us. She asked skeptically, are you serious? His face turned serious as he slowly added, I am receiving signals from the Thunder Tree. That means it is not fully corrupted yet. If we can help it a bit, it might have the power to cleanse itself. Hearing this, Luckman started to believe him but then asked, so what is your plan? I do not think we have the strength to save it. Lilac's eyes sparkled, a sly grin spreading. Alright, let us get to the easy part. Follow me. His gaze made her jump in surprise. Luckman snapped back. What are you joking about? I am not going anywhere. Our academy's support is just to make up numbers. Staying calm, he pointed out the key details clearly. The Thunder Tree's remaining spirit can control its power, so the eldest princesses need to distract it. Then he explained that the leftover spirit could teleport them underground. But it can handle teleporting anyone too powerful, so only people from our commander class can go. Luckman held a grudge and sneered. This is not just any commander, you are sneaky and underhanded. Lilac smirked. Lucky for you. I am close with these guys. She pouted playfully, and Lilac sighed helplessly, cleverly playing mind games. If you want me to find other classmates from High Academy, fine, but I do not want to hand the prize over to someone else. What if the Thunder Tree rewards me? He kept pushing, speaking casually but intentionally stirring the pot, goading her, clearly showing she was not that invested in the Thunder Tree. Predictably, Luckman fell for the trap and firmly declared, enough talk. I will go with you. Lilac burst out laughing at the success of his plan, giving a thumbs up. Nice spirit. That Thunder Tree's definitely got a piece for you. Min grumbled angrily. Shut up. Lilac chuckled, satisfied that the right cure was always the fastest fix. From a distance, Lilac waved and called out loudly, Sister Thanig. She flew over immediately, and Lilac briefed her on the discovery and the next steps. A few minutes later, Thaniga rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Hesitating, sounds a bit risky. Lilac shook his head firmly. We have to bet on this last chance. He explained, if we do not try, things will only get more stuck. Convinced by his resolve, Thaniga smiled approvingly, handed over a yellow quartz, and said, Chan, be careful. This is a luminous stone condensed by my commander power pollution 1T harm you, if you have it. Once Lilac's plan was known, many cleared the way for them, and they soon reached the Thunder Tree's roots safely. Even arriving there, facing the life or death threshold, Luckman could not hide her constant worry. She nervously asked, are we really ready for this? Just the two of us. Lilac reassured her softly, it is. If things go wrong, we will destroy the spirit scene. But then he teased, though if you really get that Thunder Tree as a reward, you will be the big winner here. She retorted, thanks a lot. So what is next? Lilac placed his hand on the Thunder Tree's root, and a bright green glow flared up. He warned, hold on tight. The Thunder Tree's spirit is linking with us now. A radiant light bridge flashed brilliantly between them. Lilac announces in surprise, saying he is about to move out. Then a streak of light flashes by, and both smoothly enter it. Thaniga slightly narrows her eyes, silently placing her hopes on him. Lilac, breaking the stalemate depends on you now. On this side, two figures dart swiftly through the tree roots. Luckman exclaims in awe, this is the root system underground beneath the Thunder Tree. Right? It is so dark. She immediately turns around and calls out, Lilac, watch below. Luckman half believes in guesses. Those mutants always pollute the roots. It feels like they are being controlled by someone else. Lilac's anger grows with every word. He grits his teeth, eyes blazing with determination, starting to analyze. If they are being manipulated, it might be connected to the armored soldiers from Than Chanjiang. On a nearby rocky outcrop, a spatial rift appears. She shouts, there is a glowing portal. Without hesitation, Lilac announces decisively, let us go in. I feel the summoning comes from inside there. Both approach the glowing doorway and step through to the other side, where a stark contrast unfolds. Lilac thoughtfully comments, the environment here is completely different from the pitch black outside. The trees keep their silver color. Looks like this place has not been corrupted yet. Luckman suddenly points forward, as if spotting something. She says, look ahead. Sharp black thorn covered in a sinister aura, surrounded by spiritual energy. They look up at a massive suspended core. It radiates twisted beams of light, connecting to countless large and small roots. She doubts aloud, this is the heart of the Thunder Tree. Lilac replies in disbelief, this strange tree in the world. It has already grown to this stage. He keenly notices the black thorns seem to be a poison array. The Thunder Tree's core is sealed by this deadly toxin, preventing it from purifying itself, Leading us here must be asking for help to break the poison. Poison gas rises from the thorn, as if sending a signal to Lilac. Lockman observes and says, "Looks like the Thunder Tree is pointing out this deadly poison, but let us see if you can handle it. This level of poison can only be dealt with by someone like you for sure." Lilac, I get, with my current power. Breaking this poison is just a dream. He cautiously steps forward, warning carefully. Even though the Thunder Tree is guiding us, if we are careless, this poison array could explode and take us both out. Keep your spiritual senses sharp and stay close. If things go wrong, we pull out immediately. Lilac begins his detox ritual, combining 3 types of spiritual energy into a blazing beam of light, silently promising himself, even though my strength is far behind. The fusion of these 3 detox energies has to have a special effect as the technique unfolds. A black, sinister energy shaped like a fierce spirit tears through space, screaming as it rushes forward. Lockman quickly warns, "Watch out!" The invisible evil spirit dissipates in the blink of an eye, impressing her silently. It is gone. Looks like the detox power from the water and wood spirits really works. A dark shadow silently assassinates. A furious voice echoes, "Your little underlings in the academy really do not give up, do they?" A blood-red beam strikes down, carrying a terrifying energy, creating a powerful explosion. The pressure is like a deep dark abyss swallowing all life. The Earth Assassin General steps out of the fading smoke, his hoarse voice threatening, "You can kill anyone in Than-chan, yet you come right to the doorstep yourself." The two are startled and horrified at once. Lilac is now certain of his initial feeling and shouts, "So you really are involved here?" She hurriedly turns and asks, "Earth Assassin General, why are there other people here?" Lilac replies coldly, "Have you forgotten what the Spirit Elder said? The mutants might be man-made. This person is probably part of that group." He briefly looks down at the ring on his hand and thinks, "Looks like I will have to borrow the power of the 3 tails." Meanwhile, Lockman keeps blaming him. Lilac immediately knows following him never leads to anything good. Lilac involuntarily flinches as he watches the spirit warrior relentlessly attack him. The Earth Assassin General struggles to fight back while groaning in pain. "You felt a bit relieved." Instantly tricked into thinking the Thunder Tree was attacking me, seems the plan worked. The Earth Assassin unleashed 3 sharp blood spirit blades. Facing countless wild spirit attacks raining down from above, he was way too reckless. "Thunder Tree, stop standing there showing off. Anyone trying to break free from that big shot's control is just dreaming." Lilac quickly steadied his breath, drew his bowstring tight, eyes sharp locking onto the target, firing back with fierce determination. "Thunder Tree won't last much longer. I am heading over to help." Each arrow flew with precision but only grazed his shoulder lightly, never landing a solid hit. "You missed by a hair." The arrow veered unexpectedly, making Lilac stumble, forcing an awkward smile. Lockman started seeing Lilac in a new light. "You stared at the mysterious item before you wait." She guessed it right. It is the Thunder Tree inside you. Could it be trying to use your arrow? You flicked your hand, slicing through the glowing silver arrowhead radiating spiritual power, saying firmly, "Hand it over to me." Lockman was stunned. Staying silent only made the other side more suspicious. "You struggled to pull the arrow out with both hands." Face turning pale and frustrated. "Why did it come out?" "You asked." Lockman explained seriously. "Your clever move this time was to bring me along. This silver wooden arrow is pure thunder energy from Manhwa City. Without thunder power, no one can pull it out. You asked directly if there was a way." She skillfully pointed out, "Don't you resist my thunder power, use my strength as a bridge. Then you can hold it." Following Lockman's guidance, Lilac successfully pulled out the arrow. "Alright, let us shoot," he said immediately. Lilac gritted his teeth. His belly tightened. The bow was heavy. Could not draw the string. This was thunder power. Second level. In this critical moment, Lilac fought to resist. He hoped deep down his arm would not burst. "Move for me." Worried, someone said, "That arrow's too dangerous. You can hold it back." Realizing this, he had no time to hesitate and quickly took off. Lilac shouted, "He is trying to run." You pressed the mental attack hard. Leader Huang Lu, your identity, your brother's upstairs, and even your mother all know. He fell for the trap easily, turning around agitated and dropping his guard completely. "What? How did you?" The moment had come. Lilac released the bowstring and fired the arrow, shouting, "Thunder arrow. Strike!" The lightning arrow sliced through the wind, speeding straight at the Earth Assassin. He could not react in time, caught off guard by the sudden attack. From the front, the Earth Assassin immediately raised his spear to block, his heart burning with stubborn defiance. "I am the Earth Assassin. I won't fall for a talisman master's trick. This black armor defense might just hold." Lilac gritted his teeth, worry flashing across his face. He thought, "Thukka, you are no weakling. But I can pull this again." Even Lockman was terrified by the Thunder Tree's overwhelming power. She quietly gasped, "Thunder power is insane." The arrow pierced straight through his chest, breaking the spear in two. From behind, a spirit blade suddenly struck. It decisively pierced through his chest, leaving a terrifying hole and spraying fresh blood. Lilac was shocked and horrified. thinking. The arrow went through his chest. There is no way he can survive after his armor was pierced. The spirit blade attacked from another angle. This Thunder Tree's spirit was terrifying. The mask fell to the ground, revealing that the one behind all this was Huang Lu. He was struck by the spirit blade, utterly caught off guard. Lilac, how did you know it was me? He replied coldly. Just a guess, if you had not been distracted earlier. Of course I would think more carefully. Lilac angrily shot back. You revealed the Thunder Tree's secret to lure us here and finish us off, did not you? This country fell because of mutants, and now this mysterious force threatens them again. Why are you helping them? Huang Lu lowered his head, eyes sad, lips curling into a faint smile. If I had not joined, do you really think I could be protected this small region for this long all on my own? You remember, the more I listen, the more suspicious she looks. Keep talking so the ones raised inside the fortress are not considered alive. Faced with this question, he fell silent, biting his lip. Lilac's reasoning reached its peak, bluntly telling Hong Law to calm down. The man used to lead the fortress guards. They were supposed to be protected by someone. Hong Law leaned back, eyes shut tight, helplessly saying it has come this far. No use talking anymore. He looked at you, pleading. Lilac, please do not tell anyone inside the fortress about me. Lilac did not rush but asked directly about compensation. I won't tell anyone inside. But what will you give me in return? Hong Law did not hesitate. All I can say is, the fortress has a red armor general guarding it. Then he looked up at both of you and honestly advised no malice. Just clear doubt about Lilac and Lock Min's abilities. These things are all arranged by Li Min Mountain. I advise you to leave this forest. If you stay, you are just asking for death. The affairs of the Hakfeng Empire are not something young folks like you can meddle in. Lockman shot back excitedly. These mutants threaten not just one country, but the whole continent. What is a red armor general? Some big. Lilac raised a hand to signal calm, and she took a breath. Serious now. Enough. He won't answer anymore. At that moment, Hong Law took his own life. You tensed up, calculating he had cut off his own final breath. That red armor general is probably a powerful celestial level warrior. This trial is way more dangerous than expected. Back then, after knocking out Hong Law, Li Min's spirit recovered. His thunder power grew stronger, cleansing his own corruption. The battle outside finally ended. Tanak jumped in surprise, then happily reported, "Look, the prison cage around the tree is still opening." Surprised by this, he quietly asked, "Then, did Lilac succeed?" She replied calmly, "Li Min has started regaining strength. Looks like Lilac handled it." Tanak and Backley finally admitted defeat to your incredible power, both exclaiming, "Lilac from this place is seriously strong." Every tree inside started glowing with thunder light falling like steps. Lilac walked forward, saying, "Looks like Thuka wants to reward us." Lilac blinked at the scene before him, half in disbelief, half curious. "What is that?" Lockman smiled brightly, teasing, "Looks like we got lucky this time. Li Min's giving us better rewards than just the fruit." Below was Lai Vong Dam, a clear blue lake nestled inside the rocky cliffs, the surface occasionally rippling. Lin Chai drifted from the bottom, explaining clearly, "This is Lai Vong Dam. Anyone who enters it will train into Li Min form. The thunder energy here is the peak thunder power Li Min absorbed from earth and sky over countless years. Only someone crowned Emperor of the Hakfeng Empire can enjoy and use it." Thuka is generous indeed. Both did not hesitate and rushed to the lake's edge. Lockman turned with gratitude. "Lilac, this time I am the one thanking you." You smiled lightly, modest at first, then casually suggested clearing the tension. "If no one spoke up, I might be died too. If you really want to thank me, then forget I ever read you like a book." Lilac said with a sly grin. "Now that is shameless. But does Lai Vong Dam actually want us to strip and take a bath? Then I am at a loss." Lockman growled in your ear, "Your kind scholar mouth needs to be shut." Without you noticing, she grumbled and stepped right into Lai Vong Dam, leaving you behind. "Don't expect me to go first." Lockman closed her eyes to enjoy, quickly feeling spiritual power rise inside her. Softly praising, Lai Vong Dam really lives up to its reputation. She relaxed completely, happily saying, "This thunder energy keeps flowing into my body, constantly cleansing my thunder general power." Seeing nothing to worry about, Lilac decided right away, excitedly saying, "If that is the case, I am going in to bathe too." He dove straight into the lake, water splashing everywhere. As he resurfaced, he laughed with relief, breathed out easy, and said, "Not bad at all. I thought I would get shocked." No sooner had he spoken than zap, an electric shock shot straight through him, making Lale's whole body jerk violently. He was electrocuted like he was dying and coming back to life, screaming for help. Love to see Min. The player was about to die. She bowed her head, smiling faintly, her eyes darkening, noticing the clear distinction. She thought to herself, the Thunder Tree really does separate reward from punishment. All that intense lightning power was flowing straight to him. The Thunder Tree's gift definitely favored all luck a bit more. Though painful, the final benefits would be even greater. The two of them kept absorbing and purifying the lightning force inside the Thunder King Pawn, time passing without their notice. As the lightning power around them weakened, Lafamine opened her eyes first. She slowly watched the brilliant blue lightning streams twist and dance before her. Thinking quietly, "We did it. This is the Thunder Spirit form." She was secretly thrilled. The lightning stored inside her body was the source of her power. This trip was a huge win. Meanwhile, Lalasi had not woken up yet. He was wrapped in a cocoon formed by condensed lightning energy, continuously absorbing the pure energy flowing from the Thunder Tree. Lassie-Mine observed silently, concluding that the lightning force had gathered into a cocoon. This Thunder Tree really is kind. It is practically a miracle. 8 parts of the Thunder King Pawn's energy were steadily funneled to Lalax. Such a grand reward might not even be granted to the crown princes of the Hexifeng Empire in the past. Time flew by, and half a day later, the cocoon began to open. He looked at his palm, slowly sensing a breakthrough. With spiritual energy flowing around him, she regretted in her thoughts Leo Luff did not just cultivate the Thunder Spirit form. He would successfully reach the 4th stage of transformation. When Alexi jumped out of the Thunder King Pond, Luffy-Mun had been waiting there for half a day. He took the initiative to speak. "Looks like you have already cultivated the Thunder Spirit form too." She sighed, a bit reluctant, but quickly brushed it off and happily congratulated him. "Seriously, it is infuriating. Congrats. Lualus." Then Lakshman carefully warned him, "But there is one thing I have to remind you. The power of the Thunder Spirit form is strong, but if pushed too hard, it can seriously harm your physical body." She analyzed slowly. The Thunder Spirit form is also called the Sleeping Thunder Sound form. It is exactly what the name suggests. The limit is that the 5-fold Thunder Sound can only stimulate the physical body so much. The lightning force we are using now can at most trigger 1 layer of Thunder Sound. But that is not all. Lussamine continued with the key point. The Thunder Spirit form needs lightning general power to cultivate. Without using lightning force to fuel it, that power disappears. Without a lightning general, it is useless. Leluf listened quietly to the end, slowly placing his hand down, his eyes showing a mix of sadness and disappointment as he spoke up. "Without a lightning general's support, looks like the Thunder Spirit form is just a solo trial." Luf Amin gently reassured him, "No need to be sad. The Thunder Spirit form is temporary, but your body has truly leveled up." Then she quickly turned and walked away, calling back, "We will head up first." Understanding Luffy's feelings, Luff Iman softly soothed him, "Don't be discouraged. There will be other chances." He quickly cheered up and quietly thought, "This Thunder Spirit form seems to feel sorry for me, but the Thunder Tree only gave me this much." A gem appeared on his palm, shimmering with layers of light. The lightning energy inside that fruit does not seem ordinary. It feels like the 3rd stage of innate spirit. Besides the Dragon General S scale, there is now an option for a Lightning General. Cut to outside. At the peak of Thunder Tree Mountain, many people rested, waiting for Loluk and Lutzi Mun to come out. Since the Thunder Tree had just lost control, it gifted each person a Thunder Tree fruit. Many were reluctant to leave. Buffly and Tenanea could not help but be excited. He shouted joyfully, "Thunder Tree fruit," and he happily added, "This trip was totally worth it." Only Kind then Iga kept staring at the Thunder Tree, hoping Alus would return. The other two looked at her and felt a bit jealous. Tyhead, suddenly feeling low in status, Bifley whispered, "Look at them going over there. Well, we are just here admiring the fruit." Suddenly, an announcement blared. Lilac and Lockmin have returned. Both successfully made it back to the outside world. As soon as Lilac arrived, the first thing she did was excitedly wave to share the good news with Than Enga. "Than Iga. Your Highness, the mission was a success." Lone Vu just glanced over and could already tell she smiled approvingly. "Looks like Lilac has gotten stronger. The little dragon of Laklam Mansion is shining brighter than ever." Then, Lilac told many people about the black armored figure and the Laymin tree. Many could not believe that Lilac, a small tactician, defeated a fierce enemy of equal rank. Under Lilac's signal, the Laymin tree restored the previously corrupted students, while many others crushed the spiritual energy of the wounded, bringing them back to the academy. Backlai and Tanhak's eyes widened in surprise. Such big faces. A bright glow erupted atop the mountain as many left Laymin Mountain. Countless thunder clouds sealed off the Laymin tree at the peak. Before the curses lifted, Laymin Mountain probably won't welcome outsiders anymore. Lone Vu sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Everyone, let us part ways here. It was great working together this time." Tanak respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Your Highness, you are too kind. We will meet again when we are in Sukdat City. Maybe we will even get to work together again." Lilac, a bit worried, muttered, "This trip was super dangerous. I hope they take care of themselves too." She gently reassured, "The person sharing the armored general's intel is already our biggest protection." He flipped his expression and grinned, teasing Lomvo. "It is just Tanak. Feels like he is really reluctant to leave your highness. Seems like everyone from Thanbak High wants to join us." She was not far behind. Lilac, the academy's young leader, had her own charm. Min and the Heavenly Fire Saint at the Academy treated her pretty well. Could it be that facing danger at Lai Min Mountain brought their feelings closer so fast? Not only that, she laughed and kept teasing, saying the only person who could really bring her to Lac Lam Mansion was him. Maybe then Nenga was not angry at all and even praised his skills. Lilac was speechless and quickly raised both hands. Your Highness, I was wrong. Then Nenga glanced at the score sheet and smiled, announcing, this Lai Min Mountain trip earned us 50,000 points, keeping us at first place. But there was one worrying development that made Niga uneasy. She cautiously reported that the Lam Lang squad was hot on their heels. Only 10,000 points behind us, Lilac said straightforwardly. If we want to widen the gap, I think this route is good. He pointed at the power map and carefully analyzed each path. Before we reach Sitchthatch City, we can capture 3 level 3 cities. The reward for accumulating points in 5 level 2 cities is the highest benefit route. But naturally, the difficulty will rise too. Longvu did not hesitate at all. In her heart, Lilac was totally worthy of her trust, and she declared firmly, then let us speed up along this path. Your Highness. An Min, Lilac pointed ahead, her whole body glowing with energy. She shouted with conviction, let us, for our first place. In some shadowy place, a figure sat sternly in a dark tower. Blood energy swirled violently, radiating savagery as he growled, so Layman has recovered its spirit. The red armored general scowled, his mind burning with hatred and unwillingness. He muttered, all connections are lost, my plans are ruined. He suddenly jumped up, shouting loudly, truly erect. Flames burst from his body, spreading through the space around him. His red eyes flashed with fury. All the years of careful planning were going down the drain in an instant. All these years of scheming, damn this cursed Academy Alliance. They turned Hongsa District into a training ground for the Holy Cup battle. Clenching his fist tightly, he seemed to relive the humiliation, fueling his determination for revenge. He really wanted to burst out and wipe out those small pests immediately, but quickly forced himself to calm down. Stay calm. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Got it. The red armored general began unleashing his energy, releasing countless dark red beams of light. After a while, at Sitchthatch City, a blood-red sky spread heavy and eerie. The red armored general stood atop a tall tower, silently watching. The people here seem brainwashed, still happily living and playing together. So what if they eat? The silent guy sighed, imagining if he fell into this place. Even the strongest electric execution generals will gradually lose themselves. It is a terrifying illusion, yet so lifelike. Somewhere in the city center, a fox-like ear suddenly appears. A female mutant with a human form curls up, deep in sleep. The red armored general smirks with satisfaction. Not bad, after all these years. She has finally been fully raised. The female mutant's excitement comes from how tough it was to cultivate this massive disaster. Every single red hair on her tail is a life from Sitchthatch City transformed. When this thing arrived, it took ages to consume over 1 million people in the city. The red armored general's lips curled into a cold smile as he pondered finally. The fruit of this labor is ripe, but these mutants are truly vicious creatures. For the past 2 years, it has been eyeing him greedily. Seeing Lai and his team approaching, he suddenly got a bold idea. The top student's ultimate goal at the academy must be Sitchthatch City. When that time comes, let them fight this creature head-on. The red armored general loudly declared, if the Academy Alliance wants to send these prodigies off to their deaths, then this time, he will make sure it happens. He wanted them to know real pain after all. Those who call themselves kings can't just waltz in here. With that, he lit the signal fire. Wearing a ring on his hand, embedded with a strange eye, its pupil suddenly glowed sharply. He muttered to himself, light and darkness, good and evil most precious of all. When the time is right, I will unleash chaos. Looking at the map, during this time, all the polluted areas in Hongshi District were steadily purifying, which was reflected in the scores. The scores shown were the cumulative points for all the rapid response teams. By now, over half of Hongshi District had been cleansed, and this mixed-level battle was already in its second half. In an abandoned-looking city, atop an ancient tower standing tall in the center, a glowing sphere hovered, continuously spinning and transmitting spiritual energy. Ling Jing checked her accumulated score, 700,000 points. Lola smiled. Pleased, finally hit 700,000. Quickly reply. They are currently at 1,660,000 points. Kunya scoffed coldly, her voice full of irritation. They just won let it go. Lila turned around and said, but I think they are not feeling great either. He gently placed a hand on King Ye's shoulder. She sighed, on this path, we have all faced brutal, desperate battles. I know that better than anyone. At some point, Lily stood back to back with King Ye, more convinced that even they felt exhausted. How well could the others be? It is just a matter of who lasts longer now. Then he expertly rubbed her shoulders, instantly lifting King Ye's spirits. She sighed in relief. That is actually pretty good. Lily blushed, speaking confidently. King Ye, if anything ever feels off, just tell me. I will ease the tension a bit. At that moment, Lungwu shyly placed a hand on her cheek, smiling brightly. Lily? Little brother. Did not expect you to know about this too. Princess Frog blinked knowingly and spoke up. Sister, me too, can you ease my tension a bit? Lila forced an awkward smile and hesitantly replied. Well, about that, seeing his discomfort, Kunya shot him a warning glare. One look was enough to shut Lily down. He quickly folded his arms and refused. Your Highness, men and women do not get so close, better not. A moment later, Lily cleared his throat and announced, at this intense pace, the fight might end soon. He looked at the map and explained, because if we keep moving forward, Lily analyzed according to their plan. This route only had one level 3 city left. This was the last city. Once it is cleared, they could head straight to Xitshi City. His expression grew serious, his cold gaze scanning every detail as he decisively concluded. Take this city, then the mixed level battle will reach its final showdown, then it is every man for himself, and chaos will be inevitable. Then Ega calmly replied that if it came to fighting back, it was not something she had not faced before. A flash of determination sparked inside her. This made Level Luxie consider the possibility that they might run into the Lamb Land squad here. He quickly pushed the thought aside, reassuring himself it was just a passing feeling, nothing serious. Right? They were not even sure Lamb Land was in the area. It was just speculation. After resting an hour, they would set off directly. Night fell quietly, and after an hour a day's worth of lost time, they finally reached the last level 3 city on the road. Lone Vi nervously glanced back and suddenly blurted out, they have revealed themselves, it looks like another squad's already here. Lilux immediately turned to check. In the distance, a squad was approaching the city. He recognized them as Lamb Land. Lamb Land smiled warmly but spoke with a sharp edge. A left really did have a mouth on him. Lone V stepped forward, hand lightly on his chest, bluntly teasing, guys, looks like we got here first. Lamb Land grinned and replied, classmate, in mixed battles there is no order of arrival. If no one backs down, we will have to settle it by the rules. He tried to dodge the topic, saying maybe more than just 2 squads had arrived. Before he finished, the squad leader cut in sharply, boldly declaring, perfect, then we need a fight to intimidate them. Both sides summoned weapons, their spiritual energy surging, spreading like an undercurrent through the air. Lone V confidently said, Min Vun Kin is strong, but I can stall you for a bit in that time. Your teammates might not hold up, Lam Lan coolly replied. Confident, huh, what if Mun V Kin loses? He shouted back. Then you will pay the price. With that, the top 2 squads charged at each other, their fierce clash sending chills through everyone watching. Lilesi faced off against Thaiage and immediately sneered. Oh great, Thai wants to fight again. Thaiage smirked. Warning, Lualus, do not waste your energy. This one's mostly for show. Kanga's senior sister might catch Lutsakim before senior Lam Lan unleashes Min Ving Tam Bai. But for us here, it is better just to watch. As Luck attacked, he calmly wondered if there was a chance, say, if he struck first and caught someone, could he then pressure Lam Lan into conceding? The battle flared up, spiritual energy swirling wildly, bright light engulfing the space. Thaish grew even more excited. Arrogantly, he shot back. Then I want to see who you think you are, talking to me like that. Nearby in the mountains, Hung Lin and Then Quan quietly observed from afar. She could not hide her worry and softly asked, Senior Kung, one we get caught too. If they take this city, their points will surpass Kuthan's team. He firmly stopped her and explained seriously, we can get involved. Another squad has already locked onto our location. The others watch happily as those 2 squads wear each other down. Once we step in, things will get complicated. Then Kwon analyzed while watching closely. Lone Vi just needs to hold out a bit so Kog's senior sister can catch Lissy Kim. Then the enemy will freak out. Hung Line could only silently hope, though the worry still gnawed at her. Suddenly, an explosive blast shook the air, thick smoke swirling and obscuring everything for a moment. Behind Lamla, a huge, vague figure slowly appeared. Meanwhile, Kung Denga seemed to struggle trying to catch Lissy Kim, who just wanted to escape. Everyone knew the princess's goal in holding Lam Lan was to buy time for countering Than Enga, but it seemed the odds were favoring Lam Lan. At a Laletta's spot, the clash between the 2 young commanders surprisingly drew a lot of attention. The ice snapped. You are already a 4th stage at Tepidr. Lualus, you are blazing with power and fearless. I want to see if you are worthy to fight me while injured on both sides. His cold, sharp eyes challenged him. Lawal Lefi thought it over. Using the thunder god his mentor brought allowed him to wield first-tier divine power without any loss. A fierce violet aura erupted in the void, forming a blazing energy mass. Lalua thought to himself, my body has now reached an incredibly strong level. Looks like it is time to put it to the test. He decisively unleashed his techniques. The divine power form. 2nd tier. The sword in Lalua's hand immediately emitted countless rays of polar light. His expression was serious, eyes sharp and cold, radiating absolute confidence and determination. Taixu clenched his teeth in anger and doubt. Wondering silently what this guy had been through recently to become so strong, he pointed his spear straight ahead, chanting his moves. Dragon General Technique, Heavenly Illumination Wind Demon Sting. In a flash, streams of spiritual light swirled and converged at the spear's tip. Lulu showed no sign of backing down, eyes steady and resolute as he surged forward. The clash of their powers shook the heavens and earth, and it was clear at a glance that one side had overwhelming strength over the other. The massive forces of these two powerful schools collided, the duel between the princess leader and Lam Lan heating up intensely. The crowd watching could not help but be amazed. High-level Dragon General Technique. Azure Phoenix Sword Strike, no mercy at all. Every move deadly and ruthless. The teams from the mountain forest could only quietly observe this fierce duel. Head of Gong School, Ong saw the bleak situation and spoke up. Are we really not going to intervene? The Mechanical God General answered seriously. Once I step it, things will get complicated. Instead of counting on me, better hope Kang's team can catch the Golden Four before Lam Lan attacks. If he gets pinned down, it will be a mess. So do not expect me to save you. Better trust Kang's team to handle this. Then Ega coldly stared at the opponent. She decisively threw a dart toward the Golden Four. He dodged quickly, gritting his teeth, muttering, if I get hit, my power will be sealed, and I am done for. Then Ega did not give up, chasing after him fiercely. The Golden Four sprinted for his life, yelling back, Kang, do you really have to use sealing magic just to chase me down? He fled desperately, shouting, Lam Head, hurry up and act. I can't take this anymore. Lam Lan coldly declared with ruthless eyes, if you refuse to back down, do not blame me. Instantly, he summoned his manifestation, the Dark King's triple bow. The massive power approached Lone Vu. She stared determinedly and said, the pressure is intense, but I absolutely want to back down. Full power. Open all. Suddenly, Lulu's voice came out of nowhere. Lam Head, hold off for now. I still have someone on my side. Lam Lan's eyes widened in surprise. Watching closely, Lulu held his sword to Taixu's neck. Smiling wickedly, Lam Head, stop the attack. Pointing the sword straight at the key target, Lulu warned with a smirk, or his spirit 1T hold. Everyone turned to look at him, his face twisted in pain, blood streaming from his mouth. They could not help but exclaim in shock. What is going on here? With wide eyes and disbelief, Hein blurted out, how could Lulu defeat Taixu so fast? The Mechanical God General spoke excitedly. Lulu's moves keep surprising me every time. The Dark King's triple bow hesitated, looking at its master. Lam Lan closed his eyes, frowning in thought. With Taixu eliminated, their team's points dropped. Even winning this third-level stage 1T make up for it. Lone Vu calmly praised. Lulu did great. She glanced coldly at the opponent and reminded, Lam Lan, looks like my side wins this round. Maybe those who know understand we are just fighting for points, but the real enemy is something else. He frowned, answering coldly, your team's still our biggest rival. If you get eliminated here, it might not be all bad news. Lone Vu provocatively challenged, then come at me. I want to deny your deadly moves, but you will pay the price. Lam Lan smirked wickedly. Then consider yourself warned. Just as he finished speaking, a colossal energy pillar crashed down. The Golden Four cried out in pain. Lam Head, if you want a bow, go ahead. If not, then get out of here fast. The Golden Four stared wide-eyed in horror at the sharp sword before him. He looked at Than Egas' cold, determined face and begged, tears streaming, Kang, I was wrong. Please stop fighting. I surrender. I give up. Lam Lan frowned, sighed, and said, Gong classmates, you win. You have two great teammates. Lone Vu smiled faintly with satisfaction and said, the real battle is actually inside Sich Thatch City. Maybe by then, we could even team up a bit. He forced a tough smile and suggested, maybe so. Can we release my two teammates first? On the other side, they who was released, calmly stood up and said, Lilac, I did not expect you to level up so much in such a short time. Next time, I want to give you this chance again. Lilac smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes. Actually, the gap between us is even bigger than you think. You do not need to worry too much. That hit just now is not even my peak strength. Hearing this, he left angrily. Right after, they retreated. Then Quan glanced down, in the forest. Faint lights watched from the shadows as the Lam Lan squad exited the courtyard. Then Quan had no choice but to pull back with his team, turning and leaving. Lone Vu's eyes widened with relief and he breathed out. If Lilac had not caught that hue in time, today we would probably be dead with Lam Lan. He frowned and smiled helplessly. Your Highness, you are really straightforward. If you had suffered losses here, we would not have had any chance at all. She frowned, biting her lip in frustration. If he has got that kind of guts, how will the bow and crossbow sides handle getting hurt together? So what if I am a third prince? You think the bow and crossbow lands are safe? Lilac hurriedly agreed. Alright, alright. As long as you are happy. In front of them was an ancient city of Inga. The two kept arguing. Alright. They are all gone now. The level 3 city's points now belong to us. We have grabbed 50,000 points. Only Xichtach city left. As soon as he finished speaking, the two entered the Inga city. Let us move. Action time. Half an hour later. He frowned, staring intently and asked, "What is going on here?" Lilac turned irritably and asked, "Where's my giant creature?" Lomvu's eyes widened in surprise. "Do not know." Soon after, the three of them entered the city and checked every corner, but found nothing, no sign of any abnormal creatures. They could only suspect and quickly arrange purification around the area. After a while, a strange light appeared in the sky, shining down on the city. Holding the spirit crystal, he smiled broadly. "The points have been credited to our account." Lilac hesitated, suggesting, "Then should we go? Or maybe do not announce it yet? This loot is too big. We can head back and brag about it first." Lilac did not realize that the other squads had run into the same situation as them. A few days later, they arrived at a new location. Standing on the cliff, he smiled loudly. "We have made it to Xichtach city." Calmly scanning the atmosphere inside the city, everything seemed way too peaceful. Lilac raised suspicion and said, "But is not this city a bit too clean?" Denga nodded and said, "Something's off." Behind the city, it felt like a terrifying beast was waiting to trap its prey. She guessed cautiously, "I feel like it is a giant beast bearing its fangs, waiting for us to step in. This city is super dangerous." Lonvu calmly raised his hand and suggested, "Let us hold off for now and wait for the other squads to arrive." Suddenly, 7 squads dropped in here. Lonvu calmly said, "Classmates from the bow side, we meet again." She stepped forward to discuss. The princess handed over the cooperation plan, and after hearing it, all the squads agreed and formed a team. Lamlan frowned in doubt. "When you guys arrived, did you notice the city was abandoned and the abnormal creatures seemed to vanish?" Then Quan revealed calmly, "We encountered the same thing at Shengshan Academy." Limetongue said with some surprise, "I thought only we had this happen." Lilac seriously guessed, "The abnormal creatures disappeared. Could they all have gone to Xichtach city?" Lomvu looked cautious and added, "Senza has a super strong abnormal creature here that is gathering them all." Denga calmly guessed, "So that creature knows about us and is rallying forces to fight back." In front of them was a door radiating mystery and darkness. She ordered, "This demon cave must be cleared by Senza first. Then we go through there." Then everyone started moving in, forming alliances and exchanging info about the armored generals. Lonvu, hold your ground now. Folks, once you step inside, there might be no turning back. They all wore anxious minds but kept their faces stone cold. Many felt nervous, but once their gazes locked, hesitation vanished. Only Dathan was buzzing with excitement, shouting, "Let us crush those freaks. Long live the Holy Mountain Academy." Lonvu and Lung stood silently, strategizing. The captains of Thean True Realm formed the front line, moving together through the city gates. Inside, a strange eerie vibe spread out. A chilling command seemed to cloak the place. Darkness here felt completely cut off from the outside world. Everyone edged forward as a radiant glow appeared like a shining halo the moment they stepped out of the gate. Their expressions stiffened. Was this city really cursed like that? Inside was a lively scene. Kids chasing and laughing, people happily calling out, "Come on! Pick quick! Buy quick!" She blinked in disbelief. Suspicious, dangerous environment indeed. Lockman stepped up quietly. The lower palace was right, she calmly explained. "This illusion palace has assimilation power. The longer you stay, the more it absorbs you. Definitely not good." Lonvu frowned, thinking it over. "Seems like the weaker your power, the faster the illusion consumes you." The strategists frowned, frustrated but could not argue. Shenjun spoke calmly. "The simplest tactic is to set up purification points. Once the purification formation activates, clearing the illusion should be a breeze." Bachelor responded with a calm glance. "If those disaster-grade freaks really appear, even if we team up, it won't be easy. But dealing with the illusion won't be a problem." The rookie mages muttered nervously. These old Thean True Realm veterans sure know how to talk. After a moment, a plan formed. Teams split off to set up cleansing devices. The princess, General Shenjun, Captain Bachelor, and Limetongue formed one squad. After some brief orders, the two groups sprang into action. Dathan grinned excitedly. "Liu, we are in the same group again. Let us show off our moves once more." Lockman sighed sadly. "For mages like us, just surviving without holding anyone back is already good enough. You make me so mad. Shouting so loud." A frail girl snapped. "Don't you talk nonsense. If danger comes, look to me." She spun around with a mocking smirk. Meanwhile, inside the city, people bustled by, children laughing and playing joyfully. Dathan blurted, "Are these people real or fake? I want to catch one and see." The team reluctantly covered. "He is a real tough nut. Even now, he dares to poke the hornet's nest." Suddenly, a group approached from afar, coldly ordering, "Stop!" A skinny kid with a sunburned face appeared, boldly asking, "Hungry?" says, "Can you spare a little?" Thanaga narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips warily. She bowed her head softly. "Really hungry." Hearing this, Dathan quickly whispered something. "Liu, this girl's too kind," the kid repeated anxiously. "Hungry?" says, "Just a little, please." Thanga immediately attacked the kid. A huge burst of energy slammed the kid far away. His eyes gleamed like stars as he hurriedly said, "I take back what I said earlier. Your fight is ruthless and decisive, brave and cruel." He chuckled awkwardly. "If you do not want to get hit, zip it," she demanded sharply. "Still hungry now or not?" The poor kid suddenly revealed his true form, just an illusion-layered beast. Sharp claws and teeth appeared as he growled. "Hurt, hungry and hurt." The crowd inside showed their true colors. An army of terrifying beasts grinned wickedly. Lonvu frowned with concern. "Lime tongue. There are too many of them here." He calmly got ready. "Leave this part to me." "No problem. We will handle them. Others, go set up purification orbs." Then the team moved in. Powerful fighters kept battling the beasts. But they kept coming. She gasped. "Twin freaks." Lonvu quickly tilted his head and said, "Vanna, I need your help." She quickly gave instructions. "Lilac, you all move fast. Go arrange the purification of the spirit pearls." He immediately replied, "Got it." Soon after, a group of 4 acted together. Dathan could not help but comment, "This Thanksuch is seriously dangerous." Thanga moved alongside. Surprised. There were so many people, yet only the 4 of us are left. The guy grinned excitedly and confidently. "A rare mutant's here. Let me smash it with one strike." Lilac, standing behind, could not help but freeze. Deep in thought, could it be that all the beast generals fight together? If my 3rd general is a dragon general, could he be affected too? Suddenly, an old woman appeared ahead, speaking in a fake sweet tone. "Tiger candy here." "Tiger candy, tasty and beautiful." He stopped and raised his hand to warn everyone. "Be careful." She smiled slyly. "Delicious. Kids, want to buy some?" Lilac hurriedly gave orders. "Something's off." Everyone activated their energy. The old woman's face filled with malice as she whispered nonstop, "Tiger candy." As she spoke, everyone got hit by her spell, faces going stiff and losing consciousness. His eyes slowly shut, thoughts urging him, "Don't get hypnotized." Lilac slowly reached for a tiger candy under the old woman's urging. "Don't refuse. Kids, take it and eat." He brought the candy close to his mouth, when suddenly the stone on his necklace started glowing. Lilac regained his senses, eyes wide with surprise, thinking, "It is Thanga's radiant stone." He stared in horror at the scary thing he was holding, judgment filling his face. This is not tiger candy at all. Fully aware now, Lilac glared and shouted, "Snap out of it." Suddenly, a wave of energy surged, helping Lokmin and Tundathan regain consciousness. They stared wide-eyed at the tiger candy in his hand. Lokmin and Dathan panicked, dropping the candy to the ground, cursing nonstop. This is disgusting." The squad leader quickly punched the old woman in the stomach. Her face twisted into something terrifying. The hit left a mysterious hole. He stared wide-eyed, terrified, shouting, "Not good." The old woman laughed mysteriously. "Tasty, right?" Lilac looked away, surprised and stammering, "Tiger candy, cold." At this moment, one squad member was still under the spell. Truck Huyen opened his mouth and brought the tiger candy close. He quickly bit into it. Lilac's eyes widened with worry as he called out, "Truck Huyen." Instantly, Truck Huyen's body weakened, eyes rolled back, blood flowing from his mouth. Lokmin looked away sadly. "Looks like this senior student's mind is lost." Dathan raised an eyebrow. "This kid's doomed, and he is a senior student at the 2nd Star Academy." Lilac, seems like the 2nd Star Academy of St. Hyun Star Academy is really off their game. Suddenly, a contaminated person rushed from afar toward Lilac. Everyone shouted in alarm, "He is coming this way." She bit her lip and said, "Let us take him down." Lilac quickly replied, "Got it." The city streets filled with contaminated people. The old candy seller kept throwing attacks. Dathan hurriedly ordered, "Lilac, you go deal with that hypnotizing mutant." The old woman threw a bunch of spheres into passers-by's mouths. One by they fell under her spell and lost consciousness. Lilac worriedly thought, "Anyone who eats those spheres will be controlled and become contaminated." She was somehow creating a huge number of contaminated people. He dashed toward the crowd ahead. Lilac swiftly launched a series of critical strikes on the contaminated. He pressed his lips, seriously calculating, "Are we playing a numbers game? These contaminated keep getting created nonstop." The old woman kept throwing hypnotic spheres all over the city. Lilac coldly slashed at her with a strike. He shouted fiercely, "We have to take out their source fast." Suddenly, the old woman's body was covered in black slime, quickly healing her wound. Lilac's eyes widened in shock. "What? She healed that fast?" He hurriedly slashed at the figures appearing before him. Suspicious. There is something off about these contaminated too. An idea flashed in his mind. He froze, stunned, It is just a low-level mutant. So why is it so hard to deal with? We kill many, yet they still corrupt people's minds. Lockman was urgently urging from the other side. Lilac quickly thought of a way to leave. Things were getting worse for us by the minute. Lilac soared up, slashing repeatedly at the target. The candy seller old lady's body shattered into glowing fragments. But it was not that simple. Just moments later, her body was fully restored. You seriously thought you were hitting her true form. But she just healed right back. Suddenly, Lilac's eyes widened in surprise. A new idea sparking in his mind. Wait a sec, who said this old lady was the real form? He quickly swung his sword forward. Got it. One clean slice cut through the wooden candy wrapper. Strange poison gas started to hiss out from inside. And inside the wooden wrapper were mysterious spheres. It was releasing a dangerous toxin. Lilac smiled to himself. Sure enough, the candy's core was its true form. He focused his energy and unleashed a powerful strike. Channeling his full strength, decisive and fierce, to smash it, the dark core was quickly destroyed by Lilac's attack. Lilac's assault caused the monster to explode violently, shaking the ground. At the same time, all the infected people broke free from control, and the mesmerizing monsters left their bodies. After regaining consciousness, Truck-Hyun could not help but exclaim in surprise. What just happened to me? Lilac rolled his eyes and awkwardly said, Truck-Hyun, you ate a sphere and got infected? You bit someone and spit out black liquid. Hearing this, he felt a surge of panic inside and clenched his jaw tightly. A few seconds later, Truck-Hyun could not hold on and collapsed. Kneeling on the ground, Lockman stepped forward, eyes wide with admiration. Lilac, so you figured out the real form of the mesmerizing monster is not the old lady. Lilac smiled calmly and explained, a monster of this rank would not survive eating so much of me without any damage. So there is only one reason I cut the wrong spot. He looked ahead seriously and ordered, all right, let us keep moving. Quickly place the first purification orb, Dathan said excitedly from beside him. Got it. Soon after, the four of them rushed to the assigned spots. Setting and activating a purification orb, the orb's power flared, shooting up into the sky to form a glowing circle. A protective barrier slowly took shape. Under its cleansing light, the surroundings began to change. After a while, everything gradually returned to its original state, skulls scattered everywhere. The scene engulfed in a desolate sea of flames. Lilac narrowed his eyes coldly and said, looks like this is the true face of Sichtach City now. Lockman stared in disbelief. It is even more desolate and barren than before. Suddenly, something approached. Lockman glanced over. Surprised, two fierce beasts stood outside the barrier. Growling nonstop, she shouted anxiously, two high-rank monsters are coming. Watch out, they want to destroy the purification orb. Truck-Hyun panicked. What do we do? Should we retreat? Lockman calmly looked at Lilac. We need to hold them off a bit until our teammates arrive, he ordered seriously. Get ready to fight. Try to stall them, no direct confrontation. The two beasts slipped inside. Moments later, both monsters charged aggressively. She shouted in alarm. They are inside. Suddenly, two powerful forces flew in from afar, striking the monsters from behind. The beasts roared in pain. Lilac's eyes went wide in shock. That is, a woman just appeared. He blinked in surprise. Then Iga smiled and praised. The purification orb placement succeeded. Well done. Lockman hurried over to Askan. Captain, calm. How's the squad? Thenga answered softly. No major issues. They should be gathering here soon. Lilac smiled slightly and suggested. Then let us defend this spot and wait for them. With Kongdan Iga's backup, protecting the purification orbs became much easier. One by they successfully defeated the monsters. Half an hour later, the others moved in to purify the spirit orbs, while the other teams gathered one after another. Lonvu stepped forward with a bright smile, praising. Well done, everyone. This time, you have made a major breakthrough. But there is no time to rest, we need to push forward quickly. She tilted her head, observing carefully, then spoke calmly. The energy stabilizing this illusion is growing stronger. We can only rely on the spirit orbs, refining power to weaken the illusion. If we wait until a strange disaster appears, it will be much harder to handle. Half a day later, a large number of purifying spirit orbs were arranged throughout this massive illusion tower, making everything gradually easier. Kunya hesitated before speaking. A bit puzzled, why has not the strange disaster appeared yet? Could it be trying to lure us deeper into the city? Lumwu shook his head slightly and replied, forget it. Whatever it wants in the end, we will have to face it head on. Suddenly, a huge force erupted right in front of them. A monstrous beast was steering inside. The great city elder exclaimed in shock. It is finally here. Such overwhelming presence. His gaze fixed on the figure emerging from the burst of power. He muttered with awe. A strange great calamity. A mysterious woman appeared. The illusion inside the energy source still radiating power. She spoke calmly. You can suppress me. The blood-tail stranger crossed her arms coldly and added, those brats tore my illusion apart. They really pissed me off. She clapped her hands wickedly as she revealed this. Now, the real show begins. The blood-tail stranger removed her mask, revealing a beautiful but dangerously intense face. Her eyes glowed unnaturally as she soared into the air, showcasing her formidable power. Lan spoke fearfully. Definitely a great calamity level. Looks like this time we really have to risk it all, Lumu calmly ordered. Next, our 8 captains will team up to take on this strange great calamity. The Academy of the Third Star Institute tried to prevent other strange beings from causing trouble, while the students of the Second Star Institute took this chance to deploy the remaining purifying spirit orbs. The Bloodtail stranger smiled darkly at her pre. Kunya's eyes went cold as she warned. Everyone, be careful. Stay focused, do not let him catch you off guard. Outside, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared near the purifying spirit orbs. Everyone panicked. More and more strange creatures were gathering here. Lumu glared fiercely and shouted, "Engage the enemy." Instantly, all squads took to the sky, ready for battle. I smirked, revealing sharp fangs. As my hand began to summon a mysterious sphere, the Bloodtail stranger launched a chain attack at the squad, while calmly directing them to defend with full force. Everyone immediately pooled their strength to form a shield. Blocking the chain assault, Lalu stood at a distance, staring at the massive energy before him, and could not help but mutter, "This strange great calamity is terrifying." Lu Ming's eyes widened as he urged, "We can just stand here. Let us move quickly." He turned and sincerely said, "Headmaster Ngobai is the strongest among us. For what is next, we will probably have to rely on him." Ngobai smiled gently and replied, "Lai Lu, you have learned quite a bit, but to complete this mission, we still need to work together." After his last words, everyone quickly flew toward the other squad. "Let us," she tilted her head coldly and asked, "Lai Lu, do you still remember that armored general?" Lalu answered calmly, "He has not shown himself yet, not even now." He regained a serious, calm tone and explained, "It is actually good that he has not appeared. The best thing is to buy time until we handle the great calamity. It is hiding in the shadows could be even more dangerous than the calamity itself." The two squads split into different plans but fought together. The battle raged high in the sky, drawing the attention of the strange creatures to the Third Star Institute students. This time, Lalu's group was making quick progress deploying the purifying spirit orbs. A teammate happily said, "That is the third spirit orb set up, and Ni Jiaobai just joined us." The pace picked up a lot. Lalu smiled quietly, hoping things would keep going this smoothly. On a tall tower somewhere in the city, the Blood-Eye stranger silently observed the battlefield, calmly remarking, "These 8 brats really live up to their reputation as the top elites of the major academies. But those little generals at the top." 3 more purifying spirit orbs appeared in the sky. The Blood-Eye smiled slyly, thinking, "They are pretty quick on their feet. It is not easy to let both sides fight it out wildly. So we can let you guys ruin such a good situation." Hen's eyes flashed as he rushed over to Nugalback and sneered and launched a hidden weapon attack. "Alright, time to teach you all a lesson." More purification spirit orbs appeared in the sky, and everyone cheered. 3 more purification spirit orbs. The timing's perfect to form the seal. He narrowed his eyes coldly and ordered, "Speed it up." Suddenly, Lilac's eyes widened in shock. Everyone immediately raised their defensive shields, and Goback urgently warned, "Watch out, it might be an ambush." Hidden weapons pierced through the crowd, heading straight for him. Dathan spoke confusedly, "What is going on? Head student Gaobach, what do we do now?" But Nigobak did not answer. He just stood there, motionless and stiff. Vansun stepped forward worriedly and asked Han, "Inga Hyan, what is wrong with him?" He bit his lip, thinking hard. "Something's off, right?" Suddenly, he spun around and coldly threw a punch at him, and Gobak's eyes turned terrifyingly red as he decisively delivered a finishing blow to Ban Sun. His teammates were shocked and speechless. He seemed possessed, his body radiating fierce dark power as he attacked the squad members. Truck Yuan's eyes widened in horror. "Inga Hyan, is he?" Ingabak coldly charged, attacking everyone near him. Everyone fearfully backed away, as the ground before Ningobach was littered with the bodies of teammates he had just killed himself. The Hugh shouted angrily, "Head student Gaobach, what the hell happened to you?" Lilac spoke calmly, "I am afraid this head student Gobak." His gaze fixed on Gobak's dazed expression, eyes wide as if unconscious. Su Tun confirmed something was seriously wrong. Lockman furrowed his brow anxiously. "You mean he has been controlled? Those mutts are the aliens," Lilac replied coldly. "Not sure about that, but judging from that strange gust just now and recalling the squad's movements, Soon guesses Gobach was at the front of the formation. He was probably invaded by those weird muths and turned into a puppet. He is no longer conscious of anything, coldly obeying the enemy's commands. I am relieved silently. If I were leading this time, I would probably be the one controlled right now," Dathan worriedly said. "This sucks. He has the strength of a phantom general, a powerful warrior, even stronger than some of us." He looked at the fallen teammate with despair. "Now Ban, the head student, is badly injured and can't fight anymore. If he were here, we would still have fighting power. But now," Lilac calmly gripped his sword and glanced around. "Looks like the 3 of us have to team up next. If we do not take down head student Nigo Batch, The mission might fail for sure. He ordered everyone into combat mode, shouting a reminder. No need to waste strength fighting the puppets. They are just a waste of our power. The Hugh quickly gathered his strength and suggested, Lilac, the two of us should team up head-on to stop head student Nigao Batch. The alien controlling Nigao Batch growled unhappily. And now this, nothing's going smoothly. Dathan pulled out his giant staff excitedly. I did not expect to face one of the strongest students from the Second Star Academy. This is going to be fun, definitely a surprise. The four of them teamed up and charged at him all at once. Nigao Batch's face darkened with menace as he struck out, unleashing his dragon lion leg armor. A shield suddenly appeared, its terrifying power flinging everything away. Lilac slammed his sword into the ground and cursed. Damn it! We can break Han's defense at all. He seriously considered, let me check the intel on Ningao Bat. This is Han's best Dragon General defense technique. The Dragon General technique's power really surpasses the Tiger General technique. When this war ends, I will start training in a fitting Dragon General technique too. He sneered as he charged at the squad. Lilac planned quietly. We need to handle the immediate battle first, then deal with the rest. He and that Hugh took on the direct confrontation with Ningao Batch. Both grit their teeth, struggling to withstand his brutal attack. He is strong, and the distance is huge. Even working together, their clothes are torn to shreds. Suddenly, Daisheng rushes in from afar, decisively swinging down his massive staff. A thunderous explosion erupts, and the guy spits out blood in agony. Turns out he sensed someone approaching and swiftly threatened Daisheng with his weapon. And Go Back strikes decisively, but the spear passes through nothing but an illusion. Seizing the moment, Lockman immediately makes his move. Before him now is like an endless void, no way out in sight. She steps forward and orders, I will lock him down for now, but with his strength, he will break the illusion soon. However, I noticed something. Lockman calmly reveals, that weird moth-like demon seems afraid of Thunder General power. If we could get some Thunder General power inside his body, maybe that could snap him out of his puppet state. Lilac guessed, we have to unleash our strongest attacks, at the same time break his dragon-scaled armor. Push Thunder General power into him, and force the moth demon out. Despite just being hit hard by Ningao Batch and bleeding everywhere, Daisheng roars with unstoppable energy, his devilish aura blazing. This is my strongest attack, but I can only hold this for 10 seconds. Taihu calmly adds, I also have a Dragon General technique. What about you? You have not mastered Dragon General technique yet, right? He grins confidently, grinding his teeth. Don't he worry about me. You guys just focus on unleashing your strongest moves. Leave the final defense to me. Daisheng roars fiercely, eyes blazing like fire, ready to devour his enemies. He clenches his fists tightly, his whole body exploding with fierce energy from that devilish aura. Lilac's eyes widen in shock at his overwhelming killing intent. Taihu watches closely, disbelief in his voice. This is the true power of the third transformation General Star. Daisheng swings his giant staff down toward Ningao Batch. Two massive forces collide, but his power is so great that the guy is forced to retreat. Ningao Batch exits the formation, eyes glaring terrifyingly, blood dripping from his mouth. Daisheng falls against the wall, his body covered in wounds but still smiling faintly. The rest is up to you guys now. Taihu immediately unleashes a low-level Dragon General technique, Heavenly Shining Devil Wind Spear. He quickly enters combat mode, wielding the Heavenly Flow water magic. He notices the difference in the person beside him and growls, Lilac, you really have not mastered Dragon General technique yet. Huh. Lilac smiles mysteriously and admits, I have not trained in Dragon General technique, but now I will use a move I was taught, Heavenly Flow Water Blade Wheel. Lilac smiles calmly and adds, this new version of the General technique might be just good as the real Dragon General technique. Taihu's eyes widen in surprise, thinking, this guy's starting to innovate and create new general techniques. Lockman drops his jaw in shock, truly amazed by this natural talent. Without a word, a ring of heavenly flow water immediately rushes toward Ningao Batch. At the same time, the team's moves quickly hit him, throwing him off balance. From behind, she launches a surprise attack with a returned energy ball. Ningao Batch's red eyes go blank, teeth clenched in anger as he spins around. A strange butterfly-like creature forms, and he immediately attacks Lock Min. She is covered with dark bruises from the fight. Lilac calls out in alarm, Lock Min. Lockman's true form appears instantly. Taihu's eyes widen happily as he shouts, great, it is just an illusion. Taking advantage of Ningao Batch's distraction, she places her hand on his forehead, breaking the enchantment. The strange butterfly illusion inside his body shatters into pieces under Lock Min's power. Ningao Batch regains consciousness and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Taihu anxiously asks, how are you? Are you okay now? His face pale but steady. He apologizes. Sorry for causing you more trouble. Lilac steps forward sincerely. Senior Go Bat, this has nothing to do with you. Just rest here. Gabak sat down, entering a self-healing state. Gratefully said, here are the next 3 purification spirit orbs. Sorry for bothering you all again. The sky above the city lost its terrifying aura. Forget it. Dragging this on is enough. I doubt those 8 little heavenly true realm guys can hold out much longer. Meanwhile, more purification spirit orbs appeared inside the city. Purification points formed inside the city, The Bloodtail mutants grew even more frenzied, as if empowered, relentlessly attacking the squad. Lonvu warned anxiously. Be careful. It looks like it is about to break through our barrier. Everyone braced behind their shields, blocking the Bloodtail mutants' attacks. The victim strained to hold on, shouting nervously. It is on Tanak's side. They are about to break over there. Just as he said, Tanak's defense was about to be swallowed by the enemy. He gritted his teeth, trying to gather strength as one squad member flew in to assist from afar. The familiar giant spear came crashing from behind at the Bloodtail mutants. It shattered their defense, giving the squad the upper hand again. An earth-shaking explosion went off. Tanak turned happily and said, "Thanks for the help." The one who helped was Daniga, and everyone gasped, calling out, "Komai!" At the same time, the sky slowly changed. The squad sighed in relief, saying, "The last purification spirit orb is finally in place." A mysterious magic circle appeared high above. She seriously warned, "Everyone, time's running out. The final counterattack is here." The magic circle formed by the purification spirit orb glowed brighter. The Bloodtail mutants roared, claws ready to tear the space around them apart. The enemy tilted its head back and howled, eyes blazing red with hatred and madness. Loneview entered full battle mode, shouting, "It is weakened by the purification force. Don't hold back." The squad quickly united to attack the Bloodtail mutants. The Bloodtail mutants swung their tails, whipping up a fierce red blood vortex. All the squad's attacks were blocked outside the vortex. Lockman hid behind a wall, eyes wide in amazement. This is the fight of top-tier Heavenly Cantong Sao Masters, they who smiled confidently. One day, we will be just as good. Suddenly, she looked up. The distant figure was Lam Lan. Gathering power, Lam Lan Sr., the Ming King's third salute, had begun. He closed his eyes seriously, hands clasped, creating a circle of power around him. The giant Ming King's third salute appeared instantly, launching a barrage of spheres at the enemy. The spheres relentlessly attacked the Bloodtail mutants, resulting in a massive explosion. Lalak's eyes widened with admiration. Fenghao technique is really that strong? Lonvu's eyes lit up, seizing the moment to order quickly. Observing from afar, he was surprised. Those two actually risked this much. This mutant genius is seriously scary. He pursed his lips worriedly. Yeah, even suppressed by purification points, it still dragged 8 captains into this stalemate. Suddenly, Lokman noticed the fierce power radiating from Thaniga above. He gasped. Kohun, her confident expression, calmly gripping her sword as power surged out, made Lokman incredulous. Is she about to strike? The Hu watched intently, saying, Kong Shuda may be a former bright general, but she is still only at the ultimate assassin level. Even if she jumps in, she might have skill, but not enough to win. Lalak confidently replied, Not necessarily. The gap between former bright and true bright is huge. We might be underestimating her. Danga swung her sword aside, releasing immense power quickly. She launched her move, high-level dragon thought technique, Spirit Sword Decision, Spirit Sword Flash. The enormous power formed a giant spear that rapidly struck the Bloodtail mutants, unleashing tremendous force. She unleashed her attack, high-level dragon thought technique, Spirit Sword Decision, Spirit Sword Flash. The massive power formed a giant spear that swiftly attacked the Bloodtail mutants. The creature was stunned by this sudden burst of energy, unable to react in time. The power from the Spirit Sword quickly pierced through the mutant blood creature. Its body gradually blackened as it howled in pain. Lonvu, caught up in the moment, cheered loudly. Then Iga, great job. You seriously wounded the mutant blood creature. With this victory, the scales finally tip in our favor. Immediately, the squad joined forces to attack the mutant blood creature. After a brief struggle, its original form was sliced clean in two. Lockman's face lit up with excitement as he spoke. We finally won. Lalak spoke up. Worried, we can't hold on much longer. We have to finish off this mutant blood creature quickly. Suddenly, a mysterious magic array appeared on the ground. Lockman's eyes widened in shock. What is that? You stared in disbelief. Worried, you thought to yourself, it is the chain armor wall from the Black Altar. A black chain suddenly shot out. It lunged forward, trying to trap the squad. The mutant blood creature was enclosed inside a glowing orb. These chains were wrapping up the badly wounded, weakened mutant piece by piece. Tanhak shouted in panic, that chain armor wall is still attacking the mutant blood creature. Lamlan, looking worried, spoke up. Something's not right. The chain armor wall seems to be trying to capture the mutant blood creature. We can't let it get away with that. Everyone, act fast and stop. Everyone rushed to attack the orb with full force, but everything was blocked by a massive hand. From inside the orb, the glowing mutant blood creature appeared, grinning wickedly. As it spoke, your goal was to kill me. The mutant blood creature, looks like you have achieved that goal now. If you retreat now, I will let you leave here in one piece. Everyone bit their lips, tightening their grip as they listened to his endless taunts. If you do not back down, I will have no choice but to wipe out the top talents of this generation here in Dongvux. Shenzhou, Lokman watched from afar, anger flaring as he cursed. Damn it! This guy really is hiding inside the Xichthatch city. She widened her eyes anxiously. lamenting that all 8 captains were already drained dry. How can they still fight a heavenly general at full power? The great saint's eyes burned fiercely as he shouted, "Damn this sinister bastard." Lilac bit her lip, staring at the bracelets on her wrist, thinking silently that if things got really bad, she would have to use the secret trump card she would prepared for later. Lonvu furrowed his brow, glancing at Lamlan and asking, "What do we do now?" Thanga calmly suggested from behind, "Let me give it a try." She was surprised as someone called out, "Thaniga." Tenak looked downcast, doubting, "You are way out of your league. She is only at extreme assassin rank of the Earth-killing general. How can she possibly stand against a heavenly guard general?" Then Enga's eyes flashed brightly with electric energy as she gathered power in her hands. He gasped. Her power matches those at the heavenly realm. Such a terrifying radiant general at the old rank. Then Enga calmly launched her attack forward. The mutant blood creature snarled angrily. "So this is a radiant general of the old rank. No wonder it is so dangerous." Lamlan's worried eyes spoke up. "This guard general really is a heavenly general." Her attack shot out like an arrow, but the gap in power between the two sources was massive. Then Ega's strength slowly began to be swallowed up. Lamlan's worried eyes shouted, "Is she getting overwhelmed?" Suddenly, he realized something was off. The mutant blood creature's body was wrapped tightly in glowing chains as her attack circled around it. The mutant glared angrily. She would fallen right into the trap. Lonvu quickly ordered, "If anyone still has strength, rush to reinforce." Everyone was stunned when she ordered that if we just slay the Bloodtail Abyssal, we can use the spirit mirror to escape right away. The divine general focused his power to send out a golden beam. "If that is the case, then I will reluctantly give it a try. Maybe it will help." Meanwhile, the flying creature opened its mouth to swallow the sphere containing the Bloodtail Abyssal. But in an instant, that spot exploded. The blood-bright Abyssal roared angrily. "You are asking for death?" Lonvu nervously asked. "Is it done?" He looked at it and, surprised, exclaimed, "It is still breathing." Thaniga frowned, thinking, why did not it work? It was a sure 9 out of 10 kill. From the observation squad, Lockmin sighed bitterly. "What a shame." Then Ega's face darkened as she growled, "Looks like it is definitely dead this time." Lilac bit her lip thoughtfully. Then Ega's hand just barely gained an advantage weight. "That is not right." Thanga noticed something strange, glancing at the newcomer, silently wondering why it fell just short. Could it be the Divine General? He looked regretful and sighed. What a pity. Memories flashed in the Divine General's mind. Kung Yen coldly instructing at her desk, "You heard me right. Stop the other squads from the Than Hein Tine Academy from taking the championship." He asked, confused. "Why?" She smirked, her face full of scheming as she explained. "If the Than Biki championship goes to the Than Hein Tin Academy, they will get the Than Bi Dragon Bone. That academy head might escape and return, and if that happens, the Than Hon Tin Academy's power will surpass the royal court. Even I would have to lay low." Kung Yen coldly ordered, "So under no circumstances can the Than Hein Tin Academy claim the Than Bi Dragon Bone. Remember, when you stir things up, do it smart and secretive, leaving no trace." The Divine General bowed with closed eyes. Understood. Back in the present, he smiled worriedly, thinking, one hit might have been enough. Maybe no one will notice anymore. On the other side, the blood-bright Abyssal flew toward the hanging Bloodtail Abyssal. He raised his hand excitedly and said, "I have been raising you for years, and now the day has finally come." Just then, a dark energy surged in from nowhere, heading straight for Ada. Longvu's eyes widened with worry. Warning, he is definitely plotting something. There is something weird about the altar. Stop him. Quick. Everyone quickly launched an all-out attack on the defensive barrier. Thanga calmly said, "We can break through the altar's defense." The blood-bright Abyssal tore off his outer robe, revealing his muscular body. Grinning wickedly, "Come at me." He linked himself to the Bloodtail Abyssal with glowing threads, overflowing with excitement as he dragged Ada down. "Come, merge into my body so we become one." The angry humans shouted loudly, this madman still absorbing the Abyssal's evil energy. Despite everyone's objections, he kept absorbing the Bloodtail Abyssal's power. Soon after, the two fused, their power growing darker and stronger. Lockman gasped anxiously. Not good. His power still rising, the blood-bright Abyssal's body grew more muscular, radiating a terrifying power that threatened everyone. His eyes gleamed as he grinned wickedly. "Good and evil are precious. I have descended." Longvu's eyes widened in shock. He just leveled up to Great Heavenly General status. Lilac bit her lip and muttered in frustration, "What a pain." The situation was urgent. Longvu quickly ordered, "Everyone, retreat." Everyone dropped their spirit mirrors and crushed them without hesitation. Lilac spoke up, "Let us finish this quickly." Yet, the armored general showed no fear. Instead, he smirked wickedly. At that moment, Lilac's eyes went wide as everyone stared at the shattered spirit mirror in their hands. Lockman was utterly shocked. "No way," he asked in disbelief. "Why did smashing the spirit mirror do nothing?" Lonvu and Lam Lan both looked toward the armored general ahead. She gasped. Could it be? At that moment, he fixed his icy glare on everyone, his voice eerie as he asked, Where do you think you are going? Lok Min was completely confused as he realized what had happened. They would just been trapped by his illusion technique. Nearby, Lilac nervously reported, "This armored general's power has gotten even stronger than before." Someone immediately suggested, "Quick, let us find where the spirit glasses really are." The students frantically searched their bodies, but one boy shouted, "Nope, not here." While everyone panicked, the armored general sneered venomously, "Now I will lead you to your doom. If this is an important moment, how could I let you watch without me?" Suddenly, dozens of spirit glasses shot up into the sky at once. All eyes followed them. Homang asked, "What is going on? Why are there spirit glasses everywhere?" The Hugh guessed, "Is this another illusion technique?" He stared at the spirit glasses, then shouted, "This is it. We are done for. We can get out now." Lilac tried to stay calm, staring straight ahead silently. Just then, bolts of lightning shot from the armored general's eyes as he snarled, "You bratty students of the academy." The glossy surface of the spirit glasses turned blazing red with a glowing cross in the center, accompanied by a whispered message, "First comes a nightmare." Inside the nightmare, everyone below could not take their eyes off the strange transformation. Lamnan stammered, "This red light." Just as he finished, the light shifted to pure white. Everyone's bodies froze stiff, their eyes vacant and glazed over in white. Even Lilac was not immune to the strange effect. The armored general grinned triumphantly, shouting, "Welcome to your death." Now the space was twisted and chaotic. Lilac instinctively spun his body downward. Suddenly, beneath him appeared the fierce face of the three-tailed heavenly wolf. As Lilac fell out of sight, the wolf opened its mouth wide, unleashing a beam of energy. When his feet landed firmly, Lilac gasped in surprise, looking around as he said, "Long time no see." He turned his head, sensing a powerful aura radiating from it, and called out, "Lanka." Suddenly, it opened its mouth and roared fiercely. Lilac quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait a second." Instantly, the three-tailed heavenly wolf was tightly bound by chains of sealing energy. Lilac breathed a sigh of relief and smirked, teasing, "Lanka, do not be so angry. We are connected by fate if you do not mind. Why do not we swear brotherhood?" The wolf glanced at him, grinding its teeth with fury. Lilac seriously explained the situation. "Outside there is a monster that is neither human nor demon, acting all arrogant. I am not keeping you in mind." It quickly refused with a wicked smile. "No way. You would be the first to get eaten by me." Lilac placed his hand over his heart and solemnly swore, "Lanka, I know you look down on my cultivation now, but if I do not reach the Marquis stage in 4 years, I will give up. When I get there, I will help you get to that level too." Before it could reply, he raised 2 fingers, cast a heavenly spell, and summoned a sparkling stone, then boldly declared, "Lanka, whether you agree or not, today I am borrowing your power for a bit." Seeing his determination, the three-tailed heavenly wolf was skeptical. "You want to borrow my power? Do you really think a little Marquis-level spirit master like you can control my power at will?" Then energy radiated from its eyes as it agreed. "Fine. If you want to use it, then I will let you." Outside, the armored general stood with arms crossed, still smug, asking, "Who should I kill first?" Suddenly, something nearby caught his attention. At that moment, a pillar of magic energy spiraled high into the sky from a tall building. A figure gradually appeared there. He wondered aloud, "What? A rare heavenly general." From within the suffocating magic mist, Lilac's slender silhouette became clear. He popped a pill into his mouth, thinking to himself, "Gotta use the pure light calm heart pill to keep my head clear." At that moment, the armored general exclaimed excitedly, "You actually surprised me. I never expected a minor talisman master like you to be hiding this trump card." Smirking arrogantly, he continued, "But this power of yours is probably borrowed from some external source. It won't last long." Lilac said nothing, calmly raising the glowing Kim Nutrech Hun Inji blade in front of him. He brought the blade into view, its light shining straight into his eyes. The mark appeared in his mind, and though Lutz was a bit surprised by the truth, at the core of this blade was the seal of the king. He leaned forward, deep in thought. No wonder both his earlier opponent and the divine general craved this blade. It was because of this. Then he jumped high, poised with one leg bent and the other stretched, blade extended confidently, with the king's seal supporting him. One strike would be enough. Instantly, a heavenly flowing water blade formed, a razor-sharp arc slicing straight at the armored general. The guy stiffened, stammering in panic, "What? Why does this blade?" The heavenly flowing water blade crushed through the magic shield of the armored general. He glared at it, worry rising in his chest. Something was off about this blade. What exactly was that guy up to? Thinking fast, he opened his mouth wide, coughing up dark red blood right in front of them. Immediately, the blood bell shot out from the shield, expanding and locking eyes with Aluxi's heavenly flowing water blade. The two forces collided, the energy spreading out as if trying to crush the very space around them. From a corner, Lilef watched calmly, exhaling slowly, silently acknowledging, The King's Seal really is powerful. The pressure from the blade slowly broke through the Blood Bell's shield. The armored general gritted his teeth, frustrated by the situation before him in his mind. He wondered, how could a low-level talisman master have something so terrifying? King's Aura was not that only cultivatable by top-tier kings. Very quickly, the Blood Bell's defense shattered, and the armored general jumped back hastily as the Blood Bell began to fall. At that moment, Luffy swung his arm to recall the Blood Bell to himself. Looking at the Blood Bell in his hand, he was surprised to realize it was a golden eye treasure. Then, he slashed again, aiming straight at the armored general. The man quickly pulled something from his chest, trying to stay calm and calculate no more dodging. Survival was priority. He had to block this blade. A second later, a strange blood tail was pulled from his body, its whole form slimy, a cold-blooded smile spreading across his lips. Lelef stared in shock. Unable to believe the guy's recklessness, he ignored the risk of allergic shock, and just unleashed that blood tail together. As Alvales's swirling blade came crashing down, the armored general swung the blood tail just in time. The two forces clashed fiercely, the blood tail completely overwhelmed. Taking advantage of the impact's shockwave, the armored general bolted away on all fours. He anxiously glanced back, filled with bitterness no matter what. He had to stop him. Damn it! The bad luck also dragged out this kid's secrets. Now he would make him pay. Quickly, he raced far away, ready to escape the chaos. Meanwhile, Lalassa hovered midair, utterly exhausted, but still forced out. No way you will get away. My body's losing control. From afar, magical spikes shot from Thanega right at Alefitsi's eyes. Relief flooded him. These were extreme heat magic spikes. Thenga had recovered. That was great. After that thought, his eyes slowly closed, fatigue swallowing his mind as he began to fall. Then Enga suddenly appeared beside him and reached out to catch him. Blood dripped down his face as he weakly whispered, "Don't touch me." She looked a bit shocked, but could not speak properly. She stared at him closely, mouth slightly open as if wanting to say something. Lulaka's eyes shut once more. Not long after, he gradually woke up, sunlight shining directly on his face. Thenga sat right beside him and asked as soon as he opened his eyes, "You are awake?" He unexpectedly called out, "Thaniga." Then guessed, "That is the royal seal. Could it be just now?" Not a second passed before Leluo suddenly sat up straight and asked urgently, "Thaniga, you were the one who saved me earlier, right?" She replied, "I used my bright general power to cleanse the deadly energy in your body, then helped heal your serious wounds." The image of her healing him popped into Lilua's mind, and he happily said, "Thank you, Thaniga. Really thank you." Inside, he was over the moon. It felt so real. She glanced at Lilua seriously and asked, "Now tell me, who badly injured this armored general?" Hearing that, he quickly avoided her gaze and made up a plausible excuse. "I am not really sure. Earlier, I think I saw an old man falling from the sky." Thenga asked knowingly, "Could it be someone from the Alliance Academy?" Then she fired off a series of questions. "Could it be the three-tailed heavenly wolf we met in the hidden tome before? Was it that deputy headmaster who helped you with the sealing talisman?" Lelu could not say a word, feeling extremely uneasy inside. Great, she guessed it right away. After that, he fell silent while Thenga kept speaking. That deputy headmaster really caused chaos. The energy from that three-tailed heavenly wolf is incredibly fierce. If your mind gets corroded, that is a huge problem. I just wanted to help lighten your burden a bit. Hearing this, Lelu awkwardly made a request. "Please keep the whole three-tailed heavenly wolf thing a secret." She smiled softly and teased, "Got it. But first, let me check your spirit mirror points." He muttered to himself, "Spirit mirror points," then stared intently at the spirit mirror in his hand. The shiny surface of the spirit mirror clearly showed the number 1,200,000. A shout echoed through the sky right after. "Whoa, that is so many. Time really flies." Then, after the armored general was slain, the other students gradually regained consciousness, everyone looking around as their awareness returned. At this moment, then Ega stepped forward with an announcement. "Everyone, do not worry anymore. The armored general has been killed." Everyone gasped in unison. "What?" Luming asked in shock. "The armored general is dead." They all stared at the armored general's battered body on the ground, stunned, and said to each other, "That is the armored general's corpse." Their points have also turned into 1,200,000. Right then, Lonvu rushed over and hugged Thaniga tightly, shouting happily, "Thaniga, you are amazing." Lamnan smiled gently and did not forget to praise. "Kungshumai really is impressive, former bright general. Truly legendary." The divine general just watched everything quietly, not saying a word. Suddenly, Luming came up beside Lelu and whispered in his ear, "Does the armored general's death have anything to do with you?" Lelu felt a bit flustered, but he quickly pretended to explain. "What nonsense are you talking? Even if the armored general stood right there for me to strike, I could not have killed him." She kept staring at him, suspiciously saying, "I do not know what is going on, but it definitely feels like you are involved somehow." Lelu hurriedly turned away and said, You are overthinking it. Inside, he felt uneasy. This woman's intuition was seriously scary. Then Lam Nan stepped forward among the students and solemnly announced, "Everyone, the Armored General and the Blood-Tail Mutant are dead. The mixed-level battle is over. We should all withdraw now." Cheers of joy erupted right after. "Great. Finally, we can go back. Let us." The students crushed their spirit mirrors and teleported away. Shortly after, the students returned to the sacred space. As soon as everyone appeared, the audience cheered excitedly. "Awesome. The students are back. Safe and sound. That is great. You are all amazing." Lulu glanced around the peaceful space and sighed with relief. "Finally, we are back." Because the Armored General blocked the Purification Spirit Pearl's view, the audience did not get to see the final fight with him. Even the senior students did not know what had happened, and could only guess based on the 1,200,000 points accumulated by the champion squad. That is how they learned that Lone Vu, Kongdenga, and Lulu together killed the Blood-Tail Mutant and the Armored General. At that moment, Elder Lin Vu stepped forward onto the stairs and addressed everyone below. "I welcome you all back safely, and thank you for dealing with the pollution in Hongsa District." He grinned with satisfaction, stroking his long beard while praising, "You all here truly deserve to be heroes." The trainees and observers all cheered loudly after those words. Ink Lung joined the crowd's laughter, boasting arrogantly, "Though I did not see exactly what happened, my Luckho probably deserves most of the credit." Hearing that, Behind scoffed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Lelouch is just a mid-level strategist." He angrily rejected the idea. "You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. How could you possibly understand Lekka's Ka's bravery?" Right then, the victory announcement rang out. The top team in this cross-level battle came from the St. Hugh Tun Academy Lone VF, Kumdenga, and the La Lin Vi tossed 3 items down and announced, "These are your rewards." Everyone gasped in surprise at the prizes this time. The dazzling golden divine tree badges were the trophies for the 3. Then he explained the badges' powers to the crowd. This golden divine tree badge not only grants a divine title, but also holds multiple rejuvenation holy charms that can heal wounds and restore strategies in a flash. He looked down slowly at the people below and calmly announced what came next. Also, Kang Dan Iga and Leva from St. Hugh Newton Academy each received 2 golden divine tree badges. You can choose to trade these 2 golden badges for a single purple divine tree badge of a higher rank. A girl's eyes went wide in shock as she exclaimed, "A purple divine tree badge? That is seriously rare." Lelouch and then Enga silently looked at each other, and he nodded once, giving his answer. Then both looked upward and shouted together, "We choose to exchange." The Line V Elder snapped his fingers and said with satisfaction, "All right, take your rewards." Immediately, a purple halo appeared above their heads, and beams of light shone down. In note, 2 shiny badges appeared right before them. Lelouch was a bit surprised by the badge, silently thinking, "So this is the legendary purple eye treasure." After changing badges, Lun V told them something important. By infusing their own blood essence into these badges, they would become their personal, exclusive items. Without hesitation, Lelouch infused his blood into the purple eye badge. Watching the transformation, he sighed quietly, internally realizing the badge not only grants a divine title, but also has spirit-penetrating powers. Spirit penetration lets you sense explosive power and refine your body. This ability seems especially useful for me. The Rejuvenation Holy Key upgrades the Divine Wood Rejuvenation Armor, turning it into a super strong defensive suit with powerful healing abilities. Then Lelove crushed the purple eye badge, praising, "No wonder the Academy Alliance is so generous." Lin V gave his final words. "This Saint Battle of the Term has come to a successful close. I wish everyone a future full of rapid growth and strong foundations." The announcement echoed as everyone listened closely. The Saint Battle of this term had reached a perfect ending. After it was over, Lelef glanced at Thaninga and sighed in relief. It finally wrapped up smoothly. Shortly after, the academies began to leave the arena. Then I approached Lelekek and asked, "How does it feel to be famous all over the Eastern Divine Continent?" He sighed wearily and replied, "I am just a helper. Winning champion was mostly thanks to Iaser and Sister Thaniga." She narrowed her eyes, staring at him intensely, hinting, "Maybe, but I feel the truth might be different." Lelesi immediately asked, "What?" Then I winked and replied casually, "Why so many whys? Just girl intuition?" That comment made him even more worried. These girls' intuition was seriously sharp. Just then, Bafhine approached him and grudgingly said, "Lualus, your luck is not bad." Lo Udrin, those 2 big shots actually did well this time. He raised one finger at him, smiled lightly, and said, "That is good, at least some normal folks around." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lok Min stepped up from behind and called out, "Lilac," who immediately whipped his head around. She looked straight at him, regret clear in her voice as she said, "I am here to say goodbye. Who knows when we will meet again? I really hope we can often train and spar together." Bad Luck Lok Min turned and walked away, They did not forget to wave goodbye to each other. Just as she left, then I teased with a playful jab. Lilac, your charm is seriously off the charts. And we have only just met. The aloof flower of the Tianhu King Academy is already into you. But he quickly waved her off, denying it. Not that much. Seeing this, she sighed deeply, thinking to herself, looks like guys can be too handsome otherwise. Their ability to attract attention would not be any less than that of girls. Then Niga spoke up then. Alright, let us get going. He eagerly stepped toward her, returning a rare smile. Yeah, let us head home.